Chapter 1, Drunk Breaking into Girlfriend's House. Daxia Kingdom. Shiguan City. In the 30-square-meter rental house, Wang Ming sat on the sofa and took another sip of 42-proof white wine. My dear, please see me. I will come to you, okay? Get lost. I told you not to call me again. If you do that again, I'll block you. We can't even be friends anymore. Boss, give me a 500 yuan raise next month. I can treat you to a delicious meal. Stop promising me the same thing. You've done it 7 times in one meeting, and every time you treat me to a 10 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot. I've had enough. Meng, listen to me. Bullshit. It's been 4 years, at least 2,000 times, if not 3,000 times. I don't owe you anything. Stop bothering me, you piece of shit. Fuck your mother. Wang Ming was so angry that he cursed under the influence of alcohol. Waste is waste, but what about big waste? Zo Meng hung up the phone. She never thought that Wang Ming's curse would come true. Wang Ming called Zo Meng again but got a busy tone. Open the social app and send a message to Zo Meng, see you later. A red exclamation mark made Wang Ming stunned on the spot. My girlfriend blocked me. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. After being unilaterally broken up with for half a month, I have been crying silently. Zo Meng. How the hell could you do this to me? What's wrong with Malatang? What's wrong with 7 times? You don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. Ah. Wang Ming slammed his fist on the table and drank half a tank of white wine. The spiciness of the white wine and the pain in his heart made him cough violently. Cough. Wang Ming, who usually has no drinking habit, has been drinking every day these days to drown his sorrows. Half a month ago, ex-girlfriend Zo Meng proposed breaking up. The two of them just graduated from college half a year ago and have been talking since their freshman year. Wang Ming's parents died early, and he grew up in his uncle's house in the countryside. He worked part-time to pay for his studies in college, and spent any spare money he had on Zo Meng. In the past 6 months of work, my monthly salary was 4,000 yuan. After deducting rent and daily expenses, the remaining money was basically spent on Zo Meng. There really isn't much left, but I've tried my best to be nice to her. But my own efforts are not as good as others' casual teasing. After entering the society, Zo Meng has seen through the rules of social operation, and money is the king. Others always treat her to meals in big restaurants or high-end entertainment venues, but she was unwilling to marry the mediocre Wang Ming. I have a good figure and good looks, I can cry in the back of a donkey, but I will never sit on the back of a bicycle and giggle. Besides, you may not cry when you sit in the donkey. Maybe your future partner will be a Prince Charming. Wang Ming noticed the key on the table. It was the spare key that Zo Meng had left with her, but she had forgotten to take it back. Picking up the key, his purpose was clear: if you don't see me, then I'll go find you. I went downstairs under the influence of alcohol. My ex-girlfriend's home was in this city, and I commuted there every day during college. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, located the taxi, and his destination was Area A of Infatuation. Sitting in the online taxi, Wang Ming's consciousness was a little fuzzy, and his head was full of Zo Meng's resolute words over the past half-month. The scenes of the two of them getting along together and the sweet past flashed through their minds. The lights outside the car window flashed quickly. Yes, in today's society where there are more cars than people, I can't afford to buy a car. It's no wonder that Zo Meng looks down on me more and more. I can only blame myself for coming from a poor background. The design major I studied is now a sunset industry, and it is difficult to find a job that matches my major. When they arrived at Area A of Infatuation, Wang Ming got out of the car staggeringly. Infatuation is a mid to high-end residential complex with strict security. Zo Meng's key has an access card. Wang Ming entered the community smoothly. The neighborhood was quiet at midnight, and the street lights emitted a dim light, stretching his shadow very long. I tried hard to keep myself awake and walked to Building 2. There was only one unit. After clocking in, I walked straight into the lobby. When I arrived at the door of 1101, my fingers were a little out of control due to the effect of alcohol, and I finally managed to insert the key into the keyhole. After opening the door, a familiar yet unfamiliar smell hit me in the face, and the room was pitch black. Wang Ming became more and more confused, his steps became unsteady, and he stumbled in the dark, bumping into the wall with a dull sound. Then he bumped into the corner of the table again. He didn't feel any pain and continued to stumble towards the bedroom. He opened a bedroom door and mumbled, "Zo Meng Meng, I've tried my best. Give me some time, and I'll buy you a car to take you for a ride." Wang Ming said this and threw himself on the bed. The woman on the bed was frightened by the sudden pounce and screamed, sitting up instinctively. She found that the person who pounced on her just hugged her tightly and did not take any further action. She thought her daughter was drunk and walked into the wrong room. She was wearing an eye mask at the time. These days, the upstairs neighbor started renovating early in the morning. She even wore earplugs on purpose and didn't hear Wang Ming's drunken words just now. "You little bastard, you must have drunk a lot when you came back so late." The woman on the bed didn't remove her blindfold. She just complained softly and fell back on the pillow, ready to continue sleeping. Wang Ming's hands were around her waist, his breathing was a little rapid after drinking, and the smell of alcohol sprayed on the back of the woman's neck. The woman turned her back to Wang Ming, and Wang Ming's arms tightened around her, making her consciousness increasingly unclear. He tried hard to control his sleepiness and kissed the back of the woman's neck in his last moment of consciousness. "After breaking up, there's no one to kiss me or hug me anymore, ah," the woman complained. She was suddenly awakened from her sound sleep, her head was still groggy, and she didn't realize anything was wrong. She just sighed secretly and let her daughter hold her waist. The scent on the woman was obviously different from Zo Mengming's, but Wang Ming was so drunk that he had no energy to think about it. He started snoring first, but the woman's earplugs were too low quality and only a faint snoring sound could be heard. The two of them fell asleep. The sun rises and the sunlight shines through the white gauze curtains. There was no sound of a pickaxe coming from upstairs today, it was exceptionally quiet. It was almost 9 o'clock before the woman slowly woke up. "Girl, get up." She touched the arm in front of her body. The hand was a bit big. "Why do I feel like my daughter isn't quite right?" She reached behind her with her hands. "Ah. That's not right. This is." Chapter 2, Mother of 100 Purity. That touch. It was solid muscle. She woke up instantly. He suddenly took off the blindfold, turned his head, and saw that the person hugging him was Wang Ming, who was still fast asleep. "Ah! Wang Ming!" The woman screamed in horror, pushed Wang Ming away, then quickly sat up and grabbed the quilt tightly to protect her body. Wang Ming was awakened by a sharp scream and a strong push, and opened his eyes in a daze. The woman in front of him made his mind go blank, and the headache caused by the hangover made him unable to react for a while. "Ah, Auntie?" Wang Ming couldn't believe what he saw and rubbed his eyes hard. "When I opened my eyes again, I saw Aunt Zo still in shock and panic. Why are you in my bed? Wang Ming! You bastard!" Zo Xuching's voice trembled and her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Wang Ming finally regained consciousness, looked around, and without losing any memory, he began to recall what happened last night. I'm sorry, Auntie. I went into the wrong room." Wang Ming stammered to explain, full of embarrassment and guilt. The woman's breathing became a little calmer, and she looked at Wang Ming's face, which was still flushed with a hangover. "Wang Ming is quite handsome. Apart from anything else, it wouldn't be a disadvantage for me to be held in his arms for a night. After all, I'm already 37 years old. But this man is her daughter's ex-boyfriend. And they just broke up half a month ago. He actually slept in the same bed with her for one night. If this gets out, how will she face people in the future, and how will she face Zo Meng Meng? Auntie, I really walked into the wrong room. I wanted to look for Zo Meng Meng." Wang Ming's tone was still a little flustered. "Wrong room? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you know you're trespassing?" Wang Ming got up from the bed in a panic, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he was a little unsteady due to the hangover and almost fell down again. He quickly held onto the head of the bed and said anxiously, "Auntie, this is really a misunderstanding. I drank too much and my mind is not clear." Ding ding. Binding to the obsession system successfully. "Hello, Master. Let us grow together. I will help you achieve a carefree life." Wang Ming was shocked. "What is that? This voice seems to be coming from inside my head. Master, you can try to communicate with me through your consciousness. Hello? Hey. That's right, smart. Me? My personality is split? Because of Zo Meng Meng's provocation? What's a woman? With me, women are like clothes. Young or old, clean or sick, crazy or simple, as long as they are beautiful and sexy, we work together and we can get them all. Wait a minute. I'm slow. I don't have a split personality? We just got married, so you might not be able to accept it right away, but you will gradually get used to me. Gift package distribution for system initial launch. The reward package is already in your existing items. Get out of my mind right now. Master, don't get excited. You will slowly fall in love with me. I will automatically trigger the task. When the task is completed, you will receive a reward package. Current task, date Zo Xuching for 3 days. Each date must last at least an hour to complete the daily progress. When the quest object's obsession reaches 100, there will be additional rewards. The obsession value can also be exchanged for system coins for consumption. I'm going to sleep now. Please explore the system interface on your own. Remember, only by being bold can you complete the task. Bye. Ding ding. Hey. I want to ask you a question, Wang Ming, how did you get in? Wang Ming was distracted by the conversation with the system just now and did not notice Zo Xuching's question. Zo Xuching repeated it again. I have the key. What a misunderstanding. How did I break into Zo Mengmeng's mother's room? But when you think about it, it's pretty fucking exciting. Zo Xuching is not Zo Mengmeng's biological mother. Zo Mengmeng was adopted by Zo Xuching from an orphanage when she was 5 years old. Zo Xuching is an unmarried single mother. Her appearance is beyond words, she is even prettier than Zo Mengmeng. At the age of 37, there is not a single wrinkle on her face and it is full of collagen. She has a mature figure and full of charm. Come to think of it, was she sleeping so soundly last night? Didn't she notice? I can't just blame myself for this. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching in panic and took out the key eagerly. Auntie, look, this is the key that Zo Mengmeng left with me. I really didn't lie. I drank too much last night and my head was so dizzy that I don't know how I ended up sleeping in your bed. I really didn't have any other thoughts. Look how honest I was that night. Honest ass. Zo Xuching recalled that Wang Ming hugged her last night, and a blush of shyness appeared on her face. She quickly turned her face away, embarrassed to let Wang Ming see her current appearance, and deliberately covered her fair skin at the collar with her hands. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a misunderstanding, get out now. Wang Ming bowed and said, Hey, I'm leaving now. No, the system just said that the binding object is Ant. A strange interface flashed in Wang Ming's consciousness. As soon as he realized it, the interface slowly opened. When the complete interface appeared in front of him, Wang Ming was stunned. This so-called system is actually real. Check the left side of the interface to see the binding status. Currently, there is only one bound object. Zo Xuching. Age, 37. Appearance, 93. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 5. Current task, date your bound partner for 3 days, spend 1 hour each day. Oh my god, this task is too exaggerated. I have to date my ex-girlfriend's mother? This is as difficult as the monkeys making trouble in heaven. Wang Ming clicked on the existing items again, and the system startup gift pack was clearly displayed in the existing item column. Click to open the gift package. The interface pops up a prompt, get a Bull sports car exchange coupon. Get an orange laptop exchange coupon and a bunch of heart flowers. Wang Ming was stunned. The Hummer sports car is a domestic luxury car brand of Dacia, and the cheapest one costs 1 million Dacia coins. An orange laptop also costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. He carefully looked at the car exchange voucher instructions, which said it could be exchanged at any 4S store, and the same was true for the laptop instructions. He clicked on the heart flower again, and the pop-up introduction showed that the object receiving the flower would increase its infatuation by 30 points. Wang Ming thought that this degree of infatuation was probably the degree of liking someone. Frightened by his own system, it took him a long time to separate his consciousness from the system and shook his head violently. Seeing Wang Ming not moving for a long time, Zo Xuching urged him in a gentle voice, Are you still not leaving? Do you want to stay overnight? That's exactly what I meant. Chapter 3 Why is his coat on your bed? What did you say? Zo Xuching was shaking with anger. Auntie, you're so beautiful when you're angry. You bastard. Zo Xuching covered her chest. She was so angry that she was breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes wide open. The system allows you to be bolder. If you want to complete the task, you must be shameless. Zo Xuching? You dumped our relationship for a better life and called me a loser. I can also date your mom for a system task. He took a deep breath, looked directly into Zo Xuching's eyes, and said seriously, Auntie, actually, I want to say, thank you for the warmth this night. I have given up on Zo Xuching and will not bother her anymore. I don't care about your affairs, but you have to get out right now. Zo Xuching will be back at any moment. How am I going to explain seeing you in my bedroom? Zo Xuching seemed a little anxious. Auntie, can I make a date with you? Your scent makes me sleep peacefully. When Zo Xuching heard Wang Ming's words, the expression on her face changed from anxiety to anger and disbelief. Wang Ming, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? I'm your ex-girlfriend's mother. You should put away these messed up thoughts immediately. This is simply too ridiculous. It's not ridiculous at all. You've always been single, and the only relationship you had during college lasted less than 2 weeks. Your boyfriend broke up with you because you didn't allow kissing. You have been single all this time, don't you long for love? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, completely tearing off his face, and continued. Who can really tell about matters of the heart? Meng and I are over it. You are mature, beautiful, and charming in front of me. I can't control my feelings. Can you give me a chance? Yes, that's right, you have to be thick-skinned as the system says. No. You can't be shameless. Zo Xuching was so angry that she got out of bed and stood on the ground, pointing at the door and shouting. I treat you like a child. How could you have such outrageous thoughts? Get out of here right now. It seems that being so direct doesn't work. How about trying a step-by-step approach? Thinking of the sweet flowers in the system gift package, he consciously entered the system. Click remove. A bouquet of roses appeared in Wang Ming's hands. I'm not a kid, don't think I'll go out with you just because I do a magic trick. Zo Xuching crossed her arms over her chest and stared at Wang Ming, showing no interest in the flowers that suddenly appeared. Because Wang Ming worked part-time to pay for his studies, he did some heavy work during the winter and summer vacations in college, so his muscles are quite big. The muscles exposed outside the vest at this time made Zo Xuching unable to bear to look at it. She muttered to herself that she should have noticed last night how strong the arms holding her were. Wang Ming took a few steps forward and handed the flowers to Zo Xuching. As long as she accepted them, her infatuation level would increase by 30 points. Then the success rate of agreeing to a date with yourself will be greatly increased. Zo Xuching took 2 steps back and found that she was still wearing shorts and a vest. Her plump legs and full upper body were all in Wang Ming's sight. You little brat, I don't want your flowers. I'm old enough to have seen all kinds of magic. As she spoke, she quickly grabbed the blanket on the bed to cover herself. There was nothing wrong with her pajamas. Girls outside wore much more revealing clothes than this. It was just that she was too conservative. Wang Ming smiled and said with a curled lip. You also said that it would be difficult to explain if Zo Xuching came back and saw me in your room. Just accept the flowers and I'll leave. Okay, I'll take it. Zo Xuching stretched out one hand to hold the bouquet, and one side of the blanket covering herself slipped off. Wang Ming subconsciously looked at her fair shoulders. Zo Xuching noticed that Wang Ming was fascinated by her and quickly covered her face again, blushing. You should get out. Bye auntie, I'll make an appointment with you. Wang Ming threw Zo Xuching's key on the bed and walked out of the bedroom. The system interface shows that Zo Xuching's obsession level has reached 35. Zo Xuching in the bedroom smelled the bouquet of roses and looked at Wang Ming, who was walking towards the entrance outside the bedroom. This boy, he's not really in love with me, is he? This flower smells so good, his muscles are so big. Oh my. You old pervert. What are you thinking? This is too exaggerated, this is my daughter's ex-boyfriend. Zo Xuching shook her head frantically, trying to calm herself down. Wang Ming, who was bending over, had just changed his shoes at the entrance when the door opened and Zo Xuching walked in. He looked up suddenly and their eyes met. There were several holes in Zo Xuching's black stockings, and she had just returned home in the morning, so Wang Ming felt a pang of pain in his heart. This bitch, if your socks are torn, just throw them away. You have to wear them back so that I can see them and then hurt myself. Zo Xuching's eyes widened, her face filled with anger. Wang Ming? Why are you in my house? Wang Ming's heart tightened and his brain started working rapidly. Before he could speak, Zo Xuching walked out of the bedroom. He's here to give you the key. Ah, yes. I'll give the key to your mom. I'm leaving now. Stop. Zo Mengmeng shouted angrily. She glared at Wang Ming fiercely. You've gone too far. I told you not to bother me again. Do you have any shame? You actually came to my house. Wang Mingfeng frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, Zo Mengmeng, I will never bother you again. And remember, don't look for me again. From now on, you are you, and I am me. Oh, I'm looking for you? Go and dream your spring and autumn turtle dream. Get lost. Wang Ming slammed the door and left. This bitch didn't remember the old friendship and spoke viciously. I had felt a little guilty about sleeping with her mother in my arms and wanting to date my aunt. Right now, there's nothing to worry about. Just make the appointment. Mom, don't open the door for him if he comes again. Zo Mengmeng took off her shoes and yawned. Zo Xuching calmed herself down and pretended to be calm as she walked to the living room. The keys have been returned. He can't get into the complex, and he said he won't bother you anymore. This guy is weird. He was crying his eyes out yesterday, but why is he so cool today? Zo Mengmeng was a little confused. Zo Xuching knew that Wang Ming's attack was going to be directed at her. She saw that there were 2 big holes in Zo Mengming's stockings, and her eyebrows furrowed. Girl, how come your socks are so damaged? Why didn't you come home last night? Did you go to the nightclub again? Although you are an adult, you still have to abide by the house rules. You must go home before 11 o'clock at night. I'm doing this for your own good. Zo Xuching scolded in a delicate voice. Zo Mengmeng felt guilty and lowered her voice. Oh, Mom, there were a lot of company social events and celebrations, and I drank too much and ended up sleeping at a colleague's house. It's a girl. How did your stockings get torn? Did you stay over at your new boyfriend's house? Although Zo Xuching has never experienced sexual intercourse, she knows everything at her age. Zo Mengmeng didn't seem to notice the tear in her calf stockings, and murmured in confusion, Hey, I drank too much yesterday and didn't notice it. It's really harmful. Ah. Mom, I must have had too much fun singing at KTV last night and accidentally scratched it. She ran into Zo Xuching's bedroom, laughing, Mom, lend me a pair of your stockings. Mine are all worn out. Zo Mengmeng opened Zo Xuching's wardrobe and found a pair of black stockings with lace. Take off your socks and put them on. She noticed a bunch of roses on the bed, frowned and shouted towards the living room, Mom, what's going on with these flowers? Hey! Isn't this Wang Ming's coat? Why is it on your bed? Chapter 4, 1,083,000 arrived. When Zo Xuching heard Zo Mengmeng shout, her heart skipped a beat. This guy did it on purpose. How could he leave his coat on the bed? She pretended to be calm as she walked into the bedroom. Oh, the flowers were given to you by Wang Ming. As for Wang Ming's coat, he took it off when he was looking for the key just now. Zo Mengmeng nodded, frowned and complained, he might as well have a good meal with the money. He only knew to send flowers after breaking up. You said Wang Ming suddenly seems like a different person. Yesterday he acted like he couldn't live without me, but today he is so resolute. Zo Xuching didn't dare to look at Zo Mengmeng, and pretended to tidy up the wardrobe and said, Maybe he's figured it out. Since he's no longer bothered by it, that's a good thing. Zo Mengmeng turned around in front of the mirror and was very satisfied with her mother's stockings. Humph, I won't have anything to do with him anymore anyway. But Mom, is there something on your mind? You seem a little uneasy. Zo Xuching's face flushed, and she quickly defended herself. What could I possibly be worried about? I'm just worried that you're busy with work. In the future, try to go out as little as possible for social events. Those kinds of occasions are too complicated. Zo Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, I know. Mom loves me the most. I'm going to work now. Zo Xuching watched her daughter leave and the door slammed shut. She took a deep breath and sat down gently on the bed. Turning to look at the roses. This kid, isn't he really going to ask me out? Wang Ming found a breakfast shop in the Emerald Courtyard, bought a few buns, and took a taxi to the company. The clock in time was just right. I had been studying the system the whole morning and had no intention of doing any serious work. The system contains bound objects, current tasks, and a system mall. All the products in the system mall, whether they exist in reality or not, can be purchased here. When the infatuation value of each bound object reaches 100, it can be exchanged for 1,000 system coins to purchase items. A large or medium-sized car in the mall costs only 100 system coins, and the starting price of a villa is only 2,000 system coins. A top-quality Australian dragon only requires 1 system coin. Wang Ming exclaimed, "The system is simply amazing. I'm about to move out of my rental apartment." Zo Meng, just wait, you're going to regret this. Wang Ming was immersed in the system interface when the sound of high heels stomping on the ground got closer and closer. Wang Ming's consciousness immediately left the system and he subconsciously turned around to look. The female boss, Zhang Yao, has already walked to his side. She lifted her butt and sat on her desk. "Wang Ming, I've been observing you all morning and you haven't put your heart into your work. This order isn't urgent, but you need to pay attention to your work attitude." Wang Ming quickly turned his eyes away from Zhang Yao's hip skirt and plump legs, and swallowed unconsciously. "I understand, boss. I will work hard." Zhang Yao is 33 years old, divorced, and has a child. "I just agreed to give myself a 500 yuan salary increase." She stood up and smiled charmingly at Wang Ming. "Something happened at home, right? You've been absent-minded lately. Do you want to give you a few days off?" Wang Ming stood up politely. "How about giving me 2 days off? I'll take 4 days off and come back to work next Monday." "Okay, don't be distracted after you finish your personal business. Go ahead." After Zhang Yao said that, she twisted her waist and walked towards her office. Wang Ming sighed inwardly. This female boss was nice to him, but if everything in his system was true, he would have to say goodbye to her. With Hummer cars, who would still go to work? I picked up my coat, walked out of the office, and went straight to the Hania 4S store. Take out the redemption voucher from the system and go to the front desk. "Hey, help me see if this exchange voucher can be used." Wang Ming handed over the paper voucher. The receptionist, who had initially thought Wang Ming was dressed in an ordinary way and had not intended to receive him seriously, stood up immediately after seeing the exchange voucher, bowed respectfully, and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, of course it can be used. It is valid nationwide. Would you like to exchange it today?" "Yes, I'll change it today. Xiaolingzi, please receive me." "Hey! Here I come." A woman in an OL uniform ran over. Although it is an exchange coupon, customers will also receive a bonus when they take away the car. Generally, customers who have such exchange coupons are either philanthropists or high-ranking officials. A reception consultant named Xiaoling took Wang Ming to the VIP lounge, poured him a cup of tea, and brought him a plate of snacks. Wang Ming's heart started pounding when he realized that his system was real. "In this kind of 4S store, I never dare to imagine that I will be able to come in and pick up a car one day." This sudden change seemed unreal, and his hands were shaking as he picked up the teacup. If you drive a Hummer to the university town and put a bottle of mineral water on the front of the car, beautiful women will knock on the window. "Oh my god, I'm going to drive a Hummer too." Wang Ming calmed himself down. Now that he had picked up the car, he had no money to fill up the gas tank. It would be better to sell it first and use the money to pursue Zo Ming's mother. In the future, it will not be easy to buy a bull if you have system coins. "Sir, are you picking it up today? I saw your exchange coupon, it's for the 2.3 million Huracan model. Currently, the only model available is black. If you need a different color or custom parts, you'll have to wait 2 months. Can you recycle it? I want to sell my car to you." The reception consultant was shocked and asked hurriedly, "Are you saying that you want to sell us a new car that hasn't been registered or driven on the road?" "Yes, how much can it be sold for?" Wang Ming said firmly. Sir, are you really going to sell it? Even though it's a new car and hasn't even been on the road yet, I can only give you 80% of the original purchase price." "Deal, sign the contract." Wang Ming had already suppressed his excitement, but when he heard that 80% of the recovery was achieved, his heart started beating wildly again. "I can't blame myself for being a loser. I grew up in the countryside and have never seen so much money. 80% of 2.3 million Daxia coins is more than 1.8 million. My salary is only 4,000. Even if it has increased by 500, I still need to save for more than 30 years without eating, drinking, or spending." The reception consultant was also extremely excited. He could recycle the new car before it was even driven away, and earn a commission of 100,000 yuan. This kind of opportunity only comes once in many years. She hurried to find the manager. Wang Ming ate some snacks and waited for more than 10 minutes, then saw the reception consultant and a man in a suit hurriedly walking towards him. The man sat opposite Wang Ming, nodded and smiled. "Hello, sir, this is the repurchase contract, please take a look. If there are no problems, the voucher will be ours. Please write your card number on the contract and the money will be directly deposited into your card." He placed the contract, pen and ink pad on the round glass table. Wang Ming picked up the contract, read it carefully twice, signed his name without hesitation and pressed his fingerprint. "Make the payment," Wang Ming said to the two of them. "Hey! Arrange it right away." The man stood up and walked towards a glass house with one of the contracts. "Sir, do you have a girlfriend?" the reception consultant who had been standing asked with a smile. "We broke up." "Sir, you're so handsome, you'll definitely meet someone better soon. Could you please add your contact information?" Wang Ming smiled. Life is indeed easy for rich people. Women will come to them on their own. Wang Ming opened his QR code and the reception consultant scanned it, then said with a flattering smile, "Sir, I can introduce our new cars to you privately. Please make an appointment if you have time." Wang Ming shook the phone in his hand. "Contact Wei Xin. Beep. A text message alert sound. Open the message. Dasha Citizens Bank, card number 622151566xxxx, 1,830,000.00 received." Wang Ming tried to transfer 100,000 yuan to the Weixin app and the recharge was successful. The original deposit in my bank card was less than 3,000 yuan, and the money was real. Chapter 5 I Really Love You. Wang Ming left the Hania 4S store and successfully exchanged his orange laptop. I went to Dazhong Auto 4S store again and picked up a Class A family car worth 200,000 yuan. We drove to Area A of Jade Court with a temporary license plate. Call Zo Xuching. "Wang Ming, are you okay? I told you I'd date you." "You're crazy. I'm Zo Mengming's mother, how can I date you?" "Child, you just broke up. Auntie doesn't blame you, but if it's something like this, don't call me again." Zo Xuching sat at the desk in the living room, looked at the roses in the vase on the table, and a blush appeared on her face. She was no longer so resistant to Wang Ming, but she still couldn't get over the awkwardness in her heart. Wang Ming didn't expect that when the infatuation level reached 35, the tone would soften. It seems that the system tasks are not too difficult. "Auntie, no. Xucheng, I want to give you a gift. I'm at the gate of your community. If you don't come down, I'll give the things to Zo Mengmeng to pass on to you, and you can do whatever you want." Wang Ming hung up the phone after saying this. Zo Xuching pursed her lips and slowly put down her phone. This kid, why is he acting so recklessly? What would I do if Meng Meng knew that Wang Ming wanted to pursue me? She put down the work in her hands, stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. No, this kid must be upset. We must comfort him well. If he continues like this, he might have mental problems. She put on a white knitted coat, put on high heels and went downstairs. As I walked out of the community, my heart was pounding. She was worried that Wang Ming was really hurt by the breakup, but she was also confused and a little nervous about the young man's inexplicable pursuit. It's strange. I was obviously disgusted when I just woke up, but why did I feel a little moved after receiving the flowers? When Zo Xuching arrived at the gate of the community, she saw at a glance the brand new A-Class family sedan with a temporary license plate. Wang Ming was leaning against the car door, the sunlight shining on him, making him exude a youthful aura that she envied. Zo Xuching stepped forward and said in a serious tone, "Wang Ming, how dare you threaten me? Go back now and stop doing these stupid things." Wang Ming raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. He opened the passenger door and said, "Xuching, get in." Zo Xuching was puzzled. Wang Ming came from a humble background and his salary was not high, so why did he get a new car? You won the lottery? Come on, get in the car. Let's go have lunch and talk while we eat. How could I possibly agree to go to lunch with Wang Ming and it would become a date? Zo Xuching shook her head fiercely. Child, I still have work to do. When I'm done, I'll talk you through it. Zo Mengmeng has changed, but she is still my daughter. You are so handsome and work hard. You will find someone better. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching, who was wearing a purple inner lining, a white sweater on the outside, a floral knee-length skirt and white high heels. She had a hot body, a pretty face, and was very charming. Now, if you look closely, you will find that she is many times more charming than Zo Mengmeng, and she is still a virgin. Wang Ming put away his scrutinizing gaze and said seriously, "It's just a meal. Don't be so resistant. Just think of it as a way to comfort me by parting with your daughter." Zo Xuching still shook her head firmly, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "I really can't go. This is not as simple as having a meal. I am your aunt and the mother of your ex-girlfriend. What is going on? It would have a very bad impact if it got out. Don't embarrass me anymore. If you continue like this, I will think you are deliberately taking revenge on Meng Meng. You should know that I used to have a very good impression of you. To be precise, my original impression of him was just okay, but my favorable impression of him increased dramatically after I received Wang Ming's sweet flowers." Wang Ming tilted his head slightly, with a sly smile on his face. "We didn't do anything shameful. We were just having a meal and chatting. Besides, we're in this era now. Isn't a relationship with a big age gap more exciting?" Zo Xuching's face flushed again, and she bit her lip. "What's so exciting? Don't talk nonsense." Her eyelashes trembled slightly. "I really have work to deal with, and time doesn't allow it." Wang Ming looked at his watch and said, "It's still early, let's go have a quick meal, it won't take long. I promise I won't delay your work. I have something in my heart that I want to tell you. Just think of it as me complaining." As he spoke, he took Zo Xuching's arm and gently pushed her towards the passenger seat. Zo Xuching staggered into the passenger seat. "Wang Ming, how could you do this? I told you I'm not going with you." Bang, the dull sound of the car door closing exclusive to Dajong cars. Wang Ming walked to the other side of the car, sat in the driver's seat, and locked the door. Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming's expectant eyes, and the defenses in her heart gradually loosened. She knew that her attitude towards Wang Ming had changed unconsciously, and she didn't understand why. Although she felt a little conflicted, she only refused verbally, but was looking forward to the dinner in her heart. "Okay, just this once, and it won't happen again. And we have to finish this quickly. I really can't stay outside for too long." Zo Xuching compromised. She opened an online shop for customized cheongsams. "I work from home every day, and I do everything from design to clothing by myself." When Wang Ming heard that Zo Xuching agreed to his request, a smile appeared on his face, and he pressed the start button to start the car. On the way to the restaurant, the car was filled with the scent of a mature woman's perfume. The scent was elegant and charming, which made Wang Ming a little intoxicated. He secretly glanced at Zo Xuching beside him. She was looking out the car window with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "Your perfume smells nice." Zo Xuching blushed slightly when she heard Wang Ming's words. She coughed lightly and said, "Really? This is a perfume I often use." "Well, it suits you very well, just like you are, elegant and charming." Zo Xuching turned around and gave Wang Ming a look. "Don't say that kind of thing again, kid." Although she said this to Wang Ming, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. During the rest of the journey, the two chatted about some unimportant topics about their work, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Wang Ming got out, walked around to the passenger seat, and opened the door for Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching got out of the car gracefully, straightened her clothes, and walked into the restaurant with Wang Ming. The environment in the restaurant caught Zo Xuching's attention. It was obviously a high-end restaurant. The soft lighting and soothing music make people feel very relaxed. Wang Ming took Zo Xuching to a seat by the window and handed her the menu. "Xuching, take a look at what you want to eat. Just order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Zo Xuching took the menu and looked at it. "Meng Meng said you earn 4,000 yuan a month. This place is too expensive for you. Let me treat you. She is so gentle and considerate. Why has no one wanted such a woman after 37 years? Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching, who was flipping through the menu, and said seriously, "I think I really like you." Chapter 6, Loosening of Psychological Barriers. When Zo Xuching heard Wang Ming's confession, her hands trembled slightly and the menu almost slipped out of her hands. She raised her head, her eyes met Wang Ming's, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. "You, don't say that." Zo Xuching's voice trembled with shyness in her eyes. "What happened between us is too ridiculous. I'm serious." Wang Ming looked serious. He reached out and gently held Zo Xuching's hand. Zo Xuching retracted her hand suddenly as if she had been electrocuted. Wang Ming, you, stop messing around. If you do this again, I'll leave. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. Okay, I won't touch you. In fact, age is not a problem. Besides, you have never touched a man, you are a treasure. You have the charm and gentleness of a mature woman, which young girls don't have. I know you don't want to focus on men, so just make time for me. You seem to know me well? Zo Mengmeng and I have been dating for nearly 4 years. Of course I know everything about you. Even if age isn't a problem, I'm still Mengming's mother. Besides, you're just upset. You won't think about it anymore in a few days. Excuse me, would you please order? When Zo Xuching saw the waiter coming to the table, she smoothed her hair awkwardly. She handed the menu to Wang Ming. I'll just have mashed potatoes and a salad. Wang Ming took the menu and flipped through the pages. This. You want one of each of these? The waiter wrote them down one by one. I don't want these. Bring me the rest, and a plate of shredded pork with hot peppers. Sir, this is a Western restaurant. We don't have shredded pork with spicy peppers. Wang Ming smiled and said, why don't you just cut the steak into strips, put it on the iron plate and add some shredded hot peppers? Well, sir. Zo Xuching awkwardly put her elbows on the table to cover her face. Seeing the waiter walk away, she frowned, can we finish all this food? Wang Ming disagreed. If you can't finish it, pack it up. Otherwise, you still have to cook for Zo Mengmeng in the evening. I'm afraid you'll be tired. I feel sorry for you. Zo Xuching was speechless. This guy was getting more and more outrageous. Wang Ming curled his lips. What were we talking about just now? Ah. Age is not a problem. As for Zo Mengmeng, we've already broken up. You raised her, not her, so she has no right to control you. Zo Xuching was about to retort when Wang Ming picked up the package from the ground and placed it on the table. This is an orange computer, the latest model, with good configuration. I heard from Zo Mengmeng that you haven't changed your computer in years. You have so many design and drawing software programs, it must be very slow to use. Try using this one from now on. Zo Xuching was stunned. An orange computer? She had always wanted to buy one, but couldn't bear to part with it. Where did you get the money from? Did you really win the lottery? Zo Xuching became more and more confused. Wang Ming took out the key to Dazheng's car and said, you've been driving that little car for more than 10 years. I'm giving this car to you. I've already signed the notarized transfer deed. You can handle the transfer yourself at any time. Zo Xuching just felt confused. Wang Ming pursued her inexplicably and suddenly bought her a car and a computer. Child, take it back quickly. How could I take such an expensive thing from you? No matter where your money comes from, you should save it. This is not how money should be spent. So kind. Originally, the system task was just a date, but Wang Ming had already made up his mind to pursue the gentle and considerate Zo Xuching. My money is clean. Besides, not only will I give you a car and a computer, I will also help you pay off your loan. What? Zo Xuching widened her eyes. She looked at Wang Ming, who looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, and found it more and more unbelievable. Zo Xuching used to earn a lot, but as Zo Mengmeng grew up, the expenses became higher and higher. The new house they bought a few years ago was purchased with a loan. He lived frugally and spent most of his earnings on Zo Mengmeng and the mortgage. Now that Zo Mengmeng can make money on her own, she still asks him for money from time to time. Wang Ming knew all this, and he took out a bank card. From what I understand, you still have 20 years left on your mortgage, and your monthly payments are around 5,000. There's 1.2 million in this card, and the password is your birthday. 1,200,000? For my birthday? Zo Xuching was stunned. Both pieces of information shocked him. 1,200,000 is enough for Wang Ming to find a good girl to marry, and she even knows his birthday. Have you forgotten, Auntie? Zo Mengmeng and I went to your house to celebrate your birthday. I didn't secretly investigate you. Zo Xuching remembered, nodded, and then looked at the bank card on the table. You can't be serious, right? And, is there really 1.2 million in this card? Of course. Wang Ming looked at the bank card without a trace of heartache. He bought a car for 200,000 yuan, deposited 1.2 million yuan into the card given to Zo Xuching, and bought some gifts totaling tens of thousands of yuan. I still have 360,000 left. Moreover, once Zo Xuching's obsession level is raised to 1,000 system coins can be redeemed. It's enough to buy things worth 3 million Daxia coins in the system mall. Zo Xuching looked at her bank card, car keys, and laptop, her brows furrowed more and more. Wang Ming placed his hand on the back of her hand again. Zo Xuching wanted to pull her hand back, but failed because Wang Ming was holding it too tightly. She bit her lip and said, "Listen to me, you are still young. I can't accept these things from you." If the other person was not Wang Ming, his heart would have fallen. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Zo Xuching's obsession level had increased from 35 to 50. The task list shows: current mission, date Zo Xuching for 3 days. Current progress, first day of dating. Dating duration, 19 minutes 60 minutes. Wang Ming held Zo Xuching's hand tightly and said, "Auntie, please accept these gifts first. If you go on 3 dates with me, I will leave you alone." "You gave me all this stuff? Just to go on 3 dates with me?" "That's right." Wang Ming was very firm in his words. Zo Xuching's eyes became moist. She had never thought that a young man would express his love to her so firmly and sincerely. She was touched but also extremely conflicted. "I almost became his mother-in-law." But he was too sincere. The gifts given to her were all real money. In more than 3 years, Zo Mengmeng and he had never received a gift worth more than 2,000 yuan. Is it true love? At this time, 10 waiters came over, each holding a tray. Only then did Zo Xuching realize that they were still holding hands. She quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushed red. Wang Ming smiled and nodded at the waiter, "Pour me a drink." "Sir, you're still drunk. You still have 2 minutes. By the time it wakes up, I'll be asleep." "Why should it wake up? Western cuisine has so many broken rules." The waiter smiled awkwardly. "Okay, sir, I'll pour you 2 some wine right away." All the waiters put the dishes on the table, and there was no room left, so they had to move another table. After everyone left, Zo Xuching raised her head and looked into Wang Ming's sincere eyes, and the defenses in her heart loosened again. Then let's start by being friends. Give me some time, okay? Your love was too sudden. I can't face Zo Mengmeng. It's done. As long as you break through the psychological barriers, the opportunity will come. Chapter 7: A Willful and Materialistic Daughter. After Wang Ming and Zo Xuching had their meal, they drove back to Area A of Jade Court. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Wang Ming got out of the car and gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching got out of the car lightly, carrying the carefully packed leftover dishes. She raised her head slightly, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you for lunch today. I'll take the notebook, but I really can't accept the money and the car." Wang Ming stared at her quietly for a few seconds, without any further ado, and gently placed the car keys and bank card on the front hood of the car. He turned around decisively, without even looking back, and said, "Looking forward to seeing you next time." Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming's back and sighed. I had declined many times at the dinner table, but Wang Ming was determined. There was no parking space at the entrance of the community, so I had to pick up my bank card and car keys and get in the car. Registered the owner's license plate and drove into the community. After returning home, Zo Xuching placed the packed dishes on the dining table and collapsed on the sofa. She had no thoughts about work at all, and her mind was full of Wang Ming's ambiguous confession. He knows his birthday, that his computer is old, that his car is 10 years old, and that he is under pressure from his mortgage. These details made her feel warm. Although her daughter was adopted, she had devoted all her love to her, but she didn't care about these things at all. Wang Ming is a good man. Plop! The door suddenly opened, interrupting Zo Xuching's thoughts. She turned her head and saw that it was Zo Mengmeng. "Mom, I'm back." Zo Mengmeng walked in with a smile on her face. "Huh? Aren't you working this afternoon? It's not time yet. I just made a lunch appointment with someone and happened to be near our neighborhood, so I came back." Zo Mengmeng walked towards the living room, her eyes glancing at several bags and 2 bottles of packaged red wine on the dining table. "Hey, Mom, did you order takeout today?" Zo Xuching forced a smile and said, "It's not takeout, it's someone delivered it." Zo Mengmeng glanced at her in confusion. "Someone gave it to me? Who?" She opened the package as she spoke. "A friend. By the way, Mengmeng, how's your work going lately?" Zo Mengmeng curled her lips and said, "That's it. I work so hard but still don't have much money." Mom, can you lend me some money first? I want to buy a new bag. Zo Xuching looked at her daughter, feeling helpless. You're already so old, don't spend money recklessly. Do you think your dowry will all depend on me? Zo Mengmeng grumbled dissatisfiedly, lend me some, it's not like I won't pay you back. Wow. They're all Western food. Why are there so many? It's a pity I'm full. I'll save it for dinner. Okay, I'll leave it all to you. Zo Xuching sighed. Her daughter was lazy, greedy, and loved to spend money. After all, she was not her biological daughter and was not like her at all. Zo Mengmeng suddenly saw the orange laptop and a pile of cosmetic bags on the sofa. Did you buy a new computer? It's an orange one, it must have cost a lot of money. Zo Mengmeng picked up the computer and put it down again, staring at the cosmetics packaging with her eyes wide open. Dior eye cream. Wow, this lipstick is so expensive too. Zo Xuching was a little flustered. These were all given to me by others. Zo Mengmeng stopped what she was doing and looked up at Zo Xuching, her eyes full of suspicion. Was it a gift from someone else? Could it be that you have a boyfriend? Zo Xuching's face flushed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just a gift from a friend. How can she be called a boyfriend? Zo Mengmeng narrowed her eyes and looked Zo Xuching up and down. Mom, don't lie to me. You look like you're hiding something from me. Tell me quickly, who sent it? Zo Mengmeng saw the car keys again and her eyes widened. You said you don't have a boyfriend, how can you afford to buy a car? Wow, the car is free, the person chasing you must be a big boss. I told you, you are so beautiful, you will surely charm many people. Zo Xuching was a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained, Mengmeng, it's really not what you think. It's just a friend. Seeing that my computer is old and my car has been driven for a long time, he gave these as a gift. We are just ordinary friends. Zo Mengmeng crossed her arms, her face full of disbelief. Ordinary friends? How can ordinary friends give you computers and cars as gifts? This eye cream and lipstick cost tens of thousands. Mom, don't be so stubborn. I don't object to you finding a partner. You've been alone for so many years, it's time for someone to take care of you. By the way, what does he do? How old is he? As long as he is not an old man, it's fine. But since he is so rich, it doesn't matter if he is an old man. Zo Xuching really wanted to send her back to the welfare home. She took a deep breath and said, stop guessing. I'll return the car. Zo Mengmeng refused to give in, and moved closer to Zo Xuching, grinning, Mom, just tell me. Maybe the person really likes you, so don't keep rejecting them. Look at this gift, if it wasn't sincere, would I give it to you? You'll hurt others' feelings when you go back. Oh? You also think he is very thoughtful? Zo Xuching said seriously. Zo Mengmeng nodded vigorously. Of course. I'm telling you, don't let your Prince Charming go. You're already 37. It's time to blossom. But, our identities, no, there's also a huge age difference. We can't possibly have a conversation. Zo Mengmeng's eyes lit up. He's older, so what? He'll be more caring when he's older. Mom, just try to get in touch with him. Besides, he's rich. Zo Xuching glanced at Zo Mengmeng with a look of disapproval. You kid, all you care about is money. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to borrow money to buy a bag? What kind of bag are you planning to buy? Zo Mengmeng immediately became excited when she heard this topic. I want to buy a famous brand. That brand is very popular and many celebrities are carrying it recently. But it's a little expensive, so I want you to lend me some money. Mom, just lend it to me, and I promise to pay you back as soon as possible. Zo Xuching shook her head. After you started working, you've borrowed tens of thousands from me, and have you ever paid me back a single cent? Mengmeng, it's not that I don't want to lend you money. You know our family situation. I have to pay the mortgage every month, and my living expenses are not small. Can't you save money a little? When you earn more in the future, you can buy whatever you want. Zo Mengmeng was a little unhappy. Are you so stingy? Other mothers buy this and that for their daughters, but can't you be nicer to me? It's just a bag, it's not a big deal. Zo Xuching looked at her daughter's willful behavior and felt a little disappointed. Okay, I'll transfer your way xin later. 10,000 is enough, right? Zo Mengmeng sat on the sofa angrily. 10,000 isn't even enough to buy a zipper, it costs 50,000. What? Zo Xuching was furious. At this time, the cell phone rang. Zo Xuching put away her anger, took out the cell phone from her bag and looked at the incoming call. It was Wang Ming calling. Chapter 8 Heartbeat. Zo Xuching felt flustered and subconsciously glanced at Zo Mengmeng. She hesitated for a moment before swiping to answer the call. Hello, Xuching. Wang Ming's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It just occurred to me that some of the functions on that car might be a little complicated to operate. I sent you an operating guide on Weixin. If you don't understand, I'll find a time to explain it to you in person. Zo Xuching's face turned slightly red, and she glanced at Zo Mengmeng, who was listening attentively. She tried to make her tone sound calm. No, I can't have the car, I will find time to return it to you. And the money will be returned to you, I really can't accept such a valuable thing. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Wang Ming's voice came again. Don't rush to refuse. Just think of it as me lending it to you. Pay off the mortgage in one lump sum. I don't have to pay interest on the money I lend you, right? It's not too late to make a decision when you are willing to accept my feelings. Zo Mengming's eyes rolled around, and she moved closer to Zo Xuching, trying to hear the voice on the other end of the phone clearly. She suddenly snatched Zo Xuching's phone and shouted, Hey, future dad, I'm your daughter, don't worry, there's no problem with me. You are so generous and thoughtful. It would be foolish of my mother not to accept you. Don't worry, I will help you to persuade my mother. Zo Xuching's breathing stopped suddenly, her eyes widened, and she wanted to snatch the phone back, but Zo Mengmeng dodged it nimbly. Wang Ming was slightly shocked when he heard Zo Mengmeng's voice on the other end of the phone, and then said, Mengmeng, thank you. I'll remember what you said. Zo Mengmeng laughed and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Before she could finish her words, Wang Ming hung up the phone. Zo Xuching was angry and anxious, and quickly snatched back the phone. Mengmeng, how could you do this? Who told you to steal my phone? Zo Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said, I'm helping you. She frowned slightly and muttered, Strange, why does your voice sound so much like Wang Ming? Minus points. Zo Xuching was very nervous. Didn't her daughter hear it? That's right, she never thought that her ex-boyfriend would pursue her mother. Fortunately, she didn't notice the name on the caller ID. Seeing that Zo Mengmeng didn't realize that it was Wang Ming on the other end of the phone, Zo Xuching breathed a sigh of relief. Zo Mengmeng pulled her arm and shook it gently, acting like a spoiled child. Mom, you just said he gave you some money. You have money, so why don't you lend it to me? How much did he give you? There was a hint of fatigue in Zo Xuching's eyes. The money isn't mine, how can I lend it to you? I can only give you 10,000. If you don't want it, forget it. Seeing Zo Xuching's resolute attitude and dissatisfied tone, Zo Mengmeng. Okay, I want it. Turn me over later. I'll go back to my room and take a nap for 10 minutes. Oh, you're so stingy. When Zo Xuching heard Zo Mengmeng say this, her heart ached. It's simply a bottomless pit. Wang Ming really met the wrong person. He must have been exploited a lot during the more than 3 years he and Zo Mengmeng were together. Maybe I can make it up to him? She opened Weixin and clicked on Wang Ming's chat box, which showed a vehicle operating instruction and a heart emoticon. Zo Xuching's face flushed with shame and her heart began to beat violently. On the other side, Wang Ming returned to the apartment platform. Before he could open the door, the landlady called him from behind. Wang Ming, the rent is due. Wang Ming turned around. Wearing a leopard print miniskirt and a lace top, the landlady in her 40s still has charm. My eyes are wide open. Don't you have a girlfriend? My girlfriend is not as pretty as you. You little bastard. Are you trying to seduce me? I'm telling you, don't seduce me. I won't waive your rent just because you're handsome. The landlady's name is Jia Feng. Her husband is a company executive and often travels on business. The entire 3-story apartment on the open-air terrace belongs to them. They lived in a small 2-story house next to an apartment building. Jia Feng had nothing to do every day and loved to play mahjong. Wang Ming smiled and said, What's the point of waiving the rent? I won't give you a penny less. I was thinking of moving out, but since you're so pretty, I wanted to take a closer look at you. Could you give me a bigger room? Is there any room available on the 2nd floor? Jia Feng looked at him seductively and bit her lip deliberately. You're such a sweet talker. The second floor is full of large apartments, and the lowest rent is 2,500 yuan. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, searched for Jia Fang's profile picture, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her immediately. This will be considered as 1/4's rent. The rest will be used to find someone to help me move. I'll choose a house in Deepening Hall. Jia Fang frowned, took out her cell phone and saw that Wang Ming had really transferred 20,000 yuan to her. She was stunned. The most expensive house on the second floor was only 4,000 yuan, and it was only 12,000 yuan a quarter. This gave her an extra 8,000 yuan. Why would she need to spend so much money to find a mover? When this guy first rented a house, he specifically asked for the cheapest one. It really feels like a long time since we last met. You can't look down on him. Okay, pack up and I'll call someone to help you move anytime. Wang Ming enjoyed the feeling of not having to worry about money so much that he felt very proud of it. The system panel popped up and kept flashing. This was followed by a series of emotionless electronic sounds. Love system recognizes the object. Identify the inner emptiness of the other party and bind after in-depth communication. Task will be triggered automatically after binding. The electronic sound disappeared and Wang Ming was stunned. Let me bind myself to the landlady? In-depth communication? How do we communicate? More contact and more talking? What did you say? Jia Fang asked in confusion when she saw Wang Ming mumbling softly. Wang Ming quickly shook his head. It's okay. I mean, I want to stay here longer and see you more. Jia Fang blushed and smiled. I remember you were a very honest person, how come you have become so slick? I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. I'm a very good cook. Let's make an appointment later. After she finished speaking, she winked at Wang Ming seductively, then turned and walked away with graceful steps. Definitely. Wang Ming saw Jia Fang walking towards the 2-story house, opened the door and went into the house. He looked at his cramped 30 square meter 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom space and let out a sharp breath. Happiness comes too suddenly, and everything changes. My personality is changing, and women's attitude towards me is changing. He fell on the sofa and checked his bank card balance, which was still 342,000. Open the system interface, and there is only one bound object currently. Looking at Zo Xuching's information panel. Current task progress, 3-day date 1-3. The infatuation level has reached 75. The introduction of the infatuation value states that when it exceeds 60, an irreversible affection will arise. As love increases, so does affection. When you reach the 90s, you will have a special liking for it. Once the infatuation reaches the full level of 100, one will be completely devoted and loyal until death. It was only one date, and Zo Xuching's infatuation level had reached 75. This means that she is a little attracted to me. Looks like we need to keep going. Continue the date. Exchange for 1,000 system coins. Chapter 9 Responsible. Wang Ming tidied up the room in the afternoon. Living alone and without much stuff, I packed all my bags in less than an hour and was ready to notify the landlady to find someone to help me move. He fell into bed and took an afternoon nap. Zo Xuching went to the bank and after verification at the service window, she found that the couple card Wang Ming gave her was actually his notarized card. No signature from the original owner or reservation required, just pick it up whenever you need it. There really is 1.2 million in it. Ma'am, how much can I withdraw? You don't need an appointment, you can withdraw the entire amount. Zo Xuching had a psychological struggle, thinking about what Wang Ming said. The loan interest is indeed too high. I will use it temporarily and pay it back to Wang Ming slowly later. This way I can save hundreds of thousands of dollars. I want to apply for early repayment of the loan. Half an hour later, Zo Xuching walked out of the bank looking relaxed. She walked to the parking space, sat in the driver's seat, and looked at the large and medium-sized dashboard. The latest product was more advanced than the one 10 years ago. The car's display screen is larger than a tablet. Wang Ming really likes me so much. No matter what, I should thank you for lending me so much money. Thinking of this, Zo Xuching called Wang Ming. Wang Ming, who was taking an afternoon nap, was woken up. Without opening his eyes, he fumbled for his cell phone and put it directly to his ear. Hello? Who's that? Are you sleeping? Then go back to sleep and we'll talk later. Wang Ming woke up a little when he heard Zo Xuching's voice. He looked at the screen and it was indeed her. I just woke up, so it's convenient to talk now. I used your money, thank you. I want to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow at noon? Available. Wang Ming agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll send you the address. See you tomorrow. After Zo Xuching hung up the phone, she slowly loosened her hands that were tightly pinching her thighs due to nervousness. What the hell? I'm dating my daughter's ex-boyfriend. She shook her head violently and tried to convince herself, we're just friends. I'm just thanking my friend for his concern for me. It's nothing. On the other side, Wang Ming sat up from the sofa and was awake. Will he be so proactive when his infatuation reaches 75? I was still thinking about how to go on a second date when she called me. As long as you work harder and complete the task, you will get the task reward, and getting 1,000 system coins is just around the corner. Wang Ming went out to eat a bowl of beef rice that he had been craving for a long time in the evening. It's only $20, nothing to me now. It was only in the past half-month since I broke up with Zo Mengmeng that I was willing to spend more on food and drink, but I didn't eat well every day. Most of the money was spent on buying alcohol to relieve my sorrow. No need to be stingy now. There are still more than 300,000, and completing the tasks can exchange them for items worth millions. Wang Ming slept soundly at night, fantasizing about buying back the Hunia and taking Zo Xuching for a ride. Zo Xuching tossed and turned until midnight and couldn't fall asleep at all. She was moved by Wang Ming's sincerity and thoughtfulness, and it seemed that he was trying hard to fall in love with her. But as the mother of his ex-girlfriend, I still think it's too absurd. I must talk it out by tomorrow at noon, otherwise I might really fall. No. Why was I sleeping with Wang Ming's coat in my arms? The next morning, Wang Ming sent a message to Jiafang, saying that he could help her move at any time. He went to the mall in the city center and bought a pair of limited edition sneakers and a well-fitting suit. There is no time to customize it, I must wear it today to make sure I appear in front of Zo Xuching in my best image. After walking around the mall again, he saw that the appointment time was almost up, so he got into a taxi with his gift. When I arrived at the restaurant, I saw the eye-catching Zo Xuching as soon as I walked in. She sat on the edge of the bed, wearing a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup on her face, looking fresh and beautiful. Wang Ming was stunned. He felt that Zo Xuching at this moment was like a fairy walking out of a painting. That's right, she is so beautiful, of course she will be more beautiful with makeup. You look so beautiful today. Wang Ming came to the table and praised with some stuttering. Zo Xuching blushed slightly, thank you. Have you been waiting for a long time? Wang Ming said a little embarrassedly after sitting down. No, I just got here too. I don't usually wear makeup, so I'm a little slow. Wang Ming stared blankly at Zo Xuching for a few more seconds and said, please, don't wear makeup anymore. It looks ugly, doesn't it? Your eyebrows are drawn crooked, right? The lipstick color is too tender. Zo Xuching found that Wang Ming was staring at her face, so she covered her face with her hands and said embarrassedly. No, it's because you look even better with makeup on. I don't even have the appetite to eat. I'm satisfied just looking at you. Zo Xuching's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? This guy is so good at flirting. He's handsome, muscular, and so sweet. It's over. It's like she likes him more and more. I clearly want to make things clear this time, but why? I can't say it. Seeing Zo Xuching's shy look, Wang Ming smiled knowingly. He picked up the bag, put it on the table, pushed it forward, and delivered it to Zo Xuching. I've been to many counters and smelled many samples. This scent is the same as yours. Do you think it's the one you wear? Zo Xuching opened the bag and was stunned. It was Xiang Ayer's Red Encounter perfume. Although the scent is the same as her own perfume, hers is Pink Encounter, and the one Wang Ming gave her is a premium version, which requires 10,000 jasmine flowers and the most expensive agarwood to make. Go to each counter and smell each sample to find the luxurious version of your perfume. She was numb, and her psychological defenses collapsed. Wang Ming. Zo Xuching pursed her lips, her eyebrows trembling slightly. You lent me so much money and gave me a car and a computer. This perfume is too expensive. You are the most valuable, it's just an object. Wang Ming said seriously. The system shows that Zo Xuching's infatuation level has reached 83. You, don't say that, we really can't. Zo Xuching's eyes were red and she tried hard to control her emotions. Due to her work, she has very little time to interact with men. After raising her adopted daughter Zo Mengmeng to adulthood, she found that she had become an older woman and no longer thought about men. Now such a young man is so attentive to me, but there is a wall between us. Wang Ming saw Zo Xuching's expression, took a deep breath, mustered up his courage and said, I like you and I want to take care of you. Zo Mengmeng is your daughter, not your mother. You are the only one who should take care of her. She has no right to interfere with us. Besides, she was the one who dumped me. Zo Xuching's heartbeat quickened, but she remained irrational and controlled her emotions. I have a feeling you're deliberately pursuing me to get revenge on Meng Meng, right? Wang Ming sneered, then turned more serious. She's already been removed from my heart. From now on, she's her, and I'm me. She's not worth my revenge, and she's not worth wasting my time. He recalled the night he slept with Zo Xuching in his arms, and continued meaningfully. I just feel safe sleeping with you in my arms. Besides, you've never slept in the same bed with a man before, so I should be responsible. Chapter 10 Landlady. Don't mention what happened that day anymore. It's so embarrassing. It was just a misunderstanding. Why should I be held responsible? Zo Xuching awkwardly picked up the lemonade and took a sip, deliberately avoiding looking out the window. I don't like to be indecisive. I expressed my feelings, and you rejected me, right? Wang Ming spoke without giving Zo Xuching any room. Wang Ming, I really don't know what to do. Zo Xuching's voice trembled a little. I have feelings for you, but I can't face Meng Meng. She paused, looked at Wang Ming, and said seriously, give me some time, please. This is too sudden. Even if we don't have this relationship, it can't be so fast. Wang Ming felt that what Zo Xuching said made sense, so he gave her a few more days. After all, there would be a reward for completing the task. There is no rush to withdraw your obsession. At this rate, you won't have to wait long. He nodded, okay, whether you agree to me or not, I will stick to you. Zo Xuching sighed, then thought of something. How did you get here? Take a taxi. You'll give me the car and take a taxi yourself? Yes. Zo Xuching was helpless and took out the car keys and handed them over. I'll give it back to you. You should have your own car when you enter society. Wang Ming didn't take the key. No, taking a taxi is fine. It's so comfortable. I heard from Zo Mengmeng that you like driving and you are a good driver. When you said I like driving, and I'm a good driver, why did you smile evilly? Zo Xuching blushed. You're a good driver, and mine isn't bad either. We can learn from each other. Zo Xuching's face flushed. You little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Wang Ming refused to take the keys, she took out her own car keys and said, otherwise, you can drive my old car. Although it's a bit old, it's well maintained and has plenty of power. Like you? Wang Ming smiled. If you continue like this, I will ignore you. Zo Xuching pretended to be angry. Wang Ming gently took the key and said softly, let's exchange cars. Does that count as exchanging tokens of love? Zo Xuching became even more embarrassed when she heard what Wang Ming said. She cleared her throat, trying to calm herself down, not wanting to respond to Wang Ming's teasing words. At this time, the waiter pushed the food cart and brought it up. The island cuisine was exquisitely presented, but it seemed to have no fragrance. Zo Xuching sat up straighter and pointed at the dishes on the table and said, I ordered double portions of my favorite dishes. Try them, they're really delicious. You can also order some more, you're welcome. Wang Ming looked at the food, smiled and waved his hand, this is enough. If you order more, Zo Mengmeng will eat it. Let her eat what you packed yesterday. Zo Xuching smiled lightly, said nothing, and looked at the watch on her wrist. Wang Ming noticed her movements and asked with concern, are you in a hurry? Zo Xuching nodded. Yes, a customer's clothes need to be shipped before tonight, so time is a bit tight. After hearing this, Wang Ming opened the system and found that only 16 minutes had passed since the appointment. He quickly said, I'll drive you back later. You can rest in the car and get back to work. Zo Xuching shook her head, a worried look on her face. Meng Meng went home yesterday at noon. What if she comes back today and happens to see us together? How are we going to explain it? Wang Ming spread his hands nonchalantly and said, why explain anything? Just say I'm her future father. Zo Xuching couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this. Her eyebrows raised in anger, you said you'd give me some time, but I haven't agreed to that yet. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really leave. Wang Ming saw that she was really angry, so he quickly put on a smile and said, Okay, I won't say anything more. At lunch today, Zo Xuching was not as embarrassed as yesterday, and her impression of Wang Ming increased. After the two finished their meal, Wang Ming's system showed that the task progress was 40 minutes. 20 minutes left. If it is not completed now, Zo Mengmeng will have no chance to date Zo Xuching when she returns home in the evening. Wang Ming opened the task prompt. The total duration of the appointment can be accumulated from multiple appointments, but it must be completed on the same day. The invalid time of the previous day will be cleared the next day. Since it can be accumulated, there is no need to rush. You can make an appointment with Zo Xuching for another 20 minutes in the afternoon. As the two walked out of the restaurant, Wang Ming suddenly remembered that he had not yet picked up the car that Zo Xuching had given him, so he had to go to Fei Sui Huating. I still want to go back with you. Your car is in the community. Zo Xuching frowned and nodded. Why don't you come in the afternoon? If you come in the afternoon, you can still go upstairs. Go upstairs? At the end of the dinner, Zo Xuching's obsession level reached 85. This is not even 90 yet. If it reaches 90, won't Tia take the initiative to pull myself home? See you this afternoon. Be careful on the road. Okay, bye. Zo Xuching waved and walked towards the parking space. Wang Ming returned to the rental house, opened the door, and found the house empty. He took out his phone and sent a message to Jiafang. Which room is the new one? Where are the keys? Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, Jiafang replied, Room 206, at the very back of the platform. Come to my house to pick up the key. Wang Ming put his cell phone in his pocket and turned to walk towards the second floor of Jiafang's detached house. After pressing the doorbell, the door slowly opened automatically and Wang Ming walked into the yard. The front door opened and Jiafang appeared at the door. She was wearing tight yoga pants and a tank top, showing off her curvy figure. Wang Ming walked to the front door and was unconsciously attracted by it, and looked at it intently. Seeing this, Jiafang couldn't help but smile, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a row of white teeth. Come in. Wang Ming was slightly startled and asked awkwardly, Is it appropriate for me to go in? Jiafang raised her eyebrows and said cheerfully, Since you're here, come in and have a drink of water before you leave. The two walked into the house. The Western-style decoration is very exquisite, and the furnishings inside the house are a bit like those of a nouveau riche. Your house is so big. Jiafang smiled and said, Please sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water. Wang Ming sat on the sofa. Jiafang went to the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of water. She came over and handed one to Wang Ming. Try it. It's my freshly brewed flower tea. Wang Ming took the water and took a sip. It tastes good. Where's the key? Give it to me. I'm going back. Jiafang acted as if nothing had happened. She sat on the sofa opposite Wang Ming, leaning forward slightly, holding her chin with both hands, and looked at Wang Ming with a smile on her face. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come and talk to me. Wang Ming looked at the beautiful woman and remembered the system prompt. After in-depth communication, he could bind the object. However, his main task now was Zo Xuching. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he had no time to study how to bind her. I'm too tired from shopping in the mall this morning and need a good sleep. I still have to go to Zo Xuching's place in the afternoon. I have an appointment this afternoon. I'll come chat with you later, okay? Jiafang curled her lips. Hey, who are you dating? You're so concerned about it. Didn't you say you broke up? Wang Ming hesitated for a moment. Well, my current partner hasn't confirmed their relationship yet, but it should be soon. Jiafang's eyes widened slightly, then she returned to her coquettish expression. How old is your new girlfriend? 37 years old. Chapter 11. The new mission is crazy. 37? Jiafang's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The person you are talking about is not me, right? Jiafang giggled. She lowered her hand from covering her mouth and looked at Wang Ming. But, I'm already 40. You look so handsome today. This suit makes you look more handsome than many grooms. But Auntie can't agree to this. I have a husband. Who said that to you? The person I'm pursuing now is really 37 years old. Wang Ming said seriously. Jiafang stood up, walked to the sofa where Wang Ming was, slowly sat down, crossed her legs, leaned back slightly, and showed her graceful figure without reservation. she said with a charming look. Okay, then chat with Auntie. I'd like to get to know your new girlfriend. Do you like older women? As she spoke, she bit her lip lightly, with temptation in her eyes. Seeing that Wang Ming's expression was somewhat moved, Jia Fong increased her intensity, put her hands on his shoulders, leaned forward slightly, and her plump body, set off by the yoga vest, was almost sticking to Wang Ming. She blew gently in Wang Ming's ear and whispered, "What? Are you afraid that your aunt will eat you?" Then she laughed softly. Bite. Binding successful. Bound to Jia Fong. Age 40. Appearance 85. Height 92. Purity 60. Infatuation 40. Wang Ming was surprised that the infatuation level was 40 right after binding. I looked carefully at the information of the bound object to understand what purity means. Zo Xuching S is 100 and Jia Fong S is 60. Consciousness control, click on purity to view. There is a small mark, click it and a detailed introduction will appear. If the bound object has relationships with different people, its purity will be reduced by 10 points excluding the system owner. So, Jia Fong has had sex with 4 men. No wonder she's so flirty. Is her husband the 4th one, or the 1st one? Judging from the situation, he could also be the one in the middle. Seeing Wang Ming remain silent for a long time, Jia Fong gently patted his shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'll come chat with you some other day. I really have something to do today." Wang Ming returned his attention to Jia Fong. Jia Fong stood up with a smile. "I won't tease you anymore, but one day I really want to invite you to my house to taste my cooking." As she spoke, she walked to a cabinet, opened the drawer, took out a bunch of keys, took one of them off, and returned to the sofa to hand it to Wang Ming. Wang Ming stood up, took the key, and placed his original key on the table. "When is the next day? Please decide." "Well, my husband has tomorrow off, how about the day after tomorrow?" Wang Ming smiled knowingly. "Do you have to choose a time when your husband is not home to treat me to a meal?" Jia Fong raised an eyebrow. "There are some delicious foods that I don't want him to eat. I just want you to taste them." Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. "Okay, I love steamed buns, don't be stingy. Big, white steamed buns. Eat as much as you want." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. "It's a deal." Jia Fong sent Wang Ming out, looked at his back with a vague look, and bit her lower lip lightly. Wang Ming walked out of the courtyard and the system popped up a task prompt. Binding object Jia Fong triggers the task. The task is divided into 2 parts, and you will get rewards if you complete both. 1. Eat at the other person's mother-in-law's house. 2. Climb a mountain with the other person's daughter. Wang Ming was stunned when he saw the content of the task. Going to her mother-in-law's house for dinner? Jia Fong's daughter? Isn't she studying in this city and has a boyfriend? This is much more difficult than Zo Xuching's. Ding ding. Owner. You're out. Tell me about this mission. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to die? Listening to the emotional and cheerful sound that popped up from the system, Wang Ming asked. The task is not issued by me, it is randomly triggered after binding the object. I have developed some products, you can buy them in the mall. How can I buy if I don't have system coins? So, you need to quickly get your target's infatuation level to 100 before you can redeem it for system coins. Complete the mission as soon as possible. Although the rewards are random, they will definitely be generous. I will continue to sleep, goodbye master. You look like Ultraman. No, Ultraman always appears for a long time. This mission is simply ruthless. Back to 206, looking at the brand new home, 100 square meters. 2 bedrooms and a separate kitchen. Jia Fong had packed everything for herself, and the package she sealed herself was not opened. The rest were all tidied up, so the money was not wasted. She must have hired someone to help her sort it out. He casually threw the keys on the coffee table, slumped down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind still thinking about the 2 strange tasks issued by the system. What is the appropriate status to go to Jia Fong's grandmother's house for dinner? I went hiking with her daughter, and she had a boyfriend, so what was wrong with me? Let us not think about the task triggered by Jia Fong for now. Now it's Zo Xuching. I have helped her pay off her loan and only have a little over 300,000 left. He stood up and walked to the refrigerator. Jia Fong had actually filled his refrigerator with red wine and liquor. This woman, her purpose is too clear. There wasn't even a bottle of Coke, but I saw there were still a few bottles of wolfberry tea. He took out a bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Don't worry, I'll definitely use it on you. Wang Ming smiled knowingly. After washing up, I set the alarm for 2 o'clock in the afternoon and fell asleep on the big bed. I was woken up by the alarm clock at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I picked up my phone and saw that Zo Xuching had sent me several messages. Come and get your car. You can stay upstairs for a while. Call when you get there. Wang Ming arrived at the gate of Feitsui Huating community and called Zo Xuching. After a while, Zo Xuching walked out of the community. Wang Ming's attention was attracted by her, and Zo Xuching changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing the dress she wore before, but a white tube top paired with a slim black miniskirt and a pair of exquisite white high heels on her feet. Her hair had been restyled, with a few strands hanging on both sides of her face. She had obviously dressed up again. When Zo Xuching walked to Wang Ming's side, Wang Ming found that her makeup was different. He raised his eyebrows slightly and a teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say you were busy today? How did you still have time to put on some beautiful makeup? Zo Xuching's cheeks flushed instantly, and her eyes were a little evasive. I just happened to have some time, and I didn't dress up just to see you. I just wanted to change my clothes. Wang Ming looked at her shy and cute appearance, smiled and shook his head, and stopped teasing her. The two went upstairs together, and the familiar fragrance in the house hit them, no longer unfamiliar. Zo Xuching led Wang Ming to the sofa, turned and walked into the bedroom, and came out after a while with a coat in her hand. She handed her coat to Wang Ming and said, "My car is downstairs." Wang Ming took the coat and it smelled strongly of it. He looked up and asked in confusion, "Why is this coat all scented with your perfume? Did you sleep with it in your arms?" Chapter 12 Function Enhancement. Zo Xuching's face flushed even more when she heard this. She had indeed unconsciously slept with the coat in her arms. Now, after hearing Wang Ming's words, she immediately panicked. No, don't talk nonsense. I just put it on the side of the bed." Wang Ming looked at her like this and found it very interesting. "Aren't you very busy? Go ahead and work. I'll watch you." Zo Xuching frowned slightly. "What's so interesting about work?" Wang Ming looked at her affectionately and said seriously, "I'm not watching you work, I'm watching you." Zo Xuching's heart beat faster because of such straightforward words. She hadn't been in a relationship for more than 10 years, and she felt as awkward as a little girl at this moment. She scolded, "How could Zo Mengmeng be willing to let you go if you were so capable?" Wang Ming took a deep breath, a look of relief flashing across his face. "Luckily she dumped me, otherwise how would she have discovered your good qualities?" Zo Xuching's face was already red all the way to her ears. She didn't dare look at Wang Ming anymore and muttered softly, "I'm ignoring you." She turned around deliberately, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a sweet feeling surged in her heart. Wang Ming suddenly stood up and gently hugged Zo Xuching from behind, his arms gently around her waist. Zo Xuching was startled by this sudden action. In panic, she broke free and turned around, shouting angrily at Wang Ming, "What are you doing? This is too much." Wang Ming was startled and stammered, "You clearly have feelings for me." Zo Xuching blushed and quickly retorted, "Who said that? I'm just grateful to you. Besides, I told you to give me some time to think about it. How could you do this? You're so disappointing." Wang Ming felt helpless when he saw Zo Xuching getting really angry, and muttered to himself, "Why is she still so resistant even though her infatuation level is already 85? Yes, she has always been traditional in relationships. After all, her only relationship lasted only half a month because she didn't allow the other person to kiss her." Seeing Wang Ming remain silent, Zo Xuching thought he was intimidated by her, so she continued seriously, "If you do this again, I will ignore you and return the money to you as soon as possible." Wang Ming pretended to be disappointed inside. "Since you don't like me, I won't bother you anymore. I don't want your money. I'll take your car away. Just keep it as a souvenir." After saying that, he took small steps towards the door, deliberately slowing down his pace of leaving. Zo Xuching was suddenly panicked. She didn't expect Wang Ming to be so decisive. After struggling for a few seconds, she suddenly called out to Wang Ming, "Wait a minute, it's just too sudden. Can you give me some more time? If we are in a relationship, I will definitely let you hug me." Wang Ming turned around with a gentle smile on his face. "Can I watch you work? 20 minutes will be enough." Zo Xuching nodded shyly, okay, but no touching me. Wang Ming quickly nodded in agreement. Zo Xuching returned to her desk and opened the new computer Wang Ming had given her. Thank you, the software is running smoothly now. Wang Ming did not respond, but just stared at Zo Xuching intently. Zo Xuching manipulates the digital tablet, sometimes modifying the design pattern, and sometimes carefully sewing the cheongsam with needle and thread. Wang Ming just looked at her infatuatedly and thought she was extremely beautiful. When I looked at her from the perspective of an elder before, I only thought that she had an outstanding temperament. Now, when I look at her carefully as a peer, I only think that she is stunningly beautiful, and she would not be inferior even if she became a star. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Zo Xuching put down the work in her hands and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is it really that beautiful? I don't think you have ever been so focused on Meng Meng before. Wang Ming said affectionately, of course, she is not as pretty as you. Zo Xuching's pretty face flushed, and she urged, hurry up and leave, it's almost evening, what if Meng Meng comes back early? Wang Ming asked expectantly, can we continue the date tomorrow? Zo Xuching was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, we can go for a stroll by the lake tomorrow. Wang Ming's eyes lit up and he said happily, okay, tomorrow at noon, we'll have lunch together first, and then go to the lake. Zo Xuching sent Wang Ming out, closed the door, leaned against the wall of the entrance, and took a deep breath. What the hell, why is it getting more and more? Meng Meng, don't blame me. Wang Ming found Zo Xuching's car and drove back to his home. As Zo Xuching said, although it is a bit old, its performance is still very good. The throttle and gear shifting are very smooth, and the interior of the car also has the scent of Zo Xuching. Back home, open the system panel to check. Zo Xuching's obsession level has reached 87. The more than 1 million will not be wasted. The task can be completed tomorrow, and the reward for completing the task will arrive soon. Recalling the last time the system's consciousness appeared, it told me that there were new products being developed. Open the system mall and take a look. There is actually a new column for function enhancement in the product classification within the mall. After clicking to enter, Wang Ming was shocked by the products in front of him. Kidney strengthening, 100 system coins. Muscle strengthening, 100 system coins. Eyesight enhancement, 100 system coins. Bone strengthening, 100 system coins. There is a whole page of enhanced products. Click on the introduction. Each enhancement will increase the original level by 1/10, but only one enhancement can be made per week. My kidneys are already very strong. If I strengthen them by 1/10 a week, my strength will double within 2 months. At the moment, Zo Xuching's obsession level is about to reach 90, just a dozen points away from 100. You can get system coins immediately. Zo Meng Meng, you are destined not to receive my blessing, so let Zo Xuching experience me. The phone rang, it was the boss calling. How's everything going with the family situation? Can you come to work on Monday? Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, boss, I want to resign. Zhang Yao on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke, please help me get through this month. I have received a lot of orders this month. I am already recruiting people and the HR department has interviewed many people in the past few days. When we have enough staff, I will definitely not keep you. I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan this month. Wang Ming thought about it and felt that Zhang Yao was quite kind to him, unlike some bosses who treated their employees like beasts of burden. Okay, I'll wait until you recruit enough people before I leave. Yeah, see you Monday. As soon as I hung up the phone, a message box from the landlord Jiafeng popped up on the phone screen. Wang Ming opened it and saw that there were some photos sent by Jiafeng. In the pictures, Jiafeng is wearing different clothes and various hats. Wang Ming, help me find out which hat is suitable for me. Chapter 13 Zo Meng Meng wants to see Dad. Wang Ming looked at the photos sent by Jiafeng and had to admit that although Jiafeng was 40 years old, her figure and appearance were still very good. Now I hate Zo Meng Meng so much that I even think the landlord is prettier than her. He looked at each picture carefully. This didn't mean he was asked to help her choose a hat. This is sharing photos with yourself. This woman is really fierce. Wait. Wang Ming replied. If you can't see clearly, I'll help you choose in person if I have the chance. Jiafeng replied immediately. Okay, how about dinner at my house on Monday? Do you have to work? Or maybe 6 p.m.? Okay, I'll take the Jinjiu and Red Bull you gave me. See you there. Carat Omega. Jiafeng sent a winking emoticon. If we don't take action, it will be against the will of heaven. How can you refuse food that is right in front of you? Wang Ming then remembered the system task and continued to send messages. Is your mother-in-law's house far from here? Wang Ming thought that if he could learn about the general situation of Jia Feng's mother-in-law's family, he might be able to get some ideas for completing the task of having dinner at her mother-in-law's house. After all, the mission didn't say that I had to go with Jia Feng. Even if you care about the elderly, it is not difficult to bring some gifts to their home and have a meal with them. It's not far, only 3 kilometers. Why are you asking? It's okay, I just want to care about you. Hee, are you preparing to apologize for the truth being exposed? That hasn't even started yet. Oh, Q. Jia Feng sent another shy emoticon. See you Monday. After Wang Ming replied to the message, he opened the food delivery platform. There are still more than 300,000 yuan left, and the system task will be completed soon, so I can spend it as much as I want. Ordered 300 yuan worth of hot pot ingredients. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zo Mengmeng was lying in her bedroom and about to fall asleep. There was a knock on the door. Zo Mengmeng got out of bed, turned on the light, and opened the door. Mom? Why aren't you asleep yet? You always go to bed early. Zo Xuching walked into the room with an embarrassed expression. I can't sleep, and I have something to tell you. Zo Mengmeng looked confused, but when she noticed her mother's shy face, she understood instantly. Is it about men? Zo Xuching nodded slightly, then sat in Zo Mengmeng's makeup chair. She put her hands on her knees, gnashed her teeth on her lips, and didn't say a word for a long time. Zo Mengmeng laughed. Mom, don't be shy, tell me. Is this the man who gave you the car? Zo Xuching nodded, pursed her lips and then spoke. I'm attracted to him. Not only did he give me many expensive gifts and help me pay off all my loans, but I won't be obsessed with him because of these things. The main thing is, he really cares about me and likes me very much. What? Paid off the loan? You mean the mortgage? Oh my god, are you that rich? Over $1 million just like that. And a car, a computer, cosmetics, so many gifts. Why are you still hesitating? She's already so proactive, and you're already 37. If you miss this opportunity, you might never meet someone as good as this again. Zo Mengmeng became more and more excited as she spoke. Zo Xuching's expression became increasingly awkward. There's a huge age difference between us, a full 15 years. Zo Mengmeng frowned slightly, then relaxed. 15, so he's in his early 50s. Not bad. He's so rich, 15 isn't too old. I'm a little tempted. Why don't you introduce him to me? Zo Xuching's expression suddenly became serious. How do you know about money? She said it harshly, then turned shyly. What I said is, I am 15 years older than him. What? Same age as me? Zo Mengmeng was stunned. His expression froze. Her lips trembled. Mom, you're awesome. This is Kaizi. You really are the one who either doesn't make a move or when you do it's a big move. Still hesitating? You're rich. You're young. You're incredibly happy, day or night. What are you talking about? How disrespectful. Zo Xuching became more and more embarrassed. She controlled her emotions and continued seriously, our relationship is complicated. He is, anyway, you will really hate him, and I am afraid that you will hate me in the future. Zo Mengmeng laughed heartily. I'm afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. What are you afraid of? How could I possibly hate such a rich and young dad? Just love him boldly. With your help, I can have more pocket money. Zo Xuching was helpless about Zo Mengmeng's concept. She talked about money all the time and only had money in her eyes. Are you serious? You can accept anyone? Of course, what he gave you, if not 2 million, must be close to it. Don't hesitate, Mom, talk to him. He's a young man in his 20s, and even if it's just for fun, you won't lose anything. Zo Xuching's speechless mother opened the door for Wu Yu, and Wu Yu arrived home. This is Meng Meng you mentioned. If I really talk to him, don't forget what I said today. Zo Mengmeng pouted, looking forward to meeting my young dad. Good night. Good night, dear mummy. Zo Xuching got up and returned to her bedroom. Unable to fall asleep at all, I picked up my phone, clicked on Wang Ming's profile picture and went back. It goes back and forth like this. She mustered up the courage and sent a heart emoji. You must be very sad today. Tomorrow, you can hold my hand. No response received. Wang Ming was in the bar at this time, hugging one person with his left hand and another with his right hand. His buddy Zhang Jian had gotten used to the wealthy Wang Ming that night. Brother, Zo Meng would regret it to death if she knew you were rich. Zhang Jian also has a beauty on each side. Wang Ming laughed, she will be struck by lightning soon. Don't tell my girlfriend I came to the bar. She messaged me asking where I was, and I said I was at your house. One of the two beauties beside Zhang Jian laughed and said, handsome guy, your girlfriend is so strict, why don't you change her, hee hee. Wang Ming turned on his cell phone and found that Zhang Jian's girlfriend was asking Zhang Jian if he was with her. Need I say more? Of course, but I can't tell anyone about this in the bar. The message was from 2 hours ago. Wang Ming said worriedly, I didn't see the message Li Zhishuan sent me. Should she be okay? Zhang Jian waved his hand and said, it's okay, just go back and I'll just tell a random lie tomorrow. Only then did Wang Ming see the message Zo Xuching sent him. Can we hold hands tomorrow? When he opened the system panel, he found that Zo Xuching's favorability had risen to 90. It turns out that even if you don't cultivate feelings together, your infatuation level will increase as the feelings of the person you are bound to change. Since holding hands is allowed, doesn't this mean that the relationship is confirmed? He excitedly replied to Zo Xuching, can I call you baby now? At this time, Zo Xuching was tossing and turning. When she saw Wang Ming's message, she felt sweet and laughed out loud in her bed. Of course, dear. Wang Ming tapped on the 26 keys at a rapid speed. See you tomorrow, baby. Chapter 14 I want to follow you. Early in the morning, Wang Ming woke up. He reached out and grabbed the phone beside the pillow. After unlocking the screen, he saw not only a message from Zo Xuching, but also more than a dozen missed calls from Li Zhishuan. Opening the social media app Weixin, it was filled with Li Zhishuan's rapid-fire questions. Where is Zhang Jian? Did Zhang Jian take you out to fool around? Why don't you answer the phone? Wang Ming. Tell Zhang Jian to wait for me. Wang Ming glanced at the sending time of the messages and found that they were all sent in the late night. Zhang Jian was Wang Ming's roommate in college. After graduation, Zhang Jian and his girlfriend Li Zhishuan stayed in Shiguan City to work hard. They rented a small house of 50 square meters and lived together. It is obvious that Zhang Jian did not go home last night. He must have had too much fun with the two beauties in the bar and completely let himself go. Wang Ming sighed inwardly. This time, it was not Zhang Jian who took him out to play. Instead, he was the one who treated everyone. If Li Zhishuan knew about this, she would definitely point at her own nose and curse. Wang Ming quickly called Li Zhishuan back. As soon as the call was connected, Li Zhishuan's angry voice came from the receiver like thunder. Wang Ming. Where's Zhang Jian? Aren't you two together? Zhishuan, listen to me first. His phone is out of battery. I usually put my phone on silent mode before I go to bed, so I didn't receive your call. Li Zhishuan pressed on, where is he? Did he sleep at your place last night? Yeah, we drank a little too much last night, so he just slept at my place. Don't worry, both of us have normal sexual orientations. Li Zhishuan interrupted him impatiently, who asked you that? I was asking where he is and asking him to talk to me. Wang Ming's brain raced, and he thought for 2 seconds, he must have gone to work, and he didn't have time to charge his phone. Li Zhishuan snorted, okay, you'd better not lie to me, or you're all dead. Wang Ming hung up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately called Zhang Jian. The phone turned off tone came from the receiver. Brother, you must make up for this lie and don't let it implicate me. He put the matter between Zhang Jian and Li Zhishuan out of his mind and looked through the messages on his phone again. Zo Xuching's chat dialog box displayed, I'll pick you up at noon. Wang Ming felt delighted. Today was the last day of his date with Zo Xuching. As long as he completed it successfully, the system reward would come. At first I just wanted to complete the task of 3 dates, but I fell in love with this mature woman more and more. He stood up and walked to the window, pulling open the curtains. The bright sunlight instantly poured into the spacious living room, making him feel warm and refreshed. Thinking back to the north-facing house I used to live in, not much warm light came in, but now the living room is large and bright. If I continue like this, I will be close to my goal of buying a house. No, buying a house is not that important. You should buy a large apartment or a large villa. Everything changed so fast. A few days ago, I was just a poor worker struggling to make a living. Wang Ming opened his mobile banking app and checked his account balance, which was still 230,000 yuan. Yesterday, Zhang Jian spent a lot of money at the bar, drinking all kinds of good wine at his leisure. After washing up and having breakfast, I watched TV on the sofa in the living room. Construction of Hengtai's new property, Tianxi Garden, has been completed, and the model homes are now open for viewing. The sales office has announced a starting price of 100,000 yuan per square meter. South-facing Riverview flats are selling for 150,000 to 200,000 yuan per square meter, and may become one of the new top 10 luxury homes in our city. Watching the news on TV, Wang Ming spat. 200,000 yuan per square meter? Even a slave working hard for his entire life couldn't save enough to buy a bathroom. Is there no one to clean up the market? Wang Ming never forgot that he was once a slave, and secretly felt unfair about it. Time passed quickly and it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. As agreed, Zo Xuching will arrive in 10 minutes. There were shouts and loud knocks on the door from the third floor of the apartment building. Wang Ming pushed open the door and stepped onto the platform. The female voice on the third floor sounded familiar. The apartment building is arranged in a U-shaped corridor and has an open-air terrace. He looked up hard, but the corridor floor on the third floor blocked his view, but the sound seemed to come from near the house where he used to live. The woman's voice became increasingly louder. Wang Ming. Come out. I know you're home. Don't hide in there and keep silent. Wang Ming's body trembled violently. It was Li Zixuan's voice. This was not good. After thinking about it carefully, I went home to sleep last night. What does it have to do with me if Zhang Jian didn't he go home? The door of a room on the third floor was opened, and a woman shouted at Li Zixuan, "Stop knocking. This family has moved out." Wang Ming originally planned to go back to the house to hide from Li Zixuan, but he thought that Zo Xuching would be here soon. If Li Zixuan found him, it would be bad if he caused unnecessary trouble. He walked quickly towards the third floor. Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan heard someone calling her at the stairs. She turned around and saw it was Wang Ming. She immediately pouted, put her hands on her hips and went up to him to question him. Zhang Jian didn't even go to work. Give me an explanation. Wang Ming was helpless. I am the host of the legal channel? I am giving you the explanation. Do you want me to give you the solution? Why should I care where he goes? You don't even know, so how should I know? Okay, fine. Just help him lie to me. I have to break up with him. Wang Ming realized that he had added fuel to the fire and quickly put away his nonchalant expression. Oh, it's just a small matter. Is it necessary to break up? He's getting more and more outrageous. I didn't say anything when he came home in the early hours of the morning every day, but now he's spending the night out and even pretending to be out of contact. Li Zixuan became more and more angry as she spoke. She had fair skin and her appearance was at least 80 points. Just like the most delicious food, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. Zhang Jian had long disliked touching her. Wang Ming saw that Li Zixuan's face was almost purple with anger, so he quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, he will be fine. How can such a grown man be lost? Li Zixuan stamped her feet. It would be better if it was lost. I'm so angry. If it gets lost, I can just find another one. Wang Ming was a little amused by Li Zixuan's angry look. He was thinking about how to continue comforting her when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. I took out my cell phone and took a look, and Zo Xuching had already arrived. Wang Ming felt nervous. Li Zixuan still had this attitude, and she might cause some trouble. Calm down first, or go home and wait for news from Zhang Jian? Maybe he'll contact you as soon as he charges his phone. As Wang Ming spoke, he tried to lead Li Zixuan to the stairs so that she could leave as soon as possible. I'm not going back. If you don't help me find him today, I'll follow you. Li Zixuan put her hands on her waist, her attitude very firm. Chapter 15 Jealousy. Wang Ming secretly groaned. Li Zixuan was really difficult to deal with. She just wouldn't give in at this critical moment. Zo Xuching has already arrived. If Zo Xuching talks nonsense, her good impression of me will definitely drop sharply. However, the system said that once the degree of infatuation reaches 60, the affection is irreversible. Now Zo Xuching's degree of infatuation with herself has reached 90. There was a crisp sound of high heels stepping on the stairs, and Zo Xuching walked up the stairs to the third floor with elegant steps. In her mind, she still thought that Wang Ming still lived on the third floor. Wang Ming quickly leaned over to Li Zixuan and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." When Zo Xuching saw Wang Ming standing on the corridor, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face, and she called out sweetly, "Dear." Li Zixuan looked in the direction of the voice, then turned around and looked around, her face full of confusion. Who was he calling? Zo Xuching approached the two of them and frowned when she saw Li Zixuan. She asked Wang Ming softly, "What is this?" Wang Ming quickly introduced, "This is my brother's wife." Li Zixuan snorted and said unhappily, "Who is his wife?" "We are just boyfriend and girlfriend. Maybe we will just be strangers in the future." After Zo Xuching understood the situation, her frown relaxed and she nodded gently, "Oh, I see." Li Zixuan looked Zo Xuching up and down. She was wearing a light pink dress, paired with long flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of black and milky white high heels. Although she had light makeup on, she was incredibly beautiful, and her temperament was like that of a star. "Wang Ming, who did she just call dear?" Li Zixuan asked in surprise. Wang Ming explained with a smile, "This is my girlfriend." Zo Xuching's face flushed slightly. Li Zixuan seemed to be frozen in time, her eyes wide open. After a long moment of disbelief, she slowly spoke, "This beautiful auntie, is you your girlfriend?" Wang Ming nodded quickly, then said dissatisfiedly, "Why call me auntie? Call me sister-in-law from now on." Li Zixuan still looked incredulous and looked at Zo Xuching carefully again. Zo Xuching smiled politely and extended her hand generously, "Hello." Li Zixuan then slowly stretched out her hand and gently shook hands with Zo Xuching, remaining in a daze. Wang Ming pushed Li Zixuan toward the stairs and said, "Go back quickly. Zhang Jian will contact you when he turns on his phone." Li Zixuan didn't want to leave so easily, and she felt embarrassed to be a lightbulb when such a beautiful aunt with outstanding temperament suddenly appeared. Helplessly, she walked downstairs. As she walked, she looked up at Wang Ming and said loudly, "You'd better not lie to me, auntie. Keep a close eye on your boyfriend. He's not very honest." Wang Ming was so angry that he really wanted to kick her down the stairs. He had to say this before leaving. Li Zixuan went downstairs. Zo Xuching slowly approached Wang Ming, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and asked with a hint of jealousy, "Did you go out to have fun?" Wang Ming pretended to be righteous and said, "No." Zo Xuching snorted and continued to ask, "When you called me baby in Wei Xian last night, you were actually holding someone else's baby, right? You're already jealous on the first day of your relationship?" As Wang Ming spoke, he reached out to hug Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching hurriedly dodged and said coquettishly, "I said we can only hold hands, why are you messing around again?" Wang Ming put his hand down helplessly, "Okay." He took Zo Xuching's hand. The moment the two hands touched, Zo Xuching's body shook violently. Wang Ming was a little shocked. At this moment, Zo Xuching was as shy as a little girl. She was already 37 years old. She was really a rare treasure. Zo Xuching felt a little uncomfortable, and Wang Ming's hands clenched tighter and tighter. Zo Xuching pursed her lips slightly, then muttered softly, "You haven't told me yet, did you go out for a good time last night? My brother always treated me to meals before, and now that I can afford to spend money, I have to treat him back." Zo Xuching said unhappily, "So it's a flower wine," she said, trying to pull her hand away. Wang Ming held it tightly and refused to let go. "No," Wang Ming said perfunctorily as he pulled Zo Xuching away. The two walked to the first floor and came to the car parked downstairs. After getting in the car, Zo Xuching started the car and slowly drove away from the apartment building. Jia Feng, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard on the second floor of a detached house, happened to see two people getting into a car downstairs. She frowned and murmured, "His girlfriend seems to have an extraordinary temperament. Besides, she doesn't seem to be young anymore." Jia Feng took out her phone and took a picture of herself. "Actually, I'm not bad either." Wang Ming and Zo Xuching arrived at the restaurant, ordered their food, and started eating quickly. "Last night, Meng Meng and I told each other that I wanted to have a relationship," Zo Xuching said shyly while eating. Wang Ming wasn't surprised and asked calmly, "Are you talking about me?" Zo Xuching shook her head. "How can I say that? It's been less than a month since you broke up, and I'm already hooking up with you." Wang Ming put down his chopsticks, his face serious. "What do you mean by getting together?" "We are doing it openly and honestly." He paused and continued, "Besides, when I called you that day, she said she would fully support us being together. Although she didn't realize it was me, she agreed." Zo Xuching sighed, "This girl just thinks you're rich." I told her about this last night, and she said she really wanted to meet you, her father. Wang Ming laughed out loud, haha. I really want her to call me dad. She used to call me dad. Zo Xuching stopped talking here and looked at Wang Ming fiercely. Then he turned his head and looked away, pretending to be angry. Wang Ming realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, well, she and I are done. From now on, if she calls me dad, she will be calling me a junior. Zo Xuching lowered her beautiful eyes and refused to pay attention to Wang Ming. Seeing that she was really angry, Wang Ming stood up, walked to the opposite side, sat next to her, and took her hand. There are very few people like you whose love history is as clean as a sheet of paper. You already know about my relationship with Meng Meng, so don't be angry. Zo Xuching turned around and glared at Wang Ming, don't ever mention your romantic past again. She shook her hand, but failed to shake off Wang Ming's hand. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head with his other hand and laughed awkwardly, I didn't mention it on purpose, I just said it casually. Zo Xuching was still angry, but she didn't try to push him away forcefully. Wang Ming patted her hand gently and said flatteringly, eat quickly, we still have to go to the lake later. Zo Xuching turned her head and looked at Wang Ming. She snorted and said, if you do it again, I won't forgive you easily. Wang Ming nodded quickly, of course, of course. Let's eat quickly. I checked the system panel and saw the appointment progress, 41 minutes 60 minutes. Chapter 16 Enemies meet on a narrow road. I'll go for a walk later, the task time is just right. The two drove to Swan Lake Park. They walked hand in hand along the path by the lake. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto the path, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. Zo Xuching said softly as they walked, I never thought that I would be with you. Now it feels like a dream. Wang Ming looked straight ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it feels like a dream to me too. Falling in love with Zo Xuching is like a dream, and this system of mine is even more like a dream. But it's all real. The lake was shimmering, and several small boats were floating leisurely in the middle of the lake. Wang Mingling looked at the boats on the lake and suggested, how about we go boating? Zo Xuching nodded and smiled, okay. The two rented a small boat and slowly sailed to the center of the lake. Wang Ming was responsible for rowing, while Zo Xuching sat at the bow of the boat and enjoyed the surrounding lake scenery. A breeze blew by, and Zo Xuching's hair fluttered gently, as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. The system gave Zo Xuching a beauty score of 93, which feels a bit low. If it's not a full score, it should be at least 99. Zo Xuching watched a group of lake geese gliding on the water, imagining her future life with Wang Ming. Wang Ming, who was rowing at the stern, was distracted by Zo Xuching and was paddling randomly with the oar in his hand. Suddenly, there was a sound of an engine from behind the ship. Wang Ming just turned his head to look. Before they could see clearly, a small oil-powered boat came rushing over and slammed into their boat with a bang. The huge impact force caused the boat to flip over to one side and lose balance instantly, and both people were thrown into the lake. Fortunately, they were all wearing life jackets and were not in danger. After Zo Xuching fell into the water, he quickly surfaced and instinctively choked on 2 mouthfuls of lake water. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, and her eyes were full of fear. Wang Ming spat out the lake water in his mouth not far away. He calmed himself down a bit and swam towards Zo Xuching with all his might. When he reached her side, he anxiously asked loudly, "Are you okay?" Zo Xuching shook her head, her voice trembling slightly, "It's okay, I was just startled." Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, "I'm glad you're okay." He put his arm around Zo Xuching and swam with her towards the boat not far away. After sending Zo Xuching onto the boat, Wang Ming also climbed up with difficulty. He looked at Zo Xuching carefully, and after making sure that she was really fine, he looked angrily towards the ship that caused the accident. The oil engine boat was turning around and then slowly heading towards their ship. A man stood at the steering wheel at the bow of the boat, and he shouted with a guilty look on his face, "Are you okay?" "I'm really sorry, I didn't control the speed and direction well just now." At this time, a woman came out from the awning, walked to the bow, and whispered to the man, "I told you not to drive so fast, now something's happened." Zo Xuching was stunned for a moment. Wang Ming also widened his eyes, his face full of shock. The woman on the boat turned out to be Zo Mengmeng. Zo Xuching felt her mind went blank, she was completely at a loss, and her breathing stopped. Zo Mengmeng turned her head to look at their ship. She was stunned at first, thinking she had seen it wrong. She rubbed her eyes violently with her hands. Looking carefully again, yes, it was really my mother and Wang Ming. She opened her mouth in disbelief and cried out, "Mom?" Zo Xuching was still there, so Wang Ming calmed himself down and paddled closer to Zo Mengmeng's boat. After the two boats approached, Zo Xuching slowly spoke, "Meng Meng." Zo Mengmeng was shocked. "Mom, why are you with Wang Ming?" She racked her brains but couldn't figure out how the two of them got together, let alone imagine that they were in love. Wang Ming turned his head to look at Zo Xuching and saw her shaking her head slightly and giving him a look. Wang Ming understood what she meant and decided to take care of her feelings without making it clear. He explained to Zo Mengmeng, "Our company is planning to enter the clothing category, and coincidentally, your mother was invited to be a freelance designer for our company. The boss asked me to come out and discuss the work content and remuneration with the designer face to face. Your mother saw that I was in a bad mood after the breakup, so she suggested we go boating to relax and talk about work." Zo Mengmeng thought for a moment and then questioned. "My mother never takes outside jobs, and you're just an employee, so why would you be the one to tell her about the work?" The man on the oiler boat said, "Meng Meng, is this your mother?" Zo Mengmeng nodded. The man hurriedly waved to Zo Xuching on the boat, saying politely, "Hello, Auntie. I'm so sorry that this is the first time we meet." "I'm really sorry." Zo Xuching looked indifferent and replied, "It's okay." She calmed herself down a bit and said to Zo Mengmeng, "This is the thing. I am now in a cooperative relationship with Wang Ming's company." Zo Mengmeng frowned and nodded reluctantly. Wang Ming looked at the man at the bow, his eyes full of anger. Although he and Zo Mengmeng no longer have any relationship, he still gets angry when he sees this man. Judging from his clothes, he seems to be in good condition. The man on the bow continued to greet her warmly, "Auntie, come on board our boat." Wang Ming angrily retorted, "Our clothes are all soaked. Do you have new clothes on board? Or a dryer? Can you dry them for us?" Zo Mengmeng also said angrily, "I'm annoyed just seeing you. Mom, let's find someone else to take over from now on. Don't pay attention to this guy. Our family has drawn a clear line between us and him." Zo Xuching pinched her thigh tightly, afraid of revealing any flaws, and just nodded slightly. Zo Mengmeng was adamant, "Mom, get on my boat and let him row back by himself. He's so poor. He has to rent a boat and paddle it." Zo Xuching was about to explain that she also liked rowing, but Wang Ming spoke first. "Zo Mengmeng, you are not my biological child after all," you are sarcastic and vain. "I'm surprised you can't learn any of Zo Xuching's strengths. You should learn them, right? You really don't deserve to be her daughter." The man on the oiler boat yelled at Wang Ming, "How dare you say that about my girlfriend? Are you looking for death?" Zo Mengmeng also shouted loudly, "You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to live. Mom, come up quickly, I don't want to see this guy again." Zo Xuching hesitated. Wang Ming turned around and looked at her. After the two exchanged glances, Zo Xuching spoke decisively. "I'm not going. I want to go ashore with Wang Ming. We have something to discuss." Zo Mengmeng had no choice but to remind her, "Then remember, Mom, stay away from him in the future. It's better not to make money from their company." The man waved his hand and said, "Next time we meet, I will definitely prepare a gift to make amends for you. Goodbye, Auntie." Wang Ming said disdainfully, "Get lost. Who wants your stuff?" Zo Mengmeng was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and wanted to push Wang Ming into the lake. She said viciously, "What's our family's business? It's none of your business." Wang Ming took a deep breath and said with a sinister smile, "Oh, sorry, it's really too early to start tutoring now." He rowed the boat and gradually sailed away into the distance. Chapter 17 Shocking News. Zo Mengmeng looked at the boat and muttered, "Why does it feel like something is wrong?" The man beside him also looked at the boat going away inside. "Auntie is so beautiful." Zo Mengmeng raised her foot and stomped hard on his instep. "Why are you swallowing your saliva?" Wang Ming and Zo Xuching returned to the shore, returned the boat to the owner, and walked onto the shore. Zo Xuching's face was still filled with fear. "Oh my, I was so scared. How could it be such a coincidence?" Wang Ming said meaningfully, "This matter will have to be discussed sooner or later. You need to think about it more." Zo Xuching sighed helplessly, "Let's put it off for a day." Both of their clothes were soaked, and Wang Ming saw that Zo Xuching's lining was becoming more and more obvious. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her clothes, Zo Xuching's cheeks flushed red. She covered herself with her hands in panic and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? Our clothes are all wet, let's go to the hotel and take a shower." Zo Xuching became even more shy after hearing this, and angrily scolded, "We just confirmed our relationship and we're going to a hotel? Are you crazy?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "What's so shameful about going to a hotel? What's going on in your mind? This place is close to the shopping district. I mean, let's go buy some clothes and then rent 2 rooms to have them cleaned." "Open 2 rooms, okay then." Zo Xuching nodded with a red face. The two went to the parking lot, picked up the car and went to a nearby shopping mall. Zo Xuching was about to open the door and get out of the car, but Wang Ming reached out to stop her and said gently, "Just wait in the car, I'll be back soon." "What size do you wear? Tell me your measurements." Zo Xuching lowered her head and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, 93, 63, 90. "I've gained some weight recently. My waist is probably 64, and my hips are 91, too." Wang Ming couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Zo Xuching's head was almost lowered to her chest, and she was so embarrassed. "I'll buy it as I see fit." Wang Ming walked into the mall and started shopping. After communicating with the store owner, the service staff praised the 93 cm bust and said she had a super hot figure. Most celebrities don't have such measurements. She didn't need to say that, the system gave Zo Xuching's figure score of 97. I picked out several pieces of clothing for Zo Xuching and bought a set of clothes for myself. Just as I was about to leave the mall, the phone rang. At this time, Wang Ming had a lot of bags in his hands. He put the package in one hand on the ground, took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Li Zhixuan. "Haven't you contacted Zhang Jian yet? It really makes me worried." She herself felt that he was a bit too much, let alone her girlfriend. "Zhixuan." Li Zhixuan on the other end of the phone burst into tears, "Zhang Jian is dead." The package in Wang Ming's other hand slipped and fell to the ground. He stood there in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, he slowly spoke in disbelief. "Zhang Jian? Dead?" Li Zhixuan cried and said, "Yes, he died last night. I just came out of the morgue." Wang Ming's mouth trembled as he spoke, "Stop joking." Li Zhixuan cried more and more brokenly, "How can I dare to joke about this kind of thing? Can you come over? I have never experienced this before. I really don't know what to do." Wang Ming tried to calm himself down, took a deep breath and asked, "Where are you?" "I'll be there right away. Guanlin Crematorium." Wang Ming hung up the phone, calmed himself down, picked up the package on the ground and walked out of the mall. Along the way, he was in a daze. Li Zhixuan's sad tone and crying did not sound like a joke. How could this happen? He is the only good brother I have in Shiguan City. My other 2 roommates during college were not in this city. Returning to the parking space, Wang Ming opened the car door, placed the clothes he had bought for Zo Xuching on the seat, and said solemnly, "Honey, I have something urgent to do. Please drive back first." Zo Xuching saw that Wang Ming looked uneasy and asked with concern, "What happened?" "My brother is in trouble, I have to go there quickly." Zo Xuching nodded. From Wang Ming's expression, she could tell that the matter must be serious. "Let's call." After Wang Ming said that, he closed the passenger door, walked out of the mall parking area, and went to the street to take a taxi. Zo Xuching looked at several bags, all of which were filled with expensive clothes. She became more and more curious, how did Wang Ming suddenly become rich? Since you are already boyfriend and girlfriend, you have the right to know about this matter and you must find an opportunity to understand it better. Wang Ming got into a taxi, and the system panel showed that the progress of his third date with Zo Xuching was 56 minutes. Just 4 minutes left. But Zhang Jian's matter is more important, and the appointment time can be accumulated on the same day, so there is no rush. Master, drive faster. It's already 80 miles per hour, that's over the speed limit. Just get out of the city. Wang Ming was extremely anxious in the taxi. He tried to call Zhang Jian's phone, which was no longer turned off, but no one answered. When they arrived at the Guanlin Crematorium, Wang Ming hurriedly paid the fare and got off the car, jogging towards the morgue. Li Zhixuan was sitting on a chair outside the morgue, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Seeing Wang Ming coming, she stood up and burst into tears. "Wang Ming, what should I do? What should I do?" Wang Ming suppressed his grief and said, "What exactly happened?" Li Zhixuan sobbed and said, "The police contacted me at 1 o'clock this afternoon and said he died suddenly in the hotel." After she finished speaking, she burst into tears again. "Sudden death in a hotel? Where are the others?" Li Zhixuan pointed to the door behind her. Wang Ming calmed himself down, pulled Li Zhixuan into the house, and came to the morgue bed. Pulling aside the white cloth, Zhang Jian was lying quietly, his face pale and lifeless. Wang Ming felt a buzzing in his head, and his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Tears welled up in my eyes. This damn guy. He checked into a hotel with someone else and died in the room. Li Zhixuan stared at Li Jian and said with hatred and sadness. Wang Ming was stunned. Checked into a room with someone else? Li Zhixuan's shoulders were shaking from crying. The police checked the hotel's surveillance footage. He was with a woman. Suddenly he stopped crying and started crying again. Trying to control his emotions, he continued, the police found this woman. After investigation, they found that Zhang Jian died suddenly. This woman was scared and ran away without calling the police. Wang Ming was stunned. After a little analysis, Zhang Jian must have gone to the hotel with one of the women in the bar. Really, dying under the peony flowers. Wang Ming tried hard to calm himself down. Maybe they are just exchanging work. What the hell? The woman confessed everything. She just died while doing it. Weren't you with him yesterday? Don't you know he was fooling around? Wang Ming looked innocent. We were drinking together, yes, but I went home. Can you blame me for not going home? Li Zhixuan was speechless and continued crying. She sobbed and said, how should I tell his parents? The cremation can only be done with the family members present. This guy, his funeral needs a lot of money, how can I afford it? What a bad fate. Wang Ming also looked worried at this time. Zhang Jian's parents only have this one son, and they definitely won't be able to accept this news. If I hadn't gone drinking yesterday, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. Looking at Li Zhixuan's helpless look, he reached out and hugged Li Zhixuan in his arms. Leave it to me wherever you need money from now on. Li Zhixuan needed support at this moment. She nodded with tears in her eyes and leaned on Wang Ming's shoulder, her body still trembling slightly. Beep. Identifying the other party as a bindable object. Chapter 18, Cutting Out the Middleman. The system's prompt sound made Wang Ming tremble. Bindable object, Li Zhixuan. After in-depth communication with the other party, you can bind. The system prompt sound disappeared, and Wang Ming looked down at Li Zhixuan who was leaning in his arms. This is, asking me to take care of my brother's wife? That's right, now that Zhang Jian is gone, Li Zhixuan has no one to rely on in this city, and I can't just ignore her. Although there are only 200,000 left now, the mission with Zo Xuching will be completed soon, and I should have the money once the reward comes. Zixuan, if you have any difficulties in the future, please tell me and I will do my best to take care of you. Li Zhixuan choked up and said, Zhang Jian said the same thing at the beginning, but in the end, he died on someone else. She gently pushed Wang Ming away and said with difficulty, Can you lend me some money first? I have to pay for the morgue and the freezer fee first. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, clicked on Li Zhixuan's profile picture and immediately transferred 50,000 yuan. Use these first, and tell me if it's not enough. Li Zhixuan took out her cell phone and was a little surprised when she saw the transfer of 50,000 yuan. She wiped her tears, perhaps because she had cried so much. Okay, that's right, it's 50,000. It won't cost that much. The entire funeral doesn't require this much money. You can use the rest first. Zhang Jian was nagging me yesterday that your rent is due soon. Don't you pay it every 6 months? Li Zhixuan nodded gratefully, thank you, I will return it to you as soon as possible. Let's talk about it later. I'm not in a hurry to use the money right now. Li Zhixuan knew that Wang Ming's salary was more than 4,000 yuan, and she was very surprised that he could lend her so much money all of a sudden. However, she didn't have the energy to think too much about Zhang Jian's matter. I'll go pay the fee first. Li Zhixuan turned and walked out of the morgue. Wang Ming looked at the lifeless Zhang Jian twice again, sighed, and gently picked up the white cloth to cover Zhang Jian again. The cell phone rang. It was Zo Xuching calling. He picked up the phone. How are things going over there? I'm a little worried about you. Zo Xuching's gentle and concerned voice came from the receiver. Wang Ming felt warm in his heart. Don't worry about me, are you home? Well, I'm at home. Let's find some time to meet again today. We just parted in such a hurry. There are 4 minutes left before the appointment, and it must be completed today, otherwise the previous 56 minutes will be reset. Zo Xuching was silent for a moment. Before 5 o'clock, it's fine, but definitely not at night. If Meng Meng sees us again, I really won't be able to explain it. Okay, I'll try to see you before evening. Well, if you need my help, be sure to tell me, bye dear. Zo Xuching hung up the phone. Wang Ming sighed. I am exhausted both physically and mentally. The landlord's task has not yet been completed, and now the binding of Li Zhixuan has been triggered. However, Li Zhixuan is now alone in Shiguan City, so the triggered task should be easy to complete. It should not be like the landlord's task of meeting the mother-in-law and mother. After a while, Li Zhixuan came back after paying the fee, her eyes still red. She looked at Wang Ming and said softly, the fees have been paid. Thank you, Wang Ming. Wang Ming forced a smile. You're welcome. Don't get too excited. We can only face reality. What are your plans next? Li Zhixuan shook her head, looking dejected. I don't know either. Let's first think about how to tell his parents about Zhang Jian. After that, I may leave this city. I won't have anything to miss anymore. Wang Ming nodded, understanding her thoughts. Well, maybe a change of environment will make you feel better. Whatever you decide, if you need help, just ask and I will do my best. Binding successful. Bound to Li Zhixuan. Age, 22. Appearance, 86. Body size, 88. Purity, 90. Infatuation, 59. The binding mission with Li Zhixuan has been updated. Guide the person to stay in Shiguan City and help them rebuild their confidence in life. When they completely let go of the painful shadow in their heart, the mission is completed. Wang Ming looked at the prompt that popped up on the system and thought to himself, this task does not seem difficult. Her purity level is only reduced by 10 points, which means that she has only had one man, Zhang Jian. How could the obsession be so high? Zo Xuching only had 5 points at the beginning, and it only increased through the use of fangxing flowers. The landlord has always been coveting me, and his infatuation level was 40 points when I just bound him to me. Li Zhixuan's initial point was 59 points, perhaps because he had just borrowed 50,000 yuan from her? She has a strong liking for me. Since we are bound together, I will try my best to complete it. I don't know what the reward for completing the task will be. Li Zhixuan saw that Wang Ming didn't speak for a long time and thought he was still sad. Wang Ming closed the system panel, looked at Li Zhixuan and asked, will you leave Shiguan after Zhang Jian's funeral is settled? Li Zhixuan lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. If I stay in this city, I'll remember every little detail of our past. I really can't stay here any longer. Wang Ming patiently advised, I heard from Zhang Jian that your job is very stable and well paid. Shiguan is so developed, you may not be able to find a better job in another city. Li Zhixuan raised her head after thinking about her work, a flicker of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and then quickly dimmed. But I really don't know how to start over. We wanted to stay in the city and work hard to buy a house. Now that he's gone, I feel like my life has lost its direction. Wang Ming felt a little ridiculous when he heard this. This was just her wishful thinking. Zhang Jian's salary was not enough for him to spend, and he had to spend some of hers. It will take some time to buy a house. He is gone, but the goal is still there, and you can continue to work hard to buy a house. You have a good job, that's your confidence. Li Zhixuan thought for a moment and said, you're right, without him, maybe the process of buying a house can be accelerated. I will think about this matter carefully. Thank you for your guidance, Wang Ming. I will also pay you back the money you lent me as soon as possible. Wang Ming shook his head and said, 50,000 yuan is just my contribution to my deceased brother. Forget it. As long as I am in Xi'an, I will do my best to take care of you. Li Zhixuan was a little touched and nodded gently, thank you. Thank you. Xi'an is indeed a nice city, but I didn't have money to spend during my years in college. Now that I can make money, I'm reluctant to travel around the city. There are many places I haven't teed into. Wang Ming felt more and more sorry for Li Zhixuan. Zhang Jian often spent lavishly, but Li Zhixuan was reluctant to spend, so all the money was spent by him. Wang Ming said softly, I will accompany you to those places. Li Zhixuan turned around and asked in surprise, you're accompanying me? Wang Ming nodded. Li Zhixuan calmed down for a moment, then said, hey, don't you have a girlfriend? It's that auntie, not that beautiful girl. Wang Ming asked back, can't we date just because we're friends? Li Zhixuan hesitated, but wouldn't that be a bad idea? What if your girlfriend misunderstood? Wang Ming smiled and said, don't think too much. Zhang Jian used to accompany me and you, but now we can cut out the middleman. Chapter 19: The Woman in the Body Refrigerator. Li Zhixuan was amused by Wang Ming's words, and her tense expression relaxed a little. You mean, you accompany me instead of Zhang Jian, and I accompany you instead of Zhang Jian? Zhang Jiandu hasn't touched you for a long time. Before Wang Ming finished speaking, a faint sobbing sound seemed to be heard in the morgue. The two of them shook violently. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhang Jian's spirit in heaven had come back to life after hearing the conversation between the two? Did you hear it too? Li Zhixuan asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded woodenly, took 2 steps, stood at the door of the morgue and looked inside. Zhang Jianan lay there quietly. Li Zhixuan also came over and said calmly, "Your brothers all know that you should spend more time with me." Wang Ming quickly covered Li Zhixuan's mouth and said, "Stop talking." Li Zhixuan struggled free and shouted, "What are you afraid of? I'll collect his body, and you'll pay for his funeral. We haven't done anything wrong to him, but he's the one who's wronged me." Wang Ming nodded, "Okay, you're right, but death is the greatest." He returned to the topic, "By the way, when do you plan to inform Zhang Jian's parents?" Li Zhixuan's expression darkened again. "I want to tell them when I'm almost ready. I was worried that they would come all the way here and would be overwhelmed. If that doesn't work, once you've arranged everything, just let the police know." Li Zhixuan looked at Wang Ming with gratitude. "Well, that's good too." As they were speaking, the faint sound of sobbing could be heard again, and both of them were instantly shocked. This time it reached their ears with incredible clarity. Wang Ming broke out in cold sweat on his back, and Li Zhixuan also felt her scalp tingling, as if there were small bugs crawling around on her head. Although Li Zhixuan spoke tough just now, her face turned pale and her lips lost their color. What on earth is going on?" Li Zhixuan stuttered, her eyes fixed on the body lying quietly in the morgue, really afraid that he would sit up the next second. Wang Ming took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Maybe it's the wind. This place is eerie, so it's normal to have sounds." The lights in the morgue suddenly flickered, and the light was on and off, as if someone was playing with a switch. Li Zhixuan was so scared that she clung tightly to Wang Ming. Could it really be Zhang Jian's ghost causing trouble? Li Zhixuan's teeth began to chatter. Wang Ming didn't fear ghosts or gods before, but now he has his own system, and nothing is impossible to happen. "But I didn't do anything. I just said I would help him take care of Li Zhixuan. I haven't done anything wrong to him at the moment. Even if it's Zhang Jian, he won't hurt us. One is his brother and the other is his girlfriend." As Wang Ming finished speaking, a light sound of footsteps slowly came from the depths of the morgue. 1 step, 2 steps, the footsteps were slow and getting closer. Wang Ming and Li Zhixuan widened their eyes and stared at the direction where the sound came from. A white figure slowly emerged from the corridor and gradually emerged. Wang Ming saw that it was a figure and his heartbeat calmed down a little. Li Zhixuan still clung tightly to Wang Ming, holding his arm tightly. As the white figure became clearer, I saw that he was holding a broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other. It turns out that walking slowly means sweeping the floor seriously. Li Zhixuan breathed a sigh of relief, then realized that she was hugging Wang Ming's arm tightly, and quickly let go. Wang Ming smiled slightly and said teasingly, "You act tough on the outside, but you're really scared on the inside." Li Zhixuan said stubbornly, "I am a staunch atheist." At this time, the crying sounded again, mixed with shouting, let me out." Li Zhixuan suddenly clung to Wang Ming again, still holding onto his arm, and exclaimed, "There really is someone." "No, it's a ghost." "Could it be Zhang Jian?" Wang Ming frowned and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. "No, it's a woman's voice, coming from next door." Wang Ming walked quickly to the next room, which was a cold storage room. There was a thudding sound coming from a refrigerator, and the woman's voice came from this refrigerator. Wang Ming felt a little scared and stood at the door watching. Li Zhixuan's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried, "Is there really a ghost? Help! Help!" The woman's shouts and cries became more miserable. Wang Ming shook his head and said firmly, "This is a living person." He walked towards the freezer and pulled open the door with force. After opening the door, a pair of kicking women's legs appeared in front of him. When the woman saw the light, she cried out anxiously, "Save me! Save me!" Wang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed the woman's ankle, pulling her out of the refrigerator with force. The woman collapsed to the ground. Although the room was dark, the woman still felt uncomfortable and subconsciously raised her hands to cover her eyes. His whole body was trembling, his face full of fear. Her hair was disheveled and her makeup was delicate, but it was obviously the makeup of a dead person. The white clothes were wrinkled, and he looked like a zombie. Wang Ming carefully squatted beside the woman and asked softly, "How come you were locked in the freezer if you weren't dead?" The woman sobbed and sobbed for a long time before she spoke intermittently, I don't know. It's getting colder in there. I thought I was going to die." Li Zixuan, who was shivering at the door, slowly relaxed. "Is it really not a ghost?" Li Zixuan didn't dare to get too close to the woman. She looked around at the corridor, which was eerie. Feeling safer by Wang Ming's side, she quickly walked behind him and said in a tearful voice, "Is this a human or a ghost?" "I am a human." The woman hugged her knees and yelled, her body still shaking uncontrollably. She sobbed and tried hard to recall what had happened before. Seeing that the woman was shaking violently, Wang Ming reached out to pull her out to see the sunlight. When my hand touched her clothes, I felt a chill instantly. It was too dangerous. If Li Zixuan and I hadn't heard the sound, the woman might have frozen to death after staying in the cabinet for a few hours. Wang Ming helped the woman up and said, "Come on, go out and get some sunshine. You're too cold." Li Zixuan was still frightened. She stuck close to Wang Ming, holding onto the corner of his clothes, and didn't even dare to open her eyes to look at the woman. The woman's feet were so cold that she couldn't move them. She walked with a staggering gait and was extremely slow. She was almost carried out by Wang Ming. As they walked out of the gloomy building, the moment the warm sunlight shone on the woman, she suddenly raised her hands to cover her eyes and cried out, "Ah!" Seeing this, Wang Ming quickly reached out his hand to help her block the sunlight. "It seems you've been in there for a long time. You're really lucky." Li Zixuan confirmed that the woman in front of her was a living person, and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. She walked out from behind Wang Ming and began to look at the woman carefully. The woman's messy hair covered her face tightly, but it was not difficult to see from her trembling body that she was extremely frightened. He must have been in a state of suspended animation and his family mistakenly thought he was really dead, so he was sent to the crematorium. Wang Ming murmured, and Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. "No. I was murdered." Chapter 20: A list female movie star. A conversation suddenly flashed through her mind. It was the conversation between the director and the male lead before he fainted and his consciousness had completely disappeared. Li Zixuan curled her lips, frowned, and stepped forward to carefully examine the woman. Victim? Wang Ming also felt strange and thought that the woman might have a mental problem. The woman was still shaking, and the grief and anger plus the coldness made her shaking more violently. "Let's go and warm ourselves up first," Wang Ming said as he supported the woman. Li Zixuan supported her other arm. "Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch." The woman kept repeating it along the way. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan supported the woman and slowly walked to the business hall of the crematorium. When several people in the hall caught a glimpse of the woman's strange funeral attire and hairstyle, they all shuddered with fear, their faces showing expressions of horror. The three of them ran over. Wang Ming frowned and couldn't help complaining, "You can't tell the difference between the living and the dead? You almost pushed a living person into the crematorium." One of them realized what was happening instantly, his face flushed red, and he stammered, "I'll go. I'll go. I'll go find the leader." The other two younger people stood there in a daze, stunned by the situation before them. They had never encountered such a thing in their daily lives. Li Zixuan anxiously shouted at the two of them, "Hurry up and find a room for us to go in. Do you have a blanket?" "Oh, I'll go find it right away." One of them responded, turned around and left in a hurry. Another person pointed to a room with an open door not far away and said, "That's the reception room. Come over here." Wang Ming looked at the man and said, "Go get some hot water." Oh, okay." The last man also ran over. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan helped the woman into the reception room. The woman slumped in the chair, covering her face with her hands, sobbing softly, You will die a miserable death, beast." Wang Ming looked at Li Zixuan, their eyes met, and there was confusion on their faces. Wang Ming pulled a chair over and sat down next to the woman. He asked softly, "What's going on?" The woman tried hard to control her emotions and smooth her messy hair. Li Zixuan quickly took out a tissue from her bag, handed it over, and said gently, "Wipe it." The woman looked at the cheap makeup powder on her hands that had been soaked and fallen off by her tears, shook her hands in disgust, and then took the paper. She wiped the tears from her face, and then she lifted all her messy hair to the side of her forehead. Wang Ming took a closer look and was stunned. Li Zixuan was stunned for 2 seconds, then she shouted in surprise, Lin Qi. Wang Ming was afraid he had seen it wrong, so he took another closer look and asked in surprise, Are you really Lin Qi? Lin Qi nodded gently. Li Zixuan unconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of disbelief. Wang Ming's expression froze instantly when he received a positive answer. Lin Qi is a top movie star in Daxia Kingdom and owns several luxury homes in Shiguan City. Even if it is a guest appearance, the remuneration can reach tens of millions. Although he is only 30 years old, he is an artist who does not take any role casually. He is very selective about the scripts he chooses. He has not released any new works for 2 years. Li Zixuan was stunned for a while before she came to her senses and said excitedly, Can you give me an autograph? Just sign our photo. I like you so much. I've watched the drama Empress Lai Zhao that you starred in more than 10 times. Wang Ming glanced at Li Zixuan and said, Are you sure you want to take a photo with her like this? You'll be all over the headlines then. Li Zixuan was slightly startled, then nodded vigorously. Yes, the title is, A Top Actress Returns to Her Ultimate Form After Hearing the Emotional Redemption of a Young Man and Woman. Wang Ming held his forehead helplessly and sighed secretly. Li Zixuan's mood changed too quickly, it was a 180-degree turn. Has she forgotten that her boyfriend died? Lin Qi has stopped sobbing and gradually calmed down. Wang Ming turned his head to look at her, secretly sighing in his heart, she is indeed a popular first-line actress, even with the dead makeup, she is still stunningly beautiful. Even the funeral clothes could not hide her graceful figure. Recalling Zo Xuching's appearance, Wang Ming felt that the two of them were quite similar. Lin Qi sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, You saved me, I will definitely repay you. Li Zixuan was so excited that she almost jumped out of her chair. She leaned forward and asked, Can you take me to act? I'll just be a small supporting role. As long as you can help me get into the industry. Wang Ming couldn't help but glared at Li Zixuan again and said seriously. Let's talk business first. Ms. Lin Qi, what's going on? You just said someone was trying to harm you. Lin Qi nodded and gritted her teeth, That's right, this is not a dream, I heard it for real. The story begins 2 years ago. I met a director. We had similar personalities, similar topics, and similar standards for men. In short, we got along very well and soon became best friends. She is just a third-tier producer and has directed many TV series that were not very popular. I had never filmed a TV series before, and as a good sister, I agreed to play the leading role in a historical drama produced, directed, and financed by her. I only accepted a very low salary because I wanted to help her make a name for herself in the film and television industry. We kept it very secret during filming, and no one knew anything about the show for 2 whole years. Now that the drama has finished filming, at the celebration party, she actually tried to harm me. I heard what she said. Wang Ming asked seriously, What did she say? Lin Qi became emotional and continued, choking with sobs, she said, Thank you. Just die in peace. After saying this, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears again. The person I thought was my good sister and close friend actually wanted to kill me. Li Zixuan was shocked. Wow, this is even more exciting than a TV show. A top actress made a guest appearance, and the director took action to avoid paying her. Wang Ming looked at Li Zixuan helplessly again, then said seriously, Let's call the police. Lin Qi nodded and said, Fortunately, I am lucky. Thank you again. I can never repay you for saving my life. She looked at Li Zixuan and said, Little beauty, if there is a chance, I will take you to make a movie. Li Zixuan covered her mouth with her hands excitedly, then nodded frantically, Great. I'm going to be a star. At this time, the staff who went to get the blanket walked into the room. Here, I found the blanket. Lin Qi glanced at him and said, No need, I'm much warmer now. The moment the staff members saw Lin Qi, they thought they were dazzled. They were stunned for several seconds before suddenly opening their mouths wide and shouting in surprise, Lin Qi? Wang Ming couldn't help but complain, Your crematorium is going to be famous now. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, there is an attempted murder case at the Guanxi crematorium. We are in the reception room. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming looked at the time and it was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. Thinking that the journey back was still long, he had to rush back before dusk to spend some time with Zo Xuching. Chapter 21 Underground Love. Wang Ming stood up and said, Ms. Lin, I'll leave first. Seeing him so anxious, Li Zixuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, What are you so anxious about? Don't we have to cooperate with the police investigation? Wang Ming waved his hand. Why should we cooperate? The surveillance camera clearly recorded us rescuing her. If there's a real need, it's not too late to go to the police station to take a statement later. I'm really in a hurry right now. It was a rare opportunity to chat with a top female movie star, so Li Jixuan was a little reluctant, but she still stood up slowly. Lin Qi also stood up suddenly, her face full of gratitude. She nodded slightly and asked softly, "You two saved my life, and I don't even know your names." "My name is Wang Ming." Li Zixuan followed up with, "Li Zixuan." Lin Qi nodded gently, her eyes sincere. "I remember, Wang Ming, Li Zixuan. The blessings you two have accumulated by saving me today will surely allow your children to grow up healthy and strong." Hearing Lin Qi's words, Li Zixuan's face flushed red, and she quickly waved her hand. "We are not a couple." Wang Ming smiled gently and said, "I'll give you my good wishes." Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Wang Ming to answer like this. He took advantage of his brother right after his death. Lin Qi continued, "Leave me your phone number. Once this matter is resolved, I will definitely contact you and repay you for saving my life." Wang Ming and Li Zixuan gave the phone number to Lin Qi, who wrote it down carefully. The staff member who had brought in the blanket earlier asked cheekily with a flattering smile on his face, "Ms. Lin Qi, can I also write down your contact information?" Lin Qi's originally grateful expression turned cold in an instant. She glared at the staff fiercely and said in a cold tone, "You crematorium! Just wait for your business to close down." The staff member was frightened by her eyes and words, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he stood there awkwardly. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan walked out of the crematorium and looked at the few vehicles on the street from the shadow of a willow tree. Li Zixuan continued to complain, "It's rare to chat with a celebrity, why are you so anxious? You only know celebrities. I think you've forgotten everything about Zhang Jian." Li Zixuan was distracted, as if she had really forgotten the purpose of coming to the crematorium. Wang Ming looked at his phone, but no one took the order. It is in a remote area and there are no taxis. It's almost 4 o'clock. If we can't get to the Jade Court before 5 o'clock, with Zo Xuching's temper, she will definitely not come out today. Li Zixuan saw Wang Ming's anxious expression and asked, "What's the matter that's so urgent?" "Date." "What?" Li Zixuan was stunned. She slowly opened her mouth and continued shyly, "You are too impatient. You didn't even ask whether I agreed or not." Wang Ming turned his head suddenly. It was obvious that Li Zixuan had misunderstood. Looking at her shy appearance, the system task she triggered seemed to be the easiest to complete. Li Zixuan continued to talk to herself, "You have a girlfriend. I'm afraid there will be misunderstandings. And, she's so pretty, her figure is even better than Lin Qi's." Wang Ming couldn't help laughing when he saw that she was serious. "Haha, are you feeling inferior?" Li Zixuan pinched her waist and said, "Why should I be inferior? I don't need your admiration. I just think your girlfriend is beautiful." At this time, a driver applied to increase the price to accept the order. The distance from the Guanxi crematorium to the destination is more than 30 kilometers, but the driver actually asked for a 100 yuan surcharge. The total price is 350. It's so dark. Forget it, I don't need these 3 or 200 anymore, but I think it's really abominable to take advantage of someone else's misfortune. Wang Ming clicked to agree. Li Zixuan thought of that beautiful mature woman and became more curious. Thinking about Wang Ming's sudden financial relief, could it be that? "Wang Ming, you're being kept, right?" Wang Ming was suddenly stunned. "What?" Li Zixuan glanced at Wang Ming's biceps. He looked handsome and was 5 or 6 centimeters taller than Zhang Jian. He must be at least 1.79 meters tall if not 1.80 meters. It seems that everything is explained. "Hey, Zo Mengmeng broke up with you because you had no money, and now you can't escape the rules of society. But she's so pretty, you didn't lose anything, you even felt like you made a small profit." Wang Ming smiled and said, "Oh? You mean, I'm not worthy of her?" Li Zixuan pouted and said thoughtfully, "Well, I think, a little, after all, she's beautiful and rich." "How do you know she's rich?" "You lent me 50,000 at once. So, judging by this, she must have given you at least several 100,000. "Hundreds of thousands, hee hee." Wang Ming smiled disdainfully. Li Zixuan could tell from his expression that it seemed to be more than just a few 100,000. She looked at Wang Ming's indifferent expression, frowned and said jokingly, "Hey, it's good to be good looking. Who can support me?" "I." Li Zhixuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then I really won't return the 50,000 yuan to you." Wang Ming nodded, "I didn't expect you to pay it back." Seeing Wang Ming's serious expression, Li Zhixuan quickly said, "Don't do that. I'm just joking. I won't argue with you." Wang Ming checked the taxi app and saw that the distance was only 1 kilometer. After returning to the city, he sent Li Zhixuan to the entrance of the community. Li Zhixuan got out of the car and waved to Wang Ming, "Goodbye, I'll call you." Wang Ming waved in response, watched Li Zhixuan enter the community, closed the car window, and asked the driver to continue driving towards infatuation. He took out his cell phone and called Zo Xuching. "Xuching, I'll be downstairs soon." Zo Xuching on the other end of the phone looked at the time, hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it today, Zo Mengmeng will be back at any time." Wang Ming said hurriedly, "I'll only stay for 5 minutes. I promise I'll leave as soon as 5 minutes are up." Zo Xuching hesitated for a while, but finally gave in, "Okay." When we arrived at the infatuation, Zo Xuching was already waiting at the gate of the community. Seeing Wang Ming getting out of a car, she hurriedly approached and pulled him into the courtyard of the community, saying as she walked, "I won't take you upstairs. It's safer in the courtyard of the community." Wang Ming gave a helpless smile, "It's so secretive, just like a spy movie. Let's just make our relationship public." Zo Xuching looked very embarrassed. Give me some more time. Didn't she say she agreed to us being together?" Zo Xuching bit her lip, slowly reached out, and gently took Wang Ming's hand, "But she doesn't know that my partner is you." Chapter 22 Mission accomplished. What happened? I noticed you looked strange when you left. Wang Ming recalled what happened to Zhang Jian and a sad look appeared on his face. My buddy is dead. Ah? Zo Xuching frowned and placed her other hand on the back of his hand. My condolences. She lowered her head and muttered in confusion, "Your brother should be young, how could he?" Wang Ming sighed, "Alas, I died under the pomegranate skirt." Under the pomegranate skirt? He died suddenly while doing his job. Zo Xuching was stunned for a moment, looking puzzled. When Wang Ming raised his eyebrows, she immediately understood. Ah? Really, but how could such a young man? Wang Ming shook his head helplessly, obviously, his kidneys are not good, but this is his hobby. Zo Xuching blushed a little, "It seems that you need to exercise some restraint. This is a warning to you. Don't overdraw your body just because you are young." Wang Ming leaned closer and smiled wickedly, "Then you will be responsible for supervising me from now on. If I lose self-control, you must punish me severely." Zo Xuching's cheeks flushed even more. She gently patted Wang Ming's hand and said angrily, "Who wants to supervise you? Just take care of yourself." Wang Ming persisted, moving his head closer. "I just want to listen to you. You tell me how often I should do it, and I will do it as often as I want." "Oh no. It should be several times a day." Zo Xuching's breathing quickened. "You are unruly. I'm simply worried about you. After all, you used to be a bit lax in this regard." Wang Ming looked puzzled, "How do you know?" Zo Xuching didn't dare to raise her head, let alone look into Wang Ming's eyes, and muttered softly. Meng. Every Sunday I come home and sleep for 12 hours. I wake up the next day feeling half dead. Sunday? Yeah. You used to go on dates on Fridays, and she'd be out for 3 days, only coming back on Sunday night. I'd argue with her quite a bit about that." Wang Ming let go of Zo Xuching's hand and tried hard to absorb this information. "But I just can't figure it out. When I was dating Zo Mengmeng, we would meet on Friday nights, and she would leave the next day, saying that she had dance classes on the weekend." "She told you she was dating her boyfriend? Didn't Zo Mengmeng have classes on weekends when she was in college?" "She's been taking dance classes since graduation." Zo Xuching was also puzzled. "No, she stopped attending dance classes in her sophomore year." Only then did Wang Ming realize that he had been acting like a cuckold. "Every Saturday I separate from myself and never go home. Where have you been these 2 days?" "I dare not think too deeply, because if I think about it, all I see is the green grassland." Seeing Wang Ming gritting his teeth, Zo Xuching asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming calmed down. After all, Zo Mengmeng had nothing to do with him anymore. Now he felt no guilt at all for being in love with Zo Xuching. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and forced a natural smile towards Zo Xuching. When will you supervise me? If Meng Meng isn't home one day, I'll do it. Zo Xuching slapped Wang Ming's hand that was grabbing her shoulder away. That's too much. You're not allowed to touch me before we're married. Beep. Mission accomplished. The gift pack has been automatically distributed. A new mission has been triggered. Wang Ming heard the system prompt sound and opened the system interface. An extremely bright yellow exclamation mark appeared in the lower right corner of my eyes. Click and see the reward package for completing the task. The avatar of the bound object Zo Xuching also kept flashing. After clicking, a new task pops up. Watching movies all night at Zo Xuching's house. 22:06 o'clock the next day. New mission? All night? At home? Wang Ming stared at the task panel. It seemed simple, but it was actually difficult. Zo Xuching is so conservative that she only allows me to touch hands and not even hug. Would she allow herself to watch movies at her house all night? What's more, there is Zo Meng Meng at home, and Zo Xuching will definitely not allow it. However, Zo Xuching's obsession level has reached 92. If we do more ideological work, maybe it will work. We'll see about it later. Anyway, we have the reward now. Hurry up and click on the gift package. What is the reward for completing the system task? Open. Congratulations on winning 1 million Daxia coins. The funds will be automatically transferred to your account after entering your card number. Get a bouquet of flowers. Acquired the property rights of an office in Jingtian Building, Baiyun District CBD. 1 million? It's not even as much as what I spent on Zo Xuching. However, Jingtian Building is the hottest CBD building in Xiguan. An office of 100 square meters can easily cost 18 million. Unfortunately, the heart flower cannot be given to someone with an infatuation level of 60 or above. Otherwise, you can withdraw the system currency immediately. Zo Xuching saw that Wang Ming was stunned for a long time and thought that he was hurt by her words. She spoke softly and gently, "Dear, let's take it slow. I will definitely make you get what you want in the future." As he said this, he gently pulled Wang Ming's hand again. Wang Ming's consciousness was out of the system at this moment, and he hurriedly asked, "What did you just say?" Zo Xuching was shy and lowered her head. "I said, I will let you touch me in the future." She glanced at the place out of the corner of her eye and her body shook violently. It was Zo Meng Meng who walked into the community. He quickly pulled Wang Ming to hide behind a bush. "It's Meng Meng." Wang Ming poked his head out slightly and watched her wave to the man outside the community, then walked deeper into the community. "Go back quickly, I'm going upstairs. Give me a kiss before you leave. Do it with your own hands." Zo Xuching stretched out her delicate, white, wrinkle-free hands. Wang Ming lifted her hand and gave it a smack. "Bye, dear, don't be too sad." Zo Xuching waved at Wang Ming, not forgetting to look in the direction of Zo Meng Meng. "I have to go to work tomorrow. Let's make an appointment again," Wang Ming said and turned to leave. When Zo Xuching saw Wang Ming walking out of the community yard, she hurried towards home. After returning home, Zo Meng Meng walked out of the bedroom as soon as she took off her high heels. "Mom, where have you been?" You're meeting your boyfriend, right?" He. "Mom, please meet me at your house someday. They helped us pay off our mortgage and gave you a car and cosmetics. You should treat them to a meal at your home." Zo Xuching felt uneasy in front of Zo Meng Meng and stammered, I know. I'll see to it." Wang Ming took a taxi after walking out of the community. He really shouldn't have let Zo Xuching pick him up at noon. It is so difficult to get a taxi every time. During the evening rush hour, there are no drivers who will accept orders on normal days. I just clicked on the phone screen to increase the price by 10 yuan, and then my phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar phone number. "Hello? Who are you?" Chapter 23, Becoming a Maintenance Worker. A woman's soft voice came from my ears. She murmured softly. Mr. Wang, I'm the business receptionist for Hanyu Automobile. We've met before. Do you remember me?" Wang Ming instantly remembered who this person was. In his opinion, this woman called him for two reasons. Either rely on beauty to seduce yourself and seek wealth. Either it is to use sales tactics or to make money. In any case, the purpose is extremely clear. He whispered softly, "Oh, now I remember. What do you want from me? Well, would it be convenient for me to have dinner with you? I think you have a great temperament and I really want to make friends with you. Wang Ming raised the corners of his mouth and said with a half smile, Okay, what a coincidence, I haven't eaten yet. The woman hurriedly said, I'll treat you. I've added you on WeChat. Please approve it and I'll send you the address. Okay. Wang Ming hung up the phone, and the image of the succubus Zo Xuching appeared in his mind. Whenever he saw her, his heart would beat uncontrollably. But she still refused to let him touch her. Now there is someone who has offered himself to me. After the price increase, someone else had already accepted the ride. Wang Ming got in the ride and told the driver, I need to change my address. My destination has changed. Okay, the driver responded politely. On the way, Wang Ming entered his card number into the system, and 1 million was successfully transferred into his account. There is also an expensive office, and the reward is really good. It is not a loss to spend so much money on Zo Xuching before. In fact, even if the reward was not so generous, I would be willing to spend money on Zo Xuching. What makes me angry is that Zo Xuching is doing well and Zo Mengmeng is also benefiting from it. I have to think of a way to prevent Zo Mengmeng from relying on Zo Xuching anymore. When they arrived at the meeting place, a Korean barbecue restaurant, Wang Ming saw the sign and immediately spat, Bah! What's so good about Korean food? When he walked into the store, Wang Ming could no longer remember what the woman looked like. He dialed the phone and looked around. At this time, a woman raised her cell phone and waved her arms at Wang Ming. Wang Ming walked over and sat down. It's a bit sudden to ask you out, but I don't have many opportunities to ask you out. Wang Ming frowned, What do you mean? The woman giggled. My husband isn't coming home tonight, or I'd have to cook for him. Wang Ming looked at the woman. She was still wearing her business suit and black stockings. It was obvious that she had come directly from get off work. You've been busy all day. So, I've been wanting to ask you out for a few days, but today I just can't help but want you. Wang Ming felt that this woman was even more coquettish than the landlord. He smiled and said, So, what do you mean? The Hania sales representative said, My husband didn't come home yesterday, and the faucet at home has been leaking. Can you fix it? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and said, I'm the best at this. I'm a master at clearing drains, fixing faucets, and repairing car chassis. The woman giggled again. What's your name? Wang Ming asked. My name is Zhang Ailing. Are you married, sir? No. Zhang Ailing pursed her lips and smiled shyly, That's great, I don't need to report to the police when repairing the faucet. The dishes were served one after another. Wang Ming really couldn't get used to the kimchi and soybean paste soup that tasted like shit, so he ordered a plate of egg fried rice. After they finished eating, they walked out of the restaurant. Wang Ming asked Zhang Ailing, Do you have a car? Zhang Ailing nodded, I have a family car, don't you drive? I was picked up at noon today, so it's not open. Zhang Ailing smiled flatteringly, You can tell at a glance that you are a boss, and there is always someone to pick you up when you go out. I'll drive, but don't be lazy when it's your turn to drive. She then threw a wink. When we arrived at Zhang Ailing's residential area, it was an old residential area with houses that were 20 or 30 years old. The building is old and the walls are mottled. The two walked into the residential complex. Zhang Ailing parked the car with ease and took Wang Ming upstairs. When I opened the door, I saw that the house was about 60 or 70 square meters. Although the interior was not luxurious, it was tidy and warm. There is a wedding photo hanging above the sofa in the living room. In the photo, the two people are hugging each other intimately with sweet smiles. It can be seen that the two were very much in love when they got married. Maybe she still loves him deeply now, but social rules force Zhang Ailing to find more effective ways to make money. Zhang Ailing put on her slippers and said coquettishly, I'm going to take a shower first. It's too hot today and I'm all sweaty. She twisted her waist and walked towards the bathroom. Wang Ming stood in the living room, his eyes unconsciously following her figure. Black stockings wrapped around her well-proportioned legs, and dimples on her face when she smiled. Her husband must be very happy, with such a beautiful wife. He must make a lot of money working in a luxury car 4S dealership. The sound of running water coming from the bathroom constantly aroused Wang Ming's heart. After a while, the bathroom door opened and Eileen Chang came out wrapped in a bath towel, her hair sticking to her white shoulders, and the collar of the bath towel was slightly open. She walked over to Wang Ming and deliberately got very close to him. You should take a shower too. It's so hot. The tone was full of temptation and the eyes were full of charm. This is definitely not the first time I have brought someone home as a guest. Wang Ming understood what he meant, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Okay, I'll help you fix the faucet after I wash it. He stood up and walked into the bathroom. This night was destined to be restless. I had just turned on the faucet to adjust the water temperature when the phone rang. Wang Ming quickly wiped his hands, opened the glass door, and picked up the phone on the washing machine. Hello? We are the Wanshi police station. You called the police today, right? We have checked the surveillance footage and recorded the statement of the person involved. You do not need to come to the police station for assistance at this time, but please keep your phone open. We will contact you at any time. It turned out to be Lin Chi's case. Wang Ming replied, okay. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Hey, your food is ready, come and enjoy it. Eileen Chang shouted from the inner room. Early the next morning, Wang Ming opened Wei Xin and transferred 10,000 Xia coins to Zhang Yiling. Really, you help others with things and then you have to pay them for their hard work. How does that make sense? I saw the missed call from the female boss Jiang Yao and called back. Boss. Wang Ming, there's a new person here today, and I'd like you to mentor him. Could you please come to work today? If not, I'll give you a 500 yuan raise. I'm going now. I overslept, otherwise I would have been here. Chapter 24 System Fuck You ##. A bit strange. The landlady triggered the binding just by flirting with me. However, Eileen Chang did not show any reaction that triggered the binding. Can't anyone trigger a binding? Are there requirements for body shape or purity? This system is quite picky. He did not return to the rental house to pick up the car that Zo Xuching gave him. I still took a taxi to the company. I am still very busy today. I have to help the boss train new employees and go to the real estate hall to verify the authenticity of the property rights. Zo Xuching's task, the landlady's task, and Li Zhishuan's task. Ah. So busy suddenly. I'm still thinking about using the money I have to start a business, and I don't have time to plan. When they arrived at the office, the female boss saw Wang Ming through the transparent glass. She walked out of her office and waved to Wang Ming, Wang Ming, come here. Then he turned around and went back into the house. Wang Ming walked into the boss's office and closed the glass door casually. Jiang Yao pressed the remote control of the blinds, and the curtains on all four sides of the transparent glass fell, separating the boss's office from the large office for the employees. Wang Ming looked at the curtains falling around him and asked in confusion, what's going on? Why is it so secretive? Jiang Yao bowed her head slightly and said, come and sit down. Wang Ming walked to the chair opposite the boss's desk and sat down. Jiang Yao sighed, I think you're great, and I really don't want you to leave. Wang Ming frowned, but you promised me that I would help you for another month. Jiang Yao rested her elbows on the table, leaning forward slightly. Can't you think about it again? Are you dissatisfied with the low salary? You just graduated not long ago. Among my peers, I'm not considered a stingy boss, am I? As she spoke, her eyes moved over Wang Ming, with a sincere look of wanting him to stay. Wang Ming felt a little uncomfortable with her look. They had already agreed on it, so why did she go back on her word? Boss, I've already made up my mind. It's not about the money. I don't need that few thousand yuan salary right now. Jiang Yao stood up, walked slowly to Wang Ming, and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, why call me boss? Call me Jiang Yao. I just started my business, and you're the most capable of the few people I've hired. After a few more years, you'll be considered a veteran employee. When the company's performance improves, can't I give you some dividends? How about 10 percentage points? 10 points? In the past, I would have been absolutely delighted. The company has been on an upward trend over the past 6 months. Jiang Yao's ability is indeed outstanding, as she has done so well in an oversaturated industry. But my own contribution is also not small. In the 6 months since I joined the company, I roughly estimate that my revenue is more than 2 million, excluding rent and some travel expenses, entertainment expenses, and employee expenses. The boss made at least $100. If I give myself 10% of the annual dividend, it would be more than 200,000 yuan, and it will definitely increase in the future. Seeing Wang Ming thinking, Jiang Yao continued to output. Are you willing to leave me here alone? Her voice was soft. Wang Ming's neck felt itchy from the breath, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He took a deep breath and said, "Boss, I have my own plans. I really am not short of money." Jiang Yao sat down on the handle of Wang Ming's chair, leaning against him tightly. She gently held his arm with one hand, shook him, and said, "Wang Ming, please just be considerate of me. If you leave, I'll dream that you won't help me anymore." Her eyes were pitiful. The boss is divorced and has children. Judging from his condition, he must not have opened the floodgates for many years. But I really can't keep wasting time here. Completing a task will earn me more than 1 million plus an office worth several million. I am destined to be very successful in the future. Why don't I become a boss and stay in this small company? But I feel like my heart is about to be softened by her. Don't shake me, I'm dizzy. Jiang Yao poked Wang Ming's chest lightly with her finger, pouting and saying, "Look how good I am to you. I always take care of you. Did you forget? You had a cold, your girlfriend didn't even visit you, and I drove to bring you medicine on a rainy night. Also, my son loved playing with you whenever he came to the company. If you leave, my son will definitely cry when he comes and finds you are not here. My life as a mother and I is so miserable. We are always abandoned by men." Ah? Wang Ming looked confused. What the hell is this? Isn't this a sad drama with temptation added to it? Beep. Discovering a new bindable object. Jiang Yao. After in-depth communication, the binding can be completed. The system prompt sounded again. Faced with its prompt, Wang Ming was very upset. How could he have a deep communication with it? This little succubus is about to kiss me. Ha! Why don't you say anything? Wang Ming hurriedly looked at Jiang Yao, who had a seductive look on her face, and put his arms around her waist. Jiang Yao's body trembled, and she instantly jumped up from the chair handle and moved 2 steps forward. What are you doing? Her face flushed a little. Wang Ming frowned. I just want to comfort you. Jiang Yao coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. I just wanted to keep you. Why did you suddenly? Wang Ming was helpless. It was clearly he who took the initiative to seduce her, and he even became reserved. Let me think about it. I don't want to change something we've already agreed on. Seeing Wang Ming relax, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly struck while the iron was hot. Wang Ming, think about it again, the company really can't do without you. My son can't bear to leave you either. A new person will be coming today, and he will need your guidance. Later I will expand the company, hire more people and get more business. If you leave, I really don't know what to do. As long as you don't leave, I'll keep my promise of 10% of the dividends, and Jiang Yao began to stutter as she spoke, her face turning redder and redder. Just think about it. Wang Ming rubbed his temples and felt a headache. I don't know if it was because of Jiang Yao's bombardment or because I was too tired from repairing the water pipes yesterday. Beep. Binding object successfully. Bound to Jiang Yao. Age, 32. Appearance, 90. Body, 91. Purity, 80. Infatuation, 80. Obsession level, 80. The boss really likes me. Jiang Yao has always claimed that the age on her ID card is 31, but her actual age is 28. Turns out the real age is 32. Purity level is 80, so she must have had a boyfriend before getting married. Trigger the mission. When Jiang Yao's son calls out Dad 100 times, the mission is completed. Who is responsible for the dog's behavior? Let the boss son call you Dad? Happy to be a father? Fuck you %%. Wang Ming cursed the system in his heart. Chapter 25 Fury. Boss, how old is your son? 4 years old, what's wrong? You can't. How can you be so forward-thinking? I hate it. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. What's the new employee's name? Lu Guohua. Boy? Yes. Wang Ming's mouth continued to twitch. Of the 7 employees in the company, 6 are men. The HR department is the only woman, and the new hire is a man. Even the hourly cleaner is an old man. Jiang Yao curled her lips. What are you thinking? You're the only one who's both attractive and capable. If I wasn't really short of people, I would have fired them all long ago. It's really helpless. This boss must be very hungry. If you really get involved with her, you will definitely be eaten alive. Wang Ming stood up and said goodbye to Jiang Yao. I'm going back to my workstation. Jiang Yao nodded slightly, her eyes softly responding, he will be here soon. I have already told him your workstation and name, and he will take the initiative to find you. Arrange him to work at the station next to you so that you can provide guidance. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. I returned to my workstation. I hadn't been to work for a few days and saw a mountain of documents on my desk. I have no motivation to work now that I have money. He sighed softly and started to organize the documents. I opened the work queue, which contained several new orders sent by the boss and a bunch of complicated requirements from customers. Sort them out one by one. After finishing my work, I picked up my phone and saw that Zo Xuching had sent me a good morning emoticon. Jiafeng sent a short message, see you at 6 in the evening. I just remembered that I have to go to Jiafeng's house tonight. The system task she triggered made Wang Ming scratch his head. While he was thinking, a man in a blue shirt and black trousers walked towards his workstation. The man smiled politely and said, hello. I'm Lu Guohua, a new employee. Wang Ming turned his head and the moment his eyes fell on the man's face, a sense of familiarity surged in his heart, as if he had seen him somewhere. The man also frowned slightly and tried hard to recall. It's you! They both blurted out almost at the same time, with surprise in their voices. The man was slightly stunned, then said, you are not. Yes, that's right, your girlfriend's ex. Ex? You? Lu Guohua stuttered, still unsure of his surprise. Wang Ming patted the table beside him and said, come, sit down, and have a good chat. It seems that there is a lot more to teach you besides work. Seeing Wang Ming's bad tone, Lu Guohua pursed his lips, looked fierce, and pulled out a chair and collapsed on it. Then he crossed his legs and put them on the table. Ha, ex? You're just a jerk. Wang Ming glared at Lu Guohua fiercely. One-on-one? Let's go to the stairwell. Whoever calls the police is a bastard. Lu Guohua looked at Wang Ming carefully. His heart was beating fast when he saw his biceps faintly visible under his short sleeves. He tried to control his voice so that it wouldn't tremble. Ha, uncivilized primitive animals only know how to use violence to solve problems. Wang Ming smiled sinisterly. Yeah, Zo Mengmeng also thinks I'm violent. Lu Guohua instantly glared at Wang Ming, who immediately rolled up his arm to show off his biceps. Look, it's bigger than yours. Lu Guohua swallowed his saliva. It was really big. If he was punched by such a muscular arm, he would definitely get a black eye and a swollen face. I don't want to waste time talking to you. I'm here to work. Lu Guohua shook his legs on the table, appearing to be very natural and fearless. At this time, Jiang Yao walked out of the office and shouted in their direction, Lu Guohua. How can you have such an attitude on your first day at work? Take your legs off. This is the company, not your home. Lu Guohua looked at Jiang Yao glaring at him with her shoulders crossed, and immediately lowered her legs from the table. Jiang Yao patted the documents in her hand and shouted to the people in the office, stop for a moment, I have an announcement. 7 or 8 people in the office put down their mice and keyboards and looked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao gave Wang Ming a meaningful look, then glanced at everyone. From today on, Wang Ming is our company's deputy general manager and office director. I will give him all the client orders I assign to you in the future. If you have any small work issues, please consult him first. If he can't solve them, then come to me. Wang Ming was stunned for a moment. The other 7 people were also puzzled as to why they were promoted just after entering the room and pulling the curtains and coming out. Seeing that no one said anything, Jiang Yao raised her voice and said, that's it. No objections, right? Several people said in unison, got it, boss. Okay, boss. Jiang Yao gave Wang Ming a bright smile, then turned and walked back to the boss's office. Wang Ming looked at Lu Guohua and said, oh, you are my lucky star. I got a promotion as soon as you came. I don't care about promotion at all at the moment, and I say this just to stimulate Lu Guohua. Lu Guohua smiled disdainfully, do you think I'm here to work and make money? I just want to experience a more colorful life. My family owns a supermarket. It's several hundred square meters. The daily turnover is tens of thousands of yuan. Wang Ming clapped his hands and cheered, "Nyo bai, what a wealthy family." Then he changed his tone and said disdainfully, "Sales? No rent? No purchase costs? No employee expenses? 100,000 or 80,000 a month is enough for your family to earn, right? Humph, you can't even earn 100,000 or 80,000 in a year. Don't you have any idea why you were dumped? Being a small manager of a small company is the most glorious moment of your life. Lu Guohua looked down on Wang Ming. He continued laughing and said, "Oh, by the way, we knew each other before Zo Mengmeng broke up with you. We were together every Sunday." Wang Ming said nonchalantly, "I know that. By the way, he always looks listless when he sees you. I'm sorry, but she's just too tired to be with me." Lu Guohua gritted his teeth in anger. "You." He wanted to curse but didn't dare to speak, his biceps intimidating him. Wang Ming continued, "Remember, she always takes a half-hour break. You don't have to worry about that. It'll probably only take 2 minutes. Also, she will have severe stomach pain when her period comes, you have to help her massage it. She doesn't want her hair to blow up when she eats a lollipop. Oh, and she particularly likes guanine." "Stop fucking talking." Lu Guohua couldn't control himself and almost roared. "I hate it so much. I want to tear Wang Ming, who was talking non-stop, to pieces. He loved Zo Mengmeng deeply and wanted to marry her. The visual was so vivid at this moment that I almost vomited blood." Hearing the roar, everyone looked towards the two of them. Zhang Yao came out of the boss's office again and asked Lu Guohua, "What are you shouting about?" Chapter 26 Cousin. "Wang Ming, come here." Zhang Yao called Wang Ming into the office. She asked in a concerned tone, "What's going on? Are you guys arguing?" Wang Ming nodded. "Why are you arguing? Is he too stupid? Be patient. You were a rookie too. I taught you how to be patient." Wang Ming said helplessly, "We know each other for some private matters." Zhang Yao nodded thoughtfully, then said decisively, "Then I'll fire him. How can I keep someone who makes you unhappy?" Wang Ming quickly waved his hand and said, "No, that would make me look petty. Let someone else take him." "Okay, I'll ask him to go to another workstation." Wang Ming walked out of the boss's office, but did not return to his workstation. Instead, he went out into the corridor. "I spent a lot of the money the system gave me last time to increase Zo Xuching's favorability. Now that the system reward has arrived, I am thinking of giving some money to my uncle." He called his uncle. "Uncle, I transferred some money to your bank card." My uncle's tone on the phone was honest. "Don't need children, do you have enough money?" Now it's not a question of whether I have enough to spend, but how I should spend it. My uncle advised me earnestly, "Although you can make money from your job now, you have to save it. In the future, marrying a wife, buying a car and a house, and giving a betrothal gift are all things that cost money, so you have to be frugal." Wang Ming didn't take it seriously. "Uncle, you should have received the text message." "I received it. 500,000 yuan has been deposited into my account. It must be a scam text message." Wang Ming hurriedly explained, "Yes, it is 500,000 yuan, which I transferred to you." The uncle on the other end of the phone was in disbelief and frowned. "You transferred it? Try withdrawing the money to WeChat." My uncle was shocked. "Did you really do that? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I'm a senior executive now. Although the company is small, the dividends are good, and the company will grow stronger in the future. You don't have to suffer anymore. Go buy an apartment in the county town. You should save it for yourself and leave me alone. Your sister will go to college next year, and I can be free in a few more years. She is going to apply to a university in Xi'an, and when she graduates, you can take care of her in Xi'an." Wang Ming smiled and said, "Of course. By the way, how is my cousin doing lately? I haven't contacted her in a while. Your cousin seems to be resigning and didn't tell me much. Let's do this for now. Feel free to spend the money. If you need money, tell me. I'll go back to see you during the new year." My uncle had no choice but to advise, "Take care, son. Be a law-abiding citizen of Daxia. Don't worry." Wang Ming hung up the phone and dialed his cousin's number again. After a while, the call was connected. "Sister, are you doing well in Nanzhou City? My cousin scolded me, 'You little bastard, you still care about me. You haven't called me for almost a month.' Wang Ming explained, "I've been busy lately. I heard from my uncle that you're going to resign?" My cousin sighed on the other end of the phone. "Oh, Nanzhou is too competitive. The boss treats us like cattle and horses. I have already resigned. I will take a month off and relax first. How are you doing in Shiguan? I'm fine now. Why don't you come to me and I'll take care of you? You'll be lonely in Nanzhou. My cousin laughed and joked, you can't even take care of yourself, and you're taking care of me. But I really want to visit Shiguan. It has developed much better than Nanzhou in the past 2 years. Come on, you'll have company with me. My cousin said seriously, I'll think about it. Cousin, I won't talk to you anymore. I have a lot of work to do. Yeah, bye. After the two hung up the phone, Wang Ming clicked on his cousin's profile picture and transferred 100,000 yuan. Wang Ming's cousin is Zo Xuching, 25 years old. I have been working for several years and live paycheck to paycheck, but I am self-reliant and have never asked Uncle Wang Ming for money. During the Chinese New Year, I would use my savings to buy some New Year's goods to take home. Wang Ming grew up in his uncle's house and has a good relationship with his sisters. Zo Xuching opened the message and was shocked to see that her cousin had transferred 100,000 yuan. There was also a message attached below. Since you want to relax, go travel. Use this money. Don't be too tight on money. I've also given a lot of money to my uncle, so don't worry about him. Zo Xuching looked at the transfer and replied, Did you win the lottery? Wang Ming replied, Promoted, second in command of the company. It took Zo Xuching a long time to calm down, thinking that her younger brother had really made great progress. Wang Ming urged her to collect the money. Zo Xuching clicked on the payment button and saw that 100,000 yuan had actually been deposited into her account. You kid, you're good. Wang Ming felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw his cousin's praise. Back at my workstation, I looked at the work queue. Jiang Yao sent me all the customer orders for the company. I groaned in my heart, the workload was simply outrageous. Without discussing anything with me, he made me the second in command and had me review all the business. Until noon, Wang Ming didn't even have time to eat a bite of lunch. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was almost time to punch in the afternoon. I was so tired that I felt dizzy and rubbed my sore eyes and stretched my stiff neck. Jiang Yao appeared at his workstation with a meal in her hand, a gentle smile on her face. Eat something, you've worked hard today. After all, you've become my second in command. I plan to raise your salary to 8K next month, and as promised, there's a 10% bonus at the end of the year. Keep up the good work. Wang Ming was slightly startled, then showed gratitude. Thank you, boss, but I need to think about it again. Jiang Yao nodded gently. Don't worry, you are in the company anyway, just take your time to think about it. She was also worried. In the past, Wang Ming would take the initiative to apply for a salary increase, and he would be happy even if it was only 500 yuan. But now that she offered such generous conditions, he seemed unmoved. Wang Ming also thought to himself that if it were in the past, he would have been so moved that he would have burst into tears and might even have hugged this single mother. But it's different now. My own office can be sold for millions. Hey, why not invest in Jiang Yao's company? Jiang Yao has always wanted to expand the company, but she has no experience as a boss, so she can start with a small company to practice. After completing more system tasks and having enough money, I will slowly expand my business. Oh, if I have the ability and the opportunity, I must acquire the supermarket owned by Lu Guohua. Wang Ming looked at Jiang Yao and said, Boss, I've already understood everyone's orders in progress. I'd like to go out for a while this afternoon, is that okay? Jiang Yao said nonchalantly, Whatever. You're the second in command now. If there's nothing wrong with your work, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to ask me for permission. I'll be back as soon as possible. Wang Ming said goodbye to Jiang Yao and drove to the real estate hall in the small car that Zo Xuching gave him. Chapter 27 Investment Plan. After confirmation at the service window of the real estate hall, the property rights are genuine. Baiyun District CBD. Office in Jingtian Building. 150 square meters. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The rewards for completing the mission are outrageous. Wang Ming's heart began to get excited again. He didn't have enough money to run the office yet, so he might as well sell it and invest in Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao doesn't agree, you can use the money to do something else. He then drove to the agency to sell his property. After evaluation by the intermediary, the listing price of 6 million is more appropriate. Help me get 5.5 million. The sales manager of the agency widened his eyes when he heard Wang Ming's words. Are you sure? Sure, I need money urgently. The sales manager held his glasses, rolled his eyes, and said with a flattering smile, that If you can offer a lower price, we can buy it directly. Wang Ming frowned. This guy just wanted to take advantage of him. Looking at the middle-aged man's pot belly, he must have earned a lot of money from customers. But I am not afraid of being hacked. Right now I need to quickly cash in the system rewards. Only what I get counts as money. I will just put it up for sale slowly and get out of here. How much lower? Wang Ming asked seriously. The middle-aged man's brain was working secretly, and he suddenly said, 5 million. Make a deal. Okay. We'll prepare the full payment tomorrow and go directly to the real estate office to transfer the ownership. No problem. If you have a system but still care about these trivial things and don't know how to show your abilities immediately, you are nothing but a mule among cattle and horses. Wang Ming drove back to the company. I had endless fantasies along the way. I could easily make 5 million. If I continued like this, becoming a tens of millions or even a billionaire would not be a dream. Looking at the system interface, Zo Xuching's obsession level is 92. When will it reach 100 to exchange for system coins? The houses and cars in the system mall are really tempting. Zo Xuching sent many greetings this day, concerned about Wang Ming's condition. What a gentle woman. If I open a company for Zo Xuching in the future, will she be so moved that she will come to me on her own initiative? Just as Wang Ming was thinking while driving, Zo Mengmeng called. Hey, didn't you block me? What? Did you miss me? What did you say to my boyfriend, you bastard? I said you were very white before, but now you are black. I at #%. Zo Mengmeng suddenly became anxious and started swearing. You poor bastard. Just because you became a small boss doesn't change the fact that you're a loser. My boyfriend's family earns $1 million or 800,000 a year. I want to buy a bag and you give me 40,000 yuan. Do you know the difference between you two? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in hatred. Doesn't his family earn $1 million or 800,000 yuan a year? Just wait, Zo Mengmeng. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator angrily. After returning to the company, Wang Ming walked straight to the door of the boss's office and knocked on the glass door. Enter. Boss. I figured it out. Stay and help me, right? I told you, our future is so bright, you're destined to buy a car and a house in Shiguan in the future. Maybe in the future, my house will be your home. Jian Yao said this, lowering her head shyly. Wang Ming didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and just got straight to the point. I want to buy shares. Ah? You mean? Oh. What are you talking about? We have to talk about feelings first before. Wang Ming's face was twitching. The boss was really, what was he thinking about? I mean, I want to invest. I want more shares in the company. Investment? Jiang Yao looked puzzled. Do you have money? Of course, otherwise how can we invest? Jiang Yao smiled lightly. How much money can you have? Even if you have it, you know that the company is getting better and better. Why would I care about your hundreds or tens of thousands of dollars? Wang Ming really doesn't have any at the moment. He gave the Daxia coins rewarded by the system to his uncle and cousin, and now he only has 500,000 left. But 5 million will arrive tomorrow. Wang Ming organized his thoughts and said seriously, according to the current status of the company, it will take you 5 years to earn 5 million. Excluding the expenses for improving your life, you can probably save 2 to 3 million in 5 years. Even if you save this money, you will consider whether to invest it all in the company. I will invest 5 million and only want 49% of your shares. Is that okay? 5 million? Jiang Yao tried hard to absorb Wang Ming's information, but couldn't digest it for a while, and her eyes were a little dazed. Wang Ming nodded. Jiang Yao shook her head. You're such a joke. If you really wanted to leave, I couldn't stop you. How could you say such irrelevant things? Look like I'm kidding? Jiang Yao's laughter became more and more presumptuous. 5 million, it's hard for you to come up with 50,000, right? It's not like I haven't been to your rental house before. When I delivered medicine to you, I saw your takeout bag was full of pork trotter rice, pancakes, and cold noodles. Do you have 5 million? Wang Ming was too lazy to explain. She would only believe his words if the money was slapped in front of her. Just tell me, if I really have 5 million, would you agree? If you can come up with 5 million, I'll definitely agree. Wouldn't it be great if the company could just grow bigger and stronger? It's a deal. Jiang Yao felt that Wang Ming must have become mentally disturbed by his personal affairs. She then comforted him, if you really want to become the boss of a company, there are other easy ways. Wang Ming leaned his hands on the table and said with a smile, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. After he said that, he turned and walked out of Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao looked at Wang Ming's back, sighed and shook his head, is he really crazy? The afternoon passed without any rush or boredom, during which Lu Guowo turned back from time to time and cast hateful glances at Wang Ming. After get off work, I returned to the apartment building and looked at the smoke rising from the small second floor opposite. Jiafang is preparing for dinner. When Wang Ming returned home, he opened the refrigerator and saw the Red Bull and Jinzhou that Jiafang had put in. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His eyes then fell on a belt hanging on the wall, and he wondered to himself, I wonder if Jiafang would like it? He took off his belt and whipped it twice in the air, making a sharp papa sound. Do you want to buy 2 more candles? Jiafang deliberately looked in the direction of the apartment building from time to time, and finally saw Wang Ming's car. She immediately called Wang Ming. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiafang's shy voice came over. When you come later, come in from the back of the yard. It would be a shame if someone saw you enter my house and didn't leave again. Wang Ming smiled and responded, I'm just here to have a meal, and I'll leave after I'm done. Jiafang's tone was filled with a hint of resentment, are you just here to eat? Wang Ming pretended to be confused, what else? Jiafang snorted, you wicked thing, you clearly know what's going on, yet you insist on making me say it out loud. I'm afraid you'll record it and blackmail me for money. Wang Ming continued to tease, if you don't explain clearly what you want to do, I won't go. Stop making trouble and come and eat some big, sweet steamed buns. Chapter 28 The plan begins. Following Jiafang's instructions, Wang Ming gently pushed open the small door to the backyard from the path behind the yard. I quickly walked across the backyard and tried to open the back door of the second floor, but it was still unlocked. It seems that I have to take the back door today. The aroma of food filled the air instantly. Jiafang had been leaning against the cabinet at the back door waiting for a long time, looking at Wang Ming who came in with a smile on her face. Wang Ming sniffed and said, it smells good. I can't wait. Are you talking about the delicious food, or me? What do you think? Jiafang giggled, grabbed Wang Ming's hand and walked towards the dining table. Wang Ming put down the Jinzhou and Red Bull in his hands. Jiafang's mouth was increasingly filled with smiles that could not be concealed. Eat more. Is this mutton? Venison. Wang Ming was shocked when he heard Jiafang's answer. She was really well prepared. Did you do this for your husband before? Whatever he eats is nonsense. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, oh, it seems that this venison is a special benefit prepared for me. Jiafang giggled, of course not. I'm just looking forward to you taking good care of yourself. Wang Ming picked up a piece of venison and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly, his eyes always fixed on Jiafang. This venison is awesome, feel the pulse. Jiafang's cheeks flushed. Eat more quickly, don't just talk and don't practice. Wang Ming picked up the wine glass and gently shook the wine soaked with wolfberries. Come on, let's drink a glass. You'll know what a warrior is in a moment. Jiafang also picked up her glass and clinked it gently with Wang Ming's. She opened her red lips and said, then I'll be waiting to see your performance. The two drank a sip of wine. Jiafang wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue and looked at Wang Ming with charming eyes. If you perform well, not only will the rent be waived, I'll also give you a reward. Wang Ming looked Jiafang up and down, and deliberately clicked his tongue twice. If you behave well, I'll pay your rent for 5 years. Jiafang was stunned. Wang Ming looked around the big house and asked, how many square meters is your house? The usable area is over 400 square meters. How much is this house? Jiafang thought for a moment and said, I built it myself, so it didn't cost much, but the land cost over 2 million yuan back then, and that was 10 years ago. Wang Ming nodded. According to the current market conditions, this house would cost at least 10 million yuan. There are quite a few rooms in this house. Listening to Wang Ming's sigh, Jiafang smiled even more devilishly, then try every room. Don't be listless at work tomorrow. Jiafang's eyes were full of anticipation. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a sea cucumber for Wang Ming. I haven't felt this much anticipation in a long time. Wang Ming picked up the sea cucumber, put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, then put down his chopsticks and said, "I don't want to eat anymore." Jiafang frowned. "What's the matter? Not to your liking? It's very appetizing, I just want something more delicious. All the rooms on the first and second floors will light up one room every half hour." Until 1 o'clock, all the houses were lit. That night, Wang Ming learned from Jiafang where her mother-in-law lived. "I also got my daughter's name and the university she attended. Zo Xuching and Zhang Yao's system tasks are a bit difficult, so now I have to pay more attention to Jiafang and Li Zhishuan's tasks." At 7:40 in the morning, Wang Ming was awakened by the alarm clock. He pressed the alarm button, but Jiafang was still sleeping soundly with no intention of waking up. Looking at the multiple strawberries on Jiafang's collarbone, how should she explain it? "I can't care less about that. Let her handle it herself. Drive straight to the real estate hall. I feel excited. 5 million, get it immediately." Walking into the real estate hall, Wang Ming saw the big-bellied sales manager from the agency from yesterday. The sales manager also saw him, and immediately a smile appeared on his face as he walked quickly towards him. "Mr. Wang, it's our turn soon." Wang Ming nodded. "Is the money ready?" "We're ready, Mr. Wang, don't worry, our company is always reliable," the sales manager said, pulling out a document from his bag. "Give us your card number and sign it. Then, take the property ownership certificate to the window and sign it again." Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, clicked on the card number and held it out to the man. The man quickly took out his phone and dialed, "Listen to me while I read the card number, XXXX. Mr. Wang, we have already arranged the financial payment and will transfer 5 million to your account immediately. It's a pleasure to work with you. If the money comes quickly, there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." The man's eyes widened when he heard this. This was the god of wealth. He asked tentatively, "Do you still have a lot of properties?" "There will be someday." After Wang Ming finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was the bank's text message alert. He opened his phone and saw that he had received a transfer message for 5 million. "Well, the money has been received." "Oh. It's our turn now. Let's go." The man ran towards the window and Wang Ming followed him with the property certificate. The two came to the transfer window, and Wang Ming cooperated with the staff to handle various procedures. The staff carefully checked the network access information and property rights documents, and after confirming that they were correct, they began to handle the transfer procedures. The whole process didn't take long and Wang Ming had nothing to do with it. Left the real estate hall. He drove to the company. "You can find Jiang Yao now. All you have to do next is put the money in front of her. Enjoy the endless benefits." Wang Ming thought of Zo Mengmeng and Lu Guohua and swore secretly. After the system rewards increase or the system coins are withdrawn, you must venture into the supermarket sector. Open a shop right across from his house. Not for profit. Just to suppress him. Your ribs are sold for 20 yuan, so sell them for 10 yuan. Things that you sell for $1 or $2 are given away for free. You won't even have any customers and won't be able to pay the rent. Zo Mengmeng, just wait for your boyfriend's family to sell everything they have. Chapter 29. Since it's useless, let us see you later. Wang Ming rushed to the company and hurried into Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao was sitting at her desk, looking at the documents intently. Hearing the noise, she looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Oh, I don't even knock on doors when I become a manager," she joked. Wang Ming strode up to Jiang Yao and handed the phone to her. "Boss Jiang, take a look at this." Jiang Yao took the phone and her eyes fell on the balance of 5.5 million in the bank account on the screen. Her eyes widened instantly, a look of disbelief on her face. Where did this money come from?" "Don't worry about it. It's clean money anyway." Jiang Yao frowned. "Don't be ridiculous, where did you get so much money? You must be kidding me." Wang Ming smiled confidently. "I'll transfer it to you now. Tell me the company account number." Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, but still told Wang Ming the company account. Wang Ming quickly operated his mobile phone. After a while, Jiang Yao's phone rang one after another, and the message alert sound continued. Jiang Yao opened the messages and jumped up from her boss chair. His eyes were fixed on the phone, his lips slightly parted, and his voice changed tone. Really, 5 million has arrived." She raised her head and looked at Wang Ming in shock. "Where did you get so much money?" Wang Ming put his hands in his pockets and thought for a moment. I haven't figured out how to tell Jiang Yao where the money came from. I can't just say I picked it up. Mr. Jiang, my house has been demolished. Are you going to cash out the 49 shares you promised me? Demolition? 5 million? Where is your hometown? Let's talk about it later. Let's get down to business now. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, I promise. I'll give you a 49-point dividend. Wang Ming nodded and said, Boss Jiang, I'll leave the company's expansion to you. Also, I want to be able to come to the company for a while because I have some important things to do. Jiang Yao walked to Wang Ming and put her hand on his shoulder. You can take as much rest as you want. The company is your second home. You are my shareholder now, just wait to receive dividends. She paused, then blushed and muttered in a lower voice. It's just that, when my son misses you, can you play with him? Only then did she realize that the blinds were not drawn, and she quickly took her hands away from Wang Ming. Wang Ming smiled meaningfully. Before binding Jiang Yao, he definitely had no intention of chatting with her little son. Now the system task is exactly his son. Although it is difficult, he still has to try it for the reward. Okay, as long as I'm free. Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips. Well, in that case, I'm going to be tired again. Not only do I have to review the company's work myself, but I also have to expand the company. You're really not involved in expanding the company? Wang Ming shook his head. You decide for yourself. I trust you. The binding object information column of the system interface shows that Jiang Yao's infatuation level has reached 85. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her seriously, Jiang Yao blushed and coughed twice. You really spent a lot of money on me, throwing all the demolition compensation at me. Wang Ming came back to his senses. I'm not giving it to you for free, I'm taking dividends from the company. Well, I will definitely take care of the company's expansion. Wang Ming smiled and said, You are so capable, I am naturally 100% confident. Once I finish my work outside, I will be waiting to count the money with you when I come back. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. You're the only one who talks nonsense. By the way, how long will it take you to do this? I can make a plan for it. Wang Ming scratched his head. I can't say for sure. I'll keep in touch with you at any time. Jiang Yao nodded, walked to the window, looked at the CBD street view, and murmured, if the company can expand smoothly, the future development prospects will definitely be bright. Wang Ming walked behind her and hugged her. The company has done well. I will reward you. Jiang Yao turned around abruptly, her eyes panicking. She pushed Wang Ming away with both hands, her voice shy and anxious. I haven't lowered the blinds yet. The employees should see it. Wang Ming was stunned, and then he suddenly remembered Lu Guohua, and thought to himself that something was wrong. If this matter gets to Zhou Mengmeng's ears, and if Zhou Mengmeng tells Zo Xuching, there will be a big mess. He quickly let go and stood there awkwardly. Jiang Yao raised her hand to smooth her hair in panic and said angrily, You said the investment department was for me, you dead ghost. But let me make it clear, if you don't give me an identity, I won't do it with you. I want to find a father for my child. Wang Ming smiled and said, Let us talk about it after you expand the company. Then I'm leaving. Well, keep in touch, I'll start working on expanding the company soon. Wang Ming turned and walked out of the office. He carefully observed his surroundings. No one seemed to notice the little action he and Jiang Yao had just taken, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around, I still couldn't see Lu Guohua. Wang Ming walked to an employee's workstation. When the employee looked up and saw Wang Ming, he immediately stood up and said respectfully, Manager. Where's Lu Guohua? He has resigned. Wang Ming smiled, this guy must be unable to bear being his subordinate, ha ha ha. When he walked out of the company, the news on Wei's mind exploded. Li Zhishuan, Zhang Jian's parents have already taken care of his funeral. His body has been cremated, and his ashes have been taken back to their hometown. Zo Xuching, dear, I miss you so much after not seeing you for just one day. You must be very busy these days. Zhang Ailing, are you free today? The water pipe is broken again, Womega? Wang Ming replied to Li Zhishuan, Well, don't be too sad. Let's go to the amusement park together when we have time. Reply to Zo Xuching, the company is very busy, I will find time to visit you. After replying to Zo Xuching and Li Zhishuan, then he blocked Zhang Ailing and her phone number. Since the binding cannot be triggered, I don't want to waste any more time on her. You can't spend too much time with this kind of woman, something bad will happen sooner or later. He went to the mall, bought some nutritional supplements, and drove to the small lake area. Jafang's mother-in-law lives in Shouhu district. As long as I ask her to cook a dish for me and eat it, the first part of the task will be completed. Chapter 30 Landlord's Daughter. We drove to Longwan Baoti in the small lake area. This area has a quiet environment, and Jafang's mother-in-law lives in one of the elegant-looking detached houses. He parked the car, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the house with his things. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened shortly afterwards. Jafang's mother-in-law looked at him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Wang Ming immediately showed a bright smile. Auntie, no, Grandma. I'm an employee of the Elderly Care Foundation, and I distribute nutritional supplements to everyone over 60 years old. He handed over the nutritional supplement in his hand. The doubts on Jafang's mother-in-law's face dissipated a little, and she smiled. Oh, thank you, but I don't need it. My son has money, so give it to someone in need. Wang Ming was a little overwhelmed and forgot this. Jafang's family is well off and her husband is rich. How could her mother-in-law care about these things? There is no other way at the moment. If you want to eat her food, you have to mention Jafang. Wang Ming calmed himself down and said, Grandma, Jafang is a public welfare ambassador who manages many of us. She asked me to bring it to you specially. She has something to do today and doesn't have time to come in person, so she asked someone from our foundation to deliver this gift to you. A hint of surprise flashed in Jafang's mother-in-law's eyes, and the smile on her face became more genuine. So it's Jafang's idea, then I have to accept it. Come in and sit down. You must have come all this way. Wang Ming followed Grandma Jafang into the house, where the quality of life was evident everywhere. The old lady asked him to sit on the sofa and then busied herself with pouring tea. Wang Ming was thinking about how to naturally bring up the matter of staying for dinner later. The mother-in-law came over with tea and said with a smile, This child, how come you suddenly think of me? Wang Ming was surprised. From the old lady's words, he could tell that Jafang didn't care much about her mother-in-law. I was too impatient. I should have done my homework properly. If something went wrong, would it cause Jafang to get divorced? Jafang has always been thinking about you, but I've been too busy with work recently. This time, when she learned that our foundation was giving nutritional supplements to the elderly, she immediately thought of you. Jafang's mother-in-law placed the tea on the tea table, sat down opposite Wang Ming, and sighed. Alas, she's finally doing something serious. She plays mahjong every day and dresses up all the time. It's so infuriating. She's even led my granddaughter astray. Wang Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip, while thinking about how to turn the topic to dinner. Grandma, Jafang said your cooking is delicious and she keeps saying how much she misses your cooking skills. Jafang's mother-in-law was stunned for a moment. I've never cooked for her. How could Jafang say that? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wang Ming's face, and he said with a dry laugh, she. Is the Jafang you are talking about my daughter-in-law? Wang Ming nodded quickly. Yes, that's right, she likes to wear black stockings, and she has a mole on the lower back of her waist. As soon as I said that, my mother-in-law's eyes widened and she exclaimed, below the waist? Where is that? Wang Ming quickly stopped talking, looked around in panic, and continued. Hey, it's almost noon. He quietly pressed the button on his phone, and immediately the audio of his stomach growling came out of the phone. When Jafang's mother-in-law heard this, she immediately stopped thinking about the lower back part. Looking at Wang Ming, he asked, Are you hungry? Can I heat up some food for you? We have some leftovers. I thought Wang Ming would politely decline, but unexpectedly he immediately agreed. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer. The corners of my mother-in-law's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and she forced a smile. Okay, I'll heat it up for you. After saying that, she stood up and walked into the kitchen. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, watching the old lady walk into the kitchen, and sighed in his heart. Grandma Jafang looks to be around 70 years old. Although her hair is a little gray, she walks without a trace of trembling and looks very healthy. I was getting more and more panicked the more I talked. How could I have revealed Jafang's mole? Fortunately, her mother-in-law is old and her reaction is slow. After a while, Wang Ming symbolically ate his meal. At the dinner table, the old lady kept complaining about Jafang. She said she didn't dress like a good daughter-in-law, and her granddaughter is the same now. She dresses like a beggar every day, as if she can't afford to buy pants, but has to wear such long stockings, which are torn and have holes in them. In her eyes, he looked like a beggar, but in Wang Ming's eyes, this was the right outfit. Beep. The first part of Jafon's triggered mission is completed. Wang Ming looked at the system interface. 1. Dinner at Jafon's mother-in-law's house. Completed. 2. Climbing a mountain with Jafon's daughter. 01. Okay, we can't stay here for long. If we stay any longer, we'll be exposed. Grandma, I'm leaving now, so I won't help you clear the table. It's okay, it's okay. The nanny will clean it up when she comes back. Watching Wang Ming leave, Jafon's mother-in-law frowned while sitting on the sofa. Xiaofeng, where is the mole? The kid just said, lower back, lower back. She gradually fell into deep thought again. Leaving Longwan Baori, we drove to Xi'an Normal University. Wang Ming asked around the school about Jafon's daughter's name. As he walked among the students and asked them questions, he couldn't help but sigh that just a year ago, he was also a vibrant college student. Now everything is drifting away from me, and my heart is full of nostalgia. Fuck you, I miss you so much. When I think of college, all I see is Zo Ming's shadow. Wang Ming came up and slapped him in the face. The left brain fights the right brain. He asked one person after another in the square in front of the foreign languages building and captured key information from the conversations of several students. 2 students said, Zheng Xuching didn't come to class. It seems she went to the internet cafe with her boyfriend. She often doesn't come to class. After the 2 students left, Wang Ming began to mutter to himself. Zheng Xuching has a boyfriend, and she only has 500,000 yuan in savings. Besides, she comes from a well-off family. Even if I spend the 500,000 yuan on her, it seems difficult to make further progress with her. It feels like I can't find a way to get close to her at all. Even so, we still have to try hard. We only need to climb the mountain together once to get the system reward again. Came to the largest internet cafe opposite the school. Yesterday, Wang Ming had carefully looked at Zheng Xuching's photos at Jafon's house and was deeply impressed by her appearance. He walked into the internet cafe and searched carefully in every corner of the first floor, his eyes constantly scanning every seat. Finally, in the 20 yuan high-end area of the internet cafe, I saw a girl who looked quite similar to the photo. Looking closely, yes, it's her. Wearing a JK skirt, ripped black stockings, black leather shoes, and blowing bubblegum in her mouth. However, there was no one else around Zheng Xuching. Didn't you say she was with her boyfriend? Wang Ming slowly walked behind Zheng Xuching. Zheng Xuching was wearing headphones tightly on her head and staring at the computer screen intently. On the computer screen, a female character holding an AK was squatting in a room on the second floor, with the muzzle of the gun pointing out the window. Smoke blocker. Smoke blocker. There's no one in the final circle. If we hold this position, we'll definitely win the game. Chapter 31 Climbing a Mountain. Mark the spot. 3 people. Blow up their car. Zheng Xuching gave some instructions. Wang Ming was right behind her, leaning on her sofa chair and watching. Zheng Xuching successfully won the chicken. Wang Ming had already figured out how to trick her. Patted her shoulder. Classmate. Zheng Xuching turned his head and looked. He didn't recognize Wang Ming, but it seemed like he had seen him somewhere. She never set foot in the apartment building on her commute home, but she did happen to pass by Wang Ming. But I still remember it. Who are you? He asked in a dissatisfied tone. Wang Ming sorted out his thoughts, coughed awkwardly twice and said, You're really good at eating chicken. Zheng Xuching raised his eyebrows playfully, that's it. He glanced at Wang Ming. He was good-looking, muscular, and quite tall. Her tone gradually softened. Strike up a fight with me? I have a boyfriend. So what if I have a husband? He's just my boyfriend. Zheng Xuching giggled and continued to look at Wang Ming. It's hard to pursue me. I'm not short of money, but you seem to be quite pretty. If you have any advantages, I might give you a chance to get in touch with me. This laughter, this silky look, she is undoubtedly his biological daughter. It has successfully aroused her interest. Wang Ming smiled and said, I'll give you 100,000 yuan to climb Baiyun Mountain with me. Zheng Xuching was stunned. 100,000 yuan? Seeing Wang Ming's serious expression, Zheng Xuching stood up, crossed his arms over his chest and continued to scan him. You're not really going to pursue me, are you? Wang Ming shook his head. I just want to spend some time with a beautiful woman and climb a mountain. It's worth 100,000 yuan. Zhang Xuching twisted his eyebrows together, thought about it, and then smiled. If you can really come up with $100,000, I'll even ride a roller coaster with you, but if you try to fool me, I'll have my boyfriend teach you a lesson. Although Zhang Xuching's family is wealthy, her living expenses are only 10,000 yuan per month. Who wouldn't want to get 100,000 yuan just to climb a mountain? Wang Ming didn't expect that he could ask her to accompany him to climb the mountain for 100,000 yuan, so he immediately took out his cell phone. Give me the code and I'll scan it for you now. Zhang Xuching took out his cell phone with suspicion in his heart. Wang Ming picked up his phone without hesitation and scanned the code to transfer the money. Zhang Xuching's phone received a notification sound. Zhang Xuching's eyes lit up instantly, and the suspicion on her face turned into surprise. This rich guy transferred 100,000 yuan in one go. How wealthy must his family be? Am I so beautiful? Zhang Xuching muttered to herself. Okay, you're so straightforward. Since you're so generous, I'll accompany you to climb Baiyun Mountain. Tell me, when are we going? Zhang Xuching put his hands on his hips, with a hint of pride in his tone. Without a second's hesitation, Wang Ming said, right now. Zhang Xuching shrugged. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I have to say this first. Don't hold me back when we're climbing. I'm very strong, so don't make me wait for you. Wang Ming smiled thoughtfully. If it was really hereditary, he would definitely have good physical strength. Zhang Xuching was not arrogant. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xuching asked in confusion with a pout. Wang Ming immediately dismissed Jia Fong from his mind. Well, if your boyfriend knew you were dating someone else, he wouldn't dump you, would he? Zhang Xuching rolled his eyes. Don't worry about it. I've wanted to kick him out for a long time. He's useless. He gets tired after playing a few games and can't keep up the energy. Wang Ming teased, oh, it seems that your requirements are quite high. Zhang Xuching snorted, of course. To be honest, my family is not short of money. I'm such an outstanding person. If my boyfriend doesn't have some skills to show off, how can he be worthy of me? The two walked out of the internet cafe. Wang Ming brought Zhang Xuching to the Beetle car. Zhang Xuching looked at the car with a puzzled look on his face, wrinkled his nose and asked, why are you driving such an old car? She couldn't understand it. If he spent 100,000 yuan, he should at least be able to drive a sports car, or at least a Maserati. Wang Ming smiled as he opened the car door and said slowly, I like nostalgia, and I like old cars like this. That being said, who doesn't love a sports car? It's an investment, right? Zhang Xuching got into the car half believing and half doubting, muttering. I really don't understand your strange preferences. Why is the interior so girly? The car started slowly, and along the way, Wang Ming and Zhang Xuching chatted a lot. Wang Ming discovered that Zhang Xuching's personality was indeed very similar to her mother's. Both were extroverted and confident, and a little seductive. Zhang Xuching spoke with great joy, and gradually felt less unfamiliar with Wang Ming. The two arrived at the foot of Baiyun Mountain. The sunlight shines on the mountains and forests, giving the lush trees a golden edge. Zhang Xuching turned to Wang Ming and said, hey, you go ahead, I'm wearing a short skirt. Wang Ming's mouth curled up. He had seen her hometown before. Beep. Found bindable object, Zhang Xuching. The mechanical sound of the system popped up in my mind. Bind again. I have 4 tasks to complete and now a binding object has appeared. It's really tiring. Tired but happy. The more objects you bind, the more tasks you will have, and naturally more money you will make. Wang Ming has been walking in front. After climbing for a while, Zhang Xuching's pace began to slow down, but she didn't expect Wang Ming's endurance to be so strong that he didn't even want to rest in the middle. But how could I show weakness when I had just boasted so much? I had to grit my teeth and persevere. Wang Ming noticed her struggle and asked, how about we take a break before continuing? Zhang Xuching shook his head stubbornly, no, I can still do it. Wang Ming saw beads of sweat on Zhang Xuching's forehead and his breathing became rapid. Jia Fong also tried to be strong in this way, but ended up being half dead and probably wouldn't wake up until dinner. After climbing for a distance, Wang Ming not only did not rest, but continued to speed up his pace. Zhang Xuching really couldn't hold on any longer, so he sat down on a rock, gasping for breath. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Wang Ming turned back, walked over to her, took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to her. Drink some water first, there's no rush. Zhang Xuching took the water, gulped down a few sips, and calmed down before saying, I didn't expect this mountain, which doesn't look high, to be so hard to climb. Wang Ming smiled and said, I think my physical strength is okay. Zhang Xuching frowned and said, that's great. The cell phone rang. Zhang Xuching took out his cell phone and said, I'll take a call. She put the phone to her ear and listened to the voice on the receiver. His rapid breathing suddenly stopped. What? Liar. You're lying. No way. No way. Zhang Xuching's words became more and more intense and he was very emotional. Wang Ming frowned. Judging from her condition, something big had happened. Could it be that Zhang Xuching's boyfriend saw her get into his car? Zhang Xuching began to break down and cry. The phone slipped from her hand and fell some distance down the hillside. She didn't care at all and was almost insane. Mom! Mom! How so? Hearing Zhang Xuching's crying, Wang Ming's body shook violently. Jia Fong? Chapter 32 Emergency. Seeing Zhang Xuching crying harder and harder, something must have happened. Could it be the same as Zhang Jian? Oh my god. I dare not even think about it. If this is true, then I will be responsible. However, in the morning, Jia Fong was still snoring softly. Wang Ming also became anxious. He suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Xuching, grabbed her shoulders and shook her. What happened to your mother? Zhang Xuching's tears covered her face. She completely ignored Wang Ming's words and cried louder and louder. Crying and shouting, Mom! Dad! Wang Ming shook harder and harder. Calm down. What happened to your mother? His heart was in his throat and an ominous premonition came over him. Zhang Xuching was stunned for a moment. She looked at Wang Ming with tearful eyes, clutching the hem of her JK skirt tightly with both hands, her voice trembling violently. My mom, she. He died despite failed rescue efforts. Wang Ming's head buzzed. Like thunderbolt. Zhang Xuching calmed down a little. She looked at Wang Ming helplessly and said, drive me to the hospital. Wang Ming shook his head violently to calm himself, then reached out and pulled her up and walked down the mountain. Along the way, both of them seemed to have lost their souls. I almost fell down several times. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Wang Ming hurriedly opened the car door, let Zhang Xuching sit in the passenger seat, and he quickly got into the driver's seat and started the car. Zhang Xuching's eyes were dull, tears kept flowing, and she kept mumbling, Mom, Dad. Beep. Bound object disappears. System tasks automatically released. Wang Ming's head buzzed again. Consciously control and click on the bound object in the system interface. There were only Zo Xuching, Li Zixuan, and Jiang Yao inside. Jia Feng's system tasks and avatar disappeared. She is really dead. Zhang Xuching and I just reached the top of the mountain, and we are just a little bit away from completing the mission. Compared to the mission, Jia Feng's death is even more difficult to accept. He was clearly breathing well in the morning. Absolutely impossible. What happened to your mother? Wang Ming asked anxiously while driving. My mom, woo-woo. Zhang Xuching was so emotional that she had no intention of explaining. When they arrived at the hospital, Zhang Xuching got out of the car quickly. Wang Ming wanted to follow, but after thinking about it, he decided that he must not show up. He shouted to Zhang Xuching who was running away, I'm waiting for you here. Zhang Xuching didn't answer, but just kept running towards the hospital door. Zhang Xuching was crying inconsolably when she entered the hospital and was unable to speak at all. The nurse took her to the morgue. When the white cloth was slowly lifted and Zhang Xuching saw Jia Feng's pale face, he suddenly collapsed to the ground and cried heart-wrenchingly again. Her grandmother's eyes were also filled with tears. She had sent someone to bring her nutritional supplements at noon, but now she was lying here coldly. Wang Ming in the parking lot felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and every second felt like he was being tortured by fire. Time was like a slowly crawling snail, and every minute and every second made his heart tighten. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on the hospital gate. The cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed that it was a call from Zo Xuching. Wang Ming's already restless heart was made even more flustered by the ringing, and Zo Xuching's concerned words came from the receiver. He had no intention of communicating, so he just said a few perfunctory words and hung up in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yesterday I went too far. Oh, what should I do? My wonderful life has just begun. We're going in now. After a long time, Zo Xuching finally returned to the car. She was no longer crying loudly like before, but was just sobbing. Her tears seemed to have dried up, and her eyes were empty and desperate. When Wang Ming saw her coming back, he couldn't wait to ask anxiously, "What happened?" "Your mother." Zo Xuching didn't answer, but stared straight at the windshield, muttering to himself viciously. "I must find out who you are. You destroyed my family. I will make you pay with blood." Wang Ming felt dizzy and his foreboding premonition grew stronger. Was Jiafang really just like Zhang Jin? Had she died suddenly? Zo Xuching turned his head abruptly and stared at Wang Ming. "You care about me?" Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Yeah, of course." Zo Xuching smiled bitterly. "You fell in love with me at first sight, right? That's why you care about me so much." Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded and continued to ask, "Can you tell me what's going on?" I was full of doubts. If it was really a sudden death, the police would have investigated me, but they haven't contacted me at all. He was in extreme torment at this moment. Zo Xuching wiped his nose with a tissue, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "I like you too. I've been with so many boyfriends. You have the physical strength, money, and you're not bad looking either. However, I am not in the mood for romance right now. I must find the culprit." Wang Ming became increasingly anxious and shouted, "Maybe I can help you." "What happened?" Zo Xuching's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he spoke word by word, "My mother was killed by my father." "What?" Wang Ming blurted out. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Are you sure?" Wang Ming asked stutteringly. "I admit, my mom is a bit of a flirt, but that's not a sin. People have emotions and desires." Zo Xuching choked up and looked at Wang Ming. "Today, I'm going to tell you about my family's dirty laundry. I really don't know who to reveal this to." Wang Ming nodded slightly, unable to control his curious eyes. "My dad came home this afternoon and saw that several rooms were in a mess. My mother slept in the bedroom, and the scene was huge. My dad saw a bunch of strawberries on her neck and blue skin, and knew something was wrong, so he checked the surveillance footage. He was the one who secretly set up surveillance cameras everywhere in the house, and my mother didn't know about it. Turn out, my mother brought a man." Wang Ming swallowed and broke out in a cold sweat. Zo Xuching continued, "My mom was woken up by my dad and questioned, but she refused to admit it. My dad took out the surveillance memory card, and my mom broke it." Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed hard. "My dad was furious and started fighting with my mom, and she hit the back of her head on the corner of the table. Efforts to save her were ineffective." Wang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was the cause of the fight, but the cause of death had nothing to do with him. Zo Xuching had never seen the surveillance footage and had no idea who the man was. He calmed down and slowly opened his mouth. "Where's your father?" "He's been detained. I must find this man and chop him into pieces." "Ah!" Zo Xuching roared. Chapter 33 Annoying. Wang Ming's heart was beating steadily and violently, back and forth. If Zo Xuching knew that she was his enemy, she would definitely tear herself to pieces. "I'm only embarrassed to talk about this with someone I just met. Will you still pursue me?" Zo Xuching asked while wiping his nose. Wang Ming's lips twitched. He had no intention of pursuing her at all, but in order to appease her, he had to nod reluctantly. Beep. Successfully bound object. Bound to Zo Xuching. Age, 19. Appearance, 90. Body size, 88. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 30. Bind object Zo Xuching to trigger the task. Living under the same roof with someone for a month. Wang Ming sighed loudly. This system task was becoming more and more crazy and difficult. "I am in love with Zo Xuching. Living with Zo Xuching? It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but it's bound to be exposed in a month." Jiafang passed away so suddenly that his system tasks also disappeared. The reward is about to be received. Now let us look at the current tasks. Spending the night at Zo Xuching's house is the easiest, and Zo Xuching's infatuation level has reached 93. The system coins will soon arrive, so it seems I need to spend more time on my girlfriend. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Zhang Xuching gently nudged Wang Ming with his elbow. Wang Ming came back to his senses and forced a smile, nothing. Seeing the loss in Wang Ming's eyes, Zhang Xuching thought he was sad for her. We just met, and you're already so concerned about me. The system interface shows that Zhang Xuching's obsession level has increased by 10 points. Wang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart, he was just concerned about himself. But it's a bit strange that Zhang Xuching said she has dated several boyfriends, and their styles are exactly the same as her mother's. How can purity be full? According to the system, even if they just kissed, 2 points of purity would be deducted. Wang Ming couldn't help but ask, haven't you had several boyfriends? Yes, this is my 5th term since my freshman year. Zhang Xuching savored it, then stared at Wang Ming again, are you jealous? Wang Ming's face was full of black lines. He was crying and shouting about Jia Fang's affairs just now, but he started to act naughty again immediately. But her purity aroused Wang Ming's favor. I felt a little guilty about Jia Fang's matter. Do you really want to investigate that man? From a certain perspective, your mother's death has nothing to do with him. Zhang Xuching suddenly glared and said viciously, humph. It doesn't matter? Why not? You have to come to my house. I will make him become a eunuch. Wang Ming's body shook violently. Realizing that Zhang Xuching's hatred for this man has penetrated deep into her bones, it is probably impossible to dissuade her. If I let her investigate, I can't even imagine. Otherwise, leave Shiguan? But my cousin is going to school next year, and the couple she has set up with are all in Xi'an. Moreover, the investment has just been made. With Jiang Yao's ability, it is inevitable that the company will become stronger and bigger. Zhang Xuching, impulse is the devil. Wang Ming tried to persuade in a gentle tone. Zhang Xuching said stubbornly, I don't care, I must make him pay the price. My mother is gone, I can't just let it go. I must hire the best detective in Daxia. As she spoke, her eyes became red again. Wang Ming sighed, it seemed that he couldn't persuade her for the time being. At this moment, the system interface suddenly flickered, and a new prompt popped up. Binding object Zhang Xuching triggers hidden tasks. When attending someone's mother's funeral, ask her why her mother didn't come. What? The system treats itself as RBR. They are so sad. It is an inhumane task to rub salt into other people's wounds. The task is simple, just say a few words. Wang Ming secretly glanced at Zhang Xuching, her eyes full of hatred. Zhang Xuching, actually Wang Ming just started to speak, but Zhang Xuching interrupted him, don't persuade me, you don't understand my feelings. I can't let him go. Wang Ming nodded helplessly, can I attend your mother's funeral? Zhang Xuching gently wiped away the tears on her face, and said with a hint of gratitude in her voice, of course, thank you so much. I will definitely break up with my boyfriend so that you don't have to feel any pressure to pursue me. Wang Ming's expression twisted, and he replied awkwardly, ah. Recalling the last time I completed the task of 3 dates with Zo Xuching, the system rewarded me with the heart-shaped flowers. I originally planned to give it to Li Zixuan to quickly improve her favorability towards me and speed up the completion of the task. Now it seems that giving the flowers to Zhang Xuching might be a better choice. At this moment, Zhang Xuching's infatuation level is 40, and it will increase to 70 after accepting the flower of love. Once it exceeds 60, the favorability will not decrease. If I say what the system requires at the funeral, she won't blame me, right? Wang Ming took out the fragrant flowers from the items already in the system. Zhang Xuching was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and jokingly said, is this a magic trick? You really know how to trick people. Before Wang Ming reached out to hand over the flowers, Zhang Xuching took them directly. In an instant, Zhang Xuching's avatar on Wang Ming's system interface flashed, and Zhang Xuching's favorability soared from 40 to 70. Zhang Xuching brought the flower close to her nose and sniffed it. She looked at Wang Ming with blurry eyes for a second, then said seriously, thank you. I feel like you are the one I've been looking for. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to make his next plan immediately. He said, do you want to go back to school or go somewhere else? I'll take you there. I'm going with Grandma today to deal with my father's case. After all, he committed manslaughter. Let's see if we can find someone to smooth things over. Wang Ming nodded, okay. Remember to tell me the date of your mother's funeral. Of course. Thank you for your comfort. I'm leaving now. Wang Ming waved his hand and said, bye. Watching Zhang Xuching get out of the car, Wang Ming fell into a brief contemplation. We were about to reach the top of the mountain and start opening a supermarket as soon as we got the mission rewards. Now the plan has to be postponed. Jiafang died because of herself, and her daughter still insisted on investigating. The introduction of the system once said that when the infatuation level reaches 90, one will have a special love for it. When the infatuation reaches the full amount of 100, one will be completely devoted and loyal until death. If Zhang Xuchang's obsession with me reaches 100, will she still take revenge on me even if she finds out that I am that man? Wang Ming calmed down, turned the mechanical key, and drove out of the hospital. Call Zo Xuching. I'll come find you, dear. Chapter 34 Overnight Plan. Zo Xuching on the other end of the phone responded gently, Okay, I'll wait for you at the gate of the community. Not long after, Wang Ming drove to the entrance of the community. He saw Zo Xuching standing there gracefully, holding a bag in both hands, her long wavy hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She still wore light makeup, with a gentle look between her eyebrows and eyes, and a charming curve at the corners of her mouth. She exuded an irresistible mature beauty. Wang Ming slowly got out of the car. Before he could stand still, Zo Xuching quickly stepped forward, reached out and took his hand, and asked softly with concern on her face. Have you been busy these past 2 days? Wang Ming looked at her and said, I was busy with some things at the company and a friend's problem. I'm so sorry I couldn't make an appointment with you. Zo Xuching shook her head gently, her eyes full of heartache. We have plenty of time, don't tire yourself out. Wang Ming raised his lips slightly and said jokingly, Are you afraid that I'll die of exhaustion before I even enjoy it? Then why don't you hurry up? Zo Xuching shook Wang Ming's hand off with a fierce look of reproach, her cheeks flushed, and she pretended to be angry. I think you're anxious. Every time you see me, your eyes are full of lust. Wang Ming laughed and then asked, Why aren't you afraid that Zo Mengmeng will come back and see us today? Zo Xuching pursed her lips and smiled, Zo Mengmeng won't be back tonight. She's at her boyfriend's place. Wang Ming nodded and secretly rejoiced in his heart, Isn't this a good opportunity? The task triggered by Zo Xuching is to spend the night at her house. If she doesn't take action now, when will she take action? He took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to ask, Since she's not coming back, can I stay the night with you? When Zo Xuching heard this, she quickly let go of Wang Ming's hand and widened her eyes. You are really asking for more. I asked you to hold hands, and you are thinking about spending the night together. Wang Ming quickly explained, You misunderstood, I just want to watch a movie with you all night. Zo Xuching crossed her arms over her chest and said in an even more dissatisfied tone, What kind of movie are you watching? Is it a porn movie? Wang Ming spread his hands helplessly, a wry smile on his face. Of course not, you can watch whatever you want, just let me stay up all night, she won't be back anyway. Zo Xuching frowned and asked questioningly, All night? Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Wang Ming raised his chin confidently and said, Now I am the leader of the company, and I have the final say on my schedule. Zo Xuching nodded. I heard everything about your promotion from Mengmeng. Her boyfriend also started working at your company, and you two had a fight. You even said a lot of bad things about Mengmeng. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows instantly, with an unhappy look on his face. What do you mean by saying bad things? I just told him some facts, and he couldn't stand it. Seeing that Wang Ming was a little angry, Zo Xuching quickly took his hand again and said gently, It's all in the past. Don't be angry about their affairs. Don't you have me now? Seeing Zo Xuching's deep affection, Wang Ming took the opportunity to lean forward. Zo Xuching quickly retreated, with a hint of shyness on her face, and waved her hand and said, No, and I can't let you stay at home overnight. What if Mengmeng comes back? Wang Ming became more and more eager to speed up the process of opening the mall, not for making money, but for happiness. He pretended to be lost, with his head drooping and his eyes full of loneliness. I've been so busy these past few days, I thought I could spend some time with you today and relax. I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. Forget it, I'll go home. We may not see each other for a few days, it's okay, you don't care anyway, bye. After saying that, he sighed slightly and turned to leave. When Zo Xuching saw Wang Ming turn around dejectedly, her originally hesitant expression was instantly changed. She opened her mouth to say something, but was speechless for a moment. After a moment's pause, she finally called out, Hey, dear. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. Wang Ming turned around slowly, and the sadness between his brows became even more pronounced. Zo Xuching bit her lip, feeling conflicted. Looking at the man in front of me who was lost for me. Then I thought about how my daughter Zo Mengmeng was in her early 20s and was having a free and easy time outside, while I, an old hand, had never had such a romantic experience. I'm so hesitant even to stay a little longer with the person I like. She felt that she was really funny, so she might as well let him stay overnight. It was just to watch a movie after all. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and said, "Then, will you stay tonight?" Zo Xuching's voice trembled slightly when she spoke, and her cheeks flushed. Wang Ming's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up and a smile appeared on his face. He walked over, took Zo Xuching's hand and kissed it. "Then let's prepare dinner and eat at home, okay?" Zo Xuching nodded shyly, "Okay." The two walked towards Wang Ming's car. Zo Xuching sat in the passenger seat, her face becoming increasingly rosy, and her hands nervously folded on her legs. She had never let a man stay overnight at her house, and she felt that things between her and Wang Ming were progressing faster and faster. She muttered silently in her heart, "Hey, Meng Meng, Mom has to be a little selfish. Since she is the one you don't want, you won't blame me, right?" Wang Ming sat in the driver's seat with a slight smile on his face. "As soon as tonight is over, I will get the reward. Then find out where Lu Boa's supermarket is located and open one next to it." Ha 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 ha. The two arrived at the vegetable market. It was already evening and the market was bustling with people coming and going. Wang Ming held Zo Xuching's hand and asked as they walked, "What would you like to eat?" Zo Xuching tilted her head and thought for a moment, a happy smile on her face. "Well, I'll make you braised pork and stir-fried seasonal vegetables." Wang Ming smiled and nodded, "Okay." They were picking ingredients in the vegetable market. Wang Ming picked up some vegetables from time to time and asked Zo Xuching for her opinion. While choosing meat, Wang Ming specially selected a piece of pork belly with alternating fat and lean meat, to be used for making braised pork. "Boss, weigh this piece of meat for me." Wang Ming pointed at the pork belly and said to the boss, "Are there any ribs left?" "Prime ribs." A familiar voice came from beside Wang Ming. He turned his head instantly and saw Li Zixuan standing next to him with her bag on her back, staring at the meat stall. Li Zixuan also immediately turned her head to look at Wang Ming. "Wang Ming. Zixuan. Why are you buying vegetables here?" Li Zixuan asked in surprise. Wang Ming also frowned. "I was just wondering, don't you live in the Little Lake District?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "My rent is due, so I've moved. I live above the market now." Wang Ming was even more puzzled. "Isn't your workplace in Xiuhu District? Why did you move here?" Li Zixuan sighed, "I really don't have the heart to work. I just resigned today. I know Baiyun District too well. It's all Zhang Jian's shadow. I don't want to change my living environment." Wang Ming nodded, "That's fine." Only then did Li Zixuan notice Zo Xuching on the other side of Wang Ming. Zo Xu went to see Li Zixuan's eyes move to him and smiled gently. "Hello, we have met before." Li Zixuan politely nodded in response, "Yes, auntie, no. Sister-in-law." Zo Xuching's face flushed red, and she quickly waved her hand. "Don't call me that, we're just boyfriend and girlfriend." Li Zixuan said to Wang Ming, "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't you come to my house? Just get to know me. I haven't thanked you properly for the money yet." Wang Ming thought about it for a moment and decided that any day would be fine, except today, as he couldn't go as a guest. There weren't many opportunities to stay overnight at Zo Xuching's house. "We have something to do today. Is any other day okay?" Li Zixuan raised the corner of her mouth and teased Wang Ming, "I understand. I wish you a happy time. Let's meet again someday." After saying that, Li Zixuan shouted to the butcher, "Do you have any prime rib?" Yes. I have a big one that hasn't been chopped yet. I'll cut it for you right away." "How much do you want?" £2. After buying the meat, Li Zixuan said goodbye to Wang Ming. "Bye." As she left, she waved to Zo Xuching, "Goodbye, sister-in-law." Chapter 35, One Step Further. "Goodbye." Zo Xuching smiled and waved at her. After Li Zixuan walked away, Zo Xuching's smiling eyes turned to alertness, and she asked Wang Ming, "Why did she look so disappointed when she heard you say it was inconvenient for her to go to her house?" Wang Ming looked puzzledly at the direction where Li Zixuan disappeared, frowned and replied, "Really? Why didn't I feel it?" He checked the system and clicked on Li Zixuan's avatar, and his obsession level had risen to 76. "I haven't been paying attention to Li Zixuan's panel status. It turns out that it has been gradually rising in the past few days. But we haven't seen each other since we separated at the crematorium. Is she always thinking about herself? Zo Xuching's brows tightened, and jealousy began to rise. She doesn't like you, does she? Wang Ming was shocked and deliberately showed an incredible expression. She is my brother's girlfriend, the brother who passed away. Zo Xuching pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes drooped as she looked into the distance, and she murmured softly, "Oh, widow." After buying the ingredients, Wang Ming returned to Zo Xuching's house and went into the kitchen with her. Zo Xuching tied on an apron and began to prepare cooking. Wang Ming helped out by passing seasonings and assisting. While cooking, Wang Ming joked from time to time. When we get married and Zo Mengmeng gets married too, this will be our future life, right? Huh, you're really thinking too far ahead. When Zo Xuching heard Wang Ming say this, she also began to look forward to it. No mortgage, no financial pressure, the vampire's daughter is married, and the two of them enjoy a warm and cozy world. When their eyes met, they smiled at each other. Soon, the meal was ready. Wang Ming brought the braised pork and stir-fried vegetables to the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Zo Xuching looked at the food on the table and said, "It should be good. Come and try it." Wang Ming picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, with an intoxicated expression on his face. So delicious, melts in your mouth, what a craftsmanship. He became more and more fascinated by Zo Xuching. She was beautiful, kind, gentle, and a great cook. Her innate ability as a housewife had been wasted until now. Zo Xuching felt very happy when she saw Wang Ming's satisfied look. She also started eating in small bites, looking at Wang Ming while eating. Compared to when he was dating Zo Mengmeng, he has changed a lot now. At that time, there were no decent gifts when people came to visit. Now he has more than 1 million yuan, dresses nicely, and wears all branded clothes. While Wang Ming was eating, he occasionally looked up and noticed that Zo Xuching looked a little strange. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Zo Xuching looked straight at Wang Ming and asked. Tell me where your money comes from. If you just want to play with me, you don't have to tell me. If you are sincere to me, then tell me the truth and don't lie. Wang Ming saw that Zo Xuching had a serious look on her face, as if she would part ways with him if he didn't make things clear today. But now they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so it is understandable that Zo Xuching is concerned about why there has been a sudden change in her relationship. He put down his chopsticks and his expression became serious. Now, the company will give me dividends. Zo Xuching asked in surprise, what? Dividends? Wang Ming nodded, yes, I already own more than 40% of the company's shares. Zo Xuching's face was full of suspicion and she didn't believe it at all. When you broke up with Meng Meng, your monthly salary was still 4,000 yuan. It's only been over a month, and you got over 1 million yuan? And judging by the things you bought me and your daily expenses, it should be more than 1 million. I've already told you, don't lie to me. After hearing this, Wang Ming quickly sorted out his thoughts. This was indeed a bit hard to understand. How can such a small company distribute so much dividend in a month? Suddenly remembering the words he used to deceive Jiang Yao, he quickly spoke again. My house was demolished, and I used part of the money to invest in the company, and the rest I spent on you. Zo Xuching was slightly startled, her eyebrows unconsciously knitted together, and after thinking for a moment, she continued to ask. Didn't you grow up in your uncle's house? Will the money from his house demolition be shared with you? Wang Ming explained calmly. My uncle only has 2 daughters. He always treated me like his own son and gave me some money so that I could settle down in Shiguan. Zo Xuching became increasingly confused and pressed on, so it's a partial investment, and the rest is all spent on me? Wang Ming nodded solemnly, when you meet someone you love deeply, of course you have to give your all. Zo Xuching was stunned, her lips trembling slightly, you love me so much. Her eyes were red, and she felt more and more at a loss as she looked at Wang Ming's serious expression. Zo Xuching bit her lip and said, you spent the demolition compensation on me so easily. Wang Ming smiled and said confidently, you don't have to worry about this. I also have shares in the company now, and I will have a lot of income in the future. Moreover, I have some other investment plans, and our lives will get better and better. Zo Xuching wiped away the tears that she couldn't help but shed, nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. Okay, if you run into financial difficulties, I will definitely sell the house and return the money to you. I've already told you, don't worry about my financial problems. Wang Mingcha found that Zo Xuching's infatuation level had risen to 96. It's only 4 points away from full quota. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zo Xuching calling. I swiped across the line and answered, "Hello. The funeral will be at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the ceremony will be at 9 o'clock. It's in Baiyun district. I'll add you on WeChat and send you the location." "Oh, okay. Goodbye." Zheng Xuchuang hung up the phone, and her voice clearly sounded like she had just cried. Zo Xuching noticed that Wang Ming's expression had changed a little, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's a friend. Her mother's funeral will be held tomorrow. Please remind me of the time and location of the ceremony. I'm going to attend the funeral tomorrow." Zo Xuching nodded. "Oh, do you want me to accompany you?" Wang Ming shook his head fiercely. "Forget it. It's not a good thing. I'll take you with me when I have a chance to attend the wedding." The two chatted for a long time at the dining table. After dinner, Wang Ming took the initiative to clear the dishes and clean the kitchen. Zo Xuching sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and prepared to choose a movie to watch. After washing his hands, Wang Ming walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning close to Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching chose a romantic love movie and put the remote control aside. Wang Ming was very close to her. Before, Zo Xuching would definitely have deliberately avoided him. But when I think about how much he cares about me, if I resist, it will definitely hurt his feelings. Thinking of this, Zo Xuching also moved closer to Wang Ming. Wang Ming noticed Zo Xuching's actions and reached out to hug her. Zo Xuching's body shook violently, but she did not resist. She just bit her lips and accepted his embrace. When the plot of the movie reached its climax, Zo Xuching suddenly raised her head and looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming also turned his head, and their eyes met. "Honey, let's kiss." Zo Xuching took the initiative to speak shyly, and the little deer began to bump into each other. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching, who was so close to him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for intimacy. He slowly approached Zo Xuching and kissed her gently. Zo Xuching closed her eyes and responded to Wang Ming's kiss. Her heart felt numb and almost melted. This was a passionate kiss. It turned out to be so wonderful. The kiss between the two lasted for a long time, and the hero and heroine in the movie started to move on to further scenes while kissing. As Zo Xuching listened to the sound on TV, her face became more and more red. She pushed Wang Ming away and lowered her head. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at him at all. Wang Ming sternly turned his head to Zo Xuching's face and said, "I love you." Zo Xuching raised her head and looked at Wang Ming with love in her eyes. "I love you too." Chapter 36. Zo Xuching's love grows deeper. The system panel shows that Zo Xuching's obsession level has reached 97. Wang Ming's gaze slowly moved down and landed on Zo Xuching's beautiful legs wearing flesh-colored stockings. The delicate flesh-colored stockings fit tightly to the curves of her legs, outlining the smooth lines. Her fair skin is faintly visible through the thin stockings, revealing the sexy temptation that only a mature woman can have. His eyes slowly moved up along the beautiful legs, and Wang Ming's Adam's apple rolled slightly. When his gaze moved to her, his eyes lit up instantly. Zo Xuching noticed Wang Ming's fiery gaze, and her face flushed like she was drunk. She unconsciously clenched her thighs with both hands, lowered her head slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly. She leaned slightly to the side, trying to avoid Wang Ming's overly direct gaze. "You, don't look at me like that." Zo Xuching's soft voice trembled. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching's flushed face, his eyes filled with desire. He swallowed again, his eyes still unconsciously looking towards Zo Xuching, and his hand slowly raised. Zo Xuching noticed Wang Ming's intention, and the shyness on her face instantly turned into nervousness. He quickly covered his chest with both hands and shrank back. "Don't be like this, Wang Ming." Zo Xuching's voice was trembling, and her face was full of anxiety. "We haven't reached that stage yet." Wang Ming was slightly stunned, his hand stopped in mid-air, a little at a loss. But the desire in his eyes had not completely subsided. He pursed his lips and tried to calm himself down. "Honey, did you put something in my food? I couldn't control myself just now." Wang Ming's eyes held a hint of pleading. "I want to be closer to you. It's stronger than my desire to get rich." Zo Xuching bit her lip and looked at Wang Ming with both love and hesitation in her eyes. Wang Ming's feelings for her are real, but he is not ready yet. How can he fully develop his feelings after just a few days of dating? It's really shameful. "I know you love me, and I've already expressed my deepest love for you. This step is absolutely not okay. Wait a little longer." Zo Xuching took a deep breath and tried to keep her tone calm. I hope our relationship can develop step by step, without being so hasty. I want to give myself completely to you at a more appropriate time. The desire in Wang Ming's heart gradually subsided. At this time, Zhou Mengmeng must have gone to get a room with Lu Guohua. Damn it, she couldn't even eat her own food. Given Zo Xuching's temper, we must not be too tough with her. Normally speaking, judging from the current system rewards, I would be so busy counting money in the future that my hands would get numb. Faced with a woman's attitude towards him, he would definitely slap her in the face and then throw 100,000 yuan in her face. But when facing Zo Xuching, his love for her grew stronger and stronger, and he really couldn't bear to use violence. What the hell, it was clearly a mission at first, but now I'm almost putting my heart into it. Seeing that Wang Ming didn't speak for a long time, Zo Xuching leaned her head gently on Wang Ming's shoulder with a smile on her face. I hope you can understand me. I have already decided that you are the man of my future half-life. But I really can't give myself to you right now. I see. Wang Ming nodded and gently stroked Zo Xuching's hair. The two leaned against each other quietly. The movie on TV continued to play, but their attention was no longer on the movie. After a while, Zo Xuching raised her head and looked at Wang Ming. Let's switch to something lighter. Zo Xuching said with a shy smile, the film just now was a bit. Wang Ming picked up the remote control and started to switch. He checked the time and it was just after 7 o'clock. The system task indicates that the overnight time is from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning. The two of them stayed up until 9 o'clock in the evening. Zo Xuching covered her mouth with one hand and yawned, then slowly moved her head away from Wang Ming's shoulder. I don't have the habit of staying up late. What can I do? I can't stay with you for too long. What time do you usually go to bed? Zo Xuching lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, before the night you held me to sleep, I went to bed on time at 10 o'clock every day, but since then, I started to suffer from insomnia. But my sleep has improved in the past few days. Wang Ming thought that the system only required him to stay at Zo Xuching's house all night, and did not stipulate that she had to accompany him. He said gently, if you want a rest, go ahead, don't worry about me. Zo Xuching stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower first. After she finished speaking, Ying walked into the bathroom. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind had long since drifted elsewhere. I couldn't concentrate on watching TV at all, and my eyes kept falling on the bathroom door. After a while, Zo Xuching came in gracefully in her pajamas. Her light makeup was off and her hair was tied up. She looked particularly fresh and did not look like she was 37 years old at all. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her, she blushed again and said shyly, don't go into the wrong room on purpose again tonight. Wang Ming came to his senses and hurriedly explained, I was really drunk that day, why didn't you believe me? Zo Xuching smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. I'm going to work for a while and then go to bed. If Meng Meng doesn't come back, you can sleep in her room. Zo Xuching's house is a 2-bedroom apartment. Wang Ming glanced at Zo Mengmeng's room and felt disgusted. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Zo Xuching nodded gently, walked into her bedroom, took out a set of quilts and pillows, and placed them on the sofa. Then he walked to the desk, sat down, and started operating the digital tablet. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching working so late at night and felt distressed. How could his woman be so tired? He must make sure she had enough money. After being busy for half an hour, Zo Xuching walked to the sofa and sat down next to Wang Ming. Her beautiful eyes flashed with deep love, and she gently opened her lips and said softly, since you are so good, let me kiss you before going to bed. Wang Ming was slightly stunned. Before he could react, Zo Xuching took the initiative to move closer, gently closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Wang Ming felt sweet in his heart. This woman has gradually become more proactive. He slowly stretched out his hands, gently cupped her cheeks, and moved forward. Zo Xuching's breathing became rapid, her nostrils flared slightly, and the 5 fingers of both hands unconsciously clasped Wang Ming's arms tightly. She moaned and fell limply into Wang Ming's arms, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him tightly. Her hair was a little messy due to their movements, and it exuded a faint scent of shampoo. Zo Xuching's body became softer and softer, like a pool of spring water, completely immersed in the kiss. It was not until 10 minutes later that the two slowly separated. Zo Xuching's shy eyes were blurred. She panted softly and said in a gentle voice, "Good night." Then he stood up and walked towards his bedroom with somewhat unsteady steps. "Good night." Wang Ming picked up the remote control and turned down the volume. In order to prevent Zo Xuching from noticing anything, he turned his phone to silent mode after receiving Zheng Shuxuang's call. He turned on his phone and saw several missed calls from unfamiliar people. Chapter 37 Mission accomplished. These missed calls were made 2 hours ago. He looked at the time and decided not to call back now and would wait until tomorrow morning. Wang Ming stared at the TV, but his mind was not on the show at all. I have been thinking about the system tasks in my mind. Tomorrow morning, the reward for completing the tasks will be credited to my account. The last reward was 1 million daxia coins, an office, and a bunch of heart flowers that increased the infatuation value. While chatting with Zo Xuching at the dinner table, I have already found out the approximate location of the supermarket in Lu Guo's home. As soon as I get the money, I will make this happen. Time passed little by little, the pointer pointed to 12 o'clock, and Wang Ming began to yawn one after another. Zo Xuching's door was tightly closed. He felt itchy and really wanted to go in. Think about the tough salesperson who took the initiative to pull himself into the bedroom. Zo Mengmeng had checked into a hotel with me as early as her freshman year. Alas, why is the gap between people so big? Wang Ming was bored in changing TV channels, but none of the programs interested him. He tossed and turned on the sofa, feeling extremely uncomfortable. What was he going to do tonight? I stood up and walked to the refrigerator, intending to get a bottle of ice drink to refresh myself. The system task requires you to work all night and you must not sleep. Just hold on for another 6 hours and it will be okay. Wang Ming returned to the living room with the iced juice and was about to lie back on the sofa when his eyes fell on Zo Mengming's bedroom door. Those things that were once given to her will not be taken back, but they must be destroyed. He gently pushed open Zo Mengming's bedroom door, turned on the light and walked in. The cosmetics on the dressing table were in a mess, and there were a lot of socks and skirts piled on the bed. It was extremely messy. The trash can was also full. It seemed that Zo Xuching was too lazy to take care of her. Wang Ming's eyes wandered around the room and suddenly caught sight of a pink package on top of the trash can. He was familiar with this packaging. He had bought it for Zo Mengmeng when he was dating her. It was a pregnancy test stick. He quickly walked to the trash can, squatted down, and picked up the box with 2 fingers. There was a used pregnancy test stick underneath. Wang Ming stood up and took out a cotton swab from the cotton swab box on Zo Mengming's dressing table. Then he squatted down again, picked up the pregnancy test stick in the trash can, and turned it over. When Wang Ming saw the bars above, his eyes widened. Although the color has faded a lot, there are still 2 stripes. Zo Mengmeng is pregnant. This slut. Wang Ming cursed in his heart. She's been with me for more than 3 years, and she never took any action without carelessness. She spent more money on the little umbrella than on treating her to a meal. It hasn't been long since you broke up with me, and you're already pregnant. Wang Ming thought again, so Zo Xuching is going to be a grandmother, so doesn't that mean I have to be a grandfather? During the Chinese New Year, do I have to sit on the sofa with Zo Xuching and give New Year red envelopes to Zo Mengmeng and Lu Guohua who are kneeling on the ground? Ha 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 ha. Wang Ming threw the cotton swab in his hand into the trash can with disgust, and his plan became more determined. I must make Lu Guohua's family's supermarket go into debt. Even if they can't continue to operate, I will pursue them relentlessly. If you switch to selling chickens, I will never sell ducks. You sell watermelons and I'll rent the land to grow them. Zo Xuching also looked down upon this adopted daughter more and more. When his relationship with Zo Xuching became closer, he would let her break off her relationship with Zo Mengmeng. Zo Mengmeng couldn't even afford diapers when her child was born. When Wang Ming thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up and he was no longer sleepy. He showed a sneer on his face, walked out of Zo Mengming's room, closed the door gently, and returned to the living room. He sat back on the sofa, opened his phone, and began searching for information about Lu Guohua's supermarket. According to data from the food delivery platform, there are tens of thousands of online sales orders per month. Fresh food, daily necessities, a typical fresh food supermarket for ordinary people. I didn't expect it to be so profitable. Wang Ming searched online and found that there was only 1 storefront for rent on the same street. The street-facing shop on the first floor has an area of 400 square meters and the monthly rent is 60,000 yuan, payable annually. The rent is 700,000. The store decoration plus the initial stocking of goods is estimated to cost around 100 or even close to 200. Taking into account the employees' salaries and minor expenses, it would cost at least 3 million. Time passed little by little, and sleepiness attacked again, but Wang Ming forced himself to hold it back. When I was in college, I didn't have much money to stay up all night surfing the internet, so I never did that. Close the eyelids tightly and then pry them open with force. It was finally 6 o'clock in the morning. Congratulations on completing the task triggered by the bound object Zo Xuching. Rewards have been issued. When the system sound popped up, Wang Ming's eyelids drooped immediately and he fell asleep, unable to hold on for even a second. At 7 o'clock, Zo Xuching walked out of the bedroom leisurely and saw Wang Ming snoring. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and she tiptoed to Wang Ming and pecked him lightly on the face. She turned around to wash up, then went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Wang Ming slept until 9 o'clock and showed no signs of waking up. Zo Xuching sat at her desk, listening to the snoring getting louder and louder. She looked at the time and then glanced at the dining table. The breakfast was no longer hot. She stood up and slowly walked to the sofa. She patted Wang Ming's body tentatively and called softly, "Dear?" After patting him several times, Wang Ming was still sleeping soundly, and his snoring was still as cheerful as ever. Zo Xuching frowned slightly, looked at her watch again, gritted her teeth, and shook Wang Ming vigorously. "Wake up, dear." Wang Ming was shaken awake. Zo Xuching looked at his dazed look and couldn't help laughing. "Did you really not sleep all night? You look like a giant panda." Wang Ming stared blankly and muttered, "Anyway, Zo Mengmeng isn't coming back, I'll sleep a little longer." Zo Xuching quickly reminded him, "Hurry up and get up, Mengmeng might be back soon, and don't you have to attend the funeral today?" Wang Ming, who had originally closed his eyes and was about to continue sleeping, immediately jumped up and sat up straight when he heard the word funeral. He rubbed his big eye bags that were swollen like walnuts, trying to wake himself up, then picked up his phone to check the time. It's already past 9 o'clock. There were still several missed calls displayed on the phone, some of which were from unfamiliar numbers from last night, and 2 of which were from Zhang Shuxuang. Wang Ming said with relief, "It's a good thing you woke me up, otherwise I almost missed the event." Zo Xuching said gently, "Get up, wash your face, and have breakfast." Wang Ming got off the sofa, put on his slippers, and walked towards the bathroom. There's no time. The funeral ceremony has already begun. He hurriedly washed his face several times. At this time, Zo Xuching knocked on the bathroom door. "There are new toothbrushes in the mirror cabinet." Wang Ming walked out of the bathroom and said nonchalantly, "No need to brush it. The smell of your kiss yesterday will disappear after I brush it." Zo Xuching was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said coquettishly, "You are really good at flirting. Stop messing around with other girls and be honest." Okay, don't worry." Wang Ming walked towards the entrance, quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and said bye in one go. Zo Xuching originally wanted to ask Wang Ming to take an egg, but when she turned around, Wang Ming had already closed the door. Chapter 38, Strengthening Muscles. Wang Ming drove the beetle out of the community, and Zo Mengmeng happened to walk into the community gate. She noticed the familiar car at a glance, turned her head and looked closely at the license plate number on the rear of the car, confirming that it was her mother's car. "Hey, didn't Mom change the car? Where is she driving to?" Zo Mengmeng went upstairs, opened the door, and found her mother at home, folding the quilt on the sofa. She put on her slippers and walked into the house, frowning and asking, "Mom, were there any guests at home last night?" Zo Xuching's tone was a little flustered, and her hands became unnatural as she folded the quilt. No, I wanted to lie down and watch a movie yesterday, so I fell asleep on the sofa." Zo Mengmeng thought of the car that had just driven out of the community, and suddenly realized. "That's not right. If you were at home, then who drove your car out just now?" She glanced at the breakfast on the table. Although only one portion was left untouched, there were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Zo Mengmeng crossed her arms and teased with a smile, "Hey, just tell the truth. When I changed my car, he refused to let me drive his old one. It turned out that he was using it for someone else. My future father stayed here last night, didn't he? Strange, he's so rich, why would he want your old car?" Zo Xuching became increasingly flustered and began to stutter, he. Zo Mengmeng walked to Zo Xuching, bent down and looked at her with raised eyebrows. "They have already stayed here, and you let them sleep on the sofa? You just sleep in the bedroom with him. Mom, seriously, don't be so conservative. One day, I'll run away when I can't stand it anymore." Zo Xuching was furious. Thinking of the past 3 years between Zo Mengmeng and Wang Ming, she felt jealous. "Is it like you? You stayed out all night your freshman year. Go clean up your room." Also, didn't you say you would pay me back this month? Zo Mengmeng pouted and snorted. You are still my mother, don't you really want me to pay you back? Lu Guohua gave me 40,000 yuan to buy a bag without any regrets, and even promised to buy me a 200,000 yuan car when we get married. Zo Xuching's expression instantly turned serious. Marriage? Zo Mengmeng nodded. Guohua and I have discussed this recently. Once the plan is finalized, I will arrange a meeting between you and his parents. That's fine. Although his family isn't wealthy, you won't have to worry about money if you marry him. An average family really can't afford to support you. Zo Mengmeng smiled and said, I am blessed with good fortune. You adopted me when I was 5 years old, and now Guohua has taken over your job. Bye, I need to catch up on some sleep. Zo Xuching looked at Zo Mengmeng, who walked into the bedroom and shook her head helplessly, praying in her heart that her in-laws would be able to tolerate her willfulness. Wang Ming was driving quickly towards the funeral scene. When Zo Xuching finished her task yesterday, she fell asleep. He ignored Zo Xuching's new task at all. Zo Xuching took the initiative to give herself 3 gifts 03. Considering Zo Xuching's current feelings towards him, 3 gifts didn't seem too difficult. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw the reward for completing the task in the morning, which was 2 million daxia coins. It's much worse than last time. It seems that the rewards for completing tasks are random and will not necessarily get better. Adding the previous balance, there is still a shortfall of 600,000. I hope Zheng Shuxuang's hidden mission can solve this gap of hundreds of thousands. Wang Ming rushed to the funeral. The funeral was already halfway through. He hurriedly found a place to stand and looked at the portrait in the mourning hall with a solemn expression. Jiafeng, Jiafeng, it's me who hurt you. It's not entirely my fault that you had to make such a big scene at home. The ceremony was almost over. Zheng Shuxuang saw Wang Ming in the crowd and walked over. I called you this morning and you didn't answer. What happened? The phone is on silent. Zheng Shuxuang looked at his eye bags that were swollen like walnuts. Are you sad about my affairs? Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately, yes. Thank you for coming. Zheng Shuxuang's eyes were red and swollen. She cried almost every 2 hours from last night to today. Wang Ming looked at the task under Zheng Shuxuang's avatar on the system panel. Living under the same roof with someone for a month. Hidden task, when attending the other person's mother's funeral, ask her why her mother didn't come. This hidden mission is inhumane and is definitely a prank. Damn it, why hasn't the system's consciousness appeared yet? I'm definitely going to say hello to its parents. What should I do? How can I say this? There is still a gap of 600,000. There is only one funeral. If you miss it, the hidden mission will probably be wasted. I'm sorry, Jiafeng. Considering the night we once spent together, please forgive me for any offense. Wang Ming has left brain and right brain, and the right brain wins slightly. He asked timidly, why didn't your mother come? What? Zheng Shuxuang's eyes widened instantly, and he stared at Wang Ming with a shocked expression. Wang Ming quickly waved his hands. I mean, damn, why didn't you come? I invited the crying group. I think inviting them here makes the atmosphere seem a bit sad, so it's a good thing they didn't pay a deposit. Zheng Shuxuang's eyes widened and relaxed, and she nodded slightly. Oh, it's okay if she didn't come. I want my mother to pass away peacefully. Complete the hidden task, the reward has been issued. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not anger Zheng Shuxuang. He noticed that the old lady in front of Jiafeng's portrait was Zheng Shuxuang's grandmother. She had seen him before, so Wang Ming said goodbye to Zheng Shuxuang to avoid being discovered and causing unnecessary trouble. I have to go now. Zheng Shuxuang grabbed Wang Ming's hand and sobbed. I've broken up with my boyfriend and I'm selling some of my belongings. I'll contact you later. Wang Ming broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Zheng Shuxuang was interested in him. The idea of investigating is not a spur-of-the-moment thought, it means selling all the property. It's getting more and more difficult. Jiafeng, Jiafeng, I hope your spirit in heaven can resolve your daughter's hatred. Wang Ming said goodbye to Zheng Shuxuang and returned to the car, clicking on the reward gift package to open it. Congratulations on obtaining 300 system coins. System currency. Things in the mall are finally available for purchase. Last time, the system's awareness developed some enhanced products. Kidney function enhancement, 100 system coins. Muscle strengthening, 100 system coins. Bone strengthening, 100 system coins. Enhancements to various attributes, but can only be purchased once a week. As for my kidneys, they are now completely sufficient. It's better to buy a muscle enhancer, which can not only make you bigger, but also increase your strength in that area. Click buy. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 10% muscle boost. Wang Ming clearly felt the changes in his muscles, and he had gained some size visibly. Strengthen it 10 times. Can't you knock Lu Guohua away with one punch? There are still 200 system coins left. I glanced at other products in the system mall and the urge to spend came to my mind. A high-end customized S6 costs exactly 200 system coins. This car is worth 600,000 Daxia coins. Chapter 39 Li Zhixuan's reaction. System coins cannot be directly exchanged for Daxia coins. You can only buy goods and then resell them. If I buy an S6 and sell it at a discount, plus the 2 million reward from the system, I will still have some money in my hand, which will just make up 3 million. Wang Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ah, Zo Mengmeng, Lu Guohua, your good life is coming to an end. I laughed so hard that tears came out. After I calmed down, I noticed the strange phone calls I hadn't received last night and this morning. It must be something important to call so many times. Call back. A sweet voice came from the microphone. Wang Ming? I couldn't tell whose voice it was. Who is this? It's me, Lin Qi. Wang Ming reacted immediately. Ah. It's you. I was wondering why your voice is so familiar yet strange at the same time. I'm looking for you to express my sincere gratitude. Can we meet and discuss it? Are you free in the evening? Wang Ming thought for a moment. Nothing. Okay then, I'll add you to WeiXin, see you tonight. Lin Qi hung up the phone. Wang Ming opened Weixin and clicked to approve Lin Qi's friend request. I never thought that I would become the personal friend of a top movie star. Just as Wang Ming was savoring Lin Qi's sweet and numb voice, Li Zhixuan called. What's wrong with Zixuan? Did Lin Qi call you? Well, she asked you out too? Yeah, let's meet tonight. I'm so excited to be dining with a movie star. It must be a super fancy restaurant. Wang Ming thought about the task triggered by Li Zhixuan. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well put some effort into her. He asked. Where are you? I'm at home. That's upstairs in the vegetable market, right? I'll come find you. Send me the address. Wang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. On the other side, Li Zhixuan put down her phone and frowned. Aren't you going to work? Come see me when you have time. Wang Ming came to the building where Li Zhixuan lived. I knocked on the door according to the house number she gave me. Here I come. Li Zhixuan's voice came from inside the house. The door opened and Li Zhixuan was standing at the door. She was wearing shorts and short-sleeved pajamas, her hair tied into a ponytail, with a hint of surprise on her face. You really came. Wang Ming smiled and said, come over to talk to you. The two walked into the room. Li Zhixuan poured a glass of water for Wang Ming, then sat down opposite him and asked curiously. You don't have to go to work? And you said you're not being kept. What? Are you still envious? Otherwise, I'll really take care of you? Li Zhixuan immediately pinched her waist and said angrily, okay, Zhang Jian has only been dead for a few days and you're already planning on me. She noticed that Wang Ming's biceps were a little bigger than the last time they met. He swallowed involuntarily. Wang Ming knew that Li Zhixuan was pretending to be angry. The system showed that her infatuation level was 76, and her love was getting stronger and stronger. Hee. Since you're renting a house here, does that mean you won't be leaving Shiguan for a while? Li Zhixuan nodded. Well, I plan to take a break for a while and then look for a job. I'll transfer 30,000 to you first, and I'll get the rest as soon as possible. Don't talk about the money anymore. I already said you don't have to pay it back. How can that be possible? You earned all of that with your muscles and looks. Wang Ming didn't want to tease Li Zhixuan anymore, so he said seriously. My girlfriend earns a lot, but she's not rich. She's just better off than the working class. Then she's so generous to you? You'll understand our story later. Li Zhixuan and Zo Mengmeng are very familiar with each other. The two couples often play together in college. Wang Ming thought about it and thought that if she knew that her girlfriend was Zo Mengmeng's mother, she would be stunned. It's better not to talk about Zo Xuching anymore. He changed the subject and said, since you are planning to change jobs, why don't you help me? Help you? Help you with what? I'm planning to open a supermarket. I'm now the boss of my previous company, and I have a lot of other things to do. I want to find a general manager to help me look after the supermarket. It would definitely not be appropriate to personally open a store near Lu Guo's parents' supermarket to disrupt the market. The mission triggered by Li Zixuan was to stay in Xi'an and get rid of the shadow of her boyfriend's death. It is just right for her to be the manager and manage the business for me. Li Zixuan asked in surprise, "Are you the boss? You mean, you want to open a small supermarket? I'll help you with the cashier?" Wang Ming shook his head. It's not a small supermarket. It's a large fresh food supermarket covering several hundred square meters, similar to the Jiali downstairs from your house. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and felt that Wang Ming's words were becoming more and more outrageous. He became the boss of a company and wanted to open such a big supermarket. Even if this guy won the lottery, it wouldn't be possible. Seeing Li Zixuan open her mouth and not utter a word for a long time, Wang Ming continued. I'll give you 10,000 yuan salary every month. Please think about it carefully, I will start to implement it immediately, and give me an answer as soon as possible. Li Zixuan tried to calm down and murmured, 10,000. This is just your current salary, I will definitely give you a raise in the future. As long as I have money, I will never treat you unfairly. Li Zixuan still couldn't believe it, her face full of suspicion. Where did you get so much money? You are not making this up just to fool me, are you? If you really want me to stay in Xi'an, just say it directly. Why talk about these nonsense? 2 months ago, your salary was less than half of mine. Now you're the boss? You own a supermarket? And you're paying me 10,000 yuan? Seeing that Li Zixuan refused to believe him, Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen, clicked on the savings page and handed it to her. Li Zixuan leaned over and looked at the balance displayed on the mobile phone screen, 2.4 million. Her eyes suddenly glazed over, and her lips trembled. 2,400,000? I also have a car. If I sell it, I'll get about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. That's enough to open a medium-sized supermarket. Li Zixuan pursed her lips, still looking dazed. It seems you are really rich. No wonder such a beautiful lady is with you. As she spoke, she still looked shocked. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Li Zixuan's obsession level had increased to 80. Now you believe it, how about helping me? Let me think about it. Then think about it. I'll stay at your place this afternoon, so we can go to Lin Chi's place together in the evening. Wang Ming glanced around the room. 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. The living room where the two of them were staying was extremely small, with an area of about 30 to 40 square meters. I lent you money, and you rent such a small house? The place you and Zhang Jianzu lived in before was much bigger than this. Li Zixuan also looked around the room and smiled bitterly. Why would I live in such a big room by myself? I think I won't have a boyfriend for a long time, this is enough space. Wang Ming sighed, oh, there's no place for guests to stay. I only know you and Zo Mengmeng and Shiguan. Who would live here with me? Huh? What do you mean? Chapter 40 Lin Chi repays her gratitude. Wang Ming's lips curled up into a wicked smile. He approached Li Zixuan and said, I mean, if I come to live in your house, where should I live? I can't even stretch my legs on this small sofa, do I have to squeeze into the same bed with you? Li Zixuan pretended to be angry, don't go too far, be careful, Zhang Jian will come back to teach you a lesson at night. Don't you want to know whether you are included in my future plans? Li Zixuan froze and glared at Wang Ming, I don't want to know. If you keep teasing me, forget about being your manager. Wang Ming laughed and said, you won't even work for 10,000 yuan a month. Don't regret it. Li Zixuan curled her lips, tisk, who would regret it? Wang Ming pondered in his heart. It is really inconvenient to go back to the apartment building that I rented for the time being. If Zhang Xuching meets me and finds out that I live there, he will definitely know that I know Jia Feng. Since this matter has never been said, let's continue to hide it. Thinking of this, Wang Ming asked, how much does your house cost per month? 2K, 1 month deposit and monthly payment is enough. So you still have a lot of money left from the loan you made to me before, do you really not want it anymore? Wang Ming shook his head affirmatively, really, I said, as long as I have it, I won't treat you unfairly. Li Zixuan was moved, why are you so nice to me? Zhang Jian is my best brother, and his widow is my wife. No, I mean, of course I will take good care of you. And even if you don't consider Zhang Jian sake, we are still good friends. Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ming with suspicion, always feeling that he was plotting against her. She quickly changed the subject. Why are you asking me how much this house costs? Wang Ming sighed helplessly. I don't want to live in that house anymore. I want to move out. Li Zixuan raised her eyebrows and said, why don't you go live with your girlfriend? She's not young anymore, she should agree to live with you. Wang Ming sighed again. She's even more shy than a little girl. There are only 3 buildings in my neighborhood, and it seems there are no more available for rent. Wang Ming waved his hand. Forget it, there are plenty of houses. He thought of Zhang Xuchang's subsidiary task, which required him to live in the same house with her for a month. But we just met now, how can I bring it up? I guess I should rent a house first. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan talked for a long time. Although Li Zixuan did not formally agree to be the manager of Wang Ming's supermarket, judging from her attitude, she had been shaken a lot. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ming drove Li Zixuan to the restaurant whose location Lin Qi sent. It is a 3-star Michelin restaurant with a view of the river. Lin Qi had already sat at a perfect table by the window. When Li Zixuan and Wang Ming walked up to Lin Qi, they were both stunned for a moment. Compared with her ghost-like appearance last time, Lin Qi today looked like a fairy descending from the fairyland. Eyes like stars, eyebrows like spring ink. She has a high nose bridge, slightly upturned petal-like lips, and long, shiny black hair. She was wearing a black jumpsuit, with a very thin waist and exposed calves and ankles that were extremely white. Her whole body exudes an innate nobility, showing the temperament of a beautiful queen. Lin Qi saw them, and the corners of her mouth curved up as she spoke softly, hurry and sit down. Li Zixuan was mesmerized. Compared to what they show on TV, real people are even more beautiful. Oh my god, celebrities are celebrities. Wang Ming quickly pursed his lips, fearing that he would lose composure. He looked at Li Zixuan and joked, he's not dead even on TV. Lin Qi's smile became more and more charming when she heard this. The two sat next to each other opposite Lin Qi. Lin Qi said seriously, thank you, especially you, Wang Ming. I saw the police surveillance. It was you who pulled me out of the cold cabinet. Of course we can't just sit back and watch when we encounter this. Lin Qi smiled again and turned to Li Zixuan and said, thank you too, your boyfriend is really great. Li Zixuan shyly explained, I've already told you, I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Qi blinked, why are you looking at him with such affection? Look how shy you are. Li Zixuan's face turned even redder, and she argued even louder, no, he treats me better, I'm just grateful to him. Lin Qi took out 2 cards from her bag and handed one to Wang Ming with a sincere tone. This is 10 million, which is not much for my life, but my money is all in the stock market and real estate. I haven't taken any roles in 2 years, so I don't have much cash on hand. Take this for now. I'll definitely repay you when I have more money in the future. Wang Ming took the card with a surprised expression, 10 million? Lin Qi nodded, well, without you, I'm already a corpse, so keep it. Wang Ming didn't think much about it and agreed directly, okay, I won't be polite with you. 10 million is insignificant to you, and I can't refuse your sincere reward. Lin Qi looked at Li Zixuan again and said with a smile, everyone who sees it gets a share. You are my lucky star that day. This is 1 million. I promised to take you to act. Once you've dealt with this matter that harmed me, I'll take you to film. Li Zixuan was overwhelmed. 1 million. And a big star like Lin Qi took her to film a movie. She wouldn't even dare to do this in her dreams. That's great, thank you Sister Lin. Wang Ming asked Xiang Linqi with concern, how is your matter going? Lin Qi's face darkened. There was no surveillance at the celebration party that day, and no drugs were detected in my body. I don't know how she knocked me out. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter, and I will not let her go even if I have to sell all my property. Wang Ming couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. This was exactly the same as what Zhang Xuchang said. The waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one. Li Zixuan had never eaten food from a 3-star Michelin restaurant, and she choked every time the food was served. Wang Ming has been rich for a long time, so his desire for high-end food is not so strong at this time. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Lin Qi treated Wang Ming and Li Zixuan without any star airs. They talked and laughed, and even talked about their interests and hobbies. After chatting for a while, Lin Qi stood up and said goodbye with a smile, I'm leaving. If you have any difficulties with money or in Shiguan, just come to me and call me directly. In Xi'an, if I can't solve the problem, you have no chance either. You can also come and play with me when you have nothing to do. Wang Ming stood up politely and nodded. Okay, let's keep in touch. Li Zixuan also stood up with Wang Ming, by Sister Lin. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan waved to Lin Qi and watched her leave the restaurant. Li Zixuan slumped down in the chair, still staring at the direction where Lin Qi left. Am I dreaming? Wang Ming, pinch me. Ah. Where are you pinching? Chapter 41 Love Floods. Can I pinch my arm? Oh, it hurts. Wang Ming only realized when he heard Li Zixuan cry out in pain that he had strengthened his muscles by 10%. But the strength is increased by more than 10%. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I didn't control the strength well. Let me rub it for you. Li Zixuan quickly moved her arm to the inside of her body. No. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. And you're being so rude. She rubbed her arm gently, then looked at Wang Ming with gratitude, her voice still filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thanks to you, you are not only Lin Qi's lucky star, but also my lucky star. Oh my god, I have $1 million. Li Zixuan, extremely excited, hugged Wang Ming and kissed him on the face. She was so excited that she could hardly control herself. When she came to her senses, she found Wang Ming staring at her, with her lipstick marks on his face. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Oh, I'm so excited. Aren't you excited? Wang Ming was stunned. Just now they were saying that men and women should not touch each other, but now they were kissing and hugging each other. He wiped the kiss marks on his face and said, now that you know it's because of me that you got this million, shouldn't you listen to me from now on? Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment. I'll listen to you. It's not impossible. Just tell me what you want me to do. It's the same thing as before. I want you to work for me. I've long wanted you to be the general manager. I want to keep you in Shiguan. Li Zixuan's heart trembled suddenly. It was this sentence again, wanting to stay in Xi'an. However, Wang Ming transferred money to me to solve the urgent problem and let me get 1 million. Now he wants me to be his manager and give me a salary of 10,000. He is so good to me that I have nothing to say. No matter what, he has already visited me 3 times, so I can't be ungrateful. She found that Wang Ming seemed to have changed a lot in an instant. He became rich and ambitious. Compared with the one who was drunk all day long when they just broke up, he was completely different. Li Zixuan blushed and said, I'm willing to be your manager. I'll stay. If I don't leave, I'll stay in Shiguan. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Trigger a new task, make Li Zixuan willingly wear a maid outfit for you. The system prompt sound disappeared, and Wang Ming excitedly took Li Zixuan's hand. Thank you. Li Zixuan frowned, looking confused. Shouldn't she be the one to say thank you? Could it be that Wang Ming really liked me? Was he so excited to hear that I had decided to stay in Shiguan? But he has a girlfriend. The way he looked at his girlfriend was clearly full of love. Wang Ming's consciousness flipped to the existing item column in the system interface and opened the gift package. The reward is 3 million Daxia coins. There is also a voucher for a premium version of Xiaowei mobile phone, worth 50,000 Daxia coins. Li Zixuan's hand was being squeezed more and more painfully. Wang Ming, it's too hard. No. I'm sorry, I was distracted and didn't control my strength well. Wang Ming quickly let go and thought to himself. It seems that there is no need to sell the A6 to make up for the 600,000 yuan gap in the sales volume. Lin Qi gave herself 10 million, and the system rewarded her another 3 million. The company itself holds 49% of the shares. Shiguan. I've taken root here. Even the gods can't stop me. I said it. Li Zixuan leaned her elbows on the table, her chin in her hands, and murmured, how can I spend this million? Oh, suddenly having money also brings troubles. Wang Ming sighed deliberately, I'm even more worried. Li Zixuan turned her head, her eyes full of envy and admiration, staring straight at Wang Ming. Meng is really blind, you are the real tall, rich and handsome guy. I looked at her friend's circle, and compared to you now, her new boyfriend is just a piece of crap. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently swept to Wang Ming's well-defined biceps, and then she immediately looked away. Wang Ming's lips curled up unconsciously after hearing this praise. Don't mention my affairs to Zo Meng. Well, we hardly ever talk. She's changed so much since graduation. Wang Ming thought that since Li Zixuan was so good at talking, he might as well give Xiaowei's cell phone to her. He took out the redemption voucher from the system and handed it to Li Zhixuan. Li Zhixuan took it with a look of surprise. What is this? Premium version of Xiaowei? Wow, this must be tens of thousands, right? Wang Ming smiled and said, although you have 1 million now, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Li Zhixuan pursed her lips, feeling even more moved. Compared with Zhang Jian, Wang Ming is a model of a good man. Moreover, even though she is not his girlfriend, he is still so good to her. There's no reason for him to be so nice to me, could it be? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her tone was a little flustered. Wang Ming, please stop being so nice to me. I'm afraid I'll really fall in love with you. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Li Zhixuan's infatuation level had reached 88. He couldn't control the smile on his face, and secretly sighed in his heart, if you don't like me, how could you be willing to wear a maid outfit for me? Zo Xuching's new task was not difficult. As long as she waited patiently, she would naturally give herself 3 gifts. The boss's task is a bit difficult, so it's not advisable to start it for the time being. Zhang Shuxuang's task is even more difficult. Li Zhixuan's first task rewarded herself with 3 million daxia coins. Giving her an S6 was a way to repay her and also to enhance their relationship. Thinking of this, he took out the S6 exchange voucher purchased with system coins from the system and handed it to Li Zhixuan again. This is for you too. After Li Zhixuan took it, she looked down at the words on the voucher, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably with emotion. A6, you are going to give it to me. Her voice was choked. The next second, Li Zhixuan threw herself into Wang Ming's arms, tears streaming down her face. I've already told you, don't be so nice to me, or I'll make a mistake. She hugged Wang Ming's neck tightly with both hands. Wang Ming looked at the system panel again and saw that Li Zhixuan's obsession level had soared to 91. She already had a soft spot for him at this point. Is being my manager a done deal? Li Zhixuan opened her arms, wiped away her tears, nodded hard and said seriously. Even if you don't pay me, I will still help you. I will do my best for you from now on. Wang Ming frowned. If Lin Qi wants to take you to film in the future, you won't be able to help me. Helping you is my priority. Filming is secondary. I'll only go if you give me permission. I was really surprised by Li Zhixuan's transformation. Infatuation value is really a good thing. Over 90 is really out of control. Back then, Zo Xuching's obsession with me was even greater than the love that the post-90s generation had for me. Li Zhixuan handed the A6 exchange coupon to Wang Ming. From now on, I will be your employee. You can drive this car yourself. How can an employee drive an A6 while the boss drives an old car? Wang Ming extended his hand to politely push Li Zhixuan's hand back. If I want to drive a nice car, shouldn't I buy one anytime, anywhere? Li Zhixuan thought about it and realized that he could not be measured by his financial strength now. So when do we start planning for the supermarket? It's already been planned. You'll accompany me to do this tomorrow. Chapter 42 Happy Days Supermarket. Li Zhixuan felt inexplicably more and more fascinated by Wang Ming. Is it because of the financial investment you have made? When did I become a materialistic person? Her affection for Wang Ming was like a surging river, and she had no idea that Wang Ming's infatuation system had an emotional bonus. The two left the restaurant and Wang Ming sent Li Zhixuan home. Li Zhixuan waved goodbye to Wang Ming after getting out of the car. From now on, you can take the S6 that sent me there. I'll be your full-time driver. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wang Ming waved goodbye, closed the car window, and drove towards Sihong Road in Baiyun District. The shopping mall run by Lu Guo's family is right there. I can go to the hotel over there and book a room to observe the situation. In Jiafang's two-story house, Zhang Shuxuang had already sorted out Jiafang's belongings and was now calling the phone numbers on the rental contract one by one to refund the tenants. She longed to see her father, but since such a serious incident as a loss of life had happened, no one was willing to help her smooth things over, and there was no chance for them to meet. The property has been listed with an agent, and all of her father's property has been transferred to her name. Zhang Shuxuang turned to the last contract, his attention instantly increased several times, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. Party B's name on the contract is Wang Ming. The phone number above was exactly the same as the Wang Ming she knew. It seems that Wang Ming and his mother knew each other. On the other side, Wang Ming had already booked a room on the 3rd floor of a hotel opposite the Happy Days supermarket. As soon as I walked into the house, Zhang Shuxuang called. Wang Ming swiped down and answered the call. Hello, Zo Xuching. You know my mom, right? Wang Ming's body shook violently, and he was so panicked that he couldn't speak for a long time. You rented a room in my apartment building. I saw your contract. When Wang Ming heard this, his rapid heartbeat slowed down a little. He thought Zo Xuching had found out who the man Jiafan was with so quickly. He calmed himself down and said, I don't live there anymore, so I didn't tell you. So you do know my mother. I thought you came to the funeral just for me, but it seems I was being overly sentimental. Zo Xuching's tone was slightly self-deprecating. She paused and continued, I looked at the contract, and there's still quite a bit of rent left. I'll refund you the money. No thanks, Auntie takes good care of me. The remaining rent is just a token of my appreciation. Zo Xuching thought about it and felt that he was doing something unnecessary. After all, Wang Ming had asked him to go hiking. It costs 100,000 yuan at a time, why would I care about the rent? Are you busy these 2 days? Very busy, with a lot of things to deal with. Zo Xuching responded, yeah, me too, let's make an appointment after we're done. The two said goodbye to each other and ended the call. Zo Xuching didn't have too many doubts. At this time, her infatuation level with Wang Ming was 80, and her emotional state was deep love. Wang Ming suddenly sat down on the bed, scared to death. It's scary. He patted his chest, calmed down and thought to himself. The system is now bound to 4 people. Should she sever ties with Zo Xuching? Her system task is to live in the same house with her for 30 days. It was difficult to complete, but think about it. Her infatuation level has reached 80, it would be a shame to cut ties with her. Isn't the flower I gave her a waste? Fortune is a risky pursuit. Get the obsession level to 100. Even if she finds out about me, she will never have the heart to retaliate against me. After figuring it out, Wang Ming went to the window and looked at the Happy Days supermarket opposite. The green signboard at the door was still lit, and even at this hour, there was a constant stream of people coming in and out. Ha, Happy Days, from now on you will be called Difficult Days. I have already decided on the name of my supermarket, which is Super Happy Days Plus Ultimate Flagship Store. There is no need for any business model, just provide welfare. As long as he continued to complete the system tasks, money would continue to flow in, not to mention that Lin Chi had given him 10 million. I don't believe I can't bring you down. Just as Wang Ming was daydreaming proudly, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. This is a message from Li Zhixuan. I'll go redeem the S6 tomorrow and pick you up afterwards. I'm kind of looking forward to being your personal driver, Ikihu Omega. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. My passenger seat is yours. Wang Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Zhang Jian, your girlfriend is so cute, why don't you know how to cherish her? As the night deepened, Wang Ming lay on the bed, closed his eyes, planned the supermarket affairs, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the sun shone on the green plaque of the Happy Days supermarket. He came to the window and saw a constant stream of people carrying large and small bags. Wang Ming was waiting for Li Zhixuan downstairs in the hotel on time. After a while, an S6 stopped in front of him. Li Zhixuan rolled down the window and said with a playful smile, "Get in, my passenger." Across the street, Zo Mengmeng held Lu Guowa's arm and walked towards the Happy Days supermarket. Lu Guowa's face was filled with guilt. "Baby, I'm sorry. I feel so useless." Zo Mengmeng rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "Hey, if it doesn't work, how can I get pregnant? You, ask your parents to give you more money, and we can buy some more supplements. And when the fetus grows bigger, we won't be able to have sex anymore, so I won't have the need to do it." Just as she finished speaking, Zo Mengmeng caught a glimpse of Wang Ming standing at the door of the hotel across the street and couldn't help but mutter, "Wang Ming?" When Lu Guowa heard Zo Mengmeng calling her ex-boyfriend's name, he immediately followed her gaze and looked across the street. His eyes widened in anger, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Wang Ming! You bastard!" Now he is at his doorstep, on his father's territory, and he feels very confident. Wang Ming had just opened the passenger door when he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was his two enemies. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Guowa took Zo Mengmeng's hand, walked angrily across the street, and stood next to Wang Ming. Zo Mengmeng complained, "Why are you greeting this loser? Let's go, ignore him." Lu Guowa wanted to scold Wang Ming a few more times, but when he saw that Wang Ming looked much stronger than in the past few days, he swallowed the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. He glanced at S6 and said sarcastically, Oh, it's different after getting a promotion. You can even get a private car. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Zo Mengmeng. Baby, do you regret it? Your ex-boyfriend is a potential stock. Zo Mengmeng glared at Wang Ming with disdain and snorted coldly. Humph, even if you get promoted and your salary is higher, it's only about 10,000 yuan at best. How can it compare with your family's business? I regret it? I regret not breaking up with him sooner. Wang Ming was about to speak back when Li Zhishuan got out of the driver's seat, slammed the door, and angrily shouted at Zo Mengmeng. Mengmeng, you've gone too far. How has Wang Ming wronged you? When Zo Mengmeng saw Li Zhishuan, she was stunned, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Oh. I understand. Zhang Jian is dead, so you two got together, right? Li Zhishuan put her hands on her hips and laughed sarcastically. Even if we're together, it's none of your business. Wang Ming stepped forward, grabbed Lu Guohua by the collar, and glared at him. Tell your girlfriend to stop jumping so much. I won't hit her because she's pregnant, but I can knock your teeth out like flying popcorn with one punch. Li Zhishuan covered her mouth and laughed so hard she fell backwards. Don't hit him in the face. His face is as flat as a spatula. If he gets hit by your punch again, he'll be completely disfigured. Lu Guohua was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but in his own territory, he still gritted his teeth and shouted. Do you know who my father is? Go and find out who the boss of Happy Days is. At this time, Zo Mengmeng finally reacted and suddenly interrupted the quarrel between the two loudly. Wang Ming, what did you just say? How did you know I was pregnant? Chapter 43. Zo Xuching takes the initiative. Wang Ming secretly cursed and accidentally let the secret slip. He calmed down and said, because I am your father, I know. Lu Guohua broke free from the hand that was grabbing him and straightened his collar. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll call my dad to get people to beat you to death. Your father's name is Lu Gang? Stop arguing. Zo Mengmeng shouted, looking at Wang Ming suspiciously, and subconsciously protecting her stomach with both hands. Even my mom doesn't know I'm pregnant. How did you find out? Are you investigating me? Are you still not giving up? Wang Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why would I investigate you? Are you too damn confident? Li Zhishuan also chimed in, Wang Ming's new girlfriend is 10 times more beautiful than you. After she finished speaking, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. Zo Mengmeng was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Li Zhishuan and said, You, Zhang Jian is dead, and you can't wait to find a new man. You have no shame. You're so shameless. You're pregnant just after breaking up. You don't even know who the father is, right? Li Zhishuan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Wang Ming grabbed her and comforted her, saying, let her be happy for a few more days. It will be time for them to cry soon. Seeing Zo Mengmeng being bullied, Lu Guohua strode straight towards Li Zhishuan and said, Who are you calling shameless? I'm the child's father. If you don't make your point clear today, don't even think about leaving. Wang Ming was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lu Guohua's wrist and twisted it hard, causing Lu Guohua to scream in pain. You still dare to challenge me? I'm going to beat you up for 10,000 yuan today. Wang Ming said in a cold tone. The moment Wang Ming raised his fist, Zo Mengmeng rushed forward and kicked Wang Ming. Let go. Wang Ming really wanted to punch her away, but he didn't want to hurt the fetus in her belly and cause trouble, so he let go. Zo Mengmeng held Lu Guohua. Don't be impulsive, I told you to ignore him. Isn't it a waste of our time as elites to argue with losers? Humph, you think you're so superior by renting an S6? Let's go. Although Lu Guohua was unwilling to do so, he was also afraid of accidentally hurting the child, so he could only glare at Wang Ming fiercely and said, Just wait, I won't let you go. I'll return this sentence to you exactly as it is. Wang Ming raised the corner of his mouth with a look of disdain. Lu Guohua and Zo Mengmeng turned away in embarrassment, muttering to themselves as they walked. How on earth did he know I was pregnant? Humph, just like you said. I've been secretly investigating you and I'm still determined to do it. Now you should give up on me, we've already done it. Li Zhishuan watched them leave and snorted, these two are truly a perfect match. They deserve to be together. Wang Ming smiled and said, Let's get in the car. We have some important things to do. The two got in the car, and Li Zhishuan asked as she started the car, Where are we going? Let's split up. I'll transfer the money to you, and you go sign the rental contract, and then apply for a license in your name. I'll go find a decoration company and source the goods. Li Zixuan had a soft spot for Wang Ming's emotional state and had no objection at all to applying for a license in her own name. Okay. Then I'll take you to the decoration company first. Once the license is obtained, we will directly recruit employees. During the period when the store is under renovation, the employees' salaries will be paid as usual. We must ensure that the store opens for business as soon as the renovation is completed. Don't worry, leave anything else to me and I will ensure that the task is completed. Ah, I really like maid outfits. What? The system task was for Li Zixuan to put on a maid outfit on her own initiative, and she must never be asked to do so. Wang Ming took the opportunity to hint to her. Just as Li Zixuan was puzzled by Wang Ming's sudden words, Wang Ming's phone rang. Honey, are you free to come to my community in the evening? Zo Xuching's gentle voice came. Okay, did you miss me? I want to give you a gift, and I really do want to. Don't put on lipstick, or you'll smear it on my mouth. See you tonight. Bye-bye. Li Zixuan couldn't help but pout as she listened to Wang Ming's words to his girlfriend. What the hell, why am I so jealous? Wake up. My girlfriend is so beautiful. She's your girlfriend. His tone was jealous. I've become such a busy man that I don't even have time to see my girlfriend. Didn't I see it? Li Zixuan was suddenly embarrassed and delighted. She was so flustered that she didn't know whether to step on the brake or the accelerator. Huh, you are just like Zo Mengmeng, so flowery. She thought to herself, Wang Ming is not married, so I can compete fairly. However, her girlfriend is so beautiful and has such a great temperament. If she were younger, she could compete with sister Lin Qi. I have no advantages at all except my youth. On the way, Wang Ming looked through the decoration style and types of goods in the supermarket at Lu Guo's home, and searched for relevant information, from the selection of shelves to the channels of goods. Li Zixuan glanced at the passenger seat intentionally or unintentionally from time to time. She was fascinated by Wang Ming's serious look. Thinking back to my deceased boyfriend, there is such a huge difference between us. It is understandable that I fell in love with someone else so quickly. After arriving at the decoration company, Wang Ming sent Li Zixuan the shop owner's contact information and a transfer of 1 million yuan. The two of them have been working separately since then. Wang Ming entered the decoration company and communicated with the staff. He took out the information about the supermarket at Lu Guo's home and discussed the store's decoration style with the designer. Fitted for me according to this. Please expedite the construction, the sooner the better. I will pay more for the expedited payment. Facade design. The designer listened carefully, took notes in his notebook from time to time, and also offered some professional suggestions. After everything was discussed, the decoration company promised to deliver Wang Ming's goods within 10 days. Some goods are not wholesaled locally and need to be ordered online. After Wang Ming selects the goods online, he rushes to the wholesale market. It's a rush, without a moment's rest. At the same time, Li Zixuan also successfully contacted the shop owner. Signing rental contracts, applying for licenses, and posting online advertisements for recruiting employees. Both of them are making good progress. After taking care of the shelves, all the facilities and the merchandise, it was almost time for a date with Zo Xuching. Wang Ming took a taxi to Zo Xuching's community. When I walked into the restaurant facing the street in Feitsui Huating, Zo Xuching had already ordered the dishes and was sitting on the guest sofa in the hall waiting. Seeing Wang Ming coming in, she hurriedly picked up the gift beside her and handed it to Wang Ming, who was walking forward. Wang Ming took the gift, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he gave Zo Xuching a big hug. You missed me, didn't you? Zo Xuching was a little shy. After all, they were in a restaurant downstairs from her home. She gently pushed Wang Ming. But how could she match Wang Ming's strength? She said in a delicate voice, "Oh, it's in public. Let's go to the private room." After the two entered the private room, Zo Xuching gently lifted her calf, slammed the door shut, and instantly pounced on Wang Ming. Hug him and kiss him and kiss him. Zo Xuching's sudden action left Wang Ming unable to react for a moment. Is this still Zo Xuching? This state is really like a tigress in the forest who hasn't eaten for a week. Hot and eager. Chapter 44 Precious Gift. Wang Ming closed his eyes and responded to Zo Xuching's passionate kiss. It was not until Zo Xuching had difficulty breathing that she gently pushed Wang Ming away. "It's all your fault. Ever since I kissed you last time, I've been completely in love with you." Wang Ming laughed and teased, "I feel like you can compete with me, why don't you try it tonight?" Zo Xuching rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, "You wish? Open it and see if you like it." Wang Ming was also curious about what gift Zo Xuching had prepared for him. He opened the bag and found an exquisite white gift box. He took out the box and opened it, and saw a warm white jade bracelet lying flat inside. The color is bright, smooth and delicate, without any flaws, and it has a faint white glow. It is obviously worth a lot of money at first glance. "This bracelet is very precious, but you want me, a grown man, to wear it? What's wrong with men wearing it? Jade can nourish people. I've worn this bracelet for 20 years. It's imbued with my blood, but it's too big. I'll give it to you. When you wear it, it'll feel like I'm always by your side." Wang Ming gently stroked the smooth, translucent jade bracelet and asked, "Isn't this expensive?" 10,000 yuan. Wang Ming said in surprise, 10,000 yuan 20 years ago was a huge sum of money. Zo Xuching shook her head. "I bought it in the 1970s. My mother gave it to me." After hearing this, Wang Ming was really shocked. "In the 1970s, I wasn't even a tadpole. What did 10,000 yuan mean back then? 10,000 yuan in the 70s must be equivalent to at least 1 million yuan today. 2 years ago, I took it to a treasure appraisal show and was offered 2.6 million on the spot, but I didn't sell it." Wang Ming was stunned again, swallowed his saliva and said, "Many treasure appraisal shows use exorbitant prices to trick people. So this bracelet must be worth at least 10 million. Why are you giving me such a valuable thing?" Zo Xuching smiled gently and said, "You are so generous to me, I must also be attentive to you. Besides, when we get married, this bracelet will be passed down to our children sooner or later. We are all family now, so what is yours and mine?" Hearing these words, Wang Ming felt a warm current surge in his heart. He and Zo Mengmeng hadn't felt even 1% or even 1,000th of this feeling in more than 3 years. Zo Xuching takes the initiative to give the host 3 gifts 1-3. The system task panel changes. Wang Ming held Zo Xuching's hand tightly and pulled her into his arms. "Dear." The two embraced each other affectionately again, their lips pressed tightly together. The sounds of their breathing intertwined and became increasingly heated. After the kiss, Wang Ming slowly pushed Zo Xuching away and said, "This bracelet is too valuable. I can't accept it." Zo Xuching leaned gently in Wang Ming's arms and said softly, "I will give myself to you from now on. What does a bracelet mean to me?" She took out a white jade bracelet from the box in Wang Ming's hand and said, "Look, this bracelet is too big for me. My mother's wrist is the same size as a man's, so it will fit perfectly on a man's wrist." Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching's sincere eyes and did not refuse. "When I finish my current work, I will open a company for you, and you can create a Chongsam brand in the future." Zo Xuching was slightly startled, then smiled, and said, "How much money would that cost? The money I spent on creating my own brand might all be wasted." Wang Ming held Zo Xuching's hand tightly and said confidently, "I will definitely help you complete it." Zo Xuching raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a sweet smile, "Then I'll wait." She never expected that she would soon create her own brand, and with the help of Wang Ming, take it public and become a wealthy wife. Zo Xuching stared at the bracelet on Wang Ming's wrist. "We agreed that this bracelet will accompany you from now on. You can carry it with you wherever you go." After saying that, she turned around, picked up a large bag on the table, and took out a photo album from it. "What is this?" Wang Ming took it and opened it gently. Inside were photos of Zo Xuching from childhood to adulthood. Zo Xuching in every photo is filled with a different youthful aura, ranging from innocent and naive to gentle and graceful. After flipping through it for a while, Wang Ming became more and more fascinated. "Ah, you started growing up in college. Wow, it's already D at this time." He watched and murmured. Zo Xuching covered her mouth and smiled shyly, "I give it to you, so that you can understand me better." Zo Xuching takes the initiative to give the host 3 gifts 2-3. The system task was completed immediately, and the gift received far exceeded my expectations in terms of meaning and value. Wang Ming thought to himself, if he is completely devoted to me even when his obsession level is 99, what will he be like when his obsession level is full? He hugged Zo Xuching tightly again. Zo Xuching just closed her eyes and opened her mouth, wanting to kiss Wang Ming again. Wang Ming's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone. Although he had deleted Zo Mengmeng's contact information, he was very familiar with this number. His brows were furrowed, and after answering the phone, his tone was extremely impatient. "What's the matter? Did you lose your child?" Zo Mengmeng cursed angrily from the other end of the phone. "Fuck you. You're dead. Do you dare to come to Sihong Road? Aren't you strong? Just tell me if you dare to come." Wang Ming snorted coldly, probably guessing that Lu Guohua wanted to take revenge on him. He asked coldly, "For Crossroads, right?" Zo Mengmeng said viciously, "Yes, here in the Happy Days supermarket. Lu Guohua asked me to tell you, whoever calls the police is a grandson." Wang Ming didn't hesitate at all and replied decisively, "Okay, I'll be there right away." "Wait." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Seeing Wang Ming's vicious expression, Zo Xuching asked with concern, "What's wrong, dear? Who's calling?" Wang Ming gritted his teeth and decided not to tell Zo Xuching about what happened between him, Lu Guohua, and Zo Mengmeng during the day. She would only worry if she knew. "Nothing, I have to go." Zo Xuching anxiously grabbed Wang Ming's hand and said, "You haven't eaten yet." Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching, his lips curled up, but with a hint of coldness. "Pack it up for Zo Mengmeng to eat when you return home in the evening, but she probably won't be able to eat when she comes back in the evening." He kissed Zo Xuching on the forehead and said, "See you another day. I will finalize the Cheongsam brand matter as soon as possible." Wang Ming put the photo album into the bag and walked out the door. "Okay, bye." Zo Xuching raised her hand and waved reluctantly. She looked at Wang Ming's back and didn't think any more about it. Just muttered, "Wang Ming is so busy lately." Wang Ming walked out of the restaurant and hailed a taxi on the street. Sitting in the taxi, he recalled Zo Mengmeng's tone on the phone and thought to himself, "It seems that they have to take action against me. Although I am strong and healthy, the other party must have made full preparations. You will definitely suffer if you go alone." But the only brother in Shiguan who was willing to go through fire and water with him had passed away. "You can't ask Li Zhishuan to fight with you, right?" Lin Chi suddenly flashed through Wang Ming's mind. Yes, Lin Chi promised herself that she could ask her for help if she encountered any trouble. This is a powerful weapon. Chapter 45 Lin Chi helps out. He immediately called Lin Chi. "Hello, Miss Lin Chi." "Call me Lin Chi or Sister Chi, why call me Miss? It's so ugly." "Ah, Sister Chi. What's the matter? Do you want to play with me? I'm in trouble." "Oh? Tell me about it." "My ex-girlfriend arranged a fight with me, but I don't know anyone in Xi'an." "Ha, what are you talking about? Knowing me is like knowing most of the dignitaries in Shiguan. But what era is this? Are you still arguing for a fight? Call the police. I want to resolve this privately and give her a taste of her own medicine." Lin Chi on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said decisively, "Okay, I understand. I'll find someone from the bodyguard company to help you. Send me the address." "Well, thank you, Sister Chi, thank you for your trouble. If you keep being so polite, I'll get angry." "Okay, hang up." Wang Ming also hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Why didn't I think of the bodyguard company? Now that I have money, I can hire someone to support the scene. But since Lin Chi has made the arrangements, let's talk about it later. The taxi driver joked, Lin Chi has the same name as a celebrity. The recent headlines are all about Lin Chi faking her death, and the short videos have been going viral, with all sorts of stories going on. It's her. The taxi driver turned around and sneered, "You said the Lin Chi you were talking to was that celebrity? You are so funny, you know Lin Chi and you still take a taxi, ha." Wang Ming didn't think much. After sending the address to Lin Chi, he hugged his shoulders. Thinking back on her voice and appearance, I really hope that the system can also bind her. What will happen to her when her obsession with herself increases? When they arrived at Sihong Road, Wang Ming asked the driver to park the car next to an alley. After paying and getting off the car, he walked into the alley and looked in the direction of Xingfu's supermarket. There was no sign of Zo Mengmeng and Lu Guohua at all. The supermarket entrance was just like usual, with only pedestrians and no one gathering. Was he being tricked by them? Wang Ming was puzzled. He walked out of the alley slowly, his steps cautious and hesitant, and he moved slowly and tentatively towards the supermarket while observing his surroundings vigilantly. After walking for a while, he realized that something was wrong. Every 10 or so meters, you can see 2 or 3 big men gathered together, some whispering to each other, some looking around. There were also some big men strolling slowly on the street, their eyes obviously looking for something. Wang Ming's heartbeat quickened, and an ominous premonition came over him. Just as he was about to turn back to the alley to wait for Lin Qi's men to come, a hand suddenly landed heavily on Wang Ming's shoulder. An arrogant voice rang out, "Come alone?" Ha ha ha. Wang Ming turned around suddenly and saw Lu Guohua standing in front of him laughing wildly. Behind him stood two burly men, exuding ferocity. Lu Guohua crossed his arms, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Why, you dare to come alone, Wang Ming, you're quite courageous. Here. Here. Come here." Zo Mengmeng walked out from behind Lu Guohua and hurriedly greeted the big men who were making noises everywhere. Everyone came towards Wang Ming. In a blink of an eye, nearly 20 big men surrounded Wang Ming. They were all ready to fight, and swearing from time to time. "You little bastard. You're bullying my eldest brother's son. I'll kill you today. Guohua. Don't tell your father about this kind of thing anymore, just come to me." Zo Mengmeng put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. "Wang Ming, if you kneel down for me and Guohua today and bark like a dog twice more, I will let you go." "You dare to fight in the street? In broad daylight?" Lu Guohua immediately spat, "Bah! It's night time." Wang Ming's heart was beating fast. He could defeat anyone in the crowd in a one-on-one fight, but there were simply too many people on the other side. He pretended to be fierce and shouted, "Zo Mengmeng, I couldn't bear to hurt you during the day, otherwise Lu Guohua's face would have been covered in blood." Still pretending to be cool. "Uncle Lu. Beat him up." Lu Guohua pointed at Wang Ming and shouted to the leading man in his 30s beside him. "I told you not to bully my eldest brother's son. Look at my punch." The man called Uncle Lu by Lu Guohua shouted, rushed forward and punched Wang Ming in the chest. Wang Ming dodged to the side and barely avoided the attack. But then fists rained down from all directions. Wang Ming dodged left and right, trying his best to defend himself. But there were too many people on the other side and they were unable to do anything. "I was hit hard by several punches and felt a burning pain." Everyone didn't see clearly when Wang Ming took out an iron rod from behind his back. Wang Ming swung the stick with force, stretched it out, and swung it wildly with all his strength to disperse the crowd. "Don't even fucking come over here." When nearly 20 people saw how fierce Wang Ming was, instead of being scared, several of them burst into laughter. Lu Guohua's uncle Zhang was even more disdainful, rubbing his hands together, then took out a fruit knife from his trouser pocket and said with a vicious smile, "You little bastard. When we were hanging out here, you weren't even born yet. How dare you play with a weapon?" Wang Ming suddenly panicked, and more than a dozen people took out fruit knives from their pockets. Lu Guohua laughed unrestrainedly. "My dad was the leader of the fruit knife team. He was a master with the fruit knife. To tell you the truth, in these streets, no one dares not to give my dad some face." Seeing that everyone was ready to play for real, Zo Mengmeng was so scared that she quickly tried to persuade them, "Don't let anyone get killed. Just teach him a lesson." Uncle Lu spat in disdain, "Let him bleed today. Just do it for 100,000 yuan. Kill him." Upon hearing this, more than a dozen people came forward with knives raised. Wang Ming was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was in his throat. Just when everyone was about to raise their swords and rush forward, the sound of a convoy of vehicles speeding by came from far away, followed by a series of sudden brake sounds. The sharp sound of the tires locking up and rubbing against the ground pierced everyone's eardrums. Many pedestrians had already stopped to watch the excitement from a distance, and when they saw a convoy approaching, they started talking about it. "Wow, this kind of scene doesn't happen often. They've already started using their weapons. Should we help call the police? What are you going to report? Let's wait and see the show." Lu Guohua, Zo Mengmeng, and a dozen big men all turned their heads to look at the street. Wang Ming knew that Lin Qi's men had arrived. He covered his chest, gasped for breath, and felt a surge of fear in his heart. Black luxury cars were parked neatly on the street, and their doors opened one after another. A group of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. They stood tall and marched in unison, quickly rushing into the crowd to separate Wang Ming from the group of men. The middle door of the lead car was opened by a bodyguard, and a woman with long, beautiful legs stepped out. "Who wants to hit my benefactor?" Lin Qi's originally sweet and gentle voice now became extremely cold. Chapter 46. I am your fan. When everyone saw the woman's appearance clearly, the vicious aura disappeared instantly. Everyone was stunned. Some opened their mouths so wide they couldn't close them. The originally arrogant and domineering men were stunned at this moment. Is this Lin Chi? Lin Chi, why are you here? What did she say? It seems to be saying, benefactor. Zo Mengmeng took a closer look and found that this was her favorite idol. Lin Chi often visited Shiguan, but had never seen him in person. At this moment, she was so excited that she couldn't help but shout, Lin Chi. Lin Chi walked gracefully to Wang Ming's side. Lu Guo's whole body froze, only his mouth moved, and he muttered, it's really Lin Chi. Why is she here? Why did you come in person? Wang Ming asked worriedly as he glanced at the crowd of onlookers around him. Lin Chi looked Wang Ming up and down, then reached out and gently stroked his face. You're hurt. How could you be so stupid as to show up without waiting for me? I didn't expect them to be so scheming. They're playing guerrilla warfare with me. You need to be more careful in the future. Zo Mengmeng was stunned. Lin Chi was actually rubbing Wang Ming's wound. Lu Guohua and others were so shocked that their breathing stopped and their pupils contracted. They know each other? Lin Chi turned his head abruptly, and the aura he exuded and the presence of his 20 black-clad bodyguards made everyone afraid to move. Her concerned eyes turned cold in an instant, and she said sternly, Today, I'm not afraid of making the headlines again, hit me. After hearing the order, the bodyguard team rushed forward with bare hands. Lu Guohua was so scared that his legs were shaking, and Zo Mengmeng was still confused. Uncle Zhang quickly calmed down and shouted, Don't panic, brothers. If we beat up the celebrity's bodyguard, we'll definitely become famous all over the country. Don't be afraid. We have knife skills. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could raise the fruit knife in his hand, he was kicked down by a bodyguard. More than a dozen big men fell to the ground in an instant. The fruit knives in their hands looked like children's toys in the eyes of the professional bodyguards. Swordsmanship, right? Think of us as fruit, right? Let me show you the great Xia military boxing. The entire street was filled with the wailing of a group of big men. The bodyguards did not attack Zo Mengmeng, but one of them controlled her. Lu Guohua was beaten so hard that he rolled on the ground holding his head and screaming, Oh, stop hitting me, I have a heart attack. The crowd watching from a distance were talking about it, it's Lin Chi. Wow. I didn't expect this scene to be so exciting. Yeah, it's much more interesting than watching old movies at home. I don't know when the paparazzi arrived, and the flashlights on the street kept flashing. Wang Ming realized the situation was not good and became worried. Why did you come in person? How negative would it be if this made the news? Lin Chi smiled disapprovingly. A group of thugs attacked a young man in the street with weapons, and Lin Chi led his bodyguards to defend him. What do you think of this headline? Wang Ming suddenly realized that his worries were unnecessary. How could someone standing at the top of the entertainment industry not think about the direction of public opinion? At this time, Lin Chi took out a tissue and carefully wiped the wound on Wang Ming's face. These people are too cruel. Wang Ming's face was filled with black lines. These bodyguards were not gentle at all. Looking at the thugs being beaten up on the ground, Wang Ming had cold sweat on his back. It was really a barrage of punches. Zo Mengmeng, who was being controlled, finally came to her senses and shouted, Sister Lin Chi. I'm your fan. Lin Chi noticed Zo Mengmeng and asked Wang Ming softly, Is she your ex-girlfriend? Wang Ming nodded. Lin Chi walked to Zo Mengmeng in small steps. Zo Mengmeng said excitedly, When I was in college, my dorm was covered with your posters, and even in my bedroom at home. I love you so much. Lin Chi raised his arm and slapped him hard. Ah! Zo Mengmeng screamed with blood at the corner of her mouth and her pupils widened. Why did you hit me? The flashlights continued to flash, but Lin Chi didn't care. She said in a contemptuous tone, I don't care if you are a fan, as long as you do something bad to the people I care about, you will be beaten. Lu Guohua, who was being beaten on the ground, saw his girlfriend being beaten and shouted, Don't touch her. She's pregnant. Zo Mengmeng was in a trance. She was about to teach Wang Ming a lesson, but now her boyfriend was being beaten up by a group of masters. The idol whom I have liked for many years slapped me in the face. She burst into tears. Just wait. Beating a pregnant woman in the street. Your reputation is ruined. Pregnant woman? Lin Chi was slightly surprised. Wang Ming stepped forward and said, She is really pregnant. Without saying anything, Lin Chi slapped Zo Mengmeng's other face again. I didn't hit your stomach. I've already died once, why should I care about these things? You. Zo Mengmeng's cheeks turned red from being beaten, and tears kept flowing. She found it hard to accept for a moment, and her cries echoed in the street. Stop it! Lin Chi gave an order and the 20 bodyguards stopped immediately. More than a dozen men lay on the ground in agony, unable to stand up. Lu Guo's uncle, Zhang, yelled at the top of his lungs, "Ah! The star is hitting someone!" The bodyguard who had grabbed Zo Mengmeng let her go. Lu Guo endured the severe pain and struggled to get up. He hugged Zo Mengmeng and asked, "Mengmeng, are you okay?" Zo Mengmeng just kept crying. Wang Ming was in a good mood at the moment and had no sympathy for Zo Mengmeng. Lin Chi said it all, "What's the big deal about getting slapped in the face?" Lu Guo looked at Wang Ming fiercely, "This feud is over." Wang Ming smiled and said, "I'll wait for you to see who will have the last laugh." Lin Chi frowned, still being stubborn. She signaled with her eyes to the 2 bodyguards in front of her, and they immediately rushed forward and started punching and kicking Lu Guo again. Lu Guo really couldn't stand the beating from these martial artists anymore, so he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore and begged. "Stop hitting me, auntie. I'm not being stubborn with you. I'm talking to him. He's my brother." As Lin Chi said this, she went up and kicked him again, and the heel of her high heels stepped between his legs. Lin Chi didn't mean to do it. The 2 security guards were fighting so fiercely that she didn't even know where she stepped. I only heard Lu Guo screaming like crazy, "Ah." He covered himself, his back hunched and he rolled over, his emotions breaking down just like Zo Mengmeng's. Zo Mengmeng had to be satisfied only by taking tonics, and her heart and future happiness were shattered. Wang Ming stepped forward and picked up Lu Guo. "You are the one who caused this incident today. Wait, your whole family will cry bitterly in the future. Zo Mengmeng is a nemesis. After I left her, my life got better and better." Lin Chi shouted, "Kneel down. Otherwise, I will break your legs today." A dozen big men were afraid of being beaten again, so they all knelt on the ground and said, we are wrong. We won't dare to do it again." Lin Chi glared at Lu Guo and Zo Mengmeng, "Didn't I tell you to? You want to be disabled?" Lu Guo had no way to stand up. Zo Mengmeng tried to calm down and quickly helped him kneel down. "Please spare us. Sister Lin Chi, I really like you. There are many people who like me. If you provoke Wang Ming again, I will make you crippled. Get out." Lin Chi ordered in a stern voice. Chapter 47 Binding Lin Chi. Zo Mengmeng wiped her tears and glanced at Wang Ming unwillingly. Then he helped the dazed Lu Guo up and staggered towards the supermarket. When a dozen or so big men saw the bodyguards make way, they quickly stood up and ran away. Wang Ming didn't expect Lin Chi to be so cruel. He looked around and saw people talking and paparazzi taking photos and videos all around him. "Get in the car quickly," Wang Ming said. Lin Chi's tone returned to gentleness. "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." "No, this injury is nothing." "Then I'll take you home." "Where do you live?" "Stay in the hotel for now, it's just across the street." Lin Chi frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Come with me." "What if they follow you and come back to take revenge on you?" "Where are you taking me?" "Come to my place." "To your house?" "Yes, let's go." Lin Chi pulled Wang Ming's arm and dragged him towards the lead car. The 2 sat in the back seat, and a group of bodyguards also got on the car, and the convoy set off. Lin Chi said to the passenger seat, "The money has been transferred to your company." The man in sunglasses in the passenger seat responded politely, "Thank you, it's a pleasure to work with you." Wang Ming asked curiously, "How much is it?" Lin Chi smiled gently, "Don't mind it, it's just a little bit of water for me." The man in the passenger seat said, "When Lin Chi goes to southern countries, the security she hires for herself is never as extensive as today's." Wang Ming looked at Lin Chi, not knowing how to express his gratitude. Although he saved Lin Chi's life, her repayments were somewhat unexpected. Lin Chi turned around and looked at Wang Ming inadvertently. New bindable object discovered, Lin Chi. You can bind each other after in-depth communication. Wang Ming was surprised that the system was finally going to bind to Lin Chi. Lin Chi felt a little uncomfortable with his staring gaze, so she coughed lightly and turned her head away. Sister Chi, thank you." Wang Ming broke the silence, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. Lin Chi turned around and smiled, "I told you not to be so polite." At this moment, the car suddenly braked sharply. Lin Chi lost her balance and her body leaned to the right, falling into Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming subconsciously reached out to hold her shoulders, their eyes met again, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle. "What's going on?" Lin Chi asked somewhat unhappily. The man in the passenger seat turned around and said, "Fuck." This violent group of people were dancing on the road. They almost ran them over and killed them. Lin Chi frowned, looking a little impatient. Wang Ming subconsciously hugged Lin Chi and said, "Are you okay?" There are more and more violent groups in Shiguan. The man in the passenger seat smiled bitterly. "Ah, my mother is one of them. It's their pension that's too big or their children earn too much. I'm really afraid that one day my mother will be run over while walking on the street." Lin Chi immediately pulled herself out of Wang Ming's arms and inadvertently touched his muscles. Her eyes fixed on Wang Ming's biceps. I muttered to myself, "So strong." She came to her senses and coughed again to hide her embarrassment. There was a noise outside the car. The members of the violent group surrounded the car, banging on the windows and cursing. The man in the passenger seat rolled down the window and was about to argue when an older woman pointed at his nose and yelled at him. "How can you drivers be so uncivilized? You almost hit someone and still want to leave?" Lin Chi frowned, becoming increasingly displeased. She said coldly, "You were the ones who affected traffic on the highway and nearly caused an accident. Do you think you're right?" The old lady couldn't see Lin Chi in the back row, so she became even more relentless when she heard this. "Oh, you're so arrogant. This road isn't yours. We can go wherever we want. Just because you're driving a luxury car, you can't give way to pedestrians?" The driver cursed in his heart, "Are you considered human beings?" Other members of the violent group also joined in the commotion, and the scene became chaotic for a while. Wang Ming watched the scene and was about to get out of the car to argue with them when he was stopped by Lin Chi. "Don't go. You can't explain it to them." The driver held his forehead and sighed helplessly. It's like a bodyguard meets an old lady. It's useless even if he's right. Lin Chi picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I'm on Sanjiang Road now. There's a group of violent people on the road, seriously affecting traffic. Please send someone over to deal with it." Not long after, several police cars arrived at the scene. After understanding the situation, they criticized and educated the members of the violent group and asked them to leave the road. Seeing that the situation was not good, the members of the violent group had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Wang Ming was full of admiration for Lin Chi's financial resources and connections. "If I had such status and position in Shiguan, I would definitely bring all the chickens, ducks, geese, dogs and cats in the village over." Wang Ming and Lin Chi continued chatting in the car. As they were talking, the car drove to the residential complex where Lin Chi lived. It is a high-end villa area with beautiful environment and strict security. The convoy drove in slowly and stopped in front of a villa. Lin Chi got out of the car first, then reached out to pull Wang Ming. "We're here, come in quickly." "Goodbye, Boss Lin." The bodyguard in the passenger seat waved and got into the car, and the convoy drove away from the villa area. Wang Ming followed Lin Chi into the villa. As soon as he entered, he was attracted by the various works of art inside. Lin Chi took him to the living room sofa and sat down. "Sit down for a while. I'll get you some medicine and treat your wound." "Yeah." Wang Ming agreed, his eyes wandering around the room. Wow, this is the life of a star. Calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and modern crafts are everywhere. After a while, Lin Chi came back with a medicine box. She sat next to Wang Ming, opened the medicine box, carefully picked up the disinfectant cotton ball, and gently wiped the wound on Wang Ming's face. The movements are gentle and the eyes are focused. Wang Ming looked at her profile and became more and more fascinated. "Does it still hurt?" Lin Chi asked softly. "It doesn't hurt. I like being treated like this by you. It feels very comfortable." Wang Ming's eyes stayed on Lin Chi as he answered. Lin Chi stared at Wang Ming fiercely. "Is he driving?" Binding successful. Bound 2, Lin Chi. Age, 30. Appearance, 97. Body, 98. Purity, 70. Infatuation, 70. Wang Ming was overjoyed and it was bound. After carefully observing the panel, there is no doubt about the ratings for figure and appearance. There are few people in the film and television industry who can compete with Lin Chi. I never expected Lin Chi's initial infatuation to be so high. Once the infatuation reaches 60, an emotional state will be generated. Emotional states are divided into 5 categories. 60, deeply impressed. 70, I miss you. 80, deep love. 90, a special liking. 100, devoted and loyal until death. The moment the binding status popped up on Wang Ming's system, Lin Qi's heart trembled violently. I inexplicably developed a strong liking for Wang Ming in my heart. She stopped applying medicine to Wang Ming. My mind started to wander uncontrollably. I really want to touch his face. What's going on? What's going on? Why am I suddenly feeling love for this little brother? Yes, that's right, love. Lin Qi's mind was confused and his thoughts were in chaos. Wang Ming noticed the change in Lin Qi's condition and was secretly pleased with the system's dominance. After treating the wound, Lin Qi looked up and looked at Wang Ming. Her face flushed slightly and she quickly stood up. I'll get you something to eat. You must be hungry after the beating you got. After saying this, she walked into the West Hall. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Qi's purity in the blue interface of the system. Only 70. Well. However, having had 3 men is not uncommon for someone to reach her current position in the film industry. He checked the system tasks under Lin Qi's avatar. His body suddenly froze. Chapter 48 Telephone Bombardment. Task, no close contact, the bound object's infatuation reaches the maximum limit. Task rewards, 10x system coins and random rewards. This mission is time limited, and some of the rewards have been announced. You should know that when the obsession reaches 100, it can be exchanged for 1,000 system coins. 10 times, that means it can be exchanged for 10,000 system coins. 1 kidney enhancement only costs 100 system coins. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming laughed. Who could resist then? The ancient warhorse. In the system mall, an A6 is worth 200 system coins, and a standard villa in Shiguan is worth more than 3,000 system coins. If Lin Qi's obsession reaches the maximum level, not counting other random rewards, the 10 times system coins alone will be enough to make her worth tens of millions. But if you think about it carefully, it is not easy for Lin Qi to reach a level of 100. She has seen all kinds of men. There are a lot of men in the film and television industry who are more handsome and taller than herself. She is not like Zo Xuching, who is completely closed and will only feel good if she does something intimate. I want to be like Li Zixuan, who will be moved by someone being nice to her. And there must be no close contact for 100 times. Zo Xuching is so attracted to me, it's hard to not hit a home run and still be stuck at 99. Just as Wang Ming was thinking, Lin Qi came out from the West Hall with a plate of snacks in her hand. Eat something first to fill your stomach. Lin Qi smiled and placed the snacks on the coffee table, then sat next to Wang Ming. Wang Ming ate snacks while secretly observing Lin Qi. Lin Qi seemed to notice his subtle glances, her face flushed slightly, and she stood up and said, I'm going to change my clothes. I've cleaned up the room on the 2nd floor for you. If you're tired, just go and sleep there. Well, go ahead. It's still early. Lin Qi went upstairs and came back not long after. She was wearing a black one-piece sleeveless lace nightgown. The hem of the skirt just reached her knees, and the material looked extremely smooth, making her skin look as delicate and fair as a baby's. Lin Qi noticed that Wang Ming was staring at her closely, his eyes eager to fly towards her. She couldn't help coughing. Ahem, are you full? Wang Ming swallowed and suddenly calmed down. I need something else to fill my stomach now. Lin Qi was stunned at first, then glared at Wang Ming. Hey, I treat you like a younger brother, so don't be so reckless. Sister Qi, I said I wanted to eat something else. What are you thinking about? Lin Qi rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Oh, all men are the same, and it seems you are no exception. I can see through your little thoughts. While scolding Wang Ming, he felt a little itchy in his heart. She muttered to herself, what the hell is going on? Why does she like this little brother teasing her so much? Lin Qi looked at Wang Ming and asked seriously, you have a girlfriend, right? Yeah. Wang Ming nodded. Do you think I still have a chance? Wang Ming was stunned. So direct? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qi immediately said, oh, I was just kidding. You look so serious. She cursed in her heart, why was she so straightforward? Wang Ming looked at her pretending to be joking and smiled. Are you kidding? Not to mention the embarrassment on her face, the system's obsession is too obvious. During the conversation, Lin Qi's obsession level rose to 72. Wang Ming was still worried about the crematorium incident. He regained his serious expression and looked at Lin Chi. Hasn't your good friend who harmed you been brought to justice yet? Lin Chi's face turned cold and he shook his head. No, there is no evidence, this matter will probably be left unresolved. But I won't forgive her. I understand everything. She wants to use my death to create a stunt and make this drama the last and only TV series I will star in. She can live a carefree life thanks to this drama. Even though I didn't die, the gimmick is still there. Even though she didn't achieve her goal, the show will still be a big hit. Don't worry. I will definitely make her lose everything. How are you going to retaliate? Lin Chi sneered, her eyes fierce. Of course I'll use some tricks. I'm going to make the actors in her drama commit horrific mistakes and get the series banned. Can you tell us who the actors in the play are? Wang Ming asked. Lin Chi smiled and said, of course, I signed a confidentiality agreement, so just don't spread it. Wang Ming nodded, and Lin Chi said, I am the female lead, Qindong is the male lead, and the second female lead is Zhu Bingbing. Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. What a strong lineup. It's really all in. Lin Chi snorted again, humph, just wait, this drama will definitely not be broadcast. Wang Ming looked at the hatred in Lin Chi's eyes, not knowing how to comfort her. He sighed, Sister Chi, don't get yourself upset. If you need my help, please feel free to ask. Lin Chi took a deep breath, tried to calm down, forced a smile and said, well, but what can you do to help me? Wang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, you have such a wide network of contacts that you don't need me at all. Lin Chi smiled, stood up, and said softly, I'm going to do some yoga and then rest. Going to bed early is good for your skin. You should also go to bed early. You should rest more if you are injured. She walked lightly towards the stairs. Wang Ming looked at her twisting waist. Although he was extremely eager, he couldn't be too hasty in the system task. As long as you bind the system and have the emotional bonus effect, you can slowly increase the degree of infatuation. If the words or actions are too extreme, it may be counterproductive. Getting Lin Chi, what a dream come true. During college, Zo Mengmeng spent 10,000 yuan to buy scalp tickets for Lin Chi's meeting in order to get her autograph. I remember that I contributed several $1,000s at that time. I earned all of it by working part-time carrying buckets of water. Wang Ming went upstairs to the bedroom, lay on the bed, opened the short video, and was instantly shocked. The videos and pictures of Lin Chi helping him teach Lu Guohua and Zo Mengmeng a lesson have gone viral on the internet. There are also titles such as Lin Chi avenges her father's illegitimate son, Lin Chi's younger brother exposed, and is he a younger brother or a boyfriend? Zo Xuching suddenly called, and just as Wang Ming answered, Zo Xuching's choked voice rang out. Honey, what's going on with that movie star helping you beat up Zo Mengmeng? Let's talk about it when we meet someday. I already told you not to care about her anymore. Zo Xuching said anxiously, how can I not care? And I care about you too. You were beaten, right? You guys are really making it difficult for me, with my boyfriend on one side and my daughter on the other. Wang Ming was furious, how rebellious she is. She asked someone to beat her own father. Zo Xuching hurriedly asked, are you injured? Where are you now? It's okay, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Zo Mengmeng just got slapped twice. Wang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Before Wang Ming hung up the phone, Jiang Yao called again. In the video online, Lin Chi helps his brother teach a thug a lesson. His brother looks just like you, exactly like you. Yeah. Jiang Yao continued, well, why didn't you contact me? Did you just give me 5 million and leave me alone? I trust you. Jiang Yao sighed, I've been so busy these past few days looking for a new office, recruiting employees, and contacting outsourcing companies. Hey, are you free tonight? Wang Ming asked with a wicked smile, what's wrong? You missed me after not seeing me for a few days? Jiang Yao said seriously, go to hell. I want you to pick up my son for me. I don't have time to take care of him these days. If you have time, let him stay at your place tonight. I'll pick him up when I'm done. Wang Ming's mind moved. Jiang Yao's system task was to ask her son to call him dad. Being alone with his son was a good opportunity to complete his mission. Okay, send me your son's school address and teacher's phone number. Okay, we'll pair up men and women, with a clear division of labor. Bye, see you tomorrow. Chapter 49, Voice Potion. See you tomorrow. Wang Ming hung up the phone, looked at the call that came in while he was talking just now, shook his head and sighed. I became famous in the circle of friends. 2 missed calls, Li Zhixuan and cousin Zo Xuching. Seeing that Wang Ming didn't answer, Li Zhixuan sent a message. Good fight. They must have been stunned the moment they saw Lin Qi. Are you seriously injured? Wang Ming replied, it's not serious, nothing serious. Oh, by the way, our store is on the same street as where you guys were fighting. Wang Ming smirked, his fingers fiddling with the 26 keys. Soon, you'll be joining in on the fun. Li Zhixuan felt puzzled. Wang Ming told her to check on the progress of the renovation occasionally during this period, and emphasized that she should not tell outsiders what business the store was going to do. He thought of his uncle and called him. Ming, why are you calling so late? My uncle never watches short videos and has no idea that Lin Qi is helping him. I'll transfer some more money to you. By the way, have you bought a house? I've looked at several residential areas in the county, and they're all priced at 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per square meter. It's too expensive. I'll transfer some money to you. Listen to me and buy a house in the county town so that your cousin doesn't have to commute so often. Wang Ming hung up the phone, transferred 1 million to his uncle, and immediately called his cousin back. Zo Xuching continued, hey. The male protagonist of the new headline looks like you, exactly the same. The girl who was slapped also looks like your girlfriend. But if I think about it carefully, you are my brother. How could you be Lin Qi's brother? It's me. Lin Qi has adopted me as his brother, but our relationship will soon change. Zo Xuching was shocked, is it really you? Oh my god, so your money was given to you by her? Part of it is, I'll transfer some more money to you. Money comes too easily, don't be stingy with it. Zo Xuching on the other end of the phone was so shocked that she turned into a stone statue. She opened her mouth for a long time but couldn't squeeze out a word. Sister? Why aren't you talking? I'm a little confused. You will be even more confused when you come to Xiguan. I have already transferred the money to you. Come find me when you feel relieved. Zo Xuching quickly asked, how much did you transfer this time? I didn't touch the 100,000 you transferred to me last time. 200,000, just spend it. Okay, sister, let's not talk about it for now. Wang Ming hung up the phone. Zo Xuching opened the text message, and the transfer information of 200,000 yuan made her body stiffen again. 2 months ago, I called my younger brother to ask if he had enough money. Now he transferred hundreds of thousands of yuan to me. Room 1101, Building 2, Area A, Feitsui Huating. Zo Xuching had just hung up the phone with her daughter. Her eyes fell on the short video on her mobile phone. In the video, Wang Ming and Lin Qi were standing together. Lin Qi was radiant and her aura enveloped the crowd. Zo Xuching looked at it and couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She thought to herself that there was a huge difference between her and Lin Qi, both in appearance and status. Lin Qi is a star that everyone pays attention to, with endless glory and wealth, while she is just an ordinary middle-aged woman. There is such a person around Wang Ming. Will he gradually lose interest in himself? She fidgeted. No, I can't be so reserved anymore. I should be more proactive. It's time to give myself to Wang Ming. This is the only way to keep his heart firmly by my side. Zo Xuching made up her mind and bit her lip. She took a deep breath, her fingers trembling with nervousness as she clicked on Wang Ming's profile picture and typed a message. Come to my house tomorrow night. Meng is taking care of her boyfriend in the hospital. At this time, Wang Ming, who was in Lin Qi's villa, was half lying on the bed and watching short videos about himself. A message from Zo Xuching popped up on the screen. Seeing the content, he sat up suddenly. Zo Xuching. She actually invited me to her house. She also sent a shy expression. Wang Ming returned a kissing expression. Before going to bed, he turned on the system. Observe Zo Xuching's binding information and assign tasks. Zo Xuching. Age, 37. Appearance, 93. Height, 97. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 99. Task, the bound object actively gives the host 3 gifts to 3. Maybe after I help her unlock the knowledge tomorrow, her obsession level will reach 100. 1,000 system coins will be credited to your account immediately. There is still an available balance of 11 million on the card, and the budget is to invest another 5 million in goods after the supermarket is opened. The remaining money will be used to start a brand for Zo Xuching, in which he will own 50% of the shares. With Zo Xuching's industry qualifications and skills, the brand is expected to be successful. Wang Ming's mind was in a state of confusion that night, and he still hadn't fallen asleep until 2 in the morning. The supermarket incident and Zhang Shuxuan's investigation into herself. There are also system tasks for Li Zhixuan, Zhang Shuxuan, Lin Qi, and Zhang Yao. Although it is tiring, the rewards for the system tasks are so tempting that I have to work hard. Beep. Owner. Just as Wang Ming was tossing and turning, the system's consciousness suddenly appeared. Oh my god. You came out. Why are you scolding me? What's with the hidden quest? Zhang Shuxuan triggered. Don't you know the relationship between Jiafang and me? Are you asking me to behave like a nobody at the funeral? Luckily, I pulled it off well. Whether it's the main quest or the hidden quest, it's all random. I'm only responsible for product development. Humph. I'm so lucky to have brought you such a great product. The system's consciousness feels aggrieved. Wang Ming's eyes turned. The system's consciousness had indeed mentioned before that the tasks were random. Is it really not you? Of course, I've said it 800 times, the missions are random. 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 Okay, don't be angry, what did you develop? I was thinking about whether I could use the organization code to send you some system coins. I didn't expect that in the process of organizing the code, I accidentally developed the heart voice potion. But it costs 500 system coins, which is a bit expensive. Voice potion? Listen to other people's voices? Well, it's just a one-time use. The effect will only last for 24 hours after taking it. And I happen to develop it, I don't remember the code, and it will disappear from the system mall after you buy it once. Wang Ming thought to himself that by listening to other people's thoughts, he might be able to use this to help Lin Qi find out the truth. The infatuation level skyrocketed without any close contact. This potion came just in time. However, I don't have any system coins now, so I can only wait until Zo Xuching's infatuation level is full. It seems that system coins should only be used to buy some functional enhancement products, and should not be spent on ordinary material goods. Wow! Someone's obsession has reached 99. Keep it up, master. I'm going to continue dormant and developing products. Bye. The system's consciousness disappeared, and Wang Ming turned to the system mall. In the special item column, there is indeed an additional voice of heart potion which disappears after purchasing it once. With this overbearing thing, helping Lin Qi to find out about the murder case, her obsession will definitely skyrocket. I must make Zo Xuching extremely happy tomorrow. Chapter 50. Is it okay in the afternoon? At 10 o'clock the next morning, Lin Qi saw that Wang Ming had not come downstairs yet, so she walked to his door and knocked gently. Wang Ming, you haven't gotten up yet? After Lin Qi knocked a few times, the door opened slightly. Seeing that the door was not locked, she pushed it open and shouted, "Get up!" As she finished speaking, she felt her nose itchy, as if a nosebleed was about to come out. Wang Ming was seen lying on the bed in a spread shape, wearing only shorts, with his leg muscles and abdominal muscles fully visible. I've traveled all over the country, and I'm so beautiful, why is my heart beating so wildly? I'm longing for him to pick my flower buds? Lin Qi's cheeks flushed. It's already 10 o'clock. If I don't get up now, half the day will be gone. Wang Ming was awakened by Lin Qi's voice. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw Lin Qi standing by the bed. He was stunned at first, then he reacted and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Sister Qi, I slept too soundly. What did you do last night? Did you stay up late? Ah. This bed is so comfortable. I want to sleep here every day. Where did you buy this bed? It's custom made. I'll give it to you if you want it, or if you want to sleep, just come find me. Wang Ming sat up, looked at Lin Qi and asked seriously, You mean I want to sleep, so I come to you? Lin Qi's pupil shrank as she angrily said, I meant bed. Get up. Wang Ming scratched his head and chuckled, I was talking about the bed. The bound object Lin Qi's infatuation level increases by 1 point. Wang Ming smiled knowingly, and his heart rate rose a little during the conversation. It seemed that increasing it to 100 without close contact might not be as difficult as he imagined. Lin Qi glanced at Wang Ming's abdominal muscles intentionally or unintentionally, and she really wanted to slide down them. She walked out of the room, and Wang Ming also went downstairs after packing up. Lin Qi sat on the chair, concentrating on looking at her phone. Wang Ming ate slowly, and when he looked up, he saw that Lin Qi's face was full of worry. While chewing his food, he asked with concern, "Sister Qi, why are you so worried? Is it because last night's incident was too heated? Will it get out of hand?" Lin Qi put down the phone in her hand and shook her head gently. "Last night was just a small matter. My best friend, Ba. That vicious woman. She's planning to hold a press conference, and the series will be released early, so I have to plan it quickly." Wang Ming put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Maybe I can help you." Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. "You still want to help me? But you are just an ordinary person." Wang Ming chuckled meaningfully. "I'm not an ordinary person. Anyway, the series hasn't been released yet. Maybe I can really help you get revenge." Lin Qi didn't take his words seriously at all, and said with a wry smile, "Let's eat. By the way, where are you going later? I'll take you out." Wang Ming waved his hand and said, "No need, Li Zixuan will come to pick me up later." Lin Qi raised an eyebrow and jokingly said, "You still say Li Zixuan is not your girlfriend, but follows you around every day. She is now my driver and manager, and for the time being, she is also my secretary." Wang Ming had just been joking, but as soon as he said the words female secretary, he immediately started thinking seriously. It's really time to find a female secretary. Li Zixuan can't handle so much work alone. He is now the owner of a design company, and a supermarket is about to open. In the future, he also plans to create a Cheongsam brand for Zo Xuching. The female secretary must be someone who is both beautiful and capable. My cousin is definitely not suitable. After Wang Ming finished his meal, Lin Qi accompanied him for a walk and slowly walked out of the villa area. After the two said goodbye, Lin Qi returned to the villa. Wang Ming waited outside the villa area for a while, and Li Zixuan drove an Audi A6 and stopped in front of him. Li Zixuan rolled down the car window, a bright smile on her face, and said in a sweet voice, "Boss, get in the car." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the scars on Wang Ming's face and her face turned pale. She quickly put the car in neutral, pulled the handbrake, pushed open the car door, and almost threw herself in front of Wang Ming. He grabbed Wang Ming's shoulders tightly with both hands and shouted, "You're so badly injured. Isn't your face disfigured?" Wang Ming gently pushed Li Zixuan's hand away, subconsciously touched his face, and said nonchalantly, "Don't make such a fuss, this little injury is nothing. It's not as bad as the injuries you women suffered in the hotel." Li Zixuan blushed instantly and slapped Wang Ming coquettishly, "Go away, I'm not hurt." Wang Ming took a step forward, gradually approaching Li Zixuan, their bodies about to touch. Is Zhang Jian really gentle? Li Zixuan panicked, turned away and stepped back. "I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore." She turned around immediately and hurried back to the driver's seat. Wang Ming also got in the car, and after settling into the passenger seat, he said seriously, "I'm planning to hire someone to help you share some of the work. It's so tiring for you to be a driver, a manager, and a part-time secretary at the same time. I need to find a full-time driver and a full-time female secretary, and you only need to be responsible for the supermarket." After hearing this, Li Zixuan immediately pouted and thought to herself, "I am not afraid of being tired at all. If Wang Ming finds a female secretary, the time I spend alone with him will be greatly reduced. How can I do this?" She hurriedly said, "I can do it, I'm very capable." Wang Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile, and said softly, "Oh?" Seeing his naughty expression, Li Zixuan immediately explained, "I mean, I can handle many jobs." "What are you thinking? Look, I even bought a secretary's uniform." She leaned over, opened the storage box on the passenger side, and took out a packaged piece of clothing. Wang Ming reached out to take it, opened the package, spread out the clothes, and was stunned for a moment. "Your secretary's uniform looks like this? It's clearly a maid outfit." Li Zixuan's shyness grew stronger and stronger. In fact, she had always remembered Wang Ming's intentional hint last time. As soon as she went out in the morning, she went to the mall and bought this maid outfit. But she would never admit it, and quickly explained. "Huh? I saw a video online and all the secretaries wore this. It turns out it's a maid outfit. I bought the wrong one." Wang Ming looked at Li Zixuan's shy and stubborn face and couldn't help laughing. A quick glance at Li Zixuan's infatuation level on the system panel showed that it had reached 91, and her emotional status was displayed as having a special liking for her. He deliberately teased Li Zixuan, "How about quitting?" Li Zixuan hurriedly grabbed the clothes, folded them, and put them back in the packaging. "This store doesn't allow returns or exchanges. I've already bought it, so I'll just wear it. Are you free tonight?" Wang Ming's heart beat faster and he muttered to himself, "Is she cutting herself? This is my brother's girlfriend, don't worry, Zhang Jian. I will work harder than usual." Wang Ming thought about it carefully. There were two important things to do in the evening. One was to pick up the child, and the other was to go to Zo Xuching to get the first blood. "I'm not free tonight, is this afternoon okay?" Chapter 51 Money is Everything. Li Zhishuan's face showed disappointment, and she muttered, "Well, I was hoping you could help me see if this dress fits me." Wang Ming deliberately teased her, "Haven't you tried it?" Li Zhishuan had naturally tried on the clothes before buying them, so saying this was just an excuse. Just as she was racking her brains to find another excuse, Wang Ming suddenly grabbed Li Zhishuan's arm, pulled her hard, and hugged her into his arms. Before Li Zhishuan could react, Wang Ming kissed her. She pushed Wang Ming with both hands, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and she couldn't move him at all. She could only let out a few weak groans. Seeing that Li Zhishuan didn't respond to him at all, Wang Ming let go of his hands and mouth and looked at Li Zhishuan. Li Zhishuan came back to her senses, wiped her mouth with her hand, and shouted angrily, "Wang Ming! What are you doing?" Wang Ming suddenly leaned forward again, and Li Zhishuan subconsciously dodged backward, with her head pressed against the driver's window. "I'm not free tonight, but I'm free in the afternoon." Li Zhishuan asked shyly and angrily, "I'm free, so I'm free. Why did you kiss me? You looked so alluring just now, I couldn't help myself. Why are you like this? Don't you have a girlfriend? When we are alone, let's not talk about others." Wang Ming said with dissatisfaction. Li Zhishuan was both flustered and excited. She recalled that she and Zhou Mengmeng had joked about changing boyfriends in college, but she didn't expect that she would actually be kissed by Wang Ming today. Wang Ming glanced at the information on the system panel and found that Li Zhishuan's obsession level had increased by 2 points, reaching 93. I want to resign. I quit. You're a dishonest boss." Li Zhishuan pinched her waist and pouted her lips, pretending to be angry. In Wang Ming's opinion, the more she did this, the cuter she was. "I really can't find a woman in Xi'an who is familiar, cute, and capable. Are you willing to resign and see me sad?" Li Zhishuan's eyes dodged. I don't care, you bully me." Wang Ming chuckled and put his hand on Li Zhishuan's shoulder. "How about we find a place this afternoon and have a good, in-depth discussion?" Li Zhishuan's cheeks were already red, her eyes were panicked, and her chest was heaving with excitement. "Where are you going? I'm afraid you'll suddenly kiss me again." Wang Ming raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. He held Li Zhishuan's face with both hands, looked into her eyes seriously and said, "Isn't there a Happy Days on the street next to our mall? Accompany me to the hotel across from it this afternoon and take a look." Li Zhishuan turned her head away and secretly glanced at Wang Ming out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes wavered, but she still said stubbornly, "I don't want to go to the hotel with you. Who knows what bad ideas you have." Wang Ming gently put his arm around Li Zhishuan's shoulders, pulled her closer to him, and said softly, "Don't be angry. You didn't respond to me just now, so it doesn't count as a kiss." Li Zhishuan's defenses were getting weaker and weaker. "I'm not going with you. You're a pervert. I'm not going to the hotel." Although she said it tough, she did not push away Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming whispered in her ear, "Don't you need me to help you check if the clothes fit you?" Li Zhishuan hit Wang Ming coquettishly, "Who wants to wear it for you to see?" Wang Ming hugged her tighter and whispered in her ear, "Don't be so stubborn. I know you have me in your heart. Just think of it as accompanying me this time, okay?" Li Zhishuan's body stiffened for a moment, and her hands struggled a few times in Wang Ming's arms, but she finally relaxed slowly. She murmured softly, well, just this once." Wang Ming let go of Li Zhishuan and said, "Let's drive. Let's get a room now." Li Zhishuan puffed up her cheeks and yelled, "Ah! No! Today I..." Wang Ming turned his head abruptly, a hint of disappointment on his face. "What's wrong? Is your period here?" "No, today, it's not safe." "Isn't that just a 001 matter?" Wang Ming smiled. Li Zhishuan swallowed her saliva, put the car in D gear, and said in a voice that was almost inaudible due to shyness, "Just go directly. Let's go check out the decoration first." Li Zhishuan stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away from the river center area. On the way, they talked about the topic of Lin Chi beating Zhou Mengmeng, and Li Zhishuan applauded this matter. The two came to Si Hong Road, parked the car in the parking space, and walked into the store. The water and electricity renovation project in the store has been completed, and the hard decoration work is now underway, and the walls and ceilings are being promoted simultaneously. Li Zixuan looked up at the busy workers, then said to Wang Ming, I have informed all the construction managers that our business details will be kept strictly confidential and that nothing will be leaked before the door is installed. Wang Ming raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile of approval. You did a great job. Why keep it so secret? Wouldn't it be nice to let everyone know what we're doing? It would give us some early warning. Wang Ming crossed his arms, his eyes dark. I won't give them any time to react. Them? Are they traveling together? Li Zixuan nodded as if she understood, but didn't ask any further questions. Since Wang Ming didn't say anything, she didn't delve into it. At this moment, she only felt obedience, admiration, and love for Wang Ming. Li Zixuan's eyes involuntarily fell on the muscles exposed under Wang Ming's short sleeves. The scene of going to the hotel in a while emerged in her mind, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She subconsciously lowered her head, thinking to herself, he just has a girlfriend, and everything I do is competition. Yes, that's right. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. For lunch, you can go to the restaurant across the street and order more dishes. Leave the bill at the store and I will ask my secretary to reimburse you. Wang Ming shouted to the workers who were working. Thank you, boss. Business is booming. Thanks, boss. Let's go and get down to business. Wang Ming pulled Li Zixuan out of the store. The hotel is less than 200 meters away. When the two of them arrived at the hotel front desk, Wang Ming said, open a room with a large round bed and a functional chair. He said as he slapped his ID card on the bar. Daxia Country called it an ID card. Li Zixuan searched her bag for a long time but couldn't find her ID card. I don't think I brought it. Wang Ming looked at the cashier. Is it okay without an ID card? The cashier bowed and apologized. Excuse me, sir. Everyone needs to show their ID card for registration. Wang Ming bid a 100 yuan bill and said, we'll stay for 3 hours. Li Zixuan put her bag back on her shoulder with a look of astonishment on her face. 3 hours? The cashier was also stunned for a moment, then immediately smiled apologetically. No sir, not even 3 minutes. Who are you talking about? Are you looking for a complaint? You can insult my intelligence, my appearance, my personality, but you can't insult my time. I've learned this through years of hard work. I'm sorry sir, that's not what I meant. Wang Ming slapped another 200 Daxia coins on the table and said, is this okay? No sir. He took out another 500 and slapped it on the table. Is that okay? No, sir, don't embarrass me. He took out another 1,000 and slammed it on the table. What about this time? No, we're leaving. The cashier quickly took out a folder and raised his hand to cover the surveillance camera. He smiled and said, you two are in room 306. Chapter 52 Regret. The two walked into the elevator, and Li Zixuan couldn't help muttering. Oh, I spent over 2,000. Just renting a room here is enough to cover my monthly rent. Wang Ming didn't care, this money is nothing. If you behave well, I will buy you a house in the future. Li Zixuan rolled her eyes at him and said, I know you're rich now, but that's the money Sister Chi gave you. I can't spend it. Wang Ming just smiled and didn't explain much. Li Zixuan analyzed carefully, does Wang Ming really want to support her? Isn't this the same routine when buying a house or a car? The elevator arrived and the two went to room 306. Wang Ming walked to the window and pointed at the Happy Days supermarket across the street and said, look, the supermarket across the street is our only competitor. Li Zixuan also walked to the window, her tone somewhat unconfident. I've never worked in the service industry, so I'm not sure if I'd be able to be a manager. You don't need to understand business, just do charity. Li Zixuan looked puzzled. You're always so secretive about supermarket matters. What's going on? Wang Ming turned around and said, let's talk about it after we're done. Do you want to go to the bathroom or should I go first? As soon as he said this, Li Zixuan's face flushed. I'm just putting my clothes on for you to see. Why are you taking a shower? Wang Ming immediately hugged Li Zixuan in his arms and kissed her. This time, Li Zixuan did not resist. She gently raised her hands and hugged Wang Ming, slowly closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the passionate kiss. After a long time, Wang Ming let go of Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's heart was still pounding, and she muttered softly, I'll go wash first. She went into the bathroom with her new clothes. As the hot water poured over her body, Li Zhishuan's thoughts gradually drifted away. At this moment, Zhang Jian completely flew out of her mind. She was a little shy and a little expectant, wondering how Wang Ming would react when she went out in a maid outfit. After a while, Li Zhishuan came out of the bathroom wearing a cute maid outfit. She wore a white apron, a black miniskirt, short white stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and a maid's hat on her head. Wang Ming was sitting by the bed at this moment. When he saw Li Zhishuan come out, his eyes suddenly lit up. Li Zhishuan willingly and proactively puts on a maid outfit complete. Task rewards have been issued. The system's prompt made Wang Ming shudder again, but he was not in a hurry to open the gift package. The more urgent thing at the moment is to have an in-depth communication with Li Zhishuan. He stood up and walked to Li Zhishuan, looking her up and down, with a smile on his face. "You are so cute." Li Zhishuan lowered her head slightly, feeling extremely shy. Wang Ming gently lifted Li Zhishuan's chin. 2 hours later. Li Zhishuan leaned her head on Wang Ming's shoulder and wiped away her tears. Wang Ming opened the system, and Li Zhishuan's infatuation level actually rose to 98. He was shocked. The higher the obsession level, the harder it would be to increase it, especially when it reached above 90. It has reached 98 in just one go. It seems that if you want a fast increase, you have to be serious. He opened the gift package for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 million Great Xia coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Special Forces fighting technique. The tired Wang Ming suddenly became excited because the reward this time was too rich. 5 million Daxia coins can be directly deposited into your account. And a set of top-notch fighting skills. He was still immersed in joy when the system's voice popped up again. New task released for the bound object Li Zhishuan. Make the other party a top female singer. X. Wang Ming felt that the system was playing tricks again. There is no problem in letting Zo Xuching and Lin Qi, who have voices with a few plus signs, to become singers, but Li Zhishuan was kicked out of the vocal ensemble in college. Let her be a singer? A top star at that? It's clear they don't want me to complete my mission. Seeing Wang Ming didn't respond for a long time, Li Zhishuan patted his abdominal muscles and asked, "What's wrong? Are you too tired to speak?" Wang Ming closed the system panel and said tentatively, "Sing a song for me." "Okay. I love singing the most, ahem." Li Zhishuan cleared her throat and tried to cheer herself up before speaking. "I met you, it was a nice day, the sky was clear." Wang Ming listened to the tone-deaf and slightly weak singing voice, helplessly covering his forehead. All right, that's enough." "What's wrong? Doesn't it sound good?" Li Zhishuan pouted and pulled Wang Ming's arm. "It's so beautiful, it makes my waist tremble." Li Zhishuan slapped Wang Ming hard. "Ha! You didn't tremble for 3 hours, but you tremble when you hear me singing." "What do you mean?" Wang Ming sat up and said, "Okay, it's time for lunch." Li Zhishuan frowned. "I really can't get up." Wang Ming looked at Li Zhishuan and nodded. "Well, I'll order takeout for you. I should be leaving now." "What are you going to do?" "Regarding my company's affairs and Zhou Mingming's affairs, the latest news report is that Lu Guowo was kicked out by Lin Qi." "I can't pretend I don't know about this. By the way, don't you have $1 million? If you find a suitable house, just sign it first, and I will help you pay the balance later." Wang Ming said it calmly, and he really didn't feel any pain in his heart. Not to mention that I like Li Zhishuan, she has already completed the task twice, so it is worth giving her some reward. Li Zhishuan asked in disbelief. "You spent so much money on me, that was all given to you by Sister Qi. If she knew you spent so much on me, Wang Ming smiled and comforted her. "It's my own money, remember the card number," he said and walked out of the room. Li Zhishuan felt regretful and really hated herself for not saving her virginity for this man. This was the right person. Chapter 53 Provocation. Wang Ming walked out of the hotel and glanced at the supermarket across the street with a disdainful smile. Then he called Lin Qi. "Sister Qi, you kicked someone to pieces. Now the heat is really high. I feel like the matter has gotten out of hand. Will they detain you?" Lin Qi's calm and disdainful voice came from the receiver. "Don't worry." The matter quickly died down and nothing happened. "Really? But he's already infertile, it's so serious." "Okay, don't worry, the matter is resolved." Wang Ming didn't say anything more when he heard Lin Qi's confident tone. "Well, wait till I find you, I'll help you get revenge." Okay, then you better hurry up. Lin Shi still felt that it was a bit ridiculous that Wang Ming could help her. After smiling playfully, the two hung up the phone. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Guowo was kicked to pieces by Lin Shi, and this grudge could not be resolved. It's just that his girlfriend is Zo Mengmeng. Open the bank balance, plus Li Jixuan's system task reward, the total is 16 million. I have already transferred a total of 1.5 million yuan to my uncle. If I transfer more money, he will definitely not be able to accept it and will suffer from high blood pressure again. After completing the task several times, Wang Ming discovered that the value of the reward would not be less than 1 million. Being a multi-millionaire is nothing. As long as you keep completing your tasks, you will definitely reach a status like Lin Shi in the future. He opened the items already in the system. Click to use Daxia Special Forces fighting technique. Item used successfully. The host has absorbed all the contents of Daxia Special Forces fighting techniques. The books in the inventory disappeared, and Wang Ming felt as if a bunch of content was coming into his cerebellum. No need to learn. You'll learn it instantly. I have time. Ming shouted loudly, and the people around him looked at him as if he were an idiot. He thought about it and realized that in this era of fully open knowledge, how could the system be so simple as to just give him a book? Wang Ming couldn't hold back any longer and started to perform in the street, doing backflips, front jabs, back kicks, and back and forth punches. All the movements were as natural as drinking water and eating, just like a practitioner with many years of experience. 20 minutes passed, and I hadn't even finished half of the military boxing moves in my mind. The 3 hours I spent in the hotel just now were really tiring, and after this exercise, I was sweating profusely. He thought that once he got the new system coins, he would definitely save more to strengthen his kidney function and myocardium. Wang Ming finished a backflip, leaned on his knees and gasped for breath. He really couldn't fight anymore. When he looked up, the people who had gathered around him a few feet away saw him stop and started clapping and cheering. Good. Good fight, said a middle-aged man, throwing a coin on the ground. Seeing him do this, the crowd took out their change and threw it on the ground. The young man fights really hard, an old lady smiled with her eyes narrowed. Wang Ming's mouth twisted up. Is he treating himself as a performer? After the crowd dispersed, he went to his own store to reimburse the decoration team for their lunch expenses, and also gave them lunch expenses and subsidies for the next 10 days, a total of 20,000 yuan. The construction team leader was so moved that he promised with tears in his eyes that it would be completed within a week. Erhang Road, Guanghua Street, 10th floor, Shiguan Men's Hospital. Zo Mengmeng sat beside the hospital bed with lifeless eyes, peeling an apple. Lu Guowo's father stood by the bed, looking out the window, muttering with a vicious expression. God damn it. They didn't even file a case. This is really harmful. Lu Guowo's mother gently stroked his father's back and comforted him. Okay, don't be angry. It was our son who called for others to beat them up. It was unacceptable in the first place. Those people were Daxia's top bodyguards. They were lucky to be able to save their lives. Father Lu turned around and gnashed his teeth. How can you be so ungrateful, old woman? Our son is ruined. How can I not be angry? This matter is not over. Mother Lu sighed, and from the tear marks on her face it was obvious that she had cried a lot. She said helplessly, Guowa may not be able to make it, but the next generation is in Meng Ming's belly. Your Lu family has successors. Lu Guowa, who was lying on the hospital bed, put the apple that Zo Mengmeng handed him on the cabinet. He had no appetite at all. He took Zo Mengmeng's hand and comforted her. Mengmeng, don't look so sad. My mom is right. We have a child. Zo Mengmeng just nodded silently, still feeling uncomfortable. Originally Lu Guowa was like Tiga, but now he doesn't even have 3 minutes. Life is full of ups and downs. My ex-boyfriend was poor but he brought me happiness. My current boyfriend's family is well off, but I'm only 22. Do I want to be a widow? Seeing that Zo Mengmeng was still silent and worried, and her face was still very ugly, Lu Guowa couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Ming. I will make you a cripple too. Just wait, I at least still have a child, you can just wait for your family line to end. Lu Guowa's father turned around suddenly, folded his arms and shouted. That's right. An eye for an eye. I was boss Lu of the fruit knife team back then. Looks like I'm going to make a comeback. At this time, a nurse walked into the ward with a small basket in her hand, which was tightly wrapped in a red cloth. Don't shout, your shouting can be heard in the corridor. Lu Guohua, this is from your friend. Please ask the nurse's station to pass it to you. Lu Guohua frowned and asked, who is it? Why don't you come in? He's a pretty young guy with big muscles. Lu Guohua murmured, big muscles, who is it? Zo Mengmeng stood up, took the basket and said, give it to me, thank you. You're welcome. The nurse said and walked out of the ward. Zo Mengmeng put the basket on the cabinet next to Lu Guohua and then helped him sit up. Lu Guohua reached out to remove the red cloth while muttering, none of my friends have big muscles. Zo Mengmeng also leaned over curiously. As soon as the red cloth was lifted, Lu Guohua and Zo Mengmeng were stunned when they saw what was inside. Seeing the two people's big reaction, Lu's mother walked over curiously and asked, what did your friend give you? She walked over to the basket and saw 2 broken raw eggs inside. The eggshell cracked and the yolk and egg white flowed out. Lu Guohua was so angry that his teeth were almost bleeding. This was just rubbing salt into his own wounds. He reached in and took out the note, and his eyes widened when he saw what was on it. With Zo Mengmeng's personality, she won't stay a widow forever. You have to be careful. Lu Guohua read out the contents of the note in a trembling voice. He flipped the basket over, and the egg liquid splashed everywhere. His eyes were red and he roared angrily. Wang Ming! You bastard, I will never forgive you. Father Lu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Son, don't worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will help you get revenge. Lu Guohua suddenly grabbed Zo Mengmeng's hand. Mengmeng. Tell me. You will hold back, right? You won't betray me. Lu's mother stepped forward to help. Mengmeng is a good girl, she won't care about this. Zo Mengmeng bit her lip, her body trembling, and stammered reluctantly, I will be strong. Chapter 54. You just want to be a dad. Wang Ming took back his beetle, drove to Jiang Yao's son's school, and waited at the door. Many parents had already gathered at the school gate, most of them were young women. Looking at these young women of all kinds, Wang Ming couldn't help but think that picking up children was not a bad job. Looking at these graceful women, I feel happy. At exactly 5 o'clock, the children in the campus all rushed towards the gate. He saw a female teacher walking out with a little boy. Hey! Teacher Li! The young woman in her 20s noticed Wang Ming waving and calling out, so she quickened her pace and walked over. You must be Mr. Wang. Yes, we just talked on the phone. Well, Xiaoji is in your hands. Her mother said you'll be the one to take care of her for the next few days. Wang Ming quickly reached out and took Xiaoji's hand, jokingly saying to the female teacher, don't we need a secret code or something? The female teacher smiled and said, look at the look in Xiaoji's eyes. It's obvious that he recognizes you. Wang Ming lowered his head and looked at Xiaoji, only to see him staring at him with eager eyes and a smile. Brother, can you take me to eat at Kentucky Fried Chicken? Okay, whatever you want to eat today, I'll satisfy you. Wang Ming said, looked up and said goodbye to the female teacher, bye, see you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow night. The female teacher waved politely. When she saw Wang Ming pulling Xiaoji away, her smile disappeared instantly and she muttered softly. Ha ha. Xiaoji's mother is really good. She found a man who was so much younger than her. Wang Ming took Xiaoji to the nearby Kentucky Fried Chicken, ordered French fries, ice cream, hamburgers and chicken nuggets, spending more than 100 yuan. Xiaoji looked at Wang Ming eagerly as he carried the meal back to his seat. There seemed to be little stars twinkling in his eyes, and he was so excited that he was laughing. Normally his mother doesn't let him eat these, but today he can finally have his freedom over fried chicken and French fries. Wang Ming sat down and said with a smile, eat quickly. Xiaoji reached out to take the fries and said, you treat me better than my mother. I love you so much, brother. Can you come to see me every day? As long as your mother agrees, I can go to your house every day to play with you. Xiaoji's eyes lit up and he said loudly. Really? Then I will definitely convince my mom to let you live in my house. He. Wang Ming gave a wicked smile, I want to eat something delicious too. Just buy whatever you want to eat. Don't you adults have money? I can't buy what I want to eat with money. I have to ask your mother if she agrees. Wang Ming sighed. When Xiaoji heard this, he said confidently. Humph. I'm making a fuss when my mom won't let you eat. You're so good to me, so what's wrong with her ordering something delicious? What a good boy. Don't let your own son do this in the future. Wang Ming muttered. He was thinking about the system task, which was to make Xiaoji call him dad 100 times. How do I start this? The system is playing tricks on you, so you can't be timid. Xiaoji, have you seen Barba Papa? Xiaoji was wolfing down his burger and mumbled, yeah, I've seen it. It's so childish. How about you call me Barba Papa today and let's play some role-playing? Xiaoji pouted, frowned, thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, well, but... Wang Ming immediately threw out the bait, I'll give you a King of Glory skin later. Xiaoji's eyes lit up instantly, and he shouted crisply, Barba Papa. The system panel shows that the task of calling dad 100 times has been completed twice. Wang Ming was delighted. Fuck, Barba Papa is a double blow. Xiaoji took the opportunity to threaten Wang Ming, I want 2 Jiayun skins, is that okay? Remember to call me Barba Papa before you talk to me. Barba Papa, Barba Papa. Zhang Yao's son calls the host dad 100 times. 100. Wang Ming was happy at this moment. He nodded and asked, not bad, not bad. What else do you want? Tell me all at once. Barba Papa, I also want a Marco Polo skin, Barba Papa also has. Xiaoji became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice became louder and louder. He almost mentioned all the heroes in honor of kings. Every time he spoke, he would say Barba Papa. Zhang Yao's son calls the host dad 100 times. Completed. Reward package has been distributed. Seeing that the system task was completed, Wang Ming quickly waved his hand and told Xiaoji to shut up. Okay. Stop talking. I'll give you 10,000 yuan, that's all. You can't have such a big appetite with such a small appetite. $10,000, really, thank you Barba Papa. Stop yelling, and call me brother from now on. Xiaoji pouted in disappointment, why, will you satisfy me in the future? Wang Ming smiled strangely, not only do I satisfy you, I also satisfy yours. Before he could finish his words, the phone rang. It was Zo Xuching calling. Honey, when will you come over? I'll be there right away, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Zo Xuching's voice became lower and lower, with a hint of shyness. I've made a key and access control for you and left it with the security guard. Just ask him directly. Well, wait for me, baby. Wang Ming hung up the phone and quickly opened the gift package for completing the system task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 system coins. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 million Daxia coins. Ah, so cool. 300 system coins. Click on the special product to purchase enhanced kidney function, and the purchase cooldown will be displayed. You can only purchase functional enhancement products once a week. Wang Ming felt that the system's consciousness should put more thought into making the purchased function enhancement into a no-cooling function, and he should tell it next time it appears. I was thinking of letting Zo Xuching experience it tonight, but I don't need to be stronger, I'm also a warrior. Xiaoji tilted his head and asked curiously, is it my mother calling? No, your mother will come to Kendaiji to find us soon. Xiaoji listened and nodded obediently. Then he looked at Wang Ming eagerly and asked cautiously. Can I still have a large order of fries? Wang Ming looked at his eager eyes and took out his mobile phone to scan the code to order food. After a while, Zhang Yao walked into Kendaiji. As soon as he came in, he quickly glanced around and soon saw his son and Wang Ming. She came over with big strides and sat down on the chair. His eyes widened instantly as he looked at the pile of food packages on the table. His tone was filled with surprise. Did you two eat all this? Xiaoji quickly waved his hands and explained, no, Mom, I ate it alone. Zhang Yao was furious, her nostrils flaring. She turned to look at Wang Ming and said with a face full of reproach. Why do you feed him so much? It's enough to reward him for the whole year. Wang Ming slowly advised, don't be so harsh on your son. When he grows up, he won't have such a good appetite even if he wants to eat. After hearing this, Zhang Yao turned around and glared at Xiaoji, saying unhappily, don't even think about eating at Kentucky Fried Chicken this year. Xiaoji immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. If I can't eat Kentucky Fried Chicken, there's also Bisuk. Dixie. Walnuts. Barba Papa will buy them for me. When Zhang Yao heard this, she was stunned. What are you shouting? Xiaoji shouted again with confidence, barbarian. Wang Ming's heart tightened, fearing that Zhang Yao would misunderstand that he was trying to be his son's father, so he quickly said, We were just discussing comic books and that came up. The doubts on Jiang Yao's face gradually disappeared, revealing a charming smile. I see you, just wanna be his dad. Binding object Jiang Yao triggers a new task. Building the other party into a female director with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. Chapter 55, Obsession Level 100. Seeing that he looked thoughtful, Jiang Yao called out, Wang Ming. I thought he was thinking about it seriously. Wang Ming suddenly came back to his senses and asked, What did you say? Jiang Yao sighed softly, Humph, are you pretending not to hear? You didn't say anything. Since you are here, I will go back. Jiang Yao said a little disappointedly, Okay, I was thinking of taking you to my house to sit and do it. Otherwise, I'll give you the key and you can pick him up at my house tomorrow. Wang Ming erased the corner of his mouth, Is this appropriate? Xiaoji shouted excitedly, That's great. Mom, it feels so good when you massage my feet. You should try it too. Jiang Yao patted Xiaoji's head gently. If I need to press it, he should do it for me. I'm so tired to grow the company. Xiaoji said with a smile, Oh, Mom, you have been asking brother Wang Ming if the water is hot in your sleep these past 2 days. Jiang Yao gently hit Xiaoji's head again, then turned to look at Wang Ming a little embarrassedly, Kid, you're talking nonsense. Wang Ming smiled meaningfully and said jokingly, Children's words are innocent. I'll go to your house tomorrow. Jiang Yao replied somewhat shyly, Okay, see you tomorrow. Xiaoji said again, Mom, I can't top up my game money on my phone. Brother Wang Ming said he would give me 10,000 yuan. Can you help me top up my skins? Jiang Yao glared at Wang Ming and asked, Did you agree to give him skin? How could you do this? You've spoiled the child. Wang Ming spread his hands and said, It's just a child playing. If you want your child to be obedient, I can help you create a small account and we can train him well. Jiang Yao shyly avoided Wang Ming's gaze and scolded him, What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoji looked at Jiang Yao with a confused look on his face, Mom, what did brother say? Do you want to create another character? Jiang Yao stamped her foot in shame, Children, don't listen to adults talking. Wang Ming stood up and said, See you tomorrow. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered something, Oh, by the way, our company has changed its address, and I've made an office for you. Wang Ming waved his hand and said, I'll go to the company later. I've been very busy recently. After he finished speaking, he walked out of Kendeji. Jiang Yao was confused, thinking, You're so busy, but you still help me pick up my son. You're so thoughtful. Wang Ming drove to the Jade Court. Although he had experienced a fierce battle in the afternoon, his physical condition was excellent and he had already recovered a lot. He also ate 2 pounds of chicken from Kentucky to replenish his energy. Wang Ming took the access control and house keys left to him by Zo Xuching from the security room and drove into the community. When I got upstairs, I felt a little nervous. This feeling was much stronger than when I was with Zhou Mengmeng, Jiafeng, and Li Zhixuan. My heart beat even faster than my first experience as a freshman. He knocked on the door. The moment Zo Xuching heard the knock, her heart suddenly trembled, and then her heart began to pound like a drum. The moment she opened the door, Wang Ming was stunned. Zo Xuching was seen wearing a black Spider-Man tights. The D-shaped peak circumference and waist-hip streamline are like an S-shaped racing track. Why are you wearing Spider-Man's clothes? Wang Ming stared intently and stammered. Zo Xuching slowly lowered her head, her voice soft and nervous. Don't you young people all like cosplay? I was thinking of giving it a try. Wang Ming asked curiously, With your figure, where can you find clothes that fit you? Zo Xuching raised her head with a hint of pride in her eyes. There's no size that fits me online. You can't buy a Spider-Man costume for a girl with a D cup. I made this myself. After hearing this, Wang Ming came to his senses and remembered that Zo Xuching was an expert in tailoring. Zo Xuching turned away, looking at Wang Ming awkwardly and asked softly, Did you buy it? What? 001, Zo Xuching swallowed hard, feeling so nervous that her body was a little dizzy. Wang Ming closed the door and hugged Zo Xuching. Honey, can you please not take any measures? Please. Zo Xuching hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said softly. Well, if we have it, we'll get married. Wang Ming immediately picked her up like a princess. Zo Xuching put her arms around Wang Ming's neck and exclaimed when she saw him walking towards Zo Mengming's room. What are you doing? This is Mengming's room. It's okay, she's not home anyway. 1 a.m. In room 1101, Zo Xuching came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, leaned against the doorframe and said to Wang Ming, "Come out, don't stay in her room anymore." Wang Ming walked out of the room and asked, "Can I sleep in your bedroom tonight?" Zo Xuching nodded. "Well, Meng Meng won't be back. I'll have to stay in the hospital to take care of her boyfriend for a while." Seeing that Zo Xuching was having some difficulty standing, Wang Ming hurriedly helped her into another bedroom. The two of them lay on the bed, and Zo Xuching sighed, "Hey, don't make a big deal about you and Meng Meng. I will always stand by you. But we are still family, and she will soon start her own family. Ultimately, sooner or later, we, mother and daughter, will have two families." Wang Ming smiled and said, "That's right. I'll give her a dowry." Zo Xuching added worriedly, "But because of this conflict between her boyfriend and you, she won't be able to have children in the future. If they really get married, how miserable it would be." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. "Zo Mengmeng is already pregnant with his child." Zo Xuching suddenly looked up at Wang Ming, so shocked that she had forgotten her physical fatigue. She sat up suddenly. What did you say? Meng Meng is pregnant?" Wang Ming also sat up and put his arm around her shoulders. "Yeah." Zo Xuching asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Wang Ming said casually, "She found out by chance. She didn't tell you because she was afraid you would worry." Zo Xuching was anxious and angry, complaining, "This child, why didn't you tell me such a big thing?" Wang Ming frowned. "Let her leave it to fate. Unless one day she sincerely recognizes me as her father, we should not care about her." Zo Xuching felt like there was a knot in her heart and she was extremely conflicted. "Although I promised to not care about it, after all, we have lived together for 17 years. How can I just let it go?" But she was afraid that Wang Ming would be unhappy, so she nodded slightly. The two lay down again. Wang Ming opened the system mall. Zo Xuching's infatuation level has reached 100, and the task of giving herself 3 gifts has also been completed. He couldn't help but wonder, could the first time also be considered a gift? Looking at Zo Xuching's purity again, it still shows 100. The system's description is correct: having sex with the host will not reduce the value. Click to open the gift package for completing the task. Congratulations on winning a small 2-story detached house in Longwan Baori. Congratulations on winning a bouquet of flowers. Chapter 56: Recruiting a Secretary. Longwan Baori? Wang Ming was amazed. Isn't this the neighborhood where Zheng Shuxuang's grandmother lives? The community consists of 2-story and 3-story single-family houses in villa areas. It costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Then this house of mine would be worth several million. It turns out that you can't rush to buy a house, so you can get a small second floor as a reward. Wang Ming turned to look at Zo Xuching and saw that she had fallen asleep with her arms around him without realizing it. He opened the system interface again. The heart flower could only be given to a bound object with an infatuation level below 60. The values of several binding objects are now over 60 and can only be used later. On Zo Xuching's panel, the infatuation level kept flashing. Wang Ming opened it and found 2 exclamation marks. 1. 1,000 system coins to be collected. 2. The gift package for reaching the maximum level of obsession is waiting to be claimed. Adding the existing 300 system coins, there are now 1,300 system coins. Decisively by the voice of Heart Potion. As long as it is used at the right time, Lin Qi's best friend's tricks will be seen through by herself. Wang Ming opened the gift package with an obsession level of 100. Congratulations to the host for receiving a check for 10 million daxia coins. Congratulations to the host, the bound object Zo Xuching has obtained the luck of twins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent ticket. The fate of twins, boy and girl? Talent voucher? Click here to view the introduction. Twins luck introduction, passive luck, the item will be automatically consumed when the blastocyst is formed. The bound target Zo Xuching will definitely be pregnant with twins. Talent voucher introduction, after using the talent voucher, you can give a talent to a bound object. Wang Ming clicked on the talent scroll. Vocal talent. Performance talent. Dancing talent. Painting talent. Wang Ming was so excited when he saw these rewards that he almost sat up. The reward for reaching a 100-degree obsession was too great. 10 million daxia coins and a pair of children. Even talents are given away? However, the talent scroll cannot be used by yourself, it can only be given to the bound object. Isn't Li Zhishuan's mission to make her a top singer? Just give her the vocal talent, and she will be able to sing all 5 tones. At this time, Zo Xuching muttered in her sleep, "Thank you, husband. I'm so happy. Husband, husband." Wang Ming caressed Zo Xuching's face lovingly and said with a chuckle, "Zo Mengmeng, your mother is going to give birth to a brother or sister for you." In the system interface, the new task did not pop up under Zo Xuching's avatar. Wang Ming didn't care and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Wang Ming slept soundly that night. Although Zo Xuching felt physically tired, he felt very relaxed in his heart. Li Zhishuan slept soundly. Xiaozhi was constipated for most of the night, and Jiang Yao scolded him for most of the night. Lin Qi sometimes thought of Wang Ming happily, and sometimes planned to take revenge on her best friend viciously. Zhang Shushuang has sold all her property and moved to live with her grandmother. Although the system's emotional bonus made Wang Ming appear in her mind from time to time, her mind was mostly focused on hatred. Zo Mengmeng couldn't sleep all night. She lay on the hospital bed and thought for a long time. She was so hateful and conflicted. I hated Lin Qi and Wang Ming for ruining my only 3 minutes. I was struggling over whether to break up with Lu Guohua. After all, I was pregnant with his child. She finally figured it out. Since she was pregnant, she didn't need it for the time being. She would wait until after she gave birth. But you must ask for more gifts when you get married. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zo Xuching still showed no signs of waking up. On weekdays, she would get up early even if she stayed up late. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Wang Ming did not wake her up. He went downstairs to buy some breakfast for her and then went to the bank to cash the check. At 10 o'clock, Zo Mengmeng returned home. I opened the door and found that my mother was not at the desk. She saw that her bedroom door was open and went in. The bedding was in disarray and there was a small pool of blood on the sheets. Zo Mengmeng hurried forward to check and exclaimed, "Huh? What's going on? I remember the bedding in the room was tidy before I left, and I haven't had my period in a long time." She came to Zo Xuching's door, gently pushed it open, and saw her mother sleeping soundly. "Mom! Are you hurt?" Zo Mengmeng walked quickly to the bedside. Her mother usually got up early, and the bloodstains in her room made her think that her mother was injured. Zo Xuching slowly opened her eyes and the person in front of her was not Wang Ming, but her own daughter. She sat up suddenly and exclaimed, "Meng Meng? Why are you back? Mother Guohua is free today." Seeing that I am too tired, she asked me to come back and rest. "I will go to the hospital in the afternoon." Zo Xuching calmed down and asked, "How is Guohua? Is there no way to treat him? Why don't we go to the capital to check it out? All the experts from Beijing are here, but there's nothing they can do." Zo Mengmeng shook her head in disappointment. Zo Xuching sighed. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why is there blood in my room? And you usually don't stay in bed." Zo Xuching panicked again and stammered, the light in your room is broken. I cut my hand when I was changing it." Zo Mengmeng quickly pulled up Zo Xuching's hand to check. "Where are you injured? Is it serious? Let me take a look." Zo Xuching pulled her hand back abruptly. "Oh, it's okay, it's just a minor injury." She immediately asked seriously, "You are pregnant, right?" Zo Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. She didn't show her pregnancy at all, so how did Wang Ming and her mother know about it? Her eyes began to evade, and she stammered, "Mom, how did you know?" Zo Xuching stared into her daughter's eyes, her tone serious but concerned. "I'm your mother, I must know what's going on." Zo Mengmeng bit her lip, knowing that she couldn't hide it from her mother, so she nodded, "Yes, I'm pregnant." Zo Xuching sighed softly again, with a look of helplessness in her eyes. "Mengmeng, you're taking this step too hastily. Lu Guohua is in this situation now, what should he do in the future? With your temperament, can you remain unmoved for 37 years like me? I don't think you can even hold on for 3 days." Zo Mengmeng lowered her head, her voice filled with tears. "Mom, I don't know what will happen in the future. I've been struggling with this all night. I can't abort my own child. I'll figure it out after I give birth. Ask for more betrothal gifts when we get married. His family has at least 18 million in savings, so 1 million isn't too much for me. Whether we separate in the future or not, at least I'll have some security in my life." Zo Xuching frowned and stroked her daughter's hair. Dowry can solve temporary problems, but it can't solve lifelong problems. "My child, you have to think clearly, this is a matter of life and death. That's it for now. I'll try to get as much betrothal gifts as possible. At the Dasha Bank headquarters in Shiguan, Wang Ming had already cashed the check. Now he was sitting in a chair, looking at the bank balance on his phone, and couldn't help smiling. Now worth 28 million. A second-floor detached house in Baodi, Longwan. Jiang Yao's company owns half. Wang Ming felt that although Jiang Yao had set up a boss office for him in the company's new location, but a private office space is needed right now. After all, I am getting busier and busier, and it is not a good idea to handle personal matters in the company. Today's plan: recruit a secretary and a driver. Chapter 57. As long as you are single. Wang Ming stood up, put his cell phone in his pocket, and walked out of the bank. Standing at the bank door, I sent a Weixin message and location to Li Zixuan. Come find me. He opened 69.com and posted a job advertisement, requiring it to be written in great detail. Secretary requirements: good image and temperament, serious and capable, strong adaptability, preferably with rich comprehensive industry knowledge. The driver requirements are simple: female, with good driving skills, steady personality, and preferably not family-oriented. Jade Palace, Zo Xuching's home. Zo Mengmeng saw that her mother's body was covered with bruises, purples and reds, and her knees looked like they were bruised. She asked anxiously, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Where is the medicine box? I'll go find some medicine for you." "No, it's not an injury." Zo Mengmeng frowned, looking at her mother's face full of shame, and recalled the previous situations. "Hey, did you bring my dad home to spend the night yesterday? I've been through this before, you can't fool me." Zo Xuching was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly and said Zo Mengmeng immediately smiled happily. "That's right. You should open your heart and embrace happiness." As she spoke, Zo Mengmeng's eyes became filled with melancholy again. "Alas, my happiness is gone." Half an hour later, Li Zixuan arrived at Longjun Building in Tianhao Road CBD and pressed the elevator button according to the floor address sent by Wang Ming. She reached the 21st floor and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Hearing the response from inside, Li Zixuan pushed the door and walked in. She saw Wang Ming sitting at a boss's desk surrounded by several employee desks. She looked around and walked forward to ask, "What's going on? This place is so far from the supermarket, and we have to work here?" "Of course not, besides the supermarket, I still have a lot of work to do." "You have your own office in the supermarket, and I'll usually be here." "I'm hiring new employees, so please accompany me for the interview today." Li Zixuan asked in surprise. "What else are you busy with?" "Wow, this office must be over 200 square meters, how much does it cost per month?" Wang Ming ignored Li Zixuan's nagging and asked, "Have you found a house?" Li Zixuan sat across from Wang Ming at the desk, no longer shy as before. She tidied up her suspender skirt, took off her high heels, and put her feet on the desk to cool down without any hesitation. "Hey, I've already said that I can't spend the money Sister Chi gave you. I would be very satisfied with 1 million. I will treat Sister Chi to a nice meal one day." Wang Ming took out his cell phone and slid it across the table towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan quickly kicked the phone to prevent it from falling to the ground, then sat up straight, picked up the phone and asked, "What are you doing?" "Check my balance." Li Zixuan looked at her phone and screamed after seeing the content on it. 28 million? Huh? Didn't Sister Chi give you 10 million? Wang Ming hugged his shoulders, rocked his chair, and said leisurely, "So, I'm using my own money to buy you a house, so don't worry about it." Li Zixuan slid her phone from the table to Wang Ming again. "How do you have so much money? Oh my god. The first prize in our great Xiao Lotto is only 10 million. Wang Ming sat up straight, put away his cynical expression. The money was earned legally. "Just look at the house and don't let me nag you." Li Zixuan pouted and thought for a moment. "Well, since you're determined to give me flowers, okay? Then I will buy the small house I rented. The owner said he'd sell it for 1.5 million, and you could just give me 500,000. I was thinking I could save up enough for the full purchase in a few years." Wang Ming picked up his phone and directly transferred 1 million to Li Zixuan. "The remaining 500,000 will be considered your salary this year." Li Zixuan pouted again. "Hey, it's like I'm being kept by you, but that's actually the case." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Zixuan frowned and asked, "Who is it?" "He must be here to apply for a job." Wang Ming said, then shouted, "Come in." "Hello, I'm here for an interview." A man came in. Wang Ming looked unhappy and said, I only want women for the position I'm recruiting. A man in his 40s said, I'm applying for a driver position. Let me tell you, I've driven for multi-millionaires before, so I'm a pretty good driver. Even if you can drive a car to the moon, I don't need it. I only want a woman. Seeing Wang Ming's firm attitude, the man looked disappointed. Ah, well, sooner or later I'll die at the hands of a woman. Fuck you. You. Before Wang Ming could finish his curse, the man slammed the door and walked out. Li Zixuan rolled her eyes at Wang Ming. Oh, you're only looking for female drivers. Wang Ming, you're good enough. I'm not enough, and you want more? Wang Ming smiled awkwardly and said, You don't understand. Some girls are better at driving than boys. Huh, you mean Zo Mengmeng? At this time, someone knocked on the door again. Li Zixuan smiled softly and said, There are quite a lot of people applying for the job. Wang Ming nodded proudly. The driver's salary is 10,000 yuan a month, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. All the expenses for food, clothing, housing and transportation are covered during the work period, so of course everyone rushed to come. Wang Ming said, Come in. A woman walked into the room and said, Hello, I'm here for a secretary interview. Wang Ming frowned. He saw that the woman was wearing a professional OL suit, but her appearance was plain and there was some fat on her belly, which could not be covered by the small suit. You look 50. The woman quickly waved her hands. No, I'm only 45 years old. I just look old. Wang Ming sighed. I clearly wrote on the recruitment website, young. Single. The woman shouted, I'm single. I'm a single mother, and I've been working as a secretary since I was 23. Are you considered young then? Wang Ming sounded a little impatient. The woman said aggrievedly, Give me a chance. Li Zixuan said at this time, You go, he will definitely not use you. The woman focused her attention on Li Zixuan, who was slim and pretty. Indeed, compared to such a young woman, he had no advantage at all. She sighed and walked out of the room. Li Zixuan glared at Wang Ming again and muttered to herself, Humph, they're still hiring singles. Wang Ming heard Li Zixuan's muttering and smiled awkwardly. I'm worried that having a family will affect my work. In one afternoon, more than 20 people were interviewed, but none of them satisfied Wang Ming. Just as Wang Ming and Li Zixuan were about to leave the CBD, a woman knocked on the door and entered the office. Li Zixuan turned around and saw the woman's face clearly and exclaimed, Chen Yusen. Wang Ming was also stunned when he saw the woman. Chapter 58 Driver arrives. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan's eyes all fell on Chen Yusen. Chen Yusen wore a very fitting professional suit, with her hair tied into a neat ponytail, looking very capable and elegant. Wang Ming? Li Zixuan? Chen Yusen was also very surprised to see the two of them. Li Zixuan immediately stood up and went to greet him. Yusen, why are you applying for a job? Chen Yusen responded with a smile. I haven't had a job recently, and I think the salary and benefits are suitable, so I came here to try it out. Wang Ming also came back to his senses, looked up and down at Chen Yusen, and thought to himself that she was very suitable for the driver position, as she had a driver's license. How would Zo Mengmeng react if she were asked to submit to him? He cleared his throat and said, Chen Yusen, let's start the interview. Chen Yusen sat on the chair next to Li Zixuan. After all, the fact that Lin Shi was protecting Wang Ming had already been made public in the circle of friends, so it was not surprising that he was able to start a company. If you were the boss, I wouldn't be able to do this job. I don't want to get involved in your affairs with Meng Meng. Li Zixuan hugged her shoulders with a dissatisfied look on her face. This incident was caused by Zo Mengmeng's boyfriend. It's not Wang Ming's fault that it turned out like this. Although you are Zo Mengmeng's best friend, we have a good relationship, right? Why don't you just take sides? Will you just become strangers to us from now on? Listening to Li Zixuan's words, Chen Yusen pursed her lips and frowned. Wang Ming looked at Chen Yusen with a smile and said patiently, Yusen, you should know exactly why Zo Mengmeng broke up with me, and you also know who I am. I'm short of staff right now. Think about it, you can earn twice as much as before by driving a car, and I'll take care of all your food, clothing, housing and transportation. Let's separate work and personal relationships. You can still be Zo Mengmeng's best friend after get off work. Li Zixuan echoed with exaggeration, that's right, Yusen, Wang Ming is very reliable now. If you follow him, you will definitely have enough money to settle down in Shiguan in the future. Chen Yusen was somewhat moved by what they said, and after a moment of hesitation she said, "Actually, I'm applying for a secretary position, not a driver." After hearing this, Wang Ming began to think seriously. In the future, I want to dabble in music, film and television, and also build a company to go public, so I can't just hire anyone for the secretary position. She must be a strong woman who is versatile in many fields and must be loyal to herself. Not to mention that Chen Yusin is Zo Mengming's best friend, she is not suitable to be her secretary in terms of her abilities. Being a secretary is not enough. I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month as my driver, and I'll give you 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus. If you work with me for 2 years, I guarantee you'll be able to buy an apartment. When Chen Yusin heard this, her heart was instantly stirred. In my previous job, I earned 5,000 yuan a month, but the female boss was jealous of my youth and energy, and kept deducting my salary for no reason. For Wang Ming, he can earn 300,000 yuan a year. The difference is like heaven and earth. Zo Mengming, I'm sorry, this salary is too tempting. But since Wang Ming knew Lin Qi, why was he so poor before? Now he pays his employees 20,000. The generous treatment made Chen Yusin unable to calm down and think carefully, so she didn't think about it anymore. She nodded sharply, "Okay, when should I come to work?" "Accompany me to buy a car tomorrow, and then I'll start working." "You can go back first." "Oh, right, you blocked me, right? I haven't seen your moments lately. Don't you love showing off your daily life?" Chen Yusin said a little embarrassedly, "Hey, it was Zo Mengming who asked me to pull it." Li Zixuan covered her mouth and laughed. "You should listen to your boss from now on. Zo Mengming won't pay you." Chen Yusin immediately responded, "Of course." She picked up her phone and walked to Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, no, boss, I'll sweep you and add you." Wang Ming pulled up the QR code, "I won't bother with you, just don't make me unhappy in the future." Chen Yusin smiled and said, "Of course, my boss. Bye." "Bye, Zixuan." After saying that, she walked out of the room. Li Zixuan looked at Chen Yusin's back as she left and grumbled in dissatisfaction. "You gave her 20,000 yuan. How can she be worth 20,000 yuan? She's not prettier than me, is she?" Wang Ming swayed in his boss chair and explained. "Letting her be my driver was just to make Zo Mengming more upset. How could she possibly try to trick you into giving me a salary? Giving you a salary is just a formality. If you need money, just tell me anytime." Wang Ming suddenly thought of Li Zixuan's mission, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Li Zixuan." Li Zixuan was startled by him. "What's wrong?" Wang Ming smiled. "If you help me finish my work at the supermarket, I'll make you a top singer." Li Zixuan laughed out loud after hearing this. "Ha, you are really interesting. Wasn't it just to coax you that I sang for you last time? I know I'm tone deaf. I'm a singer? Are you kidding me? What if I did it?" Wang Ming hugged his shoulders. "Stop teasing me. If you can become a top singer, I will let my grandfather toast you with wine, and I will be jealous but not say it. I will be your lifelong happy partner." Wang Ming laughed heartily. "Then you wait." He was full of confidence, knowing that Li Zixuan would definitely not believe it at all. Like Lin Qi, she felt like she had been kicked by a donkey. "If everything goes well and all your plans are fulfilled, when the system regains consciousness, I will definitely call him Big Brother." Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something, her face flushed slightly, she smiled, stood up and walked to Wang Ming. "Would you like to come over to my place tonight? It's going to be my own place soon and I want to celebrate." Wang Ming thought about it and agreed to let Jiang Yao pick up Xiaoji for a few days. "You go back first. I have something to do in the evening. I'll go over after I'm done." Li Zixuan snorted, he must be looking for that beautiful aunt. Wang Ming hurriedly explained, "No, don't be jealous." Li Zixuan said coquettishly, "Not jealous? Turn me into a singer first. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, I won't sleep." Wang Ming quickly nodded and agreed, Okay, I will definitely go." The two locked the office and went downstairs. Li Zixuan returned home. Wang Ming drove the Beetle to Xiuji's school. "I'm going to buy a new car tomorrow, so I'll rent a garage to store Zo Xuching's car." Wang Ming picked up Xiuji at school. As soon as he saw Wang Ming, his eyes were full of joy and he jumped into the car. After returning to Jiang Yao's house, Wang Ming played with Xiuji for an hour, and then Jiang Yao came back. "Xiuji, come inside and play for a while. I have something to talk to your uncle about." Jiang Yao shouted at Xiuji, kicked her black high heels aside, and walked into the living room. She was not wearing slippers, and 2 rows of footprints left by the sweat of her stockings were faintly visible on the ground. Xiuji looked at Wang Ming reluctantly, then turned and walked into his bedroom. Wang Ming saw the door close, walked over to Jiang Yao, and reached out to hold her hand. You're back. P.S. Modify 2 names. My friend's girlfriend Li Zhixuan. Former landlord's daughter Zheng Xuchuang. Chapter 59, Small Houses Are Not Enough. Jiang Yao started to feel embarrassed and took 2 steps back. I told you, I'm not just playing around. I want to find a father for Xiuji. Have you thought about it? Wang Ming was puzzled. The obsession level is already 82, and you still refuse to give in? She has Zo Xuching's personality but not her purity. Yidi would never do that. If he really wanted to get married someday, the other party must be a woman with a 100% purity level. Wang Ming didn't know how to answer. Jiang Yao shook her head and smiled bitterly. I knew it. Wang Ming suddenly thought of her mission, to make her a female billionaire worth 100 million. There is sufficient funds at the moment, and with Jiang Yao's ability, all she needs to do is make sufficient investments. Jiang Yao lowered her eyebrows and eyes, and whispered softly, Are you very conflicted? I won't force you. I'm older than you and have a son, but Xiaoji really likes you, and I also. Sister Jiang, let's not talk about this for now. I'll invest some more money in you, and I still only want half of the shares. There is no need to rush to get her for now. Since we want to make her a 100 millionaire, investing is the only thing we can do. It can also increase her obsession with herself. Since you don't have the ability, investing in people who have the ability is one way. In the future, the CEO of a listed company will have his own little house, which is pretty good. Jiang Yao looked at him in surprise and asked, Do you still have money? How much did your family get for the demolition? I can't transfer that much at once. Please send me your card number and I'll go to the counter tomorrow to process it. Isn't your card a premium card? How many times have you turned it? Why can't you turn it all? My card's transfer limit has recently been reached. The maximum limit is 1 million. I'll transfer 10 million to you tomorrow. As long as you make money legally and reasonably, I don't care how our company operates, I'll still get half of the dividends. Jiang Yao said in disbelief, 10 million? Investing in me? Did you know that in Xiguan, marrying off a girl only requires 1 million yuan as a dowry? That's right, absolutely true. Wang Ming nodded solemnly, and with a curled corner of his mouth, he continued. You and I are destined to be together, and money is not a factor in our relationship. Jiang Yao was still puzzled. What are you trying to do? You can find better women with this money. Why don't you give it to me? After I leave, you can plan to continue expanding the company. After Wang Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. Jiang Yao was confused and muttered to herself. She doesn't want to be Xiuji's father, but she still gives him so much money. What's going on? Does she want to be the man behind me? She took 2 steps and noticed the wet footprints on the floor. She frowned and whispered, Will he find me sweating too much in the future? Wang Ming drove towards Li Zhixuan's house. The rain outside the window was dripping on the car glass, and his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of his cell phone. Seeing the familiar phone number on the screen, he was furious. Zhou Mengmeng seamlessly transitioned to the next boyfriend, and even had an affair with Lu Guohua during her relationship with him. He blocked me first and then called me again and again. He slid down the answer button impatiently and asked loudly in a bad mood. Zhou Mengmeng, are you done yet? You were the ones who provoked me first, weren't you? I thought Zhou Mengmeng was blaming me for sending the broken eggs, but unexpectedly, I heard Zhou Mengmeng's gentle voice on the other end of the phone. Wang Ming, UXIN said she wants to work for you, and you give her 20,000 yuan a month. Li Zhixuan is also your employee, right? So that's why. He thought to himself that Chen Yusin was really quick-witted and passed the news to Zhou Mengmeng within the first night. Wang Ming said unhappily. Can we meet? Wang Ming sneered and said sarcastically. I see you? I see your mom more like that. You'll be able to see me in a few days, and you'll see me crying. Bye. He hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Zhou Mengmeng on the other end of the phone raised her arm and was so angry that she almost threw the phone away, but fortunately she held herself back. She walked back to the ward from the stairwell. When Lu Guohua saw her coming back, he grinned and shouted. Meng Meng, my mom agreed to give you 2 million as a betrothal gift and buy you a car. Our wedding will go ahead as planned after I'm discharged from the hospital, there's still time. Zo Mengmeng lowered her eyebrows and just nodded mechanically. At this moment, she had no interest in Lu Guohua. In her heart, Lu Guohua was completely under her control. The 2 million was just the first step. After marriage, she would further empty his parents' pockets. Wang Ming has already reached Li Zixuan's floor. As soon as the door opened, Li Zixuan rushed over, not caring at all about Wang Ming's clothes being soaked by the rain, and said anxiously, Hurry up and wash it, it's soaked. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. Oh, you can't wait? Li Zixuan snorted, Get lost. I think you're just too impatient. It's raining so hard and you still have to run to me. Wang Ming pinched Li Zixuan's cheek and said, Didn't you say that if I didn't come, you wouldn't sleep all night? Li Zixuan hurriedly pulled him into the house and pushed him into the bathroom while saying, Go quickly, don't catch a cold. Wang Ming went into the bathroom. Li Zixuan searched through all the drawers but couldn't find a single piece of boy's clothing. Zhang Jian's belongings had already been cleared out. I had to dig out a blanket. There was a sound of dripping water coming from the bathroom. Li Zixuan sat on the sofa in the living room, looking towards the bathroom from time to time, with a happy smile on her face. 5 minutes later, Wang Ming came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Li Zixuan looked at his muscular body, her fingertips trembling and her skin burning. Wang Ming walked over to her and sat down, then hugged her in his arms. Li Zixuan smiled sweetly, Go dry your hair first. It was 12 o'clock late at night. The elderly couple living downstairs from Li Zixuan's house couldn't sleep. The old man tossed and turned in bed, muttering, Oh, it's really disturbing. This old neighborhood is just not good. One day I'll ask my son to put up a few more layers of sound insulation for us. I hope the tenants are renting the place short term, the old lady agreed. No. What time is it? The old man became angrier and angrier, reaching out for his cell phone, ready to call the police. The old lady quickly grabbed his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. We are all neighbors. Don't make a big deal out of it. Everyone has been young once. The old man hesitated for a moment, then put down his phone and sighed helplessly. 2 o'clock in the morning. Li Zixuan was snoring softly. Wang Ming was so surprised that he couldn't sleep. Li Zixuan's obsession level reached 100. Not only will you receive 1,000 system coins, but the rewards for reaching the maximum level of obsession with the bound object are also quite generous. A Hummer supercar. 5 million daxia coins. It seems that the reward for 100 degrees of obsession is much better than completing the task. Wang Ming muttered. His fingertips gently fell on Li Zixuan's sleeping cheek, and his fingertips caressed her delicate skin. Take from Shen, use for Shen, this little house is not worthy of you. Chapter 60 Investing 10 million. 10:10 in the morning. The rays of sunlight that shone through the gaps in the curtains just happened to fall on Wang Ming's face. He opened his eyes and saw Li Zixuan still curled up in his arms, her eyelashes casting shadows under her eyes, the corners of her lips raised, and she was sleeping soundly. Wang Ming put on his clothes quietly and returned to the bed before leaving. It was very cold after the rain, so he pulled Li Zixuan's quilt upwards. After leaving the community, my cell phone vibrated in my trouser pocket. Chen Yusin's name popped up. He stared at the screen with a sneer for 2 seconds and then clicked it off. This gossip just passed a message to Zo Mengmeng yesterday. It seems that we have to wait until the supermarket opens before she can be his driver. Otherwise, this little chatterbox follows me around all the time, so wouldn't she know my entire schedule? Wang Ming sent her a message. I'm busy these days, just wait for me to contact you. Are you and Li Zixuan pretending to be rich? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Wang Ming sneered again and transferred 20,000 yuan without any nonsense. I'll advance your salary for this month, so don't compare. Okay. I'm on call. Oh, by the way, what car do you drive, boss? A fierce bull. Chen Yusin's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and her phone slammed onto her foundation box. Oh my god. She rushed over and grabbed the phone, and her 2-centimeter-long nails were so excited that they were directly inserted into the foundation. She clapped her hands and blew the foundation off her phone. Hanyo? A Hanyo that starts at 1 million? Chen Yusin waved her phone in the air. That bitch Zo Mengmeng even said he was a pauper. Who on earth is Lin Chi to him? The guy who considers eating a big bowl of spicy hot pot as a holiday, now drives a Hanyu after not seeing him for 2 months. After she finished muttering, she rushed to the closet, pulled out the imitation Chanel bag that was hidden at the bottom of the closet, and gestured in front of the mirror. The strap got stuck on her fat arm, and she gasped and pulled it 3 times before it was put on. Throwing a self-proclaimed charming look at the mirror. Once I become Wang Ming's driver, I'll wear Chanel every day. See if Zo Mengmeng still laughs at me wearing pink 6E. Her phone vibrated. She thought it was a message from Wang Ming, but a chat box from Zo Mengmeng popped up. Yusen, what's going on with him? Have you asked? He's so awesome now, he's driving a bull. Have you seen the bull? No, but think about it, he has a big star like Lin Chi behind him. Is it difficult to drive a Hummer? And he paid me 1 month's salary in advance, which was really 20,000. He also asked me to issue an invoice for my meal expenses during these days and reimburse me. Zo Mengmeng did not return to Chen Yusen. Her eyes wandered as she leaned against the white wall at the door of the ward and bit her lip. If it was just Chen Yusen's one-sided statement, I would definitely not believe it. But since Lin Chi is so willing to sacrifice her reputation to protect him, it is not impossible for him to start a Hunyu or a company. Zo Mengmeng tightly gripped the phone in one hand and clenched the other into a fist, not realizing that her nails were almost digging into her flesh. Wang Ming, is his hairline really gone? At this time, Lu Guowo walked out of the ward and saw Zo Mengmeng leaning against the door with a sad face. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong, baby, are you still upset?" Zo Mengmeng forced a smile, "How could that be? I don't need it." Lu Guowo sighed, lowered his head, looked between his legs, and recalled Wang Ming's big muscles, his brows drooped. "I know what you're thinking. It feels like falling from the sky, right?" He suddenly looked up, grabbed Zo Mengmeng's hand, his eyes reddened. "My mom said, I'll buy you a large CC and 100 grams of gold jewelry. Mengmeng, you will love me forever, right?" Zo Mengmeng just nodded slightly and said yeah. Seeing that Zo Mengmeng was still in a low mood, Lu Guowo gritted his teeth. "I asked you to trick Wang Ming out. Did you make an appointment with him? I have to destroy him. My dad is going to spend $1 million to deal with him." Zo Mengmeng calmed down her frustrated mood and looked at the angry Lu Guowo and said, "What kind of society is this? It would be more practical to give me more betrothal gifts instead of this money." Lu Guowo stretched out his hands, clasped them tightly on Zo Mengmeng's shoulders and shook them vigorously. "Meng, I have to avenge this. You can endure being a widow, but I can't swallow this." Zo Mengmeng pushed Lu Guowo's hand away, sighed and said, "He completely ignores me. My best friend happens to be his employee, but he seems to be deliberately avoiding us. He is extremely vigilant and I can't find out his schedule at all." She learned from Chen Yusen that Wang Ming had an office in Longjun building. "I didn't tell anyone about this because I didn't want the matter to escalate further and affect my chances of getting the betrothal gift." Lu Guowo clenched his fist and smashed it against the white wall. "Humph, as long as he doesn't leave Shiguan, my dad will find him sooner or later. Just wait. I'll chop him off for you." Wang Ming on the other side was very busy. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, he exchanged his money for a 2.6 million Hummer supercar at the Hummer 4S dealership. He had to dress like this because the store employee had sex with him 5 times in one night. Wang Ming came to the bank again, leaned on the leather sofa in the VIP room, and watched the financial manager coming in and out with documents. He fiddled with the leaves of the green plants on the coffee table. He had 33 million in deposits, and now he was about to withdraw 10 million. In Jiang Yao's office, the floor-to-ceiling windows cut the midday sunlight into squares, which slanted down onto Jiang Yao's desk. She bit the pen to check the handwritten report, and suddenly saw a bank notification pop up on her phone screen. 10 million? The pen slipped from his lips in an instant and rolled half a meter on the floor. She stood up suddenly, and her office chair fell to the ground. The numbers on the screen made her eyes moist. The man who gave birth to her child abandoned his wife and child. A young man has such burning trust in himself. With trembling fingers, she dialed Wang Ming's number. When she heard the call from the receiver, she suddenly remembered how Shoji held the transformers given by Wang Ming and refused to let go before going out this morning. Call connected. Wang Ming. Her throat tightened, and her fingertips clenched the corner of the table tightly. "Thank you. Thank you for giving me this money. I also thank you for taking care of me for the past 6 months. Don't think too much, Wang Ming said with a lazy smile, you are worth it. He checked the system panel and saw that Jiang Yao's obsession level had risen directly to 91. After they hung up the phone, Jiang Yao squatted down and picked up the pen. The tip of the pen was still stained with her lipstick, and she put the pen into the inside pocket of her suit. Bank VIP room. Wang Ming took the receipt. 33 million minus 10 million, the remaining number was still so beautiful that it made people want to whistle. The phone vibrated again at this moment, and a message from Jiang Yao popped up. I will work as quickly as possible to make the company the most authoritative in the industry in Baiyun district. Shouldn't Shiguan be the most authoritative? Wang Ming stared at the screen and chuckled. The sunlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden edges on his wrist, making the white jade bracelet even more translucent. In fact, he was a little ashamed. Which man would wear a jade bracelet? A man wearing jade nourishes his spirit. Recalling what Zo Xuching said when she gave me her treasure, I thought, wear it, I can't let her kindness go to waste. Chapter 61 All-Round Strengthening. Thinking of Zo Xuching, I couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? Why hasn't Zo Xuching's new mission been triggered yet? Wang Ming muttered and opened the system panel. There are only character attributes under Zo Xuching's avatar, and the taskbar is clean. He checked the bound character information one by one. Bound 2, Li Zhixuan. Age, 22, appearance, 86, body, 88. Purity, 90, infatuation, 100. Current mission, make the other party a top female singer. Bound 2, Jiang Yao. Age, 32, appearance, 92, body, 90. Purity, 80, infatuation, 91. Current task, turn the other party into a female director with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. Bound 2, Lin Qi. Age, 30 appearance, 97 body, 98. Purity, 70, infatuation, 73. Current task, the bound object's infatuation reaches the maximum limit. Extra task reward, 10 times the system coins. Bound 2, Zheng Xushuang. Age, 19 appearance, 90 body, 88. Purity, 100, infatuation, 70. Living under the same roof with someone for a month. Wang Ming carefully analyzed the task information. Currently, 10 million has been transferred to Jiang Yao, plus the previous 5 million and the company's original capital. From now on, she will develop on her own. Lin Qi's task was not difficult. Last time I stayed at her house. Judging from her behavior at the time, as long as her hatred was eliminated, the matter would be almost done. Zheng Xushuang's 100% purity is indeed attractive, but when I think of her fierce expression as if she wants to kill her enemy, I still feel a little hesitant. I really need to think carefully about living with her for a month. Li Zhixuan's mission, before she got the talent voucher, was like Chang a loving Beiji, which was basically impossible. Now that I have the talent ticket, I can make some plans. But if you think about it carefully, to make her a first-line singer, not only does she need strong financial support, but she also needs to find a top agent in the industry. The investment in total must be considerable. The reward for completing the task is most likely not enough to cover the cost of investment. Wang Ming leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowed. 2 months ago, I had a hard time taking out tens of thousands of dollars, but now I can transfer out 10 million with just a wave of my hand. If I can make all the women around me become top figures in their respective industries, wouldn't that be a success for me? Suddenly his eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. Isn't there angel investment? Then I'm the devil investor. Just bind to the system. Your emotional state will reach absolute devotion, with no possibility of betrayal. That's right, you can't just focus on the financial return. They are so determined that being at the top of their respective fields is equivalent to achieving success. Thinking of this, Wang Ming couldn't help but smile. No matter how big the investment is, as long as you don't have to take out a loan, you have to just go for it and do it. Master, you finally understand. This is the true meaning. The consciousness of the system suddenly emerged. Wang Ming put away the smile on his lips. Why do you always disappear for so long? I'm secretly working hard. What do you think I was doing when you were being cool? Is there another heartfelt potion? I'm going to use this bottle to help Lin Qi get revenge. Another bottle. Hear how heartbroken Zhou Mengmeng was when her boyfriend's family went bankrupt. I'm from a restaurant? Would you like another bottle? This one is even more powerful. With your personality, you'll definitely like it more. Don't keep me in suspense, just say it directly. I have developed a CD-free function for enhanced functionality, so feel free to purchase it. Muscle enhancement and kidney enhancement can be purchased unlimitedly? That's right, all function-enhancing items have their CD removed. As long as you have system coins, you can buy them unlimitedly. The effect has also been enhanced by 20%, but the price has increased, 200 system coins per purchase. Awesome. My attitude was bad just now. Thanks, bro. I am a girl. Your voice is hard to tell whether it's male or female. By the way, I have 2 questions for you. Why doesn't Zo Xuching's taskbar trigger new tasks? Also, why don't some people trigger the binding? For example, the Hanyu employee, we were all asleep, and we couldn't bind? After the obsession reaches 100, the interval between triggering tasks for the bound object will be longer, but the rewards will become very high. As for the randomly bound object, the binding will only be triggered if you, the host, are interested. That's not right. Although Zhang Ailing is not very good looking, she is very sexy. I was attracted by her. Wang Ming muttered to himself, and the system consciousness continued. Also, if your appearance score is below 80, you will not be bound. If your figure score is below 80, you will not be bound. If you are younger than 18 and older than 70, you will not be bound. Okay, shut up. I get it. I'm going to sleep for a long time this time. I found a few mysterious codes and I'm trying to put them together. Bye, master. I hope you'll be worth over 100 million when we meet next time. Beep. Bye, keep working hard. Wang Ming quickly opened the system mall and turned to the function enhancement column. Sure enough, each item became 200 system coins. Increased the effect by 20%. After buying the heart voice potion, there are still 1,800 system coins left. Kidney function enhancement must be added to the shopping cart. Product plus 2. Bone strengthening cannot be neglected either. Product plus 2. Muscle strengthening, here we go. Product plus 2. Endurance increased by 2. Product plus 2. Select everything in the shopping cart, pay with 1 click, and 1,600 system coins will be deducted instantly. Click to use, wait. When Wang Ming clicked to confirm the use of the enhancement effect, he saw that there was a host behind it that directly enhanced assigned the bound object. Can you also enhance the properties of the bound object? Ha ha ha. Zo Xuching takes half an hour to rest after every 10 minutes. If I give her a little more strength, won't she soon become a female warrior on par with me? However, there are only 200 system coins left, so I'd better keep them for now and strengthen myself first. I can deal with binding the object later. Click Host Enhancement. Wang Ming only felt a warm current in his upper waist, his bones crackling, his muscle contours visibly increased, and he felt much stronger. The strength of muscles, bones, kidney function, and endurance instantly increased by 40%. Wang Ming suddenly stood up from his chair, his whole spirit lifted. A woman who was also in the bank's VIP room suddenly noticed this abrupt action. She turned her head at the sound, her pupils suddenly shrank, and her fingertips subconsciously pressed against her lips. Oh my god, these muscle lines, these shoulder-waist proportions. Her eyes swept over the bulging tendons of Wang Ming's forearms and the smooth outline of his back under the shadow of his short sleeves, and her voice trembled slightly. How can it be so manly? Wang Ming bent one arm and his eyes fell on the bulging curve of his biceps. He narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised. After increasing by 40%, the originally strong muscles no longer looked bloated or clumsy at all. The muscle volume and lines are just right, giving a sense of strength while retaining the golden ratio of human aesthetics. It seems that the increase in muscle strength is not just a wild growth. Instead, it strengthens muscle fibers to increase strength while precisely preserving the aesthetic appearance. Chapter 62 Preparing for the Ribbon Cutting. Wang Ming noticed that the woman in the distance was staring at him intently, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Everyone in the VIP room was worth at least tens of millions, and they were still eyeing him covetously. He was secretly proud of himself, thinking that those bound to the system were blessed. The phone suddenly rang. Wang Ming quickly took out his cell phone. It was Zo Xuching calling. He answered quickly, "Honey." There was no usual gentle and intimate voice from Zo Xuching on the other end of the phone, but a hint of complaint. "Where are you? Why didn't you say good morning to me today?" Wang Ming smiled and replied, "There was an important matter at the company today, so I was so busy that I forgot." "Did you miss me? Should I come find you now?" He was a little anxious, not because he was trying to be a bootlicker, but because he wanted to try out the enhanced state given by the system. Zo Xuching sighed softly, "I'm in the hospital." "Huh? What's wrong with you?" "The diagnosis is laceration." "Where's the tear?" "What do you think?" Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, thinking back, it was indeed a bit too much. Zo Xuching also completely understood why Zo Mengming couldn't stand Wang Ming. Perhaps it was not just because Wang Ming had no money. "I'm sorry, I came to see you." Wang Ming felt guilty. Zo Xuching sighed again, "No need, I still have to work in the afternoon, Meng Meng will be back today." "Okay then. I'll go when your daughter is not around. Make sure you get some rest." "Well, I just wanted to hear your voice." "Bye dear, go ahead and do your thing." Zo Xuching said this and hung up the phone. Wang Ming sat back in his chair and sighed heavily. Hey, compared to this, Li Zhixuan is indeed an experienced person. Thinking of this, he called Li Zhixuan. The first time, the call went unanswered. He called again, and after a long time of ringing, Li Zhixuan's tired voice came out, "Hello. Zhixuan, you haven't gotten up yet? Don't you have a new driver? Chen Yusin is such a big mouth, I don't trust her. I'll hire her after the supermarket opens. Once I have a handle on her, I'll fire her sooner or later." "Yes, I didn't ask you to pick me up. I'm driving. I just wanted to ask if it's convenient for you so I can come find you." "Why are you looking for me? Are you still here?" "I slept until noon today, come to my place. I will die tomorrow, and end up like that heartless man." Wang Ming was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that even if the obsession level reached 100, he would not be willing to sacrifice his life. "Okay then," he said a little disappointedly. Li Zhixuan heard the disappointment in Wang Ming's tone and couldn't help feeling moved. She hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "You, come." Wang Ming immediately hung up the phone, walked out of the bank, and got into the Hanyu. The generator hummed. In the next few days, Wang Ming did not return to the two-story house given by the system, but slept at Li Zhixuan's house. When Zo Mengmeng was not around, he would occasionally visit Zo Xuching. Li Zhixuan has been working very hard these days. Even fainting. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the day for the supermarket to open. Li Zhixuan told Lin Qi about the opening of the supermarket. Wang Ming was not aware of this. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Ming sent 2 workers to hang up the plaque. From then on, passers-by knew what this store did. Previously, department store entries were all conducted secretly at night. Super Happy Day Plus? Is this clearly a direct confrontation with the supermarket across the street? The crowd watching the excitement stopped to talk. "Ah! It's finally open. As a manager, I finally have something to do." Li Zhixuan shouted excitedly. Wang Ming turned around and smiled, "You did a lot of work in the past few days." Li Zhixuan rolled her eyes at Wang Ming. At this time, a Bentley Elegance drove over and stopped by the roadside. A man in a black suit and sunglasses got out of the passenger seat. He walked quickly to the back door and opened it respectfully. Then Lin Qi stepped out gracefully with her long and graceful legs. She was wearing a black dress and a pair of exquisite high heels. She also casually wore a pink velvet coat on the outside. At the same time, the driver got out of the car, and the 2 bodyguards in black followed Lin Qi. "Sister Qi?" Wang Ming frowned in confusion when he saw that it was Lin Qi. He figured he hadn't told her about the opening of the business at all. Li Zhixuan noticed Wang Ming's expression and explained with a smile. "I told Sister Qi about it. I just mentioned it casually during a chat, and she took it to heart. She insisted on coming to cut the ribbon for you." The crowd in green employee uniforms at the store door and the crowd stopping on the street to join in the excitement of the opening all glanced at the tall Lin Qi. There were bursts of exclamations immediately. "Oh my god, isn't this Lin Qi? Wow! She's so beautiful in person. The last time she beat someone up was on Sihong Road. Why does she always appear here?" Lin Qi slowly walked to the side of Wang Ming and Li Zhixuan, with a gentle smile on her lips. "Congratulations." "Eh? What's with that expression on your face? Are you saying you don't welcome me?" Wang Ming quickly shook his head. "Of course you're welcome, but I didn't expect you to come." Lin Shi noticed Wang Ming's posture and her nose started bleeding again. What's going on? Why am I getting stronger again? There are not many people in the entire entertainment industry who have such tough and charming muscle lines. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan both noticed her expression. Wang Ming smiled knowingly, and Li Zixuan glanced at Wang Ming's biceps and pouted. Lin Shi realized that she was distracted and said in a feigned anger. Speaking of which, do you really consider me a friend? You didn't even tell me about such a big thing as the opening of the business. She hasn't contacted me these past few days, but Sister Zixuan still knows how to chat with me about Wei Xin. I thought you were so busy, so I planned to come back to you in a few days to discuss revenge with you. When Wang Ming talked about revenge, he deliberately leaned forward and lowered his voice. Lin Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. Ha, you really care about this? Don't think about it. You can't help me. Li Zixuan looked around and cautiously pulled Lin Shi into the supermarket, saying as they walked, Don't stand here, the paparazzi will be around soon. Lin Shi was pulled into the supermarket like this, and the crowd outside started to make a fuss, wanting to follow her into the supermarket. Li Zixuan shouted at the employees, Stop them. We haven't even opened yet. They won't let them in. Okay, manager. More than 20 people responded. One of them stared at Lin Shi's back and muttered quietly, Our boss and manager actually know Lin Shi? It's obvious, our boss seems to be the boy in the Lin Shi assault incident. The crowd outside the supermarket ignored the employees' attempts to stop them and kept pushing forward. Two bodyguards in black quickly walked to the entrance of the supermarket, and one of them shouted at the top of his voice. Don't you understand? Stay away. Come back after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Seeing the two bodyguards' aggressive attitude, the people dared not force their way in anymore and began to retreat. TSK, why are you so arrogant? Other celebrities are so approachable. A few hundred meters away, across the street, several people were standing in front of the Happy Days supermarket. At this time, a man came back panting, ran in front of them and said panting, That new store is a supermarket, and the name is a parody of ours. It's called Super Happy Days Plus. And. Chapter 63 Top Girls Group and WWA Starfighter. The man was running too fast and was a little excited, so he couldn't breathe for a while. The manager of Happy Days Mall scolded impatiently. What do you mean by and? What's wrong with opening a supermarket? Our store has been open on Sihang Road for so long and we have so many loyal customers. Our boss is so famous, why are you so nervous? The panting man steadied his breath and said, And Lin Shi is a friend of their boss, she's here to cut the ribbon. Lin Shi? That movie star? The manager was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down and continued. No wonder, the pedestrians in front of a business shouldn't be so noisy. Should I tell the boss? The male manager touched his chin and smiled. Don't panic. Is this a small matter enough to alarm the boss? Can celebrities stay there every day? Can they give things away for free? When they open for business, we'll send someone over to check the prices. It's time to give back to our old customers. We'll sell them at a lower price and see how they do. In the Super Happy Day Plus supermarket, Wang Ming, Li Zixuan and Lin Shi were shopping and chatting in the store. Lin Shi looked around and said, Your supermarket looks quite large and well designed. Thanks to Zixuan, she has been very capable recently and I don't have to do anything. Li Zixuan blushed and waved her hand, saying, Oh, I'm just doing my best. Lin Shi noticed the price of the goods and suddenly frowned. Beef is 18 yuan a pound? Pork ribs for $10? She looked at the vegetable and fruit section on the other side, her brows furrowed even more. Eggplants are 50 cents a pound? Cucumbers are 50 cents? Yams are 50 cents? Carrots are 30 cents? Aren't you losing money selling them like this? Li Zixuan sighed, None of this makes any money. I don't understand what Wang Ming is thinking. Wang Ming smiled indifferently and said, Sister Qi is quite knowledgeable about vegetable prices. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, celebrities are also human beings, not fools. Why would they be surprised if they know about prices? A few people walked to the snack and beverage area, and a 1-meter-high sign stood upright next to the aisle. Lin Shi looked at the words above and her eyes widened. The sign reads, Red Bull is only 1.8 yuan, and you get flowers when you buy a small umbrella. Buy steak and get salad, this restaurant is your home. Lin Shi covered her mouth and laughed. That's quite thoughtful. They've even prepared flowers for people. But at this point, flowers are a bit redundant. It would be better to send some medicine. Still selling steaks? Li Zhichuan explained, it's quick frozen. Lin Chi turned to look at Wang Ming with a serious expression. You spent so much money to open a store, can you really make money running it this way? Isn't this just wasting your time? Before Wang Ming could speak, Li Zhichuan immediately explained for him. Sister Qi, Wang Ming used all his own money to open the supermarket. He didn't even touch the money you gave him. Lin Chi looked at Wang Ming. Oh? It seems that you were quite rich before. My 10 million is a bit too much for me. I've cashed out quite a bit recently, so I'll give you some back. Wang Ming shook his head. Not for now, but when I need you, I won't be polite to you. Lin Chi nodded, then turned serious again. By the way, can you open a store like this? Wang Ming thought of Lu Guohua and hummed secretly. To be honest with you too, I've wasted millions of dollars on this store, and the most important thing is to relieve the hatred in my heart. Like your case, if it could make your bestie kneel down and cry, wouldn't you feel bad about spending any amount of money? Lin Chi's body trembled violently, and after thinking for only a second, he nodded. It seems there's a story behind your opening of this shop. At this time, an employee rushed in and shouted to Wang Ming and Li Zhichuan. Boss, manager, more and more people are gathering outside, and many are asking about the grand opening. Li Zhichuan nodded and looked at Wang Ming and Lin Chi. We should prepare for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Chi looked at her watch and complained, why hasn't he come yet? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, who is it? Lin Chi shook her phone. It would be too quiet to have just me as the guest at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, so I found a few more guests to make the scene. They're just as famous as me, and they're popular with people of all ages. Wang Ming was curious, is he also a movie star? Lin Chi smiled and shook her head, you'll know when you get here. I'll go out to greet you. As she spoke, she walked out of the supermarket. When she reached the door, the bodyguard immediately followed her closely. Wang Ming looked at Lin Chi's back and sighed, Sister Qi really cares about me. I have to work harder in the future. Li Zhichuan pouted quietly, and suddenly she grabbed Wang Ming's arm and dragged him to hide behind the shelf. Wang Ming staggered half a step. Hey, what are you doing? You're like a thief, you're not going to. Ah! Before he could finish his words, Li Zhichuan twisted his arm hard, causing him to cry out in pain. What's going on between you and Sister Qi? She squinted her eyes and pinched her waist. She looked at you with laser eyes when she got out of the car. And just now, she was staring at your arm holding the Red Bull, and her throat was moving. Moreover, she is cold to others but so nice to you. She smiles like a flower when she sees you. I'm telling you, I'm a woman, and Sister Qi is 100% interested in you, for sure. Stop. Wang Ming held down her waving hands, feeling both amused and helpless. When I held up the Red Bull, she was looking at the price tag. Besides, my muscles. He deliberately tensed his arms, his biceps bulging under his t-shirt and then quickly relaxing. You called me a beast yesterday. Li Zhichuan poked his chest angrily, I was just saying that out of anger. My love rival already has a beautiful aunt, and now there's a big star. Sister Qi has a slim waist, long legs, and fair skin. She glows when she stands there. When I stand next to her, I'm like the stars and the sun. Wang Ming saw that the more she spoke, the darker her expression became. He suddenly hugged her and whispered behind her ear. No matter how bright the sun is, there is no light at night. When night falls, the stars tremble, so tempting. Li Zhichuan's ears felt hot. Humph, you're just trying to fool me. She gave you 10 million and said she cashed out a lot of money. I feel like a snake. She takes care of you, you take care of me. A clerk suddenly ran into the store. The two heard hurried footsteps. Li Zhichuan hurriedly pushed Wang Ming away, and Wang Ming immediately loosened his arms. Two people walked out from behind the shelves. The clerk approached the two men and shouted, here comes another ruthless person. Boss, manager, who are you? My God, as your employee I can actually see so many celebrities up close. Li Zhichuan adjusted her casual suit and hip skirt, and muttered in confusion. Who is it? Let's go out and take a look. Wang Ming walked towards the door. Li Zhichuan followed Wang Ming and asked as they walked. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't show up for the ribbon cutting and let me come alone? My strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile anymore. With so many guests, I have to show up. Wang Ming did say this. At first he really didn't want to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Now that Lin Shi is so powerful, his muscle and bone strength has increased by another 40%, and he has also mastered a set of Daxia's top fighting techniques. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it. The two followed the clerk and hurried to the supermarket entrance. There were a bunch of luxury cars at the entrance, and the crowd was so packed that some people had no place to stand and had to stand on the road. Lin Shi was standing next to a stretched Lincoln, chatting animatedly with several people of extraordinary temperament. The few of them exuded superstar aura in their every move and gesture, and the fans and passers-by around them screamed and took photos non-stop. The scream was like someone's tail was stepped on, even more exaggerated than the day Lin Shi appeared on Sihong Road. Some people even set up mobile phone stands and started live streaming on Douyin to attract fans. When Li Zixuan saw the people chatting with Lin Shi, her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it's Black Pig. All four of them are here. Alas, isn't that Lin Wei? Sister Qi's younger brother. Chapter 64. Mr. Chen arrives. The corners of Wang Ming's mouth also rose slightly. Lin Shi was so thoughtful that she even invited the world's #1 girl group. And her younger brother, who was also extremely popular. At this time, Lin Shi saw them coming out and waved them over. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan approached. Wang Ming, Sister Zixuan, let me introduce you. I specially invited these people to support you. Lin Shi smiled and introduced them one by one. These are the globally popular Black Pig. This is my younger brother, Lin Wei. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan hurried forward and shook hands with them enthusiastically. No need for introductions, I definitely know you all. Thank you everyone. Wang Ming said with a polite smile. Black Pig is well known to everyone. In recent years, the idol singing group that has become popular all over the world, any single member is an idol of hundreds of millions of people. Lin Wei is Lin Qi's younger brother. His family genes are strong and he is born with a handsome appearance. At the young age of 28, he became a renowned UCF fighter and one of the leading figures in mixed martial arts in the US. 9th in the official world mixed martial arts rankings. He once participated in underground black boxing and defeated heavyweight fighters with a large weight difference. WWA people gave him the nickname Handsome Wolf. My girlfriend is a blonde foreign girl. With his outstanding abilities, idol-like looks, and his sister's high profile, Lin Wei is also a very popular figure in Daxia. Do these people even need introductions? Almost everyone knows them. When Li Zixuan shook hands with the Black Pig members one by one, her arms were shaking and she was almost stunned. Her heart was in turmoil. To think that so many world-class stars could come to cut the ribbon for the supermarket's opening. The clerk's shocked expression just now was not an exaggeration. The four members of Black Pig looked at Wang Ming's muscular lines, and then looked at Lin Wei in comparison. He was not inferior at all. Wang Ming shook hands with them one by one, and finally walked up to Lin Wei and stretched out his hand. Lin Wei immediately pulled Wang Ming into his arms. Little brother, you are my sister's savior. I am glad to see you. Wang Ming was hugged tightly by him and felt a little embarrassed for a while. Lin Shi, Black Pig and Li Zixuan were all amused by this scene. Even though Li Zixuan's feelings for Wang Ming were unwavering until death, she couldn't suppress her enthusiasm for BL at this moment. Brother, let go, let's talk. Wang Ming was shocked by the hug. Flashlights flashed everywhere. Lin Wei kissed Wang Ming on the face before letting him go. Wang Ming stared at Lin Wei with wide eyes. Are you from Chengdu? Men shouldn't worry about these details. We are real men. Lin Wei said as he took Wang Ming's hand again and held it tightly. Without you, I would have no sister. I don't have any other strengths except that I can fight. If you want to deal with someone in the future, just let me know. Wang Ming suddenly had an idea. With Lin Wei's strength and fame, he could definitely bring him into the mixed martial arts circle. His physical functions can continue to get stronger, and coupled with Daxia's top fighting skills, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in UCF. Seeing Wang Ming looking thoughtful, Lin Shi quickly stepped forward and scolded her brother. All right, look how scared you made me. Saving Sister Qi was just a coincidence. It would be the same for anyone else. Lin Wei let go of Wang Ming's hand and said seriously, don't say that. Meeting is fate, and gratitude spreads. Although you and I are men, we can become sworn brothers. What do you think, brother? You and I are sworn brothers. I am the elder brother and you are the younger brother. Wang Ming was wondering in his heart, instead of being a brother-in-law, should he be a younger brother? Lin Wei was very surprised. How could an ordinary person hesitate after hearing what he said? Lin Shi crossed his arms and yelled at Lin Wei, "No. He can't be your brother." "Ah? Why, sister?" Lin Wei looked at Lin Shi with a frown. "Because he, is." Lin Shi began to stammer. "Forget it, no matter what, we will be brothers from now on," Lin Wei said to Wang Ming seriously. Wang Ming nodded at this point. It would be too pretentious to refuse. "Okay, I have some quick frozen free-range chicken in my shop. Do you want me to thaw it and bleed it?" At this time, Li Zhixuan was having a heated conversation with the members of Black Pig. The Black Pig members gave Lin Shi face and did not look down on Li Zhixuan at all. Things are unpredictable. At the subsequent Golden Melody Awards on summer nights, they were nominated together with Li Zhixuan, who was still an ordinary person at the time, but ultimately lost. Just as everyone was chatting animatedly, two black bulletproof cars slid into Sihong Road, drove up to the supermarket and stopped on the side of the street. 5 bodyguards in black and sunglasses got out of 2 cars simultaneously. Before the crowd could react, the electric running board of one of the cars slowly unfolded and a bodyguard opened the door of a car. The tip of the golden Nanmu cane touched the ground first, and then the figure of an old man appeared in front of everyone. "Mr. Chen. It's Mr. Chen Nianhong." I don't know who in the crowd shouted first, and the sound instantly spread all around, and the crowd's booing was the same as before. The Black Pig members immediately straightened their backs, and Lin Wei also put his heels together. Li Zhixuan and Wang Ming also widened their eyes. There are people in the crowd who are broadcasting live on Douyin. The number of online users in the live broadcast room is soaring at a rate of 100,000 per second. It's really ByteDance. The bodyguard next to Chen Nianhong was holding an ebony gift box in his arms, with the words "Congratulations on the opening of the supermarket" written on the lid. The bodyguards drove the crowd out to create a passable gap, and Chen Nianhong was protected and walked towards Wang Ming and Lin Shi. A citizen who was near the supermarket could see all the stars and Chen Nianhong. His Douyin followers increased from 3,000 to 500,000, and the live broadcast room was flooded with barrages of comments. "Oh my god! The living old man Chen! He's here too! How many chain brands did Mr. Chen's Longwan Group acquire last year? How many territories could he buy with his shares? And he actually attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for such a small shop? Yeah, didn't he live in seclusion? His walking stick. Legend has it it's made from 1,000-year-old wood from Zhonghua Mountain. There aren't many of them in the world." The words in the barrage were so fast that people could not see clearly, and the keyword "Mr. Chen is here" instantly dominated the Douyin hot list. Hashtag Lin Shi invites big names to cut the ribbon together. Hashtag ranks second on the hot search list. Hashtag all members of Black Pig appeared at Sihong Road. Hashtag ranked third in the hot search. Hashtag Lin Shi and Lin Wei, brother and sister, appeared together. Hashtag ranked fourth on the hot search list. Hashtag who was the mysterious boss behind Super Happy Days Plus? Number 5 on the trending search list. At this moment, the hot search topics from 1 to 10 are all occupied by a few people. Wang Ming was surprised that Lin Shi had invited this business legend. Lin Shi stepped forward quickly with a perfect smile on her face. "You're here." Chen Nianhong nodded slightly at her, and after his deep gaze swept across the supermarket sign, he spoke slowly. "It looks good. Thank you for the compliment. It's been hard work, Mr. Chen." Wang Ming also hurried forward and stretched out his hand to support Chen Nianhong. When Chen Nianhong's arm touched Wang Ming's biceps, his body shook noticeably and he turned to look at Wang Ming. "You're the supermarket owner Lin Shi mentioned, right? You're a good young man, and you're in great shape. You've praised me again." Wang Ming politely responded that although he was worth tens of millions, in front of such a tycoon, a feather was nothing. Chen Nianhong saw Lin Shi staring at Wang Ming intently, with a hint of love in her eyes. Although it was extremely difficult to detect, he still caught it. He clenched his hand holding the crutch suddenly, and glared at Wang Ming fiercely with bitterness in his eyes. Chapter 65 Official Opening. After the two men helped Mr. Chen to the door of the store, Wang Ming raised his hand to signal for cutting the ribbon. "Let's get started. Don't be anxious." Lin Shi smiled and shook her head gently. She clapped her hands and shouted to the crowd, "Sisters and brothers, it's time to do the work you promised me." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei immediately raised his arms high and shouted at the group of young men in black sportswear he had brought with him. "Brothers, show us your best skills." 7 or 8 young men immediately squeezed onto the big red carpet in front of the store, laughing. Lin Shi took the speaker from the supermarket clerk and said, "The ribbon cutting ceremony has officially begun. First, please enjoy the special performance." Lin Wei had already taken a horse stance in the middle of the red carpet. The spine and shoulder muscles under the black vest form a beautiful line. Ha! After he fell off his horse, he began to perform a series of combination punches and whirlwind kicks. The younger brothers also brandished guns and sticks. The barrage of comments from the women in the live broadcast room began to flood the screen again. "Oh my god! Such muscular lines! Brother Lin Wei, marry me! My mom asked me why I drooled at my phone.jpg. WWA mixed martial arts routines in Daxia Kung Fu are currently dominating the trending searches. The number of people online in the live broadcast room of the person who initially had 5,000 followers exceeded 30 million, and the screen was filled with comments as fast as a rainstorm. Is this the top fighter? I love it. That sidekick guy is so handsome. Please find me. This damn Lin Wei has it all. My grandma threw away her cane to grab my phone." Lin Wei's performance ended and the music changed from wooling foam to exciting electronic dance music. The 4 members of Blackpink walked onto the red carpet to the beat. The team leader Hoon Young-ni held the microphone, put one hand on her waist, and smiled sweetly. "Next, please enjoy our new song, Making Lover." The moment the prelude sounded, the atmosphere on the scene and in the live broadcast room reached a climax. At this time, all the employees in Lu Guo's father's Happy Days supermarket were staring at the Douyin live broadcast. Each of them was stunned. One employee was so surprised that his jaw dropped and he shouted, "Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Old Chen, Lin Wei, and the Black Pig duo are all here." Another man's face was filled with regret. "I wish I had gone there earlier. There's no room left. I really want to see the Black Pig band up close." A young woman stared at the screen, swallowed, and muttered softly, "Lin Wei is just across the street. I really want to go over and take a look." The male manager's face flushed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and yelled, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a celebrity? Get back to work." An employee sighed helplessly, saying, "There's not a single customer in this store. They're all across the street." Everyone who knew Wang Ming was shocked. Zo Xuching was sitting at her desk at home, her eyes fixed on the live broadcast on Douyin. She frowned tightly, biting her lips so hard that they almost bled. There are so many beautiful celebrities around him. Zhang Shushuang was leisurely browsing Douyin at her grandmother's house. When she saw Wang Ming in the live broadcast, her eyes suddenly widened. "It's Wang Ming. Who is he?" Jiang Yao is fully focused on expanding her business and recruiting talent. She is so busy that she has no time to watch Douyin. Zhou Sherman, who was far away in Nanzhou City, sat on a chair, her body trembling slightly. She clutched the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands and stammered, "My cousin, he actually knows so many celebrities. This is incredible. Lu Guohua has been discharged from the hospital and is recuperating at home." Zhou Mengmeng is sitting in his living room, holding a grape in her hand and putting it in her mouth. When she saw the Douyin live broadcast and found out that the store manager was Wang Ming, she opened her mouth wide in surprise, and the grape she had just put in her mouth slipped out with a gulp. Zhou Mengming's voice trembled in disbelief. How is it possible? How could it be him? Zhou Mengming's best friend Chen Yusen was watching the live broadcast in the rental house, and she was also confused. "Mengmeng, you really have perfectly avoided happiness." On the red carpet of the supermarket, the Black Pig Girls group sang 3 hit songs in a row and then the performance ended. The ribbon-cutting ceremony began and Chen Nianhong was surrounded by the crowd and walked to the center of the red carpet. Chen Nianhong signaled to Lin Shi with his eyes, wanting her to stand next to him, but the tactless Lin Wei rushed forward first. Lin Wei grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. I heard your group also invested in UCF. Let's stand together." Lin Shi hurriedly shouted angrily, "Hey! The store manager should stand next to Mr. Chen. He is the boss today." Although Lin Wei was full of masculinity, he was like a tamed little animal in front of his sister. He scratched his head and chuckled. Okay, brother, come here." Wang Ming quickly waved his hand and declined. "Forget it, it doesn't matter where you stand. Why should I put on airs if you can come?" Lin Wei patted his chest and said, "Look, my brothers don't mind." Lin Shi gave him a helpless look and retreated to Wang Ming's side. Chen Nianhong glared at Lin Wei with a sinister look and knocked his cane twice on the ground, but Lin Wei still didn't notice his displeasure. After Wang Ming stood still, Li Zixuan immediately followed and squeezed him between herself and Lin Qi. On the other side, Zo Xuching was watching the live broadcast and bit her lips until they bled. The 4 members of Blackpink stood on the other side of Mr. Chen. 7 bodyguards, Lin Wei's entourage, and more than 20 store employees quickly formed a human wall around them, keeping a safe distance from the surging crowd. As agreed, Li Zixuan spoke at the opening ceremony on behalf of the store manager. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she picked up the microphone. Looking at the huge crowd in front of me, listening to the noise comparable to that of the Spring Festival travel rush, and then looking at the celebrities and bigwigs around me with their powerful aura, I felt like there was a ball of cotton stuck in my throat. Wang Ming noticed her nervousness, and quietly placed his hand on her back, saying softly, "It's okay, just treat it like we were having a party and toasting, and pretend these people don't exist." Li Zixuan swallowed, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. When she brought the microphone to her lips, her voice still trembled a little. "Thank you so much to all the guests who attended today. Sister Lin Qi, Mr. Chen, the Black Pig Group, Mr. Lin Wei. And to everyone who took the time to come to the Super Happy Days Plus supermarket opening." Wang Ming saw that she was still speaking unsteadily, so he took the microphone and smiled. "Please let Mr. Chen say a few words." He handed the microphone to Chen Nianhong. Mr. Chen took the microphone and put on a kind fake smile. "Today, I made an exception and showed up because I was invited by my granddaughter's good friend, Miss Lin Qi. Don't give me face, buy what you need, don't spend what you shouldn't, pay attention to the expiration date, and defend your rights when necessary." Lin Qi's brows suddenly furrowed. Wang Ming frowned secretly when he heard this. Is this a fucking way of praising myself? Li Zixuan reached out to take the microphone that was handed back to her, and secretly felt that something was wrong with Mr. Chen's speech. She smiled awkwardly and said, "All products in our store are strictly controlled before they arrive. As for products that are about to expire or have expired, there is no such thing as them. All right. Without further ado, our store is officially open for business. Spend over 100 yuan and get free eggs. Top up and get a big cash back. Spend over 1,000 yuan and get a maid to deliver to your door. Don't miss out on these great benefits." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed towards the store door like a tide. Chapter 66 Gift of Talent. Li Zixuan hurriedly shouted to the employees. "Everyone, take your positions. Chen Haonan, Shan Ji. You two stand guard at the door and count the people. If there are more than 300 people, let those behind you line up. Don't rush in all at once." Lin Wei looked at the crowd and immediately called out to his men, "Help maintain order at the door." The younger brothers followed the order and ran towards the door. Lin Qi also led the guests into the supermarket. Wang Ming looked at the huge crowd and couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the promotional prices at the opening would attract a lot of people. "I never expected it to be so popular." Li Zixuan leaned close to Wang Ming and said, "We have to find a place to properly reward these celebrities. We can't just let them come and leave." Wang Ming nodded, "Yes, let's go." In the manager's office, Chen Nianhong was sitting in the manager's office chair. Black Pig members touch up their lipstick in front of the mirror. Seeing Wang Ming come in, Lin Qi stood up from her chair and adjusted her skirt. The opening ceremony went well. We will take our leave now. Don't leave so quickly. Wang Ming hurriedly stopped him. You have to have a meal before you leave. Lin Wei walked up to him, patted him on the back and laughed. Brother, these people I brought here can bankrupt half of your supermarket. Let us meet again some other day. My sister recommended your Wei Xin to me, remember to add me. He took out his phone and shook it, and the screen wallpaper was a snapshot of himself knocking out his opponent on the UCF court. Chen Nianhong stood up with the help of a cane, and the 4 members of Black Pig were also ready to leave. Lin Wei patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, brother." Everyone said goodbye to Wang Ming and Li Zixuan and walked out. Lin Qi was the last one to leave the manager's office. Wang Ming shouted, "Sister Qi, I'll come to you in the next 2 days to study your best friend's affairs." Lin Qi turned around and smiled gently. "Why do you need this reason to come to me? Just come any time. Sister Zixuan, remember to come and play with me. Bye, Sister Qi." Bodyguards escorted everyone into the cars, and one luxury car after another drove off in different directions. Li Zixuan pouted and complained, "Sister Qi is awesome." She glanced at Wang Ming's arms again, pinched her waist and said, "It's getting cold, so start wearing a coat tomorrow and don't show any muscles." Wang Ming subconsciously glanced at his clothes and said dissatisfiedly, "I'm hot. Can you cool me down every day?" Li Zixuan frowned, thinking that she really couldn't do that, and besides, being by his side would probably only make him even hotter. "I don't think it's the weather that's cold, it's your heart that's cold." Li Zixuan took a deep breath and did not refute. Wang Ming kept his phone on silent mode for fear of something going wrong at the opening ceremony. He took out his cell phone and turned the ring back on. He saw more than 30 missed calls. More than a dozen calls were from Zo Xuching, a few were from Zhang Shuxuang and Chen Yusen, and the rest were all from Zo Mengmeng. Li Zixuan saw Wang Ming staring at the phone with a frown on his face. She leaned over to take a quick look and immediately pinched her waist and stamped her feet. "Why are all these women's names?" Wang Ming put down his phone and smiled at Li Zixuan. "You're getting more and more jealous now." Li Zixuan sighed again. She didn't understand why she was so obsessed with Wang Ming. "I am not the kind of woman who does things casually. Zhang Jian spent a whole year pursuing me, but Wang Ming seemed to have won my heart without much effort." Her mind was completely on Wang Ming, and even her desire to make money was not as strong as before. She just wanted to give her all to him, and money didn't matter. Not only she had this idea, but Zo Xuching, who was also extremely obsessed, also had the same idea. Zo Xuching felt that she could do nothing but make clothes and could not help Wang Ming at all. Recently, except for the time when Wang Ming went to her place, which made her happy, she was worried all the time. Wang Ming saw what Li Zixuan was thinking. He closed the door tightly, and the noise in the supermarket instantly became several decibels smaller. He pulled Li Zixuan to sit in the manager's office chair, and sat across the table, looking at her seriously and said, "Remember when I said I wanted to make you into a singing star?" Li Zixuan nodded. "Yeah, every time you finish, you ask me to sing. I really don't understand what your hobbies are." "Wait, I'll give you a gift." Wang Ming smiled mysteriously and his consciousness entered the system. Select the talent voucher from the existing items, click to give it to the bound object Li Zixuan, enter the selection interface again, and directly click on the vocal talent. With a swish, the talent voucher disappeared from the existing items. Immediately afterwards, Li Zixuan's throat seemed to be choked by something. She covered her neck with her hands, twisted her body, and made a babbling sound in pain. Wang Ming quickly stood up and walked over to her, anxiously asking, "What's wrong?" Li Zixuan's body suddenly relaxed. "Ah. My throat was itchy just now, and my chest felt like it was resonating with my brain. What a strange feeling. But it's okay now." When Li Zixuan spoke, Wang Ming's pupils instantly dilated. He knew the ability of the talent voucher in advance, but when he heard her voice at this moment, it was even sweeter than Zo Xuching and Lin Qi's, and it felt like honey was smeared on his throat. Wang Ming was so shocked that he began to stutter. Your voice." Li Zixuan frowned and realized that there was something wrong with her voice just now. "Huh? Just now it seemed like, hey. What's wrong with my voice?" Wang Ming hugged Li Zixuan and said excitedly, "That's so sweet. Your voice is even sweeter than the leader of Blackpink. Sing a song for me." Li Zixuan hadn't recovered from her shock yet. She swallowed hard, nodded, and sang her favorite song. "I met you, it was a nice day, looking at the sky." Her singing was like a clear spring gurgling in the mountains, without a trace of impurities. The notes that came out of her mouth made Wang Ming intoxicated. Wang Ming's mouth was slightly open, and he stood there motionless, completely immersed in the song he had just sung. He felt his soul being pulled out of his body and floating to a fairyland full of sweet girls. Li Zixuan was only halfway through singing when she was so shocked by her own singing that she was speechless. After she was shocked, she recalled what Wang Ming had said before. Could it be that Wang Ming made me like this? Yes. It's him. But how did he do it? She stared at Wang Ming and stammered, how did you do that?" Wang Ming's soul returned to his body from the fairyland full of sweet girls. He hugged Li Zixuan. "Hurry up and let me hear your voice again. I'll tell you when it's done." He opened his arms, walked to the door, locked it, then turned and walked towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan stared at Wang Ming's eyes as if he was looking at prey and thought to herself that something was wrong. This was in a supermarket. Chapter 67, No Longer Keeping a Low Profile. The supermarket was crowded and the scene was chaotic. Every corner of the supermarket has been plunged into war. A 70-year-old woman was waving a cane around while protecting a cabbage. A man in his 60s could no longer carry any more eggs and started making phone calls to get help. In the vegetable area, an old lady grabbed an old man's collar tightly with both hands, exerted force suddenly, and threw the old man over her shoulder. The old lady's face flushed red, and she pointed at the old man and yelled, "I saw this last cabbage first, don't even think about snatching it away." The old man was confused and didn't lie on the ground to blackmail people. He struggled to get up. Although he was trembling with fear at the old lady's aura, he still spoke firmly. "You damn old lady, do you have a mark on your eye? I was the one who asked for it first." The two of them refused to give in to each other and argued until their faces turned red. The vegetable section supervisor yelled through a megaphone, "Don't rush. All the goods are in stock." Not only the vegetable section, but also the fruit section and daily necessities section were in flames. Customers were pushing and shoving each other, and quarrels were heard one after another. The 20-odd employees were obviously overwhelmed at this time and were busy running around in the crowd to maintain order. An hour later, Wang Ming walked out of the manager's office. He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and couldn't help but smile. "I calculated that with this buying momentum, I could sell hundreds of thousands of goods in a day. The goods were originally lost, and I lost money on rent and employee expenses." In the office, Li Zixuan was lying on the desk, with the strands of hair on the back of her neck stuck to her skin by sweat. She was breathing heavily, staring at the ceiling with drooping eyebrows, her face full of fatigue. Li Zixuan stood up and wanted to go out to maintain order, but her steps were staggering because she was too tired. She walked to the door, locked it again, and planned to take a rest. After returning to her seat, she lay down on the table and fell into a deep sleep soon after. Inside the Happy Days supermarket, there was not a single customer, and the employees were all standing at their workstations with their eyes wide open. Wang Ming left the supermarket and drove his Hamernyo to Zo Xuching's house. Zo Xuching, who was sitting at the desk in the living room, heard the door open and turned to look. Seeing that the person coming in was Wang Ming, she suddenly stood up, rushed to the door and threw herself into Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming was hugged tightly by her. He gently stroked Zo Xuching's back and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why are you so excited?" Zo Xuching let go of Wang Ming, with a sour look in her beautiful eyes. "Why are there so many celebrities around you? They're all beautiful girls. And your friend's girlfriend, why is she always by your side?" Wang Ming immediately understood that Zo Xuching was jealous because she saw the Douyin live broadcast. He pulled Zo Xuching to the sofa, sat down, touched her face lovingly and said, "I'm doing this to make money, and these people can help me a lot in the future. If I earn more money, I can buy more milk powder for our future children." When Zo Xuching heard this, her face flushed with shame. She leaned on Wang Ming's shoulder. "Okay, it's just that, I feel like I'm totally unworthy of you right now. I'm 16 years older than you, and I don't have any special abilities." Wang Ming secretly laughed in his heart and thought, "No ability? You are the only woman who has 100% chance of giving birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Even with this passive skill, you still don't have the ability?" He did not tell the secret, but just patted Zo Xuching's head and scratched her nose, and comforted her with kind words. "I promise to build a Cheongsam brand for you, integrating traditional clothing with trendy elements. I will be the investment boss and you will be the CEO." Zo Xuching moved out of Wang Ming's arms and looked at him seriously. Wang Ming had said this before, and he always said it so seriously. "Are you serious? You're not kidding?" Wang Ming responded with a smile, "Of course it's true. How can my woman be ordinary? I'll get started on this right away. You don't have much time left to research the brand name and create the clothing designs. You are responsible for product research, and I will help you with production and brand promotion." Zo Xuching really doesn't have much time left. Only Wang Ming knew that she was about to get pregnant with twins, and the fertilized egg might have already implanted. Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming's serious expression and believed that he was not joking, but she was still nervous. Building a brand company requires a lot of money. Whether it is factory space, employee expenses, or promotion costs, it is a considerable burden. That must be a lot of money. Wang Ming rested his head on his hands, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, "The most expensive employee is the top design director. With your strong business capabilities, you can definitely save this expense by just hiring a few more top designers. In terms of promotion, don't forget that I know Lin Qi. Based on our relationship, I asked her to endorse us and promote it on various platforms, which can also save a lot of money. The cost of the venue and the assembly line staff is a small amount of money, so you don't have to worry about it at all." After hearing this, Zo Xuching's worries about building the brand were relieved a lot, but she caught the words in Wang Ming's words again. You just mentioned your relationship with Lin Qi. How come your relationship is unusual? Wang Ming felt that when Zo Xuching was jealous, she was exactly like Li Zixuan, so cute. At this moment, he was full of energy, and after the 40% enhancement, he did not feel tired at all. He stood up and picked up Zo Xuching. Let's go to your room. I'll tell you that our relationship is unmatched. I hope your injury is better now. Zo Xuching was startled, then nodded and buried her head in Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming carried her into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, a strong wind suddenly blew outside and heavy rain poured down, with rain hitting the ground. Lightning flashed one after another, and the deafening sound of thunder made Zo Xuching scream. 2 hours later, Wang Ming left Zo Xuching's house. She drove to her house, a 2-story detached house in Baodi, Longwan. The number in the cell is 9. Coincidentally, there are only 6 buildings away from Zhang Shuxuang's grandmother's house. As soon as he entered the house, he collapsed on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Zhou Mengmeng continued to call Wang Ming, one call every 10 minutes. Wang Ming cursed in his heart. This bitch was obviously not at home. She must be at Lu Guowa's place. He must have seen the video on the internet and regretted it after realizing his hairline. I won't give her even a chance and I won't touch a hair on her head from now on. Just as she was decisive at the beginning. Wang Ming opened Weixin and checked a pile of unread messages. Zhou Sherman, brother, I will come to see you next month. Chen Yusen, boss. My boss. When will you let me go to work? So those top stars are all your friends? Zhou Mengmeng wants to see you. Zhang Yao, I expanded the sales department and hired quite a few people for the design department. We have signed a contract with a fixed outsourcing renovation team, a well-known decoration company in Xiguan. I've already hired managers for each department, and I've also found a few live streamers. I'm planning to focus on both online and offline channels. The company is sure to thrive. Zhang Shuxuang, you have such a wide network of contacts. Do you have any feelings for me? Why haven't you contacted me yet? Chapter 68 The Friendly Cat. Wang Ming began to reply to the messages one by one. He first replied to his cousin, why wait until next month? Come quickly, I'm in urgent need of help, especially someone I can trust. Then came Chen Yusen's message, I'll call you, don't waste time. Then he replied to Jiang Yao, thank you for your hard work. I'll go to the company tomorrow. It was Zhang Shuxuang's turn to message him. Wang Ming thought for a moment and replied. Of course I have feelings for you. I really like the way you look in your JK pants and slinky stockings while chewing bubblegum. Just after replying to these messages, Wang Ming saw Lin Wei's friend request and clicked to approve it. Just 1 minute after I contacted my friend, Lin Wei sent me a message. Brother, you have a nice physique. Your girlfriend is always around you, right? Wang Ming curled his lips and tapped his fingers on the screen, I feel the same? Lin Wei made a smug expression and added the following text. JPG, my foreign girl acts like a Malaysian every day. My recent poor performance in competitions is all her fault. When Wang Ming saw the word competition, he suddenly remembered the WWA incident and replied eagerly. Brother Wei, can you take me on the road? I want to participate in the UCF game. Lin Wei, you're indeed strong, and you can handle a few thugs without any problem, but the UCF game isn't that easy. It's not just about having big muscles. Wang Ming looked at the screen of his mobile phone with a confident smile on his face. With my current martial arts skills and physical condition, it is difficult to display them in a harmonious society. It would be a pity not to participate in the world competition. I'll win the Xiguan City Championship first and show you. When Lin Wei saw the message, he shook his head and laughed at his phone, thinking that this brother was just as fond of bragging as he was. Every year he said that he would defeat the Black Lion King, who was ranked number 1 in the WWA official ranking, but in the end he only managed to make it into the top 10 in the world rankings every year. The Xiguan City champion is ranked 5th in the country. It took me all my strength to beat him. If you can beat him, I'll call you daddy. Wang Ming replied immediately, I don't want you to call me dad, but I want your sister to call me dad, is that okay? Lin Wei's brain circuit immediately connected, I can even ask her to call you husband. Wang Ming curled his lips and laughed again. This guy is on par with himself. He tapped his fingers quickly on the screen, it's a deal. Wang Ming put down his phone, leaned back on the sofa with his arms folded, his eyes gradually becoming deep as he began to think seriously. With the last reinforcement and the Dasha fighting skills, dealing with 10 or 8 thugs will be no problem. But facing professional players, I still feel unsure. Professional players train all year round, and their experience and skills are unmatched by ordinary people. If you want to be sure of defeating this kind of martial artist, you must get more system coins and strengthen yourself again. He opened the system to check and found that there were only 200 system coins left. Zo Xuching and Li Zhixuan have both received their system coins. Currently, only Jiang Yao, Lin Qi, and Zhang Xushuang's system coins are left. Lin Qi's mission is to reach the maximum level of infatuation without any close contact, which is definitely impossible to complete in the short term. Jiang Yao always becomes serious at critical moments and insists on starting a family with me, but I can't fill the quota at any time. Now it seems that Zhang Xushuang is the only breakthrough point. She made no secret of her feelings, and her infatuation must have grown very quickly, and she was still a virgin. Thinking of this, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Never mind. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Enemies can become lovers, and hostility can be turned into friendship." He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Xushuang's number. At this time, Zhang Xushuang was massaging her grandmother's back. The phone rang, and she saw that it was Wang Ming calling. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly picked up the phone. "Hello. Can you come out?" There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Xushuang's voice. "Well, do you think you took the initiative to ask me out?" Wang Ming replied affirmatively, "Of course." "Then come pick me up. I'm in Longwan Baodi. Call me when you get there." "Arrive." Zhang Xushuang was stunned for a moment, then immediately exclaimed "Ah," in surprise. Wang Ming explained, "My home is here." Zhang Xushuang was still in shock. She didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world that the boy she liked lived in the same community as her grandmother. "I'll be right out," she said and hung up the phone. Old Mrs. Zhang turned around and asked with concern, "What's wrong, granddaughter? Is this your boyfriend?" Zhang Xushuang shook her head. "I broke up a long time ago. It's someone else. I'll be back soon." Old Mrs. Zhang nodded gently and said, "Go ahead, it's good to relax." The weather was a little cool after the rain, and Zhang Xushuang put on tight leather pants and a chest-binding waist lining. He put on a trendy denim jacket, stepped on small leather shoes, and hurried out. At this time, Wang Ming had already walked to the south gate of the community. He muttered to himself, since he was no longer avoiding Zhang Xushuang, he might as well go all the way. Her obsession level increased dramatically through sex, and the system task was to live in the same house with him for a month. "My home is so close, if I don't act quickly now, I will be letting down my system brothers." "No, it's the system sister." At this moment, the street lights were on, and a figure walking in the distance saw Wang Ming leaning against the security booth, his eyes slightly fixed. When Zhang Xushuang approached, there was still a hint of astonishment on his face. "I didn't expect you to live here." She looked up at him, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and reached out to brush away her hair that was messed up by the wind. The world is so small. The moment Zhang Xushuang's hair was touched, she subconsciously took a step back. "Come sit with me?" Wang Ming said softly, staring at Zhang Xushuang's eyes with burning eyes. The tips of Zhang Xushuang's ears turned slightly red. She didn't expect Wang Ming to be so direct. Going to his home for the first date? Although Zhang Xushuang has a cheerful and unrestrained personality, she is very resistant to matters between men and women. "I believe that men are animals who think with their lower body, and they should not be allowed to succeed in any way." But at this moment, facing Wang Ming, her heart was beating wildly. She couldn't help but wonder, her previous boyfriends had tried so hard to get a kiss from her, but she still couldn't get one, so why was she so attracted to Wang now? "Ever since we separated during that mountain climbing trip, I have been thinking about him all the time." Wang Ming smiled secretly. Zhang Xushuang's infatuation level was the same as Lin Qi's, both at 76. Lin Qi was already eyeing him covetously, so how could this girl possibly resist his initiative? Wang Ming spoke again, "I have a cat at home. It's very docile and obedient. Can you do a backflip? I want to see it. Your flirting skills are outdated." Zhang Xu smiled softly. Wang Ming shook his head. "My cat will hug me and kiss me." "Oh? Then I really want to see it. We agreed that you are not allowed to touch me when I come." Wang Ming nodded slightly. The two walked side by side towards house number 9. Wang Ming turned his head to look at her, and quietly put his arm around Zo Xuching's waist. Zo Xuching's body suddenly tensed up, and he subconsciously dodged again, with his head lowered and his hands clenched in the pockets of his denim jacket. She was wondering if her ex-boyfriend had done this, he would have definitely slapped him. Why? Why do I like Wang Ming's provocation? This is not like me. Is this true love? The two walked to the front of the detached house, and Wang Ming took out the key to open the door. After closing the door, Wang Ming turned around and deliberately moved closer to Zo Xuching, their noses almost touching. What would you like to drink? Zo Xuching hurriedly took a half step back. No, I'm just going to look at your cat that will take the initiative to be affectionate. As she spoke, her eyes darted around the living room. My affectionate little cat is you. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and reached out to gently pinch Zo Xuching's chin. Chapter 69. There is only one truth. Zo Xuching was so shocked by the sudden approach that she was speechless. The tips of their noses touched each other, and their warm breath hit her face. Why are you like this? I'm going back. Wang Ming suddenly chuckled, loosened his hand, and took 2 steps back. Don't go, I'll get you something to drink. Watching him turn and walk towards the kitchen, Zo Xuching breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to press his pounding chest and found that his palm was soaked with sweat. She moved towards the sofa and sat down. The sound of glass bottles colliding came from the open kitchen. Zo Xuching took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. She kept muttering, why didn't she resist Wang Ming, why didn't she slap him? She even thought Wang Ming should be even more excessive. Wang Ming poured a glass of Sprite for Zo Xuching, and drank Red Bull with wolfberries for himself. This was what her mother taught her. Zo Xuching raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the counter, and saw Wang Ming leaning against the bar and pouring water, his profile fascinating under the light. Beep. The bonded object, Zo Xuching's, has a crush on me, increasing to 83. Trigger hidden mission, the bound partner becomes pregnant within 3 months. The wolfberries in Wang Ming's hand were scattered all over the table due to the system pop-up window. Let Zo Xuching be the mother? Within 3 months? System, you're not a human. You look down on me? Isn't 3 months too insulting? Wang Ming grabbed the wolfberries on the table and poured them back into his wineglass, thinking to himself. If one day Zo Xuching really finds out that the person she wants to take revenge on is the biological father of her child, how would she feel? I will definitely not let the child be without a father. It seems that the system is not bad, and I have put a lot of effort into it. In this case, Zo Xuching's main mission and hidden mission will be carried out simultaneously. Although her personality is similar to Jia Feng, she is a bit cautious in this regard. Just as Wang Ming was thinking, 2 delicate arms wrapped around his waist, and the glass in his hand trembled violently, and some Red Bull splashed out. He turned his head and saw Zo Xuching hugging him out of the corner of his eye. This feeling is so unbearable. I really want to be a couple with you who can talk about everything and be honest with each other. Zo Xuching's voice was now delicate, lacking the cold and clear feeling from before. Wang Ming turned around and was thinking about how to win her over. He didn't expect that the obsession system plus the woman's straightforward personality would produce such a big chemical reaction. Zo Xuching buried his head in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming's chin was rubbed by the top of her hair, which gave him an itchy feeling. His arms suddenly tightened, pressing her tightly against him. Zo Xuching let out a soft cry and was kissed by Wang Ming. The kiss was eager, but gradually became gentle in the moment of kissing. She was stunned at first, then closed her eyes, put her arms around Wang Ming's neck and responded. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ming opened his arms and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go upstairs." Zo Xuching was shocked. She didn't expect it to come to this. I saw the bottles of Red Bull and Jinjiu lying on the table behind Wang Ming, with a handful of wolfberries dropped into the glasses. My thoughts drifted to the living room of my own home on the day my mother had the accident. The wine bottles on the dining table were the same combination. This is how my mother drinks it. To be more precise, it is prepared for that man. Wang Ming saw Zo Xuching staring blankly at the falling floor, thinking that he was hesitating whether to go upstairs with him. Don't just look at my appearance, I'm actually very gentle. Zo Xuching's eyes glared. Who taught you to drink like this? Wang Ming subconsciously turned around and took a look at the Red Bull, Jinjiu, and Black Wolfberry. This is what her mother taught her. This detail is captured so well. All men drink like this. Is that so? Zhang Xuching raised an eyebrow and folded her arms. She recalled her grandmother's words. That kid said your mother has a mole on the lower back. I was confused at first. I didn't realize there was something wrong with what I said. Later I asked your dad, and he told me your mom hadn't participated in any charity at all. Now that I think about it, that man must have been him. He's got a lot of muscles, is 178 centimeters tall, and isn't bad looking, but he's not a pretty boy. His facial lines are very strong. Grandma's words flashed through my mind. His appearance and temperament matched hers. Then I thought about how Wang Ming had been a tenant in my apartment building and knew my mother. How could Wang Ming, who knows many celebrities and has the ability to open a supermarket, rent a house in his own apartment building? There is only one truth. That man is him. He came to my house for convenience. You killed my mom and dad. Now you want a double kill? After Zhang Xuching figured it out, his body began to tremble, and the frequency of his shaking became faster and faster. Her eyes became extremely fierce, and she raised her finger to point at Wang Ming. You are my enemy. Wang Ming was stunned by Zhang Xuching's roar. He didn't expect Zhang Xuching to guess the truth so quickly. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but his throat was dry and he couldn't utter a word. The hatred in Zhang Xuching's eyes was like a burning flame, and his finger was still pointed at Wang Ming, his voice sharp. You've harmed my parents and destroyed my family. I won't let you off easy today. Zhang Xuching turned around abruptly, picked up a glass bottle from the counter next to the refrigerator, and smashed it hard at Wang Ming. Wang Ming instinctively turned sideways, and the bottle passed by and shattered on the ground in the distance with a clang. Zhang Xuching turned around and ran to the Xiao restaurant kitchen area, reached out and picked up the knife with the widest and sharpest blade on the knife rack, and turned around and ran towards Wang Ming like a whirlwind. Wang Ming was so frightened when he saw this that his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. His back slammed heavily against the cupboard, and he cried out in his heart. This girl is serious about this. She really keeps her word and kills her enemy with her own hands. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xuching was close to him with a knife and stabbed at his chest. Wang Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. At the critical moment, he suddenly turned sideways to avoid the blade and quickly stretched out one hand to clamp her wrist holding the knife. With his other hand, he grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her into his arms. This move was a submission technique from the fighting techniques of the Daxia Special Forces. Wang Ming did not kill her. The moment he touched her skin, he instinctively reduced his strength. But with only 20% of Wang Ming's strength, Zhang Xuching found it difficult to move. Bang! The blade hit the ground, and Zhang Xuching's wrist was twisted behind his back, but he was still struggling and kicking around with his legs. Wang Ming groaned and used his waist to push her down and hold down her arms. He could feel her pulse beating wildly with anger at her wrist. Tears gathered on Zhang Xuching's eyelashes. The moment she and Wang Ming looked at each other, a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. How do you know it's mine? If I were really your enemy, why would I ask you out? Chapter 70. Whose child is it? Zhang Xuching's voice trembled. If you are so rich, why do you rent a house? Why don't you live in a house but an apartment building? And your physical features are exactly the same as my grandmother described. Wang Ming naturally would not easily admit that Zhang Xuching's current infatuation level is 83, and his emotional state is deep love. As long as I can take that step with her, even if she doesn't become completely devoted to me, her infatuation level will at least rise to 90. He hurriedly defended himself. How can you be so sure it was me based on your guesswork? I just became rich. Almost 2 months ago, I was just an ordinary person with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. Didn't you watch the news? I was the one who saved Lin Qi. After hearing Wang Ming's words, Zhang Xuching thought for a moment, and his tense body and knotted brows slowly relaxed. Her high level of infatuation made her hesitate when faced with Wang Ming's few words. She murmured. It's not you? Could it be? I wronged you. Seeing Zhang Xuching begin to hesitate, Wang Ming slowly let her go, then quickly kicked the knife on the ground away. Calm down. I still feel like something is wrong. Thunder suddenly sounded outside the window. Zhang Xuching subconsciously shrank her neck. Wang Ming pulled her into his arms. He brushed his chin against the top of her head, his voice low as if coaxing a child. How about, we go upstairs and talk slowly? No. Do you dare to go home with me? Let my grandma confirm whether the person who knows where my mom's mole is really you. Wang Ming was shocked. After so long, would his grandmother have forgotten what he looked like? No, I can't take this risk. I had originally planned to be careful to avoid meeting her grandmother since we live in the same community. Boom! Suddenly, there was another loud thunder outside the window, and this time the sound was like a thunderbolt. Zo Xuching was startled and subconsciously shrank into Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and looked down at her. Are you afraid of thunder? No. It was just that such a loud noise suddenly appeared, I just did it subconsciously. Zo Xuching shook her head and clutched his clothes tightly. Wang Ming chuckled, reached out and picked her up, and walked towards the stairs to the second floor. Don't be afraid, let's go to the bedroom and talk. Let me go. As long as my grandma says it's not you, I can live here with you every day. Zo Xuching struggled, but was like a kitten in front of Wang Ming's physique. Wang Ming walked into the bedroom on the second floor, turned on the light, and then gently placed her on the bed. He leaned over to look at her, his fingertips gently stroking her cheek. Xuching, I was attracted by your little ruffian look the first time I saw you. I hope you can show your unruly side soon. Zo Xuching shook his head, no. Come home with me. Everyone's home is different. Boom, boom. There were two more loud thunderclaps. Zo Xuching screamed in fright. Wang Ming curled his lips in amusement. Such a straightforward woman is still afraid of thunder. He hugged Zo Xuching and kissed her. Zo Xuching wanted to push Wang Ming away, but her heart was trembling, and the strength she was pushing on Wang Ming gradually relaxed. In Wang Ming's system panel, her obsession level increased by another point. The sound of rain outside the window was getting heavier, but it can't hide the beauty inside the room. 5 hours later. Zo Xuching was fast asleep in the bedroom on the second floor. Grandma already has 8 missed calls. Wang Ming sat at the counter of the Western restaurant on the first floor drinking Red Bull. In the system panel, Zo Xuching's obsession level increased from 84 to 92. Emotional status, I have a soft spot in my heart. Wang Ming kept recalling Zo Xuching's hateful look in his mind. Jia Feng's death was not caused by herself, but she was indeed responsible for the cause of the incident. As long as she becomes a mother, maybe she can let go of her hatred. Wang Ming murmured to himself. He continued to think. Although Zo Xuching has a very wealthy family background, judging from various conditions, her wealth should be not much different from mine. But because of the system, his wealth will continue to increase, and Jiang Yao is maintaining the company. He clenched the wine glass in his hand and made up his mind to make it up to Zo Xuching. Later, she met some ruthless people through Lin Qi, and tried to get them to help her father get fewer years in prison. Jia Feng. I will do my best to make it up to you. Thinking of this, Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh, and took another sip of Red Bull. The mixed taste of slightly spicy, bitter, and sweet flowed down his throat. He glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Open Wei Xin message and leave a message to Chen Yusin. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, come to the south gate of Baodi, Longwan, and wait for me. After he sent it, he returned to the interface and saw his cousin's unread message. I'm going to participate in the Miss Nanzhou City pageant this month, so I'll come find you next month. Please pray for me. I hope I can make it into the top 3. Wang Ming replied, I wish you all the best. If you need money, please tell me. After he replied to his cousin, he also saw Li Zhishuan's unread message. #I'm so tired. By the way, the vegetable and meat sections are completely empty, and the stock of daily necessities is running low, and other items are also running low. A large quantity of goods will arrive tomorrow morning. Please allocate funds to me. Wang Ming transferred 500,000 yuan to Li Zhishuan, which was enough for the supermarket to purchase goods for 2 days. He looked at the balance in his mobile bank account, 22.5 million. Looking at it now, Lu Guo's family background is really not worth mentioning. Wang Ming calculated all his current assets. Cash, 22.5 million. 200 system coins. A second-floor detached house in Baodi, Longwan. A Hummer sports car and a Beetle. A bouquet of sweet flowers. There are also monthly dividends from Jiang Yao's company. At this time, on the other side, in 1101, Building 2, Jade Court. Zhou Mengmeng came back from Lu Guo's house and had been sitting in the living room with Zo Xuching for 2 hours. She curled up on the beige sofa, her fingertips twirling the ends of her hair anxiously. Mom, you haven't seen how popular he is now. He can be seen in all the videos of Lin Chi, Chen Lao, He Zhu, and Lin Wei on Douyin. Any video can get over 1 million likes. Zo Mengming's face was filled with regret, and she continued angrily, I really regret this so much. Wang Ming must be very rich now, but he just ignores me. Humph, after more than 3 years of relationship, I wanted to see him but he refused. What a heartless guy. All my efforts were wasted. Zo Xuching shook her head helplessly and sighed, you were the one who dumped him in the first place, so don't think about him anymore. He already has a girlfriend. When she mentioned girlfriend, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Is it Li Zixuan? This girl, her ex-boyfriend is dead and she's hooking up with my boyfriend. Zo Mengming gritted her teeth unwillingly. Lu Guowa's parents promised to give me 2 million and buy me a large car. Then pay in full to buy us a new house, and my name will be added to the property title. They compromised with me step by step, but I just wouldn't give in. Lu Guowa is a useless person, but Wang Ming has become so rich. I really want to get the money first, then dump Lu Guowa, and then go find Wang Ming. Zo Xuching couldn't bear to listen any longer, and her former gentleness disappeared without a trace in an instant. She stood up suddenly, pointing her finger at Zo Mengming, her arms shaking with anger, her voice trembling. You, how could you have such an idea? You should either abort the child or leave Lu Guowa completely. Or marry him and live a good life. As for Wang Ming, he ignored you and has a new girlfriend, so how could you be so shameless as to go to him? Zo Mengming was frightened by the sudden outburst of anger from the usually gentle Zo Xuching. She quickly stood up, took Zo Xuching's arm, and comforted her. Mom, haven't you noticed? Even if you work so hard your whole life, you can only achieve a comfortable life. You can't drive a luxury car or live in a big villa. I'm doing this for my own good, and I admit that I'm realistic. I must try to make Wang Ming change his mind. As for Lu Guowa, I've carefully calculated that the baby in her belly is not his at all. What? Zo Xuching's brain buzzed and his eyes widened. Chapter 71. It's time for breakfast. She collapsed on the sofa. The child Mengming is carrying isn't her boyfriend's. It's Wang Ming's. Oh my god. Zo Xuching felt dizzy and as if the whole world was collapsing. Her feelings for Wang Ming were completely devoted and lasted until death. Once I decide on him, no one else will ever enter my heart. But Mengming is pregnant with his child. Zo Xuching gritted her teeth, her eyes were red, and she just stood there. Seeing her mother in such a state, Zo Mengming anxiously called out, "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Are you sick?" Zo Xuching was in extreme pain, as if she had lost her hearing, and Zo Mengming's voice could not reach her ears at all. She wondered inwardly, what would the cute child call me then? Grandma? Or stepmom? Why is it Wang Ming's child, why? Seeing her mother mumbling in a trance, Zo Mengming was stunned for a moment, then immediately covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha. Mom, do you think the baby in my belly is Wang Ming's? Haha, it's not his. Zo Xuching suddenly looked up, eyes full of shock. What did you say? It's not Wang Ming's? Zo Mengming continued to smile, then sat next to her mother and said proudly. 2 months before Wang Ming and I broke up, we stopped checking into hotels together. Zo Xuching hurriedly wiped away the tears from her eyes, her brows relaxed, and she asked anxiously. Are you telling the truth? After she asked this question, her thoughts changed and she was immediately shocked. It's neither Lu Guowa's nor Wang Ming's. Are you stepping on 3 boats? Zo Mengming immediately looked unhappy and puffed up her cheeks. Oh, what you said was so harsh. She noticed that Zo Xuching was very excited and asked doubtfully. Why are you so excited? I told you that you're not pregnant with Guowa's child, and you seem a little weird. Zo Xuching immediately realized that she had lost her composure and tried to calm herself down, then avoided his gaze. You don't tell me anything, I don't even know whose baby you're carrying, how can I not be anxious? Zo Mengming nodded thoughtfully, oh. She grinned again and said, I'm just afraid that you'll worry. Zo Xuching's heart, which had almost stopped beating just now, returned to normal at this moment. She secretly felt fortunate that she and her daughter almost got into a Shura field. Zo Mengming hugged her shoulders and curled her lips. Humph, but I'm going to make a big deal about the baby in my belly. First get some money from Lu Guowa, and then tell Wang Ming that the child is his. He will definitely change his mind and make it up to me. Then I will have him in my power. Just wait and see. Zo Xuching's nerves, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking and she shouted loudly. Zo Mengmeng. You're going too far. Zo Mengmeng was frightened by this roar again. Mom, what's wrong with you today? It's not Wang Ming's child, and you're still trying to scam him? This is fraud. Blackmail. Zo Xuching vented all the anger she hadn't expressed in decades today, and there was no more tenderness in her beautiful eyes. Zo Mengmeng was speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, what her mother said seemed to make sense. She looked unwilling and frowned as she thought. Zo Xuching stood up, pointed at Zo Mengmeng's nose, and looked down at her with a frown. Your greed for money is due to my poor education, and this is my fault. Now you dare to blackmail me and use the reputation of the unborn child in your belly in exchange for your dirty money. Tell me. Whose child is this? Zo Mengmeng bit her lips hard, feeling angry and her teeth chattering. Zo Xuching continued to shout, You damn girl. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Speak now. Zo Mengmeng also stood up suddenly and said loudly, To tell you the truth, there is a third lamb to be slaughtered. The child belongs to an old man. Older than you. I met him when I was doing internship in my senior year and met him every week. I earned 60,000 yuan in just 3 months. He contacted me again a few months ago, and we've been in a relationship for the past few months. Zo Xuching felt dizzy and Zo Mengmeng's words hit her heart hard. The child I raised is so obsessed with money and greed. Seeing Zo Xuching slumped on the sofa again, Zo Mengmeng lowered her voice and tried to comfort her. Mom, the few $1,000s you give me every month is not enough for me to spend. The money Wang Ming saved on dinner every month and the money he earned from working during the summer and winter vacations, combined, is not as much as what the uncle gave me. How do you think I bought my orange phone and orange computer, and... Shut up. Zo Xuching's tears no longer just rolled in her eyes, but fell directly from her eyes, accompanied by sobs. What a sin. Looks like I really need to start a new account. Zo Mengmeng did not sit down to comfort her mother, but just shook her head. You are the same, too. You have waited for so many years and finally got close to my rich stepfather whom I have never met. You can, but can't I use my beauty to fight for happiness? Seeing that her mother didn't say anything and just cried sadly, Zo Mengmeng gritted her teeth and said fiercely. I must ask Wang Ming out and hit him with the baby in my belly. After saying that, Zo Mengmeng walked to the entrance, changed her shoes, picked up her umbrella, slammed the door and walked out. Zo Xuching wiped the tears from her face and looked towards the entrance, feeling that her daughter was getting farther and farther away from her. Maybe Wang Ming is right and he should cut off ties with her as soon as possible. The sound of thunder and rain outside gradually became quieter, but Zo Xuching did not feel sleepy at all. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Wang Ming. Tomorrow we will meet up with Meng Meng as a couple. 9 o'clock the next morning. Wang Ming woke up and glanced at Zo Xuching who was still sleeping next to him, feeling unsatisfied. After Zo Xuching was injured, he became much gentler. He opened Wei Xin and saw Zo Xuching's message. He was surprised that she had suddenly come to her senses. He really didn't want to see Zo Mengmeng's face again, and he didn't care at all whether she knew about his relationship with Zo Xuching. But since Zo Xuching had spoken, we can only do as she wished. He replied, Okay, you decide the time and place, I'll find you when I'm done. Just after replying to Zo Xuching's message, the phone rang. It was Zo Mengmeng's best friend Chen Yusen. Hello. Boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I arrived at 8:30. You have to be on time on your first day at work. Why haven't you come out yet? Why rush me? Wait until I finish my morning exercise. Oh, okay, then you can practice. I'll be at Namdaemun. Wang Ming hung up the phone and looked at Zo Xuching, who was breathing evenly and showed no sign of waking up. He pushed her gently. Zo Xuching opened his eyes slightly and said impatiently, I want to sleep until the afternoon today, don't disturb me. Wang Ming curled his lips and smiled, Good boy, it's time for breakfast. Chapter 72 Exploding Purity. 40 minutes later. Wang Ming drove a Hummer supercar from the garage entrance of the community and drove to the south gate of Baodi, Longwan. The gate slowly rose and the car stopped beside the curb. Wang Ming pushed open the car door casually and saw Chen Yusen standing on the stone steps next to the gate. She was kicking stones out of boredom. He walked towards Chen Yusen slowly. Chen Yusen looked up abruptly when she heard footsteps, then quickly walked over to him. Wang Ming, have you been doing your morning exercises for so long? Call me boss. Wang Ming shouted. His eyes fell on Shen Yusin's clothes. Even in such cold weather, she was wearing a burgundy halter dress with a deep V neckline that almost reached her collarbone, revealing her fair skin and the faintly visible cleavage. The skirt was cut to mid-thigh and swayed with every step, and she wore black white heel leather shoes. Wang Ming wondered in his heart which driver dressed like that. Shen Yusin bent over and tugged at her transparent stockings, smiling charmingly. "Look, Meng Meng said you like women wearing stockings." Wang Ming, who was originally quite pleased when she mentioned Zo Mengmeng, suddenly crossed his arms and asked angrily, "Are you a model or a driver?" "Look, I deliberately didn't wear high heels." Shen Yusin raised her foot playfully. Wang Ming raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Have you had breakfast? It would have been eaten 800 years ago. Eat some more?" Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and stared at Shen Yusin up and down. Shen Yusin was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Wang Ming meant. She nodded slightly, but cursed secretly in her heart. "This guy. He cried his eyes out when he broke up with Meng Meng, and now that he has money, he has become a bad guy. I heard Meng Meng say that he has a new girlfriend. Could it really be Li Zhishuan?" Wang Ming said impatiently, "What are you still dawdling about? Get in the car." After Wang Ming finished speaking, he walked towards Hanyu. Shen Yusin followed obediently behind. Even though she knew what kind of car she was going to drive, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise when she saw the Hummer. "Wow! It's really a Hummer. It's this year's new model. Oh my god, is this really yours? Not rented?" Wang Ming handed the key to Shen Yusin. "I specially modified this to a manual transmission. Can you drive it?" Shen Yusin pretended to smile charmingly. "Ha! I can, but I'm afraid I'll shift the gears in the wrong place." Wang Ming secretly sighed that Shen Yusin was indeed Zo Mengmeng's best friend, and she was really open about this aspect. "Go ahead, get in the car." After Wang Ming finished speaking, Shen Yusin unlocked the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Wang Ming sat in the passenger seat. Shen Yusin put the car in gear and gently lifted the clutch and brake. "Where are we going to have breakfast? We can't have it here, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ming suddenly raised his hand and slapped Shen Yusin hard. Shen Yusin was caught off guard, and her feet on the clutch and brake were suddenly lifted up in panic because of the slap. Fortunately, the car performed well and did not stall, and it started forward immediately. Wang Ming quickly applied the handbrake and pressed the engine stop button. At this time, Shen Yusin's face was already red and she felt a burning pain. When she realized what was happening, tears welled up in her eyes and she shouted, "Wang Ming! Are you crazy? Why did you hit me?" Wang Ming snorted coldly, "You stinky bitch, when we were in school, you took Meng Meng out to fool around all day long, and even called me a loser in front of her. You have half the credit for my breaking up with her. Now that I have money, you change your face. You are a good singer of Sichuan opera." Shen Yusin wiped her tears and said aggrievely, "You never know what will happen. If I had known you would end up like this, I wouldn't have dared to say anything bad about you. You're so mean. I'm just reminding you today that if you want to continue being my driver, don't tell anyone anything. I'll give you 20,000 yuan for this slap in the face. If you want to leave, get off now. If you want to continue working, drive to the underground garage and have breakfast." Shen Yusin couldn't stop crying and sobbed. Wang Ming took out a stack of tissues from his storage box and handed them to her, saying coldly, "Wipe your tears. If you cry again, get out of here immediately." Shen Yusin took the tissue and thought to herself, "My current monthly salary is 20,000 yuan, and all food, clothing, housing and transportation are reimbursed. There is also a year-end bonus, which means I can make more than 30,000 yuan a month." Moreover, Wang Ming is not bad-looking, with a tough guy style. Pretty boys are popular in the entire Eastern Hemisphere now, and Wang Ming's style is rare. Although I am not worthy of him, I am happy to have breakfast with him every day. Are you going to get off the car or continue to be my driver? Wang Ming urged. Shen Yusin wiped the tears from her face, took a deep breath, put her feet back on the clutch and brake, started the engine, and the car started slowly. Wang Ming saw that Shen Yusin had been tamed a little now. He had expected this to happen. Like Zo Mengmeng, who was greedy for profit, how could she not go against money? As he thought about it, he began to wonder, if such a money-hungry woman was bound to the system, her obsession level would reach 100. Will she choose money or herself at that time? Where are we going? Wang Ming pointed to the distance. The entrance to the basement outside the community is over there. Shen Yusin sobbed again and drove towards the basement. The two men arrived at the basement and drove the car to an unlit corner. After turning off the engine, Shen Yusin turned her head to look at Wang Ming, then bit her lip, took out a hairband from her bag, and tied her hair up. 2 hours later, Wang Ming drove to Jianyao in his new company. The new address is in the same park as the office space that Wang Ming rented in Longjun Building, separated only by one building. Wang Ming turned his head to look at Shen Yusin, who had fainted in the passenger seat, and frowned in thought. Why hasn't the system triggered the binding yet? Shen Yusin is 22 years old, just like me. She's old enough, and has a nice figure. Just as I was thinking, the system prompt sounded. Beep. Discover the binding object. The other party's initial infatuation with the host has reached 80, and can be directly bound. Bound to Shen Yusin. Age, 22. Appearance, 89. Body size, 88. Purity, 90. Infatuation, 80. Triggering task, the bound subject angrily slaps his best friend Zo Mengmeng 10 times. Wang Ming's brows relaxed when he saw the binding prompt interface pop up. After all, Shen Yusin's appearance and figure scores are definitely over 80, and it is really unreasonable not to bind her after doing it. He looked at the system panel and found that her appearance score was indeed slightly higher than Li Zhishuan's. It seems that the system's aesthetic is almost the same as mine. But in terms of the status in people's hearts, women like Shen Yusin and Zo Mengmeng who only care about money cannot compare to Li Zhishuan at all. He secretly prayed that the system would not make a mistake and bind Zo Mengmeng. As Wang Ming continued to scan down the information of the bound object, he was shocked, and the bull was so frightened that it almost hit the green belt. Purity level minus 90? 19 men? Damn it, Clay Kid. Why is this tied up? Wang Ming turned to look at Shen Yusin. Zo Mengmeng hung out with her all day in college, so Zo Mengmeng should also be feeling negative at this moment. Only then did he realize how precious the virginity of Zo Xuching and Zhang Xushuang was. It's also hard to find someone like Li Zhishuan who scored 90 points. He shook his head, not knowing whether he could delete the bound object. At least 60 points, this. Wang Ming looked at Shen Yusin again and realized that he was the 20th flower among her thousands of flowers. It's even more extravagant than what I could do with the system, but it's still too conservative. It's really embarrassing to compare it with this innate flower-picking holy body. I really want to punch her. Chapter 73 Two Bosses. Let us look at Shen Yusin's task again. Did she slap Zo Mengmeng 10 times in anger? Making best friends turn against each other, this is okay. But this level of purity is really uninteresting. Now that we've tied it up, let's get some rewards first. Wang Ming glanced at Shen Yusin, who was still unconscious, sighed, got out of the car and walked towards the building. Just as Wang Ming walked into the building and stepped into the elevator, Shen Yusin in the car woke up with a groan. She opened her eyes with difficulty. Shen Yusin screamed in pain and found that her left arm and right leg could not move, and she felt severe pain. Her face was burning, and she endured the pain, using one hand to barely support her body and sit up straight. She opened the passenger side makeup mirror, looked at herself in the mirror, and burst into tears. At this time, both faces were swollen and purple. She remembered it all at once. During this time, Wang Ming slapped himself several times. Beast, she cried and roared. Shen Yusin realized that her left arm and right calf were severely dislocated. This kind of dislocation pain was not new to her after all, she was a veteran. But this is the first time I have suffered such a serious injury. She gritted her teeth, raised her right arm, and trembled as she reconnected the bones of her left arm, beads of sweat rolling down her face. Then she grasped her right leg with both hands and exerted force suddenly. With a scream, she instantly collapsed and leaned back in the seat, gasping for breath. Meng, you are such a ruthless person. No one can endure this kind of pain. Even though I've been on many battlefields, I've never ended up like this. You can actually handle other people while being with Wang Ming. I admire you. Shen Yusin murmured to herself, her eyes full of admiration. Where's Wang Ming? She suddenly came to her senses and looked out the car window. Shen Yusin felt very strange. She clearly felt that Wang Ming was extremely excessive when he was doing it, but at this moment she couldn't help but miss him. At this time, Wang Ming was checking the information panel of the bound object in the elevator. Shen Yusin's obsession level jumped from 80 to 93. Wang Ming raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that Shen Yusin has woken up. She must be savoring it, and with the system's emotional bonus, her infatuation deepened. The elevator reached the 19th floor. Wang Ming stepped out of the elevator and the system's consciousness suddenly appeared. Hey, master. Hey kid, tell me, what's going on? I've been told I'm a girl. The system responded coquettishly, why are you so angry? Is my purity level -90 still binding? Do you think I'm a rag collector? Rag collectors don't collect everything. What if I get sick? It will be so troublesome to treat it. Wang Ming complained angrily. Master, don't panic. Why are you always panicking? Do you remember what I said when we first met? I don't remember. Old or young, clean or sick, crazy or simple, as long as they are beautiful and sexy. All of them? Wang Ming suddenly realized. Now you remember it. Wang Ming folded his arms, gnashing his teeth. You want me to die? Sick? What are you thinking? Binding to this system will give you immunity to viruses and bacteria. No viruses or bacteria in the world will be effective against the host. Ebola, masks, tuberculosis, all immune? Yes, but I'm not immune to the water from the Akagawa River in India. My system is currently immune to the bacteria there, so please don't drink it. I'm immune to everything else. Ah, but I still feel uncomfortable and want to delete her from the system. Or you are the master and I am the servant, whatever you want I will do. This time, we have developed a function to delete the bound object. Click the bound object's avatar to pop up the option to delete the other party. The prerequisite is that the other party's obsession level reaches 100, and the system task triggered by the other party has been completed at least once. And system coins will be deducted. The deducted value is the other party's purity. Wang Ming rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and then asked. So, if I unbind someone with a purity level of 100, 100 system coins will be deducted, so -90. That means I'll be given 90 system coins? That's right. Okay, I feel a little relieved. Wang Ming nodded slightly. Goodbye, master. I will continue to develop new treasures. The system's consciousness disappears. Wang Ming clicked on Chen Yusen's profile picture in the system and confirmed the deletion. Sure enough, a message popped up saying the deletion conditions have not been met. I'll definitely delete you from the system. Wang Ming angrily closed the interface and walked towards the company. He discovered that half of the floor was his company's territory. This Jiang Yao made such a big scene. Wang Ming muttered to himself, looking up at the department signs hanging on the doors of each office. The design department, operations department, business department, and even human resources have a separate office space. Back then, the company only had 1 HR and 7 employees. Things are really different now. Wang Ming praised Jiang Yao in his heart, and then walked towards the direction of the general manager's office written on the door. Just as he was about to open the door, an employee came out from the operations department. She saw Wang Ming about to open the door and immediately yelled at him. Hey! You didn't even knock on the door to see the boss. Wang Ming subconsciously turned his head after being yelled at, then said with a smile, I'm the boss too. The woman walked forward with small steps, curling her lips and smiling. You're the boss? Ha, you've come to the wrong company. Look, this is Yunju Jewelry World. I'm here for the Yunju Decoration World, that's right. I don't think I've seen you in the company before. Are you our employee? Wang Ming shook his head. What employee? I've already said I'm the boss. After hearing this, the woman slapped Wang Ming's arm with the folder in her hand and said impatiently. Our boss is Mr. Jiang. I went to HR for the interview, what the hell is going on? Wang Ming ignored her, just glared at her and continued to reach out to open the door. The woman immediately raised her eyebrows and said loudly. Hey! Don't you understand? You're going to HR for an interview, can't you read? This is our boss office. Wang Ming exhaled sharply, turned around and asked, which department are you from? The woman held her head high and said proudly, I'm the second in command of the operations department. At this time, Jiang Yao in the office heard the woman's sharp voice. She pushed open the door and her eyes fixed on Wang Ming. You're here. Didn't you say you'd come to the company in the morning? Why are you here after lunch break? I just had something to do and just finished it. Wang Ming said with a smile. Jiang Yao looked at the woman again. Xiaoli, what are you yelling about in the corridor? The woman was stunned for a moment, then whispered back, "He is really our employee. I thought he was here for an interview. I saw him knocking on your door." Jiang Yao laughed out loud. "Huh, what interview? This is the boss." The woman turned her head abruptly and looked at Wang Ming, her eyes widening. You are the boss too?" Wang Ming also laughed. "You just slapped me with the folder, I want to slap you back." Chapter 70 for the third one until death. The woman was a little embarrassed and quickly bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry, boss, I really didn't know." Jiang Yao patted the woman's shoulder gently and said gently, "It's not your fault, I haven't had time to gather everyone to announce it. Now that all departments of the new company are on track, it's time to hold a general meeting. After lunch break, tell all departments to gather in the conference room." The woman nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Then she bowed to Wang Ming and said, "Goodbye, boss." She breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the bathroom. Jiang Yao patted Wang Ming's arm and raised the corners of her eyes with a smile. "What are you looking at? Because I'm young?" Wang Ming turned around and frowned, saying, "He looks about the same age as me, and he's already the second in command in operations? This girl has strong business capabilities. As long as she keeps working hard, she will definitely be able to take the position of head of the operations department in the future." As Jiang Yao was talking, she noticed that Wang Ming's pants were wet. Didn't the rain stop this morning? Why are your pants so wet?" She pulled Wang Ming into the office and said, "There's a dryer on the 10th floor. I'll help you dry it." Wang Ming sighed in disgust. "No, I can't have this one. It's very dirty. I'll buy a new one and have my errand boy bring it over." Jiang Yao glared at him. "Even if you have money, you can't just throw things away casually." "Are you going to throw things away too?" Wang Ming smiled helplessly and said, "You've been refusing." Jiang Yao turned around, closed the door, and suddenly moved closer to Wang Ming and hugged him. Wang Ming was shocked by this sudden action. Although she liked him, she had always resisted intimate actions. The woman who always remained restrained in front of him now buried herself in his arms. Jiang Yao's brows were filled with sorrow, and she opened her lips softly. "So you're working in my company, a rich kid trying to experience life. I know I'm not worthy of you, but Xiaoji really likes you, and I need you." On the day when the 10 million arrived, Jiang Yao had already figured it out. Zo Xuching had the same idea. She was afraid that if she continued to be reserved, Wang Ming would slip away from her world. Wang Ming hugged Jiang Yao tightly. "I like Xiaoji too." He leaned his head down. Jiang Yao pushed him away and said, "No, this is an office." She took Wang Ming's hand and walked towards the glass partition inside the office. Walking into the compartment, Wang Ming's attention was caught by the overly large walnut wardrobe in the corner. "Why do you have such a big wardrobe in your office?" Jiang Yao smiled silently and took out a pearly white remote control from the desk drawer. With a soft beep sound, the moment the two cabinet doors slid open, the clothes hanging inside suddenly moved horizontally to both sides. Then the cabinet panel on the inside of the wardrobe was revealed, slowly turning over. Wang Ming's eyes widened. "This is a dark room." Jiang Yao smiled coquettishly. "Let's go. This is our own world. Come in." Jiang Yao's voice was bewitching. She pulled the stunned Wang Ming into the dark room and the cabinet panel behind them closed. In the 30 square meter space, a projection screen is hung on the wall opposite the big bed. The bathroom door was half open, and a large built-in bathtub could be vaguely seen behind the frosted glass. "You built a couple's suite in the company," Wang Ming exclaimed as he looked around. "The sound insulation material here is super good. No one outside can hear the firecrackers," Jiang Yao said proudly. Wang Ming calmed down his surprise, exhaled and sighed. "You are so capable and good at doing things, but your husband is such an idiot. He actually abandoned his wife and children." Jiang Yao's smile froze on her face instantly. "Don't mention that beast to me. When we divorced, he took out all the things in the house and didn't even leave me a pair of chopsticks. He made me eat rice with my hands like an Indian." She hugged Wang Ming again with a moving expression. "On the contrary, you have invested so much money in me. If I continue to be so arrogant, I will really deserve to die." Wang Ming put his arm around Jiang Yao's waist and asked, "Have you thought about it? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt again?" Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I won't force you to be Xiuji's father anymore, nor will I interfere with you too much. As long as you are free to spend time with us mother and son, I will be satisfied." "I think I understand," you, are not something I can control. Jiang Yao figured it out. As long as the other person liked her, status, such an insignificant thing, didn't matter. There was a formal status at the beginning, but what was the result? Just as Wang Ming was wondering why she suddenly changed, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. An hour later, Wang Ming lay on the bed looking at the system panel. Jiang Yao's obsession level has reached 100. Received 1,000 system coins. At this time, there are 1,200 system coins, and Wang Ming is not in a hurry to use them. I decided to test the waters with a professional boxer first before deciding which enhancement to buy. Jiang Yao came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel and said to Wang Ming, who was lying on the bed, "Lunch break is almost over, let's go eat. I'll introduce you as the boss to the employees later." Wang Ming finally felt tired now. He propped himself up and sat up, his voice a little weak. "What are you going to eat?" The phone suddenly rang, and he answered it. "Hello." Chen Yusin's complaining voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. It's already past lunchtime." Wang Ming then remembered Chen Yusin in the car. "I'll be coming down soon. Come eat if you're hungry." "I've already eaten, why would I be waiting for you?" "I'm waiting for you to reimburse me." "You have money, don't you? Spend it first and report it at the end of the month." After Wang Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone before Chen Yusin could respond. At this time, Jiang Yao had changed her clothes. She took out a pair of men's trousers from the wardrobe in the secret room and threw them on the bed. "Well, the clothes I prepared for you really came in handy." Wang Ming sighed that Jiang Yao was really thoughtful, worthy of being a woman who had given birth to a child. "Who called you to eat just now?" Wang Ming shook his head. "It's my driver. Hey, he's really tall, rich, and handsome. He even has a full-time driver. Now that I'm rich, I should hire a driver too. Only female drivers are allowed." Wang Ming reminded seriously. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed. "I don't care about you, but you control me so strictly." Wang Ming packed up and got off the elevator with Jiang Yao. When walking out of the building, Chen Yusin, who was leaning against the front of a Hummer in a parking space not far away, saw Wang Ming at a glance. Seeing clearly that the woman next to him was holding his arm, he stood up straight with a scorching gaze. Is this his new girlfriend? She curled her lips with envy. Middle-aged women have great figures. Chen Yusin bit her lower lip and looked at the waistline outlined by Jiang Yao's professional suit, which was much more delicate than her own. She kicked the tire. Humph. Chen Yusin's infatuation level with Wang Ming at this time is 93, and her emotional state is that she has a special liking for him. Just when she was having lunch, she somehow deleted all the ambiguous opposite-sex contacts in Wei Xian's mind. The mobile phone number is also blocked. Chapter 75. The scene is like a dream. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao walked towards the bull cart. Jiang Yao was graceful and held Wang Ming's arm, her eyes full of dependence. Chen Yusin stood beside the car, the jealous fire in her eyes almost bursting out. She watched the two people approach and lowered her arms that were folded across her chest. Boss, this is your new girlfriend? Wow, she's prettier than Meng Meng, and older too. Chen Yusin looked at Jiang Yao in a sarcastic tone. Wang Ming stretched out his hand and pretended to slap Chen Yusin, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands in fear. Wang Ming didn't hit her, he just scared her. From now on, keep your mouth shut. You don't need to drive with your mouth, understand? Just be a good driver. Jiang Yao frowned when she saw this scene. The girl in front of him had a red face and bruises all over her body. Did Wang Ming beat the driver? I was asked to recruit female drivers, but he... Yeah, that's right, he also recruited female drivers, which seems reasonable. Chen Yusin's eyes were red and she was trying hard to hold back her tears. I just cut off all ties with all the ambiguous partners for him, how could he do this to myself? Chen Yusin felt bitter. Jiang Yao broke the awkwardness, smiled politely and extended her hand. Hello, I'm Jiang Yao, Wang Ming's partner. Chen Yusin stretched out her hand in response. Partner? You just held his arm. Wang Ming frowned. Chen Yusin, I told you to keep your mouth shut, or you'll resign yourself? Chen Yusin was choked by Wang Ming's words, and her eyes became red again. Thinking back to the past, Wang Ming was like a bootlicker. When Zhou Mengmeng dumped him, he begged me to say good things about him and almost knelt down in front of me. In just 2 months, Wang Ming opened a company, met celebrities, drove a sports car, and had women on his arm. The most incredible thing is that I actually fell in love with him. It is true that karma is the law of nature and no one can escape it. Jiang Yao patted Wang Ming's arm gently. Why are you so mean to girls? At this time, a large and medium-sized car slowly stopped in a nearby parking space. The car door opened and a woman got out from the driver's seat. She was wearing a smoky pink silk dress and a pair of black high heels. The weather is cool. She wore a beige cashmere sweater on the outside and 50D thick warm flesh-colored stockings on her legs. Sister Zo, hey! Jiang Yao saw Zo Xuching and waved her hand to greet her. Xuching? Wang Ming was stunned. Auntie? Chen Yusin was surprised. Do you know each other? Wang Ming and Jiang Yao said in unison. Auntie is the mother of his ex-girlfriend. Chen Yusin said immediately. What a coincidence. Jiang Yao curled her lips. Wang Ming glared at Chen Yusin. I told you to shut up. Shut up. Chen Yusin was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Zo Xuching approached the group and was surprised to find Wang Ming next to Jiang Yao. Hello, Auntie. Yusin, why are you here too? What's wrong with your face? Zo Xuching asked in surprise when she saw Chen Yusin's face was as red as if she had been scalded by boiling water. At the zoo, I was punched twice by a savage gorilla. Wang Ming glared at Chen Yusin. Was she calling him a primitive? He looked at Zo Xuching nervously and swallowed hard. Xuching, why are you here? Chen Yusin's eyes drifted back and forth between Wang Ming and Zo Xuching. Xuching? Shouldn't I call her auntie? Zo Xuching frowned. I was just about to ask you, why are you here? I sent you a WeChat message at noon but you didn't reply. Ah. I was busy just now. Wang Ming's heart was about to explode. How could Jiang Yao know Zo Xuching? Sister Zo, my partner is Wang Ming. Zo Xuching's face was instantly filled with astonishment. She stared straight at Wang Ming and asked, are you the one who invested 15 million in Jiang Yao? Wang Ming nodded slightly. 15 million? Chen Yusin was so shocked that she almost fell over. Zo Xuching nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is, Wang Ming. It seems like you're still hiding a lot of things from me. Wang Ming explained softly, you've been upset lately, and I told you so I'm afraid you'd worry about it. Zo Xuching still felt something was amiss, but suddenly she remembered the purpose of her trip, and her frown relaxed. She took out a folded document bag from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yao. The most famous people in Shiguan's home decoration design field are all on this list. Jiang Yao said a little embarrassedly, you can just send me the electronic version, why bother coming here in person? This is a list I got through a trusted source. We can't afford to make any mistakes when doing private headhunting. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I printed it out and sent it to you. Thank you, Sister Zo. I was just busy with something. Have you had lunch? I've already eaten. Wang Ming suddenly realized that Jiang Yao had asked Zo Xuching to find out which company the most famous designers in Shiguan City worked for. Zo Xuching was a fashion design teacher at a top design college. She knew all the big names in various design fields, so it was easy for her to get this information. Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming again and reminded him. I've sent you the address and time for tonight's meeting. Yes, I will be there on time. Jiang Yao couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect the world to be so small. Wang Ming is actually your daughter's ex-boyfriend. Zo Xuching waved her hand and said, don't mention this anymore. It's all in the past. I'm leaving now. Hearing that Zo Xuching was about to leave, Jiang Yao hurriedly grabbed her. Sister, don't go. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Come with me to have a meal. I'll take you upstairs to see my new company later. Wang Ming prayed silently in his heart, don't agree to it, leave quickly, I am not ready to face the Shura field mode. Zo Xuching thought about it and smiled gently, okay. After she finished speaking, she walked over to Wang Ming and put her arm around his. Wang Ming's body trembled violently, and Jiang Yao and Chen Yusin both widened their eyes in shock. The two of them were wondering, how could they have such a good relationship? Not to mention that Zhou Mengmeng has already broken up with Wang Ming. Even if they hadn't broken up, their relationship wouldn't be so close that they'd be arm in arm, right? Wang Ming sighed helplessly, then, let's go. He turned to Chen Yusin and said, wait here. Chen Yusin nodded. Zo Xuching said, Yusin, come along. I haven't seen you in a long time. Chen Yusin looked at Wang Ming timidly and saw Wang Ming nod helplessly. The four of them came to the Chinese restaurant across the street. Zo Xuching sat next to Wang Ming, and Zhang Yao and Chen Yusin sat opposite them. We ordered 4 dishes, which were gradually served. During the meal, Zo Xuching kept picking up food for Wang Ming and pouring water for him. These scenes left Zhang Yao and Chen Yusin stunned. Chen Yusin's mind was in a mess. She had a guess in her mind, but this guess was too outrageous, so she quickly shook her head to make herself more sober. I kept saying to myself, calm down, everything today was just a dream, it was all a dream. 15 million, falling in love with Wang Ming. Auntie took Wang Ming's arm. Yes. It's all a dream. Zhang Yao, who had lived for more than 30 years, had been married and had children, now saw the clues. She bit her lips, tears welled up in her eyes, and she held the chopsticks tightly, with no appetite at all. Only then did I understand that the reason Wang Ming had been rejecting me was because of Sister Zo. Zo Xuching is beautiful, has a great figure, and is still single. How can I compare to her? Zo Xuching saw Zhang Yao's eyes red, frowned and asked, Sister, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yao immediately came back to her senses, turned her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. It's okay. The mosquitoes are fierce in autumn. They just bit my eyelid. Zo Xuching nodded and continued to pick up food for Wang Ming. Wang Ming ate the food in his mouth, but it tasted like wax. Although I expected that there would be a sure field day, I didn't expect it to come so soon. He was surprised. Logically speaking, Zo Xuching should have been more cautious with Chen Yusin present. It seems that she really wants to have a showdown with Zo Mengmeng tonight and no longer cares about these things. Chapter 76, Stop bragging, okay? When they had almost finished eating, Zo Xuching's phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone, okay, I'll send it to you as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Zhang Yao and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I can't come to your company. I have to go back immediately. Why are you so anxious all of a sudden? The client is eager to see the drawings, but I haven't finished them yet. I have something else to do in the evening, so I can only rush out in the afternoon. Zhang Yao nodded in understanding, okay. Goodbye, Auntie. Chen Yusin said politely to Zo Xuching. While eating, Zo Xuching found out that Chen Yusin was Wang Ming's driver. She said to Chen Yusin meaningfully, Yusin, if Wang Ming bullies you, you must tell your aunt. Chen Yusin glanced at Wang Ming timidly, then quickly shook her head and said excitedly, Auntie, being Wang Ming's driver is such a great deal. I almost fainted this morning from sheer joy. She turned to look at Wang Ming, is that right, boss? Wang Ming smiled awkwardly, then asked Zo Xuching. Didn't I ask you to come up with the brand idea as soon as possible? Why are you still busy with the custom-made items? These are the last few orders. I won't accept them anymore. Zo Xuching said, and then she placed a kiss on Wang Ming's cheek. See you tonight, dear. Wang Ming nodded and replied, yeah. This scene made Zhang Yao feel heartbroken. An hour ago, she was still immersed in the happiness of being with Wang Ming. Now I see him being so close to someone else. Chen Yusin felt like she was about to suffocate. The outrageous idea in her mind was confirmed to be true by the scene at this moment. Seeing Chen Yusin in a daze, Zo Xuching smiled and said, Yusin, you're surprised, right? We're in love. Chen Yusin choked up a little, then looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming spread his hands and said, no. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing left for him to mourn. Okay, you guys continue chatting, I'm leaving first. Zo Xuching stood up after she finished speaking. She was so calm and composed at the moment that she didn't care about anyone's opinion at all. Wang Ming also stood up and wanted to accompany her to the door. Zhang Yao suppressed the pain in her heart, forced a smile on her face, and stood up to say goodbye. Goodbye, Sister Zo. Chen Yusin still had an expression of disbelief on her face, waving her hands like a lucky cat, bye, Auntie. After Wang Ming sent Zo Xuching out of the restaurant and returned to his seat, Zhang Yao burst into tears and covered her face with her hands. Why is it Sister Zo? I have no chance of winning at all. Chen Yusin stared blankly at the restaurant entrance, looking in the direction Zo Xuching left, muttering to herself. Oh my god, what is going on? After Wang Ming returned to his seat, Chen Yusin immediately stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. She wanted to wash her face to cool down, but when she went to the bathroom, the water stuck to her face and it was burning and painful. She looked up at the mirror in the sink, touched her red face, and thought to herself. Did Wang Ming knock me unconscious? Or maybe I was still in the car and didn't wake up. How could my aunt be with Wang Ming? Oh my god, judging from Meng Meng's recent state, it seems that she doesn't know about this yet. Shen Yusin muttered to herself and quickly took out her cell phone. She just called up the contact and was about to dial, but immediately hung up. He touched his face again and said to himself, "No. I have to keep my mouth shut. I have to be obedient." She stared blankly at the mirror, and a burst of poetic inspiration came to her. Wang Ming has a boat for picking flowers, and he talks to the older ones after he finishes talking to the younger ones. I also wanted to go on board to make some friends, but unexpectedly I was almost beaten to a pulp. At this time, only Jiang Yao and Wang Ming were left sitting opposite each other at the table. Wang Ming pushed his forehead awkwardly and said with some guilt, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Stop talking." Jiang Yao interrupted him, wiped her tears with a piece of paper, then looked up at Wang Ming. "I still say the same thing. If you have time, come spend more time with Xiuji. As for the rest, I won't force you." Wang Ming nodded gently. "I will. Let's go back to the company and introduce you to the new employees." At this time, Chen Yusin walked back from the bathroom. She followed the two out of the restaurant and back into the building. At 1 o'clock, the conference room on the 19th floor was already filled with employees from various departments, about 60 or 70 people. Shen Yusin was sitting in the human resources office waiting. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao walked into the conference room and walked to the platform under the projection screen. Jiang Yao handed Wang Ming an ear hook mini microphone and put one on herself. She spoke to the crowd below. "Today, during our first all-staff meeting, I'd like to introduce to you another boss of our company." Wang Ming waved to the crowd. The employees in the audience began to talk. "We still have a boss? How come you're so young, like a college student? Why do you look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Several people who had worked with Wang Ming were even more stunned. One person covered his mouth and whispered to his colleague next to him, "Wang Ming is actually the boss of the new company too? How did he become the boss?" I said the boss and Wang Ming had a special relationship. In the past, when Wang Ming entered the boss's office, the boss would draw the blinds, and when he came out, his face was still red. "Quiet. Pay attention to discipline, this is a meeting." Jiang Yao yelled loudly, venting her jealousy with a little anger. After the crowd quieted down, Jiang Yao continued, "Let another boss of our company say a few words." Wang Ming hadn't prepared a speech at all. He pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat. "My name is Wang Ming, and Yunju Jewelry is a company that Jiang Yao and I co-founded. In the future, the company will gradually terminate outsourcing cooperation and cultivate its own decoration team. By then, the entire floor will belong to our company, and maybe there will be an independent company building. By then, we will build a cafeteria and provide free lunch for everyone. Staff dormitories will also be built, and employees who are not from this city or do not have houses can live there for free. Afternoon tea once a week has been changed to daily." The more Jiang Yao listened, the more crooked the corner of her mouth became. She quickly pulled Wang Ming's hand to signal him to shut up. She moved the microphone close to her ear and whispered to Wang Ming, "Stop making empty promises. I can't bear to hear anymore. I asked you to introduce yourself, not to brag." Chapter 77. You are worthy of your surname Jiang. Wang Ming scratched his head and said, "I'm not bragging. This is my goal." Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at him. "Are you still going to assign boyfriends and girlfriends and arrange a wedding?" Wang Ming thought for a moment. "If there comes a day when I..." Jiang Yao was afraid that his pie would get bigger and bigger, so she quickly pulled mic to her mouth and took over the conversation. "Alright, Mr. Wang's cake, that's all Mr. Wang has to say." There was applause from the audience. "This boss is really good at bragging. I thought I was Lu Changxi. We're already satisfied with just overtime pay, and free cafeteria and dormitories, huh?" Wang Ming then spoke loudly, "I have one more thing to say. From now on, I'll give you 30 yuan per hour of overtime. Dinner and return travel expenses will be reimbursed." Seeing this, Jiang Yao quickly covered Wang Ming's mouth and said, "We are a business, not a philanthropist." The audience started to make noise again. "Wow. Really? I'm applying for overtime. Hey, our human resources department doesn't have overtime." A beautiful anchor woman clasped her hands together and stared at Wang Ming on the stage. "Our anchor works overtime every day, so he can earn an extra 100 yuan a day. Wow, this boss. He's handsome and kind-hearted. Wang Ming pushed Jiang Yao's hand away, his mouth filled with the taste of nail polish, and he spat before continuing. How can you motivate a soldier if you don't even give him this little bit of benefit? One soldier who's willing to go through fire and water for you is worth 10 soldiers who don't want to work hard. Jiang Yao sighed. Wang Ming had already said it, so she couldn't slap him in the face. She said to the crowd, okay, the company will implement the overtime pay and return travel expenses that Mr. Wang mentioned. Everyone has a preliminary understanding of the new boss. Next, let's move on to the next part of the meeting, where each department will report on their recent work. Managers from each department took turns to come on stage and began to report based on the PPT on the projector. Wang Ming sat aside, distracted and unable to listen at all. He felt relieved to have Jiang Yao managing the company. He took out his cell phone and started looking to see if there were any challenges with famous boxers or boxing gyms in Shiguan City. We need to find out the areas we should improve through actual combat to ensure victory when challenging for the first place in Shiguan. Chen Yusen was in the Human Resources office, still feeling a bit shaken. From time to time, she would think of the intimacy between Zo Xuching and Wang Ming, and Zo Xuching's words, "We are in love." The phone rings. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Zo Mengmeng calling. After hesitating for a moment, he swiped to answer the call. Meng. What are you doing? Are you at work? Well, I went to work today. Zo Mengmeng immediately became excited when she heard what Chen Yusen said. How is it? Is his car really a Hummer? Are you super happy? The car is really tough. I got hurt on the first day. Zo Mengmeng felt that something was wrong with Chen Yusen and asked doubtfully. What's wrong with you? You drive a Hummer and earn 20,000 yuan, yet you're so down. Are Zhao Gang, Li Chen, and Wang Jiaxing ignoring you? No, I blocked them all. Zo Mengmeng on the other end of the phone frowned. Blocked? Well, I seem to have fallen in love with someone. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Okay, let's meet when we're free, and you can help me analyze it. You say. Wang Ming runs a supermarket, right? Today, Lu Guohua only sold a lighter, and half of the meat and vegetables from yesterday were thrown away. Many of the products in his supermarket are nearing their expiration dates. If this continues, they will definitely be wasted. I felt like Wang Ming was just taking revenge on Lu Guohua, trying to win me back. As for Li Zhishuan, he must have been deliberately trying to piss me off. Humph, I'll use the baby in my belly to make a fuss, and he'll promise to come back to me obediently. Meng, you're so carefree. Your hometown has been robbed. And you're still dreaming like that. What do you mean? Chen Yusen recalled Wang Ming's attitude towards her, and after a heart palpitation, she did not tell Wang Ming and Zo Xuching about it. It's okay, you, prepare your adrenaline and always carry it with you. You're so weird today, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to tell me if there's anything going on with Wang Ming. I'm busy tonight, so drive him over to see me tomorrow. Zo Mengmeng hung up the phone. Chen Yusen shook her head helplessly. In the conference room, managers from each department finished their work reports. Employees walked out of the meeting room one after another. Jiang Yao stood at the door, communicating with several managers. Wang Ming leaned against the wall, browsing his phone while waiting for her. At this time, several employees who had worked with Wang Ming walked past him. One of them stopped and greeted, Wang Ming, I didn't expect you to become a boss. Wang Ming looked up and smiled, work hard, and I'll definitely arrange company dormitories and a cafeteria. Several employees nodded and said, we're going to work. Goodbye, boss. As they walked towards their offices, they chatted quietly. It seems that Wang Ming has changed a bit. Some temperament is innate, some is acquired through money. He has all of them now. There must have been a change. After Jiang Yao finished communicating with the managers, she turned and walked towards Wang Ming. How is it? Is our new company okay? Wang Ming put away his phone and stared at Jiang Yao, his expression becoming serious. Zo Xuching's matter. Jiang Yao didn't wait for him to finish, she leaned forward and gently kissed Wang Ming on the face. Then she forced a smile and said, I wish I could turn into a firefly to illuminate my own shadow, and be like a willow to accompany you on your journey. What do you mean? Wang Ming was stunned. She didn't cry or make a fuss, and she even started reciting poems and singing songs. Jiang Yao chuckled, if you don't understand, just try to figure it out slowly. By the way, come play with Xiuji this weekend. He's been nagging you for days. Well, I'll go when I have time. Wang Ming and Jiang Yao inspected various departments of the company together. Several beautiful anchors from the operations department were having a fight in their respective live broadcast rooms. Wang Ming was stunned by what he saw. He secretly praised Jiang Yao for keeping up with the times and perfectly combining beauty with decoration design. In the live broadcast room, the beautiful anchors posed seductively in front of the camera and started brainwashing mode. Our design concept is next generation, the decoration materials are top-notch, and the entire team, from design to construction, is made up of beautiful women. Your home decoration design was written by an intellectual sister, and your floor was laid by a beautiful woman in maid clothes. Thanks to the boss of Data Steel for being the top Douyin account. I can waive your deposit by 10,000 yuan. Data Steel, no need, I don't want to decorate, I just want you to dance. Okay, boss. The beauty in the live broadcast room started dancing enthusiastically, and she danced very hard. For customers who come through the live broadcast channel, the anchor can get a 10% dividend on the decoration fee. The company only takes 10% of the gifts in the live broadcast room, and the rest goes to the anchor. The barrage of comments slid up one by one. Is this decoration company a legitimate one? Hey, my dad watched a live broadcast the past couple of days and said he was going to tear down the house and rebuild it. I came to see what was going on. The live broadcast room next door also jumped on it, and they were all anchors from the Yunju jewelry industry. Wang Ming turned to look at Jiang Yao, his brows furrowed. Why don't you install steel pipes in the live studio? Are we a decoration company or an online entertainment company? My son knows how to use Douyin, so now he has to keep up with the times, Jiang Yao said with a smile. Are our outsourcing team really wearing maid outfits for construction? Of course not. Wang Ming nodded continuously. It has to be you, you are so experienced, as expected of Jiang. Chapter 78 Some Regrets. Jiang Yao accompanied Wang Ming to visit various departments, and then the two said goodbye. Wang Ming took Chen Yusen downstairs and just got into the car when Zo Xuching called. Where are you? I can't get up. I feel weak all over. It took me 10 minutes to go to the bathroom. When are you coming home? Why, are you planning to live in my house? The system task is to live under the same roof with Zo Xuching for a month. Wang Ming feels that Zo Xuching, who is full of purity, is indeed different from others, and now he wants to put the task on the agenda. Zo Xuching said coquettishly, who wants to stay with you for a long time? I just want you to come back and take care of me. I'm very busy today and will be home late. Are you still planning on taking me to meet your grandma? Of course I have to. Bringing my future man to meet his parents is a normal thing to do. Hearing Zo Xuching say this, Wang Ming felt a little more at ease. Zo Xuching's obsession has increased, and she has dispelled her doubts about herself. For now, the matter has been temporarily stabilized. Then you go ahead and do your thing. I'll sleep a little longer. Zo Xuching said and hung up the phone. Chen Yusen is a veteran in the love field. She heard every word Wang Ming said clearly. It was obviously not Zo Xuching on the other end of the phone. She turned to look at Wang Ming, and Wang Ming subconsciously looked at her, frowning and saying seriously. It feels very inconvenient for you to be around me. Should I cancel the driver position? Chen Yusen quickly waved her hands. No, Wang Ming, no, boss. I didn't hear anything. A smile appeared on Wang Ming's lips. During the 2 hours in the morning, Chen Yusen and he had been together, and their infatuation level had reached 93. She had become even more obedient. However, to delete her from the system, you have to work hard to get the obsession level to 100. Wang Ming fastened his seatbelt and said, drive. Where are you going? You're home. Zo Mengmeng prepared to fight on 3 fronts, the first of which was to receive gifts from Lu Guo's parents. The second is to ask the uncle to compensate him with some money, after all, the child is his. The third is to use the child's name to make Wang Ming change his mind, or at least get some compensation. Zo Mengmeng thought, having been in a relationship with Wang Ming for over 3 years, how could he forget about her now that he's become so rich? She needed at least 1 million from him. Zo Mengmeng was sitting in a tea and coffee shop at this time. After waiting for a long time, a man walked in. He was wearing a casual jacket, black casual pants and casual cloth shoes. His hair was short and neat. He looked to be in his early 40s. Meng Meng. The man walked closer. Zo Mengmeng didn't stand up, with a look of planning a strategy in her mind. It's really rare to meet you, sit down. After the man sat down, he stared at Zo Mengmeng meaningfully for a few seconds, then looked at her belly and asked, "How long has it been?" 9 weeks. Are you sure the child is mine? You had a boyfriend at the time. We are nominally boyfriend and girlfriend, but in reality we've already separated. Do you want to deny it? The man shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't recognize it, I just don't want to be taken advantage of. Let's wait until the child is born. Zo Mengmeng gritted her teeth in anger, stood up abruptly, picked up her bag and pretended to leave. Since you don't admit it, then just abort it. The man grabbed Zo Mengmeng's wrist and said, "Sit down." He had a cold and serious look on his face, and Zo Mengmeng quickly sat back in her seat. The man's demeanor softened a bit, and he said with concern, "It's not good to drink coffee when you're pregnant." Zo Mengmeng sneered, "If the child's father doesn't care, why should I care? I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you as your nutrition fee during your pregnancy. Wait a few months, and after a biopsy, if the child is truly mine, I will definitely give you an explanation." Zo Mengmeng slammed the table so hard that the coffee in the cup splashed everywhere. Lu Jipeng. Are you treating a beggar like that? Do you know what my boyfriend's family does? Why would I care about your 20,000 yuan? So how much do you want? Take 500,000 first, and then we'll talk about other things after the appraisal results come out. Lu Jipeng chuckled, "You are so bold to ask for such a high price. Honestly, how can a woman like you give birth to a good child? I'll give you 100,000 yuan as a maintenance fee. If you don't want it, just have an abortion." Lu Jipeng stood up, and Zo Mengmeng also stood up immediately. "Transfer the money." Zo Mengmeng was helpless. He would take whatever 100,000 yuan he could get now. The child was his anyway. After the identification was done in a while, the initiative would still be in his hands. After getting all the money from the 3 men and aborting the child, even if Wang Ming doesn't get back together with her, it would be nice to use the money to find an honest man and live a good life with him. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yusin's home. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Chen Yusin's obsession level had reached 97. So far, except for Lin Qi's infatuation level of 76, all bound objects have reached above 90, and even 3 people have reached the full quota. Wang Ming saw that Chen Yusin really didn't have the energy to be a driver, so he didn't wake her up. He went downstairs alone and drove to the meeting place. Zo Xuching had already been waiting in a private room of a high-end Chinese restaurant. She put on makeup again, which was much more delicate than before, and wore a light green gilded cheongsam that she designed and made herself. "I want to show my best side to Wang Ming." She was not panicked or embarrassed, and she was even looking forward to explaining things to Zo Mengmeng. The door of the private room was opened, and Zo Mengmeng walked in with a smile and sat on the chair. "Hey, he hasn't arrived yet? By the way, Mom, Lu Guowa's parents have agreed to meet with you on the 27th to discuss giving me part of the betrothal gift first. I refused and no longer planned to be with him, so I felt there was no need for you to intervene." Zo Xuching was extremely annoyed, and Zo Mengmeng still looked confused, which really left her speechless. "Why don't you speak?" Zo Mengmeng frowned. Zo Xuching didn't even bother to open her lips, she just whispered, "You don't even listen to me, what else can you say?" Zo Mengmeng snorted softly, looking nonchalant, "What's wrong with me pursuing happiness?" She checked her watch. "Ha! My future dad is late. You finally let me meet him. He is the same age as me, right? I still don't know what he does. He didn't even tell me if he was handsome or not. Do you have any photos for me to see? Is Wang Ming handsome? Looks like Wang Ming? Not bad." Zo Xuching didn't explain. She picked up her phone and called Wang Ming. "Where are you, dear?" "We'll be there in 5 minutes." Zo Mengmeng pouted and muttered to herself, "Now that I think about it, Wang Ming is really good. Who would have thought you would become so rich? Anyone who can marry you now would be so happy, ah." Chapter 79. What are you doing? Wang Ming's big muscles, Wang Ming's strength. Wang Ming used to give her a massage to relax her after each session. The sad lyrics in those love songs are not just whining. I really feel the same way right now. I thought I would be able to suppress my impulses during pregnancy, but 9 weeks of pregnancy really felt extremely empty. If the uncle doesn't touch him, Wowo will become a fake man. "Mom, Wang Ming, do you think he will still love me?" "I don't know if I love you or not, but I will love you very much." Before Zo Xuching could finish her words, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. When Zo Mengmeng heard the noise, she immediately put down the menu in her hand and turned back with a smile. "You're finally here." When she saw the person's face clearly, she stopped talking instantly. Wang Ming. Wang Ming took off his jacket and looked past the stunned Zo Mengmeng to Zo Xuching's face in the main seat. The corners of his mouth rose. "Dear, have you been waiting for a long time? Whoever agrees to get back together. Just call me dear." Zo Mengmeng suddenly raised her voice and her cheeks flushed with excitement. She deliberately puffed out her belly and poked her legs with her fingertips. "Massage my legs first. If your technique satisfies me like before." Before she finished speaking, Wang Ming walked past her without even looking at her. Zo Mengmeng frowned. Wang Ming sat down next to Zo Xuching with natural movements. Zo Mengmeng sat up straight, her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them. She thought about it for a moment, and her brain cells gave an answer. "Mom, I said I wanted to get back together with Wang Ming. Did you specifically call him over?" The blush on Zo Xuching's earlobe spread down her neck. "I did call Wang Ming over on purpose, but you can't get back together." She took a deep breath and continued, "Don't even think about using the child in your belly that doesn't belong to him to threaten me. I won't allow it. Blackmail me? The child is mine?" Wang Ming's back straightened instantly. Zo Xuching had not mentioned that Zo Mengmeng was going to threaten him, and the shock in his pupils almost overflowed. "That's not right. We stopped seeing each other before we broke up with Zo Mengmeng." This information made his temples throb. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Zo Mengmeng anymore. At this time, Zo Mengmeng was choked by Zo Xuching's words. The coldness in her mother's eyes made her feel at a loss, and the words she had prepared for Wang Ming were stuck in her throat. Zo Mengmeng was stunned. She never expected that her mother would expose her in front of Wang Ming. She felt embarrassed for a moment. Her mouth trembled as she tried to explain, "Mom, I didn't mean to blackmail Wang Ming." Zo Xuching forced out a bitter smile helplessly. If she hadn't given him a warning, Zo Mengmeng would definitely have spoken out. She placed her well-maintained hand gently on the back of Wang Ming's strong hand, and leaned her face slightly towards him. Wang Ming turned to look at Zo Xuching and saw that her face was rosy and her eyes were blurred, as if they were filled with spring water. He couldn't help but turn his palm up and clasp Zo Xuching's hand, and slowly moved his head forward. "What are you doing?" Zo Mengming's eyes widened with shock when she saw the two of them holding hands. When the two kissed passionately, Zo Mengmeng seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. She froze there with her eyes as big as copper bells. Her mouth was wide open, her body was shaking uncontrollably, and her hands were gripping the armrests of the chair so tightly that the manicure on her fingertips was almost broken. You. Watching the two of them hugging and kissing each other, her heart felt like it was roasting. A mixture of emotions: anger, shame, disbelief. Wang Ming let go of Zo Xuching, his face gentle. "You are dressed so beautifully today. I'll dress like this more often in the future for you to see." Zo Mengming's mouth trembled as she kept repeating two words, "You." Wang Ming felt very relieved. Seeing Zo Mengming's reaction was within his expectations, he smiled. "You said on the phone that you would fully support me and your mother being together. Don't break your promise." Zo Mengmeng still couldn't speak normally. She just felt that her body was out of control and the sense of shame completely overwhelmed her. Her body was shaking so much that she felt like she was going to lose control of her bladder any second. Zo Xuching took Wang Ming's arm, looked up and said gently, "Mengmeng will bless us." When Zo Mengmeng saw the jade bracelet on Wang Ming's wrist, she almost slipped off the chair. She swallowed hard, stared at Zo Xuching and questioned, "Your boyfriend is Wang Ming. You gave him your grandmother's bracelet. Even though it's not worth much, it's her treasure." Zo Xuching no longer had any affection for Zo Mengmeng, and her tone was a little harsh. "How about giving it to you? If I told you this bracelet was worth millions, you would have already exchanged it for money, right?" Zo Mengmeng was shocked. She agreed with what her mother said. Let alone millions, even if it was tens of thousands, she would still pawn it to change the bag. Her thoughts returned to the scene of the two of them kissing just now, and her tone almost collapsed. "So, is it true that you are in a relationship?" Wang Ming crossed his arms and gave a provocative smile. "Why don't you come with us tonight and show you how we love each other?" Zo Mengmeng's body shook again. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped herself in the face with great force. Her eyes turned red instantly. She murmured, "Fake, it's fake. Wang Ming slowly took out a red envelope and slid it across the table in front of Zo Mengmeng. As an elder, this is our first meeting. It's just a small token of my appreciation. The red envelope was thin enough to cut vegetables and contained 38 yuan. If Zo Mengmeng opened the red envelope at this moment, she would know what it meant to kill someone and destroy their heart. It was then that Zo Xuching noticed the scars on Wang Ming's neck. They seemed to be scratches, with 4 long blood marks. There are a few red marks behind the jaw, which look like strawberry marks. Zo Xuching's heart skipped a beat. She immediately hugged her shoulders, her face full of jealousy. Wang Ming, where have you been fooling around? What's wrong with that wound on your neck? Wang Ming subconsciously touched his neck, thinking to himself, this must be Qin Yusen this afternoon. How could this be? Wouldn't I feel any pain with a 40% increase in strength? He looked so ashamed, he couldn't possibly say it was a cat scratch, could he? It was a dog that scratched me. After hearing this, Zo Xuching couldn't help but chuckle and scolded, you kid, give me a few days to deal with you. Listening to the two people's sweet love, Zo Mengmeng could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and her eyes were bloodshot. She slammed her hands on the table, stood up suddenly and overturned the table. Crackling, the tableware slid and broke into pieces, splashing everywhere. Ah! Zo Xuching screamed. Chapter 80 You're going to die. Wang Ming reacted quickly. He stood up suddenly, stretched out his arms to catch the table that was falling towards him and Zo Xuching, and then slowly put it back. What are you doing? Wang Ming shouted. You are the ones who are going crazy. Zo Mengming's eyes were red and her hair on the side of her forehead was messy. She burst into tears and questioned Zo Xuching, Mom, how can you be with my ex-boyfriend? Do you have any shame? Zo Xuching was startled by Zo Mengming's madness. She immediately calmed down and responded softly. Face? I don't want anything else. I only want Wang Ming. When the infatuation reaches the maximum level, a woman will be completely devoted to you. Wang Ming knew the tyranny of the obsession system, but in Zo Mengming's view it was unreasonable. You're really getting more and more promising. You're calling the person who raised you for 17 years shameless. Wang Ming raised his finger and pointed at Zo Mengmeng, stop throwing tantrums. If you hurt Zo Xuching in the slightest, I'll make you pay tenfold. Zo Mengmeng's body swayed and she almost fell down. She also pointed at Wang Ming, her voice trembling, you bastard, beast. No. Worse than pigs and dogs. Did you forget about the 800 phone calls you made to harass me in one day when we broke up? Did you forget about the time you knocked on Chen Yusen's door crying and asked her to plead for you? Now you are with my mom, you are disgusting. Zo Mengmeng said, then turned and pointed at Zo Xuching, you're disgusting too. Wang Ming's face darkened, and he looked at Zo Mengmeng coldly, I say again, be respectful to Zo Xuching, I do not recommend early tutoring. I really love your mother, and in the future, we will give you a brother or sister. When Zo Mengmeng heard the words brother and sister, it was like gunpowder was ignited in her heart. She rushed towards Wang Ming and curled her fingers into claws to grab his face. Wang Ming grabbed her wrist and swung it hard, causing Zo Mengmeng to fall to the ground. Wang Ming said seriously, speaking of which, your life since being adopted has been quite happy. You have a mother like Xuching who puts up with you, and now you have Lu Guohua as your successor. Zo Mengmeng fell to the ground, her hair covering part of her face. She screamed in despair and then frantically pulled her hair with her hands. Why is this happening? This is all fake. Ah. Zo Xuching looked at the embarrassed Zo Mengmeng on the ground. Although she felt sorry for him, she still said. Whether you accept it or not, it's a fact that Wang Ming and I are lovers. When Zo Mengmeng heard her mother's words, she slowly raised her head with empty eyes. She suddenly stood up, adjusted her hair, and a strange smile appeared on her face. Okay, very good. I wish you all the best. Zo Mengmeng turned around and stumbled towards the door of the private room. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Wang Ming and Zo Xuching coldly. You will not have a good ending. I curse you and I will make you regret it. Zo Xuching bit her lip in anger. She walked in front of Zo Mengmeng and her jaw trembled when she opened her mouth. How could you be so rude to me? I raised you to this age, and I owe you nothing. Now that Wang Ming is someone you don't want, can't I fight for him? Zo Mengmeng smiled strangely again, you're doing a great job, I applaud you. She clapped her hands a few times and continued. calculate how much you've spent raising me over the years, and I'll pay you back in full. From now on, we'll no longer be mother and daughter." After she finished speaking, she walked away and disappeared at the door. Zo Xuching stood there in a daze. She had rehearsed this kind of ending in her mind beforehand, but her heart still ached. Wang Ming saw Zo Xuching was in distress and went forward to hold her shoulders. Zo Xuching leaned in Wang Ming's arms and asked worriedly, "She won't do anything stupid, will she?" Wang Ming patted her back gently and asked, "Given her personality, will she hurt herself?" Zo Xuching nodded, then immediately looked up at Wang Ming, jealousy flashing in her eyes again. "What's with that wound on your neck?" Wang Ming smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Well, I'm practicing boxing, and my sparring partner is a woman. She's very good at clawing." Zo Xuching broke away from Wang Ming's arms, her eyes becoming more sour. She bit her lip and said, "You and Jiang Yao, something's going on, right?" Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, his face full of surprise. Is a woman's sixth sense so strong? This afternoon, Jiang Yao saw us being intimate and she almost cried. I. Wang Ming stammered and tried to explain himself. Zo Xuching reached out and placed her index finger on Wang Ming's lips, signaling him not to speak. "You're a little too extreme with Chen Yusin's injury. I hope you can take care of these things before we get married." Wang Ming was stunned again, even Chen Yusin noticed it. He lamented that the obsession system could make women so generous. Jiang Yao and Li Zhishuan, who have fulfilled their obligations, are both willing to sacrifice for him and be one of his shadows behind him. Zo Xuching was a bit strict and actually wanted her to deal with her relationships with others well before getting married. "Hey, if you want to be successful and become a famous player of UCF, you must constantly complete system tasks and cultivate your obsession." Wang Ming didn't dare to agree to Zo Xuching, but just kissed her on the forehead and said, "I will make you happy." Zo Xuching suddenly wrapped her arms around her chest. "Huh? Us? You still want to treat everyone equally? I mean, you and your son. What are you thinking?" Zo Xuching rolled her eyes at Wang Ming and said, "That's more like it." Wang Ming suddenly thought of this and asked seriously, "How are the plans for the brand going?" "I contacted a few designer friends and they agreed to help me. I decided on a brand name and a preliminary design concept, but I haven't finalized it yet. I'll plan it carefully once I've processed the customer orders." Wang Ming nodded and said, "I'll give you some money to choose the venue and equipment. You are more professional. You work harder, and once things are on track, I'll take care of the promotion." Zo Xuching smiled and said, "Thank you. This brand belongs to both of us. I will work hard to build it well." Wang Ming stared at Zo Xuching, who had exquisite makeup on. Her every frown and smile was different from before, and her beauty was touching. As for Lin Qi, she is also extremely beautiful, but she does not have the charm of an older woman. The tight cheongsam highlights Zo Xuching's round hips, thin waist, and plump legs, making her look extremely attractive. "My dear, you look so beautiful today." Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming's burning gaze and smiled. She walked to the door and locked it. Then she looked back and unbuttoned the collar of her cheongsam. "It's time to eat, I'm so hungry." Jiangxin District. Swan Lake. Zo Mengmeng stood by the lake, tears streaming down her face and her chest heaving violently. "My thoughts drifted back to the past when I went boating on the lake with Lu Guohua. It was in the middle of the lake that I met my mother and Wang Ming." Zo Mengmeng realized that the two of them were already dating at that time. "You betrayed me. You will all die miserably. Ah. She yelled at the top of her lungs. At this time, a man was hugging a woman and walking along the lakeside path. When they passed by Zo Mengmeng, the woman was frightened by Zo Mengmeng's roar. "What are you calling your mom? If you want to die, jump into the lake and don't disturb our date." The man pointed at Zo Mengmeng's back and cursed. Chapter 81, Bamboo House Talks. Zo Mengmeng ignored the man's scolding and didn't even turn her head. She squatted down and looked at the center of the river. Her crying became softer and softer until it turned into sobs. Thinking back on the 3 years or so he spent with Wang Ming, he would only drink some of the soup from the big bowl of spicy hot pot he had left over. He picked out the fish bones and shrimps for himself, and he sucked out the fish bones and shrimp brains himself. Although he was a little poor, he really cared about himself. Every time Zhang Jian asked him to go out and play, he would consider the expenses. "The most important thing is that the 7 times that I was once afraid of are now such rare happiness." "Why? If I just hold on for a few more months, the good times will be mine. Zo Mengmeng wiped the tears from her face vigorously. I won't let you have an easy time. And you too. Just give me the money. She thought of the uncle and Lu Guohua again. An hour later. Wang Ming and Zo Xuching had already eaten and drunk their fill in the private room of the Chinese restaurant, and both returned home feeling satisfied. Wang Ming came out of the basement and saw that the first floor of his own house was brightly lit. Opening the entrance door, there were 2 suitcases placed on the right side of the entrance hall. In the distance, Zheng Shuxuang's chattering voice came from the hall. Give me a light, Thresh, can you give me a light? Do you know how to play? Wang Ming was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Zheng Shuxuang said that she would not come to live here, but now she even moved her computer in. He sighed helplessly. Zheng Shuxuang said that he felt weak after the first time, but now he played the game as if he was injected with chicken blood. It can be said that she is full of energy and is a typical internet addict. If this continues, her future children will probably have to be trained in the field of esports. Wang Ming changed his shoes and walked in, coming behind Zheng Shuxuang, who was concentrating on playing games. Zheng Shuxuang was wearing headphones and didn't notice Wang Ming coming back at all. Wang Ming just stared at her quietly, just like when they first met, with his legs crossed, chewing bubblegum, and giving loud instructions from time to time. No. I have a boyfriend. Hearing her decisive words, Wang Ming couldn't help but smile, then gently hugged her from behind. Ah! Zheng Shuxuang was so frightened that she turned around and saw that it was Wang Ming. She quickly took off her headphones, stood up, and threw herself into his arms, acting coquettishly. Why are you coming home so late? Is it still too late? I'm afraid it will get later and later. Yeah, besides the supermarket, you also have a company to take care of. Wang Ming let go of Zheng Shuxuang and jokingly said, Why did you bring your luggage and computer here? Zheng Shuxuang curled his lips and pretended to be indifferent. As for me, I just think your internet speed is fast. Isn't it because the sluice gates can't be closed after they're opened? Wang Ming chuckled. He was originally worried about how to get her to live in his house for a month, but she moved in on her own initiative. Are you not going to school anymore? Zheng Shuxuang nodded. Well, I've already taken a month off for my parents' affairs. I'll find time to make up for it. You don't have to worry about it. Wang Ming was naturally not worried. After all, her family was wealthy and she went to school just to get a diploma. Wang Ming became alert when he saw Zo Xuching blaming him. He had already turned up the collar of his jacket to cover the scars on his neck. The wound on his face was also covered with a band-aid. Zheng Shuxuang gently raised her hand and tried to touch Wang Ming's face. What kind of injury is this? Wang Ming quickly pushed her hand away and said, It's okay, just continue playing. He said and turned and walked towards the stairs. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep. Wang Ming didn't even turn his head. This day was too tiring, even more tiring than working during the holidays. Zheng Shuxuang frowned and muttered, How come after a day out, you come back like you've been stepped on by a camel, your back isn't straight, and you look listless? That night, the two of them lived in peace. The next morning at 9 o'clock, in a bamboo house in the mountains north of Shiguan City, an old man was sitting leisurely in front of the tea table, fiddling with tea sets and tea pats. The sound of high heels came from far away, tapping on the stone road. Then 2 pairs of long, white legs stepped into the small bamboo house. Mr. Chen. Grandfather. Lin Qi and a young woman in her 20s greeted the old man. The young woman walked quickly to Chen Nianhong beside the tea table and said, Grandpa, I didn't expect you to come here too. Chen Nianhong's face darkened instantly. He had originally only invited Lin Qi to come to the bamboo house, but he didn't expect his granddaughter to come with her. Lin Qi walked to the center of the bamboo house with a smile and explained, I told Xinxin that I wanted to come to your place, and she said she wanted to come see you, so we came together. Chen Nianhong nodded, but there was still a hint of displeasure on his face. He looked at his granddaughter. Xinxin, go stay in the bamboo forest for a while. Lin Qi and I have something to discuss about work. Chen Zhixin hugged her shoulders in dissatisfaction and said coquettishly, You chased me away right after I arrived. It seems you don't miss me at all. I won't come to see you again in the future. After she finished speaking, she strode out of the house, saying as she walked, Sister Qi, come find me in the bamboo forest later. I'll take you for a walk. Good. Come and sit down. Chen Nianhong picked up the teapot and made a cup of tea for him. Lin Qi walked to the table and sat down on a mat. Mr. Chen, is this where you live in seclusion? The environment is really nice. Chen Nianhong picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said slowly. Lin Chi, since you like this place so much, would you consider quitting the entertainment industry and living here? Lin Chi stared at Chen Nianhong fiercely and sat up straight. Mr. Chen? What do you mean? Chen Nianhong stood up with a forced smile, put his hands behind his back, and paced around the bamboo house. Come to think of it, I invested in your hit drama Empress Lai Zhao and the now banned Human Skin Colorful Cage. Yes, it's because of you that Xinxin and I became good friends. When mentioning the colorful cage made of human skin, Lin Chi felt a dull pain in her heart, as that film was a history of humiliation for her. I'm doing this for you, otherwise I wouldn't invest so easily. Chen Nianhong smiled and raised his eyebrows. Seeing Chen Nianhong pacing, Lin Chi stopped sitting and was about to stand up when Chen Nianhong held her down from behind. Sit down, I have a lot to tell you today. Lin Chi felt that Chen Nianhong was weird. Chen Nianhong continued pacing. Have you found any clues about your murder? No, there is no evidence at the moment. But don't let her off so easily. A mere producer dared to hurt someone I care about. Humph. Lin Chi shuddered. Chen Nianhong's words today made her feel very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Chen Zhixin in the bamboo forest was fiddling with the long, thick bamboos out of boredom, muttering. I don't know how long Grandpa and Sister Chi will talk. It's so boring. I shouldn't have come earlier. She looked towards the bamboo house from time to time, hoping that Lin Chi would come to find her soon. Chapter 82. Lin Chi is furious. Lin Chi in the bamboo house saw that Chen Nianhong was confused. She felt a little restless and stood up. You called me to your secluded place today, so there must be something important. Just tell me directly. Haha, okay. Chen Nianhong smiled meaningfully, then immediately turned serious again. He turned around and asked Lin Chi seriously. Do you have someone you like? Lin Chi's eyes immediately became sharp. She had a rough idea of what Chen Nianhong was thinking, but she didn't dare to confirm it. She didn't answer directly, but simply replied, My emotional affairs are not worth discussing with Mr. Chen. Chen Nianhong's expression was cold. It's the guy who runs the supermarket, right? Lin Chi was startled. He was indeed a cunning old man. No one knew how much she liked Wang Ming in her heart, and Chen Nianhong hit the nail on the head. She remained calm and replied, Mr. Chen, you shouldn't make assumptions about others. Everyone's feelings are private, and I hope you can respect my privacy. Chen Nianhong sneered, Respect? Lin Chi, you have to understand. Every one of your movies has been invested by my Longwan group. The reason you can have such a status in the film industry at your age is because I always choose you as the female lead, right? After all, I am your boss. I won't allow you to have anything to do with a guy who runs a supermarket. There was a flash of anger in Lin Chi's eyes. She was extremely restrained. I have no way to repay your kindness, but feelings are feelings, and I can distinguish between work and personal matters. Besides, I don't have any thoughts about him. Chen Nianhong's expression became increasingly gloomy. With your status, the fact that you're willing to beat someone up in the street for him, the fact that you invited a popular girl group, and the way you look at him, you can't fool me. That guy is just an ordinary person. If you get involved and your relationship is exposed, you should know the consequences. Lin Chi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I don't understand. You called me here just to remind me of this? Chen Nianhong suddenly walked quickly towards Lin Chi, staggered deliberately, and threw his crutches aside as he fell. Seeing this, Lin Chi immediately stepped forward to support him. After Chen Nianhong steadied himself, he placed his left hand on the back of Lin Chi's hand, and wrapped his right arm around Lin Chi's waist. Lin Chi felt like he was electrocuted. He immediately let go of his hand and quickly moved away. With a bang, Chen Nianhong fell heavily to the ground. Ah! He struggled to stand up and reached for the crutch beside him. Lin Chi stood aside and did not go forward to help. She just watched him stand up with difficulty. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. She never expected that the 70-year-old Shiguan business tycoon would actually touch her. After Chen Nianhong steadied himself with his crutches, he glared at Lin Chi. He immediately adjusted his facial expression, still smiling. Don't get excited, let's sit down and talk. Lin Chi said coldly, No need, let's just put it this way, I should leave as soon as possible after finishing the conversation. An intriguing smile appeared on Chen Nianhong's lips. Ms. Lin Chi, I admire you very much. You look a lot like Grandma Xuching when she was young. I want to love you again. Please give me this chance. Lin Chi just felt nauseous. She was 70 years old. His granddaughter is his sister, and he can't even stand up without a crutch, let alone his younger brother. How dare he say he loves him? Lin Chi really wanted to curse at this moment, but she had no choice but to accept the fact that she had received a lot of favors from him to achieve her current success. But how could she sell her body for profit and become this old man's mistress? Seeing Lin Chi's distorted expression, Chen Yanhong smiled and said, "With your status in the film industry, you can definitely retire now that you've accomplished your mission. You will stay with me in this bamboo forest from now on. I don't have many years left. I will give half of the group's shares to you and Xuching. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything you said today. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Goodbye," Lin Chi said as she walked towards the door. Chen Yanhong lifted his crutch and leaned against the ground, shouting, "Lin Chi!" Lin Chi stopped immediately but did not look back. Chen Yanhong turned around and said fiercely, "If you don't agree to me today, it's like trampling on my old face. From now on, I will use my connections to block you, and I won't let that brat off." After Chen Yanhong said this, Lin Chi could no longer suppress her emotions. She turned around and snorted coldly. "Ha! I never thought that Mr. Chen, who is admired by millions, is actually such a pervert. Appears kind and gentle. You are so old, you should first stand up steadily." After saying this, Lin Chi strode out of the bamboo house. Lin Chi had just walked a short distance when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Looking back, it was Chen Yanhong's 40-year-old housekeeper Pan Cheng. He is a close confidant of Chen Yanhong, and his work ability and skills are first class. He took a few big steps and stood in front of Lin Chi. "Ms. Lin, please go back." Lin Chi's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at him fearlessly. "I won't go back. Let him give up on this idea." Pan Cheng sneered, "Ms. Lin, you'd better not refuse a toast and then drink a penalty. You should be aware of Mr. Chen's temper. If you anger him, it will not be good for you." Lin Chi was so angry that she was shaking all over. "I've made it clear, if you want to ban me, then ban me. Do you dare to attack me again? If you try to stop me, I'll call the police." As she said that, she took out her cell phone. Pan Cheng hesitated for a moment. At this moment, Chen Yanhong's angry roar came from the bamboo house again. "Let her go." When Pan Cheng heard Chen Yanhong's roar, he moved aside to make way. Lin Chi glared at him fiercely, put away her phone, and left quickly without looking back. Lin Chi stopped walking after leaving the bamboo forest. She looked back and whispered, "Xuching, it seems your lust is hereditary." She felt aggrieved and took out her cell phone to find someone to talk to. The first person she thought of was Wang Ming. His finger hesitated on the screen for a moment, but he finally dialed the number. After the phone rang a few times, Wang Ming's warm voice came, "Sister Chi, is there anything wrong?" "Nothing much, just asking how your supermarket is doing. Of course it's a big hit. With you guys attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony and my prices, demand simply can't keep up with supply. We've already restricted the flow of people, and the market supervisors have even visited us several times." "Ah, that's nice." Wang Ming continued, "I was just about to contact you. When are you going to meet your best friend? Can you take me with you?" Lin Chi thought for a moment. There's a banquet for the film and television industry tomorrow, and some people from other industries in the entertainment industry will be there. I can take you there." The person on the other end of the line snapped his fingers at Wang Ming and said, "Okay. Contact me tomorrow." Wang Ming hung up the phone and smiled, thinking that the heart potion was finally useful. Even if we can't bring Lin Chi's best friend to justice, we can still find out her inner thoughts and future plans. Chapter 83. Lu Guohua collapses. Zheng Xuchuan, who was beside Wang Ming, slowly woke up. Her hair was a little messy and scattered on the pillow, and her eyelids drooped from time to time, making her look lazy as if she had not woken up yet. "What time is it?" she asked drowsily, her hands and feet resting on Wang Ming's body. Wang Ming glanced at his phone and said, "It's almost 10 o'clock. Zheng Xuchuan exclaimed softly, "Ah, you sleep so soundly. Come on, get up, and go to my house for dinner." "Going to your grandma's?" "Yes. It's not a good idea for me to go." Wang Ming naturally didn't dare to go. Zheng Xuchuan thought about it and said, "Well, that's right. She's so old, it's okay for her to serve me, and now there's you, so let's go out for dinner." After a full night's rest, Wang Ming felt much better. He raised his eyebrows and smiled mischievously. Let's eat at home first. Zo Xuching took a deep breath. She had originally planned to go and see if she could see her father today, but it looked like she would have to rest for another whole day. She swallowed hard, fumbling with the leather cover under her pillowcase before putting her hair up. At this time, in the Happy Days supermarket on Sihong Road, Lu Guohua and his mother were filled with worry. Boss Lu said to Zo Mengmeng with an impatient look on his face. Haven't I already given you $500,000? I'll definitely give you what I promised you, so stop asking. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're expecting so much money? Zo Mengmeng crossed her arms and said angrily, no. Mother Lu helped Boss Lu to confront Zo Mengmeng. The supermarket is facing this situation now, and not only do you not help find a solution, but you are also making things worse. Lu Guohua comforted her softly, Mengmeng, don't worry, you won't lose a penny, and I will compensate you a lot. Seeing that the family refused to listen, Zo Mengmeng stopped talking and let out a breath through her nostrils. She blamed Wang Ming in her heart. If Wang Ming hadn't caused this incident, Lu Guohua's parents' supermarket would have been able to operate as usual, and they would have focused on the issue of the bride price. Boss Lu sat on the chair gritting his teeth. Alright, I was just about to settle a score with you. How dare you start a business and squeeze me right under my nose? Today I'll settle all the old and new scores. He picked up the phone and started contacting people. Hey, Zhao Laosan, call your brothers to come to my supermarket. Hey, Ahao. While Boss Lu was making calls one after another, a man walked into the supermarket. Seeing a customer finally come in, an employee immediately greeted them warmly, welcome. Lu Guohua looked up and shouted in surprise, second uncle. When Zo Mengmeng saw the appearance of the person coming, her eyes widened, and her heart beat faster when she heard Lu Guohua's call. Second uncle? She suspected she had heard wrongly. The man nodded in response to Lu Guohua, then noticed Zo Mengmeng. He was startled and his eyes widened, Mengmeng? Lu Guohua glanced at Zo Mengmeng, then said with a smile, second uncle, you know each other. The person Lu Guohua calls his second uncle is Lu Jipeng, who is Lu Laoda's younger brother and the biological father of the child in Zo Mengmeng's belly. Zo Mengmeng was already stunned. Lu Jipeng frowned and asked her, why are you here? Zo Mengmeng was so nervous that her breathing became rapid. Lu Guohua spoke first. She's my girlfriend, Mengmeng, go say hello to your uncle. Zo Mengmeng swallowed her saliva, uncle. Lu Jipeng was a little stunned, and his heart started beating fast. Guohua's girlfriend turned out to be Mengmeng. The uncle and nephew were fooled by a woman? He was angry and annoyed. Although the child in her belly was from the Lu family, it was hard to say who else's it belonged to. Lu Jipeng suppressed his anger and couldn't bring himself to talk about his relationship with Mengmeng. Zo Mengmeng's body kept shaking. Lu Guohua asked Lu Jipeng, uncle, why did you come to the supermarket? Lu Jipeng immediately turned around and said calmly, your dad said something happened in the supermarket. I came to take a look. Lu Guohua walked over to Zo Mengmeng and pulled her towards his second uncle. We're getting married soon. You two know each other, right? Lu Jipeng's brows furrowed instantly, his voice filled with shock. What? Marriage? Lu Guohua nodded, yes. He wondered why his uncle reacted like that. No. Lu Jipeng said sternly, and suddenly looked at Zo Mengmeng with hatred on his face. Lu Guohua is the only male in the next generation of the Lu family. How could he marry such a woman? Zo Mengmeng pursed her lips, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Boss Lu finished his call and walked over to Lu Jipeng. What's wrong? Lu Jipeng looked at Zo Mengmeng, then at Lu Guohua, his heart in turmoil. Guohua can't marry her. Mother Lu looked puzzled. What's wrong with you today? Are you and Mengmeng enemies? Lu Jipeng gritted his teeth and said, she's not my enemy. She's my lover. She followed me. The supermarket suddenly became quiet, and the employees in the distance all widened their eyes. Lu Guohua was stunned. Lu Laoda and Lu's mother stared at Zo Mengmeng. Zo Mengmeng covered her face and didn't dare to raise her head. Boss Lu tried to calm himself down and grabbed Lu Jipeng by the collar. What did you say, love? Speak clearly. Lu Jipeng suddenly broke free from Lu Laoda's hand and said angrily, she slept with me. She has no idea whose baby she's in. She must have used the child to threaten you, right? When Boss Lu heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, and Mother Lu covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh, my God. She yelled to the staff, all of you go to the staff room. The employees walked reluctantly towards the lounge, complaining in their hearts that they would not be able to see this wonderful show. Lu Guowa's eyes were dull and he shook his head desperately. What are you talking about, uncle? Are you crazy? Lu Jipeng gritted his teeth and looked at Zo Mengmeng with wide eyes, who dared not look up. Don't blame me, I didn't know she was your girlfriend. We checked into hotels quite a few times before and were together for the past 2 months. She is not a pushover. No matter whose baby is in her belly, she cannot keep it now. Just treat it like you found a little wild woman like your uncle did, and we should all cut ties with her right away. We checked in quite a lot and were together for the first 2 months. Lu Guowa's internal organs felt like they were being roasted on charcoal. The words "she doesn't know whose baby she is carrying" were like a handful of chili powder sprinkled on a burning heart, causing a burning pain. The physical and mental injuries he had suffered during this period of time completely erupted at this moment, and he roared. I think I should cut off all ties with you, you're worse than a pig or a dog. Meng Meng is my girlfriend. Ah! He roared and ran to the kitchen area like a madman, picked up a knife, turned back and rushed towards Lu Jipeng. Seeing this, Boss Lu, who had been standing there in a daze, immediately rushed forward. Lu Guowa didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pushed Boss Lu away and stabbed the sharp knife in his hand straight into the chest of Lu Jipeng, who was standing there in shock. Ah! Ah! Zo Mengmeng and Lu's mother covered their mouths and screamed in horror. Well. Chapter 84 Arranging Ability. Lu Jipeng looked in disbelief at Lu Guowa, whose eyes were red and who looked like a madman. His body shook, and his hands instinctively wanted to cover the place in his chest where the sharp blade pierced. Bright red blood flowed out from between his fingers, staining his clothes red. Gua, hua. Lu Jipeng squeezed out a weak and sad voice from his throat. Filled with despair and heartache, he couldn't believe his nephew would do such a thing to him. The madness in Lu Guowa's eyes became more intense as the knife stabbed into him. He gripped the knife handle tightly with both hands and pulled the knife out of Lu Jipeng's chest with force. Blood splattered on his face and body. He raised the knife again and stabbed Lu Jipeng frantically. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Every time the knife stabbed him, Lu Jipeng's body twitched and he whimpered in pain. His eyes gradually dimmed. Zo Mengmeng and Lu's mother had already collapsed on the ground in fear. Boss Lu got up from the ground. At this moment, he no longer cared about the pain from his head that had just hit the shelf. He rushed forward and snatched the knife from Lu Guowa's hand. Then he pounced on Lu Jipeng, who was lying on the ground. Jipeng. Lu Lauda turned around and yelled to Lu's mother, "Call 130 for emergency medical services." Lu's mother nodded hurriedly and took out her cell phone in a panic to call the emergency number. Lu Guowa turned around and walked in front of Zo Mengmeng, showing a terrifying smile. Mengmeng, you said you would only love me. Zo Mengmeng was so scared that she burst into tears, crying and making excuses. Yes, I only love you. Your uncle is lying to you. The baby in my belly is yours. Boss Lu laid his brother flat on the ground, walked towards Zo Mengmeng, raised his foot and stomped on Zo Mengmeng's stomach. Fuck you. You're such a jinx. Zo Mengmeng covered her stomach and screamed ah. Then came another kick, and then 2 kicks. Lu Guowa quickly pushed Boss Lu away and shouted, "How dare you attack Mengmeng? She's pregnant with your grandson." Boss Lu pointed at Lu Guowa, his body shaking with anger. You useless piece of shit, you stabbed your uncle for this bitch. You fucking worthless piece of shit. Zo Mengmeng curled up on the ground, holding her stomach and twitching continuously. Help me. Lu's mother was already scared silly. The employees in the lounge were leaning on the doorframe, stunned by the scene in the supermarket. Murder. I've only been working here for 3 months. Can this supermarket still survive? Call the police. 10 minutes later. Li Zhixuan stood at the door of her shop and looked at a crowd of people gathered at the entrance of the Happy Days shopping mall diagonally opposite. There were also 3 police cars and 2 ambulances. After a while, 2 stretchers carrying people were carried out. Lu Lauda and his son Lu Guowa were escorted into a police car by the police. What happened? It's such a big scene. Li Zhixuan pinched her waist and frowned. The employee who was watching the fun next to her accosted her, "Boss, are you killing yourself because you're out of business?" No, based on my experience of watching thousands of episodes of Detective Thirst, things are not that simple. Look, the police cars are here. What the manager said makes sense. Li Zixuan frowned, then reacted immediately. Hey, everyone, go in and get to work. Restock the supplies. The employees walked into the store, looking back every few steps. A Hummer sports car stopped at the door of Super Happy Day PAUS. Chen Yusin and Wang Ming got out of the car. Li Zixuan shouted to Wang Ming in surprise, "Dear." Chen Yusin frowned suddenly and looked at Li Zixuan. "Ah, Wang Ming." Li Zixuan suddenly changed her words. There really is something going on between them. Chen Yusin muttered to herself. Wang Ming walked towards the store door and turned his head to look into the distance. Isn't that Lu Guo's mall? Why are there so many people gathered here? The price is even lower than ours. Li Zixuan hurried down a few steps to greet Wang Ming. No, it seems like something happened. Several ambulances and police cars just arrived. Wang Ming looked puzzled, crossed his shoulders and stood looking. Chen Yusin looked at Li Zixuan and felt very jealous. Whether it is femininity, appearance or figure, she cannot compare with Meng Meng's mother. But what does Li Zixuan mean? I am no worse than her. Why is she the store manager while I am the driver? Chen Yusin pouted unconsciously. Li Zixuan noticed Chen Yusin's unfriendly look. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Yusin immediately calmed down and smiled awkwardly. Ah, it's okay. Look at how beautiful your business suit looks today. Li Zixuan smiled happily, right? Wang Ming took me to the mall to choose this set for a long time. Chen Yusin's mouth corners drooped again. With Wang Ming's temper, there must be a tense atmosphere in the fitting room of the mall. At this time, Wang Ming walked diagonally across and came to the door of Lu Guo's supermarket. He gently patted the man's shoulder and said, "Hey, buddy, what happened?" It's a mess. A father-in-law is beating his daughter-in-law, and a nephew is beating his uncle. It seems someone might have died. At this time, an employee came out, closed the glass door of the supermarket, and then locked it. Wang Ming returned to the door of his shop, and Li Zixuan approached him. What happened? Meng Meng was beaten. Something seems to have happened at her boyfriend's house. Ah. Chen Yusin immediately became nervous. How's Meng Meng? Wang Ming shook his head. I don't know. The store is closed. Li Zixuan touched her chin and nodded. Oh, so one of the people taken away by the ambulance just now was Meng Meng. Ambulance? Chen Yusin became increasingly nervous. She took out her cell phone and called Zo Meng. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. She called a few more times but the same thing happened. Chen Yusin looked up and begged, "Boss, can I take a leave? I can't pretend I don't know what happened to Zo Meng." Wang Ming nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'll give you your salary for today." Chen Yusin ran to the street and raised her hand to hail a taxi. "Drive my car." Wang Ming shouted. "Thank you, boss." Chen Yusin trotted towards the bull. The fierce bull rushed out with a buzzing sound. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan walked into the store and came to the manager's office. It seems we should raise the prices of our goods. The store across the street is closed. Let's not talk about this for now. Tomorrow, Sister Chi will take me to a banquet. There will be many celebrities in the entertainment industry. I plan to help you find an agent. You don't really want to make me a singing star, do you? After Li Zixuan finished speaking, she frowned and said happily, "By the way, not only has my voice improved, but I've also been trying to compose music in my free time these past couple of days, and it sounds really good." She took out her cell phone and played a piece of her own arrangement. Wang Ming sat up straight after listening to it. "Is this the song you composed?" He was very surprised and realized that the vocal talent of the talent ticket not only gave Li Zixuan singing skills, but also increased her ability to write lyrics and compose music. Beep. Hey, master. The system's consciousness suddenly emerged. Chapter 85 Iron Fist Hall. Are there any new products on the shelves? This time it's so exciting. I have developed a special medicine, the heart-opening potion. Just like last time, this was developed by chance and will disappear from the store after purchase. Yes, I brought you 400 system coins, for free. Okay, I'm going to continue developing new products. Bye, master. Why? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wang Ming opened the system mall panel and was shocked to find that the system coins in the upper right corner had become 1016. It was 1200 before, and the system really gave me 400 for free. It would be great if I could get 400 system coins every day. Wouldn't that mean you can strengthen it twice a day? Wang Ming clicked on the special product column and found it Confess Your Heart potion among the products. Product introduction. The user will express his true thoughts in an emotional manner. I will not stop expressing myself until my mouth is dry. I am out of breath and have no strength left. Wang Ming felt delighted. So, if Lin Chi took this potion, she would directly express her affection for him? Isn't that a confession? Just like the voice of the heart potion, it also requires 500 system coins. After all, it is a one-time use, so buy it first. After the purchase, there are still 1,100 system coins left. Wang Ming felt that this period of time was extremely exhausting, and he thought that he could be free and easy through strengthening. It really proves the saying that there is no land that has not been plowed well. What's more, there is a lot of land but only one cow. I decided to buy kidney enhancement and endurance enhancement again. After all, enhanced endurance will be useful in future competitions. Endurance enhancement X1 purchase successful. Kidney function enhancement X1 purchase successful. Wang Ming clearly felt changes in his body. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Li Zixuan stood up from the manager's chair and walked up to Wang Ming. Wang Ming closed the system interface. I'm asking you, how did it happen that made me so upset? At this moment, Li Zixuan felt as if Wang Ming was half gone. I'll tell you when you have a child. By the way, have you bought that house yet? No, the landlord saw that I really liked her house, so she raised the price. I don't want to be taken advantage of, so I'll transfer the money to you. No, you're going to be in the entertainment industry soon, so how can you live in an old neighborhood? As Wang Ming spoke, he picked up his phone and transferred 2 million to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was stunned when she saw the transfer information. Oh my god, why are you transferring so much money to me again? Wang Ming leaned lazily on his chair and said seriously, in the residential complex where I live, there are small apartments in the board building. With the money Lin Chi gave you before, plus mine, you should have 4 million now, right? Why don't you move to my neighborhood? Li Zixuan looked at the balance on her phone and swallowed. You know, I never thought I'd get this from you. I understand. Wang Ming naturally understood that people who were obsessed with him would be unconditionally loyal to him. Our community has a good environment. After you move in, everyone will be able to take care of you. Li Zixuan put her hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow and smiled. I think you want to make things easier. Wang Ming also laughed. Don't you want to be closer to me? I promise to take care of you, and it's more considerate if I'm close to you. Okay, as you say. I'll go look at the house when I'm free. Li Zixuan pulled a chair next to Wang Ming and sat down. She saw Wang Ming open the browser to check the information of Shiguan Boxing Gym. Ha! You want to learn boxing? Let me see which boxing gym has an open challenge. Why are you suddenly interested in this? I remember your previous hobby was working part-time. Wang Ming frowned suddenly. I work part-time for. Never mind. Let's not talk about this again. You will enter the entertainment industry in the future, Zhang Yao and Zo Xu. Wang Ming quickly stopped talking to prevent this little jealous person from getting angry again. He paused and continued, anyway, I want to make a name for myself in this industry. Li Zixuan nodded, not quite understanding, and then said worriedly. But boxing feels quite dangerous. What would I do if you got injured or disabled? Wang Ming grabbed Li Zixuan's hand and said, don't worry, I promise I won't let you become a widow for the second time. What are you talking about? We're not married. When it comes to marriage, Li Zixuan's face turns red and a surge of anticipation suddenly wells up in her heart. What should I name my child? Wang Xiaoming for a boy or Wang Xiaoxian for a girl? Just as Li Zixuan was immersed in her fantasy, Wang Ming saw a corner of something that was pressed down by the price inquiry on Li Zixuan's desk, and the packaging looked particularly familiar. He took a few steps forward and pushed aside the documents, revealing a box of 001. Wang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and waved it in front of Li Zixuan. Why do you keep this thing in the office? Li Zixuan immediately came to her senses, snatched it away and hid it behind her. It's all because of you. You're messing around in the office. Be prepared just in case. Wang Ming walked to the door and locked it, then turned around and gave Li Zixuan a knowing smile. My shoulder blades are so sore. Come and help me massage them. After you're done, I'll help you. Li Zhixuan snorted coquettishly, please be gentle when you massage me. I don't want to scream in pain when you massage me again. An hour later, Wang Ming poured a glass of water for Li Zhixuan who was lying on the table. Li Zhixuan raised her head, took the cup and took a big sip, then stared with her big watery eyes and complained. I don't want to move to your neighborhood anymore. I want to stay away from you. Wang Ming put on his jacket with a smile and said jokingly. As soon as he got down from the desk, he started talking nonsense. He was just clamoring to put a bed in the office. He waved to Li Zhixuan. Bye, you'll have to wait and see about the price increase in the supermarket. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office. Li Zhixuan still pouted, watching his departing figure, muttering softly. If I move in next to him, I'll probably never leave the neighborhood again. Her eyes accidentally fell on the unopened box on the table, and she instantly widened her eyes and screamed. Oh my god! It didn't work! It's not the safe period. After Wang Ming walked out of the supermarket, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the supermarket where Lu Guohua lived, and his brows couldn't help but frown. I don't know what happened. Meng Meng was beaten. Could it be that she was angry because she asked for too much? After he finished expressing his feelings, he shook his head helplessly, and the bull was driven away by Qing Yusen. He took a taxi and headed to a boxing gym in Nangang District. After getting off the car at the boxing gym, Wang Ming walked to the door and looked up. There was a plaque with the words Iron Fist Hall hanging on the door. In Xiguan, Nangang District has the most boxing gyms, and Iron Fist Hall is quite famous among them. The gym owner, Zo Xuching, is famous for his powerful and vigorous boxing skills and is one of the 8 gym owners in Nangang District. Wang Ming stepped into the boxing gym, and a young man in simple clothes immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. Are you here to learn boxing? Do you have a particular master you admire? Wang Ming shook his head and said, I want to fight with the masters of your boxing gym. Well, I can't really say that. I just want to find an expert to spar with and test my skills. The man who greeted the guests couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing this. Ha, it's been a while since anyone dared to challenge us, and today someone as stubborn as you actually showed up. Wang Ming quickly waved his hands and said anxiously, I'm not here to challenge you, I'm just here to exchange ideas and test my skills. If that doesn't work, I can hire someone to fight with me for a fee. The man crossed his shoulders in disdain and snorted, what do you think of our Iron Fist Hall? We don't have the concept of sparring here, so either you stay and learn boxing, or you can do whatever you want. Chapter 86 Life and Death Certificate. A man in his 40s walked over and asked with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? What are you yelling about? The man who greeted the guests said sternly, Master Chen, this kid wants to challenge us. Upon hearing this, Master Chen's brows instantly raised. Oh? Wang Ming sighed helplessly, I already said it's not a challenge, you kid really like to add fuel to the fire. After saying this, Wang Ming bowed politely to Master Chen. I've heard your academy is renowned, and I came here today just to exchange ideas with someone. I mean no harm. Then this is a challenge. After Master Chen finished speaking, he folded his arms over his chest, looked Wang Ming up and down, and then snorted in disdain. You young man, you really don't know your place. Do you know the martial arts of our Iron Fist Hall? One punch can cripple you. Wang Ming spread his hands helplessly, okay then, I'll go to the steel leg gate and take a look. Master Chen shouted, stop. Wang Ming just turned halfway when his body froze instantly. He then turned back and asked, what's wrong? Do you understand the rules of the boxing gym? You came in to challenge the gym, but you want to leave without fighting? Wang Ming began to murmur. Master Chen was aggressive and had a strong and sturdy build. The calluses on his fists, which were clasped in front of his chest, were clearly visible. I don't know what my current strength is. Does the boxing gym have such rules? I really have no intention of kicking out the club. Master Chen took a few steps forward. My muscles are great, but they're all dead muscles. Kung Fu was acquired through continuous practice, not just a few boxes of protein powder. If you don't let me go, what do you want? Master Chen sneered, you can only leave sideways today. Wang Ming was a little nervous, but he knew he would not be able to get out if he didn't fight now. I came here to test my skills, come on. Wang Ming took off his jacket and threw it on the ground, come on. Master Chen turned to look at the man welcoming guests and said, go, and call all my disciples. Okay, Master Chen. The welcoming man ran into the boxing gym. Wang Ming frowned and asked, "Isn't it true that I'm fighting with Zo Xuching?" Master Chen wrinkled his nose immediately, his face full of anger. "How dare you? How dare you address my master by his name?" Wang Ming was stunned. His original intention was to come here to compete with the owner of the museum. "I want to compete with your gym leader." "You are such an ignorant brat." Master Chen rushed forward and reached out to grab Wang Ming's collar. Wang Ming raised his hand instantly and pushed away Master Chen's thick and strong arm. Master Chen was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "It seems like it's not just dead muscle. This guy definitely has some kung fu skills." He realized that the force Wang Ming had just used to swing his hand was definitely not something an ordinary muscular man could possess. "Who are you? Which boxing gym are you from?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "I don't have a boxing gym." Master Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "I've seen many people like you who become arrogant after practicing for a few years. The disciples of our boxing gym will show no mercy later, and anyone who challenges us will be sent packing." Wang Ming's heart tightened again. Looking at Master Chen's posture, it was obvious that he wanted him to lie down. However, he possesses the top fighting skills of Daxia and his techniques are highly skilled. He had good muscles before, and now his strength is almost twice as much as before. His bones and endurance have also been more than improved. Even if he can't win, he won't just go out lying down. Wang Ming curled his lips and smiled. Seeing his expression, Master Chen wanted to go up and punch him twice. At this time, the welcoming man hurried over with several agile people. As soon as they arrived, they surrounded Wang Ming. "This guy is going to kick our hall." The welcoming man pointed at Wang Ming. Several young people were eager to try, muttering, "You ignorant fool, today I will let you know how powerful the Iron Fist Hall is." "Let me." "No. Let me do it. It's been a while since anyone dared to challenge us here." Master Chen said seriously, "Let Zo Xuching come." He knew that Wang Ming was no ordinary person, so he decided to let his eldest disciple take action. "Yes, master." Zo Xuching raised the corners of his mouth and began to rub his fists. "Boy, I'll teach you a good lesson today. I'll recommend a dentist to you later. Dental implants are very cheap." Wang Ming looked around and saw everyone had a disdainful smile on their face. "I told you I want to find a master to spar with. An ordinary disciple like this can't beat me. You. I." Master Chen was so angry that he just wanted to curse. As a practitioner of traditional martial arts, he tried his best to suppress the endless curse words in his heart. Zo Xuching twisted his neck and bent his arms. "Master, don't be angry. I'll help him extract his teeth later." Wang Ming knew that if he didn't defeat Master Chen's disciples, he would never be able to meet the owner of the museum, Zo Xuching. At this point, Wang Ming spoke without hesitation. "Well, if you break your arms or legs, I'll pay for your medical expenses. But what if you accidentally kill someone? Do you have a wife? Tell me her address and I'll help you take care of your widow. I have a way with that. My senior brother lives in Yijing Garden in Shaowan District. His sister-in-law is awesome." Zo Xuching gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "You fucking idiot. Are you crazy? What's wrong? I'm so kind. I percent hashtag." Master Chen shouted, "Shut up. Zo Xuching, knock him down today." Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the fighting arena." Wang Ming followed Zo Xuching into the martial arts hall. Everyone followed. Zo Xuching leaped onto the stage, clenched his fists, and got into position. Wang Ming walked onto the stage slowly and stretched his wrists and ankles. Except for Master Chen and his disciples, several other masters and disciples came out of their respective martial arts rooms and gathered around the martial arts arena. "What's wrong, Brother Chen? Here comes this ignorant brat to challenge us. Ha ha, it's been a while since I've seen anyone dare to challenge us. Oh, it's Zo Xuching. This guy is going to be in trouble." The disciples whispered to each other. "If you don't know your place, all 3 of your legs will be broken. Why do I feel like I've seen this guy before? He looks very familiar." A disciple who had seen the popular video of the supermarket ribbon cutting ceremony muttered. At this time, a disciple walked onto the stage and came in front of Zo Xuching with pen, paper and ink. Zo Xuching didn't even look at it, he just picked up the paper and pen, signed, and then pressed his fingerprint. The disciple walked up to Wang Ming again. Wang Ming asked, "What? This is Daxia's life and death agreement, protected by Daxia's laws. You challenge it without knowing anything. You're really stubborn. Wang Ming picked up the pen and stared at the words on the paper, trying to read them clearly. Zo Xuching impatiently urged him. Sign it quickly. After signing, call home and say goodbye. Wang Ming looked up and glared at him. You haven't told me where your wife lives. Zo Xuching, I hashtag at hashtag. The disciple who delivered the life and death agreement urged, sign it quickly. It's a life and death agreement, what's there to read? Wang Ming wrote his name and pressed his fingerprint on the ink pad. Chapter 87. Where does my sister-in-law live? The disciple who delivered the death warrant walked off the stage, and Master Chen shouted. Start! Zo Xuching pounced towards Wang Ming in an instant, and his right fist, with a whistling sound, hit Wang Ming's face directly. Wang Ming slightly turned his body and easily avoided it. Zo Xuching's punch missed and his body was slightly off balance. Wang Ming took the opportunity to stretch out his left hand and hold Zo Xuching's right arm. Following the momentum of his turning around, Zo Xuching fell directly onto the stage. Wow, Zo Xuching fell down. Big brother. Get up. Fighting skills. Master Chen's eyes widened. This seems to be the kung fu of the Daxia Special Forces. A man who also looked like a master chef sighed. The Daxia Special Forces is one of the top special forces on Blue Star. The kung fu that everyone practices is a fighting technique that has evolved from the strengths of various Daxia martial arts. This army consists of only 500 people, and the fittest are eliminated every year. Master Chen snorted disdainfully. No, this guy is so young, how could he be a retired special forces soldier? Zo Xuching stood up, furious and ashamed. He didn't expect Wang Ming to be so agile. He had used all his strength in that punch just now, but he didn't even hit Wang Ming. He calmed himself down and got into position again. Don't be complacent, I only used 10% of my strength in that punch just now. Oh, really? So where do you live? How old is your wife? Sister-in-law is 36C. I told you she lives in Yijing Garden, a disciple in the audience shouted. Zo Xuching yelled at the audience, F. Also your mouth shut when we get downstairs. Why are you so mean, big brother? I mean well. After Zo Xuching finished cursing, he rushed towards Wang Ming and threw 3 consecutive punches, each of which was full of fierce power. Wang Ming dodged Zo Xuching's 3 consecutive punches by moving sideways flexibly. At the moment Zo Xuching continued to punch, Wang Ming quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed his wrist. At the same time, he raised his left leg suddenly and hit Zo Xuching's thigh hard with his knee. Zo Xuching's body tilted, and Wang Ming took advantage of the situation and swung his knife again, hitting Zo Xuching's shoulder hard. Ah! This knife strike caused Zo Xuching's shoulder nerves to twitch violently. He stumbled back a few steps before he could stand firm. Wang Ming took a quick step forward, grabbed Zo Xuching's arms with both hands, and used the cleverness of his fighting skills to throw Zo Xuching to the stage. Zo Xuching lay on the ground, waving his hands wildly, not knowing whether to rub his legs or shoulders first. Ah! He cried out. Big brother, you lost? These are just a few moves. What kind of kung fu is this? During the fight with Wang Ming, Zo Xuching felt that Wang Ming was very strong, but his moves were not simply based on brute force. Each move was graceful and fierce, leaving his iron fist powerless to defend against it. Master Chen was stunned. He originally thought with disdain that Wang Ming was so young that he couldn't have retired or been eliminated from the special forces. But at this moment he clearly saw that Wang Ming's kung fu was indeed the fighting technique that was not passed on to others by the top special forces of Daxia. The moves are extremely exquisite, and every action contains profound skills. How could someone so young be so skilled? He was puzzled. Another master frowned and said with lingering fear. If that kid's knife had hit Zo Xuching's neck just now, Zo Xuching might have fainted. Master Chen was so angry that he took a big leap onto the fighting stage and shouted at Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching, get down. Zo Xuching struggled to stand up, glared at Wang Ming unwillingly, and limped off the stage. Master Chen stood on the stage, his brows etched with coldness, staring intently at Wang Ming. Boy, you're quite capable. No matter who you are, I won't let you leave comfortably. Wang Ming was full of confidence at this time. After all, he defeated Master Chen's eldest disciple effortlessly in just a few moves, so Master Chen should not be able to crush him. He raised the corner of his mouth and jokingly said, Do we need to sign a life and death agreement? By the way, Master Chen, do you have a wife? Master Chen was enraged by Wang Ming's words and rushed towards Wang Ming in an instant. A chef in the audience stroked his chin and analyzed. This kid is not simple. He first provoked people with words, causing them to become unstable. A disciple sighed quietly, isn't this guy just a bad mouth? The disciple who had just reported Zo Xuching's home address said thoughtfully. I think he's very philanthropic. He doesn't worry about whether he will get hurt, but instead cares about other people's families. Big brother is right, you are just a fool. On the stage, Master Chen threw a punch that he had been accumulating for a long time. The punch was so fast that Wang Ming had no time to dodge. He quickly stretched out his palms to block the punch, but the huge impact force made his body slide backwards. Wang Ming retracted his arms, and his body circled like a snake and leaped to the side of Master Chen. The two men immediately engaged in a fight, punching and kicking each other, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner for a while. Every time Wang Ming blocked Master Chen's iron fist, he felt a tremendous force and felt that he was worthy of being Zo Xuching's disciple. As the fight went on, Master Chen fell into the defensive position and had no chance to punch at all. But with years of experience in martial arts, his defense was impenetrable. Wang Ming's fists and kicks were like chaotic shadows, and Master Chen stabilized his lower body with his arms and continued to prevent Wang Ming from getting close. After fighting for nearly 10 minutes, Master Chen was out of breath. You are not in good health. How can your sister-in-law love you? Wang Ming saw that Master Chen could not do anything to him, so he became more and more bold in his provocation. You, don't be too proud. Master Chen was enraged, and his stable lower body was ready to move, wanting to turn defense into offense. Wang Ming seized the opportunity and dodged Master Chen's punch by moving sideways. Then he quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Master Chen's arm, and threw him over his shoulder, knocking Master Chen to the ground. This was followed by a downward elbow strike, with the tip of the elbow hitting the ground straight, and the elbow strike was only 2 centimeters away from Master Chen's face. Master Chen felt a chill in his face, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Ah, it hurts. Wang Ming stood up and covered his elbow. There was silence in the audience, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Suddenly a disciple stuttered and broke the silence. Master, I was actually beaten. No way, Master, how could he be defeated? If that elbow had hit Master Chen in the face, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Master Chen was furious. He stood up and quickly threw another punch. Wang Ming also gathered his strength and threw a punch. The two fists collided, and both men felt severe pain in their knuckles, and the powerful force sent a numbness along their arms. This young man's kung fu was beyond your reach. A strong voice came and everyone turned their heads. Master! 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 Chapter 88 Handsome and Capable Zo Xuching. Master Chen on the stage was about to throw a punch, but Zo Xuching immediately shouted. Stop! Master Chen suddenly turned his head. Master! Come down quickly, do you still want to embarrass yourself in front of all the disciples? Master Chen was unwilling to give in. He said that he might not be able to win in bed, but how could he not beat such a young guy in martial arts? Boy, humph! He gritted his teeth in unwillingness towards Wang Ming, snorted, and walked down the arena. Hiss! Wang Ming covered his elbow and bared his teeth. If I had known you wouldn't accept it, I would have elbowed you in the face. Zo Xuching walked onto the stage and asked, Little brother, were you a member of the Special Forces? Wang Ming recognized that this person was the owner Zo Xuching, and he bowed slightly and responded. No, I'm self-taught. Zo Xuching frowned. It was impossible for someone so young to be a member of the Special Forces. It takes many years from the selection of 1 in 10,000 to years of training and finally becoming a formal team member through actual combat competition. It seems that his father is a retired soldier and taught him privately. He's so young, and he's training privately, he's a real genius to be able to do this. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head and said, Excuse me, I just want to exchange some ideas and see how good my kung fu is. I'm afraid none of my disciples are your match. I saw all your moves just now. Your kung fu is already as good as mine, but your speed is still a little behind. Without Zo Xuching telling him, Wang Ming knew what he should do to make up for it. Technically, he's not bad, but his muscle strength and speed do need to be improved. Master, I was careless just now. I didn't dodge, so he attacked me. Zo Xuching walked to Zo Xuching angrily. Zo Xuching said seriously, You can only throw 3 of the lightning 5-punch combo now. Put less effort into talking and more into practicing martial arts. I told you, his skills aren't much worse than mine. A group of disciples started discussing again, is this kid's kung fu so strong? Of course, even Master Chen can't beat him. Wang Ming then bowed to Zhao Xinyang and said, thank you for your disciples' training. Zhao Xinyang saw that Wang Ming was showing mercy to avoid causing serious injuries, so he squinted his eyes and smiled. I see you're not here to challenge me. Come into the inner hall and talk about your father. Wang Ming bowed and said, I won't bother you anymore. I'll come visit you someday. Zhao Xinyang grabbed Wang Ming's hand. Young and promising men like you are rare. If Donggang has more people like you, Xiguan's martial arts status in Daxia will definitely return to its peak. The martial arts of Guangnan County and Guangbei County have been passed down since ancient times, but are now in decline. It's better to engage in esports and live streaming than boxing. Why would young people spend money to learn these things? After they learn it, they can only be a security guard. Very few people can get a job in a top bodyguard company, which is equivalent to getting admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Master Chen and Zhou Xing were so moved by Zhao Xinyang's emotion that their eyes showed admiration. They hate each other. The door of the boxing gym creaked open and a woman walked into the gym. Seeing such a lively atmosphere, he walked in excitedly and shouted, Dad, what's going on today? Wang Ming looked closely. The woman was in her 20s, wearing tight jeans, a black sleeveless shirt, and carrying a very simple canvas bag. She has a slender waist but strong arms, and her body proportions are perfect. She has fair skin but her facial features are dashing and handsome, and she looks extremely beautiful. Zhao Xinyang smiled and replied to the woman, this young man with great kung fu skills had a sparring match with a disciple from our academy. The woman walked over and casually threw the coat in her hand into a locker far away. She began to look at Wang Ming curiously, then looked at Zhou Xing who was covering his wound and Master Chen who looked unwilling, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. So powerful. Even Master Chen was defeated? Zhou Xing approached the woman and said flatteringly, if I hadn't been careless, I definitely wouldn't have lost to him. Uncle Master, you look so beautiful today. The woman rolled her eyes at Zhou Xing and said, you're the most stubborn person in the Iron Fist Hall. If you lose, you lose. Don't make excuses. Wang Ming was amused by the woman's straightforward character. But he was a little confused. Zhao Xinyang's hair is all white, and this woman looks to be only in her 20s. A daughter? Zhao Xinyang has two major regrets. One is that he doesn't have a disciple who can support the boxing gym in the future. Although my daughter is gifted in martial arts, the Iron Fist Hall has been run by men since ancient times. I had no son, but I had a daughter in my old age. So the second regret is that I didn't find a good son-in-law. He saw Wang Ming staring at his daughter intently, so he smiled and took his daughter's hand. This is my daughter, Zhao Xianing, 25 years old. I like blue and white. Besides boxing, I also like to adopt stray animals. Her boxing skills are top-notch, and I can guarantee with this 15-centimeter beard that she has never had a boyfriend. Wang Ming was stunned. Zhao Xinyang's disciples were also stunned. Is it so straightforward? Just because he's good at martial arts? Just give him a daughter? Dad, what are you talking about? Zhao Xianing's handsome brows frowned slightly. Zhao Xinyang rolled his eyes at Zhao Xianing and said, shut up and just listen. Wang Ming was a little panicked. How could this happiness come so suddenly? You mean? How old are you? 22. Just the right time to hold a gold brick. I counted on my fingers and it was destined. I dreamed last night that my daughter would give birth to twins a year later. Zhao Xianing glanced at Wang Ming and immediately turned his head back, his eyes widening. Hey! I'm looking for someone who can at least beat me. Wang Ming moved closer to Zhao Xianing and whispered in her ear, I also want to find someone who can beat me in the room. Zhao Xianing's cheeks flushed, and he suddenly turned his head and spat, Bah! You shameless bastard! She just raised her fist when Zhao Xinyang stopped her with a big hand, Stop! I'm telling you to shut up. I can't control you anymore, can I? Zhao Xianing stomped his feet in anger, Dad, do you know what he just said? Just bear with me no matter what. This kid is so kind-hearted. He showed mercy to others during the sparring just now. Besides, you can't beat him. Zhao Xinyang immediately smiled apologetically at Wang Ming, my daughter is not usually like this, she is very gentle. Wang Ming's mouth twitched. She had nothing to do with gentleness, judging from her posture and the degree of fear the other disciples had towards her. It's just a little tigress waiting to be tamed. Zhao Xianing glanced at Wang Ming. She was not fooled by his enhanced appearance and temperament, but she was disgusted by his frivolous behavior just now. Snort. Beep. Bindable object identified. Recognizing that the other party's father admires the host, immediately bind. Bound to Zhao Xianing. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Body size, 95 centimeters. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 20. Chapter 89, Get to Zo Xuching's house as soon as possible. Wang Ming was stunned. This degree of infatuation is negative? Thinking about my and Zo Xuching's identities back then, I was so disrespectful to her, but my initial infatuation level was still 5 points. Now that my temperament and strength in all aspects have reached a higher level, she still has a negative level of obsession. What a heroine. However, with her looks and figure, she is considered one of the top 3 together with Zo Xuching and Lin Qi. The bound subject, Zhao Xianing, triggers a system task. The other party is willing to serve as a personal bodyguard. What are you looking at? Gouge your eyes out. Oh, I'm staring at you so intently because you're so beautiful. Zhao Xinyang said earnestly. Wang Ming closed the system interface and smiled at Zhao Xianing, saying, My name is Wang Ming. Our story begins. Zhao Xianing clenched her fists immediately, but her old father was beside her, and she really wanted to punch Wang Ming away. When Zhao Xinyang heard Wang Ming say this, it seemed that there was a chance. He laughed heartily. If fate doesn't come, you can't ask for it. If fate comes, you can't stop it. Wang Ming thought of the bouquet of flowers in the system inventory. If the bound object's infatuation level is less than 60 points, it will directly increase by 30 points once it is accepted. He took it directly from the inventory. A bunch of colorful flowers suddenly appeared in Wang Ming's hands. This magic is so real. Where did it come from? He's good at kung fu, has a great body, and can do magic. I'm not jealous. My uncle should be paired with a guy like this. Zhao Xinyang's disciples immediately applauded. Only Master Chen and his apprentice Zhou Xing spat at Wang Ming. Zhao Xianing suddenly turned around and glared at the chattering crowd. Shut up. Do you want to get punched? Wang Ming took 2 steps forward and held the flowers to his chest with both hands. For you. Zhao Xianing snorted, little trick, take it away. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. She's so proactive, you're going to make me so angry. Dad, I. Zhao Xianing had no choice but to take the flower and lean forward to warn Wang Ming. At the same time, Wang Ming also leaned forward slightly. Before Zhao Xianing could speak, he whispered, Don't talk, kiss me. Zhao Xianing's body shook and she threw a punch. Wang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed her fist. Zhao Xinyang took a big step and slapped Zhao Xianing's arm down. If you're rude to Wang Ming again, I'll be rude to your mother. Zhao Xianing unwillingly released all his strength and glared at Wang Ming again. A warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart, and her hostility towards Wang Ming instantly dissipated. Looking at his face, it seemed to become less disgusting. Wang Ming caught the change in Zhao Xianing's facial expression. Seeing that the obsession level on the system panel had reached 10, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Wang Ming really likes Zhao Xianing's appearance, which is unusually handsome. I wish it would be just as Zhao Xinyang said, that she would give birth to twins a year later. At this time, Wang Ming's phone rang. Wang Ming waved to Zhao Xinyang and said, I'm going to take a call. He walked to the side and answered Zhang Yao's call. Hello. Wang Ming, are the dividends calculated at the end of the year or are they paid quarterly? Why are you calling me by my full name? Or my nickname? Hey, I have someone with me who can speak seriously. Just calculate it at the end of the year. If I need money, I'll go to the company to ask for it. Well, okay, now that we've almost invested and spent everything, we still have over 4 million left in the company's account. I'll give it back to you. I told you that we can gradually cancel the cooperation with the outsourced renovation team, set up our own team, and establish a construction department. Well, but with one more department, I'm going to be exhausted again. You have to reward me more. Of course, I'll definitely give you plenty of protein. Wang Ming hung up the phone, returned to the front of the group and waved to Zhao Xinyang. Master Zhao, I'm leaving now. Could you please give me your daughter's contact information? Zhao Xinyang took out his phone and said with a smile, add me and I'll recommend her to you. Zhao Xianing raised an eyebrow at Wang Ming and said in a cold voice, "Even if you add me, I won't approve it." Zhao Xinyang glared at Zhao Xianing fiercely, "Then I will block you and your mother. I will go up the mountain to become a monk. You won't listen to me." Zhao Xianing felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest. When did his old father become so childlike? What kind of poison did Wang Ming have on his father? Wang Ming scanned Zhao Xinyang's QR code and waved his phone at Zhao Xianing. "Let's get in touch when you're free. Bye." "Goodbye, Master Zhao." He turned and walked away. Zhao Xianing didn't respond but just turned his head. Zhao Xinyang waved at Wang Ming and said, "Come often when you have time." As Wang Ming walked through the crowd and passed by Zhou Xing and Master Chen, Zhou Xing complained. "Boy, don't be so proud. I will knock you down sooner or later." Although Zhou Xing has a wife, he loves his uncle Zhao Xianing but cannot express it. He knows that he is not worthy of her, but he has always admired her in his heart. Wang Ming suddenly stopped and turned to look at him, his voice low. "Try to say it again. Can you please stop pretending? You're learning some non-sectarian martial arts and performing childish magic tricks. Do you think you're so great?" Wang Ming looked at Zhou Xing, who was clutching his shoulder and whose arm joints were severely red and swollen. He smiled disdainfully. "Go to the hospital quickly. With your injuries, your wife will have to stay home for a long time. #FCKU. Zhou Xing's eyes were wide open with anger, and he wanted to rush up and attack, but was held back by Master Chen. "Zhou Xing, don't be impulsive. The owner is here. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future." Zhou Xing stared at Wang Ming fiercely. "I was careless today." "Just wait." Wang Ming ignored him and just glared at him fiercely. Having lost his parents at a young age, he hates being insulted the most. But he really doesn't want to beat him up in front of the old owner. If he gets the chance, he will definitely drag him to a small alley alone. He continued walking outside. "I checked Zhao Xianing's binding information. Infatuation level increased to 12. At this time, Master Zhao was explaining to Zhao Xianing how Wang Ming defeated Zhou Xing with just a few moves and shocked Master Chen with an elbow strike. He saw it clearly in secret, but he stepped out at the end to clean up the mess for his apprentice. Zhao Xianing felt admiration in his heart, so his obsession level increased by 2 points. She was proud and stubborn. "Humph, maybe I was just lucky and Master Chen was careless." Zhao Xinyan let out a heavy breath. "Girl, Wang Ming is a handsome man with good kung fu and can do magic. Can't you give him a chance? Look at my disciples and grandchildren, they are far behind." Zhao Xianing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her face away. "No, I don't want it. I don't like him. I want to marry the one I like." Wang Ming walked out of the martial arts gym and put on his jacket. Just after he walked a few meters, someone put his arm around his shoulders. Wang Ming turned around and saw that it was Zhou Xing's dirty-mouthed junior brother. "What's up?" "My eldest brother must go to the hospital. His wife can't cook. You have to take responsibility for this." "You mean? You have to go cook for him. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. You said you would take care of his wife." Wang Ming was stunned. This guy is truly a rare genius. "Where's the address?" 1702, Building 7, Yijing Garden. "Thank you, you will become a great person." "Brother, you're too kind. I should thank you on behalf of my senior brother. You are such a loyal person. I admire you. Bye-bye." "Goodbye." Wang Ming opened the taxi app and called a Dami SU8 ultra private car. 10 yuan per kilometer, I don't feel bad at all. This car accelerates to 100 meters in 1.68 seconds. Mrs. Zhou must be starving, so she'll rush to your house as soon as possible. 36 CS are waiting to be killed, and the money to speed up must be spent. Chapter 90 The Graceful Wang Jia. 20 minutes later, Wang Ming arrived at Yijing Garden. The residential buildings in the community are a bit old, and the community is almost older than Wang Ming. Walk towards Building 7 and arrive at the 17th floor. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. The door creaked open, and a plump woman in her 30s wearing pajamas appeared at the door. Wang Ming sighed. What Zhou Xing's junior brother said was right. 36C, the pajamas in front were pushed up high. Although she has an ordinary appearance, her posture and just standing there are already full of charm. Appearance may be important during the day, but at night, figure is king. "Who are you?" Wang Ming smiled politely. He had already learned the name of the woman in front of him from Zo Xuching's junior brother. Are you Wang Jie? You can just call me Xiao Wang. I'm also from the martial arts school and a friend of Zo Xuching. He's injured and in the hospital. I'm here to make you a meal. Cook for me? Well, I bought some beef and made some for you. Wang Ming lifted the bag in his hand. Wang Jia was obviously stunned for a moment, then her expression softened a bit. Zo Xuching didn't say that any friends would come to cook for me. Wait a minute, I'll give him a call. Sister-in-law, did he say he was injured and would go to the hospital and come back later? Wang Jia nodded, yes. She thought about it and felt that Wang Ming should be from a martial arts school. Zo Xuching had just called and said that he was going to the hospital and would be back later. He took another look at Wang Ming's muscles, but was not bewitched. His IQ was still online. I'd better give that damn guy a call. We're alone, man and woman. Did he ask you to cook for me? Wang Ming panicked at this time. It would be no fun if this was exposed. His mind was churning and he suddenly thought of Master Zhao. He quickly put the vegetable basket on the ground, took out his cell phone and made a video call to Master Zhao. Master Zhao responded almost perfectly, "Hey, Wang Ming." His kind smile came. "Master, I'm here, I want to let you know I'm safe." "Ha, you really treat me like a family member. You even called me to let me know you're safe. Xia Ning is cooking for me. If you have a chance, come and try her cooking." "Okay, Master, I'm hanging up now." Wang Ming hung up the video. "Look, Master Zhao, you know him, right?" Wang Jia nodded and glanced at Wang Ming's muscles. "Here, give me the clothes and hang them up for you." She reached for the coat draped over Wang Ming's arm, then turned sideways and smiled, come in quickly." When Wang Ming walked sideways into the room, he deliberately slowed down his pace and his shoulder inadvertently brushed past Mrs. Zhou. The pajamas were made of thin fabric, and he could feel the warmth beneath his skin, like touching a piece of glutinous rice cake fresh from the pan. Wang Jia trembled slightly and subconsciously lowered her head to straighten her loose collar. The buttons of her pajamas were almost stretched to the point of breaking off. "The entrance to my sister-in-law's house is so narrow." Wang Ming deliberately lowered his voice, dragging out the ending ambiguously, "I almost bumped into you just now." "Ah, yes, it's really hard to get in because it's too narrow." Wang Jia's cheeks turned red. She went to take the vegetable basket from Wang Ming's hand. When her fingers touched his strong wrist, it felt like they were burned. This muscle is much stronger than Zo Xuching's. She watched Wang Ming changing his shoes. The dissatisfaction she had felt at being ignored by Zo Xuching for 3 whole months turned into a spring feeling that quietly spread from the bottom of her heart. "Sister-in-law, where is the kitchen?" Wang Ming asked left and right. "Over here." Wang Jia walked quickly into the kitchen, her twisting hips forming a full semicircle under her loose pajamas. When Wang Ming followed her in, he saw her standing on tiptoe to reach the pot in the wall cabinet. The hem of her pajamas was pulled up, revealing a section of her white waist and abdomen, and the soft flesh on her waist swayed gently with her movements. His throat rolled, and he walked forward and took the pot. "Oops!" Wang Jia screamed, and when she turned around she bumped into Wang Ming's arms. Wang Ming subconsciously hugged her. "Be careful, your upper body center of gravity is unstable." "What are you doing? Let me go." Wang Jia pushed him away, scolding him. But her eyes didn't hold any anger. Instead, they seemed to hold a hint of spring water in them. "Why are you so clumsy?" "Sorry, sister-in-law, I just subconsciously wanted to protect you." Wang Ming shrugged and deliberately showed the muscle lines on his arms. Those who practice boxing don't care about lightness or heaviness, so don't mind it. Mrs. Zhou's gaze stayed on his arm for 2 seconds, then quickly moved away, her ears red. "It's neither light nor heavy. That's not really a disadvantage." She muttered to herself and turned to walk towards the living room. "I'm not hungry yet, come and sit down first." She greeted Wang Ming. Wang Ming followed Wang Jia into the living room. The old fabric sofa creaked slightly when Wang Jia sat down, and her plump hips pressed a deep indentation into the sofa cushion. This time, she didn't pull up the collar of her pajamas, but instead unbuttoned one of the buttons at the neck. "It's so hot. Sister-in-law, the weather is so cold, are you hot? Are you feeling hot?" Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled, then sat on the sofa. She deliberately sat next to Wang Jia, with their knees only a fist apart. Wang Jia forced a slightly stiff smile. "I am a little hot-tempered. I've been very irritable lately." She has been married to Zo Xuching for 4 years and is pregnant with a child. No dowry, no car or house. The 50 square meter house in this old community was bought with a loan after the couple got married. But after marriage, Zo Xuching's mind was not on Wang Jie at all. He didn't tell her the password of his cell phone, and whenever he had some spare money he bought gifts for Zo Xuching. He was a total bootlicker. Wang Jie knew all this very well. He spent all his energy on boxing and didn't pay any food for several months. If it weren't for the children, they would have separated long ago. Wang Ming noticed the resentment in Wang Jie's eyes and asked tentatively, "Sister-in-law, you seem unhappy." "No, why wouldn't I be happy to have guests?" Wang Ming looked at the children's toys in the room, the milk powder cans on the cabinet, and the takeaway packaging that had not been thrown away on the coffee table in front of him. "What do you usually do at home?" "Watch TV, take care of the kids, and clean the house. Brother Joe is such a jerk. He leaves you alone at home and makes you eat takeout every day." Wang Ming turned sideways, rested his elbows on the back of the sofa, and leaned towards her. "I think you should change your pajamas." He pointed at the button on her chest that was about to burst. "The fabric is so thin, what if you catch a cold?" Wang Jie's cheeks flushed red, and she subconsciously covered her chest and said angrily, "Why do you care about everything?" "Zo Xuching. He's busy. No matter how busy you are, you can't neglect your sister-in-law. Look at this house, there's no atmosphere of homeliness at all." After hearing what Wang Ming said, the hurt in Wang Jie's eyes became even more intense. "I eat takeout and don't get a penny from Zo Xuching every month. I earn money for milk powder and living expenses from handicrafts, and I have to ask my family for help to pay the mortgage." Her eyes began to redden. "Don't mention this guy anymore. I'm definitely not going to live with him anymore." Wang Ming lowered his voice, carrying a hint of hoarseness and magnetism. "You have such a great figure. It's such a shame to stay stuck at home all day. It's a complete waste of your natural talent." Wang Jie raised her head sharply, her eyes sharp. "That's right. He's wasting my good figure and my time." Chapter 91. The invasion is successful. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows. He expected that it was just as he guessed. Zo Xuching didn't care about his family at all and didn't even pay the tax to his wife. He continued to fire. "Hey, I don't know what Zo Xuching is thinking. He doesn't take good care of such a good woman. This guy. Don't you know he has a crush on your uncle?" "You mean, Zo Xuching?" Wang Ming was a little stunned and received unexpected news. Wang Jie's chest heaved with anger. She hugged her shoulders and said, "Don't hide it from him. Everyone knows this." "No. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I absolutely won't pass." Wang Ming hurriedly sat closer to Wang Jie and kept soothing her back with his hands. "Sister-in-law, don't be angry. You can find anyone with a figure like yours." Wang Jie did not reject Wang Ming's intimate behavior. She turned around and asked shyly, "Do you think my figure is good?" "Of course, with my sister-in-law's figure, it would be a shame if she didn't become a model." "I'm a model, I'm just average looking." Wang Jie objected, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "Zo Xuching has never praised me like this before." Her voice became smaller and smaller, with a hint of grievance. Wang Ming's heart moved and he took her hand. Her hands were soft, and her palms were hot. "That's because he doesn't know how to appreciate it." He gently drew circles on the back of her hand with his thumb. "Look at this hand, how skillful it is, the dumplings made with it will surely be delicious." "Sister-in-law, I want to eat dumplings." Wang Jie shuddered all over and tried to pull her hand back, but it was held even tighter. You let go." She tried to avoid Wang Ming's gaze, but couldn't get her hands free. Instead, Wang Ming pulled her into his arms. The air in the living room suddenly became thick. Wang Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and his other hand couldn't help but want to hug her waist. Just then, Wang Jie's cell phone suddenly rang. She suddenly pulled her hand back and pushed Wang Ming away, then frantically took out her cell phone. The name Zo Xuching appeared on the screen. "Hello?" She answered the phone with a trembling voice. Wang Ming, sitting nearby, could clearly hear Zo Xuching's gruff voice on the other end of the line. "I'm out of the hospital. My injury is nothing serious. I'll be back later. Junior brother, please treat me to a drink." "Got it. Drink more and come back later. Bye." Wang Jie hung up the phone in a hurry. "Brother Joe is coming back?" Wang Mingming asked knowingly. He looked at Wang Jia's flustered look and suddenly found it a little interesting. No. No. Wang Jia lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Why don't you go first? I'm afraid. Wang Ming didn't move, just smiled and said, What are you afraid of? He deliberately leaned close to her ear, his voice teasing, Are you afraid of developing feelings for me? Wang Jia suddenly looked up and met Wang Ming's smiling eyes. His eyes were so hot that they seemed to suck her in completely. Her heart was pounding and she subconsciously moved to the side, but Wang Ming's arms were around her in the corner of the sofa. Wang Ming looked at her red eyes and gently brushed her cheek with his fingertips. Brother Joe doesn't know how to care for others. He's out there by himself and leaves you at home to eat takeout. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on her lips and he slowly leaned down. Wang Jia's breathing became rapid, her eyes were half open and half closed, and her body was trembling slightly. Just as their lips were about to touch, Wang Jia suddenly woke up and pushed Wang Ming away. You leave. Wang Ming stood up. Sister-in-law, let's go make dumplings. I also bought large and small intestines. Let's make a pack. Wang Jia was stunned. Wang Ming's every move and every word poked at her psychological defenses. Let's go. Wang Ming reached out to pull her wrist. Wang Jia staggered and her plump body almost fell into his arms again. She looked up in shock and met Wang Ming's hooked eyes, which drew out the grievance of being ignored and the secret desire in her heart. Who wants to be with you? Before she could finish her words, Wang Ming dragged her to the kitchen. The kitchen was small, and when the two stood side by side in front of the cooking counter, Wang Ming's arm was almost touching her. Wang Jia was a little absent-minded and awkward at first. Watching Wang Ming washing, cutting, and chopping the meat, with the large and small intestines cooking in the pot, her heart was in turmoil again. Really? It's been a long time since my kitchen at home has had such a lively atmosphere. Sister-in-law, Wang Ming suddenly stopped and looked sideways at her. Life is short, so you have to be a little selfish and enjoy the happiness of the present moment. I'm doing you a favor, so I should repay you. If my heart isn't on you, why should I continue to endure it? He was a bootlicker a few months ago, but now he has started to teach others. Wang Jia dug her nails into her palms. You think I'm just plain? Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes fell on the unwashed cucumbers in the sink. They haven't paid their grain for 3 months. Zo Xuching is young and beautiful, and she's the owner's daughter. A man like Zo Xuching. If I hadn't been pregnant with his child. He has poor vision. Wang Ming put down the knife in his hand and approached Wang Jia. Zo Xuching's temper is like exploding ice. How can you, sister-in-law? He paused, deliberately dragging out the ending tone. It smells like fireworks. The smell of fireworks? Ha ha. Wang Jia laughed at herself. My everyday life consists of eating takeout every day, paying my mortgage, and not even buying new pajamas. She turned her wrist, picked up the knife on the chopping board, and started chopping the beef, pouring all her resentment onto the chopping board. Wang Ming didn't respond, but moved behind her and took the knife from her hand. His chest was pressed against her back, and his arm was across her side holding the knife. The lines of his muscles through the thin clothes made Wang Jia feel a little painful. You need wrist strength to chop stuffing. Wang Jia recalled the time when she cut her finger while learning to cook, but Zo Xuching despised her for being clumsy. She turned around and buried herself in Wang Ming's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat. All the grievances that had been pent up for 4 years suddenly burst out. That damn. She needed company during her pregnancy, but he was training with Zo Xuching at the martial arts gym. The child had a high fever in the middle of the night, and he was so mean to bring a midnight snack to Zo Xuching. Every month, I have to ask my parents for money for my living expenses. As she spoke, she began to cry, her sobs growing louder and louder. Wang Ming gently held Wang Jia's face and asked her to look up at him. Her eyes were red from crying and her lips were trembling slightly. Wang Ming couldn't help it, he lowered his head and kissed her gently, instantly stopping her crying. Wang Jia was stunned at first, completely shocked. Chapter 92, Crazy Zo Meng. An hour and a half later. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom, and Wang Ming was humming a tune inside. Wang Jia felt like she had survived a disaster, but she was very happy and satisfied. Crash! The bathroom door was pushed open and Wang Ming walked out wrapped in a bath towel. He walked to the bedroom door and said, I'm going to cook dumplings. Can we continue after we finish eating? Wang Jia shook her head weakly, no. Tomorrow. I'll cook it. I still know how to cook dumplings. As soon as her legs touched the ground, they gave way and she almost fell. Wang Ming quickly stepped forward and picked her up sideways. Come on, it's hard for you to even walk. Humph. Wang Jia punched his strong chest muscles. As Wang Ming held her in his arms and walked towards the living room, she caught a glimpse of their figures in the mirror. My hair was messy and my face was flushed. Wang Ming still stood straight. This scene made her heart tremble, and she thought to herself how great it would be if she were really Wang Ming's wife. Wang Ming put her on the sofa in the living room and turned to go to the kitchen. Before Wang Ming could take a step, she suddenly grabbed his wrist. I told you to go cook. You should take a good rest. You've worked hard. Wang Ming looked back at Wang Jia, who looked serious and did not refuse. He nodded and sat on the sofa. Wang Jia stood up by holding the armrest of the sofa and walked into the kitchen despite the numbness. Wang Ming opened the system panel. His eyes swept over the bound character portrait. Zhao Xianing's mission is to be his bodyguard willingly, but with her personality, it is estimated that money cannot move her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Zo Xuching's mission has not been triggered, and the progress of Jiang Yao and Li Zhishuan's mission will be very slow. Zhang Xushuang's mission is in progress and she will not receive the reward until a month later. Now it seems that only Chen Yusin and Zhao Xianing can complete their tasks as soon as possible. Wang Ming's thoughts turned to Wang Jia, and he was very curious. Why did Wang Jia delay in triggering the binding? In terms of age, it is between over 18 and under 70 years old. Her figure and plumpness are almost like Zo Xuching's. As for her looks, in my opinion, it must be 80 points. Could it be that in the eyes of the system, her appearance wasn't good enough to reach 80 points? The system requirements were really strict. Is appearance so important? Even a woman with a purity level of -90% like Chen Yusin is bound to her, but not a housewife like this one. It is against the will of heaven. Wang Ming was somewhat unwilling, but there was nothing he could do as he could not decide who to bind himself to. He opened the system mall and clicked on Agility Enhancement. Purchase Enhanced Agility X2. After paying the system coins, he chose to directly strengthen the host. He felt a strange sensation in his body, but it soon subsided. The 8 gym masters in Nangang district are as strong as himself. Now that his agility has greatly improved, it's time to challenge the number 1 free fighting fighter in Xi'an. Wang Ming looked through the information on his mobile phone and found that the first free fighting challenge in Xiguan required a payment of 100,000 daxia coins. Fame really makes money. If this person accepts the challenge of 100 people, he will get 10 million. The registration fee is paid online, and Wang Ming pays directly. On the other side, Chen Yusin returned to the hospital with the food she had packed at the restaurant. Walking into the ward, Zo Xuching stood up and greeted with a smile, Yusin is here. Chen Yusin nodded gently, I've been here all day. I just went out to buy food for Meng Meng. Her eyes fell on the lunchboxes on the bedside table, which should have been brought by Zo Xuching. Zo Mengmeng's pale face was filled with anger as she cursed viciously, shame on you. I don't want to see you. Get out. Zo Xuching stood up, her attitude resolute, I will end our relationship. Between you and Wang Ming, I can only choose Wang Ming. Zo Mengmeng was extremely angry and yelled at the top of her lungs, get out of here. Zo Xuching glanced at Chen Yusin and strode out of the ward without looking back. Zo Mengmeng struggled to stand up and reached out to knock the lunchbox on the bedside table to the floor. Chen Yusin hurriedly walked to Zo Mengmeng and advised gently. Don't be like this. She did raise you. Even if she didn't contribute anything, she still worked hard. Zo Mengmeng was like a powder keg that had been lit. She yelled loudly, bullshit. Steal my man. She cried out, wow, do you know, this woman took away. I know. Chen Yusin responded calmly. Zo Mengmeng turned her head abruptly and stared at Chen Yusin, you know? Well, I know everything. You knew she was dating Wang Ming? When did you find out? On my first day at work, I found out about Auntie and Wang Ming's relationship. Zo Mengmeng was a little shocked. She was stunned and questioned loudly. Are you my best friend? You actually helped that slut hide her behavior. All of you kept it a secret from me. I was the only one who didn't know. Zo Mengmeng lost control of her emotions and wailed bitterly. Chen Yusin helplessly cleaned up the food that was scattered on the ground, then pulled a chair and sat in front of Zo Mengmeng. Then he opened the lunchbox he had packed and said, let's eat. Zo Mengmeng turned her head away angrily, I don't want to eat. Meng Meng, you should eat something. Your health is important. How can you recover if you don't eat? There was a stubborn light in Zo Mengming's eyes. I want to get Wang Ming back, he must still love me. Do you remember that when we broke up, he asked you to persuade me, so he must have me in his heart? Chen Yusin shook her head helplessly. Meng Meng, things are different now. Wang Ming is no longer that loser. He is rich and has a career now, so he can have any woman he wants. You think he only has his aunt by his side? She stopped herself when the words came to her lips. After all, she was also deeply fallen. Zo Mengmeng asked sharply, what do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Chen Yusin frowned and said seriously, in short, Wang Ming no longer cares about you in his heart. His world is different now. Don't be so obsessed with flowers and plants anymore. Zo Mengmeng shook her head vigorously, feeling a little agitated. No, he must still love me. I'm the only one who can stand up to him. I don't believe he can be so cruel as to never look for me again. Meng Meng, I don't know why, but he's getting stronger and stronger. You really can't stand it. Zo Mengmeng was stunned and asked loudly, what did you say? Chen Yusin blushed instantly and quickly changed the subject, eat quickly, don't be hungry. Zo Mengmeng shook her head stubbornly, call Wang Ming and tell him I'm in the hospital. He should come to see me. Chen Yusin raised her voice impatiently, Meng Meng, why are you so stubborn? Wang Ming knew that you were in the hospital and that you were beaten, but he had no intention of coming over. Why don't you understand? Stop deceiving yourself. Zo Mengmeng raised her arms and pounded the bed like crazy. No. He's just feeling aggrieved. If I give him some sweet treats, he'll change his mind right away. Chen Yusin could no longer control her emotions. She suddenly raised her arm and slapped Zo Mengmeng in the face, wake up. Zo Mengmeng covered her face, naturally immersed in her emotions, she bit her lower lip hard. I'm going to kill all the bitches around Wang Ming. Li Zixuan. Zo Xuching. Chapter 93, Girlfriend Breakup. Chen Yusin felt uneasy when she heard this. Zo Mengmeng at this moment was completely different from the person she knew. She raised her hand again, controlling the force and slapping Zo Mengmeng on the other side of her face, and yelled, you're crazy. Zo Mengmeng seemed to have lost her soul, not paying any attention at all, and continued to mutter. No matter who it is. As long as she's related to Wang Ming. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. Chen Yusin slapped Zo Mengmeng's face again, but Zo Mengmeng was like a frozen puppet, just muttering blankly. On the other side, Wang Mingzheng and Wang Jia were eating dumplings, taking turns to eat. Come, I'll feed you one. As Wang Jia spoke, she picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks, put it to her lips and bit it, then leaned her head forward. Wang Ming leaned over to take it, and at this moment the system panel suddenly popped up. Bound to Chen Yusin triggers the task completion. Congratulations to the host for winning a bouquet of heart flowers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 system coins. Congratulations to the host for winning 5 million Daxia coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 cans of Fei-Niu milk powder. Wang Ming quickly swallowed the dumplings in his mouth, a little surprised. Did this pair of best friends break up so quickly? 10 slaps? How big of a grudge is that? Even when Wang Jia was cooking dumplings, the task progress was still 0-10. What surprised Wang Ming even more was the reward for this mission. The purchasing power of system coins and Daxia coins is approximately 1,3,000. 500 system coins, which is worth about 1.5 million Daxia coins. The main system directly gave 5 million. The fragrant flowers can also come in handy, just right for that exploding ice cube Zhao Xianing. At the beginning, Zo Xuching's 35-year-old obsession had a clear change in attitude. Zhao Xianing, you will immediately change your jeans into a navel-length miniskirt. Wang Ming saw the last reward, 100 cans of Fei-Niu milk powder. One of the best milk powder brands in Daxia. Is this system providing some protection for future twins between him and Zo Xuching? Why are you stunned? Do you still want to eat what I feed you? Wang Jia giggled. Wang Ming closed the system interface. He instantly thought of the child in the bedroom. Is your child allergic to flying cows? No, why are you asking that? Wang Ming immediately stood up, walked to the kitchen, and closed the door. This time the reward is not a redemption voucher, but is directly stored in the existing items in the system. He took out 20 cans of milk powder, then opened the door and called Wang Jia, come here. Wang Jia looked towards the kitchen in confusion, muttering in dissatisfaction, I tried it in the kitchen just now, why is this kid never going to stop? Hey, I said tomorrow. Wang Jia walked into the kitchen and just started to complain, but she was immediately stunned again. She was a little dazed when she saw the 20 cans of milk powder neatly placed next to the gas stove. When Wang Ming entered the house, he was clearly carrying only 2 bags of vegetables. How could he have had all this milk powder? Could it be that he went out to buy it when he fainted briefly? That's not right. I was only unconscious for half a minute and was immediately revived by artificial respiration. Are you a magician? This milk powder is for you. Wang Jia pursed her lips. A can of Finio costs 500 daxia coins, and here are 20 cans, which is 10,000 yuan. Did you prepare this specially for me? Wang Ming originally wanted to leave the remaining 80 cans to Zo Xuching. Seeing that Wang Jia's eyes were red because of the 20 cans of milk powder, he immediately pushed Wang Jia out of the kitchen and closed the door again. All his powdered milk was removed from his system. Wang Ming was overwhelmed by the woman's admiring and grateful look. Besides, he didn't lack the money to buy Zo Xuching dozens of cans of milk powder in the future. 100 cans of milk powder cost a lot of money. When Wang Ming opened the door, Wang Jia's expression of confusion instantly turned into astonishment. She stared at the small wall of milk powder cans, which looked particularly out of place in this small kitchen. This magic is amazing. I'll give it all to you. It should be enough for a few months. How much is this? 1, 2, 3. There are almost 100 cans. 1 year is enough. Thank you, I can save a lot of money. Come on, I will accompany you to the end today. I will definitely make you leave satisfied. Wang Ming was pulled out of the kitchen by Wang Jia. Chen Yusin, who was at the hospital, slumped down and shook Zo Mengmeng's arm vigorously, saying almost pleadingly, The doctor said you can still have children, so go back to work and find a new boyfriend. You and Auntie can reconcile and live happily in the future. Don't think about Wang Ming anymore, okay? Zo Mengmeng raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a strange smile. Humph, Wang Ming, you have to spend all your money on me. You are mine. The money in Lu Guohua's house is also mine. Lu Jipeng's money is also mine. It's all mine. Chen Yusin was extremely disappointed with Zo Mengmeng. She secretly sighed that she used to be like this, although she was not as crazy as Zo Mengmeng was at the moment. After having sex with Wang Ming 3 times, I felt that I belonged to him completely and only wanted to have children for him. But it's too much to hope for. Even if Wang Ming's attitude could be a little gentler, I would be very happy. Money doesn't have to be the only thing that can buy you a good life. Being easily satisfied is also a kind of happiness. Calm yourself down. I'll get you some water to wash your face. Chen Yusin stood up gently. Yusin! Zo Mengmeng shouted to Chen Yusin. Chen Yusin turned around. Help me, you're Wang Ming's driver, help me investigate who else is around him besides my mom, bah. Besides that bitch and Li Jixuan. Zo Mengmeng, if you continue to be stubborn, I can't be your best friend anymore. Stop it. Zo Mengmeng giggled strangely again. Had ha. Have you turned over a new leaf? You have your feet on 5 boats, from retired old men to freshmen, you spare no one. Now that my salary is high, you start educating me? You, don't mention these things anymore. Chen Yusin stomped her feet. She began to feel inferior again. At this moment, she even felt that she could not compare with Li Jixuan. If you don't help me, I will make your affairs public. Our former classmates, mutual friends, and even your parents will all know about your shameful past. I have never deleted our chat history. The most unbearable thing for me is not the past, but being good friends with you. You actually want to do this to me, you disappoint me so much. Chen Yusin was trembling. She really wanted to slap Zo Mengmeng a few more times. Just wait, if you don't help me, I'll send it now. Chen Yusin and Wang Ming have been exercising recently and their physical fitness has been very high. He jumped up and kicked the phone out of Zo Mengmeng's hand. Chen Yusin immediately picked up the unlocked phone and deleted all the chat history between herself and Zo Mengmeng. Give me back my phone. I'll find you a caregiver, and I won't come to see you again. Chapter 94, 100 Millionaire. An hour later. Wang Jia looked at the transfer record of 50,000 yuan in her mobile phone, listened to the sound of Wang Ming closing the door and leaving his house, then looked at her daughter in the crib next door, closed her eyes with a smile on her face. At 12 o'clock, Zo Xuching returned home drunk. Pushing open the door, he saw some dumplings still left on 2 plates on the coffee table. He grinned and said, "My wife is so nice that she even saved some dumplings for me. If you drink too much, you need to eat some staple food. It's perfect." He walked into the kitchen to pour some vinegar and was stunned when he saw the wall of milk powder. Then he realized, did my mother-in-law send money again? Good, I didn't get any apprentices this month and didn't make any money, so this really helps me out of my immediate need. He poured the vinegar and returned to the living room, where he began to eat it with a smacking sound. Although the dumplings were cold, he felt warm in his heart, not knowing that his wife was also warm. It's filled with beef. So delicious. And it has large intestines, it's amazing. After Zo Xuching finished eating the dumplings, he walked into the bedroom burping. He slipped and fell on a puddle of water on the ground. The noise and the smell of alcohol made Wang Jie frown, who had already fallen asleep, but she did not wake up. Where does all this water come from? Why don't you mop it up? Zo Xuching stood up and complained, fumbled to take off his shoes, fell on the bed, and casually put his arms around Wang Jie's waist. Wife, you are still the most considerate. My uncle was mean to me again today. Before he finished speaking, he started snoring. He was so drunk that he didn't notice anything unusual about Wang Jie. Wang Jie was talking in her sleep, "Hubby, hubby. I'll feed you another dumpling after we're done." The next morning, Wang Ming was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone and sent a message to Zo Xuching reminding her to have breakfast. Zo Xuching may be pregnant at any time, so we need to pay more attention to her. After getting up, Wang Ming ordered breakfast for Zhang Shuxuang and hurried out. Today is the day he and Lin Qi have agreed to attend a party, so he has to go buy a new casual suit. Chen Yusin drove and waited at the gate of Longwan Baodi for a long time. As soon as Wang Ming got in the car, Chen Yusin handed him the breakfast she had bought. "Boss, have breakfast." Wang Ming turned his head to look at Chen Yusin, feeling that she was really not simple. Zhang Shuxuang, who is extremely pure, reached a level of obsession with herself of 100 very early on. Chen Yusin is worthy of being called -90. After so many days of high-intensity training, her obsession level has been raised to 98. "Did you beat Zo Mengmeng yesterday?" Wang Ming asked. Chen Yusin was stunned at first, frowning in confusion. "How do you know? How is she? Who beat her and sent her to the hospital?" Chen Yusin sighed with a complicated expression. "Mengmeng's baby is gone, and Lu Guo's uncle has survived for now, but is still in the ICU. Lu Guo and his father were both detained. Lu Guo's mother spent a lot of money to smooth things over. This family is really miserable." Wang Ming frowned. "It feels so complicated. How come Lu Guo's uncle is seriously injured?" Chen Yusin sighed again. "Actually, Zo Mengmeng was fighting on 2 fronts. If you were included, it would have been 3. Among them was Lu Guo's uncle. His crimes were exposed." Wang Ming's eyes widened. "What?" Chen Yusin hurriedly comforted her. "It was my fault at the beginning. I shouldn't have helped Meng hide it from you. I'm sorry." Wang Ming did not blame Chen Yusin. These days, Chen Yusin's temperament has changed drastically, and Wang Ming's dislike for her has decreased a lot. Moreover, she behaved very well and obeyed his orders just like Li Zhixuan. Given your relationship with Zo Mengmeng, I don't blame you. I also helped Zhang Jian hide a lot of things from Li Zhixuan, so I can understand. But Zo Mengmeng, I will never let her have anything to do with Zo Xuching again. Auntie is going to take legal action to dissolve the relationship. Don't you know? I don't know. Zo Xuching didn't tell me. Binding object Chen Yusin triggers system tasks. Chen Yusin shows off her child in front of her best friend Zo Mengmeng. Wang Ming's mind buzzed. Chen Yusin? A child? The system's pop-up window and prompt sound suddenly hit Wang Ming. At present, Chen Yusin's infatuation level is 98. It is impossible for her to have feelings for other opposite sexes. If she has a child, it must be with her. Chen Yusin, who was in the -90s, and wanted to have a child with her. This system really made people happy and crazy at times. I have completed a system task. If I work hard to increase her infatuation by 2 points, I can unbind her. Goodbye, Chen Yusin. Wang Ming was making a decision in his mind when Chen Yusin suddenly looked at him affectionately. I know you're annoyed with me, and I don't know why, but I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. I am not worthy of you. I only hope that I can be your driver in the future and be your little character who is always there for you. Can you please not fire me? I don't need a salary, as long as I can survive in Shiguan. Also, Zo Mengmeng and I have broken up and are no longer good friends. Wang Ming was a little moved. Chen Yusen spoke very sincerely, her eyes were full of expectation, and even her eyes were red. She has suffered a lot these days, but she has always persevered and tried her best to meet any of her requests. There is no need to ask for reimbursement for gas, maintenance, and daily expenses of the car. If there is a system panel that judges oneself, then the purity in the future will also be negative. Thinking of this, Wang Ming began to re-examine Chen Yusen. He lowered the sunshade and took out Chen Yusen's exclusive breakfast. Half an hour later, Chen Yusen's obsession level successfully reached 100. She rinsed her mouth with a sip of water and said to Wang Ming with a smile, "Did you promise me that you wouldn't fire me in the future?" "Well, now that you've said that, I can't be too pretentious." Chen Yusen's face was full of smiles, and she had never been so happy in recent years. "Thanks." She stepped on the accelerator and the two of them drove towards the mall. The infatuation level of the bound object Chen Yusen has reached the maximum limit. You can receive full amount of system coins. The reward package for reaching the maximum level of obsession has been distributed. Wang Ming clicked on Chen Yusen's avatar and received 1000 system coins. Then turned to the existing items. The gift package for full amount is purple and looks very high-end. This time feels very special, Wang Ming muttered to himself. Open the gift package. The host successfully developed the obsession level of the bound object, whose purity was negative, to 100. All rewards will be doubled. 50 Orange Mobile Phone 16 Pro Max Units X2. Daxia Coin 10 million X2. Longwan Baodi Single Family House X2. Talent Ticket X2. Wang Ming was surprised that Chen Yusen's full-scale infatuation reward was so good. You really can't underestimate any bound object. Not only are the rewards generous, but they are also doubled. Wang Ming began to calculate all his current assets. There are exactly 2,000 system coins. 47.4 million Daxia coins. Including the one I currently live in, there are 3 small 2-story houses in Baodi, Longwan. 2 talent tickets. 100 Orange Mobile Phone 16 Pro Max units. There is also a Hummer. Adding half of Jiang Yao's company shares and the value of the system currency, he can be considered a 100 millionaire. Chapter 95 Fulfilling the Promise. Wang Ming looked at Chen Yusen who was driving and asked, "Are you renting a house?" Chen Yusen responded softly while concentrating on the road conditions, "Yeah, I haven't lived with my parents for a long time. Work hard, and I'll transfer 1 million to you later. You can pay the down payment first. I'll help you pay off your loan based on your performance in the future." When Chen Yusen heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning and almost dropped her grip on the steering wheel. She subconsciously slammed on the brakes and the car squeaked to a stop on the side of the road. Her face was filled with shock, her eyes widening. 1 million, you mean Daxia currency? Wang Ming raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a relaxed smile. Of course, or is it the island country's currency? Chen Yusen's eyes instantly turned red, her mouth slightly pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. "I told you I don't need a salary, but you're still so nice to me." At this moment, this sudden huge gift made her heart deeply moved. Wang Ming didn't take the 1 million seriously at all, and spoke in a calm tone as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "Let's drive. After shopping at the mall, we have to go to the company." Chen Yusen took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and restarted the car. After buying clothes, it was already noon. After having lunch at a restaurant near the mall, the two drove to the park on Tianhe Street. After arriving at the destination, Chen Yusen stayed in the car and waited, and did not go upstairs. As soon as Wang Ming entered the company, he found that the construction department's office had already been established. He walked straight to Jiang Yao's office and gently pushed the door open. Jiang Yao was busy sitting at her desk. When she heard the noise, she looked up and asked, "Why didn't you knock on the door?" When he saw that the person coming was Wang Ming, surprise instantly lit up in his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. She immediately jumped from her seat and rushed to Wang Ming, hugged him tightly and said coquettishly, "Why didn't you tell me before you came? I'm afraid I can't do what you want today. My relatives are here." Wang Ming smiled gently, "Am I the kind of person who only thinks about this kind of thing?" Jiang Yao let go of Wang Ming and snorted softly, pretending to be angry, if it weren't for the special circumstances today, would you have spared me? Wang Ming looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. I came here today to fulfill my promise. It's really not for you. Zhang Yao was full of doubts. Keep your promise? Gather the staff, I need to have a meeting. Zhang Yao also looked up at the clock on the wall, then nodded slightly. Yeah. She picked up the phone on her desk and dialed, "Hello, Shaoli, notify all employees to gather in the conference room." 10 minutes later, Wang Ming followed Zhang Yao through the corridor to the meeting room. Zhang Yao's high heels tapped on the ground. She suddenly turned around and poked Wang Ming's chest with her index finger. Let's make it clear first, the meeting will last no more than half an hour. I have to discuss the ceiling plan with the construction department this afternoon, and I also have a lot of things to do with the building materials supplier. Also, stop promising employees any benefits. We've already lost a lot of money on overtime pay for 180 or so people. Wang Ming raised his hand pointing in front of him and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about that. All the benefits are mine." Zhang Yao broke free and patted Wang Ming softly. "Your money is not okay either. I feel bad for you losing money." Okay, there's gain only when there's loss." Wang Ming walked towards the meeting room while coaxing Zhang Yao. In the conference room, hundreds of employees were whispering to each other. When they saw Zhang Yao and Wang Ming come in, the discussion stopped abruptly. Zhang Yao stood on the podium and knocked on the projector to signal everyone to be serious and keep quiet. She scanned the crowd, pausing on a few new faces. Some newcomers haven't met the person next to me. This is Mr. Wang, the co-founder of the company. Today's meeting was called by President Wang, and he has something to say. Zhang Yao moved to make room, and as she passed by Wang Ming who was walking forward, she gently twisted Wang Ming's arm. I'm here today to fulfill my previous promise and also to bring other employee benefits. After Wang Ming finished speaking, Zhang Yao shook her head helplessly and sighed. It was useless to pinch him. He was not obedient at all. There was a flurry of discussion from the audience. Didn't Mr. Jiang fulfill the overtime pay we talked about last time that day? You forgot, this boss also mentioned the cafeteria and dormitory. Yes, I did say that last time. Wasn't that just bragging? Silence. Wang Ming knocked on the microphone. The audience instantly fell silent. I said that afternoon tea will be arranged, and the canteen and dormitory will be gradually arranged. Today, I will allocate 5 million to Mr. Jiang to arrange the dormitory first. In the apartment building across the street, our company will buy 20 apartments of about 20 square meters each. For now, we'll have 3 or 2 people sharing a room, and later I'll improve it to 2 people sharing a room or even 1 person sharing a room. The audience exploded instantly, some applauded, some whistled, and some young people from other places in the back row stood up and applauded. Awesome! I'm impressed. He bought the property rights to an apartment and gave it to his employees as dormitories. Who else should I work for if not him? Wow, there really is a free dorm to stay in. I can save a lot of money every month. Zhang Yao smiled aside, but there were actually 1,000 horses galloping in her heart. Although it was not the company that paid for it, she still felt sorry for Wang Ming's money. At this moment, there are only 3 things in her world: children, Wang Ming, and the company. Also, Wang Ming suddenly raised his voice, and the audience fell silent again. To encourage everyone to work diligently and create a brilliant future for the company, President Jiang will select 3 outstanding employees from each department at the end of the year. I will personally distribute 1/10 of the company's dividends to these individuals. He's a carbon copy of Fat Shilai's boss. For such a big company, Mr. Wang gets 1/10 of the dividends. Oh my god, this bonus amount is enough for me to save for several years. Several beautiful female anchors looked at Wang Ming's muscular figure and his eloquent manner on the stage, and felt their hearts fluttering. Wow, so handsome. He's handsome in person and has a handsome heart. Wang Ming pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. Mr. Jiang has also set up our own construction department, and the staff is now basically stable. Today I will place 100 Orange 16 Pro Max phones in the company. As long as everyone works hard and doesn't slack off, everyone will receive a phone by the end of the year. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience became noisy again, with cheers and exclamations. Orange 16 Pro Max, 10,000. The boss is so generous. Working with a boss like him is so promising. I want my wife to change her career. I wonder if the company still needs people. Zhang Yao no longer complained about Wang Ming in her heart. Looking at the employees' excited expressions, she felt that Wang Ming might genuinely want to give his employees good benefits and was not just pretending to be rich like a nouveau riche. Wang Ming did think so. Although he couldn't compare to Pang Shilai at the moment, he wanted to get as close to him as possible. We must make our company a model for the best corporate welfare benefits in the whole of Daxia. At this time, spending hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars may not cause any significant impact, but for employees, it can solve many problems in life. Zhang Yao then walked over to Wang Ming and said with a smile to the audience, I will also take out 1/10 of the dividends and give them to active employees as year-end bonuses. Long live President Jiang. Long live President Wang. Long live the boss. Chapter 96 The Beauty Next to Lin Qi. After the meeting, Zhang Yao took Wang Ming to the cubicle in the boss's office. He had to leave something behind before he could leave. Wang Ming was wondering if Zhang Yao had sweaty feet and would get athlete's foot from her. Then I suddenly remembered that I was immune to bacteria and viruses, so I stopped worrying. Chen Yusen waited obediently in the car. In order to be available at any time, she didn't even go to eat lunch and just stayed in the car. The air conditioner sends a gentle breeze. Time passed little by little, but Wang Ming still didn't come down. At first she looked at the exit of the company building from time to time. But the 2-hour wait was too long, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she eventually fell asleep in the car. In her sleep, she muttered, Wang Ming, I have a serious mouth ulcer recently. Can you please understand me? At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Ming came down from the company. He sat in the passenger seat and saw Chen Yusen sleeping pitifully with a tired look on her face. The little resentment that remained in my heart towards her completely disappeared. Now the matter between Zhou Mengmeng and Lu Guohua has come to an end. He thought, let Chen Yusen just be a driver. However, I will definitely not let her have a child. The hurdle of purity is really hard to overcome. Wang Ming did not wake up Chen Yusen, but opened the system mall and started browsing the products inside. After a long time, Chen Yusen slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Wang Ming sitting next to her. She panicked and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, boss. I fell asleep because you didn't come down. Wang Ming smiled gently, it's okay, it's still early. The phone rang. Wang Ming slid over to answer the call. Wang Ming, it's me, Lin Wei, when are you coming to Jiangxin Island? Are you attending the party too? Of course, I should spend more time with my sister in Xiguan. And since my sister said you're coming too, you should definitely join in. Wang Ming was puzzled. But it's still early. Let's have some tea on Jiangxin Island first, and then go to the banquet together in the evening. My sister will be here soon. Wei Xin will send you the address. Hurry up. Without waiting for Wang Ming to reply, Lin Wei hung up the phone. Wei Xin sent over the address of a store on Jiangxin Island. Where are you going? Wang Ming forwarded the address to Chen Yusen, go here. Chen Yusen sat up straight, started the car, and drove out of the park according to Wang Ming's address. On the way, Chen Yusen and Wang Ming briefly chatted about Zhou Mengmeng's situation, but Wang Ming didn't care at all. Zhou Mengmeng's mother is pregnant with twins, and her best friend is the driver. Now he is worth over 100 million. Would he care about this woman who once played him in the palm of her hand? That's not necessary. It's time to change my online name to Chao Aman. Arriving at Jiangxin Island, Chen Yusen parked the car in the tea house parking space. After the vehicle was turned off, Wang Ming was about to open the door and get out when Chen Yusen's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. The voice was extremely clear, and Wang Ming heard it clearly. He turned to look at Chen Yusen with a smile on his face. Didn't you have lunch? Chen Yusen nodded slightly. You're such a good boy now. When you first came to work, you just left the car and left. Chen Yusen felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained, I think more clearly now, I wasn't clear enough before. You are the only one in my heart. I am one with the car, always ready for action. Look. Chen Yusen opened the storage box and found an overfilled bottle of watermelon frost inside. Wang Ming was puzzled and frowned, asking, what do you mean? Chen Yusen smiled shyly, slowly opened her mouth, and pointed at her mouth with her finger. Wang Ming took a closer look and was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Yusen to be injured like this. I saw that Chen Yusen's mouth was full of ulcers, which were very serious. Wait for me. Wang Ming pushed open the car door and walked into the tea house. He didn't look for Lin Wei and went straight to the bar. He glanced at the merchandise in the cabinet behind the bar, picked out a few boxes of snacks that were not too hard, paid, and hurried back to the car. Wang Ming handed the food in his hand to Chen Yusin. Let's eat first, and then go straight back to the city. I'll be staying on Jiangxin Island for a long time, so I'll take a taxi back in the evening. Chen Yusin took the food, nodded gently, and said, My mouth hurts, I can't eat. The work injury allowance is 20,000 yuan. It will be transferred to you shortly. Go back and rest. Chen Yusin blushed slightly. I'm not doing this for the money. Just call me if you need me. I'm leaving now. Wang Ming waved goodbye, got out of the car, and walked into the tea house again. He stood at the door and glanced around, but did not see Lin Wei. The phone call went out. Brother Wei, where are you? I'm here. Lin Wei's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Private room on the second floor, King Kixwan. Wang Ming went up to the second floor and gently knocked on the door of King Kixwan. As soon as the door opened, Lin Wei hugged Wang Ming and patted him on the back. Brother. It's so nice to see you. We must have been brothers in our previous life. I don't know about it in my previous life, but maybe I will be related to you in this life. Lin Wei let go of Wang Ming, who frowned. You're right. We'll get along well from now on, just like real brothers. Come, sit down. Lin Wei pulled Wang Ming to sit next to him. He turned and glared at the blonde, blue-eyed beauty on his left. You didn't say hello to my brother? Why are you still sitting there? Sorry, his legs are a little sore again. Lin Wei quickly waved his hands. All right, call me Brother Ming. Brother Ming, this is Ni Hao. The blonde beauty stood up and walked to Wang Ming and gave him a bear hug. Wang Ming felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. This is my girlfriend, you can just call her Dalong. Lin Wei whispered in Wang Ming's ear. Just knowing her is enough. You don't need to understand her. I can change girlfriends at any time. I get tired of her. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly. Actually there's no need to change. What do you mean, brother? Let me love her? Some people in the entertainment industry play solo, while others form groups. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows after saying this. Lin Wei curled his lips and said softly with some reluctance, I am also a public figure, I cannot have any scandals. He leaned close to Wang Ming's ear and lowered his voice. Also, someone like me who fights free can't overexert myself. I have to stay in shape at all times. Wang Ming hugged his shoulders with one hand, rubbed his chin with the other, and began to think. If I successfully enter Lin Wei's free fighting circle. With physical enhancement, you don't have to worry about this. Brother Wei, you said that if I beat the number 1 team in Shiguan, you would take me to UCF. Brother, if you beat the number 1 player in Shiguan, your phone will start to ring off the hook. Do you really need me to lure you? But your bragging skills are really fierce, I like it. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming didn't say much, he might lose the challenge match in a month. After all, the strength of the number 1 in Shiguan is above that of the 8 Hall Masters. But as long as we continue to strengthen, we will eventually become the number 1 in Shiguan. He opened the system interface and wanted to browse the products that enhanced his body functions. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. The door opened and 2 pairs of long, beautiful legs stepped in one after another. Wang Ming closed the system interface and his eyes were attracted by the 2 beauties. Lin Qi wore a fiery red backless fishtail dress. The skirt is made of fringed satin, like a curling flame, and the backless design reaches the tailbone. The hem of the skirt suddenly tightened at the ankles, revealing her slender ankles, and she wore a ruby anklet around her neck. Even her high heels are rose red, and the slim dress makes her figure look tall and charming, and her makeup is also beautiful. The beauty next to Lin Qi is also tall and wearing a white dress, which is a bit simple, but her temperament and aura are not inferior to Lin Qi at all. The eyebrows are very thin, the tails of the eyebrows are slightly raised, and the eyes are long. The eye makeup is a gray and slightly smoky color, and the lip color is a creamy apricot. Simply put, his expression reveals world weariness, and his clothing, though simple, exudes elegance and nobility. Wang Ming, are you looking at me or her? Chapter 97 Heading to the Banquet. Wang Ming came back to his senses, stood up and replied to Lin Qi with a smile. Sister Qi, you are so beautiful today, you are like a fairy, the blazing fairy. He nodded politely to the beautiful woman in white next to him. This beauty also has extraordinary temperament. The woman in white smiled and responded, thank you for the compliment. Lin Wei pulled Wang Ming's arm and pulled him down. Don't be polite. We're all family. Lin Chi and the woman in white sat gracefully on the chairs. Lin Chi raised the corners of her mouth, revealing an elegant smile. This is my good friend, Chen Zhixin. Chen Zhixin nodded gently. Hello, Wang Ming. Wang Ming was somewhat flattered. Miss Chen knows me? Of course, Sister Chi always mentions you in front of me. Wang Ming looked at Lin Chi and said with some shame. Compared to you, I'm nothing. You have the aura of a movie star, right? But I've never seen any of your work. Lin Wei said carelessly. She is Chen Nianhong's granddaughter and a manager. She has only managed one group, Blackpig. Wang Ming was a little surprised that she was the agent behind Blackpig. Moreover, she is Chen Nianhong's granddaughter and so beautiful. It seems that God has given her all the buffs. Chen Zhixin stared at Wang Ming intently, taking in his facial features, the muscles on his arms, and his muscular body. Lin Chi nudged her gently with her elbow and said softly, "What's wrong? Are you being lustful again?" Chen Zhixin coughed and kicked Lin Chi. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to see if this guy is as manly as you say. Wang Ming thought that attending the banquet tonight was to help Lin Chi listen to what that bitch was thinking. Another thing is to find a great agent. The agent is right in front of us now. She deserves most of the credit for Blackpig's popularity. The professional ability is beyond doubt. She is also the granddaughter of a well-known entrepreneur and doesn't care about money at all. As long as she agrees, Li Zhixuan's matter will be settled. Lin Wei turned his head to the left and said fiercely to the blonde beauty beside him. Everyone's here, pour us some tea. Why are you still sitting there like an idiot? Oh my god, look at my brain. Lin Chi questioned angrily, you treat your girlfriend as a servant? Lin Wei snorted at his girlfriend who was pouring tea. I just like to give orders to the people of the beautiful country. If I don't let her be a servant, does she have to be my mother? You can't agree to that. Lin Chi returned to the topic and looked at Wang Ming seriously and said. The banquet will feature people from all walks of life in the entertainment industry, as well as many investment tycoons from various groups and well-known journalists. Today, just follow me and don't cause any trouble. Chen Zhixin said softly, Sister Chi, if you are worried, please let him follow me. I promise to keep an eye on him. Lin Wei saw the deep meaning in Chen Zhixin's eyes and said unhappily. Sister, look, Miss Chen is trying to steal the heart of an innocent man again. Wang Ming is my brother. Hurting him is hurting me. Lin Chi laughed. She always jokes and teases people, never really does anything. I think she's never even kissed anyone. Chen Zhixin hugged his shoulders and raised his voice. Who are you saying hasn't kissed? Who are you insulting? Wang Ming really wanted to be a judge at this moment. If he was bound to the other party, it would be obvious whether they had kissed or had sex. But I really want to tie her up. Chen Nianhong's granddaughter, a super agent. Once bound, and the infatuation level rises to over 60, won't everything be easy? Lin Chi slapped the table in anger. Lin Wei, look, has Wang Ming been looking at Xinxin the entire time? You have to testify this time. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Is my sister jealous? Wang Ming immediately stopped staring and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was distracted. Chen Zhixin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. Hey, are you nervous because Sister Chi caught you looking at me? Is there something wrong between you two? Besides, I am so outstanding, it is normal for you to look at me a few more times. It's okay, look. I'll take you to the party and let you see enough. Lin Chi snorted lightly, stop talking nonsense and talk about business. Looking at Chen Zhixin's cynical look, she thought of her old, lecherous grandfather. I am so angry, but Chen Nianhong is Chen Nianhong and Chen Zhixin is Chen Zhixin. Except for her cynical and carefree nature, everything about her is good. Lin Wei had already figured out that Chen Zhixin was making fun of Wang Ming and his sister. But my sister is really jealous. Could it be that Wang Ming will become her brother-in-law? Not bad, everything is good except the lack of money. As he thought about it, he blurted out, Sister, you will definitely be very happy in the future. Look at his physique, he is much stronger now. Lin Chi suddenly picked up the empty teacup and pretended to throw it at Lin Wei. If you keep talking, I'll blow your head off. Chen Zhixin covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Chi, I think your heart is about to bloom. Brother, my sister is actually quite gentle. She may have sharp tongues, but she's very soft-hearted. Don't just look at the surface, look at her inner self. Listening to Lin Wei whispering in his ear, Wang Ming blushed a little. He never expected that when they met in the tea house before the banquet, these two wingmen would perform so well. Lin Chi put down the cup, snorted again, and turned her head away. Her skin was fair, and the slight blush on her face was extremely obvious. Wang Ming's system panel showed that Lin Chi's obsession level had risen from 76 to 78. Just 2 more points before the emotional state changes to deep love. Wang Ming didn't want to embarrass Lin Chi anymore, so he said seriously, "Stop joking and tell me about the banquet." The 4 of them started talking about the evening party. The beautiful blonde with blue eyes always served them attentively. Wang Ming thought it was a bit rash to talk to Chen Zhixin about managing artists on their first meeting. I planned to get to know her better first, and then discuss Li Zixuan's matter in detail. It was almost 5 o'clock when the few of them left the tea house and got into Lin Wei's newly bought Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Wei sat in the passenger seat while his foreign girlfriend took the steering wheel. Wang Ming, Lin Chi, and Chen Zhixin sat in the back row. The banquet was held in a private club on Jiangxin Island, only 2 kilometers away from the tea house, just a matter of pedaling the accelerator. They arrived soon and several people got off the bus. Wang Ming looked at the private club in front of him. Its outline was like a luxury hotel, and the courtyard was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a private club? It's bigger than a hotel." Lin Wei reached out and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. "This club belongs to Grandpa Chen Zhixin. I'm afraid even my sister can't maintain such a place without any pain." "Who are you looking down on?" Lin Chi glanced at Lin Wei dissatisfiedly. "So this is Mr. Chen's place, that's not surprising." Wang Ming suddenly realized. Chen Zhixin smiled modestly and said, "We are still young, we will definitely be better than him in the future." When Lin Chi heard the name Chen Nianhong, she felt nauseous. Although the venue for this banquet was provided by Chen Nianhong, it was actually jointly organized by various investment groups and prominent figures in the entertainment industry. Her main purpose in attending this banquet was to find out the next plan of the person who harmed her. Wang Ming looked at the door of the club and saw a group of gorgeously dressed men and women filing in. Each of them has an extraordinary temperament and is an important figure in the entertainment and business circles. "Let's go in." Lin Chi took the lead. "Follow me and Sister Chi. Don't get lost. There are a lot of people here." Chen Zhixin raised his eyebrows and teased Wang Ming, then walked towards the club with his long legs. Chapter 98 Listening to the Heart. Only guests are allowed to enter this banquet and no one else is allowed to be brought in. Chen Zhixin was well prepared and got 2 extra invitations from his grandfather, which he gave to Wang Ming and Lin Wei. The blonde foreign girl had to be left in the car. She was very reluctant. "I secretly vowed to dye Lin Wei's hair." When Wang Ming and his 3 companions entered the banquet hall, they were overwhelmed by the luxurious atmosphere, which was simply a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Waiters shuttled back and forth with trays in hand, placing exquisitely presented food and champagne on tables throughout the hall. As soon as Wang Ming and Lin Wei stepped in, their eyes were attracted by the many beauties in the hall. Almost all the heavyweight stars from Guangnan County and its surrounding areas came. There was a group of beauties here, and a group of beautiful women there, chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. Wang Ming's gaze shifted from the Cheongsam woman to the beauty in the evening gown, and then to the young girl in the miniskirt. He used to be in a relationship with Zo Mengmeng, and it was pure love. He lost face in front of Zo Xuching, and then fell step by step, feeling that he was attracted by the contrast between Zo Xuching's maturity and purity. Later, Zhang Jian died, thinking that he was attracted by Li Zixuan's sense of responsibility and slender legs. Jian Yao is the temptation of uniform, while Zhang Xuchuang exudes a sense of unruliness. And so on and so forth. It was not until this moment that Wang Ming finally understood that he was just a simple pervert. Leg control, foot control, face control, chest control, stockings control. As long as she is a woman, if either her figure or appearance exceeds 60 points, she will be out of control. Looking at these women of all kinds, they all want it. He kept calling himself a beast. Wang Ming felt strange because when he was dating Zo Mengmeng, he had never had any thoughts about Zo Xuching, Li Zixuan or other women. Why do you want to eat these beauties alive now? It must be the system at work. He was certain. Wang Ming and Lin Wei watched intently, unable to take their eyes off it. Lin Wei couldn't help but whistled at a beautiful woman in the distance, and was glared at by Lin Chi. Be more capable. You're a celebrity after all. Can you please stop embarrassing me? As she spoke, she noticed Wang Ming's eyes wandering away and immediately patted Wang Ming's shoulder. Didn't you say you had something important to do and came here just to see beautiful women? Wang Ming was slapped by Lin Qi, and finally came back to his senses. His face flushed slightly, and he hurriedly explained. How could that be? I came here for something serious. I've never seen so many celebrities so close up before. I couldn't control myself for a moment. After hearing Wang Ming's explanation, Chen Zhixin couldn't help but joke. Sister Qi, listen to what he says. He can't keep it up. You can't be friends with him. You hate the color green the most. Lin Qi was furious and took it out on her brother. She raised her hand and grabbed Lin Wei's ear, twisting it hard. Pay attention to yourself. You've led Wang Ming astray. Hey, sister, please give me some face. I'm ranked 9th in the WWA World Rankings. Don't let the reporters take pictures of me. Wang Ming then noticed that there was a spacious platform in front of the banquet hall, which was arranged like a press conference. On the south side of the hall, there are rows of chairs neatly arranged with lower chairs in the front and higher chairs in the back. Each chair in the first few rows has a small label. Chen Zhixin noticed Wang Ming's curious look and explained. Today, representatives from various groups will give speeches on stage and select their favorite films, TV series, or planned albums for investment. It is called a banquet, but in fact it is a selection meeting for the entertainment circles in Guangdong and Guangxi. But many big stars will also be here. Look at Lin Qi and Lin Wei, aren't they here too? The front row seats are reserved for the most popular ones, but I've reserved a front row seat for you too. Wang Ming nodded, not quite understanding. He saw many familiar faces, all of whom were celebrities who often appeared in the headlines. Beep. Identified bindable object, Chen Zhixin. Can be bound after kissing. Wang Mingfeng frowned. Others just communicated more and then they became bound. Even the daughter of Master Zhao was directly bound to it. When you come to Chen Zhixin, do you still need to kiss her? At this time, Lin Qi was searching for something in the crowd and did not notice that Wang Ming was staring at Chen Zhixin. Seeing Wang Ming staring at his lips in a daze, Chen Zhixin subconsciously put his hand on his lips. I looked at my fingers and found that my lip color was fine. What are you looking at? Ah. Wang Ming immediately shut down the system and was about to explain. At this time, Lin Wei whispered to Wang Ming, look at that girl in the red skirt, her figure is absolutely amazing. Chen Zhixin sighed helplessly. When the sex demon Wei met the sex demon Ming, they really should be brothers. Seeing that Lin Qi didn't pay attention to him, Wang Ming also said boldly, her legs are not as long as your sister's, but the voluptuousness is really good. My sister is so beautiful in your eyes? Why do I feel? Get out of here, both of you. Lin Qi pointed in the direction of the hall entrance and glared at the two of them. Wang Ming and Lin Wei hung their heads in silence after being scolded by Lin Qi. Chen Zhixin looked at the two of them and couldn't help laughing out loud. She came close to Wang Ming, brushed the long hair behind her neck, and said with a sweet smile, look at me, who is prettier between me and Sister Qi? Before Wang Ming could speak, Lin Qi said seriously, okay, stop messing around. I saw her. Wang Ming immediately looked in the direction of Lin Qi's gaze. Two women and one man stood together and chatted happily. Which one is it? The woman with short hair and trousers. Lin Qi said through gritted teeth. Wang Ming nodded, maybe I have a chance to ruin her reputation. Lin Wei frowned. This kid started bragging again. Chen Zhixin also chuckled, thinking that Wang Ming was very baffling. Lin Qi did not respond to Wang Ming, but stared into the distance with angry eyes. I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Ming said and walked away. He went to a corner and took out the heart voice potion from his system. A small bottle with green liquid inside. About 20 milliliters. Wang Ming unscrewed the lid and drank it in one gulp. A warm feeling spread across my throat, followed by a subtle buzzing sound deep in my ear canal. He shook his head and suddenly heard the crisp sound of plates tapping against each other behind the left pillar. Although the male waiter didn't move his lips, a string of inner voices with a lewd smile came into his ears. So many big-breasted, long-legged celebrities, and they can still get 500 yuan in salary. Hee hee, I can go upstairs tonight. Click my little flower. Wang Ming turned his head suddenly and saw a waiter passing by with champagne. His eyes were fixed on the actress in the low-cut dress in front of him. At this time, a waitress with a low bun passed by Wang Ming, and the sound of her high heels tapping on the ground was mixed with her inner thoughts. Ah, it turns out that celebrities are still beautiful, there's no comparison at all. There was a hint of inferiority in her voice, and Wang Ming subconsciously looked at her. You are beautiful too. They all have stylists. The waitress stopped suddenly, turned to look at Wang Ming, glanced left and right, and then looked back at him. You are talking to me? I didn't say anything. Wang Ming pretended to be confused. The waitress glanced around again, then frowned and left, muttering. Strange, who is comforting me, is it God? Wang Ming hugged his shoulders and found that he could actually control the volume of other people's thoughts. If you don't want to listen to certain people's voices anymore, you can use your consciousness to control them and block out their voices. Suddenly, the sound of high heels was heard from the corner, and two beautiful women walked towards us arm in arm. The young woman on the left had a gentle smile, but a sinister thought was swirling in her heart. I'm going to get you drunk today and make your director husband fly into my bed. The curly-haired girl on the right was thinking differently. Her jewel necklace is worth at least 3 million. I'll have to find a way to get her to drink a few more drinks so I can buy it for a bargain. Wang Ming felt his temples throbbing. Beneath the calm faces of the people passing by, there was a turbulent undercurrent. He walked towards the banquet hall. Holding onto the pillar and taking a deep breath, he caught a glimpse of Chen Zhixin standing at the door of the banquet hall talking to an old man in a suit and tie. Chapter 99 Beauty Potion and Body Potion. Lin Qi and Lin Wei stood in the distance. Wang Ming came to the two of them and then looked in the direction of Chen Zhixin. Mr. Chen is here. Is he looking for investment projects today as well? Lin Wei laughed carelessly and said, It would be great if Mr. Chen could invest in me individually. I could just play a few fake matches and use the money to retire. There was a chill in Lin Qi's eyes, and he glared at her with barely perceptible disdain. What a pervert! How could Xinxin have such a grandfather? Wang Ming was shocked when he heard Lin Qi's inner thoughts. What is going on? You actually want to keep me captive? Xinxin, please don't have such a hateful idea about men. Wang Ming suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Yanhong. He has kind eyes and elegant manners, and is chatting with Chen Zhixin. I didn't expect that at this age, he still wants to try new things. Sister Qi, I'm going to go visit Mr. Chen. After all, he gave me enough face for the supermarket opening. Lin Qi suppressed her anger and said softly, come back soon. Wang Ming walked up to Chen Yanhong, bowed slightly and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen, nice to see you again. Chen Yanhong glanced at Wang Ming, his hands tightly clasped on his crutches. He did not reach out to respond to Wang Ming, and his tone was unfriendly. Who are you? Chen Zhixin felt a little embarrassed and quickly smiled. Grandpa, you forgot that you cut the ribbon for his store. Oh, the boss of that small supermarket. Okay, I got it. Wang Ming also felt embarrassed and withdrew his hand. But I never expected that Chen Yanhong would use his own face as an insult. I'm sorry, Wang Ming, my grandfather doesn't seem to be feeling well today. It's okay, I'm sorry for disturbing you, hee. Wang Ming turned around. Chen Zhixin complained, Grandpa, why do you have this attitude? She is not only Lin Qi's good friend, but now she is also my friend. Chen Yanhong leaned heavily on his crutches. You don't want to make friends with just anyone. This kind of person is not worthy of being your friend? He's not even worthy enough to polish your shoes with his mouth. Chen Zhixin was very surprised. Why did his grandfather treat people in this way today? You little bastard, without you, Lin Qi would have surrendered obediently. Although Wang Ming had walked a long way, he controlled his consciousness, blocking out the voices of others and focusing on Chen Yanhong's thoughts. I can hear it clearly now. It turns out that Lao Dang was jealous. But how did he know that Lin Qi was interested in him? Lin Qi, do you know how much I like you? You look exactly like Xinxin's grandmother when she was young. I really want to hold you and sleep peacefully, I really want to be with you, and count the stars in the sky. Just wait, I will use half of my assets to buy your heart. Lin Qi just noticed that Chen Yanhong didn't extend his hand. Seeing Wang Ming coming back, she was concerned and comforted. Ignore that old man and just pretend Xinxin doesn't have a grandfather. Wang Mingxiang forced a smile. Sister Qi, it's okay. I understand his cold attitude towards me, do you understand? Lin Qi's face flushed. What are you talking about? I don't understand. She was a little confused, wondering why Wang Ming seemed to know the inside story. Lin Wei frowned. I feel like you're all acting weird today, sis, why are you blushing? Ah, I get so angry when I think of that bitch. Only then did Wang Ming remember the important matter. I'm just wandering around. Don't mind me. I won't get lost. He made an excuse to leave. Lin Shi looked at Wang Ming's back, and her face turned redder. Lin Wei burst into laughter. Then he immediately covered his mouth to suppress his laughter and whispered to Lin Shi. Sister, I wasn't sure before, but now I understand. You're horny, right? The target is my brother. Every time you blush, it's because of him. Lin Shi glared at Lin Wei. If I wasn't afraid of upsetting Mom, I would have sewn your mouth shut long ago. Will you die if you stop talking? This is unlike you. You're always bold in love and hate. He's just an ordinary person. If you're worried about affecting your future, you can just keep the relationship secret. Lin Shi sighed softly. So what if I quit showbiz? It's just. He has a girlfriend. Lin Wei frowned. It's the young manager of the supermarket, right? No, Li Zixuan said his girlfriend is a beautiful woman, very pretty. Lin Wei smiled nonchalantly and said, Aren't you still married? See how I can help you get married. Don't mess around. How dare I, the great Lin Chi, break up other people's relationships? Lin Wei was helpless. As a top actress in Daxia, she had a crush on an ordinary person but couldn't get him. How could this be? He decided to help his sister take down Wang Ming. Wang Ming seemed to be strolling around at this time, but in fact he was listening carefully to the voices of Lin Chi's enemies. 2 women and 1 man gathered together and chatted with each other. From the conversation between the 3 people, Wang Ming learned that the man's name was Bai Shan. Bai Shan looked at Lin Chi from time to time. Thank you, my beautiful lady. My drama will definitely be a hit all over the country. I'm not the only one who hurt you. I couldn't have done it alone. The male lead and the second female lead of the crew were also involved, hee hee. Wang Ming was shocked. It turned out that this man had accomplices. At this time, the voice of the woman next to Bai Shan was also heard. Once this drama is aired, I can become a top star. Lin Chi, you're so high and mighty in the crew, but I'll see if you have the qualifications to act so arrogantly in front of me from now on. No one will ever find out the truth about what happened to you, ha ha ha. Wang Ming remained calm and continued to stroll leisurely, but anger was burning in his heart. Lin Chi, a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate, was actually plotted against by such a group of villains. Wang Ming clenched his fists. Lin Chi was the person he was bound to, and he felt a strong sense of hatred that one of his own was being messed with. A press conference will be held after the free time at the banquet. Representatives of the group and directors and singers of major promotional works will speak. As long as Bai Shan drinks the potion that allows her to confess her true feelings, she will tell everyone how she harmed Lin Chi. But the old guy Chen Nianhong also has a story in his mind. I also want him to express his desire to support Lin Chi. At this moment, Wang Ming was very conflicted. He wanted to give it to Bai Shan and also to Chen Nianhong. Beep. Owner. I need you right now. Has the heartfelt potion been developed into a permanent product? No, you still want a bottle of heart-opening potion? Yes. Urgently needed. Sorry, I haven't developed any permanent products yet, but I've got something good this time. You can double your system coins. Or any items you haven't taken out, just use this new gadget of mine and they can be doubled. Dang dang dang, the copy voucher has been put into the system mall. This is also something I made by randomly piecing together the code. It will disappear after you buy it once. Copy vouchers, copy items, just the thing to solve my urgent need. Let me see. Master, you still have 2,500 system coins. You can use the copy voucher to directly increase it to 5,000. Wow, there are still 2 houses of property rights among the existing items. Using the copy voucher can directly increase the equivalent amount of Daxia coins. However, I suggest you use it later. It's most cost-effective to use it to copy system coins. This copy voucher has no expiration date after purchase. If you accumulate 10,000 system coins, it will directly become 20,000 after use. How great! By the time I have accumulated 10,000 system coins, my child will be 18 years old. Any other good stuff? Yes, we've developed permanent products, beauty potion and body potion. If you buy this and give it to someone, it will increase their looks and figure. Both their looks and figure will change. Unlike plastic surgery, it will naturally transition to your original appearance. Chapter 100 Chen Zhixin begs. However, do not take it on your own, or you will turn into a man with a slim figure and big breasts. Can you develop something useful? My bound objects are all over 80 points in appearance and figure. Do I need this? Master, my good intentions are in vain. If you like someone but can't bind them together, give her a drink. Wouldn't the body and appearance points be enough to bind them together? Oh shit. Yes, Wang Jia has called her husband over 800 times, so she needs to be tied up. Alright, master. I'll continue developing products. Bye. The system's consciousness disappears. Wang Ming began to browse the special products in the system mall. Both the beauty potion and the posture potion cost 500 system coins. It's not cheap. 500 system coins can buy a Hummer. Sorry, Wang Ming. Chen Zhixin suddenly walked up to Wang Ming. When Wang Ming heard Chen Zhixin's voice, he raised his head slightly. What's wrong? Chen Zhixin bit her lip, an embarrassed look on her face. My grandpa is not usually like this, I don't know what happened today. Wang Ming smiled and thought he should be the one to say sorry. When Chen Yanhong speaks later, he will pour out his true feelings. He smiled, waved his hand and said, for someone like me, it's a luxury for Mr. Chen to have a conversation with me, not to mention he even helped me cut the ribbon. Chen Zhixin shook his head lightly and said seriously, no, Wang Ming, it's my grandfather who is wrong. You are Sister Chi's friend, and also my friend. I will definitely find a chance to make it up to you. Is there anything you need? Wang Ming looked around, then looked directly into Chen Zhixin's eyes. I need to kiss you. Chen Zhixin's eyes widened in surprise at Wang Ming's sudden request. Her lips opened slightly and she was speechless for a moment, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? I need artificial respiration. I made your grandfather so angry that he couldn't breathe. After Wang Ming finished speaking, it was a long time before Chen Zhixin stammered. Wang Ming, you. She covered her mouth, her face filled with shock. She subconsciously took a step back and looked at Lin Qi in the distance. Judging from the way Lin Qi mentioned Wang Ming on the regular basis and her behavior today, there is no doubt that Sister Qi is interested in Wang Ming. I didn't expect Wang Ming to be like this. He's even more flirtatious than me. She quickly calmed down. I've always been the one flirting with others, but today I'm being flirted with by a newcomer? If I don't make him blush today, my surname is not Chen. Sister Qi, is this guy trying to flirt with me, or is he a real playboy? Let me help you identify him today. Chen Zhixin secretly encouraged herself, then chuckled and said, come on, I'll give you artificial respiration. Wang Ming took in all of Chen Zhixin's thoughts. She is Chen Yanhong's granddaughter, and all 4 Black Pig girls want to recognize her as their sister. How could they easily agree to her? Wang Ming became bolder. Where are you going? Hurry up. I'm suffocating. Chen Zhixin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sly smile. Upstairs is my grandfather's private territory. There's no one there right now. Come on, I'll see if you dare today. Wang Ming said simply, let's go. Chen Zhixin turned around and led the way, walking towards the west side of the banquet hall. Wang Ming put his hands in his pockets and followed slowly behind. He thought that since Chen Zhixin likes to flirt with people, and she is in the entertainment industry, her purity can't be lower than Chen Yusen, right? Oh, there is nothing to say. With such long legs and such a beautiful face, if I don't kiss her to suffocate her, the system will definitely scold me for being incompetent. Chen Zhixin was thinking as he walked. I wanted to help Sister Qi try Wang Ming, but I still have my first kiss. With his muscles and physique, if he really did it, wouldn't I lose my first kiss? Wang Ming was secretly delighted. First kiss. That must be a pure and innocent baby. But it's not impossible that we have done it even though we haven't kissed. At this time, I had reached the 2nd floor of the club and walked to the door of a room. Chen Zhixin suddenly let go of the hand that was opening the door and turned around abruptly. She regretted it, her face looked flustered and her eyes flickered. How could Wang Ming give her a chance to regret? Seeing that there was no one around, he raised the corner of his mouth, then took a step forward and pushed Chen Zhixin against the door. Chen Zhixin's back was pressed tightly against the door, and his entire body was trapped between the door panel and his chest. Wang Ming's eyes were only a foot away from hers, their noses were almost touching, and the warm breath from Wang Ming's mouth hit her lips directly. Chen Zhixin realized in an instant that Wang Ming was not just talking, he really intended to kiss her. She was terrified and subconsciously shouted, "Stop." As soon as she said this, she suddenly realized that her voice was too loud. What would happen if someone saw this? She quickly lowered her voice and said anxiously, "Stop it." Wang Ming heard Chen Zhixin's thoughts. He laughed with a slightly evil look on his face. "You just agreed to it, don't you like to flirt? Open the door quickly, otherwise if we kiss here, what if someone on the second floor sees us? Think about it carefully." After hearing this, Chen Zhixin looked around again, and cold sweat slowly flowed down her forehead and jaw. She was embarrassed, annoyed, and a little scared. She stamped her feet and said, "How could you do this? Every time Sister Chi mentioned you to me, her face was filled with a cheerful smile. She has always been arrogant to others, but she likes you 100%. Wang Ming shook his head indifferently, staring straight at Chen Zhixin. "Let's talk about Sister Chi later. This is a private matter between us. You seem to be short of breath too. Come quickly, I'll give you some air." As he spoke, he leaned his head forward a little more. Chen Zhixin's body trembled violently, and she subconsciously looked around, fearing that someone would jump out at this time. "I'll open the door." "Can't I just open the door?" she said hurriedly. Only then did Wang Ming put down his arms that were leaning on the door. Chen Zhixin turned around hurriedly and opened the door with trembling hands. She just turned around and tried to persuade Wang Ming again, but before she could say anything, Wang Ming pushed her into the house. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Chen Zhixin's heart began to beat violently with the sound of the door closing. She recalled the past, when she had teased others. As long as the other party was serious, she would immediately withdraw, making the other party's heart fall to the bottom in an instant. "Because of my grandfather, everyone else is afraid of me and no one dares to do anything that goes against the rules." Chen Zhixin's lips couldn't stop trembling, and she stammered and begged, I regret it, please forgive me." Chapter 101, Obsession Soars. Wang Ming laughed and pressed forward, forcing Chen Zhixin into the corner of the room. He scanned Chen Zhixin's entire body. Chen Zhixin leaned against the wall, subconsciously protecting himself with his hands. "Wang Ming, don't be too hasty. Let's talk first, and then I'll let you kiss me, okay? A delaying tactic? I'm too impatient." Chen Zhixin's voice trembled and she cried, "I wanted to help Sister Chi test you, but I didn't expect you to be serious." Wang Ming said with a hint of joking, "I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. It's just a kiss." He took another step forward, placed one hand on the wall above Chen Zhixin's head, and trapped her firmly in his arms. Chen Zhixin could clearly sense Wang Ming's aura, and she was extremely puzzled. Is this a tiger? Why does it emit such a passionate aura? No, really. Tears welled up in Chen Zhixin's eyes. "If you kiss me, Sister Chi will be sad, and the three of us will be very embarrassed." "You're panting again, come on. Sister Chi said you have a girlfriend. You're such a scumbag." Chen Zhixin still tried to resist and stretched out his hands to support Wang Ming's body. With this push, I felt how strong Wang Ming's muscles were. It's like pressing on a block of iron. She looked at Wang Ming's face. It was not as exquisite and beautiful as the male stars in the entertainment industry, but he was handsome and manly. Coupled with such a charming figure, her heart beat faster and faster, and she felt like her heart was about to reach 3,000 beats. Wang Ming said in a playful tone, "Girlfriend, isn't that just a female friend? Are you praising me for being manly in your heart?" Chen Zhixin's hand that was supporting Wang Ming gradually fell from Wang Ming's body, and her voice became weaker and weaker. "But Sister Chi." Her eyes were not as firm as before, her gaze began to evade, and the blush on her face deepened little by little. Wang Ming lifted her chin fiercely, making her look into his eyes. "I told you not to mention others. Why are you shaking? Is your engine shaking? Can you fix it?" Chen Zhixin felt his chin being supported by a strong hand, and his face could not move. The defenses crumbled bit by bit. She closed her eyes slightly, "Just this once, no. Don't tell Sister Chi." Wang Ming's head slowly moved closer and closed his eyes. He put one arm around Chen Zhixin's waist and held Chen Zhixin's tender hand with the other hand. The light touch of their lips sent a current through Chen Zhixin's body, and she froze instantly. As the kiss progressed, she gradually relaxed. Bind pre-task completed, object bound successfully. Bound to Chen Zhixin. Age, 26. Appearance, 95. Body size, 97. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 50. Triggering task, the bound person gives up the role of agent and becomes a good mother. It turns out that the gate has never been opened. But this mission? Not a wife? Just a good mother? The system started to break down again. Wang Ming sighed and opened his arms. Chen Zixin opened her blurry eyes and bit her lips. She was even more shy. I noticed that their hands were still tightly clasped together. I wanted to pull them back, but felt reluctant. She was puzzled. Why did she suddenly feel a surge of affection for Wang Ming at this moment? Is it because of the kiss just now? Wang Ming noticed Chen Zixin's change in attitude from her expression and psychology at the moment. Once the bound character panel appears, the bound object's feelings towards the host will instantly change due to the degree of infatuation. Even if the gods come, it is hard to resist. Chen Yusin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. You should let go of my hand. You are holding it too tightly. Wang Ming had no intention of letting go and gently stroked her hand. Chen Zixin, you clearly have feelings for me, so stop being awkward, this is not like you. Is there a bed in this room? Wang Ming said as he looked around. Chen Zixin felt a panic in her heart, she knew what Wang Ming wanted to do. Wang Ming saw a table in another room and a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. No. Chen Zixin suddenly tried to pull back her hand, trying her best to break free from Wang Ming's control. Wang Ming found it very funny to see her struggling. Compared to her previous flirting appearance in the tea house, she looked shy and flustered at this moment, like two completely different people. Wang Ming was indeed very resistant when he heard Chen Zixin's thoughts. He let go of her hand, and thought to himself that 50 degrees of infatuation were not enough. But my emotions have reached this point, and I really want to have a good discussion about life with Chen Zixin. He suddenly remembered the flowers of the heart item in the system. It was originally intended to be given to Zhao Xianing. But on second thought, the gains from capturing Chen Zixin right now are obviously greater. After making the decision, Wang Ming took out the fragrant flower from the system items. The appearance of the heart-shaped flowers is different every time. This time it is a bunch of snow-white roses. Chen Zixin watched Wang Ming take out the flowers as if performing magic and couldn't help but chuckle, your little magic trick is quite realistic. Wang Ming smiled and said, it's a real flower. Take it. Chen Zixin couldn't help but wrinkle her nose, and a unique and charming fragrance instantly hit her nose. In the past, many men who pursued her had given her flowers, but this was the first time she had smelled one with such a unique fragrance. She took the flowers with both hands, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She suddenly looked up at Wang Ming. At this moment, the man in her eyes was so charming, exuding irresistible masculine charm. Chen Zixin fell into deep thought. I have never been in the mood for love. Could it be that I am really waiting for this destined man Wang Ming? She shook her head violently, reminding herself. This is the person Sister Qi likes. The kiss just now was already unfair to Sister Qi. She frowned again. They weren't in a relationship, so it was fair competition. Besides, she was no worse than Sister Qi. Wang Ming listened to Chen Zixin's thoughts and looked at the system panel again. The infatuation level had soared to 80 through the fragrant heart flowers, and the emotional status showed strong love. Chen Zixin noticed that Wang Ming's mouth corners were raised, and said coquettishly, what are you laughing at? Thank you, you did a good job on the artificial respiration. I don't blame your grandfather anymore. Chen Zixin sighed softly, hey, my grandfather seems to hate you. If we were together, he would definitely. She suddenly realized that she had accidentally said what was in her heart, and quickly changed her words. I mean, if he sees us together, he'll. Wang Ming didn't wait for her to finish her words, he hugged her tightly again and kissed her. Faced with this sudden kiss, Chen Zixin's body shook violently at first, and then she subconsciously hugged Wang Ming with both hands. A minute later, the cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Ming fumbled to take out his cell phone from his pocket and pressed the volume button. 10 seconds later, Chen Zixin's phone started ringing. Like Wang Ming, Chen Zixin also took out his cell phone and blindly pressed the mute button. The two were immersed in a passionate kiss, neither wanting to be interrupted by the outside world. 5 minutes later. Wang Ming slowly let go of Chen Zixin and asked sincerely, can you give it to me? At this moment, Chen Zixin's heart has been completely infected by Wang Ming's tiger-like hot breath. She hesitated for just a few seconds and nodded shyly. Wang Ming picked up Chen Zixin and walked towards the house. Chen Zhixin was placed on the table, and her hands were tightly gripping the edge of the table due to nervousness. Chapter 102, Mr. Chen faces collapse. An hour later. At this time, Chen Zhixin stepped into her high heels and called Wang Ming in a soft but slightly hoarse voice. Come here and help me zip up the back of your pants. Wang Ming walked forward quickly, reached out and pulled the zipper up suddenly. With a click, the zipper was pulled down. Chen Zhixin frowned and complained, Wow, can't you be a little gentler? Wang Ming glared at her slightly and said, Why are you so fierce? Where's that pleading attitude when you called me good brother just now? Chen Zhixin quickly took Wang Ming's arm and said in a soft voice, I'm sorry, I'm going to change my clothes. If the zipper opens, it will be embarrassing. She said and walked towards another room. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and his guess was confirmed. Something he had never experienced would greatly increase his level of fascination. At this time, Chen Zhixin's infatuation level has reached 93. For a negative number like Chen Yusin, the rate at which the obsession level increases is much slower. After a while, Chen Zhixin appeared in front of Wang Ming again. She was wearing a gray and white cheongsam, which outlined her curvy figure. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. It turned out that cheongsams were not only good-looking on plump women. When worn by a tall woman like Chen Zhixin, it actually gave off a cool and elegant feeling. Chen Zhixin walked to Wang Ming and held his arm again. She was afraid that if she let go, Wang Ming would be snatched away by Lin Qi. Let's go back to the party. Wang Ming took out his cell phone and saw that there were 3 missed calls from Lin Qi and 2 missed calls from Lin Wei. Chen Zhixin also took out his cell phone, and there were 3 missed calls from Lin Qi. She looked at the time displayed on her phone screen and exclaimed, Oh my god, how could such a long time have passed? How can I explain this? Wang Ming shrugged nonchalantly and comforted her, It's okay, Lin Qi is very generous. Chen Zhixin took out a small mirror and looked at herself, only to find that her makeup was completely smudged. I need to touch up my makeup quickly. As she spoke, she picked up the bag on the table, rummaged through her makeup box, and began to carefully touch up her makeup. Wang Ming waited patiently. Chen Zhixin used foundation to cover the strawberry spots on her face and neck, and endured the pain to repaint her broken lips. After finishing her makeup, she nodded in satisfaction at the mirror, then stood up and took Wang Ming's arm again, Let's go. As the two of them walked to the door, Wang Ming's phone rang again, and the caller ID showed Lin Qi. Wang Ming pressed the answer button. Wang Ming, where have you been? Lin Wei and I have been looking for you for a long time. Wang Ming cleared his throat and said, Hey, Gang Zhixin was feeling a little unwell. I just happened to be with her and accompanied her to get 2 injections. Lin Qi paused on the other end of the phone. What's going on? Is she okay? It's just a small matter. It will be fine after the 4 drip. That's good. Everyone has started to take their seats. The representatives from the various film and television production companies are about to start speaking. Yeah, okay, Sister Qi, I'll be right down. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming and Chen Zhixin looked at each other and walked out of the house together. Chen Zhixin felt her legs growing weaker and weaker. She gently tugged at Wang Ming's arm and said, Let's take the elevator. Wang Ming nodded, and the two of them walked to the elevator. Chen Zhixin found that before he pressed the elevator button, it went straight up. She quickly let go of Wang Ming's arm. I originally wanted to confront Lin Qi head-on and didn't care about anyone's opinion. But when I really have to face others, I become timid. She muttered, It seems that I am still not mentally prepared. Yes, sleeping with a man you met on the first day is too exaggerated. The elevator reached the 2nd floor and the door slowly opened. Chen Zhixin swallowed hard and called out nervously, Grandpa? Wang Ming was also very surprised, Mr. Chen? Standing in the elevator were Chen Nianhong and his personal butler and bodyguard Pan Qing. Chen Nianhong glanced left and right, looking at the two of them. He frowned when he noticed that his granddaughter's knees and forearms were red and her eyes were a little vague. Chen Zhixin hurriedly said, Shouldn't it be time to take a seat? Why are you coming upstairs? When Chen Nianhong heard his granddaughter's hoarse voice, he froze. Why did Xinsheng change her clothes? Could she really be having something with this brat? A terrifying idea emerged in Chen Nianhong's mind. Wang Ming listened to Chen Nianhong's inner thoughts and his eyes began to wander unnaturally. Chen Nianhong glared at Wang Ming, then responded to Chen Zhixin, I came up to get my speech. Why are you on the 2nd floor? At this time, Chen Zhixin opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. Wang Ming quickly said, Sister Xin, come up and have something to eat. Lin Chi asked me to call her. Chen Nianhong frowned even more tightly. There are so many foods in the banquet hall. What are you going to eat? Chen Xuching quickly changed the subject. Oh, I'm already so old, and you still keep asking questions. Hurry up and get the manuscript. It will be your turn to speak soon. The directors of several new dramas are taking turns to go on stage now. It's still early for me, so you guys should hurry down. Chen Xuching nodded, and Wang Ming waved his hand. Bye, Mr. Chen. Chen Nianhong suddenly called out to Wang Ming, stop, come here. He raised his head again and gestured to Chen Xuching, you go down first. Chen Xuching had a bad feeling in her heart. She walked into the elevator and nervously pressed the first floor button. After the elevator door closed, Chen Nianhong's expression instantly turned unfriendly, with his brows furrowed and eyes glaring. Stay away from my granddaughter, stay away from Lin Chi. I'm only warning you this once. If you want to live a good life in Shiguan, be obedient. Wang Ming had already heard Chen Nianhong's voice that wanted to kill him. Seeing Chen Nianhong's angry face, Pan Chang beside him also stared at him with a serious and vigilant look. What would his expression be if I told him that I had unlocked all the knowledge about love with his granddaughter? However, we cannot easily annoy this guy right now. He not only holds a respected status in Shiguan, but is also a well-known entrepreneur in Daxia. No one has any idea whether his net worth is tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Compared with his, my net worth of barely over 100 million is nothing. Wang Mingxi smiled apologetically after he finished speaking. Mr. Chen, Lin Chi, Chen Xuching and I are good friends, but I will pay attention to your reminder. Pan Cheng stepped forward and scolded, I'm not asking you to pay attention, what Mr. Chen wants you to do is to disappear from their world immediately. I repeat what Mr. Chen said. I'm only warning you once. If you don't want to lose your life, do as Mr. Chen says. Just wait, you'll be crippled. Chen Nianhong's words made Wang Ming furious. He wanted to kick Chen Nianhong's crutch and break it. Chen Nianhong shouted again, if you understand, get out of here. Wang Ming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Just now, in order to prevent Chen Xuching from getting hurt, he had been holding back his anger, and with the rage in his heart, the two fires merged into one. Now that Chen Nianhong is determined to treat you badly, how can you still respect your mother? A meaningful smile appeared on Wang Ming's lips. Gxian might become a mother in the future, and the child's surname will be Wang. Chen Nianhong's pupils widened instantly. Could it be true? They did it. He asked in surprise, what did you say? Chapter 103 Lin Chi's people. You don't understand my Daxia language? Since you come with bad intentions, I won't look good either. Pan Cheng immediately strode forward, grabbed Wang Ming by the collar, and cursed. You little brat. Do you really want to die? I don't want to, but Xuching just kept repeating that she was about to die. You. Chen Nianhong's eyes were bloodshot. He swallowed, but his pupils were still wide open in shock. Shao Qing, bring him to me. Before Pan Cheng could let go, Wang Ming opened his arm, causing Pan Cheng to grit his teeth in pain. Chen Nianhong's expression became nervous and he questioned Wang Ming, Xin and you, really? Wang Ming spread his hands and said, your granddaughter is very conservative. She's a good girl, but she's too thin. He said and turned around and pressed the elevator button. I feel that this knife must have stabbed Chen Nianhong's heart. Chen Nianhong shouted loudly, catch him. Pan Cheng immediately pounced on Wang Ming. Wang Ming dodged to the side and kicked Pan Cheng against the wall. Pan Cheng's kung fu was not weak, but he had never expected Wang Ming to be so powerful. He has the strength of a bull. He steadied himself and stared at Wang Ming with a blank expression. Chen Nianhong was also shocked and began to tremble, fearing that Wang Ming would kick him next. Wang Ming walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator door slowly closed. Through the crack in the door, he saw Chen Nianhong trembling with anger, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just now, there was something wrong with Xinxin's walking. I've noticed something about this kid's physique. He's quite impressive. He immediately. Shut up. Chen Nianhong recalled the moment the elevator door closed and Wang Ming's provocative expression inside, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Make him disappear. Make him disappear immediately. I thought Wang Ming was my love rival. Little did he know that he was having an affair with his own granddaughter. May heaven and earth punish you. Pan Chang walked to Chen Nianhong and held his trembling body steady. I will plan this carefully and make him disappear in a reasonable way. The elevator reached the first floor and Chen Zhixin was pacing anxiously at the elevator entrance. Seeing Wang Ming coming out, she hurried forward and grabbed his hand. What took you so long? What did my grandfather say to you? Wang Ming looked at Chen Zhixin's worried eyes and forced a smile. It's okay. He said you've been picky about food since you were a child, so he asked me to give you more food and drink supplements. Screw you. No one can stop me from being picky about food. I can't help it? Chen Zhixin pouted, crossed her arms, and sighed helplessly. I'm older than you, give me some dignity. I've been very gentle to you. What's so gentle about this? I'm almost a transformer. Let's go, Sister Qi is waiting for us. Chen Zhixin no longer held Wang Ming's arm. As soon as the two entered the banquet hall, Lin Qi saw them at the table and quickly raised her arms and waved. Wang Ming and Chen Zhixin walked to the first row of seats and sat down. Lin Qi scolded, finally you're here. Lin Wei and I were going crazy looking for you. I just felt weak all of a sudden. After the 4 drip, I feel much better. That's not right. Why do you walk so strangely after the 4? Why does your hip bone feel like it's been taken off? Oh, don't worry, it's really much better. Why is your voice so hoarse? Chen Zhixin panicked when he really faced Lin Qi. She quickly waved her hand to change the subject. It's okay, it's okay. Look at my cheongsam, isn't it beautiful? I've never worn it before. At this time, Lin Wei was hugging Wang Ming's shoulders with a beaming face. That new female director who just spoke is so beautiful. You're so unlucky, brother. Wang Ming was stunned. Could it be that Bai Shan's speech was over? Bai Shan has already been on stage? Lin Qi's expression suddenly turned unhappy when she heard the name. She shook her head slightly, not yet. That bitch will speak next. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He almost delayed his important work. Several people listened to the speech on the stage. Wang Ming opened the system panel. Duplicate the open heart potion. Among the rare items at this moment, there are 2 open heart potion. We have to find a way to get Bai Shan to drink it. He took out the heart voice potion and looked back. Bai Shan was sitting far back. What are you looking at? Lin Wei followed Wang Ming's gaze and looked back. Do me a favor, brother Wei. How? Wang Ming took out a small bottle that looked like oral liquid and handed it to Lin Wei. I'll get Bai Shan out of the way later. Pour the contents of this bottle into her water. Lin Wei looked carefully at the small bottle in Wang Ming's hand. He suddenly thought of something and frowned. You want to avenge my sister? This is poison? No, it's non-toxic and harmless. It's very safe. Don't worry. Lin Wei trusted Wang Ming very much, and he was no longer worried when he knew it was not poison. You go ahead and leave it to me. At this time, Lin Qi and Chen Zhixin were chatting in low voices. They both saw Wang Ming standing up out of the corner of their eyes and turned around almost at the same time to ask, Where are you going? Bathroom. Wang Ming walked to the back row and patted Bai Shan on the shoulder from behind. Bai Shan turned around and saw his appearance, and asked in confusion, Who are you? I'm Mr. Chen's man. He sent me here to talk to you about investment. Come on, let's have a quick chat. Mr. Chen? Investment? For me? Yes, that's right. Bai Shan was flattered. She felt that if Mr. Chen invested in her next drama, both money and fame would surely make her next project even more popular. She quickly stood up and followed Wang Ming. The two came to a corridor and there was no one around. I'll soon be number 1 in the industry. No one would have thought that a third-tier director would become so popular. This subordinate of Mr. Chen is quite young and handsome. He looks quite familiar. Listening to Bai Shan's inner thoughts, Wang Ming smiled. You are so beautiful. I have been following you for a long time since the party was free. Bai Shan chuckled, I see. I think I remember now. When I was chatting with someone, a man kept looking in my direction. It seemed to be you. But Bai Shan was not fooled by a few words. I have nothing to do with beauty. She immediately brought the subject back. I'm going up next, time is running out. Does Mr. Chen have anything to tell me? At this time, Wang Ming's cell phone vibrated. After unlocking the phone, Lin Wei's chat pop-up window appeared. Done. Wang Ming gave a wicked smile. Mr. Chen said he loves you and wants you to give birth to a baby for him. Ah? Bai Shan was shocked. She looked at Wang Ming's expression. This face was very familiar. It was definitely not the first time she saw it at the banquet. You are not Mr. Chen's man, who are you? Wang Ming leaped forward and hugged Bai Shan. The passionate kiss made Bai Shan dizzy. Her limbs were weak and her pupils were dilated. It lasted for 30 seconds before she came to her senses and pushed Wang Ming hard. There was a sound of malfunction coming from the direction of the banquet hall. Only then did Wang Ming stop the passionate kiss and let go of Bai Shan. Bai Shan raised her hand and wiped her mouth. You bastard! Who the hell are you? This guy just forcefully kissed me. He must not be Mr. Chen's man. I'm Lin Chi's man. Wang Ming deliberately used words to provoke Bai Chao. What? Just as Bai Shan was stunned, applause broke out again in the banquet hall. She realized that the previous director had finished speaking and it was her turn to go on stage. You? I don't have time to argue with you. Tell Lin Chi that I'm not afraid of her. Okay, I hope you can get investment for your next drama. Humph, that's inevitable. Bai Shan glared at Wang Ming, then turned and hurried towards the banquet hall. Chapter 104 The Truth. She returned to her seat and tried to calm down. This Lin Chi is really endless. I have to find a way to make her stop. Otherwise, if any evidence is found, it will be the end of us. Bai Shan thought about it and felt her mouth dry. The passionate kiss just now was so fucking like a primitive one. She cursed Wang Ming in her heart, picked up the mineral water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down the remaining 1/3 of the water in the bottle. The oral cavity is replenished with moisture and feels much more comfortable. Lin Chi, if you keep going on like this, I'll kill you. Bai Shan's eyes widened, wondering how she could have said what was in her heart. Next, please welcome director Bai Shan. There was applause from the audience. Lin Chi snorted coldly. Bai Shan. You damn bastard. Lin Chi gritted his teeth in hatred, stared at Bai Shan on the stage with wide eyes, his nostrils flaring with anger. Bai Shan walked onto the stage with a proud look on her face, her head held high and the corners of her mouth raised. Wang Ming had returned to his seat by then. Lin Chi turned around and asked, "Where have you been again?" Wang Ming's mouth curled up with a mysterious smile. Just wait and see, Bai Shan will be ruined in no time. Lin Chi looked puzzled, and Lin Wei looked at Wang Ming curiously, asking anxiously, "Brother, the medicine you gave me really wasn't poison, was it?" Wang Ming shook his head confidently, "Of course not, just watch how Bai Shan opens her heart, it will definitely be more interesting than the movie." Bai Shan was already standing in front of the table on the stage. She slowly sat down with her hands on the table, leaned forward slightly and put her mouth close to the microphone, looking down at the stars and entrepreneurs below. With a look of contempt on his face, he said disdainfully, "Humph, Mr. Chen is just so-so. The layout of this venue doesn't even have the grandeur of a press conference in Kyoto." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Bai Shan was shocked. Her face was full of surprise, and she had no idea why she blurted out what was in her heart again. She was so nervous that her hands were shaking. She quickly picked up the water bottle on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he explained in a panic, "Just now, I didn't mean that, I meant." Her words suddenly changed their tone as they reached her lips. "Mr. Chen's club is just so-so. My future private club will be 100 times better than this. It's all garbage." There was an uproar in the audience, and all the stars opened their eyes wide with expressions of disbelief. Although this banquet was jointly organized by all the directors and entrepreneurs, it was the venue provided by Mr. Chen after all. How could this third-tier director dare to speak so arrogantly? Only Wang Ming showed a meaningful smile. Everything was within his expectations. Bai Shan was panicked. She didn't understand why she kept saying what was in her heart. She glanced helplessly at the audience, her eyes filled with fear. At this time, the host in charge of the venue picked up the microphone awkwardly and shouted to the audience. Today, director Bai Shan is joking around to liven up the atmosphere. She has a well-made TV series with a strong cast that's about to be released, so she asked Bai Shan to talk about her series. Bai Shan swallowed nervously several times and held the microphone tightly with both hands, fearing that she would say something she shouldn't. She stammered, "That, my play. It will be popular across the country. Humph. My leading female role is Lin Chi, the second female role is also the famous Xu Bingbing, and there is also the well-known gigolo Chen Dong in the entertainment industry, plus there is the Lin Chi death incident. Who can suppress the public opinion about my drama? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Baishan realized that she had no control over her words at all, and the words in her heart were pouring out like a flood. There was an uproar in the audience again, and everyone was stunned by her arrogance. Baishan is so arrogant that she simply doesn't take her colleagues seriously. Wang Ming saw that the time had come, so he called out to Lin Qi, "Sister Qi, turn on the video recording on your phone." Lin Qi, Lin Wei, and Chen Zhixin all heard Wang Ming's reminder and turned to look at him. Lin Qi frowned and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Record a video?" Wang Ming nodded and said with a smile, "Well, the show is about to begin." He walked towards the direction where the reporters were gathered. Although Lin Qi was puzzled, she still listened to Wang Ming and took out her mobile phone to start recording. Wang Ming walked up to a reporter and snatched the microphone. The reporter whose right to ask questions was snatched away suddenly became anxious and reached out to grab Wang Ming's arm, trying to take the microphone back. "What are you doing?" Wang Ming pushed him far away with a push of his hand. The male reporter staggered back several steps and almost fell down. Wang Ming put the microphone to his lips and asked loudly, "Director Baishan, is Miss Lin Qi's fake death true? Or is this a deliberate stunt by your crew?" Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Baishan immediately burst into laughter. Lin Qi. From the time I approached her, to the time I invited her to star in my drama, and even her death, it was all carefully planned by me. She was a queen of the film industry, and I actually played her for fun, ha ha. Baishan was stunned. What she said was totally inconsistent with the lines she had prepared in advance, and she couldn't control her mouth at all. She continued to talk non-stop. I discovered that Lin Qi's interests and hobbies were similar to mine. I used a cruel trick to invite her to act in my play. Finally, Zhu Bingbing, Qindong, and I secretly purchased the colorless and odorless euthanasia drug from the Great Bear Country and had Lin Qi take it at the banquet. Although she is not dead, public opinion is still very strong, ha ha ha. Baishan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. She suddenly let go of the microphone and looked at the audience in horror. There was an uproar in the audience again, and everyone was shocked by her words. Lin Qi gnashed her teeth and cursed, "You vicious woman. You actually told the truth yourself." She was a little dazed, not sure why Baishan could reveal these secrets herself. Considering Wang Ming's frequent disappearances and his previous promises, as well as his confident look, she guessed that it was Wang Ming who did it, but she didn't understand how he did it. Lin Wei was also shocked. Could this be related to the medicine Wang Ming had just given him? Wang Ming, who was among the reporters in the audience, struck while the iron was hot and continued to ask, "Who bought the medicine and who gave it to me?" Baishan wanted to throw the microphone away, but she couldn't control her mouth at all and immediately replied non-stop. "I bought the drugs, and it was Zhu Bingbing who put them in the wine." Qindong also knew all about it. He was the one who contacted people and pushed Lin Qi into the crematorium as soon as possible. The stars and entrepreneurs in the audience exclaimed in amazement, and everyone covered their mouths in disbelief. There was such a thing hidden behind this. Wang Ming continued to ask, "Is everything you said about harming Lin Qi true? Is there anything else you can say?" Baishan laughed wildly, "Ah, of course it's true. I still have the contact information of the Big Bear countryman who sold me the euthanasia drug in my phone, and what? Tell me quickly," Wang Ming urged. "Besides, the one who ordered me to do this was old Chen Nianhong." Chen Zhixin, who was sitting in the first row of seats, froze instantly. She subconsciously covered her mouth and asked, "Grandpa?" Baishan couldn't control herself and wanted to tell all the truth in one breath. Chen Nianhong had already come down from the second floor. As he listened to Baishan's words on the stage, his hand holding the crutch trembled uncontrollably and his face turned pale. Chapter 105, Mr. Chen reveals his true feelings. Chen Nianhong walked slowly towards the center of the venue. He raised his head and looked straight at Baishan on the stage, his eyes full of anger. "Baishan, you are slandering me. How could I instruct you to do such a heinous thing?" Baishan continued to yell uncontrollably. "That's you. You like Lin Qi. You want her to be your wife. So let me do it. You gave me a lot of money and promised to help me take my career to the next level. You are the mastermind." Chen Nianhong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He hit the ground hard with the crutch in his hand, and there was a paw sound. "Ridiculous. I, Chen, have lived an upright life. How could I do such a thing? Baishan, you actually slandered me just to get away with it." The crowd in the audience was talking about it, with various speculations and doubts rising one after another. Oh my god, what's going on? Mr. Chen? Is he trying to harm Lin Chi? As far as I know, isn't Chen Jixin, Mr. Chen's granddaughter, a good friend of Lin Chi? This is so explosive. This news is so explosive. Lin Chi frowned, his heart churning. She thought of what Chen Nianhong said last time in the bamboo hut, and everything Bai Shan said now made sense. Lin Wei gritted his teeth at this moment. He wanted to go on stage and tear all of Bai Shan's hair off. Wang Ming stood among the reporters and smiled slightly as he looked at the trembling Chen Nianhong. Mr. Chen, you told me that Lin Chi looks like your late wife years ago, and you dream of hugging him. Don't you think about it? How old are you? Do you have any shame? Bai Shanchan was crying, her tears couldn't stop flowing. This was what she was thinking in her heart, how could she say it out loud? Chen Nianhong could no longer stand and was almost collapsed from anger. His personal butler and bodyguard, Pan Xing, immediately helped him to steady himself. Get her off the stage. Chen Nianhong shouted loudly with fire spurting from his nostrils. Yes. Pan Xing took the order, quickly walked to the stage, pulled the microphone away, and picked up Bai Shan. You lackey, don't you know a little bit of martial arts? You're just taking advantage of others' power. Bai Shan cried and poured out her heart. Pan Xing was so angry that he gritted his teeth and dragged her off the stage. Look at all these directors. Which one of them is as talented as me? They're all rubbish. When Bai Shan was dragged off the stage, she complained disdainfully to everyone as she passed by the audience. She spoke so loudly that her mouth felt tired and her saliva was dry, but she continued to speak. Pan Xing covered her mouth and walked away from the banquet hall. The host in charge of the meeting was stunned just now. Only then did he react and save the situation. He picked up the microphone and shouted, "Well, there was a little incident just now, don't take it to heart, please welcome the director of the next upcoming movie." At this time, Chen Nianhong had already walked in front of the host and snatched the microphone. Let's put the promotion and exchange meetings on hold for now. I'll say a few words. Yes, please welcome Mr. Chen. The host echoed loudly. Wang Ming's mouth curled up into a strange smile again. He had already filled the bottle with another heart-opening potion. He walked over to Chen Nianhong with the water bottle and handed it to him. Mr. Chen, drink some water before you speak. No. Speak. Chen Nianhong turned his head slightly and looked at Wang Ming. He glared, but he was indeed a little thirsty because he had swallowed frequently due to nervousness. He took the water bottle without thinking, unscrewed the lid and took a few sips. After finishing the drink, he threw the water bottle away and said softly, "Boy, let's talk about your business later." After he finished speaking, he walked onto the stage, sat down at the table, and pointed the microphone toward his mouth. Who am I, Chen Nianhong? Even if I did these things, how could I be easily caught by others? Don't believe what this unknown director says. Chen Jixin had recovered from his initial shock by then. Yes, Grandpa would not do that. There must be a misunderstanding here. She turned to look at Lin Chi, Sister Chi, don't you agree? Lin Chi just looked at Chen Jixin without saying anything, showing a helpless expression. Chen Nianhong looked at the people in the audience and took a deep breath. Everyone, I, Chen Nianhong, am upright and honest, and I will never do anything that goes against my conscience. Bai Shan is slandering me in order to exonerate herself. At this time, Bai Shan ran back to the banquet hall from a distance, shouting, Chen Nianhong, stop pretending. The money has been transferred to my account, and the bank statements are the evidence. And the chat records, I have backups, ha ha ha. Pan Xing jumped out from behind Bai Shan, knocked her unconscious with a palm, and then dragged her out of the banquet hall. Wang Ming walked back to his seat and said to Lin Chi, Sister Chi, call the police. We'll just have to verify it. Yeah. Lin Chi quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Wei looked at Wang Ming with admiration. Brother, how did you do that? Did you cast a spell? Chen Jixin was in a state of panic. Today's events were explosive, and it would take a long time to digest the matter with Wang Ming alone. Now there is another thing that I don't know whether it is true or not. Everyone has a brain. I rarely show up. How could a person who is out of touch with reality do such things? As the drug took effect, Chen Nianhong suddenly felt a twitch in his head and a tremor in his heart. The tone suddenly changed. I just like Lin Chi. Bai Shan is right. I was the one who planned Lin Chi's fake death. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience froze again. Chen Zhixin subconsciously looked at Lin Chi, his mouth trembling. This. She was extremely embarrassed. How could her grandfather say such a thing? Chen Nianhong was confident that Lin Chi had faked her death. According to the original plan, Chen Nianhong would suddenly appear and rescue Lin Chi just before she was cremated. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming showed up and rescued Lin Chi in advance. Not only Chen Zhixin was unaware of the situation, but everyone except Bai Shan and Chen Nianhong was kept in the dark. Lin Chi let out a heavy breath and cursed Chen Nianhong in her heart, the old fool. Not only did he want to fall in love with her, but he was also the mastermind behind this matter. The heart-opening potion that Chen Nianhong drank has achieved its maximum effect. Lin Chi is so beautiful. My original wife was just as beautiful as her. I'm willing to spend half of my assets to win her heart. But she is too stubborn and doesn't understand my feelings at all. I could only create a hero-saving beauty scene, but I didn't expect an accident to happen halfway through. Lin Chi, I get so angry when I think of you smiling so happily at that brat named Wang Ming. Chen Zhixin had closed her eyes tightly. She didn't dare to look at her grandfather on the stage, nor did she dare to look at Lin Chi. It's so embarrassing. She sighed and wondered why her grandfather was like this. Lin Wei clenched his fists and muttered through gritted teeth, Mr. Chen, you're actually planning on hitting on my sister. You're not as strong as your crutches. Cough cough. Chen Nianhong's throat became hoarse because he spoke too loudly, and he coughed twice. Lin Chi, I will kill that kid named Wang Ming. You are mine. Chapter 106 Sisters Become Love Rivals. Wang Ming was angry at this time. Chen Nianhong knew that he was trying to harm himself. But it was still annoying when he said it in public. It seems that I need to plan carefully how to guard against him. Sister Chi, my grandfather. Wang Ming. Chen Zhixin, who was sitting next to Lin Chi, was almost crying when she saw her grandfather like this. Lin Chi shook her head and comforted her. This has nothing to do with you. You will always be my good friend. Chen Nianhong on the stage threw the microphone far away and continued shouting loudly. Snake waist, long legs. She is more beautiful than my late wife. I want to kiss you in my dreams. Wang Ming will be made a wronged ghost. The crowd in the audience stared in amazement. Why is Mr. Chen still rapping and dancing? I think this word is quite watery, but it contains a lot of information. This Wang Ming is the guy next to Lin Chi, right? Chen Zhixin closed her eyes tightly and covered her ears with her hands. Her grandfather's words made her unable to raise her head. Chen Nianhong. You want to kill my brother and kiss my sister? I wonder if you can withstand a few punches from me. Lin Wei said this, standing up and trying to rush onto the stage. Wang Ming grabbed him and said, hand it over to the police. They will investigate. Bai Shan must be a breakthrough. Lin Wei snorted at the stage and sat back down. At this time, several people came in from the door of the banquet hall. They were policemen in uniform. Wang Ming quickly leaned over to remind Lin Chi beside him. Sister Chi, please hand the video over to the police immediately. It can serve as important evidence for their investigation. Lin Chi nodded seriously, okay, I'll go right away. She stood up and walked quickly towards the door of the banquet hall. Wang Ming stood up and sat in the seat where Lin Chi had just sat, his eyes fixed on the stage. At this time, Chen Nianhong's face was as pale as paper, his mouth was dry, his breathing was rapid and difficult, and he was unable to open his mouth. Wang Ming turned his head to look at Chen Zhixin beside him. Just as he opened his mouth to call out Zhixin and wanted to say a few words of comfort, Chen Zhixin suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist, pulling it out with force. Wang Ming asked in surprise, where are you going? Chen Zhixin's voice was choked with anxiety, I don't want to stay here, stay with me. Lin Wei saw Wang Ming being dragged out by Chen Zhixin and quickly shouted, where are you going? Wang Ming turned around and waved at Lin Wei, it's okay, I'll accompany her. He let Chen Zhixin pull him and walked out of the banquet hall quickly. Wang Ming felt that this was very unfair to Chen Zhixin, as she was an outsider in everything. In the courtyard outside the building, two people were walking in the corridor. Chen Zhixin's pace gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She let go of Wang Ming's hand, turned her back, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Wang Ming stood aside, looking at her thin figure, feeling a little guilty. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say to comfort Chen Zhixin, who was in trouble. Silence spread, and after a long while, Chen Zhixin slowly turned around with red eyes. Wang Ming, I'm sorry. My grandfather actually wanted to harm you. Wang Ming quickly shook his head and said seriously. What are you saying sorry for? Don't feel any psychological burden. Chen Nianhong is Chen Nianhong, and you are you. Chen Zhixin bit his lip, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. I'm not afraid of losing face because he is my grandfather. I'm afraid he will do something bad to you and Sister Qi. Lin Qi is my good sister. My grandfather actually. She is in her 70s and 80s, how could he? And I actually said it in front of so many public figures. My head hurts. Grandpa, he's not really going to kill you, is he? Wang Ming sighed and spoke slowly. I've long noticed that your grandfather is hostile towards me, but I didn't expect him to be so hostile. Chen Zhixin suddenly thought of something and wiped away her tears. Yeah. I'll tell him that you're his future grandson-in-law, and he won't hurt you. You're too naive. He already knows everything about us. Plus, what Lin Qi did to me, well, he's bound to harm me. What? He knows we. Chen Zhixin was shocked at first. After all, he was not an ordinary person. Because the incident happened suddenly, he could not control his emotions. She tried to remain calm and held Wang Ming's hand. You are my future man. If my grandfather does anything bad to you, I will never allow it. I think he might have to stay in there for some time. Wang Ming sighed. Several police cars were parked outside the banquet hall. At this time, Lin Qi was escorted out of the banquet hall by the police. Chen Nianhong was also helped out by a policeman. He lowered his head, his mouth was hoarse, and he was too tired to speak. Bai Shan was still mumbling incoherently as she was escorted out along with the male lead and the second female lead in the play. Watching the police take everyone into the car one by one, Chen Zhixin calmed down a lot and was no longer as excited as before. If everything is true, he should reflect on himself. Her voice was very soft. Crowds of people poured out of the banquet hall one after another, whispering one after another. Lin Wei saw Wang Ming at a glance while walking in the crowd. He walked over with big strides. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chen Zhixin holding Wang Ming's hand tightly. The words on the tip of his tongue suddenly stopped. Brother. Lin Wei's eyebrows twisted into knots, his eyes darting between their clasped hands. What are you doing? Chen Zhixin let go of her hand and held Wang Ming's arm. Sister Qi and I compete fairly. Ha? Lin Wei's mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. This is just the first day you two met, right? Who can say for sure about matters of the heart? Chen Zhixin tilted his head and suddenly smiled slyly. Wang Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Good job, kid, you've done great things without making any noise. He reached out and patted Wang Ming's shoulder, then raised his eyebrows at Chen Zhixin. But let me be frank. I will do my best to help my sister, and Wang Ming must become my brother-in-law. Bullshit. Wang Ming is mine. I have confidence. You have no confidence at all. My sister and Wang Ming knew each other first. If you were someone else, I would have punched you right in the face. Don't play tricks on me. If I can't beat you with one bodyguard, how can I beat you with 10? What is wrong with knowing each other first? There are still divorces after marriage. Wang Ming and I both. Chen Zhixin stopped talking suddenly. She looked around shyly and muttered. Wang Ming and I admire each other. Lin Wei was a little confused. His grandfather had done such a heinous thing and was being taken away for investigation, and she was still fighting for a man? What puzzled him even more was that this was clearly the first time she met Wang Ming, so how could she love him so strongly? Wang Ming was speechless for a moment. He just felt like a commodity and had no autonomy at all. Oh, my sister is really something. She has known Wang Ming for such a long time but never launched a fire attack. You were the one who took over from behind. Chen Zhixin raised his chin. Of course not, I'm more daring. Lin Wei could see that Chen Zhixin was different from before. This time she was not flirting, she was serious when she said she liked Wang Ming. Hey, brother, tell me today, who is prettier, my sister or Chen Zhixin? Wang Ming looked at the two people in front of him who were arguing with each other but inexplicably harmonious, and suddenly felt his nerves, which had been tense all night, relax a little. At this time, Lin Qi sent a message to Wei Xin. Chapter 107 Shiguan Number 1. Thank you. You actually did it. The police have confiscated by Sean and the others' phones and will be investigating. What about Xuching? How is she? Wang Ming took out his phone and replied to Lin Qi's message in seconds. Xuching is fine. Lin Qi also replied almost immediately. She won't be upset about Chen Nianhong's affairs, but I'm worried about you guys. Wang Ming just felt his head buzzing. Lin Qi obviously realized something. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he and Lin Qi were just friends at the moment, and neither side had taken a step forward. There's no need to be nervous. At this time, news about Lin Qi came again. Once Bai Shan's issue is resolved, I will go all out to capture you. Wang Ming's heart tightened, but he had to avoid any intimate behavior with her. The system task did not allow any intimate behavior before her infatuation level reached the limit. Wang Ming opened the system to bind the character information. At this time, Lin Qi's obsession level had reached 90. No wonder he suddenly said something like a confession. Could it be that because he noticed what was going on between him and Chen Xuching, his jealousy increased so much? No, it should be about helping her get revenge. Wang Ming stopped guessing and looked up to see Chen Xuching and Lin Wei still staring at each other. Wang Ming is mine. My sister's. Lin Wei's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw a vibration prompt from the car network interconnection. He found that the car was not near the private club, but 2 kilometers away. Looking at the vibration reminder of the app, he muttered doubtfully. Huh? My silly foreign girl crashed her car into a tree? Where did she go? Wang Ming watched as the people in the venue gradually walked out and got into their cars to leave. It seems the party ended early. He suggested, let's go back to the tea house and wait for news from Sister Qi. Lin Wei nodded. Come with me to find the car. It's strange, why does the car keep vibrating and reminding me? Let me check the location. Chen Xuching sighed and looked at Wang Ming. I want to go home and quietly digest what happened to my grandfather. Also, I'm really tired today and need a good rest. Okay, then I'll take you home first. Wang Ming said as he took out his cell phone and wanted to call a taxi. No, you didn't drive. My grandfather has a lot of cars here. You can just drive one and go back. Can you drive in this condition? Chen Xuching felt his legs go weak, frowned, and then said. Forget it, I'll stay here tonight and not bother anymore. Otherwise, tonight Wang Ming wanted to say that he would accompany her. Lin Wei immediately grabbed Wang Ming's hand and walked out of the yard. Why do you keep reminding me? Come on, brother, help me find a car. Wang Ming was a little reluctant, but Chen Xuching smiled and said, you go ahead. I'll be alone for some quiet time. You don't need me to accompany you. Then, make sure you get some rest. Yeah, bye. Wang Ming was pulled away by Lin Wei. The two walked to a small lake, one of them scanned an electric car, and went to find the car according to the location. Why is this reminder getting more and more intense? Lin Wei held the handle with one hand and stared at the car network interconnection app with the other. Wang Ming was thinking about Chen Nianhong all the time, and his mind was not on this at all, so he just said something perfunctorily. There are some big civet cats on Jiangxin Island. They might be dancing on the roof of your car. How can a big raccoon cat be so strong? This idiot, instead of waiting for me, drove the car so far away. Brother Wei, my current strength should be enough to defeat Master Zhao of the Iron Fist Hall. Wang Ming thought that Master Zhao had said himself that he was on par with him, so he couldn't be much weaker. After leaving the boxing gym, I strengthened myself again. I spent 500 to buy copy tickets in the system, and now I have 2,000 system coins left. If all of it is used to increase speed and muscle strength, it should not be difficult to defeat Master Zhao. Iron Fist Hall? Zhao Xinyan? Ha, even her daughter can knock you out. My target is not Master Zhao. I told you that I want to challenge the number 1 in Xiguan. I have already signed up for the challenge tournament. Brother, I like your bragging, but you're bragging too much. Wang Ming was silent. As long as he spent 2,000 system coins, even if he couldn't defeat the number 1 in Xiguan, he wouldn't lose too badly. Talk to Lin Wei with the results. Lin Wei used the positioning method and the two of them quickly found the car. Lin Wei hurriedly threw the electric bike aside, quickly walked to the front of the car, and reached out to open the main door, but the door was locked. The vehicle suddenly became quiet. The blonde girl in the car looked out the window with the black privacy sticker and exclaimed. Oh, God, Lin Wei. The other man in the car was also so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out, "Fuck, Lin Wei. Isn't he attending the party?" At this time, Lin Wei had already unlocked the car door through the app, and he pulled the door open suddenly. I saw the blonde girl in the back row frantically putting the straps on her shoulders and hurriedly adjusting her skirt. The man next to her was putting on a short-sleeved shirt. Lin Wei's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, the muscles on his cheeks tensed with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Fuck you. You're cheating on me." Wang Ming was behind Lin Wei. Although he didn't see what happened in the car, he guessed what happened. "Darling, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think." "Oh my God." The blonde girl's voice was trembling and she was crying as she defended herself. The man was so nervous that his voice changed. "Brother Wei, I'm here to repair my car. I'll fix your mother." Lin Wei was so angry that he slammed the car door. He walked around to the door on the man's side in the back seat, opened it, and then pulled the man out with force. Lin Wei only saw the man's appearance clearly at this moment and was stunned at first. "Niu Yi? Brother Wei, it's me," Niu Yi said with a flattering smile. The anger on Lin Wei's face grew instead of subsiding. "You're in your 30s and you're calling me brother. Fuck you." He raised his arm and punched Niu Yi hard in the face. Niu Yi was knocked to the ground by the punch, covering his bleeding nose with his hands, a painful expression on his face. He was afraid that Lin Wei would come at him, so he immediately stood up and took a few steps back, then changed his expression and stiffened his neck and shouted, "Lin Wei, don't think I can't beat you. I'm also ranked nationally." At this time, the blonde foreign girl jumped out of the car and wanted to run away while Lin Wei was not paying attention. Wang Ming quickly caught up and pulled the woman back. As he pulled the woman towards Lin Wei, he said, "You can try it if you want, but not in Lin Wei's car." Wang Ming pushed the blonde girl in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei was furious and raised his arm. With a paw sound, a slap knocked the foreign girl to the side. The blonde girl burst into tears. "Darling, please listen to me." "Shut up, you foreign bitch, I'll deal with you later." Lin Wei turned around and continued to glare at Niu Yi. "I'll take care of you first." Only then did Wang Ming notice Niu Yi's appearance. He was shocked. This was the person he was going to challenge in a month, the #1 free fighter in Xi'an, Niu Yi. Chapter 108. You still owe me money. You have to lie here today. Niu Yi raised the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of disdain, "Thank you, I just lay in your car. You don't want to marry her, she's just a woman, we're both well-known people, it won't be good for you if this gets out." Lin Wei was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "Fuck you. If I don't deal with you today, I'm not Lin." He roared and punched Niu Yi. At this moment, Niu Yi was no longer as panicked as before. His eyes were calm and he easily dodged by turning his head. Since Lin Wei settled in Nanzhou City, he did not participate in the Shiguan ranking. Niu Yi is not only ranked 1st in Shiguan, but also ranked 5th in the country in Daxia free fighting and 21st in the World WWA comprehensive ranking. Although his ranking is far behind Lin Wei, the difference in skills between the top martial artists is not particularly large. Lin Wei had already rushed over, punching Niu Yi straight on the side of the head. Niu Yi was prepared and dodged to the side. The fist flew past his head and hit the car door behind him with a loud clang, leaving a big dent in the door. Lin Wei's attack was fierce, and every punch was filled with the rage of being cheated on. Niu Yi wanted to wait for an opportunity to counterattack, and he moved nimbly, but Lin Wei was too fierce, so he could only cross his arms to protect his head. Wang Ming then shouted in praise, "You deserve the surname Niu, brother. That punch is really powerful." "That's right, I am, Just when Lin Wei was distracted by the praise, Niu Yi's elbow had already hidden a counterattack, and suddenly an elbow hit Lin Wei's ribs. If Lin Wei had not reacted quickly and stretched out his arm to block it, his ribs would probably have been broken. "My arm still hurts though." Niu Yi seized the opportunity, quickly took out something from his trouser pocket, and swung it towards Lin Wei. Suddenly, white line powder rose up like smoke. Lin Wei was caught off guard and instinctively raised his hands to cover his eyes tightly, cursing fiercely. "If you dare to throw lime at me, I will throw your ashes at you. Use hidden weapons." Wang Ming frowned and kicked Niu Yi. The kick was so powerful that Niu Yi, who had just shown a smug smile, was kicked several meters away. He sat up from the ground and looked at Wang Ming in surprise. How can he be so strong? This guy is not a familiar face in UCF. There is no such person in WWA. He could tell from this kick that Wang Ming was also a martial artist with many years of experience. He thought to himself that if Lin Wei was alone, he could still retreat, but if a martial artist with extraordinary skills joined him, it would be the end of him. He looked carefully at Wang Ming's face, who was in his early 20s, and he chuckled. "You dare to interfere?" Anger flashed in Niu Ye's eyes. He didn't take the young Wang Ming seriously at all. How cruel could a man in his early 20s be? He rushed forward and threw a hook punch at Wang Ming's jaw. The fist brought with it a whistling sound, and Wang Ming could already feel the wind when the fist was still a dozen centimeters away from his chin. Wang Ming just took a step back and dodged it. Interesting. Niu Ye turned his wrist, changed his fist into a grab, and tried to grab Wang Ming's arm. The two of them instantly intertwined their fists in kicks. The lime powder just now did not enter Lin Wei's eyes. He had already opened his eyes by now, and he froze in place at the sight before him. Wang Ming's attacks were ruthless and dashing, each strike aimed at joints and weak points. His movements seemed understated, but he was able to deflect the attack each time and then strike again. Although Niu Ye had a slight advantage, it was obvious that he would not be able to defeat Wang Ming in a short time. Wow, the fighting skills of the Daxia Special Forces. Are they so proficient? Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. The blonde girl also covered her mouth and stared blankly. Unlike a fighting ring, the referee will frequently call for or stop the game. Such high-intensity punches and kicks and high-frequency attacks made the two men a little tired. Especially Niu Ye, who was old and had just had sex in the car, so he was gasping for breath. Wang Ming strengthened his endurance and was still able to maintain his speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, Niu Ye turned into a one-sided defense. "Brother, are you so fierce?" Lin Wei was stunned. Niu Ye dodged left and right. Although he was able to avoid Wang Ming's attack, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he was extremely panicked. He could see that Wang Ming's strength was not the result of just a few years of training. His attacking style and speed contained at least 20 years of skills. Just when Niu Ye was panicking, Lin Wei came to his senses and punched him at close range. This punch, with all the strength of his body, hit Niu Ye's forehead. Niu Ye screamed "ah" and flew sideways several meters. Most people would be knocked unconscious if not killed by this punch, but Niu Ye's training method is just like his name, a wild way, and he has a super strong ability to withstand blows. He swayed and tried to keep his balance. Lin Wei approached again, and Niu Ye hurriedly pulled out a gun-like object from behind him, pressed it fiercely at Lin Wei, and an electric current instantly hit Lin Wei. "Ah!" The blonde girl widened her eyes and screamed with her mouth open. The weapon that Niu Ye took out was banned by the Great Xia Kingdom. It was a product of the island country and could knock someone down with one blow. Lin Wei was hit by the electric current, his body stiffened instantly, and he fell to the ground with a plop. "You dare to play with weapons again?" Wang Ming instantly flew towards Niu Ye. Niu Ye hurriedly pointed the stun gun at Wang Ming, but before he could press the trigger, Wang Ming kicked his hand and the stun gun flew out. Then Wang Ming turned around and kicked Niu Ye in a spinning kick, causing him to roll twice on the ground. Wang Ming used all his strength in that kick just now, and Niu Ye was really strong as he was able to stand up shakily. But the two consecutive heavy blows from Lin Wei and Wang Ming made him a little confused, with his head drooping and his eyes blurred. Wang Ming didn't care about him and hurried to Lin Wei and helped him sit up. Lin Wei slowly opened his eyes and shouted viciously, "I will kill you." The blonde girl was so scared at this time that her legs felt like they were nailed to the ground and she completely forgot to run. Lin Wei and Wang Ming stepped forward together and started punching and kicking Niu Ye. Niu Ye rolled on the ground, covering his head and shouting at the top of his lungs. "You two against one, what kind of heroes are you? Do you dare to fight one-on-one?" Wang Ming cursed, "You're so desperate for hotel money. You have to get in my brother's car." Lin Wei kicked and cursed, "That's right, this is my new car. There is a hotel on Jiangxin Island." He suddenly frowned, turned to Wang Ming and said, "No, brother, his abomination wasn't choosing the wrong location, his mistake was sleeping with my girlfriend." Wang Ming also stopped abruptly and scratched his head. "Well, I think, if you're out there doing this kind of shit, you're going to get cheated on sooner or later." "Brother, you are absolutely right. I have also slept with him." "Girlfriend?" It's my wife." Niu Ye's body seemed to be electrocuted. He widened his eyes and cursed. "Lin Wei. What the hell? I'll let you scold me. I'll let you use hidden weapons." Wang Ming and Lin Wei beat him up again. Stop fighting, I admit it, okay? Let's call it a draw. No, no. I'll pay you. Compensation? You still owe me money, you know? Wang Ming squatted down and said angrily to Niu Yi, who was begging for mercy. Chapter 109, Compensation of 10 million. Niu Yi was beaten so hard that he saw stars and blood foamed at the corners of his mouth. He held his neck tight and, "When did I owe you money? This is the first time we met, brother." Wang Ming pulled his phone out of his trouser pocket, opened the registration page for the challenge, and thrust it in front of Niu Yi. "If I knew that was all you had, I wouldn't have challenged you. Just return my registration fee." Lin Wei raised his foot and kicked Niu Yi on the waist. "Hurry up and return the money." I still. Brother, you really sign up, your skills are simply amazing. Those moves just now were so fast that I couldn't follow them. With your strength, you might really be able to defeat Niu Yi in a one-on-one fight. So, I can participate in the national free fighting competition? You're so capable. If you can beat Niu Yi, you can beat anyone else. Lin Wei said, and then he kicked Niu Yi again. "Transfer the money quickly." Ouch. I'm turning. I didn't say I wouldn't turn. Niu Yi transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked at the transfer and put away his phone with satisfaction. "Let's go. The fight is over." "No." Lin Wei clenched his fists again. Niu Yi moved back and shouted in panic, "What else do you want to do?" I've paid my brother's registration fee, but have you paid my compensation?" "What compensation?" "Mental damages, car wash fees, and you love playing tricks on the court." "I was blinded just now. I don't want more. 10 million in total." 10 million? Lin Wei turned around and asked, "Brother, do you think 10 million is too much for me?" Wang Ming frowned and thought for a moment, then said seriously, "I don't think it's much. Can you still drive this car? It makes me sick just thinking about it. Selling a new car as a used one would cost a lot of money. Add in compensation for mental damages and so on, 10 million is not too much. My two brothers, even if I sell my house, it's not worth 10 million. I was really wrong. Can't I be your little brother from now on? In Shiguan, I will call you brothers when I see you." Niu Yi begged bitterly. Wang Ming squatted down and looked at Niu Yi with a half smile. "Be our little brother? I'm afraid you'll go dancing with your sister-in-law in the car. Don't waste your words on him." Lin Wei's eyes widened again, glaring at Niu Yi fiercely. "Hurry up and transfer the money. If you keep on wasting time, I'll sever your tendons today," he said as he glanced around, searching for something. Then he walked to a distance and brought back a big stone. He raised the big rock above his head with both hands. "Do you want to pay me?" Niu Yi said with a sad face, "Apart from the house and car, my only assets are my wife's savings. I've squandered all the money I earned over the years. I really can't come up with 10 million. Without saying a word, Lin Wei gritted his teeth and smashed the big rock above his head hard onto Niu Yi's calf. "Ah!" Niu Yi let out a scream, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. He hugged his calves tightly with both hands and kept wailing. Ah. Wang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Wei to be serious. Lin Wei put the stone down, walked over, grabbed Niu Yi by the collar, and roared, "Hurry up and find a way to get the money together. Do you think I'm joking about picking your tendons?" Niu Yi was so frightened that he trembled and sobbed, "Brother Wei, I'll turn it for you." Lin Wei opened the mobile banking app. Niu Yi endured the pain and took out his phone, scanning it towards Lin Wei. "I only have over 800,000 yuan in savings right now. I'll transfer it all to you." Wang Ming showed doubt on his face. How could the number one in Xi'an have less deposits than his own? "Do you really take me for a fool?" Lin Wei gritted his teeth in anger and picked up the stone again. Wang Ming admired Lin Wei at this moment. He slept with someone else's wife, but he could still be so strong. He was so shameless and domineering. Niu Yi was extremely panicked at this moment because he made money by using his body. "The injury on my leg will probably take some time to heal. If I get hurt again, I might not be able to make any money for a year." After thinking it over, he said sincerely, "Brother Wei, let me put it this way. I have dozens of disciples in my boxing gym, and they all pay tuition every month. You can collect the tuition fees from now on until you have collected 10 million. Wait for a few days, I'll sell the car and give you some more. Lin Wei put down the stone and thought for a moment. That's fine. Wang Ming's cell phone rang. It's Lin Qi calling. Hello, Sister Qi. Are you still with my brother? Well, we are still on Jiangxin Island, waiting for you. I'll be out in half an hour. Let's meet at the tea house later. Okay. Wang Ming hung up the phone and quickly reminded Lin Wei, your sister is coming back soon. Let's go to the tea house and wait for her. Lin Wei nodded, then pointed at Niu Yi fiercely, listen carefully, you are not allowed to go home tomorrow night. Let your wife dress up in a maid outfit and cook a few dishes, and I'll take my brothers to eat. This is my brother Wang Ming. From now on, you can call him Prince. Do you understand? When Niu Yi heard this, he was so angry that his nostrils flared up. He nodded reluctantly and responded with a muffled Wang Ming gave Lin Wei a thumbs up and jokingly said, your nickname shouldn't be Handsome Wolf, you should be Saw Wolf. Lin Wei's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, okay. From today on, I'll be called Saw Lang. This year's WWA World Rankings will be marked with this nickname. The two walked towards the car while laughing. When passing by the blonde girl standing there blankly, Lin Wei glared at her fiercely and shouted, don't let me see you again, get out of Shiwan. The blonde girl nodded vigorously, and the tears in her eyes flowed out of fear, fearing that Lin Wei would suddenly punch her. Lin Wei sat in the driver's seat, Wang Ming got in the passenger seat, the car started, and drove off into the distance. Come quickly and help me get to the hospital. Niu Yi yelled at the blonde girl who was still in a daze. The blonde girl immediately ran to Niu Yi in small steps. Niu Yi was supported by the blonde girl, standing on one leg, his eyes fixed on the car that was gradually moving away in the distance, muttering through gritted teeth. Lin Wei. You slept with my wife and extorted money from me. I will definitely kill you. Lin Wei and Wang Ming in the car both pinched their noses with their hands. Wang Ming complained, did you turn on the external circulation? I even turned on the air purifier. This dead smell. Go wash the car quickly. It's so disgusting. These seats are unusable. Take them apart quickly. Wang Ming's face was full of disgust. Lin Wei slammed the steering wheel hard and cursed, fuck it, I'll listen to you. This car is sold second-hand. At this moment, in Zo Mengmeng's ward, Zo Xuching handed Zo Mengmeng the deed for terminating the custody relationship and said expressionlessly, sign it. You'll be free from now on. Zo Mengmeng stared at Zo Xuching, with a wicked smile on her face. Chapter 110 still growing. Zo Xuching, do you think you can get rid of me like this? Zo Mengmeng folded her arms across her chest, leaning on the bed, looking at Zo Xuching provocatively. If Wang Ming doesn't reconcile with me, I will kill him. The rich Wang Ming can only be mine, no one else can have him. You won't die well either. Zo Xuching frowned and responded coldly, we are even now. What you do from now on is your business. Zo Mengmeng suddenly burst into laughter, and her laughter echoed in the ward. I really can't tell, you're quite flirty, you're so old, and Wang Ming is so manly, you bitch. Zo Mengmeng's eyes became more and more ferocious, and at this moment she just wanted to eat Zo Xuching alive. Zo Xuching turned around, tears rolling down her eyes, Mengmeng, goodbye. She decided in her heart that no matter how Zo Mengmeng lived in the future, she would not interfere. The other side. Lin Wei and Wang Ming drove to the car wash. As soon as they got off the car, they bent over and retched anxiously. Wang Ming immediately spat out a stream of sour water. Lin Wei vomited all over the floor before he had time to digest what he had eaten at the banquet. The owner of the car wash came out and asked, why the hell are you two throwing up in front of my door? I'm sorry, brother. We really can't bear it anymore. Wang Ming looked up with an apologetic look. Lin Wei bent over and continued to feel nauseous. He didn't raise his head, but just waved his hand. I'll pay for your cleaning. The car smells so bad, I just couldn't help it. I've washed cattle trucks before, how much of a smell could there be? The owner of the car wash pouted and wanted to continue complaining, but when he saw that the car was a Rolls-Royce, he immediately smiled. Oh, it's so windy outside, come inside and vomit. I'll get you a bench to sit on. Lin Wei straightened up and shouted to the car wash owner, wash it thoroughly inside and out. It would be best if you could dismantle the seats and reassemble them. No problem. The car wash owner walked towards the Rolls-Royce with a smile on his face, opened the door, and looked inside the car. A pungent smell hit him in the face. Oh my god, you two peed in the car, why is it everywhere? The smell, are you two getting irritated? Lin Wei frowned and shouted, shut up and wash up. The car wash owner was so frightened by this shout that he shuddered and quickly shut his mouth, mumbling, okay, I'll wash it right away. Lin Wei then praised Wang Ming. Brother, you are really ruthless today. I have never seen anyone as quick-witted and powerful as you. Who is your master? He must be a master. I'm self-taught and have never had a master. Lin Wei looked dissatisfied and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. What's the relationship between us? We're brothers. I will still be your brother-in-law in the future, so what else can you hide from me? You must have been practicing this skill since you were a child. Is your father a special forces captain? Wang Ming shook his head helplessly and said seriously, I'm really self-taught. I'm not lying to you. Lin Wei curled his lips. Well, if you don't tell me, you must have your reasons. From now on, we'll compete in the WWA together. With your ability, getting into the rankings is a piece of cake. From now on, I'll be called Salang, and I'll give you the name Shuilong. Wang Ming shook his head again. I want to call the bull rider. The car was washed for more than 20 minutes. During this time, Lin Shi called the two of them several times, constantly asking about the progress. After washing the car, the two hurried to the tea house. After entering the private room, Lin Shi stood up, smiled, and said gently to Wang Ming, thank you. Lin Wei frowned, his face full of confusion. By the way, brother, how did you do that? What did you ask me to put in the bottle? Wang Ming sat carelessly on the chair. It's just a nerve agent. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves anyway. Once they're stimulated, they'll tell the truth. Awesome. I admire you more and more. Lin Wei nodded in conviction. Lin Shi was somewhat skeptical. This kind of neurological drug has never been heard of. She never imagined that there was such a thing as a potion for opening one's heart in the world. She couldn't figure it out and didn't ask any more questions. She pulled Lin Wei, who was in the way, away and sat down next to Wang Ming. Lin Wei grumbled in dissatisfaction, sister, you two haven't even started dating yet, and you treat me like this? What have I done to you? When will you pay me back the money you owe me? Lin Shi glared at Lin Wei. Lin Wei fell silent for a moment, turned around, walked to the side and sat down, muttering softly. Wang Ming asked with concern, how is it? Do they have any evidence in their phones? Lin Shi shook her head, it hasn't come to that yet, but their phones have been confiscated and a case has been opened for investigation. Bai Shan kept mumbling non-stop. She would answer whatever was asked of her immediately. Old Shen did the same, but in the end he was foaming at the mouth and almost died. Lin Wei angrily slammed the table. This old guy, instead of enjoying his retirement, he actually wants to sleep with my sister. The ferocious look on his face instantly turned into a smile, and he said to Lin Shi. Sister, you know what? Wang Ming is really good. He was able to fight Niu Yi back and forth, and even got the upper hand. You will definitely be happy in the future. Wang Ming said modestly, that's because Niu Yi just finished his work. Judging from the scene, he has at least lost half of his energy. Lin Shi coughed awkwardly, ahem, can you fight Shiguan's number one? Why was Sihong Road surrounded by thugs back then? At first, Wang Ming didn't know how to explain it for a moment. At this time, the phone rang. Wang Ming picked it up and saw that it was Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, where are you? I'm on Jiangxin Island. I want to see you, come and talk to me. Wang Ming thought for a moment, then said, okay, I'll come to your house later. Wang Ming put down the phone. Lin Shi subconsciously frowned, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned down slightly. She asked sourly, is she your girlfriend? Wang Ming nodded, yes. Lin Shi already knew that Wang Ming had a girlfriend, so he felt there was no need to hide it. Lin Wei stood up at this time, leaned over Lin Shi, put his arm around Wang Ming's shoulders, and said with a playful smile. Let me see, is she pretty? If she's not as pretty as my sister, break up with her. Wang Ming found a photo of Zo Xuching from the album. Lin Wei was stunned when he saw it. This seems to be much older than my sister. Are you talking about age? Lin Shi was also curious and quickly leaned over to take a look. After seeing clearly, she exclaimed, this is in his 30s? Lin Shi originally thought that she was much older than Wang Ming, but upon taking a look, she realized that the woman in the photo was older not only in figure but also in age. Zo Xuching looked like a mature woman, and Lin Qi's confidence instantly increased. Just tell me whether it looks good or not. Wang Ming raised his head proudly. Lin Wei nodded and praised, she's beautiful, but she seems to be almost 10 years older than you, right? After hearing what her brother said, Lin Qi began to feel uncomfortable again, because she was 8 years older than Wang Ming. She secretly sighed that Chen Zhixin was only 26 years old and her appearance and figure were no worse than hers. Wang Ming then retorted to Lin Wei, you only care about age? Your thinking is old-fashioned. Lin Qi was filled with jealousy. She glared at Wang Ming and said dissatisfiedly, I'm 30. I'll be able to become more feminine after I get married and have kids. Yes, my sister can still grow. Chapter 111 Lin Wei helps his sister. When Wang Ming heard what Lin Qi and Lin Wei said, he almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. He put down his teacup and looked at the brother and sister in front of him with a mixture of laughter and tears. Sister Qi, you can't develop on your own. Lin Qi's cheeks flushed, and just as she was about to speak, Lin Wei suddenly slammed the table and said, Sister, you have to be anxious. Wang Ming's girlfriend is a real beauty. He pointed his finger at the photo of Zo Xuching on his phone and said, she has such a great temperament, she looks so gentle. Unlike my sister, who is always aggressive, she really doesn't have any advantages at all. Lin Wei. Lin Qi kicked his brother hard, causing him to scream in pain. She suppressed her jealousy and tried to make her tone sound more natural. Wang Ming, what does your girlfriend do for a living? Looking at the photos, she does seem to have quite the aura. She makes clothes, Wang Ming said casually. She gave it back to me the first time. Wang Ming deliberately provoked Lin Qi with words. Looking at the system panel, Lin Qi's infatuation level suddenly rose to 94. As expected, if you get jealous, your appetite will swell. The obsession level is already over 90, and it's still increasing so fast. It seems that Lin Qi is already jealous. At this time, Lin Wei hugged his shoulders, looking very worried. There was sadness between Lin Qi's brows. The first time was gone. She suppressed the bitterness that was about to burst and asked again, how long have you been together? Not long, but we have a good relationship. She wants to see me every day. I'm so busy, well, she just called and wants me to go to her house. Wang Ming said this with a fake sigh. Lin Qi felt as if a needle was pricking her heart, and her palms rubbed the teacup somewhat unnaturally. Lin Wei then said, come on, sister, or I'll tie Wang Ming up on the island in the middle of the river tonight. Lin Qi glared at him fiercely, and Lin Wei tactfully shut up. Brother, I advise you to be less violent in the future. We live in a society ruled by law now, so you have to control your emotions. Wang Ming advised Lin Wei. Lin Qi didn't say anything. She watched helplessly as her beloved was about to be sweet with someone else. She took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. That's good, I wish you all the best. Sister, you're laughing and crying at the same time. Get out. Lin Qi stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. She walked out of the private room. Coming to the bathroom, she slammed her palms on the table. Really? How could I, Lin Qi, have the idea of stealing someone else's boyfriend? But, he's so charming, I really want to be his full-time wife. Lin Qi washed her face and tried to calm down, and returned to the private room a few minutes later. Wang Ming stood up and said, it's getting late. I have to go find my girlfriend. Lin Qi's heart suddenly tightened. In Wang Ming's system panel, her obsession level rose to 95. Okay, go early and spend more time with me. Also, since you have a girlfriend, keep your distance from Chen Zhixin. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly and said, I know, bye Sister Qi. Goodbye, brother. Hey, let me see you off. Lin Wei chased after Wang Ming, who was walking out the door. No, I won't ride in your car anymore. I'll sell this car right away and borrow some money from my sister to buy a new one. Lin Wei accompanied Wang Ming out of the tea house and then turned back. Lin Qi sat in the private room, one elbow resting on the table with her chin, thinking about something. Lin Wei walked over and patted Lin Qi on the shoulder. Sister. Explain. Lend me some money. No. If you lend me some money, I'll give you some advice. I won't even go to the competition at the end of this month. I'll stay in Xiguan and help you pursue Wang Ming. Lin Qi's mind was tight. He was worried about Wang Ming's matter and whether Chen Yanhong and Bai Shan would be brought to justice. He was confused for a moment. She looked at Lin Wei. What can you do? He has such a good relationship with his girlfriend. Transfer me the money first, and I'll make sure you get Wang Ming. I'll take my Lin family's name as my swear. Lin Chi's eyebrows drooped, with a look of disgust on his face. But she really couldn't think of any good solution at the moment, so she took out her cell phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Wei's account. Lin Wei stared at the mobile bank and exhaled a heavy breath through his nose. You are too stingy. Come on, come on, come on. Lin Chi crossed her arms, her face becoming increasingly unhappy. You owe me over 20 million. I just lent you 5 million to buy this new car. How long has it been since then? Don't mention the car, just give me some more. If I don't take Wang Ming down, I'll fucking get married right here and fulfill my parents' wishes. Seeing Lin Wei's solemn promise, Lin Chi opened her phone again and transferred 5 million to him. Tell me quickly, what can you do? Lin Wei looked at the total of 6 million that arrived in his account, and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Sister, look, Wang Ming said his girlfriend wants to see him every day. What does that mean? This shows that his girlfriend is very dependent on him. Let's start from this aspect. As for you, find more opportunities to date Wang Ming and make him unable to get away. Lin Chi frowned, but I can't date him 24 hours a day. Just make a 20-hour appointment and spend the whole day together. If it weren't for that bitch by Sean, you would have retired. Since you don't work anyway, you would have devoted yourself to Wang Ming. I'll take him to the competition, and you'll stay with us. If we go out of town, how will he meet his girlfriend? When the time comes, I will get him drunk and encourage you two to drink a cup of wine together. I will secretly take a picture and post it on his circle of friends using his phone. The text reads, though fists and feet are merciless, I have Chi by my side. She is graceful and elegant, and tonight the dragon and the phoenix sing. Lin Chi was stunned when she heard this and swallowed hard. You are so vicious. I don't want to do this. It's too shameless. In order to gain the favor of the late emperor, Empress Lai Jiao replaced concubine Jing's child with a piglet and knocked concubine Hua unconscious and placed her on the bed of the sixth prince. You have to be ruthless. You've played this role before, so you should have some experience. Shut up. Even if I have to be alone forever, I won't resort to such cunning tactics. I'm going to charm him. I might actually take him to the game, and you'll have to follow us then. When a man plays a game, the company of a woman the day before the game is the most heartwarming. Lin Chi remained silent. She was full of thoughts. Wang Ming was sitting in an online taxi at this time and found that Lin Chi's obsession had increased a little. I guessed that it was Lin Wei who was adding fuel to the fire. This brother is really easy to get along with. I really want him to be my brother-in-law. More than 20 minutes later, Wang Ming finally arrived at the Jade Court. As soon as the door opened, Zo Xuching rushed over. And Wang Ming hugged each other tightly. You know, today is the most comfortable day. Meng Meng and I have ended our relationship. Chapter 112 Strong Tenderness. Wang Ming was not surprised after hearing this. He opened his arms and looked at Zo Xuching. Did she agree readily? Well, I originally wanted to give her 200,000 as her future dowry, and also as some compensation from me. But her words are so cruel and hurt my heart so much. Zo Xuching said this with lowered brows. Recalling Zo Mengming's vicious words and ferocious expression, she secretly sighed that the mother-daughter relationship of the past 17 years was a doomed fate. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching, who was biting her lips with a sad face, and didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only take practical action. He picked up Zo Xuching and walked towards Zo Mengming's former bedroom. What are you doing? I'll comfort you. 11 o'clock at night. Zo Xuching couldn't open her eyes. She hugged Wang Ming and muttered, when are we getting engaged? Wang Ming felt nervous, as Zo Xuching had mentioned this matter more than once. But I haven't thought about this yet. He quickly changed the subject. Let's take care of work first. How is your company preparing? It's almost done. I was thinking about you accompanying me to see the office and factory tomorrow. Wang Ming fished out his cell phone from under his pillow and transferred 5 million to Zo Xuching's account. I've been very busy lately, so the money should be enough. If it's not, just tell me. Zo Xuching also picked up the mobile phone from the pillow, half raised herself and leaned against the head of the bed. When she saw the transfer amount, she covered her mouth in shock. Why is it so much? How did you make so much money again? Wang Ming smiled proudly and said, my company already has 100 employees, and the monthly expenses alone are 2 million. Zo Xuching frowned slightly and asked tentatively, are you talking about the company you partnered with Jiang Yao? Wang Ming nodded, yes. Zo Xuching's expression darkened instantly, and he muttered unhappily. Are you? Before he could finish his words, Wang Ming gently kissed her cheek and quickly explained, I rarely see her now. It's not what you think. Zo Xuching snorted softly and said coquettishly, Humph, you'd better behave yourself. Although there was a sour taste in his mouth, his tone was exceptionally gentle. Wang Ming stared at Zo Xuching in front of him, thinking to himself. Zo Xuching's personality is too gentle. She is obviously very capable at work and knowledgeable. Judging from various conditions, she received a very good education in her original family. But before, he always acted like a sheep in front of Zo Mengmeng. She was obviously jealous, but her tone was still so gentle. This won't work. If I'm not with her in the future, won't I be bullied? Thinking of this, Wang Ming quietly opened the system. He searched carefully in the skill enhancement column, hoping to find character enhancement skills. I searched back and forth several times but couldn't find any character enhancement products. Wang Ming suddenly noticed the 2 unused talent coupons in the existing item interface. He gently clicked on one of them, and various talents seemed to be arranged. Wang Ming's fingers slid down, flipping through the vocal, dancing, and other talents in turn, and he kept scrolling down, and finally saw the personality talent among the many talents. Character talents include gentleness, fortitude, strength, sensibility, rationality, and other options. Wang Ming fell into deep thought. These personalities did not seem to conflict with each other. Strong people could also be emotional, and gentle people could also be strong. Zo Xuching's current personality is gentle and emotional. If she is given the talent of a strong personality, she can retain her original gentleness and sensibility, and also have more courage and decisiveness. Strong with others outside, but gentle to yourself. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wang Ming immediately chose to give the strong personality talent to Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and there seemed to be a fire burning in her beautiful eyes. She sat up slightly and said to Wang Ming seriously, Zhang Yao, stay away from her. And Meng Ming's friend Chen Yusen, I'm not reminding you, I'm warning you. Wang Ming was startled by the sudden words and subconsciously let go of his arms around Zo Xuching. Although Zo Xuching's tone was gentle just now, there was a strong aura between the lines that could not be refused. Zo Xuching didn't seem to notice the change in herself, and continued. I'll give you another month to think about the engagement. If you don't give me an answer by then, I'll teach you a lesson. The tone was still gentle, but there was a hint of sting in the words. Well. Zo Xuching yawned, then lay on her side and closed her eyes. Don't touch me anymore. I have to sleep. Good night. Wang Ming sighed. It seemed that Zo Xuching was no longer a sheep. This aura is a bit like a gentle queen. Zo Xuching fell asleep quickly. Wang Ming got out of bed, tiptoed to put on his clothes and slippers, helped Zo Xuching turn off the lights, and then walked towards the entrance. He changed his shoes and went downstairs. I took an online taxi back to my home in Baodi, Longwan. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lights in the living room on the first floor were still on. Wang Ming was helpless. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Zhang Shuxuang shout. Do you know how to play? I told you to block the smoke, but you threw a Molotov cocktail. I'm almost burning to death. You're the slut. I said burn. And number 3, why did you blow up your own car? Will you drive into the circle later? Wang Ming is going crazy. He lamented that this girl would be more difficult to manage than Jia Fang in the future. Recently, Zhang Shuxuan played games until late at night every day. She even had to deal with Wang Ming while playing games, and her game operation became distorted. Wang Ming is not afraid of the electricity bill, but the internet-addicted girl is extremely impulsive and not calm, which is really a headache. Zhang Shuxuan can get the reward if she stays in the boarding school for more than 20 days. Still not sleeping. Still not sleeping. When are you going to school? The sudden sound coming from the stairs made Wang Ming shudder. An old lady walked down from the second floor and was also stunned when she saw Wang Ming at the entrance. Wang Ming's cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Zhang Shuxuang took off her headphones and shouted towards the stairs, I'm in the final round. Zhang Shuxuang's grandmother walked into the hall and smiled at the dazed Wang Ming. I'm back. Shuxuang asked me to cook for her. I wanted to see what kind of person this landlord is. Since you haven't come back yet until very late, I thought of staying overnight. Wang Ming found that Zhang Shuxuang's grandmother did not recognize him at all. He asked tentatively, I think we've met somewhere before? Oh, we live in the same neighborhood, so we see each other every time we look up or down. My eyes are blurry and my memory is declining, but you just look very familiar to me. I can't remember when we met before. Yes, yes. If you look up, you may not see me. If you look down, you may see me. It's normal to be familiar with him. You look quite handsome and don't look like a bad person. I'd better go back to sleep. No, it's late at night, just sleep here. No, I don't know what time you go to bed. This girl is too noisy. She shouted to Zhang Xuching, I'm going back. Get out of here, you idiot. You can't even be killed. Zhang Xuching's grandmother shook her head inside, it's really. Mom is dead, and I can't see my dad. You are so careless every day. It makes me so angry. After she finished speaking, she opened the door and strode towards her home. Walk slowly. Wang Ming closed the door, looked back at Zhang Xuching, and sighed. Chapter 113, Manic and Introverted. Wang Ming walked to the sofa, sat down and rubbed his temples. Zhang Xuching took off his headphones and glanced back at him, I'll play one more round. Wang Ming said angrily, can't you be more restrained? What will you do when you become a wife and mother in the future? I'm training my child to be an e-sports player. Sure enough, we thought of the same thing. Zhang Xuching opened fire again. Wang Ming looked at the beverage bottles and snack packaging bags on the table and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were even sloppier than when he first lived in the rental house. He shook his head helplessly, stood up and walked to the computer desk. Pick up all the scattered beverage bottles and messy snack packaging bags on the table. After picking up the trash, he walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of water. He returned to Zhang Xuching's desk and gently put down the water. Go to bed early. Staying up late makes you age faster. Zhang Xuching was concentrating on playing games with headphones on, and ignored Wang Ming's concern. Seeing this, Wang Ming didn't say anything more and turned to go upstairs. He had already taken a shower. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he took off his clothes and got into bed. He fell asleep in a short while. About half an hour later, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Wang Ming, who was sleeping soundly, was abruptly woken up from his dream. He shouted dazedly, What? Zhang Xuching's angry voice came from outside the door, Why did you lock the door? Wang Ming responded impatiently, I want to sleep. I'm afraid you won't disturb me. Open the door for me. Zhang Xuching shouted loudly while kicking the door hard. Wang Ming turned over and said unhappily, If you don't go to bed after midnight, I'll see you the next day. Zhang Xuching became even more furious when he heard this, and yelled at the top of his voice, Wang Ming, you want to die, open the door. Wang Ming was really annoyed by her noise, so he simply took out his headphones and put them on to block out the noise, letting Zhang Xuching kick and knock outside the door. Zhang Xuching knocked for a long time, but seeing that Wang Ming still didn't open the door, he had to leave in disappointment. Wang Ming lay on the bed, feeling much more energetic. He tossed and turned. The image of Zhang Xuching yelling at his teammates in the game and the impulsive look of him rushing towards him with a knife appeared in his mind. Her grandmother is old and can't control her at all. Her mother is gone again, and her father no longer has the chance to take care of her. Speaking of which, Zhang Xuching is also a poor person. If no one takes good care of her, she might really drop out of school in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Ming opened the system panel and checked the existing items, which included a talent voucher. Zhang Xuching has a straightforward personality, his emotions come and go quickly, and he tends to act impulsively. Wang Ming suddenly had an idea. If he gave her an introverted personality, perhaps she would be able to do things in a relaxed and measured way. He thought of Jiafang and couldn't just give up on Zhang Xuching. Without hesitation, he chose to give his introverted talent and personality to the binding object Zhang Xuching. Zhang Xuching, who was taking a shower in the bathroom at this time, was originally immersed in the shower, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Ming is right. He is doing this for my own good. Tomorrow, I will definitely go to bed before midnight. Wang Ming sat up, leaned against the headboard, and continued to browse the system. There are still 2005 system coins. In the car yesterday, Lin Wei mentioned that the qualifiers for the Daxia Legend Cup would be held at the end of the month, and he would take himself to Wudu City to participate in the competition. Thinking of this, Wang Ming turned directly to the Skill Enhancement product column. Purchase Bone Strengthening X3. Purchase Muscle Strengthening X3. Purchase, Endurance Enhancement, X3. Purchase, Agility Enhancement, X3. Spend 2,004 system coins. This enhancement made Wang Ming more excited than ever before. His muscles are as agile as a dragon, and the changes are visible to the naked eye. The excitement made his sleepiness disappear in an instant. Wang Ming reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, then jumped off the bed and walked to the mirror. The 8 abdominal muscles in the mirror were clearly defined, and their toughness yet beauty was revealed. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw it. He thought to himself, which woman can resist such charm? When you gently bend your arms, your biceps look like bulging hills, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. Wang Ming also felt a tingling sound coming from his bones, as if the internal molecular structure was being reorganized. Whether it is endurance or bones, muscles, and speed, this time they are strengthened 3 times. Each time, it increases by 20% on the original basis. After this strengthening, the body function has increased by more than 70%. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. He was extremely excited. Looks like I have to go apologize to Zo Xuching, he. Wang Ming walked out of the room with a smile on his face. I saw light coming through the crack in the floor of a bedroom door. He came to the door and raised his hand to knock on it. After a while, Zo Xuching opened the door wrapped in a bathrobe. Sorry. Sorry. The two said in unison. Zo Xuching was a little surprised by Wang Ming's apology. Why are you apologizing? My tone wasn't very good at that time. After hearing this, Zo Xuching smiled brightly. I'm wrong. I really play too late every day. I promise that from now on I will turn off my computer before midnight. She raised her hand and extended 4 fingers, pretending to swear. Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching's cute appearance and felt much better. He said silently in his heart, Jafan, don't worry, I won't give up on her easily. Well, I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Zo Xuching yawned and rubbed his eyes. Wang Ming stepped into the room, closed the door behind him, and said with a sly smile, don't sleep tonight. Zo Xuching's shoulders wrapped in a bathrobe trembled violently, the fluffy towel was still wrapped around her wet hair, and water droplets dripped from the ends of her hair to her collarbone. Her eyelashes trembled nervously. What are you doing? Wang Ming leaned against the door panel, his Adam's apple rolling. I want to apologize to you sincerely, but words alone won't do. Zo Xuching folded his arms and took a half step back. I played computer games for more than 10 hours today. I'm so sleepy and tired. How about tomorrow? Her slightly gentle tone made Wang Ming feel relieved. Don't make me angry. I have to accompany Grandma to the hospital for an eye exam tomorrow. I really need to go to sleep. A sudden warning in a loud voice startled Wang Ming. It seems that the original character has indeed been retained. I'm going to blow dry my hair. Zo Xuching was about to turn around. Wang Ming picked her up immediately. Ah! Zo Xuching exclaimed and instinctively wrapped her arms around Wang Ming's neck. She opened her eyes wide and felt Wang Ming holding her tightly. Wang Ming was unable to control the more than 70% enhancement this time. Only then did Zo Xuching notice that Wang Ming's muscles were more defined than before. Let me go. I'll just blow dry my hair and go to sleep. Hey, Wang Ming. Wang Ming raised a wicked smile, holding her and spinning around, shaking her deliberately, and said jokingly, I'll help you blow dry your hair, and you can help me later. Zo Xuching felt embarrassed and annoyed in his arms, her cheeks flushed, and she slapped his shoulders hard. If you don't let me go, I'll be really anxious. Wang Ming carried her to the bed and threw her onto it. How dare you throw me? Zo Xuching was like a furious kitten. Just as she was about to sit up and get angry, Wang Ming had already pressed down on her, supporting her with his hands on both sides of her body, trapping her in the middle. Chapter 114, Clever Little Fulu. The next day at noon, Wang Ming woke up. I picked up my phone and saw a lot of Wei Xin messages. News about Lin Wei, cousin Zhou Sherman, and Chen Zhixin. Wang Ming first opened Lin Wei's chat box. A photo of an unregistered Rolls-Royce. Brother, is this car okay? I'll pick it up in 2 months. Wang Ming replied, you are really rich, you can change your Rolls-Royce like a bicycle. He opened the message from his cousin again. You asked me to go to Shiguan to work for you. What should I do? Wang Ming thought that his cousin was similar to Jiang Yao, a strong woman. Or be my personal secretary? Apart from Li Zhishuan, it seems that only my cousin is suitable. It just so happens that I haven't found the right secret technique yet. If someone else takes this position, they will definitely be very jealous. My dear cousin, please don't be jealous, right? That's it. Be my secretary. After Wang Ming replied to his cousin, he opened Chen Zhixin's message. Chen Zhixin's chat box only had 2 short words: good morning. Just woke up, good afternoon. Wang Ming got up, washed up, ordered a takeout for Zo Xuching and Zo Xuching as usual, and went out. He didn't call the driver Chen Yusin, but took a taxi directly to Nangang District. Prepare to earn a lot of system coins before the end of the month, and make a splash in the Daxia Legend Cup. Even if I can't make it into the top 5, I have to make it into the top 10. At present, Zhao Xianing's task is the easiest to complete. As long as you act as your own bodyguard, you can complete the mission. When Wang Ming stepped into the boxing gym, the receptionist recognized him immediately. Young master, you are here. Are you here to see my master? I'm here to see your uncle. She's eating now. Can I call her for you? A man walked over from a distance, waved to Wang Ming and shouted, "Good man. You are here again." Wang Ming turned around and saw that it was the chatterboxing junior fellow from the boxing gym. You still remember me, too? I remember it so well. Did you go to cook for your sister-in-law that day? I've done it, I'm a man of my words. Ha ha ha. I really didn't make a mistake. Thank you on behalf of my senior brother. You've worked so hard and endured so much. What did you do for my sister-in-law? My sister-in-law and I made dumplings together. What's your name? Wang Ming was very curious about this strange guy. My name is Zhang Fulu, and everyone in the gym calls me Little Fulu. Little Fulu. Wang Ming repeated. At this time, Master Chen and several disciples opened the door of the boxing gym and came in from outside. This restaurant is really good, better than pork trotter rice, huh? Zo Xuching burped, and his smile disappeared instantly when he saw Wang Ming in the boxing gym. What are you doing here? Master Chen also asked with hostility, want to challenge us again? Wang Ming said angrily, Master Zhao and I are brothers, are you being disrespectful? Zhang Fulu stepped forward and walked into the crowd to act as a peacemaker. No, you will marry my uncle in the future, and you will belong to my uncle's junior generation. Zo Xuching was furious. Bullshit. To be Xianing's husband? Is he worthy? Zhang Fulu hurriedly waved his hands to console him. Brother, why are you treating Wang Ming like this? He made dumplings for my sister-in-law and did a good deed without leaving his name. If I hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known about it, right? Zo Xuching was shocked. Making dumplings? Wang Ming quickly interrupted and waved his hand, not worth mentioning, it's just a small matter. Zhang Fulu was anxious and said loudly, this matter must be mentioned. Otherwise, he will not know your kindness. He then turned to Zo Xuching and explained, after the competition that day, you went to the hospital, and Wang Ming went to your house to cook dumplings for your sister-in-law. I thought that if you go back too early, there won't be enough dumplings to eat, so I might as well take you out for a drink. After hearing this, Zo Xuching recalled the scene of returning home that day and began to imagine Wang Ming making dumplings with his wife at home. His face instantly turned ashen, and he clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Wang Ming. I'll fucking kill you. Zo Xuching flew towards Wang Ming. Just as Wang Ming was about to strike back, Zhang Fulu suddenly hugged Zo Xuching, brother. You're going too far. I've been too much. You deserve to die too. Zo Xuching was extremely angry and raised his fist to hit Zhang Fulu on the head. Wang Ming gave Zo Xuching a flying kick, kicking him hard and sending him flying far away. Master Chen waved his hand to the disciples around him, come on, fight him together, and get him hospitalized today. After saying this, he took a stance. What are you arguing about? Zhao Xinyan walked out of the inner hall, leisurely picking his mouth with a toothpick. When he saw Wang Ming at the door, he immediately dropped the toothpick and almost ran over, muttering to himself. Oh, my future son-in-law. He walked closer and grabbed Wang Ming's hand. Master Zhao. You didn't even tell me before you came. I just finished dinner with Xianing. Have you eaten yet? I've eaten. Zhao Xinyang glanced around, frowned, and asked, what's going on? What's the big deal? They started fighting the moment they met Wang Ming, Zhang Fulu said. Zo Xuching had already stood up, rubbing his body and explaining, Wang Ming, this guy, went to my house, and my wife. Zhao Xinyang's nose tightened. Go to your house and your wife. What for? Zo Xuching gritted his teeth and said, I can't f***ing say it. Zhang Fulu stamped his feet. Wang Ming is just making dumplings. What's there to hide? Master Chen pressed his forehead and closed his eyes, wondering how such a guy could exist in the boxing gym. Zhao Xinyang's frown relaxed and he smiled at Wang Ming. My future son-in-law can also cook, haha. Zo Xuching was helpless. Did this advisor hear the main point? Everyone, go away. From now on, being rude to Wang Ming is disrespecting me. Zhao Xinyang waved his hand, and everyone walked into the museum without delay. Zhang Fulu waved at Wang Ming. Bye. I'm going to practice. Bye, I'll take care of you. Wang Ming waved with a smile. Have you really eaten? My daughter made fried tomato, eggs and shredded potatoes today. Zhao Xinyang shouted to the distance, Zhao Fulu, call your uncle out. Okay. I'll ask Xianing to buy some meat so we can have a drink. I really ate it all. I can't eat anymore. Then drink a little, but drink less. We'll have a good drink at dinner. I came to discuss something with you, and I'll be leaving after that. What's the rush? What do you want me to do? At this time, Zhao Xianing walked out of the boxing gym. She walked towards the two of them with a brisk pace and a straight back. When he saw Wang Ming next to his father, he glared at him. Humph, it's you, a dandy boy. Are you taking my words for granted? Be gentle with Wang Ming. But, he is just a gangster. Only then did Wang Ming notice Zhao Xianing's information on the panel. Infatuation has been reduced from 12 to 9. Without saying a word, he took out the bouquet of fragrant flowers from the system mall and handed it to Zhao Xianing. Chapter 115, 24-Hour Personal Protection. Another little trick of this kind. Take it. Wang Ming's hands will get tired of holding it up soon. Zhao Xianing rolled her eyes at Wang Ming again and reluctantly took the flowers in her hand. When she took over the flowers completely, a warm feeling surged in her heart. His eyes wandered for a moment, then became much clearer and less hostile. Wang Ming saw that Zhao Xianing's infatuation value soared to 39, and he couldn't help but smile. Zhao Xianing looked at his unnatural smile and wondered why she suddenly didn't hate Wang Ming so much anymore. The flowers smelled so good that it reminded her that she was a woman. Her tone softened a bit. Wang Ming, what on earth are you doing here? I would like you to be my personal bodyguard. Personal bodyguard? Personal bodyguard? The father and daughter blurted out the words almost at the same time. Well, I'm in urgent need of a bodyguard. Master Zhao's daughter is famous for her martial arts skills. Zhao Xianing folded his arms and asked doubtfully, why don't you go to the bodyguard company to hire someone, but come to me? Are you not interested in the bar? Zhao Xinyang was also puzzled. My daughter is an amazing martial artist, but she's a woman after all. Can she be a good bodyguard? When a woman is around, people will have the illusion that I'm not protected, which can lead to negligence. Zhao Xinyang gave a thumbs up and asked, what's this move called? It's called audacity. He's clearly just making excuses, can't you see that, Dad? What's so audacious? This is called taking advantage of troubled waters, not hiding something hidden. Wang Ming clapped his hands. The owner is right, it's called a hidden secret. Zhao Xianing snorted and muttered softly, Humph, I think you are hiding a black machine. Master Zhao smiled and said, I very much agree that she should be your bodyguard. This way, you two can spend more time together and cultivate your relationship. Zhao Xianing curled her lips, I'll be his bodyguard? Dream on. Wang Ming looked around the boxing gym. The facilities inside were old and the father and daughter had no meat at noon. They must be very poor. He took out his cell phone and transferred 250,000 daxia coins to Zhao Xinyang through Weixin. This is the 1-year salary I paid to Xianing in advance. Zhao Xinyang stared at the phone, then handed it to Zhao Xianing. Look, how sincere they are. 20,000 a month is not a small amount. Zhao Xianing didn't even look at it. He just hugged his shoulders and turned his head away. I won't look. Zhao Xinyang asked Wang Ming curiously, what exactly do you do? Why do you need a bodyguard? Wang Ming's expression became serious. I have enemies, all of whom are my mortal enemies. I may encounter adverse conditions at any time, so I must find a reliable bodyguard. Zhao Xinyang was shocked when he heard this, and immediately stamped his feet and said to Zhao Xianing anxiously, You must be Wang Ming's bodyguard. He has paid us in advance, so we can't be ungrateful. Zhao Xianing was anxious and shouted, Dad, I have a competition at the end of the month. I've been preparing for this for a long time and I can't delay it. Zhao Xinyang's eyes widened. Protecting Wang Ming is the most important thing right now. Do you really want an old man like me to be his bodyguard? I will give you time to finish the game. Wang Ming said at this time. Zhao Xianing couldn't persuade his father, and nodded reluctantly, then secretly glared at Wang Ming. When Wang Ming saw that Zhao Xianing agreed, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He opened his cell phone again and transferred 500,000 yuan to Master Zhao. This is my reward for supporting the Iron Fist Hall. Master Zhao can renovate the gym and improve its conditions. Zhao Xinyang looked at the transfer information on his mobile phone and felt grateful. For several months now, most of the boxing gym's disciples have no money to pay tuition, and sometimes they even have to eat and drink for free. He raised his head and looked at Wang Ming, his eyes full of gratitude. Future son-in-law, you are too expensive. How can we be so worthy as you have already paid Xianing's salary? A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Xianing's eyes, but she quickly returned to her arrogant expression. Dad! Stop calling him your future son-in-law. What the hell has possessed you? I think you're possessed by evil spirits. Wang Ming is rich, has martial arts skills, can do magic and cook. Look at his physique. Just be happy. Wang Ming smiled and waved his hands. Stop praising me. I can't stop smiling. Zhao Xianing's eyes were glued to the bulging blue veins on Wang Ming's forearm. His sleeves were rolled up casually, revealing muscle lines that looked like they had been polished. As he raised his hand, the rise and fall was full of tension. Zhao Xianing swallowed subconsciously, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Will it feel as hard as the sandbag beside the boxing ring? She jerked her head, causing her ponytail to swing violently. He's so rich, so frivolous, undoubtedly a playboy, so why would you suddenly become interested in him? Zhao Xianing cursed himself in his heart and began to look away deliberately, trying not to look at Wang Ming. So, you agreed? Wang Ming's voice was filled with laughter. Zhao Xianing turned his head and met Wang Ming's smiling eyes. Ah, quite handsome. Zhao Xianing. What are you thinking about? She started with left brainstem and right brain. Speak. Are you mute? Zhao Xinyang's loud voice woke Zhao Xianing up. Zhao Xianing stiffened his neck and responded to Wang Ming, yes, that's right. I'll be your personal bodyguard, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Why did her tone sound like she was acting like a spoiled child? Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 3 million Daxia coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 system coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent voucher. Then it's settled. Wang Ming smiled even more brightly when he saw the system prompt. I'll take you to buy some equipment this afternoon, and then I'll take you to buy some bodyguard clothes. He looked at Zhao Xianing's jeans, paused, and asked again. You usually only wear jeans? No skirts? What do you care? Watch your attitude. Wang Ming is your boss, your future husband, and the sponsor of our boxing gym. Zhao Xianing felt like she was betrayed by her father and was unwilling to accept it at the moment, but when she saw Wang Ming's face, she felt a little softer. She calmed herself down and asked. The working hours and content haven't been announced yet. Wang Ming hadn't thought about all this beforehand. He hadn't expected that Master Zhao could be so majestic in front of his daughter. He thought there would be some tug of war between them. He stroked his chin and thought. Haven't you thought it through? Zhao Xianing said dissatisfiedly. At this time, Master Zhao spoke up. As a personal bodyguard, your job is to protect the boss personally. As for time, since it's close protection, of course it has to be 20 hours. Wang Ming was stunned. 24 hours? Is that okay? Zhao Xianing's handsome face flushed red at this moment. Ridiculous. Chapter 116, Equipment. Zhao Xinyang waved his hand. It's not ridiculous. A personal bodyguard is supposed to be by his employer's side at all times. Besides, you're young and strong, so there's no harm in enduring a little hardship. Zhao Xianing stamped her feet and said, Dad, you are selling me out completely. I still have my own life. Wang Ming looked at Zhao Xianing's anxious look and thought it was very cute. He smiled and comforted her. Master Zhao is right. Just like that, protect me 24 hours a day. I can't be too unkind. If you have something to do, feel free to ask for leave and I will arrange some free time for you. Basically, you just have to eat, drink and have fun with me. I'll prepare a separate room for you at night, so you can enjoy yourself. Zo Xuching rolled his eyes. Humph, that's nice to say. Someone like you must have offended a lot of people and made a lot of enemies. Wang Ming patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month. Zo Xuching nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's good, Xianing, just follow Wang Ming and work hard. Don't always act like a tomboy. Zo Xuching also wanted to share the burden of the boxing gym with his father. A salary of 20,000 yuan plus bonuses was not bad in Xi'an. At least it could solve the urgent needs of the boxing gym. She sighed helplessly. Alright, but let me be frank. If I'm not satisfied with this job, I'll leave at any time. Wang Ming held up his hand and said, no problem, happy cooperation. Zo Xuching hesitated for a moment, then reached out and high-fived Wang Ming. It's a pleasure to work with you. After the two put down their hands, Wang Ming looked at the time and said, I'll take you to buy equipment and clothes. Zo Xuching looked at his father, and Zo Xuching nodded. Go ahead and get along well with Wang Ming. Bye, Master Zhao. Come over often. Wang Ming and Zo Xuching waved goodbye and walked out of the boxing gym first. Just as Zo Xuching was about to take a step, Zo Xuching leaned close to her ear and whispered. He prepared a dormitory for you, didn't he? You should sleep closer to him, okay? It's best to take him down soon. Dad, if you do this again, I will never come back. That's great. You should stay with Wang Ming forever. It would be best if you could get pregnant. Zo Xuching was speechless, her eyes rolled back so much that only the whites were visible. Goodbye. She followed Wang Ming out of the boxing gym. Along the way, neither of them spoke much. Wang Ming put his hands in his trouser pockets and glanced at Zo Xuching from time to time. She also put her hands in her pockets with an unwilling look on her face. What era is it now? Girls are wearing less and less. Why are you covering yourself up so tightly? You better shut up. If you owe me even a penny at the end of the month, I'll break your nose. Wang Ming subconsciously covered his nose, but after thinking carefully, he felt that Zo Xuching could not beat him. It is said that she is the most outstanding young generation in Nangang District. At the age of 25, she is already the best among all the disciples of the 8 masters of Nangang. Better than the master craftsman in his 40s. But his strength is comparable to that of Master Zhao and Niu Yi, so why would he be afraid of her? Why aren't you talking? Are you scared? Wang Ming coughed and teased her. Yeah, I'm most afraid of being beaten. You won't commit domestic violence in the future, right? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really hit you. Zo Xuching raised his fist. Don't be so serious. Wang Ming spread his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Zo Xuching lowered his posture and said with a curled lip, you seem to be someone who has plenty of money, so how come you don't even have a car? Hey, my driver recently had a serious mouth injury, so I'm going to give her a few days off. Oh, that's quite considerate. Huh? That's not right, driving with your mouth? You'll understand later. Wang Minghui smiled. Zo Xuching felt confused and rolled his eyes at him again. Wang Ming felt that Zo Xuching alone was not enough as a bodyguard. At least you need a pair of bodyguards. Good things come in pairs, which is auspicious. But among the people bound to the system, only Zhang Xuxuang is suitable, but she is only 19 years old and has a hot temper but no kung fu skills. Wang Ming suddenly thought of the talent voucher, which contained martial arts talent. Grant her martial arts talent, strengthen her bones, and send her to Master Zhao to practice. Then you will have 2 bodyguards. But this job is still somewhat dangerous. If she gets hurt, how can I be fair to Jia Fang? However, the 2 bodyguards must be gathered together. Together with myself, there are 3 masters. Even Lin Wei may find it difficult to fight 1 against 3. Wang Ming took Zo Xuching for a walk and arrived at an outdoor goods store in Nangang District. Super Magic Daxia Professional Outdoor. Zo Xuching looked up at the door and muttered silently. Let's go, I'll pick out some equipment for you. As soon as Wang Ming opened the door, a clerk in black combat uniform came up to him. Mr. Wang, your order is ready. His gaze fell on Zo Xuching, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded respectfully. Miss Zhao is the bodyguard you mentioned? Zo Xuching subconsciously straightened his back. It turns out that Zo Xuching is so famous in Nangang District. Wang Ming said with a smile. He patted Zhao Xianing's shoulder and said, "Take out the stab-proof and bulletproof vest, shoes, and stun gun that I picked out for her." "Okay." The clerk responded and left. "Don't touch me." Zhao Xianing patted his shoulders. Wang Ming just curled the corners of his lips, expecting Zhao Xianing's obsession level to reach over 90. The clerk quickly brought back a bunch of things. Zhao Xianing looked at the equipment spread out on the sofa in the lounge area, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "So much? I'm not going to war. It's better to be prepared." Wang Ming picked up a dark gray stab-proof vest and tried it on her. "I have a lot of enemies. I hope they won't mess around." He spoke lightly, but Zhao Xianing's heart tightened when he heard it. "Who is your enemy?" she couldn't help asking. "A love rival, a business rival, or?" "In all aspects." Wang Ming stuffed the vest into her arms and said, "I'll tell you in detail later, but your bodyguard's job is mostly just eating, drinking, and having fun. The fitting room is over there." Wang Ming pointed to a corner of the store. "Come out after you're done changing so I can see if it fits you." Zhao Xianing walked into the fitting room carrying the equipment. When she came out again, she met Wang Ming's smiling gaze. "That's great, like a female Special Forces member." Zhao Xianing was wearing a dark gray stab-proof vest, which outlined the tight lines of his waist and abdomen. The hem just covered the waistband of her overalls. She tugged at the belt uncomfortably and took a few steps forward. The high-top combat boots made a clacking sound as they stepped on the floor. The belt is a tactical belt with several small black bags hanging on it in an orderly manner, and the black shell of the stun gun is slightly exposed from the bag opening. Other small bags also contain strong steel daggers and strong steel brass knuckles. They were all prepared specially for her by Wang Ming. This set of equipment, paired with Zhao Xianing's ponytail, is simply super cool. "So handsome, you are much more handsome than me now. Are your shoulders too loose? Turn around and see." Wang Ming leaned against the shelf, scanning Zhao Xianing's body with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhao Xianing turned half a circle awkwardly, and the lining of the vest rubbed against his skin. "It's as tight as a rice dumpling." She frowned and stretched her collar, accidentally letting the zipper scrape against her collarbone, causing her to groan in pain. "Be careful." Wang Ming immediately walked over and reached out to help her adjust the zipper. When my fingertips touched the skin on her collarbone, I felt her body stiffen noticeably. Chapter 117. I am so handsome. He suppressed the smile on his face and deliberately slowed down his movements. The fiber material used in this vest is light and puncture resistant, so it won't be uncomfortable. "Let go, I can do it myself." "No matter how comfortable it is, you can't wear it all the time." Zhao Xianing turned around and adjusted her clothes in front of herself in the mirror. Wang Ming was not just sweet-talking, he was truly fascinated by himself and looked so heroic. "What's 1 plus 2? 3. Zhao Xianing blurted out. Wang Ming had already taken out his cell phone and suddenly pressed the shutter button towards her. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xianing's cheeks flushed instantly, and he reached out to grab the phone. "Delete it." Wang Ming dodged sideways and said, "Don't get excited." He turned the phone screen towards her and said, "Look, isn't it much more handsome than wearing jeans and a white t-shirt?" The woman in the photo is standing in front of a fitting mirror, with slightly raised eyebrows and sharp eyes. She is handsome and brave. Zhao Xianing stared at the photo for 2 seconds and had to admit that she also wanted to take a couple of selfies with this look on her face. "I've taken the photos, please forward them to me. Just think of it as a work photo." Wang Ming put his phone back into his pocket and pointed to the stun gun on her belt. "Try this?" "There are simulated targets in the store. The simulated target is over here." The clerk bowed and made a gesture of invitation. The two walked up to the rubber target. Zhao Xianing took out the stun gun. This stun gun was legally registered by Daxia, unlike the one in Nyoya's hand that was smuggled from an island country. She pressed the button, and with a sizzle, an arc of electricity jumped out and hit the target. Wang Ming stood behind her, holding her wrist with his hand to adjust the angle. "Come on, hit her from below." His breath was close to her ears, and his strong arms were wrapped around her body. Zhao Xianing shook off his hand, turned around, and pointed the stun gun at Wang Ming. "If you dare to touch me again without my consent, I promise to put you in the ICU." As she spoke, she turned around and the rubber target made a pop sound. The electric arc left a small scorch mark on the face of the person on it. Wang Ming was shocked. It was so accurate. In the system panel, Zhao Xianing's obsession level rose to 42. It seems that he is the one who was being stubborn again, even though his favorability is obviously increasing. Is this all the equipment? Almost. Take it off and let the clerk put it on. Wang Ming gestured to the clerk to pack up the items, and then he looked at Xianing again. There's still one thing missing. What is missing? Wang Ming walked to a shelf, took down a pair of sunglasses, returned to Zhao Xianing and put them on her. Miss Xiao is so handsome, and Boss Wang is also handsome. They are simply a handsome couple. If our boss sees you too, he will definitely ask you to be his spokesperson. Zhao Xianing could hardly suppress the corners of her mouth. She smiled and said, if you can talk, then buy it? Go ahead and buy it. It's only 15,000 yuan. Hearing the clerk's words, Zhao Xianing immediately got furious. What? How much? 15,000. Not much, not much. Wang Ming said awkwardly. Why isn't it more? It's just a pair of sunglasses. The clerk hurriedly explained, Boss Wang, all this equipment cost over 100,000 yuan. These sunglasses are only 15,000 yuan, so they're not bad. Not only is it immune to all kinds of light reflections, the lenses are scratch resistant and leave no marks, the frame is made entirely of composite titanium, and most importantly, it has night vision and night imaging functions. At 15,000 yuan, it's a 50% discount. After hearing the introduction, Wang Ming turned around and took another of the same model from the shelf. Such nice sunglasses, I have to get one too. Zhao Xianing took off his sunglasses, fiddled with them in his hands, and nodded. Well, this outfit of mine cost over 100,000, which is quite luxurious. Zhao Xianing changed her clothes back and Wang Ming took her to the clothing store in the mall. Walking into the store, Wang Ming picked and chose from a pile of clothes, then picked up a skirt and walked in front of Zhao Xianing. This skirt suits you very well, try it on. Zhao Xianing frowned, I'm here to be a bodyguard, how can I move around in a skirt? You should change your style once in a while. Besides, you usually dress too tightly. You should show off your good figure. Zhao Xianing blushed, who wants to show off their figure? I won't wear a skirt. Wang Ming was helpless, okay, then buy some black stockings? Or waist stockings? You have long legs. What the hell is a waist silk? Zhao Xianing picked up a silk scarf from the shelf and threw it at Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming stared at Zhao Xianing's long legs and said, this is called tactical aesthetics. The heels of the heroine's high heels in the movie can defuse bombs, why don't you learn from her? Black stockings with tactical boots, a perfect combination of beauty and coolness. Zhao Xianing hugged his shoulders, with a forced smile, how about this, I'll wear a bunny girl costume to protect you, okay? Wang Ming clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, hey, the bunny girl costume is not bad, when the time comes, you stand there, you will definitely confuse the enemy and defeat them without fighting. She's definitely a trendsetter in the bodyguard industry, and might even grace the cover of a fashion magazine with a headline like Bunny Girl transforms into iron-blooded bodyguard, featuring a contrasting style. Zhao Xianing rolled his eyes at him. That's enough. Don't be like Tang Sang. I decide what to wear for daily wear. Speaking of Tang Monk, Wang Ming came back to the topic again. Tang Sanzang is protected by Monkey King. What is Monkey King wearing? A tiger skin skirt. Hey, you really enlightened me again. A female version of Sun Wukong, wearing a tiger skin skirt and holding a golden cudgel. This tiger skin skirt can be replaced with a ready-made leopard print skirt, but the golden hoop stick. Wang Ming gave a wicked smile, I'll help you cost myself? Zhao Xianing couldn't help it and raised his hand to punch him hard. The explosive force of this punch was too strong, and Wang Ming subconsciously crossed his arms to protect his head. Ah! This hit made Wang Ming's arm hurt. Are you going to kill me? Zhao Xianing snorted, who told you to be so unruly and frivolous? Wang Ming rubbed his arm and said aggrievedly, I just wanted you to dress nicely. Don't give me that. I just need to do my job as a bodyguard. I'm not interested in fancy clothes. Zhao Xianing was firm in his attitude. Wang Ming shrugged helplessly, okay, I won't tease you anymore. He swore in his heart that in the future he would let Zhao Xianing come to him with colorful stockings to help her choose. The two of them walked around the mall for a long time. Zhao Xianing still couldn't persuade Wang Ming, and finally bought a relatively conservative black long dress and a pair of burgundy high heels. Just as Zhao Xianing was in the fitting room, Chen Zhixin's Wei Xin video called. Hey, Wang Ming, let me tell you, do you know that this is my first time? I know. Ah? You know what I want to say? I mean, I'm a virgin. I know, keep your voice down, I'm in the mall. Chen Zhixin saw in the video that the shelves behind Wang Ming were filled with women's clothing, and asked unhappily. Are you with Sister Qi? No. That's your girlfriend? Not really, listen to me. Okay, it seems I have quite a few enemies. Who are you with? Wang Ming sighed first, then explained. I'm with my bodyguard. I'm buying her equipment. Bodyguard? Buying equipment? The equipment is a skirt? Let's get down to business. I just happen to have something to tell you. Something unexpected happened between your grandfather and Lin Qi yesterday, and I didn't have time to talk to you. When mentioning Chen Nianhong, Chen Zhixin pursed his lips and looked sad. What's up? Chapter 118 Zhao Xianing's Skills. I want you to help me train an artist. She sings beautifully, even sweeter than Black Pig. I'll pay for her, and you'll manage the business. I want to make her a top female singer. On the other end of the video, Chen Zhixin frowned and thought for a long time. She pouted before speaking. You approached me, isn't that just for this? Is this person you're talking about your girlfriend? Why do you always think about my girlfriend? She's just an ordinary friend. Why are you so anxious? Why are you so concerned about her even though she's not your girlfriend? Chen Zhixin realized that his tone was not good, and immediately lowered his voice and continued. I can help you, but we have to meet in person. Okay, how about I pick you up? The day after tomorrow, I've been busy with my grandfather's business for the past 2 days. I don't know when I can finish it. Yeah, bye. Wang Ming hung up the video. Could there be a turnaround for Chen Nianhong's case? Would he not be brought to justice? Looking back at the video, Chen Zhixin had dark circles under her eyes. Obviously she didn't sleep well last night. It's really tiring to be with a top artist, have my grandfather get into trouble, and deal with jealousy all at once. Wang Ming shook his head. This system not only makes the host tired, but also makes the bound person exhausted. At this time, Zhao Xianing walked out of the fitting room, opened his arms to Wang Ming and asked softly, Are you satisfied? Wang Ming turned around and looked up, and was stunned for a moment. The black dress was corseted, showing off her slender waist. The upright ponytail was spread out, exuding a graceful beauty. Her long and straight legs, which are comparable to those of Lin Qi and Chen Zhixin, are even more eye-catching. Her tall figure paired with burgundy high heels makes her look like a model. And Zhao Xianing hasn't put on any makeup yet. So, you are so beautiful now? Zhao Xianing had never dressed like this before. She had already looked at herself in the mirror, and her cheeks turned red when Wang Ming praised her like this. Not bad, buy it and I'll pay for it myself. No, this is work clothes, I'll pay for it. Zhao Xianing didn't argue with him and let him pay the money at the counter. Wang Ming was curious because Zhao Xianing looked so beautiful when she dressed up. The appearance score is 95 and the figure score is 91. There is no need to say much about Lin Qi, she is the best of the best. System evaluation, appearance 97, figure 98. Chen Zhixin is also a tall and mature lady, appearance 95, body 97. But how come Zhao Xianing's body score is so much lower? Only 91? Wang Ming felt that from his own subjective point of view, Zhao Xianing just had smaller breasts. What are you looking at? Zhao Xianing glared at Wang Ming fiercely, raising his fist. Wang Ming quickly stepped back and said, Let me check your clothes to see if there are any flaws. I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Let me tell you, don't take my father's words seriously. I won't be your boyfriend or girlfriend. Don't be too confident, or you'll end up crying and slapping yourself later. He. The two walked out of the mall, and Wang Ming looked at the time. It's getting late now. Let's go have a meal and replenish our energy. Zhao Xianing nodded. I'm a little hungry too, but it's my turn to spend the money this time. You spent too much on clothes and equipment. Well. They came to a restaurant near the mall and found a quiet place to sit down. The waiter handed over the menu, and Wang Ming handed it to Zhao Xianing. Take a look at what you want to eat. Zhao Xianing took the menu and was browsing it carefully. Suddenly, a group of 7 young people, dressed fashionably and looking drunk, walked into the restaurant, talking and laughing. One of the boys' eyes immediately fell on Zhao Xianing. He whistled and came closer with a playful smile. Hey, beautiful lady, you are so pretty, could you please do me the honor of having dinner with me? Wang Ming stood up suddenly and asked, Do you think I'm air? Zhao Xianing frowned, not even raising his head. Get out of here now, don't get beaten. You're such a pretentious person? He reached out to pull Wang Ming's arm. Wang Ming chuckled and was about to make a move when Zhao Xianing suddenly stood up and grabbed the boy's wrist, saying in a cold voice, "In this peaceful and clear world, stop being a hooligan." When Zhao Xianing said the last two words hooligan, he deliberately looked at Wang Ming, as if to remind him. Let's go. I see your teeth are quite straight. Why don't you get them straightened? Wang Ming said to the man with a smile. Oh my god? A heroine? Interesting. The boy struggled for a bit, but found that he couldn't get rid of Zhao Xianing's hand at all. It's quite strong. Oh my god, I like it so much. The man's companions, both men and women, all walked towards Wang Ming's table. One of them started to boo. This woman is dressed like a black swan, she's got style. A woman who was not too drunk quickly pulled the provocative man and said, this man is obviously a martial artist. Let's go. Go? I'm going to kiss her today. And fuck her boyfriend. He couldn't get his arm away from Zhao Xianing's hand, so he simply picked up the teacup on the table with his other hand and was about to throw it at Wang Ming. Before the teacup was thrown, Zhao Xianing pulled the boy's arm and pulled him forward. She rammed her knee hard into the boy's abdomen. Ah! The boy let out a scream instantly, and his whole body curled up like a cooked shrimp, holding his stomach and falling to the ground wailing. Hit my brother. Beat her. Seeing this, the other three boys rushed towards Zhao Xianing together. Zhao Xianing first kicked the knee of the boy in front of him. The boy felt pain in his knee and fell to his knees with a thump. Another hook punch hit the other man in the face. The boy's head tilted and he fainted, falling heavily to the ground. The last boy was shaking a little, but he couldn't betray his brothers, so he rushed over with his fists clenched. Zhao Xianing turned around and avoided the attack. She threw two punches in a flash, and the man took several steps back and bumped into the table next to him, smashing the cutlery on the table into pieces. Oh. The man rolled on the ground, covering his bleeding nose. He felt like his nose was broken. Wang Ming deliberately didn't make a move and watched Zhao Xianing perform. At this time, he clapped his hands and cheered, as expected of Iron Fist, awesome. The three girls were originally cheering on the side. Seeing their companions being beaten to the ground, they were frightened and turned pale. They covered their mouths and stood there in a daze. Wang Ming just captured every move of Zhao Xianing, cleanly and neatly. Her skills are indeed not comparable to those of the same age group. Before I had the system, although I had good muscles, I was afraid that five of me would not be able to get close to her. Zhao Xianing glanced at them coldly, then shouted at the three girls, why don't you help them leave? Should I call the police and arrest you? The three girls were like frightened birds, and hurriedly helped the four boys up, and one of them even fainted. The scene was a bit funny. When the few people walked out of the restaurant tremblingly, applause broke out in the restaurant. Okay. Nice fight. Zhao Xianing sat down again and raised an eyebrow at Wang Ming. I see, this is the fate of frivolous people. The corners of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. This was a warning. Chapter 119 Picking up my cousin at the airport. During the meal, Lin Wei called. Brother, let's go to Nyoya's house for dinner. The food his wife makes is so delicious. Let's play landlord after dinner. I'm not going. You go by yourself. Ah, well, then I'll eat alone. How about you go to my sister's house? I'll tell you the door lock code. I won't be going for now. You can tell me the password and I'll send her some midnight snacks or something later. That's right. Put some thought into my sister. She's very rich. You won't suffer any loss. The password is 200610. I know what's going on. Go eat some steamed buns, brother. I'm eating too. Bye, leave a message if you have anything. I'll turn on the phone again tomorrow morning. Lin Wei hung up the phone. After Wang Ming and Zhao Xianing finished their meal, they walked out of the restaurant. The streets of Nangang District are brightly lit at night and bustling with people, making it as prosperous as Baiyun District and Jiangxin District. The two walked side by side. Zhao Xianing is tall to begin with, and when she wears high heels, her height is almost the same as Wang Ming's. Occasionally, passers-by would cast astonished glances at Zhao Xianing in her black dress. Some young women and married women also stared at Wang Ming closely. The two chatted a lot. Wang Ming learned that Zhao Xianing had studied in Xi'an from elementary school to university and had never had a boyfriend. He has been practicing martial arts since he was young, and has won numerous children's and youth championships, even defeating veteran boxers in Z and overcoming a large weight gap. Zo Xuching was not so averse to Wang Ming. It seems that he just talks frivolously and rarely does anything excessive. At first she thought Wang Ming had some ulterior motive in choosing her as his bodyguard, but now it seems that she had misunderstood him. The dusk and sunrise in Shiguan City went back and forth 25 times. It's already October. October 7th, 8 a.m. Wang Ming woke up. He is the only one living in the entire house now. Zo Xuching no longer lives in his house. She has returned to school and lives in the dormitory. The reward for completing the mission is 1,000 system coins and a Panamera worth 1,200,000 Daxia coins. During this period, Wang Ming introduced Li Zixuan to Chen Zixin. With the vocal talent given to Li Zixuan by Wang Ming, her first single quickly became a hit thanks to the operation of Chen Zixin. The song ranked first in the entire network in September. 2 million digital albums were sold, and Li Zixuan got half of the profits. Her current net worth is 30 million. The single has been on the Douyin Hot Search list for many days and continues to do so until now. Li Zixuan rarely attends fan meetings and declines various invitations and contract offers from record companies, just to have time to help Wang Ming manage the supermarket. In her heart, helping Wang Ming still comes first. Chen Zixin's obsession level reached the maximum, and Wang Ming successfully received 1,000 system coins, 5 million Daxia coins, and a set of Daxia Special Forces fighting techniques. Li Zixuan became a first-line singer and completed the system task. The mission rewards 500 system coins and a 3-story villa on Jiangxin Island. The boxing gym at Zo Xuching's home was also redecorated. After nearly a month of getting along, her obsession with Wang Ming had increased to 70. Lin Qi and Wang Ming did not have any intimate contact, and the infatuation level reached 99, just a little short of full capacity. Jiang Yao's company is thriving, and after deducting expenses, the monthly profit is 3 million. Chen Yusin took leave and returned to her hometown at the end of September. During that time, she spoke to Wang Ming and her family arranged a blind date for her. She cried for a long time on the phone, but she never said the words she had prepared to confess her love to Wang Ming. In order to help Chen Yusin go on a blind date smoothly, Wang Ming untied the system binding and the system returned 90 system coins. Unexpectedly, after the breakup, Chen Yusin still often called to say hello. Wang Ming realized that even after the binding was removed, the obsession remained. In the end, he transferred 2 million to Chen Yusin, wishing her a happy life after getting married. The focus is Zo Xuching. She is 7 weeks pregnant. Nausea, vomiting, fatigue and drowsiness. Wang Ming accompanied her to the hospital for her first pregnancy checkup and she was in good condition. Wang Ming knew that Zo Xuching was pregnant with twins, but he did not tell her because he wanted her to be surprised in the future. Counted the current assets. Daxia coin balance, 43.9 million. System coins, 3,100. 3 small 2-story detached houses in Longwan Baodi. A 3-story villa on Jiangxin Island. Hummer flagship sports car. The new Panamera. A set of Daxia Special Forces fighting techniques ready for use. And half of Jiang Yao's company shares. The most important asset is the loyalty and dedication of the bound character. After Wang Ming finished washing up and having breakfast, he looked up at the time and it was almost 9 o'clock. He walked out of the house and saw Zo Xuching standing at the gate of the courtyard. She has been waiting for a long time. Wang Ming arranged for her to live in one of the detached villas in Baodi, Longwan, so that she could be available at any time. At this time, he put his hands in his pockets and was fully equipped. Wang Ming thought it was very handsome at first, but now it looks a bit funny. It's been almost a month and no unexpected situations have happened. It's really unnecessary to ask her to be fully armed all day long. The new system task triggered by Zo Xuching is to willingly put on the black waist stockings. You finally came out. I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes. Zo Xuching said with a complaining look on his face. Wang Ming laughed and said, it's still early. My cousin won't be here until 10 o'clock. National Day is coming soon, and all the major shopping malls are having sales these days. Traffic jams are inevitable. Okay, let's go to the airport. Wang Ming closed the door and got into the car with Zo Xuching. After Chen Yusin returned to her hometown, Zo Xuching took on 2 roles, bodyguard and driver. I'll find another driver. You've been working hard lately. Please bear with me. When the time is right, I'll prepare breakfast for you every day. Breakfast has to wait until later? Can't you prepare it for me now? I think you are just talking nonsense. After you take on 2 jobs, I'm offering you 50,000 yuan a month. Am I just being rude? I didn't mention the salary. It's just breakfast. Why do you keep mentioning the future? I'm afraid you'll beat me up if I prepare a special driver's breakfast for you now. How could that be? The boss is so considerate. I'm so happy. Zhao Xianing's emotional state at the moment is that she misses her husband very much. She especially wants to ask to move into the apartment where Wang Ming lives, so that it will be more convenient for her to work and she doesn't have to wait for Wang Ming to come out every morning. Along the way, the two of them chatted with each other and didn't feel the journey was long. The car moved slowly on the congested road until it entered the airport road where the road became clear. We're finally here. My feet are numb from driving so hard. My back is so sore too. How about I massage your feet and you massage my back? Zhao Xianing turned his head suddenly and said, "Do you believe that I can beat you to death? Look, if I touch you, you'll explode. What else? Besides, it's fine if you just converted the Hummer to manual transmission, but you also converted your Panamera to manual transmission. Are you deliberately making things difficult for your driver? I want the driver to master the gear lever, you don't understand." The two of them never stopped bickering. Wang Ming's cell phone suddenly rang, and he immediately swiped to answer it. "Oh, cousin. Where are you?" "I'm in the T2 parking lot." "What car, license plate number?" "The Panamera with the red livery, the license plate is West XO69C. "Panamera, okay." Wang Ming hung up the phone and got out of the car. Zhao Xianing turned off the car and stepped out of the driver's seat with his long legs. Chapter 120: Zhao Xianing's transformation. The two waited for a while. A long-haired woman wearing sunglasses walked slowly towards them. She was wearing a long black trench coat with a soft light beige wool sweater underneath. The clothes fit tightly to her body, revealing her full C-cup breasts. She paired it with a pair of tight jeans and a pair of leather high-heeled boots. Pulling a suitcase, she exudes elegance and confidence. Wang Ming immediately went to meet his cousin when he saw her, laughing heartily. "Cousin, are you tired from the journey?" Zo Xuching smiled and shook her head, looking at Wang Ming. "Hey, kid, your temperament has changed so much when you drive a nice car." Wang Ming chuckled and said, "It's too early for you to praise me now. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is my bodyguard, Zhao Xianing, who also serves as my driver." Zhao Xianing nodded politely and extended her hand. "Hello, cousin." Zo Xuching also extended her hand in a friendly manner and shook hers. "Hello, thank you for taking care of my cousin. I'm just an employee. There are plenty of people who take care of him." Zhao Xianing has recently learned that the people around Wang Ming are very nice to him, and he would feel a little jealous from time to time. She took Zo Xuching's suitcase and put it in the trunk of the car. "This driver is really extraordinary, she has dressed like a female agent in a movie. By the way, why do you need a bodyguard? What are you busy with?" Wang Ming pulled Zo Xuching towards the car and said, "Get in, we'll talk on the way." All three of them got into the car. Zhao Xianing started the car, and Wang Ming and Zo Xuching sat in the back seat. The car left the parking lot. Zo Xuching stared at Wang Ming and smiled dotingly. "I haven't seen you for half a year. Really, I can hardly recognize you." "That's a bit exaggerated. Is the change really that big?" Zo Xuching nodded slightly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Your demeanor has really changed, and your figure seems to be much better than before. Take off your jacket and let me see if your muscles are stronger." As she spoke, she reached out and gently opened Wang Ming's jacket. Her eyes fell on the muscles of his arms, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, how did your muscles become like this, oh my god?" Zhao Xianing, who was driving, couldn't help but turn her head and ask, "Cousin, didn't Wang Ming have any muscles 6 months ago?" "That's not the case, it's just not as it is now." Zo Xuching felt that this muscle had a special charm. Although the other party was her cousin, she couldn't help but show admiration for him. Wang Ming said to Zhao Xianing, "My cousin is the same age as you. Don't call her sister. Just call her Zo Xuching." Sorry. Seeing that you have such an outstanding temperament, I naturally called you sister." Zhao Xianing said with a slightly apologetic tone. Zo Xuching smiled and waved her hands. It's okay. I'm also half a mother to Wang Ming, so it's okay to call him sister." Didn't I tell you to go out and have fun during the National Day holiday before coming back to Shiguan? Why are you here in such a hurry? Zo Xuching took off her boots and put her long legs on Wang Ming's legs. I just wanted to invite you to celebrate the festival together. Wang Ming reflexively began to rub his cousin's legs, then sighed. I've been very busy lately, so I'm afraid I won't be able to have fun with you. Zo Xuching saw Wang Ming rubbing Zo Xuching's legs through the rearview mirror in the car, and her eyes widened in surprise. She wondered why Wang Ming hadn't been so attentive to his girlfriend Zo Xuching during this period. It seemed that the relationship between the two siblings was indeed very good. Zo Xuching asked with a puzzled look on her face, every time I ask you, you are vague. What are you doing now? Why are you so busy? I opened a supermarket, started a company, and recently asked someone to help me manage artists. My girlfriend is pregnant. Is your girlfriend really 37 years old? Yes. Zo Xuching, who was driving, listened to the conversation between the two, curled his lips, and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The two people in the back row leaned back and hit their seats. Wang Ming quickly sat up straight and shouted, "Why did you suddenly speed up?" My feet hurt, I can't control it. Zo Xuching's voice suddenly softened again. I'm sorry, cousin. Zo Xuching is a thoughtful person and immediately noticed the dissatisfaction in Zo Xuching's tone. She covered her mouth and whispered to Wang Ming, she is obviously jealous. Wang Ming suddenly realized and deliberately continued, Hey, Xianing, let's go directly to the supermarket. I need to pick some supplements for my girlfriend. After hearing this, Zo Xuching stepped on the accelerator to the bottom again, and the car suddenly rushed out. Zo Xuching couldn't help laughing. Stop talking, you driver, not only your feet hurt, but your heart hurts too. Wang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and deliberately raised his voice, Huh? Really? Zo Xuching snorted, who cares? My feet just hurt. Zo Xuching felt jealous of the people she met during the month she was with Wang Ming. Except for his girlfriend, the mature woman Zo Xuching. There are also big star Lin Qi, the beautiful voice and sweet singing Li Zhixuan, Chen Lao's granddaughter Chen Zhixin, big company boss Jiang Yao, the quirky Zhang Xushuang, and the former driver Chen Yusen. They were either tall beauties or girls younger than herself, and all of them were outstanding. Hearing Wang Ming's concern for Zo Xuching at this time, he felt uncomfortable. She had long realized that her feelings towards Wang Ming had changed, but he had a girlfriend. Zo Xuching sighed inwardly, thinking that his father was really being too sentimental. Zo Xuching and Wang Ming in the back seat were still chatting. When Zo Xuching returned, he stepped on the accelerator very hard and drove into the city in less than 20 minutes. She really drove the car to the entrance of Wang Ming's supermarket on Sihong Road. After Wang Ming got out of the car, he knocked on the driver's window and said, Hey, aren't you going to get out? Zo Xuching lowered the window and said, No, I'll wait for you in the car. My feet still hurt. Zo Xuching walked around to Wang Ming, took his arm and said with a smile, Then let's go in. Zo Xuching was very polite to Zo Xuching, smiled and nodded, yeah. Wang Ming was led by his cousin into the supermarket. Zo Xuching glanced at the lively scene inside the supermarket and praised. Your supermarket is really good. Does my dad know how successful you are now? This is nothing. I'm going to open a chain in the future. The supermarket across the street closed down, and I plan to buy it. As they talked, they went straight to the manager's office. Li Zhixuan was composing music with her mobile phone. When she heard the door open, she immediately looked up. Wang Ming. She suddenly stood up from her chair. When he saw Wang Ming being held by a tall woman with a plump chest and buttocks, his eyes were full of displeasure. Wang Ming already has a girlfriend and is surrounded by so many beautiful women, and now there is one more. Zhixuan, this is my cousin, Zo Xuching. Wang Ming turned and introduced Zo Xuching, this is Li Zhixuan, the manager of my supermarket. Cousin? Li Zhixuan's displeased expression disappeared instantly. Zo Xuching immediately let go of Wang Ming's arm and walked in front of Li Zhixuan. Aren't you, the Li Zhixuan who's been going viral lately? It's her. Wang Ming said. Chapter 121 Cousin Meets Girlfriend. Zo Xuching looked Li Zhixuan up and down, with surprise in her tone. Oh my god, you wrote the lyrics and music for My Love Is Not Me all by yourself? She extended her hand enthusiastically, I play this song on repeat every day. Li Zhixuan felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and held Zo Xuching's hand. Thank you for the compliment, cousin. I am where I am today thanks to Wang Ming. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Ming. By the way, Chen Zhixin has already transferred the proceeds from my record to me. She only takes 20% of the record money, I take 50%, 30 million, I will transfer it to you. The copyright income will be credited to your account in a few days. Zo Xuching was stunned. One song, and she made 30 million? And there was still other income that she hadn't received yet. All this depends on Wang Ming? She turned her head and looked at Wang Ming blankly, speechless for a moment. Wang Ming waved his hand and said, "Keep the money. I'll ask you for it if I need it." "No way, I only want 1/10 of the money, and it should be yours." Okay, I understand what you mean." Zo Xuching became more and more confused as she listened. 30 million, not a cent? How rich is her cousin now? Li Zhixuan, such a popular figure, is working as a manager in your supermarket? She couldn't help but ask. I asked her to get out of the supermarket, but she refused. Li Zhixuan pouted and said, "This is the first thing I did for Wang Ming. I want to stick to it. Zhixuan is now our supermarket's living signboard. We have to limit the number of people entering and leaving the supermarket every day, otherwise it would be packed." Wang Ming walked over to Li Zhixuan and patted her shoulder. "I will build a chain of supermarkets and I'm looking for a general manager. You being my spokesperson would be a help to me." "Okay, mainly I attend various invitations, just." Li Zhixuan wanted to say that since she attended various activities, she had even less time to meet Wang Ming. "At least if I continue to be a manager, I will have many opportunities to meet people." Zo Xuching saw Li Zhixuan's cheeks turn red, then looked at Wang Ming and tried hard to hold back her laughter. "By the way, I asked my staff to pack the supplements you asked me to prepare for your girlfriend: bird's nest, sea cucumber, and black bone chicken." Li Zhixuan picked up the intercom and shouted, "The boss is here, send the things to the office. You've worked hard, take a few days off." "No, Sister Xin has agreed to a variety show for me. We're going to Nanzhou City. I was just about to tell you about it." "Well, go ahead. While you're popular now, more exposure will be beneficial." Knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Li Zhixuan shouted. A female employee pushed the door open and walked in, smiling, "Boss, manager." Wang Ming took a few steps closer and held out his hand. "Give me the thing." "Okay," the employee handed the large and small packages in his hand to Wang Ming, "then I'll get busy." Wang Ming turned to Li Zhixuan and said, "I'm leaving." Li Zhixuan curled her lips and said, "Come sit down for a while. Every time I see you, I just greet you. I stay in the supermarket for." You suddenly changed the subject. "Hey. Go ahead, Zo Xuching is waiting for you." Li Zhixuan sat down in the manager's chair, holding her chin with both hands and looking unhappy. "Bye." Wang Ming waved and turned away. Li Zhixuan immediately smiled and waved to Zo Xuching. "Goodbye, cousin." "Goodbye." Zo Xuching followed Wang Ming out of the supermarket. She paced over and teased in a low voice. "All right, you're living a wonderful life. Your girlfriend is pregnant, and your celebrity manager and attractive driver are looking at you with strange eyes and tones. Isn't that right?" Wang Ming coughed dryly twice. "Hey, I wanted to keep a low profile, but as you can see, I can't be low-key. When you broke up with Zo Mengmeng, I was worried about you. Now, oh, by the way, are you and Mengmeng no longer in touch?" Wang Ming frowned. He hadn't heard this name for a month. Without thinking too much, he shook his head and said, "It's over. My current girlfriend is her former adoptive mother." "Ah?" Zo Xuching stopped in her tracks, looking shocked. Wang Ming also stopped and smiled. "Come on, I'll take you to see her." "Are you kidding me?" "No kidding, they've already severed ties." "Oh my god, my ex-girlfriend's mother. That's normal. Let's go. Xia Ning is waiting for you," Wang Ming urged. When Zhao Xianing saw Wang Ming coming back with something in his hand, he quickly opened the trunk. Wang Ming put the supplements in the trunk and got into the back seat with his cousin. "Let's go to the Emerald Court." Zhao Xianing stepped on the accelerator. The accelerator was sour as I passed 5 cars and a red light. "Normally I wouldn't say anything if you drove like this, but my cousin is in the car, so be careful." It's okay. I can handle it no matter how fast the car goes." Zo Xuching helped Zhao Xianing to smooth things over. Okay, got it, boss." Wang Ming knew what Zhao Xianing was thinking, so he could only pretend to be confused. Including Zo Xuching, her obsession was already at its peak, and she became depressed for a while after knowing that Zo Xuching was pregnant. Zo Xuching's child is Wang Ming's most important responsibility now, and everything else can only be put aside temporarily. Zhou Sherman couldn't understand why Wang Ming jumped from the bottom to this point. He has no interest in 30 million, and the women around him are just like those who run a vinegar factory. Her mind was a little confused. Next year, my cousin will come to Xi'an to attend university, and then the three of us will be reunited. It's a pity that my uncle won't come to Xi'an. He is nostalgic. He doesn't even want to move to the county town, let alone come to Shiguan. Zhou Sherman sighed. Well, let's go back to see him together at the end of the year. Wang Ming turned his head and continued, Xia Ning, will you come to my house to celebrate the new year? Me? You should take Zo Xuching home for the new year. What's the point of me going to your house? Personal bodyguards are not exempt from the New Year's holiday. No, I want to accompany my father. Your father specifically asked you to come home with me. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not going. It's still early anyway, we'll talk about it later. On the way, Wang Ming and Zhao Xianing bickered from time to time, and soon arrived at the Jade Court. Zhao Xianing drove the car into the community and waited downstairs. Wang Ming and Zhou Sherman went upstairs. Zo Xuching opened the door and saw Zhou Sherman, and raised her eyebrows. You must be Wang Ming's cousin, please come in. He. Hello. Wang Ming whispered in Zhou Sherman's ear, don't be polite, don't be reserved, just treat it like your own home. Please come in. Zo Xuching took out a pair of new slippers for Zhou Sherman. Zhou Sherman came into the house and looked at Zo Xuching carefully. She has a graceful and mature figure, a beautiful face, and the best measurements. I don't know if it's because of her pregnancy, but she has a gentle maternal charm and exudes a strong aura in her every move. She was originally curious why the women around Wang Ming were so outstanding, but he chose a girlfriend of such an old age. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I understand. Which man can stand firm in front of a mature woman who exudes both gentleness and queenly aura? Zhou Sherman couldn't help but admire in her heart. Sister, roll your eyes a little bit. It's even more exaggerated than when a pervert saw Xuching. Zo Xuching chuckled, hurry up and sit down. Zhou Sherman immediately came back to her senses. This is the first time I've seen such a charming woman. Stop praising me, you have a very good temperament too. Zo Xuching smiled and asked Zhou Sherman to sit on the sofa, then turned and walked into the kitchen. I'll get you some water. Wang Ming sat next to Zhou Sherman. Xuching has created a Chongsam brand, with Lin Qi and Li Zhixuan as the brand ambassadors. The stores in various districts were once sold out. That's amazing. At this time, Zo Xuching walked back to the living room and placed 2 glasses of water on the coffee table. What's so great about that? From establishing the brand to financial support, Wang Ming has helped me a lot. Chapter 122, Dangers. There was a century-old Chongsam shop that was about to close. Wang Ming bought the shop without hesitation and even arranged for the master's granddaughter to work in the design department of my company. Zo Xuching sat next to Wang Ming and took his arm. Now the master craftsman is teaching his apprentices the piping technique in the store every day. The pre-orders for the new Songyi Chongsam are already booked until the end of the year. I didn't expect it to be so popular. Many celebrities have customized it. Wang Ming sighed. With your support, my expertise, and endorsements from Lin Qi, Li Zhixuan, and Blackpig, it's hard not to be a hit. Zhou Sherman stared at Wang Ming with great admiration at this moment. Is this still her cousin? Zhou Sherman stared at the brand brochure on the coffee table. The cover showed Lin Qi wearing an ink and wash printed Chongsam and leaning against a carved window frame. The Qingtang Mingyi logo was printed on the lower right corner. Did you choose this name? Wang Ming and I took it together. Zhou Sherman opened the album. The first page shows a young girl wearing a red Chongsam standing in an old alley, with a little girl standing on tiptoe beside her. This is what you looked like when you were young, right? Zhou Sherman immediately recognized the person in the photo. It was Zo Xuching. Well, I once gave Wang Ming a photo album, and he insisted that I choose a photo to be printed on the front page of the brochure. Is this girl Zo Ming? Wang Ming sighed. Oh, there are so many photos, and she insisted on choosing one of her holding Zo Ming's hand. The point isn't the clothes I'm wearing, it's the Chongsam in this photo that's the only one with a representative design. Zo Xuching pulled Wang Ming's arm, signaling him not to be angry. Zhou Sherman continued to flip through the brochure, followed by pages with pictures of Lin Chi, Blackpig, and Li Zhixuan wearing various cheongsams. By the way, sister, Wang Ming suddenly stood up from the sofa and took a packaging box from the table in the distance. Xuching prepared a gift for you. Zhou Sherman took it and opened the box, only to see an exquisite cheongsam inside. Delicate white peach blossoms are embroidered on the light pink background, carefully carved and lifelike. Wow, it's so beautiful. Zhou Sherman couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She gently stroked the fabric of the cheongsam, which felt soft and smooth, and the workmanship was impeccable. I showed Xuching your photo. She designed this specifically for you, said Wang Ming. Zo Xuching smiled gently. I hope you like it. Zhou Sherman was deeply moved. It's so thoughtful, I like it very much. You are so beautiful, can you be a model for my brand in the future? Zhou Sherman was flattered when she heard Zo Xuching ask this. You have so many celebrities as your signboards. Mine, isn't that impressive? Sister, you're not bad compared to Lin Chi, you're just not famous. You're just a clothes hanger. You're the only one who knows how to brag. Downstairs, Zhao Xianing was leaning against the front of the car, playing with his cell phone. A few dozen meters away, Zhou Mengmeng half stuck her body out from behind a bush with yellowing branches and leaves. She stared at Zhao Xianing. I have so many enemies. She opened her phone and flipped through the photos of Lin Chi, Chen Zhixin, Zhang Yao, Li Zhixuan, and Zhang Shushuang. The picture finally stopped at Zo Xuching. The corners of her mouth curled up evilly. Zo Xuching, I will make sure your unborn baby suffers the same fate as my child. Zhao Xianing seemed to sense something, and she turned around to look. Zhou Mengmeng quickly shrank back. Why does it seem like someone is looking at me? Zhao Xianing murmured. In Yijin Garden, Zhou Xing's home was in a mess. Wang Jie's new clothes and cosmetics were thrown all over the place by Zhou Xing. There were several broken vases and broken glass all over the floor. The coffee table was also tilted, and the water cups and fruits on it rolled all over the floor. You stinky bitch, this bag, these cosmetics, and that new Dajiang car, were all given to you by Wang Ming, right? Zhou Xing's eyes were red as he pointed at Wang Jia, who was curled up on the ground with messy hair, and roared. Wang Jia looked up and sneered at Zhou Xing, her eyes full of disdain. Who gave it to you has nothing to do with you. Why don't you give it to me? Oh, I forgot. You are so poor that you have to ask for a discount for your pork trotter rice. Zhou Xing strode forward, grabbed Wang Jia's hair, raised his hand suddenly, and slapped her hard. Wang Jia was blown away by the force and hit the sofa. She stopped crying. But the sound of a child crying echoed in the bedroom. How the hell did you become so beautiful? Where did you get the money for beauty treatments? Speak! Zhou Xing yelled at Wang Jia. Wang Ming spent 500 system coins to buy beauty potion for Wang Jia to take. Now she not only has a graceful figure, but also a naturally transitioned face, and is much more beautiful than before. The effect of the beauty potion is not that of a drastic plastic surgery. Her facial features and skin have only undergone subtle changes on the original basis. The eyelashes that were once sparse are now thick and curled. The eyes, which were originally not big, naturally widened slightly. The freckles on her cheeks have completely disappeared, and her skin is smooth and delicate. After Wang Jia modified her face with beauty potion, she successfully triggered system recognition. However, Wang Ming did not bind himself to Wang Jia. He thought about it carefully. Jia Fong was a lesson for him. If the system came up with some weird tasks after binding him, he would become a sinner again. Wang Ming only came to see her occasionally. At this moment, Wang Jia's eyes were dull, and she looked at Zhou Xing with a half-smile. You are not a man. If there is a can of milk powder in the house that was bought by you, I will not do anything out of line. That means you really went too far. Zhou Xing was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He bent down to pick up the belt on the ground, walked up to Wang Jia, and asked viciously. Is it Wang Ming who keeps you? Tell me. Wang Jia snorted disdainfully, guess? Zhou Xing felt a surge of blood and energy rising up, and in such anger that a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Wang Jia subconsciously stretched out her arm to block the spurting blood. She hurriedly stood up, reached out to support Zhou Xing, who was a little unsteady, and called out husband. She recalled the domestic violence of the past few days and immediately pulled her hand back. Don't be angry anymore. Let's get a divorce. Even if I'm still that honest housewife, I won't stick with you for much longer. The child is mine and the house is yours. Let's go and handle the paperwork tomorrow. Zo Xuching sat on the sofa, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. Wang Ming, you were so cruel, I underestimated you, my uncle sticks to you all day long, and my wife also. Humph, you're still thinking about your uncle. Even if she were blind, she wouldn't fall for you. After Wang Jia finished speaking, she went into the bedroom, simply packed a few clothes, and stuffed them into her bag. He picked up the crying child, took the child's supplies, and walked towards the entrance. If you walk out of this door, I will make sure Wang Ming is killed to pieces. Zo Xuching sat on the sofa and shouted at the top of his lungs. Wang Jia stopped changing her shoes and sneered. He can lift you up with one hand. Even if he practices for another 20 years, 10 of you still can't match his strength. Zo Xuching spat out another mouthful of blood. He covered his heart, curled up his body, and his facial expression was terrifyingly ferocious. Wang Jia didn't look back, changed her shoes, opened the door and walked out resolutely. Wang Ming, you deserve to be cut into pieces. Ah! Puff! Zo Xuching spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 123 The Biggest Crisis. Wang Ming and Zhou Sherman had already said goodbye to Zo Xuching, and Zhao Xianing took the two of them and drove towards Longwan Body. Sister, I have 3 houses in our community. I live in one and Zhao Xianing lives in another. I originally wanted Zo Xuching to move in with me, but she refused to come. Do you want to live with me or go to that empty house? When Zhou Sherman heard Wang Ming say that he had 3 houses, she was not too shocked. She was already numb from the shock. I'll live with you, it'll be more convenient, she said lightly. Wang Ming nodded. Okay, when we were little you often coaxed me to sleep. Now. Zhou Sherman immediately coughed, glanced at Zhao Xianing in the driver's seat, and gently reminded him, be a little more respectful. Wang Ming chuckled. Zhao Xianing parked the car in front of Wang Ming's house, and Wang Ming and Zhou Sherman got out of the car. Zhao Xianing rolled down the window and waved, I'll go park the car. Just go home and rest, then come to my house for dinner and we'll go out for dinner together. That's fine. Without me disturbing you, it's a good opportunity for you siblings to have a good chat. Bye, sister man. Bye. Zhou Sherman waved. After Zhao Xianing finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car drove towards the underground garage. Wang Ming took Zhou Sherman into the courtyard of the detached house. Zhou Sherman looked around, her eyes full of amazement. This yard is so exquisite. How much is this house per square meter? The apartment buildings in this community seem to be around 20,000 yuan, and the single-family houses should be around 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Oh my god, you have 3 sets? After entering the house, Wang Ming walked directly to the sofa in the living room and slumped down on it. I want to sell these houses. Zhou Sherman was surprised, why? Wang Ming frowned, it's very complicated. What worried him was Zheng Xushuang. Although Zheng Xushuang returned to school, she always believed that Wang Ming was her boyfriend, but Wang Ming never agreed. Although she has an introverted personality, if she knew that he has a girlfriend and she is pregnant. Given her personality, her reserved nature will definitely be suppressed by her manic nature, which will definitely be disadvantageous to Zo Xuching. Zhou Sherman looked at Wang Ming's sad face, sat beside him and comforted him softly. Now that you've become what you are today, our family has benefited from it. Why are you still worried? Is it about your driver or the supermarket manager? Wang Ming sighed and said helplessly, if it were just a matter between the two of them, it would be fine. Now they are taking every step carefully. Zhou Sherman chuckled and said jokingly. You've really changed now. You used to be so obedient to Zhou Mengmeng that you wanted to sell our rural house to get money for her. Wang Ming frowned and said, don't mention her anymore. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Zhou Sherman became serious and returned to the topic, asking. You asked me to be your secretary, what kind of things do I handle? I just want you to stay by my side and help me with things that I can't do sometimes. By the way, I'll give you a card. Here's 10 million. Please keep it for me. It would be best if you could apply for a card in your name and transfer the money to it. Zhou Sherman looked puzzled, I'll keep it for you? Well, keep it like this, just in case. Zhou Sherman asked again, what happened to you? How come all this money was given to you by Lin Qi? You must explain it to me today. If your uncle knew you were this rich, wouldn't he faint? Wang Ming thought about it, then lied. I used the money Lin Shi gave me to invest in the company, and Xu Qing and I created a Cheongsam brand. We also opened a supermarket. Everything is very profitable. At this time, Wang Ming had already taken off his jacket. Zo Xuching glanced at Wang Ming's muscular figure, and suddenly her eyes became a little strange. She stammered. Brother, you wouldn't betray. Wang Ming quickly interrupted her. Sister, what are you thinking about? He continued, after I sell these 3 houses, we'll move to Jiangxin Island, where I also have a villa. Jiangxin Island? Shiguan City is the most expensive place for land. Do you have a villa? Zo Xuching was shocked again. How much are your assets now? Less than 200 million, I haven't calculated the exact amount. Zo Xuching choked up. Your uncle and sister don't know, right? How could I dare to say that? You're such a calm person, but you have this expression after hearing it. Zo Xuching shook her head and chuckled. I haven't spent much of the money you transferred to me. I should have gone to the island country to have some fun before coming to see you. You can spend my money as you please, but I will never forget the kindness you and my uncle have shown me. When I was taking the college entrance exam, you took leave to come back and take the exam with me. In order to relieve my stress, you. Wang Ming. Shut up. Zo Xuching's eyes darted around in panic, and she coughed twice to hide her embarrassment. She didn't dare to look Wang Ming in the eye. Wang Ming quickly stopped talking. Every time Zo Xuching was mentioned, she would get angry. In short, I want to give back to this family. This is just the beginning. I'm going to play a game right now. When I come back, we'll move to Jiangxin Island. What game do you play? The boxing match is being held on the West Han. The West Han? The first cruise ship of the Snias Kingdom. Well, I've made it through the WWA World Qualifiers and made it to the top 64. This time, the entire competition took place on a cruise ship. Top 64. Wang Ming laughed and said, of course this is not my ability. I will definitely break into the top 10 in the world. You seem so strange to me. You once starved yourself for your girlfriend, and now you want to be in the top 10 in the world? Hee, the current world number 9 is my friend. Zo Xuching took off her windbreaker and leaned back, taking a few breaths and laughing softly. I was wondering why I had no time to work in the past few months. It turns out there's a dragon in the family. She turned to look at Wang Ming. Do you want me to accompany you to the competition? You can accompany me, that's fine. I'll be under a lot of pressure then. Can you? Zo Xuching was so angry that she jumped up and kept hitting Wang Ming. I told you to keep talking. I told you to keep talking. Oh, I won't say anymore, sister. I won't say anymore. Longwan Group Building. In an office, Chen Nianhong was holding a fashion magazine. The front page showed Lin Shi wearing a Cheongsam from a trendy brand that had suddenly become popular. Xingtang, Mingy. Hee, and even created a brand. Pan Cheng said, I found out that he also has a decoration company, which is also in full swing. Chen Nianhong put down the magazine and sneered, his brand and company are just small fry, not worth mentioning. What I want now is his life. The day after tomorrow, the Westin will dock, and Wang Ming will board the ship to participate in this year's UCF. Chen Nianhong smiled sinisterly. Ha, Xuching, you performed well. I want you to take someone on board, wait for the cruise ship to sail out to the ocean, and give him to me. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Nianhong's eyes, and he raised his knife and made a gesture of cutting the neck. Chapter 124. Waiting for Wang Ming to leave. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely live up to your high expectations. Chen Nianhong nodded in satisfaction, stood up with his crutches and patted Pan Cheng on the shoulder. Xuching, I always trust you to do things. I'll give you 10 million for the expenses on the Westin cruise ship, and you don't have to pay me back the rest. As long as this matter is done, I will not treat you unfairly. Pan Cheng quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, I will make sure Wang Ming disappears without a trace. A sly glint flashed in Chen Nianhong's eyes. Lin Shi's incident hasn't blown over yet. I'll be living in seclusion in the bamboo forest. I look forward to hearing good news from you when you return. Through the operation of Chen Nianhong. All the blame for the Lin Shi incident was borne by Bai Shan and the male lead and female lead in the drama. He got away with it. Chen Nianhong promised Chen Zhixin that he would live in seclusion from then on, and Chen Zhixin did not tell Lin Shi and Wang Ming about this for the time being. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Xianing came to Wang Ming's detached house. The three of them came to the restaurant together. Wang Ming looked like he was worried about something. "What are you thinking about?" Zo Xuching asked. "At first, I was planning to ask you to help me take care of Xuching. Now that you're on board, I don't know who should take care of her." Zo Xuching agreed. "Yeah, I'll be gone for a month, otherwise I'll bleed." At this time, Zo Xuching called. Wang Ming smiled and said, "What a tacit understanding." He slid over to answer it. "Wang Ming, you're going to board the ship the day after tomorrow, right?" Wang Ming quickly said, "I was just thinking about you. You said I'd be gone for a month, and Li Jixuan would be leaving soon." Zo Xuching smiled nonchalantly and said, "I'm not a child. Don't forget that I raised someone before. Just go with peace of mind. I'm calling to tell you that I'm planning to have your sister over for a get-together tomorrow." When Wang Ming heard this, he hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "How can you cook when you're pregnant?" "Forget it." Zo Xuching was a little disappointed. "Well, she's coming on board with you, right?" That's fine. I feel relieved knowing your sister is with you. I have to tell her to keep an eye on you. Don't give my unborn baby another brother or sister." "How could that be? Am I so dishonest? Don't you have any idea?" Zo Xuching's voice suddenly turned cold. I'm eating. Bye." Wang Ming immediately hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Zo Xuching has a strong sixth sense and she often makes remarks to Wang Ming. Wang Ming turned to Zhao Xianing and asked, "Have you told Master Zhao about our plan to board the ship? Did he agree?" Zhao Xianing nodded gently, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Of course my dad agreed. He really wants me to never go home and stay by your side." "Are there only 3 of us on board?" Zo Xuching asked. "On my side, there will be only 3 of us. Lin Wei will bring his sister with him." Zhao Xianing curled her lips. Is Lin Qi coming aboard just for Lin Wei? What are you jealous of?" Wang Ming smiled and looked at the system panel. Zhao Xianing's infatuation level had risen to 72. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that Lin Qi was on board, as she was just a little short of filling up the quota. At that time, you can collect double the system coins and get more rewards than usual for completing tasks. The waiter brought the dishes to the table and the 3 of them began to eat. At the same time, in the Longwan group building, Pan Chang received Chen Nianhong's order and began to prepare for boarding the ship. He selected several capable and efficient men and secretly discussed the action plan in a conference room. This mission must succeed, failure is not allowed. Elder Chen has issued a death order, and it's Wang Ming's life. Pan Xing glanced at everyone fiercely. The West Han is at port. We'll board as tourists and wait for the ship to sail out to the open ocean before finding an opportunity to take action. One of his men frowned and asked worriedly, "Brother Pan, the security on the cruise ship must be very tight, and if something goes wrong, it will be difficult for us to escape at sea. If you're scared, just get out of here. You want the money but don't want to take the risk?" Pan Xing shouted. "I'm not afraid of myself, but if the truth is revealed, coupled with the previous Lin Qi incident, the reputation of Longwan Group will be ruined." Pan Xing sneered, "I've thought about all this. I'll bribe a few staff members on the cruise ship, and they'll provide us with convenience when the time comes. If this is discovered, there will be a speedboat to pick us up and we can escape. Just follow my plan and there will be no problem." After hearing this, everyone nodded to show that they understood. Pan Xing continued, "This matter must be kept secret. If anyone leaks the news, oomph." The next day at noon, Zo Xuching was wearing an apron and cutting fruit in the kitchen. The doorbell suddenly rang. She held her waist and opened the door, and saw Li Jixuan standing outside the door holding a pot of green ivy. "Sister Xuching, I'm here to bring you some green plants. Potholes can absorb formaldehyde. Wang Ming asked me to bring it to you." Zo Xuching frowned. Wang Ming clearly asked Zhao Xianing to deliver the potted plants this morning, so how come it became Li Jixuan? "You're a big star now, how can he assign you any work?" She stepped aside to let Li Jixuan in. "Even if I become the king of a country, I am still Wang Ming's man and must listen to him." Zo Xuching was shocked. Li Jixuan noticed her expression turn cold, and immediately smiled and said, "What I mean is, I will always be Wang Ming's subordinate." "Oh, really?" Zo Xuching took the green plant and put it in the bedroom. Zo Xuching returned to the living room and saw Li Jixuan sitting there obediently. She looked at Li Jixuan with complicated feelings. Jixuan, you and Wang Ming have known each other for a long time, right? Well, a little later than Zo Mengmeng. Sister, don't misunderstand anything. My ex-boyfriend is Wang Ming's brother, so. No need to say that. I know everything. Zo Xuching's smile made Li Jixuan feel a little uncomfortable. Li Jixuan felt that she was a little different from before. There seemed to be a kind of dominant aura, and Wang Ming also suddenly had this aura. It's the feeling of being confident and in control of everything. He'll be on board for a month this time. Aren't you worried? Li Zixuan was a little flustered when asked this question. I am a little worried, he is my boss after all. But, Sister Xuching, Wang Ming is so capable, he will be fine. Besides, he has Zhao Xianing, a martial arts expert, to accompany him. Li Zixuan consoled him. Zo Xuching sighed softly, that's exactly what I'm worried about. 1 month. Li Zixuan's heart tightened at this moment. Zo Xuching definitely knew everything about Wang Ming. This person was simply terrifying. Jixuan, take care of yourself when you go out of town. I know, I'm just on a business trip for a few days. You have to take good care of yourself and the baby. Li Zixuan responded with a smile. Well, thank you. You're so polite. Well, I have to go now. I'll come see you again when I get back from my business trip. Li Zixuan bids farewell to Zo Xuching. She took out a package of test strips in the elevator. There are 2 bars on top. Oh, what should I do? Li Zixuan walked out of the community. Zo Mengmeng stepped out from the corner, looked at Li Zixuan's back with a smile on her face. As soon as Wang Ming leaves, I'll take care of you all. Chapter 125. Things take a turn for the better. Zhen Zixin stared at her belly in a daze for a long time. What should I do? He has a girlfriend. At the same time, Zheng Shuxuan just walked out of the hospital. She held the examination report and smiled. Now I can finally take a leave of absence from school with a legitimate reason, ha ha ha. But, don't computers emit radiation? She looked at her watch and it was almost time for her prison visit appointment. Never mind him, tell my dad the good news first. She took a taxi and went to Guanbei prison. At this time, Wang Mingzhan was having dinner with his cousin and Zo Xuching. A prompt suddenly pops up on the system panel. The hidden mission of the bound object Zheng Shuxuang is completed. Reward, 1 talent scroll. Reward system coins 500. Wang Ming was stunned, and the scene of Zheng Shuxuang forcing marriage with a knife suddenly popped up in his mind. The prompt that the hidden task was completed came so suddenly that he was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Wang Ming subconsciously glanced at Zo Xuching, and a sense of guilt inexplicably surged in his heart. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to concentrate on the food in front of him. On the other side, Zheng Shuxuang arrived at the prison at just the right time. She was taken to the visiting room by the staff and sat outside the isolation window. Not long after, her father was escorted out. The two sat across the window and each picked up the intercom. Dad, you've lost weight again. Zheng Shuxuang looked at her father's obviously thin face and said with heartache. A few months ago, my father weighed 180 kilograms and looked fat and big-eared. Now he weighs only 130 kilograms and looks haggard and worn. Father Zheng smiled bitterly. I worry about whether you are doing well all day long, Shuxuang. Dad is really sorry for you. If I hadn't been so impulsive. Dad, I don't blame you, the culprit is the person who went to our house. By the way, Dad, I have good news for you. Zheng Shuxuang just opened his mouth, but stopped talking. She hesitated for a moment and thought it would be better to wait until the situation stabilized before doing anything, so as to save her elderly father from more worries. She then changed her tone and said, well, it's okay. I'll tell you later. Zheng's father said seriously, do Dad a favor. Zheng Shuxuang nodded quickly, you say. Back then, your mother destroyed the surveillance memory cards in the yard and indoors. I know that. But she forgot that the apartment building has several high-definition surveillance cameras that can capture our yard. 4K high definition. Zheng Shuxuang's body trembled violently, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In other words, we can find the person who came to our house that day. Well, I really can't swallow this. Please save the surveillance footage to your phone for me and come over here so I can see who he is. There was resentment in Zheng's father's eyes. Zheng Shuxuang sneered, I want to see it too. She changed her mind and frowned again, but the property has been sold, and I don't know if the current owner has replaced the surveillance. This is the only way. If we can't find it, it's God's will. Zhang's father sighed helplessly. Zhang Xuchuang gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely find him. While my body still allows it. Father Zhang asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? Ah, it's okay, don't worry Dad. Zhang Xuchuang thought to herself that she must find out who that man was, no matter what. Even if her body wouldn't allow it, she would let Wang Ming seek justice for her. Zhang Xuchuang saved 500,000 yuan for her father and then left. She went straight to her old home. Both the single-family homes and apartment buildings were bought in packages by one person. She rang the door of the detached house. The doorbell rang for a long time, and a middle-aged man with simple clothes and a kind face walked out of the house and came to the gate of the yard. Who are you? Zhang Xuchuang forced a smile and said politely, I used to be a resident here, don't you recognize me? The man looked at Zhang Xuchuang carefully and thought for a while, I remember now, what brought you here? I'd like to ask if the surveillance cameras in the apartment building are still there. Can I see the old surveillance footage? There are 2 cameras there that can capture the yard of this single-family house. The middle-aged man frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. Watch the surveillance? Zhang Xuchuang hurriedly explained, Uncle, I have something very important to tell you. Something happened in my family a few months ago, and my father went to jail because of it. Now I'm counting on this surveillance to find out the truth. Let me take a look. As she spoke, her eyes became red. According to his previous personality, he would definitely curse and threaten him. Ever since he was gifted with the talent of restraint, he has always acted with courtesy before force. The middle-aged man's expression relaxed a little. I'll ask my wife about this. After he finished speaking, he walked back to the detached house. Zhang Xuchuang was waiting anxiously at the gate. After a few minutes, the door of the detached house opened again, and behind the middle-aged man came a woman in her 40s with a good figure and fashionable clothes. The woman came to the gate, looked Zhang Xuchuang up and down and said, Girl, it's not that we don't want to help you, but this surveillance video can't be shown to anyone. I think this child is quite pitiful, his father. Shut up, can anyone see the surveillance footage? Zhang Xuchuang bowed politely, Auntie, no. Beautiful sister, let me see, I will help you pay the property management fee for the single-family house this year. The woman folded her shoulders and snorted, Do I need this little money? The man stamped his feet anxiously and shouted impatiently, I told you to stop pretending here. We are just people being relocated. Why are you putting on airs? This deal will only benefit us, so let's agree to it. You still dare to say that? Do you want to kneel on the washboard? Surveillance involves my privacy, so I can't just let anyone see it. The woman crossed her arms, a look of displeasure in her eyes. Zhang Xuchuang's originally friendly eyes turned cold in an instant, and he sneered and said, Your privacy? Ha ha. Is there something shameful? When the woman heard this, her face turned pale instantly. She suddenly opened the door, pointed her finger at Zhang Xuchuang and started to curse, You little bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Xuchuang took a step forward, his eyes fierce as he shouted, Put your hands down. Do you believe I'll chop off your fingers? The man saw his wife's panic and immediately became suspicious and asked, Why are you so flustered when I tell you something's wrong? You don't even want the free property management fee. You must be up to something. I have to check the surveillance today. The woman quickly reached out and grabbed the man's arm, begging desperately, Husband. Please don't check the surveillance video, I really am fine. Nothing? Look at you, you dress up all day long, and you always find excuses to get me away. You won't even tell me your phone password, and now you won't let me check the surveillance footage. I think you have something to hide. The man became angrier as he spoke. He pulled the woman's hand away and strode towards the apartment building. The woman glared at Zhang Xuchuang fiercely, You've caused a big mess. Zhang Xuchuang glared back with disdain, Remember this from now on, don't do it at home, or you'll end up with your family destroyed. After she finished speaking, she followed the man towards the apartment building. The man came to the door of a room on the first floor of the apartment building, took out the key from his pocket and unlocked the door. This is a room that is not rented out. He walked in and turned on the computer. Zhang Xuchuang followed him in and stood behind him. The man turned around and said to Zhang Xuchuang, I'll check my wife's recent updates first, and then I'll help you check. Zhang Xuchuang nodded and responded politely, Thank you. Chapter 126 Knowing the Truth. The woman rushed into the room, rushed forward anxiously, grabbed the man's hand, and cried. Hubby, don't look at it. There's nothing to see on the surveillance camera. Get out of my way, the man angrily pushed his wife aside. The woman was unsteady and almost fell. She was extremely panicked and asked Zo Xuching anxiously, "Really, can I see the yard?" Zo Xuching raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. "Seeing you panic like this, and you still say it's okay?" The man turned around and glared at his wife. "No wonder you didn't let me install surveillance cameras at home. Just wait, if I find out anything, I'll definitely divorce you." "Oh my God, husband, don't check." The woman begged, her voice desperate. The man started operating the computer to check the surveillance video. On the screen, scenes from the past few days appeared one by one. The man's wife frequently appeared at the back door of the courtyard, opening the door for the strange man. The two behaved intimately, talking and laughing. The scenes kept switching for nearly a month, and there was more than one man entering the yard. They hugged the woman in the yard, and then walked into the detached house together. The man stood up suddenly, his eyes red, raised his hand and hit his wife, asking, "What's going on? Tell me." The woman was beaten and retreated repeatedly, her face full of fear, and she was still trying to defend herself. "Don't misunderstand me." The man was so angry that he was shaking all over. "You are a wholesaler. Who are these people?" The woman was so guilty that she dared not fight back and kept muttering, "You misunderstood, husband. There's a refrigerator repairman, a computer repairman, a range hood repairman, and I asked you to fix the refrigerator. I asked you to fix the computer." The man slapped his wife one after another and did not stop until she sat on the ground. Zo Xuching didn't have the heart to pay attention to the two of them. She sat down in front of the computer and began to check the surveillance footage of her mother before the accident. She turned to the records for that month and was pleasantly surprised to find that all the surveillance records were still there. I clicked on the surveillance footage of the day and patiently adjusted the time. A whole day passed and there was nothing abnormal in the footage. Just before evening, my mother stood at the door of her house, looked toward the apartment building, then picked up the phone and dialed. Zo Xuching increased the playback speed, and finally, a tall and straight man appeared on the screen. He walked cautiously to the small door in the backyard of the detached house, looked around nervously, and only went in through the back door after confirming that there was no one there. Zo Xuching started playing at double speed. The man never came out after he went in. At night, the lights in each room of the house were turned on one by one, and the man did not leave the house until the next day. "It's you!" Zo Xuching was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She froze the surveillance footage on the man's face and then zoomed in. As the man's face in the frozen image gradually became clearer, Zo Xuching's pupils dilated little by little. Her breathing stopped, and the hand pressing the mouse trembled uncontrollably. Her chest felt like it was blocked by a huge rock, and she felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Zo Xuching felt like her heart had stopped beating. She closed her eyes and shook her head violently, trying to wake herself up. When she opened her eyes and looked at the screen again, her lips were bitten and bleeding. How could this happen? It's really you." Zo Xuching stood up suddenly and walked out of the house. At this time, the woman was beaten by her husband until her nose and mouth were bleeding. She pointed at Zo Xuching and cursed, "You bitch. It's all your fault." Zo Xuching suddenly stopped, with a fierce look in his eyes. She turned around, ripped off the keyboard, lifted it high, and smashed it hard on the woman's head, roaring as she did so. "I told you to curse. I told you to curse. I told you to curse." The man was stunned by the scene and stood there at a loss. The woman was beaten so hard that blood was coming out of her head. She screamed in fear, "Husband, save me. You deserve it. I'd better beat you to death. Keep going." The man recovered and cheered for Zo Xuching. Zo Xuching threw down the broken keyboard and walked out of the house. He stood still, looking in the direction of the detached house, then glanced at his stomach with a complicated look. She picked up the phone and dialed Wang Ming's number. "Hello? Xuching." Wang Ming's voice came from the phone. Zo Xuching clenched her hands into fists, and all the nail polish broke off before it could dig into her flesh. "Wang Ming. You hit it so well. Write a suicide note." Beep, beep, beep. After Zo Xuching hung up, Wang Ming looked at the phone, confused. "Zo Xuching, why is she going crazy again? Her reserved nature seems to be unable to control her." At this time, Wang Ming had already separated from Zo Xuching and was strolling along the river with Zo Xuching. Wang Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils widening. Could it be? Shit. Zo Xuching turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister, hurry home and pack your bags. Aren't we boarding the ship tomorrow? I'm going to stay out today. This matter needs to be resolved when I get back." "What happened?" Wang Ming immediately put his phone in his pocket and ran to the parking lot with Zo Xuching. "There's a chick with a very strong personality. She'll use a knife if she says she'll use a knife. Anyway, get out of here quickly." The two ran to the front of the car. Wang Ming got on the driver's seat, and Zo Xuching got on the passenger seat. Wang Ming started the car and stepped on the accelerator. "You have an enemy, right? That's why you hired a bodyguard?" Zo Xuching asked worriedly. "I'll tell you in detail later. With Zhao Xianing here and your skills so good, what are you afraid of?" Wang Ming was helpless and shook his head. "I just can't hurt her, that's why I'm afraid." "Oh, and tell Xianing to reunite with us quickly." Wang Ming called Zhao Xianing. "Xianing, have you packed your things?" "Yeah, I'm having dinner with my dad. Go directly to the Guanhuan Hotel on Jiangxin Island. I'll send you the room number later." "Huh? Why don't you go home tonight?" "Something happened. We can't go home today." "Well, my dad wanted you to come to the gym to meet him before you leave. Let's talk about it when we get back. Let's reunite quickly." Wang Ming hung up the phone and called Zhang Fulu again. "Hey, little Fulu." As for Zhang Xuchuang, she returned to her grandmother's community. "I arrived at Wang Ming's house and rang the doorbell for a long time. Sure enough, there was no one." Zhang Xuchuang stared at her belly. "From now on, you only have a mother and no father." She was desperate. Tears welled up in my eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. She took a deep breath, turned and left the house. Chapter 127. Zo Xuching is getting more and more shocked. Wang Ming took Zo Xuching to the Guanhuan Hotel, and the front desk quickly completed the check-in procedures for the two suites. After entering the room, Wang Ming collapsed on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Zo Xuching came to Wang Ming's room and looked around. "This hotel is really nice, but what happened that caused such a rush?" Wang Ming rubbed his temples and said tiredly, "Let's talk about it after Xianing comes." Half an hour later, Zhao Xianing dragged the suitcase back to his room and rushed to Wang Ming's room in a hurry. As soon as she entered the door, she asked with a puzzled look on her face, "What's going on? Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" "I can't go home and stay." Wang Ming sat up straight. "The situation is a bit complicated. I'm hiding. I'm going to board the ship tomorrow. I'll deal with this matter when I get back." He was glad that Zhang Xuchuang had only met Zhao Xianing and Li Zhishuan, and did not know Zo Xuching and the others, otherwise the matter would have been even more complicated. Li Zhishuan was about to go to another city to participate in a variety show, and Zhao Xianing and herself boarded the ship. Maybe after a while, Zhang Xuchuan will let go of the hatred in his heart. Zhao Xianing curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction, "Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me the truth first." Wang Ming sighed helplessly. Something went wrong with Zhang Xuchuang, and now she's probably looking for me to settle the score. Zhao Xianing widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Zhang Xuchuang? What's going on?" Wang Ming shook his head. "Her mother, she must be looking for me everywhere." Zo Xuching was confused and couldn't help asking, "Who is this Zhang Xuchuang? Why is she so powerful?" Zhao Xianing smiled and said, "A 19-year-old girl, a college student, and she was boarding at Wang Ming's house some time ago. She has a rather fierce personality, but she behaves very well in front of Wang Ming." Zhao Xianing walked over and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. "Is she anxious about moving back to school?" Duo King Ming? There was a sour taste in her voice when she said this. Zo Xuching covered her mouth and laughed. "Brother, how many romantic deaths have you caused?" Wang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to you." At this time, Zhang Xuchuang spent 30,000 yuan to hire a group of thugs from the school. She stood among a group of boys and shouted, "Whoever can find this guy in Shiguan will give him 50,000 yuan. 30,000 for providing information." When the 30 or so boys heard this, their eyes lit up and they were eager to try. Zhang Xuchuang sent photos of Wang Ming to these people one by one. One of them frowned after taking the photo. "He's quite tall and has big muscles. Why does this person look so familiar?" Everyone took Wang Ming's photo and dispersed, preparing to look for Wang Ming in various places in Shiguan. After Zhang Xuching sent them away, he walked into the community and squatted at the gate of his grandmother's courtyard, staring at the direction of Wang Ming's house. Zhang Xucheng's grandmother came out of the house and saw her squatting at the door and asked with concern, "Xucheng, why are you always looking at Wang Ming's house?" Zhang Xucheng forced a smile. "It's okay, Grandma, I just care about him." The old lady smiled and nodded. "Okay, you have been much better behaved since you met Wang Ming. Why not just give him a call and ask him?" Zhang Xucheng quickly waved his hands. "It's okay, it's just right to sit down and get some fresh air." The old lady went back to the house, brought out a blanket for her, and gently draped it over her. "It's getting cold, and the wind is strong at night. Don't catch a cold." "Thank you, Grandma. You can go back and have a rest. I'll sit for a while." After Grandma went back to the house, Zhang Xucheng still stared motionlessly in the direction of Wang Ming's house. Time passed minute by minute, and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, but Wang Ming still hadn't returned. Her eyes gradually dimmed, but the anger in her heart did not subside. As expected, he was killed twice and was kept in the dark like a little fool. She originally wanted to wait like this, working late into the night, until Wang Ming showed up. Suddenly remembering that her current body was not her own and that the weather was indeed very cold, she turned around and went back to the house. Zhang Xucheng curled up in the quilt, holding her head in her hands, and Wang Ming's care for nearly a month kept appearing in her mind. The anger and grievance in my heart poured out, and my tears couldn't stop flowing. "Wang Ming, why do you treat me like this?" The next day, the Westin docked. Wang Ming knocked on Zo Xuching and Zhao Xianing's doors, and the three of them came to the Nangang district pier. Wang Ming called Lin Wei again and again to urge him, and looked around vigilantly from time to time, fearing that Zhang Xucheng would suddenly appear and stab him in the kidney. "Brother, if you don't come soon, I will board the ship first. You and your sister can come up to us." Lin Wei said slowly on the phone, "Don't worry, there's a traffic jam, and the taxis are always stuck." Wang Ming had no choice but to hang up the phone. Lin Shi sat in the passenger seat with a dazed look in her eyes, her mind filled with Wang Ming's shadow. She hadn't seen Wang Ming for several days, and her obsession with him was 99, making her think about him day and night. After hearing the conversation between Lin Wei and Wang Ming, she said, "Don't keep Wang Ming waiting anxiously. I think you're anxious. Isn't he always late? The cruise ship will dock in a month, right?" "Yes, which country did it dock in?" Lin Shi nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a sweet smile. Lin Wei caught the change in her lips and couldn't help but joked, "Sister, you have to seize the opportunity on the cruise ship this time. He just brought a bodyguard. It's strange to say, old man Chen is already locked up, so what is he afraid of? He has a female bodyguard following him every day." Lin Shi's raised mouth corners instantly tilted downwards, her eyes filled with jealousy. "I think he just wants to keep a woman by his side for a legitimate reason." Lin Wei suddenly realized and slapped his head. That's right. Wait until the cruise ship docks again. I'll hire 8 female bodyguards, huh? Nyoya's wife will also come to work." The two chatted, and 15 minutes later, Lin Shi and Lin Wei arrived at the dock. As soon as Lin Shi got off the car, she eagerly searched the crowd for Wang Ming. When she saw Wang Ming, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Wang Ming saw the two and immediately went to meet them. "You are finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have boarded the boat first." Lin Shi walked up to Wang Ming and asked, "What have you been busy with these days? You haven't even called me once." "I'm here to pick up my cousin. As you know, my girlfriend is pregnant, and..." Lin Shi interrupted him with a stern face. "Stop talking, I don't want to hear it." Lin Shi turned her head away, feeling annoyed. "I have been thinking about him day and night these days, but he knows that she has feelings for me, but he still uses the news of his girlfriend being pregnant to provoke me." She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, and it hurt a little. She glanced at Zo Xuching and quickly took a few steps forward, extending her hand and saying with a smile, "You must be Wang Ming's cousin." Zo Xuching also stretched out her hand and shook it. "I didn't expect you to look even more beautiful in person, like a fairy." Lin Shi blushed, and a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. What's the point of being pretty? Some people just have empty eyes. Zo Xuching felt dizzy. A top movie star from Daxia likes her own brother? Chapter 128, Boarding the Ship. Lin Wei patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and grinned. "Brother, your cousin is so damn beautiful. So stunning. She's tall and curvy. Wang Ming nudged Lin Wei and said sternly, "Don't try to get your hands on anyone around me, not even my sister." Lin Wei complained, "I was thinking of you even when I went to Nyoya's house for dinner. I was also thinking of you when the new college students came to the Guanhuang Hotel. Are you so selfish? I didn't go to Nyoya's house, did I? You picked 18 people from the Guanhuang Hotel at once and took away all the newcomers." Lin Wei chuckled and clasped his hands together in a bow. "Okay, brother, I'll agree to whatever you say. If I look at the people around you again, I'll dig my eyes out." At this time, the cruise ship's announcement sounded, "Attention, all passengers, there are still 20 minutes until the end of boarding. Passengers who have not yet boarded the ship are requested to complete the boarding procedures as soon as possible." Wang Ming looked at his watch and urged, "Hurry up and get on board. We still have formalities to go through. Don't miss the time." Everyone walked towards the boarding gate. After getting on the boat, everyone went to the reserved room. The rooms for 5 people are next to each other on the top floor of the deck. The cruise ship was packed with guests and rooms were tight. Since Zo Xuching made a last-minute decision to board the ship, she had to stay with Zo Xuching in an ordinary twin room. Lin Shi used her financial resources to choose a room for herself a month in advance. Wang Ming and Lin Wei are contestants from UCF, and their rooms are provided free of charge by the cruise ship. Lin Shi's standard room was renovated. The room is spacious and fully equipped, just like a luxury suite. "If I become a mother, will I be cared for?" She sat on the edge of the bed, looking out the window and murmured. When they boarded the ship's deck, Pan Xing, wearing sunglasses, and the 5 people following him were stopped. "Show me your boarding passcode or invitation letter." Pan Cheng made a phone call and asked the security personnel to answer it. Oh, okay. The security officer returned the phone to Pan Cheng and said flatteringly, "You may board the ship." Pan Cheng and 5 others walked by in a swaggering manner without even going through security check. Wang Ming had just laid down on the bed in his room when Zo Xuching called. "My dear, I'm already on board." "Well, we'll see each other in a month. I'll let the baby hear Daddy's voice again. There's satellite communication on the cruise ship. Although the signal is not good, we can still get in touch." "Oh, I see. Then we'll talk 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, okay? I have to tell your sister to keep an eye on you." Wang Ming smiled in his heart, of course his cousin was on his side. "Just focus on your pregnancy and don't worry about these things." Okay, I hope you win the championship and set a good example for your children. Bye-bye. Bye-bye." After Wang Ming hung up the phone, he found that Wei Xian had greetings from Jiang Yao, Li Zhixuan, and Chen Zhixin. After replying one by one, he clicked on Zhang Shuxuang's chat box. The expression of 3 kitchen knives dripping blood. There was also a string of dense curses. Wang Ming didn't bother to read it. He just threw his phone aside and leaned back on the bed. "If I give her 10 million, will she forgive me?" "No, she's worth tens of millions." Wang Ming stood up and looked out the window. There were many people on the first deck, bustling around like a group of ants. Some had just boarded the ship, and some had come out of the cabin to admire the harbor. Including the crew on board, the cruise ship has a rated capacity of 12,000 people. They even added hundreds of guest rooms of several square meters each, catering to people from all 6 continents of the Blue Star. This stop at Shiguan is the last stop at the port of Dashia. At this time, Lin Wei knocked on Wang Ming's door with a magazine introducing the cruise ship. After the door opened, he walked into the room with a swagger. He plopped down on a chair next to the bed, his eyes fixed on the photos of beautiful foreign employees in the magazine, his mouth almost watering. As he watched, he exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, these foreign girls are really exciting. Such figures and such good looks." Wang Ming looked at him helplessly and said, All right, keep your strength before the game and stop being so crazy." Lin Wei closed the magazine reluctantly. "Brother, you brought a top-notch female bodyguard on board, and you want me to behave myself? I was just about to talk to you. You know my sister likes you, so why don't you hurt her less and spend more time alone with her? Go to her room now." "Why should I go find her?" Lin Wei was about to answer in the affirmative. There was a knock on the door. Wang Ming got up and opened the door. It was Zo Xuching and Zo Xuching. "Hi, we've both packed up. Wow, it's all on the same floor. Why is your room so luxurious?" Zo Xuching asked. Lin Wei's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up from his chair, saying with a playful smile, "Hey, 2 beauties are here. We're having a pre-match meeting. Are you here to see Wang Ming? Zo Xuching ignored him and walked straight past him towards Wang Ming, while Zo Xuching just rolled his eyes at him and said, "You came to Wang Ming's room, not to look for him, but to steal something?" Wang Ming asked, "What's the matter, sister?" Zo Xuching showed a worried look. "The competition is quite dangerous, you must be careful." Wang Ming smiled and said, "You should be worrying about the safety of the other contestants. I want to be in the top 10. Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming from the side. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered softly, "Wang Ming, you really have to be careful. I heard that the contestants this year are very strong." Wang Ming looked at Zo Xuching and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Looking back at how powerful this exploding ice cube was a month ago, it's such a stark contrast now. He nodded. "I will, Xuching, thank you for your concern. Who cares about you? I'm just worried that if you get injured or disabled, I'll lose my job." Zo Xuching blushed a little and avoided his gaze deliberately. Zo Xuching pulled Zo Xuching's hand and said, "Xuching, let's go back and let them continue chatting." Zo Xuching looked at Wang Ming again, then followed Zo Xuching out of the room. Lin Wei shook his head and sighed. "Oh, my sister is in trouble. She has more and more rivals in love. It's a true cycle of fate. She's had so many rich and powerful men lick her boots, and now it's her turn to feel the pain." Zo Xuching and Zo Xuching returned to the room. Zo Xuching sat down on her bed, supported her hands behind her back, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a little worse than Wang Ming's room, but it's also very comfortable. She looked at Zo Xuching and gently patted the seat next to her. "Xuching, come sit here with me." Zo Xuching walked to the bed and sat down, with a faint blush on her face. She felt a little embarrassed by what she had said in Wang Ming's room just now. Zo Xuching nudged her with her elbow, a meaningful smile on her lips. "Xuching, tell me honestly, are you in love with Wang Ming?" Zo Xuching's face suddenly turned redder, and she quickly denied it. "No. No way, I'm just worried that he might get into an accident during the game and it might affect my work." Zo Xuching looked at her, trying to hide her true intentions, and couldn't help laughing. "Don't be so stubborn. The way you looked at him just now was almost tearing." Zo Xuching was a little embarrassed and angry. "Sister man, don't talk nonsense. This competition is indeed very dangerous. I am his bodyguard. It is my duty to care about his safety." Zo Xuching smiled and shook her head. Okay, I was just talking nonsense. But having said that, Wang Ming is good looking and has a great figure, but I still don't understand why so many people like him." When Zo Xuching heard Zo Xuching praising Wang Ming, her face turned red but her mouth remained firm. "Humph, I'm just obsessed with some ignorant little girls." "Oh? Zo Xuching is a little girl? Lin Qi is a little girl? You are also 3 years older than Wang Ming." Chapter 129, Need Some Tricks. Zo Xuching was speechless for a moment after being confronted by Zo Xuching. She turned her head away and muttered quietly, "Anyway, I don't have that kind of feelings for him." Her voice gradually became smaller and smaller. "All you do is flirt with people all day long, and you don't take responsibility after flirting. Damn you." At Nyoya's home, he leaned against the head of the bed, staring at his legs with anger in his eyes. His wife walked into the bedroom from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge in her hand. When the bowl was handed to her, Nyoya waved his arm and knocked the bowl over. "Lin Wei came to our house, thinking I don't know what you did for him? Stir-fried kidney, beef soup, stewed turtle, and my name is written on the turtle's lid. Will you give me some porridge? Hubby, didn't the doctor tell you to eat something light? I made you some bone-clearing soup, it will be fine in a while. Get lost. Don't call me husband. Are you going to make soup for me with the bones Lin Wei has gnawed on? Oh, don't waste it. You bitch, 3 boxes of 001, and you used them up in 2 days." He glanced at his legs again. "Lin Wei. You've stopped me from participating in this year's competition. And you've even used my wife as a snack. I'll tear you into pieces." "Ah. Don't be angry, husband, it's not all for Lin Wei. I fuck you." Nangang District. The cruise ship started slowly, the whistle blaring. Lin Wei sneezed madly. "Which girl misses me?" Wang Ming walked to the window, watched the port gradually disappear into the distance, and looked forward to the next game. He thought that as long as he could make it into the top 10, he would be famous in Daxia. The bound people are all developing in their respective fields. The next goal is to make it into the top 10 richest list in Xi'an. Then I can charter a cruise ship, take everyone on board and go on a round-the-world trip. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Lin Wei saw the corner of Wang Ming's mouth curl up. Brother, what are you laughing at? Wang Ming turned around and said, the ship is leaving. I'm so excited. I've never been on a cruise ship before, and it's the second largest cruise ship in the world. Let me tell you, everyone on this ship is rich. My sister is just an ordinary person on this ship. Wang Ming said excitedly, the restaurant must be great too. Let's go have lunch. I'm hungry. Lin Wei raised his eyebrows and asked, which restaurant are you going to? Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then asked, how many restaurants are there? Lin Wei crossed his arms, showing off his knowledge, and said proudly, the meals for the 6 continents are served in different halls. Daxia's food is so rich that it's in a separate hall. There are 7 restaurants in total. Of course, we're going to Daxia restaurant. Lin Wei waved his hand. Then I won't eat with you. I'm going to a foreign restaurant to look for girls. Maybe I can have a romantic encounter. The two walked out of the room and happened to meet Lin Qi opening the door. Lin Qi changed into a light blue dress and black high heels. Lin Wei quickly asked, sister, are you going to have lunch with me or with Wang Ming? Let's go to different restaurants. Lin Qi raised her long, thin eyebrows and asked, what do you think? Lin Wei spread his hands and said, okay, I'll go ask Wang Ming's sister. Wang Ming said loudly, no need to ask, my sister will definitely follow me. Lin Wei turned around and curled his lips. Your bodyguard must be following you too. Hey, I'm a handsome wolf, but I don't even have a woman to eat with. Goodbye. As he spoke, he walked towards the end of the corridor. Wang Ming looked at Lin Qi and said, you dress so beautifully every day. Lin Qi smiled helplessly, is she prettier than your Zo Xuching? Wang Ming walked up to Lin Qi and said, once the cruise ship leaves the Daxia waters, I will forget that I have. He was already close to Lin Qi and was about to reach out his hand. Before Lin Qi's heart could even start beating faster, the door of Zo Xuching's room was opened. The first one to come out was Zo Xuching. She saw Wang Ming close to Lin Qi, their faces only 10 centimeters apart, and her steps stopped instantly. Lin Qi immediately took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Wang Ming, and explained in a panic, I just got blinded, and Wang Ming wanted to help me blow it out. Corridor? Dazzling eyes? Zo Xuching laughed in her heart. Zhao Xianing also walked out of the room at this time. Seeing a few people, he smiled and said, you are all in the corridor. I was just about to call you to have lunch. Wang Ming said awkwardly, let's go to the restaurant. Everyone walked towards the restaurant. On the way, Wang Ming's mind was still on the moment when he almost had a close contact with Lin Qi. Zo Xuching noticed that Wang Ming was absent-minded. Recalling the positions of him and Lin Qi just now, her brows furrowed slightly. Arrived at Daxia restaurant. It was a buffet, and the 3 women each chose their own food, but Wang Ming had no appetite and was absent-minded. He simply took a plate of seafood fried noodles. They each sat at a table by the window. Lin Qi sat diagonally opposite him, looking up at him secretly from time to time. She was also recalling the close encounter she had just had with Wang Ming. During the meal, Zhao Xianing talked enthusiastically about the contestants participating in this year's competition, and looked at Wang Ming from time to time. Zo Xuching ate while watching the entertainment on the cruise ship. Wang Ming and Lin Qi exchanged glances and flirted with each other. Wang Ming's feet under the table would occasionally kick Lin Qi gently. Every time Lin Qi's foot was kicked, she would shrink back as if she had been electrocuted. When Zhao Xianing noticed Wang Ming's little action, his cheeks puffed up and his gums almost bled from the chopsticks. After dinner, a few people decided to go for a walk on the deck to digest the food. The sea breeze blew gently, ruffling Lin Qi's hair. Wang Ming subconsciously wanted to reach out and smooth her hair, but as soon as he raised his hand, Zo Xuching glared at him fiercely. Wang Ming's hand froze in mid-air. He coughed awkwardly twice and pretended to straighten his collar. Zo Xuching approached Wang Ming and lowered her voice and said, can you be a little more sensible? There are people here. Wouldn't you be bolder if no one was around? Is Zo Xuching pregnant? Don't make a mess of it. Wang Ming muttered quietly, you know, our family's genes are not com genes. You forgot that we. Shut up. Zo Xuching gritted her teeth in anger. The people nearby looked at Zo Xuching strangely when they heard her shout. Lin Qi and Zhao Xianing also turned around and looked at them in confusion. Wang Ming quickly forced a smile and said, it's okay, it's okay. I was just discussing some small matters at home with my sister. Zhao Xianing smiled and nodded, and continued walking forward with Lin Qi. When they walked away, Zo Xuching's eyes widened with anger, and she lowered her voice and yelled, "Do you want me to jump into the sea?" Wang Ming quickly grabbed Zo Xuching's wrist and said, "Sister, I won't say anything." Zo Xuching snorted, "You know it and I know it. If you mention it again, I will jump down immediately." Wang Ming nodded repeatedly. At the stern of the plywood boat, Pan Chang hugged his shoulders and looked in Wang Ming's direction. "We are no match for him if we fight alone, and he has Lin Wei by his side. We need to do something." Chapter 130 Preparing to Catch Fish. The black-clad men behind Pan Chang lowered their voices. "Our ships have also left the port. Humph, with all the countermeasures we've taken, this guy is doomed to die. Hey! Why not just push it into the sea? Why go through so much trouble?" Pan Chang knocked on the railing. "If it's that simple, why send us here? There are joint guards from multiple countries on board. Keep a low profile. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to return to Daxia." At the same time, Zhao Xianing suddenly stopped and pointed in the distance. "Look, isn't that Lin Wei?" Lin Qi, Wang Ming and others looked in the direction Zhao Xianing pointed. Lin Wei was seen standing very close to a fat blonde woman, who was shaking a cocktail in her hand. A few people walked forward, and when they got closer, they found that Lin Wei was hugging the fat woman's waist and pecking her face from time to time. Wang Ming frowned. He said he went to a foreign restaurant to pick up girls. The ones he caught were good and heavy. Lin Qi smiled and said, "Look at the pigeon egg on her hand. She must be a rich woman. Otherwise, how could my brother stick to her?" Zhao Xianing covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress her laughter. "You are so rich, and Lin Wei is still with a rich woman? He already owes me 30 million. He spent all the money he earned from boxing on women." The fat woman coquettishly snuggled into Lin Wei's arms. Lin Wei said something in her ear, which made the fat woman laugh. Lin Qi curled her lips. "Humph, all men are bad. Scum." As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Ming behind her. Zhao Xianing also stopped and looked at Wang Ming angrily. Wang Ming felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the two men. He waved his hands and said, "Don't make any random assumptions. Lin Wei and I are completely different." Zhao Xianing snorted lightly. "Sister Qi, when the cruise ship enters the deep sea, if someone flirts with us again, we will throw him into the sea." Good idea. Lin Wei is right. A woman will only become gentle after becoming a mother. Wang Ming looked in the direction of Lin Wei. "What?" Lin Qi widened his eyes. Zhou Sherman whispered beside Wang Ming, "You'd better behave yourself on the boat and don't get fed to the sharks, or I'll have to go home alone for the new year." Lin Qi walked towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei seemed to sense something, turned around, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He let go of the woman in his arms and walked towards Lin Qi with her. "Sister, this is my new friend." The woman looked at Lin Qi and the people behind her curiously and asked, "Honey, who are they?" Lin Wei laughed dryly and said, "They are all my friends." Lin Qi looked at Lin Wei coldly. Boxing champion Lin is so lucky. He's got a rich older sister. Lin Wei's face was a little embarrassed. "Sister, what you said has nothing to do with money. It's really about the feelings. Yeah, we just met, and they hugged each other and kissed each other on the cheek. They were really affectionate." The woman sensed something was wrong in Lin Qi's words and frowned at Lin Wei. "Honey, are you with me just for my money?" Lin Wei hurriedly explained, "Baby, don't listen to her nonsense, I really like you." The woman had become suspicious and she broke free from Lin Wei's hand. "Humph, I think you're a liar. But I don't care. Come to my room tonight and I'll massage your back and you can massage my waist." After she said that, she turned and left. "Ha, if you step on my back, I'll let you step on me to death." Lin Wei muttered as he watched the fat woman leave, then turned and glared at Lin Qi. "Sister, what do you mean? Do you still want me to pay you back?" Lin Qi crossed her arms. "What kind of ideas did you instill in Wang Ming?" "Ha? Indoctrination? What does that mean?" Wang Ming and his companions were approaching. Wang Ming quickly tried to cover it up. "Sister Qi, Lin Wei was just joking, don't take it seriously. How about we rent a yacht and go fishing?" Lin Wei was confused. What did he instill in Wang Ming? Lin Qi rolled her eyes at Lin Wei and asked, "How did you and Wang Ming get together?" At this time, the cruise ship's broadcast sounded. "Attention, passengers. The cruise ship is about to leave Daxia waters and enter the high seas. Please stay on deck and be safe. Wang Ming heard the announcement and couldn't help but joke. The cruise ship is about to enter the high seas, let's have some fun. Lin Chi and Zhao Xianing smiled at each other, and Zhao Xianing said, I wonder if deep-sea sharks like human flesh. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows, do you like it? Wang Ming. You're asking for a beating. Zhao Xianing raised his fist and ran towards Wang Ming. Wang Ming turned and ran towards the cabin. Zo Xuching shook her head helplessly. Sighing that he could no longer take care of his cousin, Lin Chi and Jin Jixin could only wish him the best. Right now, they just hoped they could protect themselves and not make any more mistakes. Lin Chi sighed, thinking about Zo Xuching, the real person, and also wanting to get closer to Wang Ming. This thought was very strong. Although he was educating Lin Wei, he really wanted to try if he could become gentle. Wang Ming seems to like gentle. Zhao Xianing and Wang Ming were playing and joking, and had already arrived at the cabin door, and several others followed. Let's rent a yacht and go fishing. Let's relax before the competition. Wang Ming suggested. Before anyone else could respond, he impatiently walked away and asked the cruise ship staff about the location of the yacht hold. Everyone followed him to the lower deck. Arriving at the yacht cabin at the stern, Wang Ming paid the bill, turned around and looked at the others and asked, the yacht I rented can accommodate 5 people. Shall we all go together? Lin Chi shook her head. No, I'm afraid of drowning. Lin Wei also shook his head. My new girlfriend is going to give me a pat on the back. I'm going back upstairs. Zo Xuching puffed out one cheek and frowned as she said, the wind and waves are too strong, I'm not wearing enough. It's okay, go back and get some clothes, I'll wait for you. Zo Xuching was a little hesitant. She was worried about her brother and, like Lin Chi, was afraid of the sea. When she was in a dilemma, Zhao Xianing smiled and said, Sister man, I'll go with him, you go back. Huh? Just the 2 of us? Wang Ming said a little disappointedly. But on second thought, 2 people is not bad. Zhao Xianing looked at Wang Ming and said seriously, I don't want to go either, but as your bodyguard, it's my duty to protect you. Okay, it's not bad just the 2 of us, it's more convenient this way. What did you say? Zhao Xianing glared at Wang Ming. When Lin Chi heard Wang Ming's words, her heart skipped a beat. She had known Wang Ming earlier, but he always came to the fore later. She thought for a moment and decided to board the ship with Wang Ming. He took a few steps forward and was about to speak when he saw Wang Ming and Zhao Xianing had already put on their life jackets and got on the cabin elevator. In the slowly ascending elevator, Wang Ming waved to everyone and shouted, Bye, let's go fishing. Lin Wei stood beside Lin Chi and said, You never know how to seize opportunities. Shut up and go sell your body. Lin Chi retorted angrily. Sister Chi, let's get on. Seeing that Wang Ming had already boarded the yacht, Zo Xuching turned around and prepared to leave.